He's the one who breaks the rules. With just one spear, a knight seemed to reach the realm of a master. A peerless spear knight, he is a great hero. That knight stopped the war in the kingdom of Avalon. Said to be the strongest in the Agrand continent. With the illustrious name of Joshua Sanders. Just think, such an all-powerful, peerless knight must suffer death. Joshua covered his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. A series of people covered their heads, surrounding him. The man holding the ball in his hand smiled coldly, helplessly like this. Joshua tried to hold his chest and stood up, still unable to understand the reason, and asked, "Why?" The man in the black cloak said, "You are the one who caused his mana to increase to its maximum limit. The incompatibility of dark energy and divine power is now conflicting within your body. If you were a normal person, you would have died due to the impact of the conflict." Joshua finished speaking and fell to the ground. He kept repeating the question, "Why?" Kneeling on the ground like that, he clasped his hands and told himself, "I never thought about competing for the throne, never thought about becoming a leader. All my life I wanted to show everyone the wonderfulness of this Puritan. I just wanted to escape the boring life of being a concubine's son. And be loyal to your king, who is also your close friend, to end the long civil war in the kingdom. I want to serve as a shield to protect the king for the rest of my life, king of the kingdom of Avalon, Kaiser Van Britain." "Why?" At this time, the Evergrande Magic Tower mage spoke up and said, "Joshua, there are people who are said to be, their existence is a danger to the world. Because the civil war has ended, the king has a standing position, he can plan to get what he wants, without fear of anything. Because the civil war is over, the king has a place to stand, he can plan to take it, and the only fear the king has, is that, you, Joshua. Even when a warrior clings to the mana he has earned all his life, it takes nearly decades to sharpen a dagger into a sword filled with power. However, as a knight, even if there are people stacked on top of each other, you can still use that kind of energy. How many enemies have you defeated with that spear?" Joshua glanced at the spear lying on the ground without responding. Evergrande continued, "No, I know that you have achieved a new level of power." At this point, Joshua's chest continued to throb in pain. He looked towards the orb in the magician's hand, the orb found in the Ammon ruins. At this moment, a foot came in front of Joshua. The person said with a dark face, "I was afraid a lot. That spirit was scary. Maybe cut my head off one day. I was very afraid that I was having crazy thoughts." Evergrande continued, "Thank you for everything until now. If it weren't for you, then we wouldn't be here now." "Well, we're not here right now, we really thank you very much." The old man bowed slightly, but his whole body felt like he was on fire right now. Evergrande smiled evilly and said, "Farewell, my good friend." Joshua collapsed to the ground, vomiting a lot of blood. The king said with a disgusted face, "I can't stand and watch anymore, the last moments of my close friend." Having said that, all the people turned around and left. Joshua used his last strength to sit up and shouted indignantly, "Kaiser Van Britain! This is not the ending for us," but the other group of people just smirked. A formation suddenly appeared under Joshua's feet. He immediately realized, the circle detonated. With his current ability, he had 5 minutes. But even so, he just helplessly slammed his hand on the ground. It was meaningless. What, Peerless Spear Knight, a nonsense name. In the end, it was just a coward who was betrayed by those he trusted, and died in an unknown field. The magic circle became stronger and stronger, the strong wind blew the dust away as if forming a barrier. Joshua cursed, "Damn it." He suddenly looked towards the spear that was emitting red light. Luhia, that's its name. The black spear stained with blood is known as the Angel of Death on the battlefield, Lugia. Joshua tried to drag himself towards the spear. "I used to think that it could create some special spells, but I never thought I had to create those spells," he shouted, "Come here." In this case, the ground was now cracked. Joshua tremblingly stretched out his hand towards the spear and said to himself, "Just a little more." Finally, with great effort, he grasped the spear. "Hold it tightly in your hand." Joshua just lay still on the ground. The mound of land where the detonation circle was deployed rose high. In a few seconds it exploded, a powerful column of light shot straight into the sky. The entire area was engulfed in an explosion, the destructive power was unimaginable. That day, the moon was bright red like blood, a separate person in the land of knights, the kingdom of Avalon, Joshua Sanders met an unexpected death, unbecoming of his title. the undefeated Spear Knight. Scene change, a boy lying on a pile of straw suddenly woke up. He looked around wondering where the pile of straw was, what had happened. "You're Joshua, remember the explosion just now?" you thought to yourself. "I should have exploded, how come, why are my hands so small? Impossible." He quickly ran to the well and picked up a bucket of water. Looking at his face reflected in the water, Joshua was surprised. "I am rejuvenated. Or not. This is where I used to live." He looked at each flower cluster. Then the stables. "Even more certain, I have returned to the past." At this point, Joshua couldn't help but laugh, it was so interesting. "I have received a rare opportunity, Kaiser van Britten, this time, don't expect anything good to happen to you." He proudly clasped his hand. Suddenly, 3 guys came over and arrogantly ordered, "Hey, why don't you go pick up horse manure, why are you standing there?" Joshua glanced at them. This group of people, probably, the soldiers of Duke Anyus, the 3 captains Rawls, Whip and Gort. The Whip glared at him and shouted, "You should answer my question, boy." Rawls laughed and reminded, "Whip, have you forgotten, he's mute, of course he can't answer." Joshua thought to himself, "I'm just pantomiming, because if I say even half a word, I'll be beaten." ROI looked around again as if looking for something. "Oh, it seems Lucia isn't here," Rawls advised, keeping her mouth shut. "Do you want the Duke's family to hear? She's been under surveillance for 24 hours, out of 7, if you keep calling out loud, the name Lucia is like that." Joshua silently remembered his mother. "Lucia, except for Anyus's servants. I am the illegitimate child of a servant, a woman forced to sleep with Duke Anyus. So these soldiers knew I was a bastard, they bullied me because I had the blood of a servant." These soldiers, on the other hand, felt interested in that. Especially the 3 guys in front of me. "I swear that one day I will account for all this debt," but the 3 soldiers were still calmly joking with each other. "Today I suddenly miss Lucia so much, somehow." Rawls. He pushed his hand and said, "Anyway, keep your mouth shut, Whip, if someone hears, we'll be in trouble." The Whip calmly and confidently asserted, "You keep thinking deeply. Who would be in this smelly stable, except that boy?" Rawls said, "Even so." But before he finished speaking, the Whip was pleased to reassure, the Duchess and the Princess also said, "If we secretly eliminate Lucia and that boy, she will take responsibility for us. This is a good opportunity, unfortunately we can't find Lucia." Rawls also nodded when he heard that. "What you said is right." ROI looked at Joshua with evil eyes and suggested, "What can we do now?" "Of course play with this kid without Lucia," agreed. Joshua bit his lip angrily, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "You insulted my mother, I won't let you run wild, bastard." He clasped his hands tightly. "Start with your eyes closed and try to feel if it works. The mana training method that I practiced and after which I became different from normal people, it was the training method that I discovered with the Lu family in the ruins. The results after practicing the method are exceptional, and you can maximize them in a short time. The important thing is, the basis of this mana training method is that it is completely different from the other methods. It does not track or use mana, in the mana bar in the lower abdomen. Instead, it uses existing energy scraps around it. It is not limited by the mana bar, which contains mana. Your entire body can absorb mana. And you can concentrate mana where you want, and use it immediately. For mana users, mana generation is a process that everyone must go through. Because I don't need to go through a process that takes a year to complete, it was inevitable that I would have a start as a mana user." At this time, Gort suddenly pushed aside the Whip and said, "Give this guy a punch, guys." My blood started to boil when I saw that guy's face. Rawls smiled teasingly, looking at you like you were jealous and angry, when Gort could flirt with that woman easily. "Huh?" The guy who was said to have hit the nail on the head jumped up and shouted, "Shut up, know that thing." Then he rolled up his sleeves, held a wooden stick and walked towards Joshua, aggressively. "Hey, it looks like I'm about to lose control." But when I looked at him, I only saw that he was motionless with his eyes closed. Gort wondered, "What's wrong with it? Is it fainting?" Why he also laughed and said, "Really, it looks like a dry statue." Joshua is still very focused at this time, just gathering mana in the palm of his hand. "I just need to gather mana in the palm of my hand, before returning." It took me nearly 10 years. Just to collect in the palm of my hand, but now I know what I should do. If that was the case, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight at Gort. He was startled by the look on his face and backed away. When he calmed down, he cursed loudly, "You, a mouse. Don't you dare glare at me." Gort raised his hammer and prepared to swing it down on him. Joshua immediately took a defensive stance, curling his fist to accumulate enough mana. He waved his hand and punched the guy hard. Gort held his stomach in pain and fell to the ground, groaning. The two Rawls and the whip saw that and were surprised. What was wrong with that guy? What happened? A small circle of light appeared in front of Joshua's stomach. He felt a bit uncomfortable, feeling like a disgusting, sticky lump. Under my belly, it should be empty. There's something I've never felt since I returned to the past. Roi immediately drew his sword and advanced to threaten. Are you tired of living, you dog? Joshua gritted his teeth. This small body basically doesn't have enough strength to resist, but if I can defeat the running whip, then it's possible that Rawls won't come close to me, because this guy is smarter than the other two. Thinking about it, he tried to accumulate mana in his hand again. Roi didn't know what was about to happen, so he immediately swung his sword and slashed. Today is your death day, I will give you a ticket to see your grandparents. He slashed, but Joshua quickly ducked and dodged. He gathered mana in his right hand, then punched him hard in the face. The whip was thrown far away, even flying over the place where Rawls was standing. Then hit the ground hard. Rawls began to panic, looking at Joshua with uneasy eyes. Unbelievable, this dumb guy, he hides his job. The first time may be a coincidence, but it can't be a coincidence twice. After Joshua finished the attack, his body began to tremble in pain. I didn't know it would hurt to this extent, harmful to using a large amount of mana. Rawls is a guy who climbed to the position of captain partly due to his cunning, the rest is due to his talent. Although he is not as strong as Gort or a whip, it is still very dangerous to fight hand-to-hand with him in his current state. But I can't show my weakness. Thinking so, he shouted with a serious face and asked, do you have any last words? Rawls saw you talking and stuttered, You know what to say. Joshua slowly stepped forward to question, starting from this moment, captains like you and those bastards dare to insult my mother. I swear on my name, I will not leave a single person alive. His eyes were sharp as knives. It seemed like it went straight through Rawls's body, causing him to be scared and suddenly step back. He turned around in panic and ran away, screaming and shouting as he ran. Joshua saw that he was gone, and now he began to feel so tired that he had trouble breathing. His vision darkened, gone. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and fell to the ground. He tried to open his eyes, but in the end he still lost consciousness and the space went dark. At the Duke's mansion, a group of servants heard the news and began to gather together to discuss. Have you heard the news? Joshua, the mute boy who lived in that stable, knocked out 3 captains, you know. No, the boy holding the broom replied, I heard it. There are also rumors that he pretended to be mute. The oldest man rubbed his chin and wondered, Master Joshua, his younger half-brother who is 3 to 5 years younger than the master, did he do that? How strange. The other person shrugged and said, do you believe it? It's just an untrue rumor, he's just an orphan. Besides, how did he turn from a mute child who woke up one night and became a dumb child? The kid can talk, think about it, how could he take down 3 captains with his bare hands? The other man expressed that he knew that. But, if that really happened, then the plans for Ducanius's successor might change. The black-haired man shook his head and affirmed, even if Joshua's skills were acknowledged, he still couldn't win against Master Ba-Ben. You all know that, right? The boy holding the broom agreed. I also agreed with that, because Master Babel is now also the mana owner. Oh, that's right on point. Brown, Ducanius, who achieved the title of Master only when he was 16, he only used mana. But about Master Babel, only 14 years old, but can already use mana, it proves that he is also a genius, but unfortunately the shadow of Ducanius is too big. For him, it's a challenge to become the successor. How silly. As he turned around, Joshua suddenly appeared at the door. He awkwardly exclaimed, Master Joshua, when have you been here? Joshua coldly ordered, went to tell the Duke. Following the Duke's summons, I, Joshua Van Onius, am here. In the Duke's office, Rawls was kneeling on the ground trembling, next to a shirt that looked similar to Gort's. Ducanius coldly looked at him and asked, So are you Rawls? He immediately replied, Yes, my name is Rawls. Which battalion are you from? It's the 29th Battalion. The Duke turned to ask the person standing next to him, Is the 29th Battalion, near Griezmann, right, Chiffon? He replied, Yes sir. Receiving the answer, he immediately raised 2 fingers and ordered, Understood, bring that shirt here. Rawls quickly followed suit, placing the shirt with a large torn ruffle on the chest. Dukanius looked at it questioningly. So you mean Joshua, the one who made the shirt like this? Hiffen reminded, think carefully before answering, you know the consequences for lying, right? Rawls nodded repeatedly and replied, yes, yes. He swallowed his saliva and affirmed that this is not a lie, sir. Dukanius probed, what do you think, Chiffon? He replied, of course, it is difficult to believe this, sir. He also nodded and rubbed his chin, yes, it's hard to believe. How old is Joshua this year? 9 years old, sir. At that age, with just his bare hands, the armor could be damaged so much. Then, if Joshua could use mana, it would be a small matter. Chiffon countered, sir, that is impossible. Being only 9 years old, being able to use mana is something that has never been heard of in history, and is also something that has never existed in history, even if it is a high-level skill that appears. He also had to be a high-class Calf's Knight to be able to do that with his bare hands. Luckily something like that would happen. Master Joshua is only 9 years old, I don't believe he can do this. I think they were afraid of being caught red-handed bullying Master Joshua, so they foolishly thought of this. If you allow me, I will immediately pull him out immediately, and will reorganize the army. Rawls turned pale in fear, his whole body sweating as he explained, no, it's not, it's true. Chiffon held the hilt of his sword and threatened, how dare you raise your voice in front of him, confess quickly. Rawls tried to explain, it's the truth, please believe what I say, Leader Chiffon. He pulled out the blade, until just now, he was still spouting lies. Dukanius spoke up to stop him, that's enough, Chiffon, he expressed incomprehensibly, but sir, forgive those who spread false rumors. He stood up and said, the problem will be solved if we go see the owner. I haven't seen that child for a long time, I will go see that child myself. Chiffon couldn't help but be surprised. The Duke personally went to meet the concubine's child. He never responded anything to Master Babel, who was said to have great potential. Dukanius asked, so where is Joshua? He replied, I heard that he has arrived at the main house, and is waiting in the waiting room. I understand, lead the way, Chiffon. Meanwhile, in the hallway of the main house Anus. Babel was walking here, when suddenly he stopped in surprise. What? Joshua, why did he come here? To ease his curiosity, he asked loudly, hey, what are you doing here? Joshua didn't seem to hear him, his eyes looked darkly at the wall. On it is the portrait of Marcus van Britten, the currently reigning king. Every time I look at this portrait, I feel very angry. He said to himself, Kaiser van Britten, no matter what, I must take revenge. Babel angrily clenched his fists and shouted, hey, you bastard, dare to let me eat butter. He curled his fist and hit Joshua's back. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and promptly raised his hand to block his fist. He even tightened his grip, causing Babel's bones to crack, making cracking sounds. He trembled and gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, is this strength, is the rumor of defeating the 3 captains really true? But of course Babel was not so resigned, his other hand began to condense a stream of mana and prepare to strike. Do you think I will stand still? At this moment, Duke Agnes appeared, what are you doing? Babel was startled and retracted his hand, stuttering, Father. He then knelt down to bow and respectfully greet the Duke. He asked, I asked what are you doing here? Babel replied, we are showing greetings. Dukanius was full of doubts, how about greetings? He turned to look at Joshua, he stood still and nodded as a response. Chiffon gloomily looked at him in surprise, this guy was crazy, he didn't kneel down to greet the Duke. He then shouted, you are being disrespectful to the Duke, greet him quickly. Babel also reminded, what are you doing, why don't you say hello? Dukanius raised his hand to stop him, his eyes filled with disgust. Joshua. He was startled, his whole body held back and trembled, thinking back, because that portrait reminded me of a person, because of anger, it began to explode, so I couldn't control it. This cannot continue anymore. Anus will not leave alone if that person dares to oppose him, even if it is the king. Dukanius waved his hand and said, if you are calm, then come here. I will personally confirm whether you really have mana or not. Babel turned to look in surprise, what's going on, mana? That vile guy, who spends all day collecting horse manure, means he has mana. Chiffon said worriedly, Duke, let you do this. He directly interrupted, Joshua, come here. Joshua hesitantly gritted his teeth, Ducanius, one of the 5 mana masters of this vast empire, a person very sensitive to mana. As long as he noticed something unusual, his plan would be ruined. Not letting him go on his own, Ducanius walked over and grabbed his wrist. Joshua couldn't help but be surprised, since when did he? He squeezed his wrist tightly, using a stream of mana to probe inside. He suddenly exclaimed, "What? This is..." Joshua secretly felt guilty. If the Duke, who was sensitive to mana, knew something that he didn't know, I will have to come up with a new plan. The Duke looked thoughtfully at Joshua and said, "This thing, it's nothing." Chiffon heard this. He shouted in surprise, "What, there is no mana?" Babel was secretly happy. "I knew it." Chiffon said, "Then it has been confirmed that Master Joshua has mana." Ducanius said, "I'm not talking about the mana bar. All life in this world always has mana inside them. That also applies to normal people, including magical beasts. However, I cannot sense the mana inside Joshua's body." Before these words, Chiffon wondered incredulously, could she really not feel mana, which meant she was no different from an empty corpse? If that's the case, what if he was born with a body that couldn't contain mana? I've never heard of that. Ducanius replied, "If it wasn't innate, I could feel something in the mana bar, an unpleasant sticky feeling that made me disgusted." He turned to look at Joshua and declared, "So from now on, I will keep an eye on Joshua." Chiffon said in surprise, "My lord, that means, if Joshua was born unable to contain mana, then don't you think those rumors are false? We can't let those guys spread that rumor." Ducanius calmly explained, "The soldiers are also the Duke's property. It wouldn't be wise for me to punish them just for those false rumors and reduce our resources. I was too hasty. Joshua, you will stay here for a while. Do you have any empty rooms here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Babel quickly retorted, "But, my lord, Joshua couldn't." Before he could finish his sentence, Ducanius interrupted, "Babel, is there a problem?" Faced with his father's stern attitude, Babel hesitantly replied, "Yes, no." Then, Ducanius turned to look at Chiffon and advised, "From now on, train Joshua to become a knight. If you see Joshua has talent, teach him the method of cultivating mana of red blood." Chiffon was surprised, "What, mana training method, but not master's mana? We need time, we will confirm it soon." Joshua was born with a body that cannot contain mana. I hope that hope is not true. I'm counting on you, Joshua. Having finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving Joshua alone to ponder. Chiffon leads Joshua to an empty room in the palace. He said, "Master Joshua, from now on this room is your new home." Looking around, Joshua seemed unfamiliar with everything here. As for Chiffon, she kept thinking to herself, are those rumors true? She didn't seem happy at all after knowing that she was given benefits. "If you need anything, please call me." Looking at Joshua who didn't respond, it made him think, maybe his attitude had changed because the Duke wasn't here. After thinking for a while, Joshua replied, "I probably don't need anything." He lay on the bed and exclaimed, if only he could sleep straight. Thinking back to Ducanius's words, "I'm counting on you," made Joshua restless. He was waiting for a good result. Ducanius spends most of his time in Akarti, the capital of the Avalon Empire. He stays on his own territory just to rest after finishing his work. Ducanius, he found something that I don't know about. The truth is that Ducanius knew about something he didn't know, and it was very dangerous. Joshua sat up and said, "But I'm still not sure. Before anything happens, I need to get my strength back first." And to do that, it seems Joshua has his own plan. That night, in a high-rise building. From outside the window, Joshua jumped directly down. He quickly jumped down one floor at a time, gently landing safely. Suddenly, the complications caused by using too much mana were somewhat reduced. Regaining my strength took more time than I thought. The tumor inside the mana bar was reacting. Am I experiencing divine magic or demonic magic? Besides, that magic power is suppressing everything. Why did Lugia come here and suppress those two powers? At this time, two guards came and said, "Hey, did you hear anything? Did you hear anything?" I didn't hear anything. There's nothing here. It's strange. I remember seeing something. Forget it. Come back quickly and we'll change with another group. Taking advantage of their inattention, Joshua quickly ran away. He thought to himself, maybe Lugia is the solution to this problem. But what if I am controlled by three sources of inner power? In a certain house, a cry for help rang out. "Let me go. Why are you doing this to me? You really don't know why." Gort said angrily, "Because of your son. We were all disciplined. Lucia tried to struggle out of their bondage. She bit his hand hard, causing him pain, and forcefully pushed her to the ground. What, are you crazy? Lucia hit her head on the ground, losing consciousness. Whip angrily grabbed her hair and scolded her. We just wanted to deal with you, but you were wasting our time. Gort quickly came to stop her. Hold her back and Whip, I'll take care of the rest. Roi impatiently asked, wait Gort, do we have to do that? If that kid knows. So what, have you forgotten the reason we came here? We came here to beat the crap out of that brat, but, I think we should stop everything here. Roi, the lady said she would protect us. If you are afraid, you have the right to withdraw from the game. These words made the Whip ponder for a moment. After that, he cunningly replied, why are you so long-winded? Go away if you're afraid. Don't make me laugh, you said you were afraid. Suddenly, there was a loud scream and it stopped, making the two of them startled and looked up. Seeing Joshua appear, they looked interested and said, so it's you here. We've been waiting for a long time. Why are you so late? We came to show you something interesting. Gort, Whip, stop it now, that brat. Haven't we already dealt with it last time? Joshua's burning eyes threatened. Don't even think about getting out of here alive. Lucia looked weakly, whispering Joshua's name. The other Rals said in fear and trembling, get out of here now, we will be killed by that boy. Gort replied in bewilderment, what are you talking about? You're just scared. Joshua calmly observed the situation. Then, he shouted in a loud voice to get out, causing the other people to scream. Gort scoffed, Joshua, I will definitely make you like this for the rest of your life. Whip, remember to leave the part to me too. Joshua said coldly, I tell you to go away now. Roi looked interested and replied, brat, who do you think you are? Suddenly, from above, someone appeared. How did you know? How can you feel me? When they saw Cain appear, they were all startled and surprised. Joshua thought to himself, that red badge, the person with that badge is one of the 3 knights chosen by Duke Anyus himself. Even with the red blood, then, the red blood has started to follow me. Shifeng has star request. All 3 of them bowed solemnly to greet him, pleased to meet him. Cain walked straight in front of Joshua and silently wondered, this was the child in the rumor. Joshua confidently replied, let me ask. These soldiers are harming the Duke's subordinates. Suddenly, Cain felt a force oppressing him. Joshua continued, based on the Duke's martial law, how should they handle this situation? These words make Cain feel like, what kind of pressure is this? I can't escape. Cain quickly grasped the sword tightly, then he turned to the other 3 soldiers and replied, of course, kill him on the spot. Cain vigorously eliminated those evil people. One by one they were beaten mercilessly. Gort realized the situation was not good. The guy quickly swung his sword and tried to defend himself. The sound of 2 swords touching each other was deafening. Gort shouted, Sir Cain, wait. But Cain did not listen to anyone. Just like that, Gort had his life taken by the sword. Roll stood aside and trembled and said, I'm the one at fault, please. When he was about to be murdered by Cain, Joshua quickly stopped. Rawls cried and begged, please, forgive me this time. Cain replied, you should say less words if you want to live longer. Joshua stepped closer and ordered, I told you to stop. Cain replied coldly, this guy dares to threaten someone in the Duke's family. Therefore, he needed to be punished, even though they were one of the 3 knights serving the Duke's family. The red blood was the lowest level. If he serves me, then this is a good opportunity for a red blood like him. He is probably the strongest person in the rank. He has enough skills to subdue soldiers with just a few sword strokes. Simple. Joshua wondered, you just said your name is Cain. Before you do, let me ask you something. Who are you serving? Cain pondered for a moment and then replied, I serve Duke Anyus. So another question, who are we? Looking at Joshua's attitude, Cain thought, as I expected, that scary eye, very similar to him. Joshua ordered, put the sword back. Cain quickly complied, I will obey your orders. Narrowly escaping death, Rolls quickly bowed his head, waiting for your gratitude. Thank you master, I will be loyal to you all my life, thank you for forgiving me. Joshua replied fiercely, I don't need your loyalty, I will never forgive those who insult me and my family. However, because you are quick-witted, I know you understand what I mean. Told the remaining soldiers to leave here and not say a word about today. If you dare to do the same thing again, I will personally end your lives. If you already understand, then get lost. Rolls ran away on all fours. I understand, sir. Lucia is now lying flat on the ground. Hearing the noise, Joshua quickly looked after it. Cain wondered, "Are you really the boss I know?" Joshua replied, "What a strange question. Isn't it too different, the owner I know? The child of the concubine, the one who never shows up, the one who collects manure from the stables." These words made Cain quiet for a while. He lowered his voice and said, "Master, all knights under the Anyus family must always comply with Duke Anyus's orders. However, once we reach the age of 23, we have the right to choose our master. I will be chosen next year. I believe in my hunch, next year, I will leave there, and serve Master Joshua." He made the decision while still thinking about the future. It would be great if he could choose the right bright gems in the Duke family such as Babel. Joshua exclaimed, "You are really weird." Suddenly Lucia walked over and lovingly called, "Joshua." She used her eyes filled with love to ask, "You're okay, Joshua?" Seeing his beloved mother, Joshua was moved to run to hug her. He cried and said, "From now on, no matter what happens, I will always protect my mother. I'm truly grateful to God for giving me a chance to return to the past and redo the things I regret. This time will be different. I will not cower and suffer anymore. I am not the child of a concubine who collects horse manure every day, Joshua Van Anyus, but the peerless spear knight, Joshua." Right now, at the Anyus mansion. Duke Anyus said, "Chiffon, you said Count Rebrika was coming to visit." "Yes, I will escort him to the reception room." However, the Count Rebrika did not come alone. Lady Isellen came with him. "He's planning to come here and see how it all ends." The prickly guest who suddenly came to visit the Duke was Count Ponseljan Rebrika. Even if his position was lower than the Duke, his influence on this empire could not be forgotten. And the Earl's daughter, Isellen, is also one of the geniuses known to everyone. Just like Master Babel, she is a genius in magic, and at the age of 9, she started studying in the second-year program. If energy is defective, it is called an energy curse. Then those who are blessed with innate mana resources are called the blessing of heaven. Isellen is one of the children who received God's blessing. The blessing allows the user to sense and use mana without being taught. It is said to be a great gift from the demon god, Art. That's why it's an honor for me to visit us, Duke Anyus said. "I guess I'll be hanging around Poncel all day today." Chiffon replied, "On his next birthday Master Babel will be 15 years old." They started to worry because in less than 3 years he will reach the age of adulthood. Hearing these words, Duke Anyus pondered for a moment and then replied, "However, Babel." On the other side, Chiffon reports, there is Lady Cheryl. Hearing that, Duke Anyus said, "Yes, Babel already has her, so how can I?" The 5 Grand Dukes of the Avalon Empire have great influence over their territory. Lady Cheryl is the daughter of the Pontier family. This family rose to the dukedom thanks to the wealth they have. Chiffon said, "Like I said, this was the right choice to choose Lady Cheryl. After considering the Pontier family, it doesn't matter how much, but it's quite humiliating." Talent, which Duke Anyus was always greedy for, could be compared to his greed for martial arts. He is someone who relies on his talent to treat others. That was the head of Duke Anyus' family. Suddenly, Duke Anyus stopped. Chiffon was curious. "What's the matter, Duke?" He replied, "What about Joshua?" Chiffon startled and exclaimed, "What, you mean?" "I was thinking, give Isellen to Joshua." "Duke, how could you do that? You gave Lady Isellen, who received blessings from heaven, to someone with an energy curse." There was a muffled call, "Master Joshua." Joshua stands alone in the middle of an ancient tower. In the northern garden of the ducal palace, there is an ancient stone. In my previous life, I often went there to feel close to my late mother. Joshua tried to climb up high and exclaimed, "Has it always been this high?" And there is also a secret path that I accidentally found. I remember it was around here. Joshua used his hand to hit the ground hard. He silently said, "This is where I found Lugia." Joshua raised his finger and bit it hard. Drops of blood slowly dripped to the ground. Immediately, a strange phenomenon appeared. Joshua confidently stepped inside that strange vortex. "If you go through there, you will reach a secret place. In the foreground is an ancient castle." Joshua walked inside, carefully observing everything around. He asked himself, "That's all, is it really the temple he saw in his previous life? The first time I saw this place, it wasn't destroyed at all." And inside the temple, in the middle of the pedestal, the Lugia was stuck there and chained. But There is only one iron bar. Where's Lugia? Joshua walked in front of a huge table. He proudly held up the iron stick. Right away. There was a mysterious force that pushed him away. Joshua was scared and quickly closed his eyes to feel. When that energy dissipated, he slowly opened his eyes, his expression confused. What? Suddenly Joshua's face looked panicked. He looked around in disbelief. This is where it is, it's an empty space. Suddenly a voice spoke up, over here. Joshua shouted in panic and asked, who are you? Looking at the iron bar in front of him, Joshua asked bewilderedly, the iron bar. Just now, as soon as he finished speaking, the iron bar answered, I am not the iron bar. I am the soul of the demon god, Lugia. Joshua exclaimed startled, of the demon god, you mean the demon god's treasure? You mean the Lugia of the past life is the soul of the demon god, moreover, it changed its shape. Damn, what is this? It can't be, it also changed after returning to the past with Mia? Lugia said quickly, we don't have time, you mean. As time passes, the two energies within him will corrode his body. There is only one method to stabilize the two energies within him and restore the power hidden within him. You should restore the power within you using a short-term method. With the current situation, you should meet the minimum requirement of level 4 magic spear. Magic teaches the ancient magic I once learned. With this method, I have found a way to cultivate mana, demonstrating a huge source of power. Integrant, the sword is said to be the strongest weapon. And the spear is often said to be a fragile weapon. However, the number of people who were able to fight and resist me in my previous life can be counted on the fingers of one hand. At that time, my magic teaching was at level 4. If we compare, a knight can show off his sword with the power of mana when he reaches level A, like a master who is an absolute individual. At level 8, my magic spear reached level 5, and I became the strongest knight in the empire. Level 4, also just one level lower, at an untested level 8 level. There are a few things I need to complete before that. It's not too difficult, but I don't have time. The problem is just that, with the current situation, mana farming can be very difficult. Lugia consoled, don't worry, I will be with you soon. You will be able to use as much mana as you want and there will be no consequences. Joshua wondered, was that really possible? Reconcile yourself, once you reach supreme power, and begin searching for a power different from mine. My goal will be, now there will be a fixed number next time. What, Lugia, what are you talking about? Hey, Lugia. As soon as he finished speaking, Lugia immediately disappeared. Returning to the castle building, he was still holding that iron bar tightly in his hand. Nothing is out of the ordinary. Looking at the iron bar made Joshua deep in thought. He thought that every time he was near Lugia, he could use some mana. The method of cultivating mana you will find somewhere on this continent, the only thing I have. Whether you may or may not summon it is at least enough to be able to withstand it. That's level 1 magic teaching. Joshua's eyes were full of enthusiasm. He enjoyed trying a few punches with the iron bar. Joshua exclaimed, I did it. Great, I can do it. To use level 11 spear magic, step 1, concentrates mana at a specific point. And stabbed forward with explosive power. This is just the beginning, Kaiser Van Britten, I will become stronger and take everything from you. Elsewhere, at Duke Anyus's mansion, in the reception room of Duke Anyus. Anyus's housekeeper called out. Duke Anyus has arrived. From outside, Anyus and Chiffon strutted in. Duke Anyus said, we have some strange guests. Cheryl replied, it's an honor to meet the Duke. Anyus said, say Rin, why are you so late? As soon as he finished speaking, Earl Cox, standing next to him, replied, it's my fault, Your Highness. Miss Cheryl is a bit impatient, so it took us quite a while to explain. Cheryl arrogantly replied, well, sorry about something. It's very nice to meet you even though you live in the capital, so meeting now is appropriate, right? Count Cox is a different character, the head of the Pontier family. All the money in this family must pass through his hands. He replied, it was an honor to hear that. Since you've apologized, then why don't you dedicate yourself to my family? Duke, it's been a long time since I've seen you, you're still as mean as ever. Why did you steal an important member of someone's family so nonchalantly? Duke Anyus laughed, so it's the Cheryl, the one who performed the ceremony. I wonder if it's the Cheryl I know. Cheryl expressed, I heard that Babel will become a knight of the highest rank, is that right? I was thinking when should I start recruiting a husband? Earl Cox reminded me that day, young lady, those words are too true, Worth. Then he bowed his head and apologized to the Duke. The young lady was still very immature. The Duke waved his hand. "It's okay, she's behaving according to her age, right?" Then he turned to the two Duke Rebecca's family and said, "Please forgive me. Poncel, I forgot you were here." Iseline, Count Pozel's daughter, greeted the Duke with dignity. "I am honored to meet the Duke." Cheryl was irritated when she saw Iseline's figure. "What? Why is she here?" Count Cox quickly reminded. "Princess, why are you behaving like that?" Cheryl suddenly laughed and told Joshua's story. "Oh yeah, I heard that the concubine's son defeated 3 soldiers. I don't know if that's true or not." Earl Cox panicked. "Princess, you have to be careful when talking." Cheryl blushed. "Is there something wrong with what I said? I'm just curious, so I asked." Cox tries his best to educate, if people ask about unconfirmed things. Chiffon interrupted Count Cox's words. "He was right, Princess Cheryl, it's just unconfirmed rumors. Not only that, Master Joshua was born with a weak body, he also had a mana curse." Cheryl was curious, "So why did he defeat those 3 soldiers?" Count Paz was surprised. "Really, Master Joshua has a mana curse?" Iseline just remained silent when hearing these news about her future husband. Ducanius asked the Count, "Pozel, you came at the right time, could you take care of that child for me?" Pozel was bewildered. "What?" Ducanius continued, "Aren't you training the 5th-rate magician class in the Empire? You are definitely more sensitive to mana than a knight like me. I hope you will take care of the child." Pozel pondered. "This is the time I need to score points with Ducanius." Pozel immediately agreed. "Yes, I will take care of him." Chiffon wondered and asked Ducanius, "Duke, I ventured to ask, I want to go and see if Master Joshua's condition is okay, before you leave the capital." The Duke frowned. "What do you mean?" Chiffon persuaded the Duke, "Shouldn't we confirm if Master Joshua is really suffering from the mana curse? We can confirm if the rumors are true." The Duke hesitated. "Chiffon, why do you have that intention?" Chiffon replied, "As long as it is determined, I will let the appropriate knight supervise him." The Duke was surprised. "Why did you even call a knight, just because of the 9-year-old boy?" Chiffon affirmed, "If he has the power as rumored, then it's best, we should prepare as soon as possible. I will assign someone suitable for this job." Chiffon is quite confident. "I'm sure you will be very satisfied with my choice." In Chiffon's office, he stomped his hand on the table, looking nervous. "Is Kane being summoned?" Chiffon said to Kane. "I received your report, Kane. You said there was a conflict." Righteous Kane replied, "Yes, sir." Chiffon with a stern face, "According to the law, you should have been brought to trial, right? Isn't that too hasty?" Kane confided, "Those people intentionally harmed the Duke's wife." Chiffon jumped up in surprise. "What did you say? Is what you said true?" Chiffon gritted her teeth in indignation. "How dare they do that to Vanessa?" Kane honestly corrected, "It wasn't Vanessa, it was Lucia Chiffon." Chiffon sighed and sat down. "So you're saying that those 2 soldiers were crippled by a maid?" Kane didn't seem happy to hear Chiffon's maid being called a maid. He said again, "Lady Lucia is also officially considered the Duke's wife, she's not someone that the common soldiers can touch." Kane said with determination, "The way they acted as if they were challenging and insulting the Duke, if I were them, I would gladly admit my guilt and accept the punishment." Chiffon sat quietly listening to Kane's words. "He seems to want to get this over with." "Okay, we'll get over this time, I have something for you to do." Kane is willing, "I'm ready to take orders." Chiffon sternly said to Kane, "Hey Kane, from today, you will serve Master Joshua." Kane was surprised. "What, fighting with Master Joshua?" Chiffon reaffirmed, "Yes, due to recent incidents we need to confirm whether Master Joshua is under the mana curse or not. He could be the one cursed by mana." Chiffon continued, "But the Duke did not accept that. If we continue like this, he will be the rock that stands in Master Babel's way." Kane doubts, "Do you think Master Babel will lose?" "He doesn't." Chiffon shouted, "Kane, don't talk nonsense, Master Babel is a unique genius." Chiffon sternly reminded Kane, "Do you think a person like Master Babel would dodge that rock that was in his way?" Kane remained silent and did not respond anymore. Kane has different thoughts about Joshua, the rock. That child in his eyes is like a meteorite piercing through the sky and crashing into the ground. Chiffon advised Kane, "Your fight with Master Joshua will be kept secret. Inject a small amount of mana into Joshua. If he is cursed by mana, then his body will not accept mana. And mana is like a poison to a man cursed with mana. If mana flows into his body, it is guaranteed that he cannot live more than 10 days. Cain felt incredible about Chiffon. I knew he was on Master Babel's side, but I couldn't believe he would do something like that. Chiffon told Cain, "If you understand what I'm saying, then wait at the training ground, the Duke and Earl will be there." "Yes sir," Cain replied. Cain quickly moved to the training ground. He reached out and pulled out a sword. Cain's heart was heavy with thoughts. Even if it was a direct order from above, I didn't want to harm Master Joshua, because I had decided to protect him. While he was lost in thought, Joshua came over. Joshua greeted him. "You are Cain, right?" "Hello Master," Cain greeted back. Joshua was very curious and asked Cain again, "I heard you will be my opponent." Cain respectfully replied, "Yes, it seems the Duke wants me to have a battle with you, to test your abilities." Joshua wasn't worried at all, he was quite excited. "Was that all? Did the Duke let you do that?" Joshua was calculating in his heart. It seemed like he realized he wouldn't use his full strength. "Okay, I accept it all." Cain expressed his assurance to Joshua, "You don't need to worry, because I have no intention of fighting with you." Joshua was bewildered. "He has no intention of fighting with me." Joshua doesn't believe it. "That's ridiculous, are you looking down on me?" Cain stammered, "Master, that's because." Joshua confidently said to Cain, "Although you choose the right master you want to serve, but so do I. I also have standards to choose who serves me. And I have no reason to choose someone with such weak and trivial thoughts." Cain was awakened by Joshua's words. Joshua has hope in Cain. "If you want to see who I really am, then do your best, draw your sword and fight hard." While Joshua was doing ideological work for Cain, just as Duke Anyus and 2 earls and 2 princesses arrived, the Duke asked the 2 of you, "It seems you are both here, you both introduced ourselves together yet?" Cain bowed respectfully, honored to meet the Duke. Looking at Joshua's attitude of not greeting the Duke, Chiffon silently assessed, he was still as rude to Duke Anyus as usual. Then, Joshua bowed. Joshua von Anyus was honored to meet the Duke. Duke Anyus was a little surprised. "I don't remember teaching you etiquette, but you did very well." Chiffon was surprised. Joshua responded to the Duke's compliment, "I just learned from someone else." The Duke asked Joshua, "So have you heard?" Joshua replied, "Yes, you will test my strength." Chiffon walked closer to Joshua and said to him, "Master Joshua, there seems to be a bit of a misunderstanding. This is not a test, the Duke is just taking care of you, we are only doing this to find out your poor skills to have a suitable practice plan." Joshua knew it in his heart, he just wanted to find out his weakness. This bastard is on Babel's side, that's why he wanted to take advantage of the test to kill me. Duke Anyus asked Cain, "Are you ready?" Cain said loudly, "Ready, please take orders from him." "But there is a turning point here," Duke Anyus announced in a low voice. "Cain, it seems you have a bit of a misunderstanding, the one fighting Joshua is not you, but Babel." Babel strutted to the training ground. "I, Joshua's brother, will help him as much as possible." Babel gave Joshua a venomous look with the hidden greeting, "My beloved brother." When Joshua saw this name, his anger rose and he cursed him in his heart. 6 Duke Anyus made it clear for everyone to understand, because this is a test match, we will not use real swords, instead we will use wooden swords in practice. Babel excitedly drew his sword. "Yes." He gave the sword to Joshua and teased Joshua, "I don't think the match needs to be so tense." Joshua silently made up his mind, "Babel, Chiffon, you all wanted me to die so you created such a scene, but it's not that easy. Joshua is confident, so I will show you my performance." Joshua held the wooden stick and stepped forward. His attitude made both the Duke and Chiffon a bit surprised. Joshua held the Lugia stick forward and announced, "I only need this." Cheryl sneered, "He really has a sense of humor." Earl Cox next to him quickly reminded Cheryl of her slip of the tongue. "Princess Cheryl, why did she say that?" "Chiffon is serious, this is not something to joke about. What are you going to do with that wooden stick?" Duke Anyus stopped Chiffon from talking. He asked Joshua again, "Are you really serious?" Joshua affirmed, "Yes." Duke Anyus also realized there was a difference in Joshua, he remained silent and did not say more. After thinking for a while, he also agreed to let Joshua use the wooden stick. He ordered Chiffon, "Okay, take the guests to their seats." Chiffon had to obey, "Yes, I understand." Before the match, the Duke reminded Babel, "There's nothing more to say, Babel, you can't use mana." Babel is already fighting hard, he quickly replied, "You don't need to worry." He thought to himself, fighting this brat and having to use mana, what a waste. Cain stood to the side, looking suspiciously at Joshua. Master Joshua, what are you thinking? When everyone had moved to a sitting position far away from the training ground, Babel scorned Joshua. Do you think you can block my sword with just that wooden stick? Well, I think you are suitable for the role of a dung collector. Better horse, you trash. When both sides were ready, Deucanius shouted, let's begin. Babel began to dance in front of Joshua, but Babel was almost hit directly in the face by Joshua's wooden stick. Babel now looks like he's no longer disdainful. It starts with thousands of questions about why it is like that. Babel is determined not to lose. His tone mocks Joshua. It seems like you learned a trick to play tricks on me. Do you think you can outsmart me? Joshua did not flinch when confronting Babel. He understood him well. Even though he was a sea-level knight, he was only speedy and his mind was immature. With a wooden stick, Joshua easily stopped and even fought back against Babel. Babel was angry when he was hit on the arm. You bastard, how dare you? He was angry and rushed forward. A child of a concubine dares to challenge me, how dare you? Before Babel could hit anyone, Joshua thrust the tip of the wooden stick into the center of his chest. Joshua's hands were steady, his expression on the contrary was a disparagement for Babel. Babel was beaten to a pulp and was still cursing Joshua, how dare you scum like you? Seeing that Babel had not yet fallen down, Joshua exclaimed, you endured well Babel. Joshua thought about the plan, now continuing to keep his distance. Suddenly Joshua's eyes were surprised. Babel didn't listen to the Duke anymore, he used up all his mana. He shouted, you should go back to where you belong. Everyone was panicking. What about mana? At that distance, it's dangerous. Deucanius was startled and shouted loudly to stop Babel. Babel quickly stopped. Babel refused to listen to any objections, and the training ground erupted in an explosion. Deucanius turned his eyes to the training ground to watch the results. The broken wooden sword flew out, but Babel still stood there. And there was Joshua, he was unharmed. He firmly grasped the wooden stick and stabbed it straight at Babel's position. Count Izan was surprised. What is going on? That flow of mana. Babel was furious. What a lie, this bastard, does he really have mana? Babel thought about his father's wishes and now felt pressured. The Duke told him, I will wait for your results, right now. Babel felt like he was cheated, he couldn't believe it. He went crazy, rushed forward and wanted to kill Joshua. I will not accept someone like you, the heir must be me. Joshua gained his past life memories and realized that, 10 years later, the dukedom would disappear after the empire's civil war. Joshua also moved forward to receive Babel's move. He was still calculating in his head, if from now on I had support from behind, this would help my plan go a few steps further. Joshua has decided, I have to get this Duke position. Seeing that the situation was too dangerous, Deucanius stood up and ordered him to stop. Cheryl's ears were deafened by the battle, she held her ears and cried out in discomfort. Cold Deucanius, I won't forgive you if you keep fighting like that. Babel looked at Joshua with anger rising. Shaphan witnessed everything, he was not happy to see Joshua's power, it was impossible, he was only 9 years old and had such a terrible amount of mana, this would make the world go crazy. The Duke looked up at Shaphan and asked, come on Shaphan, is that enough? Shaphan was startled, yes, yes. Shaphan still stubbornly finds a reason to lower Joshua, however, I have never seen this type of mana. Count Izan also added information, my lord, according to my observations, this is definitely mana. Izan thoughtfully added, looking at the amount of mana that Master Joshua possesses, it must be much more than Master Babel, that is a type of mana that I have never seen, the highlight of this type of mana. Nosy Cheryl interrupted Count Izan's words, wow, so he's a magician. Cain was quite surprised at Joshua's power, this horror is so scary. Deucanius's attention to Joshua, who is only 9 years old, is so interesting. Shaphan is intentionally making things difficult, but my lord, that flow of mana. Deucanius interrupted him, Shaphan, do you have anything else to say? Shaphan trembles, no, sir. The Duke approached Joshua and ordered him, Joshua, I have something to ask you, come to my room tonight. Shaphan was surprised, Babel is no less. He was extremely bitter, his father never called anyone into his room. Babel was so angry that he trembled and looked at Joshua, but that bastard, just a guy who scooped up horse manure, was given special permission to do that. Joshua agreed with the Duke's order, I understand, I will come to see you tonight, Deucanius. So the match between Joshua and Babel is over, back to the princess's living room. Princess Cheryl is jumping up and down with joy, isn't it great, really great, Earl Cox is so tired of this girl. Please calm down, princess, please keep your integrity. Cheryl is full of praise for Joshua. I can't believe he's only 9 years old and he's already a magician. Isn't that unbelievable? Cheryl quickly made a decision. Okay, I've decided. Count Cox doesn't understand. What is the decision? Cheerful Cheryl, the son of a concubine. Cheryl's ambition. Joshua, is his name right? He will be mine. 6. The dramatic events have passed and of course Chiffon must quickly find Vanessa's room. With Vanessa's personality, she slapped Chiffon in the face when she heard the news that her son lost to Joshua. She snorted, Chiffon, you say it again. What's wrong with Babel? Chiffon replied with a trembling voice, Master Babel lost to Joshua. Vanessa gritted her teeth angrily. She could hardly believe it. How could she do it? To release her anger, Vanessa repeatedly slapped Chiffon's face. She was extremely confused. That kid knows how to use mana, and is even stronger than Babel. How is that possible? Vanessa tried to calm down to ask Chiffon, and what did he say? Chiffon respectfully replied, it seems he will bring Joshua to the capital. Vanessa was surprised. To a party? Chiffon honestly judged, because he witnessed what Joshua could do, he observed him. Chiffon quickly advised Vanessa, no matter what, things will get worse if we don't act quickly. Vanessa still blamed Chiffon. If you complete the task well, then everything will go away. Come to this country. Even though Chiffon is a bit nervous, it also shows determination. Please don't worry, Lady Vanessa, I will definitely take care of everything well. Vanessa is skeptical, so what's going on? Chiffon expressed, although this is my thought, it seems that Dukanius is trying to inform the king that Joshua is a C-ranked mana user. Vanessa doubts, do you still think he will do it? Chiffon affirmed, not only the Duke witnessed it with his own eyes, but also the 2 earls witnessed it. Even if he couldn't use mana, they still put him through this test. Vanessa was surprised. What is the test? Chiffon recounted the battle at that time. It was true, to be recognized as a Knight C. was forced to fight one of the royal knights and showed that he could use mana on the battlefield. Vanessa's face brightened a bit when she heard this. Is that so? That kid has to fight with the royal knight. Oh my god, I need to call your uncle. Keeping his promise, Joshua went to Duke Agnes and knocked on his door. He spoke up to announce his arrival. It's me, it's Joshua, the Duke replied, come in. Joshua pushed the door open and saw the Duke waiting for him. Joshua respectfully bowed, please call me. The Duke frowned again and looked at Joshua, confused, and asked him, who are you? Joshua stood still, a little stunned, then slowly replied, I am. He boldly looked straight at the Duke, Joshua Pononius. Serious Duke, okay, it seems you've changed a lot since the last time I saw you. Joshua added, it's been a long time since then. The Duke asked him kindly, do you have prejudice against me? Joshua confidently replied, no, Duke, because you have to worry about the royal family, so it's obvious that you can't care about me, course. Speaking of this, Joshua stood up and made a request. However, I have a request. Dukanius was bewildered, asking, an apology. Joshua dismissed it. It's not that useless thing. Joshua realized in his heart that in this cruel world, all apologies have no effect. Joshua boldly said, that's what you brought me to the capital. The Duke did not immediately agree. He instead wanted to see Joshua's bravery. Are you sure I will take you to the capital? Joshua is strong. Sure, the Duke asked again. So why do you think so? Joshua now calmly explained, there are 2 reasons. One is because Babel is your next successor, but I appeared to influence this matter. I think the best way to prevent family conflicts is sending me to another place. After hearing this, the Duke felt a bit regretful. I see, the boy not only possesses martial arts talent, if only I could have trained him sooner. Joshua is still continuing to explain, and the other reason is that you want to possess me, who can be of great benefit, if I can grow beyond you. The Anyus family will rise again. The more Joshua spoke, the more directly he hit the Duke's heart. The key point was that even the royal family couldn't get involved in this matter. After hearing this, Dukanius somewhat acknowledged Joshua, I understand, being able to say those words, you probably know that you possess some ability. Joshua is steadfast, I just know I won't let you down. Dukanius fell into contemplation, very impressed, very confident even though he was standing in front of me. He asked a little more, do you mean you have found a way to solve the problem? Joshua definitely, yes, it was to take me to Akarti, and send me to the academy. During this era, the royal children of the Avalon Empire, from the ages of 10 to 15, had to attend the academy in the capital for 6 years. Some like Babel would graduate early. Why royal families use academies as a method of instilling royal ideology in their children, and at the same time finding hidden talents. Dukonius probes Joshua, so as you said, I will take you to the capital with me, at the same time, I will visit often because the place I work is nearby, huh? Joshua paused for a few seconds to think, being taught swordsmanship by Dukonius, one of the 5 masters, this was his chance but then Joshua confidently replied, everything will be fine. The Duke doubted, is it okay? Joshua added, I know you are a master of the long sword but I. Joshua boldly pointed towards the spear sword and said, I will use the spear sword as my main weapon. Dukonius was startled, huh, dear, the Duke is confused, I was worried when he chose the stick in the fight. The Duke wondered why it was a spear. As he spoke, the Duke poured mana towards Joshua. Joshua was surprised while trying to defend himself and struggling to find a response plan. A large amount of mana was being emitted, he couldn't stand. Joshua quickly regained his composure, but just like Dukonius was confident in his swordsmanship, I was also proud that my spearmanship was unmatched. Joshua shouted, I will let you taste my spear, even if it means I will have to face the 9 stars. The Duke was surprised, you said you would defeat the 9 stars, then prove that your spear is valid. Joshua is confused, what does it mean? Stern Duke, I will examine you myself. Before this great challenge, Joshua did not hesitate at all, he felt excited, Dukonius was one of the 9 stars, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Dukonius asked again, are you satisfied? Joshua hasn't stopped yet, yes but there is still a condition, another condition. The Duke was curious, Joshua started giving conditions. If I pass your test, I hope you accept the request I mentioned before. Dukonius quite comfortably agreed, okay, if you pass the test, not only can you use the spear, I promise to fulfill all your requests. The Duke also made the opposite request, however, if you fail the test then you must listen to my request. Joshua didn't have much in mind, his request was definitely to go to the academy and learn swordsmanship. Joshua excitedly agreed, I agreed, that's what he said but Joshua's heart didn't want that, there was no such thing, because I will show everything I have. On Vanessa's side, she was preparing some mysterious and dangerous magic ball. Chiffon received orders from Vanessa and just completed her mission. Lady Vanessa, I have prepared everything. Vanessa is quite satisfied, okay. She hinted, long time no see, is everything okay? She was secretly meeting with a character, she said hello, it's been a long time, is everything okay? The man appearing through the sphere happily replied, of course, I'm enjoying myself very much here, luxurious palace, how is the Duke's side? Vanessa started asking for help, actually something happened here, and I wanted to ask for your help. The negotiation ended, Joshua opened the door and left the place where the Duke had arranged to meet him. He calmed down and evaluated himself. As I expected, the person who reached the ultimate realm is amazing, my body is still shaking a bit. While thinking about it, Babel came over with a frown, hey Joshua, come out and see me. Joshua doesn't want to talk to this guy, do I have something to tell you? Joshua leaves but Babel stops him, wait. Babel wants revenge, fight me again. Babel's mouth is big but he already noticed something different about Joshua, his eyes are different from usual. His soul, his enthusiasm was reflected in his eyes, he didn't want to let himself lose again. Joshua is confident, are you sure? Scene changes to the king's palace, Kaltika Palace. After hearing the news about Joshua, the king exclaimed. Really? He praised Joshua, a shining talent in the Star Onus family. Jacqueline reaffirmed, yes that's right, the king couldn't help but exclaim, does Vanessa have a child like that? King Marcus was surprised, what, could it be the child of a concubine? Jacqueline had to tell the truth, it could be said that he was the child of a family servant. When the king heard this, he was very interested, it was very interesting. The king must respect Dukonius, Babel alone is like a diamond in a pile of gravel, but it seems that Dukonius owns 2 diamonds at the same time, so enviable. Jacqueline pleases the king, the princess also has a talent that resonates throughout the country, sir, the king sighed, that is not true. King Marcus is a bit sad, recently there have been some people who inherited the king's talents, but considering the skills they possess, they couldn't be weaker. The king is ruining them, the current princes are quite talented, but the king places too high demands on them, conditions that are difficult to achieve. Because of that, the king's demands on talent were quite excessive. Marcus frowned and assessed, yes, if Ducanius did not hide his second son, then his skills could be on par with Babel. Jacqueline added more news. Actually, there was a rumor that Babel was defeated by that kid. The king was shocked. What, was defeated? That kid was bigger than Babel. Jacqueline replied, he is only 9 years old. The king stood still in disbelief. A child only 9 years old had a talent that made the entire empire admire him. The king couldn't hide his laughter. It was so interesting, so we have to confirm it quickly. Jacqueline agreed, yes, that's true. Maybe this is the plan of Ducanius's family, requested to send soldiers to the royal family. Jacqueline carefully evaluates Joshua. I think that kid is at the level of a knight. The king became more and more curious. Had he been granted a rank since he was 9 years old? That was truly a good thing. I was curious, how strong was he? Jacqueline thought to himself, the emperor wouldn't personally test the energy of a 9-year-old boy, soon he would have unimaginable power in his hands. Jacqueline stopped the king, you don't need to waste your energy to take care of such things. The king reluctantly did it. I also wanted to come, but that would be too humiliating, I couldn't do it. As if a dog was waiting with its eyes wide open for food to appear, the king also wants to wait until the end. Anyway, send one of the princes there. Having an eye for choosing people is one of the talents a king should have. On the other side, Joshua is fighting with Babel according to Babel's challenge, and the king here is full of contemplation. It depends on how to choose what he wants to eat from the dishes we have prepared. The more Joshua fought, the more determined he became. He did not want to lose to the bad guy Babel. Babel is struggling to defend against Joshua's attacks. Babel cannot decipher the power in Joshua. The mana gathered in that punch, is this guy that strong? Joshua kindly reminded Babel, I can guess what you're thinking, control your emotions. Confident Joshua, I will show you what is the technical fear you are mocking. Babel fear, what? Babel tries to save his face, don't underestimate me. Babel swung his sword and passed over Joshua's head. Joshua gently responded, flashing light. This response sent Babel flying and falling backwards. Babel is panicking. Is he focusing his mana on just one part of his body? Babel was scared and frantically trying to find a solution. I didn't want to admit defeat, but this kid was really stronger than me. Joshua approached the place where Babel was lying flat. Not satisfied, Joshua encouraged General Babel, then become stronger. Never forget today, after receiving a punch from someone you've always despised. Right now I just want to end your life. Babel was weak and bitter but could only stay silent and listen to Joshua blame, insult and trample on me and my mother. Joshua was helpless and had to let it go, but I only let it go this time because, in my eyes, you also have that ability, if you don't change that damn attitude. Joshua pinned his words to Babel, I will make you unable to hold a sword for the rest of your life. Babel was trembling in fear. Joshua left but didn't forget to give a warning, and don't forget today's match. Babel cried all the time, he was so angry, he could only swear in anger. The next day at the Anu's palace. Joshua woke up after a tiring day, so tired, it seemed like he used too much mana yesterday. Joshua looked at his fist, even though I was able to control mana after absorbing Lugia, I still had to suffer the side effects, couldn't my body handle it? Just then there was a knock on the door. Joshua thought, did Cain come so early? Joshua quickly opened the door, you came earlier than I thought. But it was Cheryl, not Cain, who came. Cheryl was surprisingly polite when she asked Joshua, hello, you are Joshua Punanius, right? Joshua was confused, who are you? Cheryl happily introduced herself, I'm Cheryl de Pontier, I'm from the Duc Pontier family. I heard you're 3 years younger than me, so how should I address you? Cheryl cheerfully added, you can call me sister if you want, it's not convenient for us to stand here and talk, or should we go inside and talk? I have a lot of curious things about you. Cheryl was about to rush into Joshua's room, but Joshua blocked her door. Hey! Joshua leaned into Cheryl's ear and coldly chased her away. Quick as lightning, Joshua slammed the door shut, leaving Cheryl standing outside stunned. Joshua nervously walked into the room with an uncomfortable attitude, what's going on? It's only early in the morning. Before he could get on the bed, there was a knock on the door. Joshua guessed it was Cheryl, hasn't she left yet, or am I ignoring her? But the knocking on the door still rang out. Joshua was upset, she didn't understand human language. Joshua put on an annoyed attitude and opened the door. He shouted loudly, I told you to go away, but this time the person who came was Cain. Cain was also startled and didn't understand what was going on. Cain asked confusedly, "Master, are you busy? I'll come back later." Joshua replied softly, "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else." Joshua asked the situation, "Anyway, how is it going?" Cain seemed very thoughtful. "I'm all prepared." Cain wondered and wanted to ask more, but I still didn't understand why he did that. Joshua doesn't give a clear answer. "You just need to listen to what I say. When the time is ripe, you will know." Cain. Right now in the training hall of Anu's palace, students are flocking here following the summons. The two talkative guys, as soon as they saw Rolls, asked him curiously, "Hey, Rolls, where did you sell Gordon Whip? I heard that those two guys were knocked out, is that true?" Rolls ignored him and didn't answer. The guy with curly blonde hair was upset. "Look at you, who stole your rice book?" The other guy started to question. "Those guys bullied Joshua, are they infected from isn't the kid?" The long-haired guy didn't stop, "But anyway, who is the one who gathered the knights here?" The curly blonde replied, "I heard he is a knight from red blood, so today's training must be difficult. This is very difficult." As soon as he finished speaking, Cain loudly announced, "Pay attention." Cain and Joshua bravely arrived. The knights below were in a stir. Knight Cain from the red blood had arrived. What, that boy was Joshua? When Rawls saw Joshua coming, he trembled. "Why did Master Joshua come here?" Cain sternly told the knights, "Today's training session will be led by Master Joshua, he will help everyone." Joshua now speaks up strongly, "I am Joshua Van Onus, and I have been given the task of training all of you." The knights were stunned, not understanding what was going on. Joshua added, "The knights standing here may later become commanders leading the defense team. To achieve that, skill is the most important thing." Joshua said solemnly, "That's why, today I will personally test and evaluate your strength. All of you go up at once." The knights looked down on Joshua. They laughed. "What, are you sure, Master? You're joking, right?" Cain leaned closer to Joshua and whispered to express his concern, "Do you really have to do that, Master? Even if you are their master, fighting with a knight is a bit much." The long-haired knight agreed with Cain. "He was right, Master, if this continues you might get hurt." The blonde hair next to him responded, "Yes, even though you are a master, but do that is an insult to the knights here." Without many words, Joshua pulled out his spear. He heroically walked down the steps, preparing to lecture the knights. Joshua pointed his spear straight at Rawls standing behind those two talkative guys. "Do you really think like that?" Rawls is scared. What? Rawls turned pale in fear and stammered in response, "No. Of course I never had that thought." Joshua shouted at him, "Shut up, after seeing the reaction of the knights here, it seems you still haven't said the words I told them, right?" Rawls quickly bowed his head and asked for forgiveness. "I am truly sorry, please forgive me, Master." Joshua stabbed the spear hard into the ground right in front of Rawls. He didn't want to forgive this guy anymore. "Last time we let it go, but this time don't try." Joshua strongly accused Rawls and the other two Gort whips. "The crime of threatening my mother was enough for you to escape, but I let it go and gave you another chance, but you let the golden opportunity slip away. There, you want your life to end like Gordon Whip, right?" The two guys suddenly seemed to understand everything. Maybe that was the reason why Gordon Whip weren't here. Did they really die at the hands of Master Joshua? Rawls sincerely begged, "Please give me another chance, Master Joshua, I beg you." Joshua replied solemnly, "There is no way to give a second chance, but for the pride of a knight Duke Anus's house, I will give you one more chance." Joshua ordered him, "Draw your sword. If you win against me, I will pretend I don't know everything today." Rawls pondered, "Yes, if I die that way, I will fight with all my might." Thinking about it, Rawls grabbed the hilt of his sword. He had a low opinion of Joshua. "The enemy is still a child, I still have a chance to win." Rawls quickly rushed forward with his sword. Joshua was quite satisfied with Rawls's fighting attitude. But it was clear that Rawls was no match for Joshua. The master raised his sword and gently fought back. A few basic spears are enough to surprise everyone present at the training ground. No wonder, Rawls failed miserably at Joshua's spear. The knight who initially despised Joshua, is now a bit shy. Can he use mana? After solving the problem, Joshua shouted loudly, "Listen, judging their abilities based on their appearance, that is your serious mistake on the battlefield." Joshua bravely asked the knights, "Those who still doubt my strength, go ahead, I am ready to fight." Faced with Joshua's majestic attitude and ability, the second and third knights advanced. He knelt down in front of Joshua. He was respectful. The second and third knight was happy to see Master Joshua. Seeing that, the remaining knights also quickly surrendered. The 35th knight was happy to meet Master Joshua, the 13th knight was happy to meet Master, and that was the 3rd knight. Even if it's 6, I'll ask for an audience. Cain stood behind, looking full of pride and appreciation at Joshua. Cain couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. He really did it. My master, from now on I will do my best to support you. The scene changes to the guest room, specifically Cheryl's room, where she is sitting sullenly. Cheryl remembered Joshua's strong and loving attitude and felt nostalgic for him. While feeling melancholy, the old earl excitedly rushed in to announce, "Princess Cheryl, I have urgent news. I heard that the royal knights will be here soon." Cheryl is now sad because of love, so she doesn't care about the other knights anymore. "You chase Count Cox away, I told you to leave me alone." The count didn't know what was going on, so he kindly asked her, "Princess, is there something bothering you? From this morning until now you look like you're worried about something. Is there something wrong?" Cheryl angrily shouted, "Go away, leave me alone. Have you forgotten my instructions?" Earl Cox was stunned. "Yes, I forgot my boss's instructions." Cheryl reminded the count, "Don't forget the purpose of coming here." After listening, Cox quickly left. "It's my fault, I'll go to work right away." As soon as Cox closed the door to leave, Cheryl quickly became somber. It was so heartbreaking. The news of Joshua's punishment of Rawls reached the Duke's ears. Duke Anyus was unhappy and asked Joshua's crime. "Did you punish a knight?" Joshua frankly admitted, "Yes, that's true. You know it well, Duke." Joshua added the reason, "Those knights slandered and insulted my mother. I followed the law and punished them for daring to insult a noble family." Duke Anyus thought to himself, "I also understand this. If I were in that position, I would have directly cut off that guy's head with my sword." But outside his words he blamed Joshua. What a shame. Joshua quite lost his temper. "Are you thinking that this is a temporary action of a teenager who doesn't know how to control his emotions, right?" Duke Anyus was a bit startled by what he said, so he was a bit startled. "What do you mean, huh?" Joshua began to speak. "Just a few days ago, I was still a boy living in the stables collecting manure every day. Even if you say I have gained skills beyond imagination, I have your trust, also very difficult." Duke Anyus asked again, "So what?" Joshua forcefully told them the solution, overwhelming the power by instilling fear in their hearts. He affirmed that his way was correct, then they would never dare to threaten me or my mother again, and I was sure that all the knights would see that I also had the blood of a duke. Duke Anyus nodded. "I understand what you mean." He stood up and prepared to take Joshua with him to leave. "Now put that aside and get ready to go, we will evaluate your mana. The royal knight should be arriving soon. You must have heard the news already." "Joshua is ready." "Yes, I will go prepare." "Knight Armstrong's sleeve badge is here." The knight couldn't help but exclaim, "This is so interesting. Our duke is truly lucky, to have two sons who are both young knights of the first rank." Chiffon cheekily replied to the golden-maned commander, "After all, what's so good about one of them being a concubine's child?" Commander Armstrong's yellow mane caught Chiffon's heart. "You are afraid that your position will be shaken when you see Master Bob and being defeated by Master Joshua, right? Where did you hear that stuff?" While the two of them were arguing, Duke Anyus and Joshua came. The Duke scolded the two. "The royal knight is coming, can you still stand there arguing?" The two knights quickly bowed to the Duke and greeted him respectfully. Armstrong stared at Joshua and took a look at him. "Is this Master Joshua? He looks a bit weak." Very quickly Joshua realized the royal knights had arrived. They were here. Armstrong looked over with surprise. "What? A large number of royal people are coming." Chiffon couldn't help but be surprised. Who else was coming here? Why did the royal knight bring a whole battalion here? Some prominent royal figure was stepping down from the palanquin. The fourth Prince Kaiser stepped down to say hello. "So this is Duke Anyus, one of the 9 stars." Duke Anyus was surprised. "He is, the fourth prince." This name rang out. Joshua immediately pinned the name of this enemy from his previous life, the fourth Prince Kaiser van Britain, not expecting this day to come so soon. On the other side, a knight is being attacked. He begged tremblingly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Joker, please stop." Joker didn't listen to what this guy said. He coldly swung his sword and slashed again. Joker looked extremely disdainful. "A weak person like you wants to challenge me." Just after finishing dealing with the challenging knight, someone came up and said to Joker, "I knew you would be here." This person said to Joker, "If you keep bullying newcomers like that, who would dare to join the Royal Knights anymore?" Joker reasoned, "I can't stand by and watch them act like knights, just because they could use a bit of mana." Joker warmly asked back, "But why are you here?" The other replied, "There is some task from Sir Vanessa, you must undertake it." The awkward atmosphere of the meeting between Ducanius and the four princes of the Kaiser was overwhelming. The Joker who previously received the quest is now pinned to Joshua, so I just need to make sure that that guy, Joshua, will never be able to hold a sword again. The fourth Prince Kaiser looked at Joshua happily. I guess he was the rumored Master Joshua. Joshua looked at Kaiser. Kaiser, that bastard. Evergrande saw Joshua not answering and reminded him, "Master Joshua, please review your attitude, you are in the presence of a prince." Joshua smiled contemptuously and replied, "There cannot be two suns in the Empire's sky. Unlike what you said, the only person the knight shows respect to without needing to be reminded is the Emperor." Stop. Is there any reason for me to pay attention to the prince, whose identity is unclear? Baldong led the knights. He drew his sword and advanced. The knights moved forward. He did not forget to taunt Joshua, "It seems like this boy can't control himself anymore." Baldong raised his voice, openly provoked and slandered Joshua, "You are just an illegitimate son collecting horse manure. Did you fall into the manure bin and become crazy?" Seeing that Balmong was about to advance to attack Joshua, the Golden Mane Commander Armstrong also went up to stop him. Baldong reminded Joshua, "I would understand if he was Ducanius, but why do you have to defend a lowly person like him?" Armstrong explains, "Master Joshua is part of the Anius family." Ducanius could not bear it any longer. He approached and scolded the two knights, "You are in the presence of the prince, do you want to die?" Balmong immediately became speechless. He felt a little scared. It was one of the 9 stars, Anius, this terrible pressure. Ducanius seriously reminded Joshua, "You are the one who misbehaved. Apologize immediately to the fourth prince." The fourth Prince Kaiser spoke up, "It's okay, he said it right." That reaction surprised the Evergrande next to him. Evergrande worriedly told the Kaiser, "This is an event where everyone will pay attention to you. If things go bad because of this, the royal family might lose its authority." The Kaiser also made a pretty good argument. "I was only ridiculed because of my own pride and just because I was the fourth prince, an incompetent person." Kaiser approached Joshua with a warm attitude, and just as he said, the only person worthy of being respected by the knights was, he walked closer to Joshua and spoke loudly. "It's just the Emperor, I'm fine, so please don't pay attention to the knights just now." The Kaiser with a fake face smiled and added, "In addition, knights should prove that they can protect others within their ability. I'm sure he only knows nonsense, he only talks, cannot do anything." Joshua now understands Kaiser too well. As always, he uses words to turn the situation around, but that's what he can do. In this life everything will change. Joshua silently made up his mind, "I will cut off your head, that is the best thing for you." Joshua also approached with a more peaceful attitude, "I am always ready." Joker didn't want to calm down. He loudly scolded Joshua, "You arrogant person, did you still treat the prince rudely until the end?" Joker wants a chance to kill Joshua. He proposes to the Kaiser, "Prince, I may be overstepping my authority to request this, but I want to evaluate the mana energy with a duel. I want to eyewitness the skill that made him able to act like that." The Kaiser also happily agreed, "For your safety as well as to be fair to me, Mr. Joker, who is at B level is probably more suitable for him." Joker is very excited to achieve the concept. "Thank you, in this case I will do a good job of assessing Master Joshua's mana." So both sides agreed to this test match, all eyes focused on watching the match. Joshua and Joker are ready on the training ground of the Anius family. Joker scolded Joshua, "Now you're still trying to trick everyone around you, Steel Bar, you think this is a game?" Moral Joker Joshua, you look down on others just because everyone around you says you have a little talent, you still dare to insult the prince and the royal orders. Joshua is no slouch, I said back to him, "You really talk a lot, I guess the royal knight was chosen for his speaking talent." Joker smiled meaningfully, "I will make you regret what you said, you know how the contest will go. You will fight with me and I will decide if you can use mana or not." Without saying much, Joshua quickly pushed the tip of the spear towards the Joker's face. Startled him a bit, he tried his best to fend off Joshua's attack. He couldn't believe it and was also surprised, this mana energy was extremely large. But then the Joker brushed aside the danger, he counterattacked, "Even so it's no different than a toy, I just need to shorten the distance and I can finish you off." Joshua was secretly happy. Most people when fighting with me thought they could attack when closing the distance, but I overcame that weakness through long training. The Joker was really wrong, and now the tip of the spear is being thrown above the Joker's head, making him struggle to defend. Joshua fought harder and harder. He continuously flexibly controlled his spear, making the opponent unable to react in time. But Joker is more or less B rank, so he's not dangerous at all. He can still block and escape danger. Kaiser, who was outside watching the match, had to praise Joshua. Impressive. Think he fights on par with a calf level knight at this age. Baldong thinks differently. Prince, it seems that way, but Joker is limiting his abilities to level C. But clearly Baldong saw talent in Joshua. His mana cannot be underestimated. Joshua has the advantage in technique. What is that technique? I have never seen it before. Under the training ground, Joker was still spinning around and blocking attacks from Joshua. He noticed instability. If this continued, the match would be over. He is worried. If that happens, Sir Vanessa will behead me. I have no choice. I can only bet here. Hiya. Joshua also doesn't underestimate the opponent's ability. As expected at level B, he is completely on a different level than Babel. His mana is getting more and more difficult to control. His strength and mana are about to reach the limit. Joker suddenly roared and swung a powerful attack at Joshua. He was sure that he would win. He remembered his achievements. The only person who could beat him up until now was only Anyus, but I was faster at this range. The sword was swung and it was unclear what Joshua's condition was. Will he be able to survive? Joshua indeed vomited blood. The move was after all quite powerful, coming from a higher level position. Armstrong is worried. Sir, Joker's mana has exceeded level B. Master Joshua is in danger. Duke Anyus remained calm, waiting and watching. The Joker was victorious and charged again. It seemed like you only focused your mana and didn't fight it, but this time it won't be effective. Joshua in his spear in defense. Joker already knew that mana was put into the spear. He was proud. It was useless, accumulating your mana into that spear. Balmong outside saw the dangerous situation and shouted to stop him. Joker, what are you doing? Stop immediately. Joker ignored Baldong's screams to stop him. Joshua's side was in danger and Joker's attack was very strong. Duke Anyus held his breath waiting for the results. Balmong covered the four princes with one hand to avoid being affected, while the other looked surprised. How could this happen? Joker was pushed back and drifted away. He was very confused. I was pushed back. Joker gritted his teeth in anger. What the hell just happened? Joshua remained steady and his spear evolved. Joshua held the Lugia spear tightly in his hand, looking forward nervously. That skill, it seems like it's level B. If this continues, I'll lose. Joker continued to rush forward contemptuously, saying, it was useless, trying to accumulate mana into that bar. The collision between a level mana and the low-level sword skill, he will receive huge damage after the shock just now, and with that, his mission will be completed. Joshua gritted his teeth with determination. With my current condition, this will be very difficult, but I have no choice. Listen to my orders. Lugia. The iron bar immediately emitted bright light. Not knowing what happened, the whole room suddenly became quiet. After the beam of light, Tauntaun transformed back into the shape of the Lugia spear from before. Chiffon gasped, that was an artifact. The Kaiser also smiled with excitement. He spoke up and said, Mr. Balmong, did such a fight satisfy you? Although he still has a long way to go, I can say that his skills are very impressive. Balmong put his hand on his chest and bowed his head and replied, yes, I understand. Joshua on the other side spoke tiredly, how is it? Joker is confused, what? He trembled and said, I just blocked your attack. Joker was so angry that his eyes were showing blue veins and declared, I don't know what you did, but this will be the end of you. Just as he was about to rush forward, Baldong appeared, surprising him, thank you, Mr. Joker, the match will end here. Baldong holding the golden hilt sword glanced at Joshua silently assessing, for someone who can pass the C-level test, even blocking the attack of Joker, who has a higher rank than B. Even though I had seen Babel Voltanius, the most talented person in the Empire, I was not so surprised. What did this child hide? He raised his sword towards him and loudly declared, in the name of God, from now on, the son of Duke Anyus, Joshua Voltanius. Officially a C-class knight, accept the Emperor's sword. Joshua thought to himself, at first, I really don't care about things like becoming a C-class knight, but if I do something stupid, it could lead to my end. The others began to applaud, including the fourth Prince Kaiser. Joshua looked towards him silently with determination. I don't want to show them my weak side, I will definitely make everyone here pay the price. Like what I had to endure in my previous life. Seeing him standing still and motionless, Dukanyus anxiously approached and asked, "Joshua, are you okay?" He smirked. I had never seen that face before, thinking of him looking at me like that. Joshua replied, "I'm fine," then moved forward. He took the sword to prove his status as a knight, then raised it high, clearly, under the Empire's witness, unprecedented on the mainland. The birth of the youngest Manhwa user. That night, Anyus's family gathered for a meeting. In the meeting room of Dukanyus, people sat on both sides of the chair. Count Onel Vasil spoke up and ordered, "Report anything that needs attention." Knight Armstrong immediately stood up and spoke, "Recently, we just received a report that the knights who went on an expedition have suddenly returned." The Earl was surprised. The Knights of the Golden Mane returned so early. Armstrong recounted, "Yes, for some reason, in the Northern Territory, they reported that the number of monsters approaching the villages had doubled. And the biggest reason why they had to return, was because the Black Goblin had appeared along with other monsters. Even in the Dark Forest, the Black Elf is considered the strongest species, with the power to even crush dwarves famous for their tough skin, including 4th-level mages, and knights with sword skills higher than calf level, also have difficulty fighting them." After hearing that, the others began to stir in confusion. "What do you say, Black Goblin? Is it that bad? If something like that appears near the town, is there anything that can be done to deal with them?" Dukanyus then spoke up and said, "I will take care of this matter myself." "Let's move on to the next problem," Armstrong said. "Yes." Then continued, "The second issue, related to the family of the 5 dukes." Something flashed through Dukanyus's mind. He frowned and asked, "Is the 5th Duke family, is it the Pontier family? Is that why Cheryl and Cox came here?" Giving me a report on this matter after the meeting, Knight Armstrong bowed his head to receive the order. Earl Onel urged, "If there are any more matters to report, please say so." Chiffon raised her hand to express her opinion. "I have something about Master Joshua." Hearing this, everyone started talking again. "I heard that he surpassed Babel, and became the youngest C-rank knight. This is good news for the Anyus family," Earl Onel reminded. "Not now, please shut up and listen to Commander Chiffon." He expressed that Master Joshua was a forgotten person in the family. The main problem here was, before he had no mana to do anything. But why a person, who suddenly becomes skilled, and becomes a first-class knight, cannot say that it is due to innate talent? The Count asked, "So, what are you trying to suggest, Commander Chiffon?" He frankly replied, "Personally I think, Master Joshua borrowed the power of a certain source, and this could jeopardize our future. If not, then I don't know how else should I explain." Armstrong wondered, "What is another source? Are you sure this is not your baseless speculation?" Chiffon said, "You also saw it with your own eyes. The weapon that Master Joshua used, is that weapon that can change shape, and has magic in it. Is it an artifact?" Chiffon added, "Above all, Master Joshua's weapon is just a steel bar. There's no way a steel bar could contain such power. When Mr. Joker attacked in the final blow, I felt a something like dark energy." The Earl started to fear. Dark energy? I guess he couldn't use dark energy to become stronger, but what does that have to do with demons and dark magic? Even though that is taboo, I think Royal Acceleration also doesn't like this. So many words flooded into Dukanyus's brain. "Duke, if this is true, then we will all be in trouble, don't you think? We should find out that truth." Onel is right. We need to find out the truth before it's too late. Chiffon impatiently said, "I suggest that the master should be sent somewhere far away from here." At this moment, Joshua opened the door wide and walked in, causing the atmosphere to suddenly fall silent. He slowly walked forward. As he glanced at the Chiffon, he glanced at him and smiled coldly, saying, "Dark energy, if you're so curious, why don't you check it out yourself?" Chiffon frowned and asked, "What did you just say?" Joshua sarcastically asked, "Why don't you test for yourself whether I really borrow dark energy or not, by challenging me to a duel, or if you don't dare?" He gritted his teeth to suppress his anger. This kid dares, he challenges me to a duel since he has the Duke's support. If I make a mistake, I have to pay the price for my words. If that power really belongs to him, then I will lose. Joshua continued to provoke, "Why did you think for so long? If you are one of the most talented knights in the family, don't you think that you should at least be confident after saying those words?" Chiffon finally couldn't bear it, emitting a cold mana and growled, "Your words are hard to hear, Master Joshua." Count Onel was shaken by his aura. He reminded, "Calm down, Commander Chiffon, you are in front of Dukanyus." Only then did he speak. Both of them stopped. Chiffon, there's something you probably forgot. Don't you remember who evaluated Joshua's mana? Armstrong repeated, that's the Royal Knight's magician. If he borrowed power from the devil, everyone there would have noticed. Dukanius said, and with that, Joshua's problem was solved. Anyone else disagree with this? Chiffon pursed her lips and struggled to refute. He continued, however, Joshua, that doesn't mean everything is resolved. There are a few things we need to verify. The fact that you suddenly became stronger didn't just surprise everyone here. Me too. So, to understand your abilities, we will go to the Forest of Darkness. The Earls were surprised. Are you planning to go into the Dark Forest yourself? Such things should be left to the knights. That's right, there's no need to put yourself in such danger. Why don't you keep yourself safe? Because you are about to go to the capital city of Akardi. Knight Armstrong expressed, I agree with the Earl, if anything happens to you. Dukanius calmly said, who do you think I am? Everyone was quiet for a moment. He said seriously, when the Dark Forest is cleared, I intend to take Joshua to the Royal Academy in the capital. No matter what your doubts are, Joshua's talent is an undeniable fact. According to the rules of the Anyus family, he is also given a fair chance. Chiffon secretly worried, damn, if that kid's talent comes back after honing his skills at the Royal Academy, then no one can touch him. Mr. Babel might be pushed out of the competition for inheritance. I need to think of a reason to keep him here. No, I need to destroy him. Joshua suddenly spoke up, Duke, I have a request. What is it? I want to go to the capital with my mother, he replied. Chiffon immediately protested, that's not possible. Duchess Vanessa won't leave it alone if you take Lucia to the capital. Joshua wondered, what will happen if she doesn't leave it alone? Are you saying the Duke needs her permission for something this petty? Everyone started staring at him. Chiffon was put in a difficult situation. Well, if I agree, it would sound like I don't respect the Duke. I can't leave this alone. I'm being swayed by that boy. He immediately explained, Duke, I'm just worried that if this gets out, you and Lucia will be affected. Dukanius directly interrupted him, forget about it. I allow you to take Lucia with you. Joshua bowed his head, thank you. He looked at him with satisfaction and smiled, as I thought, he is not a normal child. How long has it been since I had this feeling? Even Babel did not make me feel this way. He asked again, does anyone else have an opinion on this issue? Everyone unanimously bowed their heads slightly, following his wishes. Chiffon had no choice but to reluctantly bow to his will. Dukanius stood up and announced, so, that matter is settled. And Armstrong, come to my chambers and take with you the knights whom you have sent away. When you have finished arranging the report about the Pontier family, the knights immediately bowed and obeyed. The Duke left. When he passed Joshua, he said, Joshua, you will also come. He replied, yes, I understand. At this moment, Babel appeared outside the door and spoke, please wait a moment. Chiffon was surprised, Master Babel. He knelt down to bow. Babel von Anyus greeted the Duke. He looked at him and said, finally you have come, after all this time of not showing your face. He expressed, I'm sorry, I need time to think about myself. Looking at his steadfast eyes, the Duke smiled and thought with satisfaction, Babel has also changed, its energy has changed, this feeling is not bad. The smile only lasted for a moment, then the next second, he sternly asked, okay, you must have a reason to be here, what is it? Babel stood up, he suddenly called, Joshua. He smiled and asked, do you have something to tell me? Chiffon loudly reminded dissatisfiedly, Master Joshua, Master Babel is at a higher level than you, so show some respect. Joshua smiled coldly and sarcastically, are you a spokesperson for Babel or something? He couldn't help but be surprised, what? He continued, I've been paying attention for a while now, but you keep acting like you're a servant of Babel, the only master you should serve is Dukanius. Certainly, there always existed a line between knight and master, no matter how talented a knight was, if they crossed the line, they would be banished. Chiffon was nervous and broke out in a cold sweat, what are you talking about? I'm just helping you correct your etiquette. Joshua calmly said, anyone can stand at the top if they have skills, if you want to express your point of view, you should improve your skills more. Isn't that the law of the Duke's family? These words made him bite his lip, unable to refute. Chiffon was about to say more, however, normally, but Babel spoke up to relieve him, I'm fine, Mr. Chiffon, he was right. Dukanius smiled again, this arrogance and boasting was different from before, finally the eyes of a knight appeared. Babel faced Joshua and said, "Improve yourself, I will accept that idea myself, I will reach higher, don't think that I will despair and give up." Joshua nodded, "I know." You also noticed, his eyes changed completely after a while. Babel turned to the Duke again and expressed, "Duke, from now on, I will officially give up the inheritance rights of the Anyus family." Earl Onel exclaimed in surprise, "Giving up his inheritance? You gave it up yourself, Master Babel." Duke Anyus also asked, "Have you lost all confidence because of your younger brother's talent?" Babel shook his head and explained, "No. I just want to follow the rules of House Anyus, and compete honestly and fairly." Duke Anyus nodded and said, "I will think about it." He bowed his head and placed his hand on his chest, thanking him very much. There was nothing left, he officially left, the meeting ended here. At this moment, his face still showed a serious look. But after walking a bit, the Duke couldn't help but smile. "Although slowly, there will definitely be changes, I don't know how things will change. But I think it's not bad." In Duchess Vanessa's room, she smiled faintly and asked again, "Babel gave up his inheritance, and that brat led Lucia to the capital?" Chiffon replied, "Yes, it's all true." At this moment, Lady Vanessa angrily knocked over the bottle of wine on the table and screamed. He quickly reassured her, hoping that he would calm down. She gritted her teeth, "I lost my temper when I heard about it, my uncle's job failed. And coming to this, do you know Babel is everything to me?" Chiffon nodded, "Yes, of course, I was there, I should have stopped him by all means, I'm sorry." Vanessa said sadly, "No, Chiffon, I know better than anyone, that Babel is as stubborn as his father, you have done nothing wrong. However, in the case of that brat, doing anything affects Babel's power. Then I will tell all these secrets to my husband." Chiffon was frightened by her eyes, quickly bowed her head and assured, "Please don't worry about it, something like that won't happen again." She asked again, "Okay, about that child, does he have any plans?" He replied that the Duke planned to take it to the Lock Palace. Vanessa frowned, "The Lock Palace, it's located at the top, and it takes 2 days to get there." Chiffon narrated, "The monsters from the Dark Forest were rampaging, so the Duke intended to destroy them himself," she judged, "then the boy and Lucia would depart for the capital after they come back." He replied, "Very likely." She smiled wickedly and advised, "Before departing, ask them if they want to have a meal with me, because it could be their first and last meeting." The knights, equipped with full helmets and armor, lined up in rows preparing to march into the Dark Forest. The person who was packing things into the car looked over curiously and muttered, "The knights here to evaluate Mana, also left today." A person working with him loudly reminded him, "Hey, focus, we're also leaving today." He was startled when he was reminded, "Ah, yes, I understand." The preparation seemed chaotic, scolding continuously rang out, "Line up the horses, hey, help is needed here, I'll be there soon, why did you leave your luggage there, here, pick it up, get your ass to work, we can't afford to fall behind." Joshua now walked and stared at his hands. On his middle finger he was wearing a ring, he muttered, "A magic ring." A few hours before, he went to Duke Anyus's room. He said, "We will go to brother immediately after defeating the monsters in the Dark Forest. Before that, you need to give up the surname Anyus." Joshua was still surprised and exclaimed, "What?" Then he immediately placed a small wooden box on the table and continued, "Instead, I will give you a gift. While supporting the magic tower, I received a magic ring as a thank you. The ring of the Master of the Magic Tower is one of the magically passed down weapons that he created. It allows the user to use armor as soon as mana is loaded into the ring. You will know how to use it when you fill it with mana." Joshua wondered, "Isn't this only given to heirs?" "Charge mana into it," Joshua wondered, "Isn't this only given to heirs?" Duke Anyus said, "Don't get me wrong, I just lent it to you, because it was dumped in the warehouse, that's not all." He asked again, "Is there any other reason?" He explained, "The moment you use the ring, your whole body will be covered by a mana-containing spear. That armor has a clan symbol on it. It will protect you from flies and mosquitoes, and help you hide your identity. I hate it most when others take what belongs to me. On the other hand, you will be the heir of an unknown family, choose a name that suits you." Hearing that, Joshua also understood, hiding his identity and giving me the ring must have had a reason. This was to tell me not to cause trouble for Anyus's family. It's easy to use on high-ranking people, like imperial princes, I hate both of them. While he was stunned, the Duke suddenly asked, "Joshua, yes. Do you hate me?" He suddenly thought, "Do you hate him?" Actually, I'm not sure. I never expected anything from the Duke. It was so sudden when I saw his departure, in the Empire's civil war that was about to take place in 10 years. If you really think about it, he abandoned us, and because of that, my mother passed away, because the number of times I met him in my previous life was so few that I didn't need to count it. I forgot all the resentment I had towards him. Returning to the present, Joshua caressed the ring and laughed and wondered. People often say, time is a tonic, maybe between us, there is no such hatred. Suddenly the fourth Prince Kaiser appeared and asked, "What's so funny, Master Joshua?" "Ah, should I call him Mr. Joshua now?" He frowned and asked, "What does that mean?" Kaiser says, "You'll go to Akardi after completing the quest in Dark Forest, right? Come meet me when you come to Akardi, I will definitely help, Joshua." Joshua expressed disbelief and asked again, "Will you help me?" He replied, "Yes, of course the royal family can recommend knights, that will protect you from other knights, they can become official knights, without having to take the fighting exam, the price takes place every year, and they will receive benefits, especially when accepting that it is not mandatory to serve for 10 years. Additionally, if Joshua wants, there's no problem with using the royal knights as much as you want before leaving. Please understand, this offer is my kindness to you." He smiled brightly, but in Joshua's eyes it was all lies. That laugh was a mixture of lies and hypocrisy. It was disgusting. If it weren't for those people behind him, I would have stabbed a hole through his head and mouth with the Lugia. However, I have to join the Royal Knight Order. To meet my best friend from my previous life, I need to join the Royal Knights and become a battalion commander to infiltrate the Royal Secret Vault where my friend is sleeping. But now, I need to solve this problem. Thinking about it, Joshua turned around and said, "I'll think about it, I'm busy, so I'll go." Baldong looked dissatisfied. If he was as polite as his skills, he could be promoted quickly. The Kaiser didn't pay attention and said, "Don't be like that, we should also go back, Baldong. In the end, Joshua will fall into my hands." Two people, two different directions. Joshua smiled coldly, "Kaiser, this time I won't become your puppet anymore. This time, it will be your turn." Thanks to the leadership of Duke Anyus, the Dark Forest exploration team was quickly organized and departed. The members of the expedition team were quite simple and were led by the Duke of the Empire. Includes only one blood chain. 4th-level magician, Kian, Ahriman. And 100 others besides Babel and Joshua, but at this moment, Joshua couldn't help but be confused. This Babel, why does he keep staring at me like that? Arriving in front of a certain city gate, a voice command rang out and everyone stopped. "Say hello to the Duke." Seriously, the knight placed his hand on his chest to create a correct posture. Duke Anyus and his group stopped in front of the Lock Castle, located adjacent to the Dark Forest. He pulled the horse's reins to a stop, calmly. "It's been a while, Robin." Robin, the Duke's former senior knight, bowed, respectfully greeting the Duke. Duke Anyus got off his horse and expressed, "I always felt sorry for you. I left you in this barren land after you retired." Robin smiled and replied, "Don't, I am honored to serve you, sir, even after retirement," and I told him, "I want to spend time with my family." After listening, he nodded, thanking him for saying so. From the castle, Viscount Beeg and his daughter Anna came out to greet warmly. "Oh, my Duke, you have finally come." I was extremely touched to see the Duke personally come here to support us. Anna lifted her skirt and bowed her head, respectfully greeting the Duke. Duke Anyus looked at this scene and was bored. "It was a headache, I should have gone to the forest immediately." Viscount Beeg turned to Robin and angrily scolded, "Robin, you are too old to forget, you must notify me immediately when the Duke arrives." Robin bowed his head and stammered, "I'm sorry, Lord." He still didn't stop and continued to scold me. "I thought your skills would be better than your age. How would you be responsible for the safety of this place?" Duke Anyus interrupted, "Beeg, it seems like you've adapted to this place. You seem to get fatter every time I see you." He's acting flattery again. "Oh Duke. It's so embarrassing." "It's not like that, this is because you took care of me so well." Joshua was also at a loss for words, thinking, what the hell, is he stupid, or is it because his face is too thick? Viscount Beeg changed his target again. "Oh my, Master Babel is also here. You are even more handsome than before. Even I, who know nothing about swordsmanship, can feel your spirit." Babel politely replied, "It's been quite a while, uncle." As he spoke, he often glanced at Joshua, as if there would soon be a master born in the Duke's family. "And, who is this?" Chiffon stepped up to introduce himself. He is Master Joshua, Viscount Beg. He is the Duke's second son. He shyly scratched his head and turned around to ask, "Please forgive me for my rudeness, I probably have to ask again about what I heard, since when did Vanessa get pregnant with another child?" Chiffon whispered again, "Viscount Beg, he is not Lord Vanessa's son." He smiled in surprise. "What, that's surprising, I didn't expect such a thing, so what noble blood does our master possess?" Ducanius coldly glanced at Chiffon. He seemed to mean to say, "She is not from a noble family." Viscount Beg raised his voice, "Is that so?" He withdrew his flattering smile and walked towards Joshua with a cold face. His face was filled with contempt. He was a dirty pig. His words made Ducanius frown. He said sternly, "Enough greetings. Is there anything urgent that needs attention?" Beg quickly replied, "It's not serious, we're preparing a party, why don't we rest a bit and—" "My knights are not that weak, if needed, they would have rested enough on the way here. Does anyone need a break, does anyone not?" Hearing that, the knights replied in unison, "No sir." Ducanius received this answer and immediately ordered, "Then, let's go." Suddenly Viscount Beg said, "Ducanius, I also want to go with you. Even though I can't help much in the battle, I'm a viscount, so I just stand by and do nothing. I believe all my knights and men think the same way." As soon as he finished speaking, Beg's group also replied eloquently, "Yes, we want to go with you, because it is an honor to work for the Duke." Faced with this sincerity, Anya pondered for a moment. Then he turned to look at Beg and asked, "What are you going to do with Anna? Are you going to leave her alone?" Beg smiled and replied, "You don't need to worry about that. My daughter might be of use, just a little. Do you want your child to go on this dangerous trip?" Anna expressed, "I want to come along, sir, please see this." Then, Anna took a step forward. She closed her eyes and concentrated on casting magic. Immediately, a spirit appeared right on her shoulder. This made Ahriman exclaim, "That is a star spirit." Beg said proudly, "Recently we discovered my daughter can summon spirits. Spirits are similar to magic, it is an ability that only the chosen one can use. No, if we consider the number of spirit magicians, it is even less than magicians. Empires only possess about 100 low-level elemental wizards." Joshua silently exclaimed in surprise, he didn't expect to see an elemental wizard here. Suddenly Anna looked towards where Babel and him were standing. Joshua thought to himself, "I don't know any spirit mage named Anna, but that child looks very familiar, I've seen it somewhere before." Ducanius spoke, "Okay, then prepare to go, however, the Red Blood Knight will be in the lead, the Lock soldiers will be at the end. And the remaining people will be in the middle position." As soon as he finished speaking, Beg couldn't help but excitedly reply, "I understand, thank you very much, Duke." "Well then, let's go, everything is ready." Ducanius thought, "It wouldn't be a loss if I had an elemental wizard." Joshua glanced at Anna, who was happily on the side. He said to himself, "Because we will go with her, I should think about it slowly, if she affects my plans, I'll keep an eye on her." Suddenly, Viscount Beg angrily turned to look at Joshua threateningly, "Hey, you! I will keep an eye on you." At this time, in the luxurious and magnificent royal palace, King Marcus sat upright on his throne. He smiled with amusement and asked, "Is that what happened? That's interesting. So his talent is real, he even blocked Joker's attack, even commanded a fight. Evergrant, what do you think about this? I want to hear your opinion, in the name of the Empire's great magician." He bowed his head respectfully and replied, "As you said, it was difficult to guess the boy's abilities, because the way knights and magic used mana were different at the mana core. The king ordered, I want a general opinion, how talented that boy is. Without evidence it's hard for me to explain," Evergrant explained, "for example, comparing him and the royal knight, okay. A few days ago, Mr. Balmong and I, even though we didn't fight, would have fought one-on-one. I won't lose. That's pretty reasonable, even if Baldong gets the title at this age, and he has unparalleled skills compared to the rest, which is nothing if you are his opponent. However, what I feel from Baldong and Joshua is different. Are you afraid that you can't defeat the Joshua brat?" "Not really, but there is definitely a difference here. In the next 10 years, even sooner, there may be changes, but for now, I can't afford to lose." Hearing these words, King Marcus smiled cunningly, "I will ask you one more thing, please just say it. If you and I fought one-on-one, what do you think would happen?" Before this question, Evergrant pondered for a while. He stood there dumbfounded without any response. Seeing that self-deprecating attitude, Britain sighed and said, "How interesting. It's really interesting. I shouldn't have let others witness it. I should have tested it myself. Since it's come to this, I'll observe that kid myself." Then, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, Jacqueline appeared and asked, "You call me, my king?" King Marcus asked, "Jacqueline, can he keep that boy here for a while?" He recounted that the fourth prince had prepared the plan as discussed. Hearing this news, King Marcus exclaimed in surprise, "What Kaiser?" Jacqueline narrated, "Just now, the royal knights accepted the invitation from the fourth prince. Of course the target would be Joshua Voltanius." "An invitation, that's also a good way, although I understand the reason for using that. In reality, the 11th and 12th battalions are composed of people who don't cause me any trouble. Report back if any problems occur." "Yes, my king." I asked permission to leave, and after saying that, Jacqueline immediately disappeared. Britain laughed loudly and called out the name, Joshua Voltanius. With that talent, he would be perfect for it. On the other side, in the dark forest, even the moon is blood red. Countless fierce goblins appeared. Joshua stood in the middle of the siege, holding the Lugia iron bar in his hand, keeping absolute concentration. He said with a tense expression, "We are surrounded." Before that, at sunset, the group stopped at an empty lot. They quickly started setting up a camp to rest after the trip. On the other side, Ducanius and everyone were discussing the battle plan. Viscount Big rushed to call, "Ducanius, why did we set up camp here and not go further? We are in front of the dark forest. If we stay in such a large space, we might be ambushed by monsters." Hearing these words, Robin thought to himself, only the Viscount did not know what was going on. He was not interested in anything other than satisfying his greed. Ducanius frowned and reminded, "Didn't you research this place before opening your mouth and saying those nonsense? Can you tell what's special about this forest just by looking at it?" Big was confused. "What's so special about it?" The Duke said, "I'm talking about the time when monsters became ferocious. When night falls, monsters will come to the towns as if haunted by something, especially during the bloody moon. The monsters will become more ferocious than usual. An important matter, more importantly, even without the blood moon, the time it took for the monsters to reach the town became shorter and they even attacked civilians. Night will come soon. In a situation where our abilities are reduced and the monsters become ferocious, there is no way for us to reach them first." Viscount Big heard that and flattered him. "The Duke is as talented as expected. I didn't even think like that. I am very impressed with his insight. If you understand, then go set up camp, of course." Then he turned back and said to his two sons, "You two should also find a place to sleep." "Yes, it's clear." At this time, Joshua gave himself a plan of his own. Afterward, everyone split up to look for dry firewood. Deep in the forest, everyone is focusing on doing their work. Feeling that the quantity was enough, Cain called out, "Master Joshua, I think that's enough." Joshua replied, "I haven't taken enough yet, you go ahead first." "I understand, please don't come back too late." Realizing the opportunity had come, Joshua immediately dropped the pile of firewood. He boldly used magic. "Take out the iron bar in your hand and start taking action." Joshua silently told himself, "This is my only chance." Just like that, he went deeper inside. But there is someone's silhouette looming in the background. It's Old Big, who is silently monitoring Joshua's actions. There is an elemental stone. It is something born from primeval power. It also includes a magical element. The ancient magicians called it the elemental stone. It comes in elements such as water, fire, wind, thunder, stone and more. The stone exists because of those things, but there are only 5 elemental stones that have appeared in the world. However, it is a distant future until those 5 stones appear. Elemental stones increase in power from level 1 magician to level 3 magician. It was an item that not only magic, but also knights coveted. It was already dark, Joshua thought. If his memory was correct, one of the elemental stones was in the deepest part of the dark forest. "It's too dark here. Just one elemental stone can help me control my power from losing control. I've been walking for almost an hour. How long will it take to reach the center of the forest? I feel like I'll get there after passing through this area." Suddenly from below the ground something shook loudly, causing Joshua to panic. What was that? Immediately, a monster appeared. Realize the situation is dangerous. He quickly climbed up a tree branch to avoid it. Joshua said silently, "Damn, that's the Black Goblin. It's blocking the way to the forest. The Black Goblin, it defeats most low-level magicians. They say you have to be at least a B-level knight to be able to fight against it. But Black Elves often work alone. If I can use those energies like last time, I can defeat it in no time. It will notice me when I get 10 meters within this range, so I will quickly close the distance and attack its neck. Suddenly, the sky suddenly turned red. Making the Black Goblin angrily scream loudly, its growl frightened Joshua. He thought to himself, it's just a roar but has such great pressure, I need to finish it off in just one go. Since when? I will definitely die if I don't get out of the way. The ferocious Black Goblin used his hand to hit the ground hard. Joshua realized something was wrong. He quickly dodged away. It has not stopped here. The Black Goblin stomped towards him with his huge foot. Joshua quickly made 36 plans. Running was the best policy. Looking at the red moonlight, Joshua thought, Blood Moon, I will definitely die if I fight it in this state, I need to hide first. Just like that, he quickly ran away, the Black Goblin behind him always growling loudly. Sitting behind a tree, Joshua gasped and said, he needed to erase all his traces as quickly as possible, and wait for that stupid Black Goblin to pass by. I'll be using the technique from my past life friend, the Assassination King, for quite a while now, so I don't know if it will work. Instead of putting mana into a certain part of the body, I have to control the mana and put it into my entire body, slowly, as if I were immersing myself in the surrounding nature, controlling my breathing and forgetting everything around me. At this time, the Black Goblin appeared behind him. Luckily, it didn't detect Joshua hiding nearby. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, it worked. Joshua quickly rushed to approach the Black Goblin. He thought, it affects my body quite a lot, but if I maintain my mana, I will reach the center of the forest where the elemental stones are. Step down on a nearby tree branch. It seems to have some problem. Immediately the branch broke in half. Joshua fell painfully on the ground. He sat struggling and lamented, I slipped, my back. Damned. With a loud noise, many other goblins were attracted. They ferociously rushed to attack Joshua, but on the contrary, Joshua smiled and said, I'm done. Or this is actually a good thing. I also want to try it, alone, an iron bar, confronting the giant goblins. He used his hand to rotate the iron bar a few times. Creates a hurricane, Joshua shouts, Magic Spear Phase 2, second move, Hurricane. The goblins now went crazy and rushed regardless of everything. With a small iron rod, Joshua defeated many goblins. They were lying in pain on the trembling ground. He continuously attacked, defeating the goblins. Soon, he exhausted all his strength, his whole body trembled and he quickly used an iron bar to support himself on the ground. Joshua thought, I thought I had completed the second move of the magic spear well, I guess I'm still not very skilled, it's not even a quarter of its real power, I guess my body the child has his limits. But I can't stop here. Depending on the direction the monsters move, it will encounter the knights setting up camp. Time is the deciding factor, I need to find the elemental stone as quickly as possible and gather with the knights. On the other side, when everyone was entering their tents. Suddenly, the man heard rustling nearby. Suddenly, from inside the forest, a goblin ran out, the man shouted in panic, this was an ambush. Just like that, the man was defeated by the goblins. Seeing that, the soldiers quickly shouted loudly, urgently, urgently, everyone got into position. Monsters ambushed us. Not far away, there was an elf silently observing the situation. Over there, people are panicking, some are injured, doctors, forming a line, blocking the monsters. The number of goblins coming is increasing day by day. The battle became more intense. Babel used all his fighting ability to destroy them. Suddenly, from behind, a goblin attacked Babel. Sensing the danger, he quickly turned his back and swung a slash to cut its body. Besides, Cain also contributed his strength to fight them. Cain's fighting ability is not inferior to that of Babel. Two talented people fight together. Looking at the current situation, Babel thought, who is that? There is such a talented person among the Red Blood Knights, based on his skills, he is of a high level, damn, there are more than 100 of them. Suddenly, Cain and Babel's faces became tense. From the darkness, the goblins came one after another. This made the knights terrified. They trembled and said, damn, there must be at least 1,000 of them, there are too many of them, we need to retreat. Chiffon angrily walked over and shouted, shut up, I will punish anyone who dares to step out of this camp. Red Blood Knights, form a row. Prepare for war." Hearing the command, the knights immediately responded. At the same time, the goblins rushed in crazily. People and goblins began to fight fiercely. Babel calmly handled them one by one. Cain defiantly used his sword to skillfully defeat him. Chiffon was no exception, he began to participate in the war. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, causing Chiffon to look confused and follow. He realized that they had no end, it was beyond his imagination. It was predicted that the menstrual blood would happen tomorrow night, but it happened today. The goblins raised their eyes to see the red-tinged moonlight. Chiffon seems to have realized something. One blow caused the goblin to die. He exclaimed, "Damn, at a time like this I'm the only one here with level B or higher. Whether you can defeat it or not is up to you, I will split you in half." Suddenly, a goblin attacked from behind. The Chiffon, unprepared, was blown away. Babel saw that. With a worried face he called out, commanding the Chiffon. The rapist shouted in fear, "The black goblin is coming, run away. We'll be torn to pieces if we get caught." Damn, the number of goblins did not decrease. Retreat, return. Chiffon wondered, why did this happen? Did it become faster due to the menstrual blood? This is bad. Ducanius stepped forward and replied, "A knight should never lose his temper in any situation, I'll take care of it from now on." Chiffon called out in surprise, "Ducanius." At this moment, Ducanius boldly stepped forward. He calmly faced those goblins. Ducanius looked at them silently for a moment, then he took out the large sword, his eyes stared firmly at them, swinging one blow created a huge hurricane, a great source of energy appeared to be extremely large, knocking out everything in front of it. The light shined on the sharp sword. Everything in sight was burned to the ground. Seeing that scared the goblins. Chiffon silently exclaimed, "With just one blow, hundreds of monsters disappeared. This is the power of a master, Ducanius, one of the 9 stars of the Empire." The feet step by step forward. Joshua held his stick in his hand and walked straight. On the ground were the corpses of goblins lying around. Joshua walked in front of a large hole, looking straight at the ground. He muttered, "Pronto." I could only see a series of rays shooting up from below. On this side, Ducanius stood before the land ravaged by the black goblin. The Duke's face now showed tension and worry. Babel on the other side was also scared, his whole body trembled. Viscount Beeg looked towards Babel and said, "That man is your father, Aiden van Onus, I'm sure you can do the same, because you inherited his blood." Viscount Beeg then smiled meaningfully. In his mind he thought, "I guess he's still a child, no matter how talented he is, this is probably the first time he's experienced something like this, so, this is understandable. Now we should think about it." Thinking about it, Viscount Beeg carried his fat-looking body and ran towards Chiffon shouting, "Commander Chiffon, where is that boy?" Chiffon turned around and asked in doubt, "That boy?" Viscount Beeg immediately replied, "The son of a concubine named Joshua or something." Chiffon stood up and looked around searching, then answered, "Maybe he ran away to survive." Viscount Beeg also complied and said, "Ah, I just noticed what you said, I didn't see you." "Well, it's nothing short of trash." The soldiers behind heard Viscount Beeg's words and started to gather together to discuss. "You reminded me that I noticed, I haven't seen him for a while." "What, did he really run away?" "Not that he's too different from Master Babel, what a shame, for someone who inherits the Duke's wonderful bloodline." Hearing the noise from the crowd behind him, Ducanius shouted angrily, "What are you doing? The war is not over yet." Ducanius's resounding, powerful scream made the soldiers turn pale in fear. Under the encouragement of Viscount Beeg, Babel held his sword firmly in hand, running forward to attack the goblins. For the honor of Onus, the other soldiers heard this, took up their swords and followed Babel forward. "The Duke is with us, give chase." The goblins were extremely scared and quickly ran away. The goblins screamed miserably, running faster and faster, as if something very scary was coming. The crowd looked at the goblins running and laughed proudly, looking at them running away with their tails curled up. "We will never be able to leave the forest again." But before he could be satisfied for long, the group of goblins in front of him were suddenly sent flying backwards. The soldiers were extremely panicked and quickly dodged, shouting, "What's going on?" Right after that, in front of everyone appeared a group of giant black goblins, with fierce expressions, holding sticks in their hands to beat away the running goblins. The black goblin roared loudly, revealing its fierce teeth. The soldiers were scared, quickly turned around and ran away, shouting, "Black Goblin, run away!" The goblins took this opportunity and immediately turned around to attack the soldiers. The soldier quickly pulled out his sword and slashed at the attacking goblins. But right after that, the black goblin punched the ground hard, sending both soldiers and goblins flying. The person behind quickly shouted to his comrades, "Don't retreat, confront them." Chiffon's face was angry. In his heart he cursed, "Damn it, I thought we could wipe them out easily, but this is a stupid black goblin." Suddenly, Chiffon's eyes widened, as if she was discovering something. This atmosphere was. In the dark sky, countless rays of light suddenly appeared. In that ray of light, Joshua held a stick in his hand and hit the black goblin. Thunder and lightning. As soon as the stick hit the black goblin's head, a series of lightning bolts also hit the black goblin hard. There was a thunderous sound, and the black goblin was knocked down, his head lying flat on the ground. On this side, Chiffon and Viscount Big were so surprised that their mouths opened wide. Ducanius stared at Joshua, who had just appeared. Feet firmly landed on the ground. Looking at Joshua standing firmly on the black goblin's head, everyone at the scene was surprised at the same time. "Master Joshua." Chiffon looked at Joshua from the beginning, his face showing surprise. He defeated a black goblin twice as strong under the blood moon, with just that smash. Level C Joshua. Viscount Big could not accept this truth, angrily pointed at Joshua and shouted, "Impossible, what was that just now? What trick did you use? You pest appeared just in time after running away." "Yes, that's impossible, it's definitely impossible, the Duke was just the one who killed it with one blow." He immediately turned his head to the two soldiers behind him and ordered, "What are you doing, Lock Knights? Assist the Duke immediately." The knights behind were startled, but then followed suit and said, as expected, "It was just a coincidence. No matter how talented Master Joshua is, he is still just a C-level knight. He couldn't defeat a black goblin, which even a B-rank knight would have difficulty doing." The two knights immediately took up their swords and attacked. "Come on, we should use this as motivation to destroy the monsters, everyone. Support the Duke." Looking at the scene in front of him, Joshua laughed mockingly, "Ha, I'm tired of always being ignored." Joshua waved his stick and said to the crowd, "Then I will give you a little surprise, maybe I won't be steady after using it. Either way, that monster will save me," in front of Ducanius. The black goblins rushed forward in droves, with ferocious power they blew away the attacking knights. The people behind shouted in panic. Just one black goblin was difficult to deal with, but now it was a whole army. "Forum, what should we do?" Joshua stepped back, ordered his subordinates, everyone, to run away if he didn't want to be caught by it. His subordinates looked at him worriedly. "Master Joshua." On Joshua's staff, a series of lightning bolts shot out. Joshua's eyes looked straight ahead. "I was able to use part of Brontos' power, but was injured immediately after, but I don't know if my body can handle it after using this power." Joshua rushed forward, holding his stick and stabbing straight at the black goblins. Thunder and lightning, the stick sent a line, a round of lightning swept straight to dare the black goblin. With a loud crackle, the electric sparks startled the black goblin. The two goblins were blown away, their whole bodies were burned black, and they piled up on the ground. Lying on the ground, the black goblin's entire body was smoking, completely defeated. Having just finished performing the move, Joshua stood still holding the stick in his hand. His body was tired, his legs were no longer stable. There was no more discussion. Viscount B collapsed and knelt on the ground muttering, "No, that's impossible." Witnessing everything, the soldiers behind had to accept the truth. Master Joshua really defeated the black goblins. The black goblin's crab skin was not even scratched. When suffering from the cuts of the knight, B-rank knight, this is really the skill of a rank level knight. The soldier next to him objected, "No, before that, it seems I have never heard or seen mana with elemental properties before. Maybe Uncle Joshua is a peerless knight." Hearing this, everyone shouted in surprise, "Peerless knight." Ducanius looked at Joshua, mentally assessing, he could endure after doing so, he probably didn't want to show any weakness. Ahriman came forward and said, "Impressive, no wonder you have high expectations for him." Ducanius looked at the person who appeared and asked, "What do you think about it, Ahriman?" Ahriman shook his head and replied, "I don't know about you rank between knights." Ahriman looked at Joshua appraisingly, but as a magician, I could see that he was a third-level magician, and possibly a peerless one. He was a monster with enough talent, the ability to change the country, No, the entire world history is correct. He can fulfill your long-standing dream. I understand your thoughts. Dukanius left a sentence, then immediately turned into an illusion and rushed forward. Joshua was now completely exhausted, stammering, "This is my limit. I don't know when." Joshua couldn't stand it anymore, his eyes closed. In front of him, the black goblin seemed crazy, aggressively swinging his fist at the collapsing pig. Just as the fist was about to fall straight down on Joshua, Dukanius rushed forward and hugged Anius, drawing his sword and slashing at the black goblin. At this time, Joshua was in the lap of Dukanius. The corners of the mouth gently raised. Dukanius drew his sword and slashed, releasing a stream of hot flames. But in Dukanius's chest remained Joshua, well protected. Joshua shouted, looking at the person hugging him. In his heart he judged, "It's not bad." But then, the image of Duke Agnes became more and more blurred. In the end, Joshua was plunged into endless darkness, immersed in a fantasy. The chaotic sound kept ringing in Joshua's ears, "Ah, it's a fire, help me, I can't breathe." Joshua's eyes opened. In front of him was the scene of the castle engulfed in flames. The domain of Duke Anius was. But before he could finish his sentence, Joshua was startled and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" In front of Joshua, the castle burst into flames, accompanied by screams. "Ah, the building is about to collapse, run away from here quickly, save me, please, please help me." Joshua also realized at this time, this was a dream. Suddenly, the building in front exploded with a loud explosion, emitting a large fire. Joshua also felt the heat of the explosion and quickly covered his face with his hands. This was truly a dream. From within the castle, a figure stepped out from within the flames, looking at the person in front of him wielding a familiar sword. Joshua Sudara, surprised, "Duke Agnes." But when he saw the people in front of him, Joshua shouted, "Wait, that's not Babel." Joshua speculated, "Is this when Dukanius's domain is wiped out? Is this what will happen in 10 years? How can I?" "This is a special dream." Joshua's eyes lit up. "I'm having a dream of predestination because of Bronto's power." If it was elemental, then it was very possible that even the great magicians of the Magic Tower would not be able to discover the full potential of the stones. Suddenly a beam of light shot out. Joshua was surprised. What kind of wind is this? The wind flew past Joshua, straight towards Babel, straight into him. After that, Babel collapsed, his hands on the ground. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Babel, and the two talked to each other. Looking more closely, the person who just arrived was Anna. At her feet there was also a high-class spirit. Joshua shouted in surprise, "Annabelle Grace," and the high spirit, "Cillian." Looking at the girl in front of me compared to the girl in my mind, even though I don't remember anything about Anna, but I'm sure of one thing after seeing Cillian, something happened between the Dukanius and Anna. Pause for a moment. Joshua realized, wait, and if she is here, if Anna is truly the master, then that person must be here too. Below, Babel screamed. Joshua silently scolded, "Damn, I can't hear what they're talking about. I guess they used silence or something, which is really annoying." A wind blew again. A figure slowly appeared in front of Babel. This person seemed to be saying something to Babel kneeling on the ground. Looking at the person who appeared, Joshua quickly rushed forward. Even though I couldn't see the person's face or hear his voice, I was sure it was him. Suddenly, Babel stood up trembling, his mouth roaring, "Shut up." Babel shouted angrily, "You think you can bring Dukanius to his knees, just because there are a few hunting dogs?" The person in the wind laughed mockingly and said something to Babel. The high-ranking spirit Cillian rushed forward, attacking towards Babel. 2 sword slashes shot out, cutting through Babel's body. Babel had no resistance and was completely defeated. The person in the wind laughed and said something, then that person turned around and left. The smoke dissipated, and the person's face was completely revealed. Joshua saw completely clearly. Joshua scolded angrily, "You bastard Dracia Belgrace." A blinding light radiated out, the light completely covering Babel's body. Joshua was startled and his eyes widened, his whole body was sweating, his mouth was shouting, "Ha, Dracia Belgrace." Joshua just woke up, breathing heavily. Joshua sighed and thought, that was definitely more of a prophetic dream than a normal dream. Joshua propped himself up and looked around. More importantly, how much time had passed. But as soon as he sat up, a pain shot from his spine, making him unable to help but groan. Joshua looked at his shaking arms, wondering if his body still couldn't accept it. Even though I have passed the first stage of magic teaching, and have entered the second stage, it's only at the highest level of C-class knight. To unleash the power of the magic spear, and fight monsters, I need to start around a B-level knight. It could be thanks to Bronto's thunder attribute, and on top of that, if prophetic dream is another power that Bronto has, then I think we need to learn about elemental stones. While Joshua was deep in thought, the sound of Ducanius rang out. Wasn't it attractive? Looking at the Duke sitting next to him, Joshua was startled and shouted, "Duke!" Ducanius spoke without looking at him, even though just a few hours ago, that crimson moon seemed about to swallow the entire world, emitting a strange energy. His eyes looked out at the moon outside the window and continued, but now, it showed a cold and beautiful light. Joshua laughed in response. Ducanius continued, "As soon as we arrive at the duchy, we will go to Arcady immediately. As what I explained before, you will not go as Joshua von Onius. Now you are just the only child of Viscount Frederick's family. The family has fallen, you are a noble who is struggling to revive your fallen family. That is your new identity." Joshua happily nodded, "I understand." Joshua thought to himself, if that's what it takes, I'm happy to comply, because nothing good will come from being scrutinized. What's important to me now is to regain my former strength, me. Ducanius suddenly spoke again, and Joshua turned around suspiciously. "I just saw General Onius say, I didn't know that you talked in your sleep, but you mentioned a rather interesting name." Ducanius's face was full of seriousness, questioning Joshua, "Dracia Bel Grace, how do you know that cursed name?" Hearing this question, Joshua was thoughtful and did not respond. Ducanius coldly glanced at Joshua and said nothing more. Seeing that, he didn't wait for him to speak and stood up and said, "No. You should go to bed early, tomorrow we will return to the main capital of the territory." Joshua sat on the hospital bed, still pensive and not saying anything. Evening. Outside the magnificent castle. In the secret room of Locke's palace, Viscount Beeg asked, "Commander Chiffon, does his sister Vanessa know about this?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chiffon replied, "The lady already knew." He wondered, did she turn a blind eye to such a big threat to Babel's position as heir? "That's not it," Chiffon explained, "but because the lady didn't have the opportunity to act. Joshua was once a child working at the stables, who would have thought that he had such an extraordinary talent, position?" Viscount Beeg frowned, "You mean the son of a maid awakened his own abilities? That's impossible, not even the little Duke of Babel, who was considered the kingdom's most outstanding talent. Reached that position after receiving massive support from the family at a young age, and being personally taught by the Duke. But that filthy brat didn't even receive any help or guidance from anyone, and was able to defeat the Black Goblin with skills higher than a C-rank knight. He definitely couldn't be a rank C knight, C-OK, even among the C-rank people present here, has anyone shown such ability?" Chiffon also agreed, it was completely impossible for C-rank knights, because they all knew it and they talked about things like magic knights. He said, "I don't believe he is a demon knight. Looking at his case, maybe there are other more reliable reasons, other reasons. Viscount Beeg speculated that such sudden power appeared, it was likely that it had contracted with a high-level demon. Chiffon denied, "It is impossible that little Duke Joshua has been recognized by the Duke and everyone in the royal cavalry. I was also present there without any magic power at all. It's really annoying. It doesn't matter whether it's associated with a high-class devil or not. Chiffon is suspicious, you are." Suddenly he smiled happily, realizing that was what you meant. He continued, "Luckily, he's only a child compared to his skills, so he's just showing off his strength. We'll show him, these actions will only make him tie himself even tighter, just a noose around my neck." He asked curiously, "What do you plan to do?" "I will continue to keep an eye on that concubine's son. My daughter, Anna, also happened to be invited to study at the Royal Academy." Chiffon affirmed, "Surely we can easily get information from the lady." Viscount Beeg reminded, "You should also pay more attention to this matter. If he starts eyeing the heir position, everything will be even more painful. We should treat the poison before it spreads. I believe in your abilities." He glanced outside the window. His eyes looked suspicious and wondered, what kind of ghost? Early the next morning at the Onius mansion, Count Cox rushed in. Miss, urgent news." Cheryl calmly asked, "Why are you in such a mess?" Cox replied, "Little Duke Joshua will return here after completing the purification, for the Dark Forest. Subordinates heard that they will prepare a banquet." Cheryl looked bored when she heard that. "Really?" Cox was confused, Miss, aren't you happy? I thought you would happily welcome him, Cheryl expressed. Why do you think like that? You don't have any sympathy for little Duke Joshua? Cox smiled and said, yes, he was once the son of a concubine, but now he has become the first magician in history at only 10 years old. Our Pontier family has plenty of money and reputation, but there are things we cannot buy. What is it? Do you know why Duke Pontier sent his subordinates and people here? Cheryl said, isn't it because of that mercenary king? He will do everything possible to create a relationship between me and Babel. Who would have thought that that mercenary king would be on the same side as the Cromwell family? The mercenary king Barbarian was a swordmaster with a commoner background who had risen to rank A. No, someone who had risen to the realm of axe fighting. As one of the 12 superhumans who could fight on equal terms with the 9 stars, he became the hero of the mercenary class and enacted a law that mercenaries do not belong to any individual. He is revered by the world as a mercenary king. The problem is, a spy informs us that the mercenary king has secretly allied with Cromwell. Cromwell is the second richest man, only after Duke Fawn in the Avalon dynasty. Along with merchants, they always oppose each other, to the point that a war for territory can break out between the two clans at any time. Cheryl said sadly, it doesn't matter if the rumor is fake, but if it's true, we won't be able to solve it ourselves. We can't even tell this story to anyone. Cox reassured, the lady is clear. The two families always pretend that they are big businessmen. Rumors are a very sensitive matter. What will happen if rumors spread that the two families are about to engage in a battle for territory here? Surely the families out there will take action to gain the lucrative business areas of the two families. The families are now secretly warring, because the kingdom absolutely prohibits territorial wars, but the world will know early when a real war breaks out, so the key issue here is, how quickly will one side suppress the other? Cheryl asked suspiciously, what do you mean? We can't use money to buy superhumans like mercenary kings. That's why the Duke tried to get me and Babel engaged. This way, we will receiving help from Duke Anyus. Cox nodded in confirmation. That's exactly it, ma'am. She continued, although it is true that we admire people with real power, but after knowing the truth, we only feel so bitter. Hearing these sad words, Count Cox scratched his head in confusion. What's going on? Usually the lady would say something like that, but it turns out I will be the key to this whole plan. Cheryl wondered, we don't need to ask him for help, right? Cox replied, Duke Anyus is different from the mercenary king. Young lady may not understand clearly, but to nobles, nothing is more important than honor, especially to those from the 5 great families. The family thinks that we have nothing to bow to, if not to the extent necessary. She suddenly asked, do you think otherwise? He replied, at least, the subordinates will not do anything stupid, like putting pride above the safety of the family. I understand. Miss, this subordinate has already seen it, although you appear to be interested in little Duke of Babel, but I know that in reality you do not like him at all. I hope that you will not be disappointed, born for the sake of the family. However, the Phone family has no other way to avoid this danger, even if it is only for a moment, but the way you treat little Duke Joshua is completely honest in the eyes of your subordinates. I hope you can have a dialogue with little Duke Joshua, at least once. These words made Cheryl emotional. Seeing such an attitude, Cox shyly replied, perhaps my subordinates misunderstood? My greed for him has influenced my words. Please don't mind, Missy, Cheryl said. No, when I get home, I'll see him, so please give us a chance to have a meal together. Really, please leave it to your subordinates. I'm leaving and will come back with good news. I'm counting on you, Cox. Cheryl quietly looked at Cox as leaving back and sighed loudly. She asked herself, is this okay? That night, on the festival day when the Knights of the Rim-Sun flag returned from the Lockade district, a grand banquet was prepared in the Anyus mansion, after a long time. Everyone cheered happily, some boasted about it, and then, I defeated a group of kobolds, how can you believe it? Reaching the level of little Duke Joshua and always saying that nonsense, yes, he can kill an orc with just one slash, yes, he's amazing. Kane heard these words, he was a little confused. Why did the main character leave so early today, Master? Joshua coldly replied, you said the word master really naturally, I'm sure it will become a topic of discussion if anyone hears you say that. I'm not making it up, I'm sure after the purification trip, I will consider you my master. Do I have no other choice? I have the right to refuse the knight's oath. I believe you won't be stupid enough to refuse, a subordinate will become a master in the future. You're more arrogant than I thought, thank you for the compliment. Joshua said, you can go back home, I'm tired, so I want to rest in my room. So rest well, and also, I'm really serious about what I just said. I believe I still have a lot to learn from you, whether it's skills or anything else. It would be my honor if you would give me the opportunity to serve you as your master. We will think. So I'm leaving, call me if you need me. The two words subordinate made Joshua ponder. There were several people who wanted to be my subordinate in my previous life. Of course, I politely refused them all. Because I decided to become his personal sword. If everyone starts following my footsteps, I fear he will become wary of me. So, I refuse everything, but, Kaiser, why? Painful memories from that time. How did I know that when I was betrayed, he, the person I once considered a good friend, was also there? Suddenly, there was a call. Little Duke Joshua. Do you feel any pain anywhere? I will call the doctor. As soon as he finished speaking, Joshua quickly replied, thank you, I'm fine, don't worry about me and go where you need to go. The bald man replied, I came to inform you, there is a meal prepared for you, everyone is waiting for you. I thought I said I would not attend any party, I feel unwell. This was not a party, this meal was personally prepared for him by Lady Vanessa, and his mother, Lucia, also attended. Hearing this news, Joshua was surprised and asked what he said. After that, Joshua hurriedly ran to the room where the party was prepared. Inside, everyone had prepared everything. Lucia happily called out, Joshua. Hearing a familiar voice, he smiled and replied, Mom. Vanessa said with a cunning look, come in, so you are Joshua, this is the first time we meet, right? Chiffon shouted loudly, Little Duke Joshua, pay attention to your behavior, this is the Grand Duke's wife. Joshua didn't care, he used his sharp eyes to stare at her. Seeing Joshua's chaotic attitude, Chiffon was secretly afraid. Why, how dare he look at her like that? Lucia calmly said, Joshua, quickly bow to the lady. Hearing his mother's words, Joshua bowed and replied, I am Joshua Onius. Hearing the words Onius, Vanessa looked dissatisfied. She tried to laugh silently to herself, control it, after today I won't see him again. Vanessa said, I heard you will come to the capital soon. Unfortunately we haven't had the chance to meet him yet, meet and introduce each other properly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lucia was surprised, what capital city, do you mean about the academy, my lady, haven't you heard? Chiffon explained, Little Duke Joshua has been recognized as a Class C knight so, the Duke will take him to the academy. Lucia excitedly asked, is that true, Joshua, you have become a knight? Vanessa arrogantly replied, yes, I prepared this meal to congratulate you on becoming a knight. I'm very sorry for not paying enough attention to you and your mother. If you feel tired or not, blame, hope that after this dinner, let go. As soon as the words ended, Lucia blankly expressed, why complain, no sir. Thank you, then let's have a meal, bring the food up here, follow the bell ringing. The servants brought in the dishes one by one. Looking at the delicious dishes made Joshua surprised. Suddenly, he smiled strangely, as if he was planning something. Vanessa said, it looks like they've already served everything, Joshua, sit down. Lucia said kindly, Joshua, respect ma'am. Vanessa said, the dinner I prepared for Lucia and Joshua tonight won't inconvenience you too, right? Of course not, fortunately, I was worried that you would have a grudge against me. I hope that this dinner will close the distance between us and express my thoughts. I am very grateful for your thoughts. Hope you will enjoy it. After that, they started to eat their dinner. Lucia carefully cut the meat into small pieces. At the same time, Vanessa enjoyed the delicious food. Suddenly, Joshua raised his voice to stop. Wait, before we start eating, I want to apologize. Madam, for me and my mother, you have worked hard, I'm sorry I couldn't meet you before. Vanessa pretended to smile gently and replied, it's okay, don't worry, just enjoy your meal. Madam is a good person to us, but I'm afraid we can't accept this sincere love. Lucia was surprised. Joshua, what are you talking about? He explained, Mom, I see that you already mean so much to us. There is not much food in front of you, but there are so many delicious dishes in front of us. Hearing that, Lucia looked around in confusion. Joshua continued, my lady, this is my last meal when I leave, so I hope we can have a meal together. In his mind he thought, I have faced these dangers 100 times, both thousands of times, I've seen this despicable trick countless times in my life. But as usual, poison is indispensable in this trick. As expected, they only put poison in my and my mother's food. The type of poison used is difficult to detect, and does not leave many traces. Joshua continued calmly. Ma'am, this is the first time we have a meal together, why don't we eat together? Vanessa replied, I didn't put all my effort into making you comfortable, because I was losing weight, so I ate more carefully. Lady, there is no need to maintain your figure, you are already very beautiful, that is not necessary. She forced a smile and said, you praise me too much, Joshua. In her heart, she secretly thought, this brat, he knew there was poison in there, he didn't expect he could hide his talent for so many years, magic bastard. If I continue to refuse to eat and use the excuse of only if you maintain your body shape, it will definitely give rise to doubts. Joshua kept urging, why are you so thoughtful, it's not like you poisoned the food, right? Chiffon stood next to her and shouted angrily, how dare you behave so rudely with a lady, do you think this can be a joke, why is there poison in the food? Joshua coldly questioned, am I being rude? What you are doing is rude, who do you think you are raising your voice at? Chiffon thought bitterly, he has been projecting hostility towards me since the beginning, how can a boy like him who is only a C-rank knight be able to control his hatred to this extent? Joshua continued, ma'am, what do you think, I just said it casually, but looking at Mr. Chiffon's reaction, it's probably no longer a matter of fact, did you really put poison in the food? Vanessa was angry and speechless. Chiffon quickly pulled out his sword, insulting the royal family will immediately result in punishment, even if you have the blood of a duke, I won't let you act on your own. Joshua boldly responded, how dare you point your sword at me? First it was that poison incident, now you're pointing your sword at me, I won't leave you alone. Seeing Joshua's ability, Chiffon was surprised, is this a C-class energy? In my opinion, it is at least a CAF-class energy, this growth speed is truly chilling, moreover, it also has saints, high-level object possessing spatial magic. Now that we've both pointed our swords at each other, I can't pretend that I'm innocent anymore, if we just let it go free, who knows how much stronger it will grow, we need to deal with it right here. When the war started happening, suddenly there was a loud shout, what are you two doing? On the other side, Kaiser is sitting quietly reading a book. He smiled attentively with the book in his hand, suddenly, Evergrande appeared and said solemnly, Evergrande would like to see you, your highness, the Kaiser asked, what's the matter? He replied, he had a letter from Lord Onyus. It seems he has already made a decision, or if you look at the letter, I felt it would be disrespectful to look at the content of the letter, so I brought it here, as soon as it was sent to the royal palace, I bring it to you immediately. Kaiser wondered if he would accept my proposal. I'm sure he will accept, the guild capital is where all the knights of the dynasty always wish to set foot, only a fool would refuse. Let's see, he excitedly opened the letter. While reading and smiling, then he burst into laughter in the middle of the park, and Evergrande called out in confusion, Prince. Not listening, the Kaiser forcefully tore the letter in half. With expectant eyes, he mumbled, that's interesting, Joshua. On this side, Chiffon feels that, if left like this, who knows how much stronger it will grow, we should finish it off here right away. Suddenly Duke Onyus appeared and frowned and asked, what the hell are you doing? Duke, I ask what you are doing, Chiffon. Chiffon hesitantly replied, looking at this, he couldn't answer. Vanessa came to protect me, I called Lucia and that child here, I heard you were going to bring them to the capital with you. So we feel we need to have a meal to send them off. Duke Onyus glanced coldly at Vanessa. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. The plates of food on the table have also cooled down. Duke Onyus said, how long are you going to stand like that? Hearing that, Chiffon quickly put the sword back. Accordingly, Joshua also took back the iron bar in his hand. Duke Onyus said, Joshua, tomorrow we will leave early, go rest early today. Joshua ran to Lucia and said gently, let's go mom. Lucia cuddled, okay. Then Lucia took Joshua and left the party. Vanessa frowned and asked, why are you suddenly like that, why do you love it, it's not fun. Duke Onyus replied, do you hate me? She screamed loudly at him and replied, yes, I hate you. You know why she hates me, because I suddenly paid attention to Joshua. Don't pay too much attention to that vile woman in front of me, you married me just for that, from the beginning you didn't pay attention to me, all you care about is the family. I have no right to complain, because I did not marry you for love, but this was an arranged marriage, because I was born of royal blood. But, if Babel becomes a victim because of the appearance of that child, I will not leave it alone, as much as the family means to you, then Babel is also important to me. as one of the noblest nobles of this dynasty, if you still think about basic rules, I hope you will make the right choice. Basic rules?" The Duke coldly asked, "Would that be the case for someone who knows basic decency?" She was surprised. What did he say? What else could it be? The Duke's sharp eyes stared at Vanessa and said, "Do you think I don't know?" These words made Chiffon and Vanessa speechless. They thought to themselves, indeed, he already knew everything. On the other side, Joshua returned to his room. He sighed nervously and said, "She must be very sad." He remembered just now, Lucia asked in confusion, "What happened?" Mom was so confused. "Why didn't you tell Mom this?" Currently, Joshua can't help but feel sad, whether before or after reincarnation. I still make my mother worry. Suddenly, a voice came from outside, "Little Duke Joshua, I'm Cain." Joshua opened the door to let Cain in. He was curious. "How was your dinner?" Joshua replied, "Do you know? You weren't in the room, so I asked the butler. He said you were at the banquet." Joshua heard these words. He pondered, was the housekeeper also involved? Wow, she wanted to poison me, so she must have prepared very carefully. Really, there is no place in this territory that Vanessa couldn't reach. Cain said, "I heard that tomorrow you will go to the capital. I personally think that is a wise decision. The academy will be a safe place for you to grow up. Moreover, if you stay with the Duke, you will have the opportunity to learn much from him." "What, you came here just to say that?" "Actually, I have something I want you to help me with." "What is it?" Cain knelt down and sincerely expressed, "I was really serious about what I said before. Will you do me the favor of serving you as my master?" Seeing Cain's sincere attitude, Joshua thought to himself, having good people serving under him will definitely be helpful, but before that, I need to do something. He said, "Do you know the path I plan to follow?" Chase, "No." "If you want to fully fulfill your duty as a knight, then I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. My path will be saturated with blood and death. Do you still want to follow me?" He replied, "I will only trust and obey my master, even if the path is littered with fresh blood. Having a choice that can only come once in a lifetime, I will bet my life as a knight under your command, little Duke Joshua." Cain asked solemnly, "Will you grant me this honor?" Joshua smiled. After that, he reached out to take the sword and replied, "Of course." The next morning, everything was ready to prepare. Dukanius led the way, speaking loudly. Everyone stood up and raised their swords. Then, he turned to ask, "Are you okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, Joshua replied, "Yes. Even though it's just the house of a fallen noble, do you need more servants? Having just one knight would be difficult. Have you forgotten how I lived? One person is too many." "I understand. Then, follow me." Suddenly, from afar, a voice called out to see the Duke. Cox hurriedly followed behind. "Please wait, Cheryl." Cheryl trotted over and said, "Please forgive me for daring to appear in this place. I think it would be impolite to see you off before leaving." Dukanius calmly replied, "Yes, when Poncel and Iseline departed, I didn't see you anywhere, but now you seem to be fine." Cheryl replied, "You're much better, thanks to you. I'm just worried just for you. Please don't blame me." "Is it just me who thinks so, or has the young lady's strong personality changed?" "I don't have a son, so I like the old one more. I'm a bit disappointed." "So you should behave like before, right?" Cox laughed and called out, "Miss." Dukanius laughed loudly and replied, "Yes, that's the Cheryl I know. Are you planning to come to the capital with us? Is your father also in Akkardi? I appreciate your invitation, but it will be difficult, because of you promised to visit Cox's family." As soon as he finished speaking, Cox responded loudly, "Lady, you don't have to keep your word." Cheryl replied, "I didn't promise you, I promised your dead wife, Miss Anna, this." Then Cheryl moved closer towards Joshua. She gently called out, "Little Duke Joshua, I have something to tell you." Joshua was bewildered and wondered what this cheeky girl was planning to do. Cheryl looked shy and said, "Please don't worry, I have something to give you." She took out a bronze symbol and gave it to Joshua, making him startled and exclaimed, "What?" Cheryl says, "This is my family symbol. When you come to Akkardi, please visit my family." Witnessing this scene, Cox was shocked. "What, miss, you can't give that to someone else so easily." Joshua asked curiously, "What did it mean?" Cheryl explained, "The little Duke can take it as an invitation. If you ever come to Akkardi, please visit us." The soldiers standing guard saw this and turned to each other and asked, "Why did Lady Cheryl give such a precious thing to little Duke Joshua, or did she like the little Duke?" Someone immediately objected, "Nonsense, doesn't Miss Cheryl like little Duke Babel? What's so important about that? They're not engaged, so these things are completely normal now." "Oh, is that a love letter that Lady Cheryl gave to little Duke Joshua? No knight can refuse it." Joshua heard the people talking and began to think wrongly, "If I reject her right in front of the knights who respect her like this, once the rumor spreads, all attention will turn to me. By the time I return stronger than before, it will take at least 5 years. If this happens, hiding my identity will be useless." Seeing that he kept not speaking, Cheryl started to shed tears of anger and asked, "Are you planning on mocking me? I just hope this will be an atonement for my previous rudeness." Joshua couldn't help but be startled. Why is she crying? Looks like she really made up her mind today. He didn't think anymore, directly took the badge from her hand. "Okay, I know. It seems like there's still a long road ahead, let's depart soon." "Oh," Duke Anyus looked back and asked, "Cheryl, can I come visit you too?" Cheryl happily replied, "Of course, no, I mean Duke Anyus, my family always welcomes you." He laughed, "I probably have to bring to Belu produced in the Heart Kingdom. Your father is a wine lover." "Okay, Cheryl and Cox, see you later." Cox also replied, "Duke Anyus, see you later." Knight Armstrong raised his sword and chanted, sending the Duke off, "Raise your sword." Joshua walked in front with a calm expression as if what just happened didn't affect him. Only Duke Anyus smiled softly and thought, "I still don't know the meaning of the daughter of a noble family giving me that symbol." On the other hand, at the royal palace of the Avalon dynasty, the Kaltika Palace, Jackie knelt before King Marcus's throne and reported that if they went quickly, Duke Aidan von Anyus and his second son Joshua von Anyus would reach the capital within 3 days. And before that, when Prince Kaiser extended an invitation to join the royal cavalry to Joshua von Anyus, his invitation was rejected. King Marcus frowned. How dare he refuse to join the royal order, the strongest organization in this dynasty, even the strongest in this world? He silently rubbed his chin in interest, thinking, moreover, that boy was not even the eldest son of the family, he was only the second son, and was also the child of his concubine, so he threw away the opportunity to develop his position. Why, thinking about it, he asked again, that boy doesn't have the guts to think he can rule the entire Anyus family, or anything like that, right? Jackie replied, "I don't think so." King Marcus was surprised. "Don't you think so?" "Yes, based on what was in the letter Joshua volume sent to Prince Kaiser." That boy said, "I don't need a suggestion from a prince, I will follow the dynasty's laws and do what the dynasty wishes." Emperor Marcus laughed out loud. "Will he listen to me? Isn't that what he thinks? That boy wants to enter the royal taboo with his own strength. Will it defeat our royal knights, which is the pride of this kingdom? It's worth looking forward to." 4 days later, at the Anyus family's residence in the capital Akarti, it was late afternoon when Joshua's group arrived. The knight came out to welcome the introduction. "This is the place our subordinates have prepared for you, little Duke Anyus, from now on you can rest here." Lucia looked at this place and asked a little shyly, "Oh, are we allowed to be here?" Joshua replied, "Yes, of course." Cain exclaimed, "It's been so many years, this place hasn't changed a bit. Do you know this place?" "Yes, I spent my childhood in this Akarti. I visited here once when I followed Duke Anyus." Hearing that, Joshua thought to himself, "He is so close to my father, did you only bring him here?" I admit that Cain is capable, but it turns out everything has something to do with him. In my previous life, I never heard of the knight Cain. He could not surpass his own limits, or he disappeared with the fall of the Anyus family. Anyway, now I have keep an eye on him, and I will lead him to glory, which is my reward for your loyalty. At this point, Cain scratched his head shyly and explained, "I've only been there once. He brought me here to see how capable I am. You've also seen, in this place where the Duke rests, there are many people guarding around, so this place will be more suitable for us if we want to hone our skills in peace." Joshua also agreed. Just as Cain said, "We can practice here with peace of mind, without having to worry about outsiders watching." Lucia said with tears in her eyes, "Joshua, go inside and take a look at this place, come on." He immediately replied, "Yes, mother." As he walked, he looked at the situation. On the other hand, because there weren't too many people around, security would be very bad, except for Cain, who was a knight. The rest were just servants his mother brought with him. If something goes wrong, it will be very difficult for Cain to protect my mother, and I won't be able to visit this place often. Lucia, I'm sorry. Wow, this place is too big. Joshua suddenly spoke up and said, "Cain, We need to go to this place. Kane was surprised. Are you leaving now? This isn't your first time coming to the capital. You might get lost if you're not careful, he reassured. It's okay. More importantly, keep an eye on my mother. Kane didn't think much but agreed. Maybe he was going to visit outside. That night, in the town of Akardi in the capital, Joshua went to a store. He looked at the sign and smiled. This place was still exactly the same as it was decades ago. I wonder what attitude the people in the restaurant will look at me with. Just as he was about to open the door, a guy suddenly appeared behind him and asked, "It seems you are lost, boy, where are you? I will take you home." Joshua smiled and said, "I came to find a red coin buried deep in the riverbed." When the boy heard this name, he was startled. Then he immediately went forward to say, "Please follow me, I will show the way." Joshua thought happily, "It seems I've come to the right place. Now what I need is information. I need a messenger who will tell me about my past. That messenger needs to deceive everyone, and secretly collect quality news. To do that, the person in front of us meets those requirements. Most people will not pay attention. A popular face." That person led Joshua to a pub. Inside, a red-haired man was sitting drinking a large beer. The guy walked in with his hands in his pockets and said, "Ryan, I'll leave the counter to you." Joshua walked past Ryan, and he also looked at him with curious eyes. They would definitely wonder why a child would come to this place, but they also strictly followed the messenger's rules. This is definitely a must to keep their work in the most discreet state. Coming to a door, there was a small square opening. The guy said, "It's me." Immediately, the door opened. As soon as he entered, someone immediately closed the door. Then, in the middle of the room, a secret cellar was opened. Joshua looked surprised. They guaranteed this level of secrecy. Maybe I was worried for nothing. Indeed, this is the lifeline of this profession. We will not need to worry about information being leaked, even if we tell them that we will give them a huge amount of information. He followed the man down. He did not forget to remind him, "It is quite dark down here, please be careful." The two of them continued walking up the stairs. Down below, there was a person sitting outside a room, reading a book and observing. Seeing them, he immediately stood up and bowed. "You're here, you have guests." Hearing that, he immediately opened the door. Joshua looked at the man who led him down and silently assessed, "He was in a higher position than I thought." Secret jobs often had management, but even in this secret corridor, they were very polite to him. It's true you can't judge a person just by appearance. Once again inside the room, the man said, "We are here, you are bored, another door. This is the last door, please follow me to the third room." "Please sit down." Joshua immediately pulled out a chair and sat down. The wall next to where he sat had a small round hole. He speculated that they must have transmitted messages through this hole. The man closed the door and asked, "So what information do you need?" Joshua smiled and said, "You also sell information, right? A branch manager has to be here when I only ask for level 3 information. That's really ridiculous. Don't you have enough manpower lately?" He couldn't hide his surprise and exclaimed, "You must know a lot about our organization. However, how are you so sure I am the branch head?" He raised his eyebrows and explained that the basic thing about an information exchange organization is maintaining confidentiality. To meet that, the members of the organization must keep their relationship between them hidden. Even among members from the same branch, they did not know each other's true identities, which was the essence of a completely secret organization. The characteristic of these organizations is that the headquarters will completely coordinate and maintain other branches. Ordinary members will not be able to know the identity or appearance of the branch head. From the moment I stepped in here, I noticed how people treated you, and how you answered my questions. After piecing everything together, I came to my conclusion. After hearing this, the head manager had to conclude a sentence. "I always thought that the rumors were just exaggerations, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it seems that those rumors are still too low." While he was not understanding anything, he smirked. "The second son of the Anyus family, little Duke Joshua?" Joshua asked calmly, "It seems you know me well." He replied, "You are the most talked about person in this entire continent. If we don't know you well, how can we know our skills?" He was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that he could immediately discover my identity, even if Duke Anyus hid it very carefully. This information gathering skill is indeed reliable, but on the other hand, this means information about us can be exchanged at any time. The man then placed his hand on his chest and bowed. "From your expression, I know what you are thinking, but only I and a few subordinates know who you really are, so please don't worry, sir. Sorry for not introducing myself, I am Zero, the person in charge of managing the Akari branch of the Moon Gate. May I know why you came to our headquarters? Joshua did not hesitate to ask, first of all, let me ask you something, you lead me to the third-class room, because now only the third-class information is suitable for me, Zero replied. Normally, it would be like so, however, I will provide you with first-rate information, which is also the highest I can provide within my rank. He wondered why you would give such valuable information to someone you just met for the first time. He explained, if I can build a connection with little Duke Joshua here, then what is this? Yes. Joshua silently thought, this is probably to invest in the future, but nothing in this world is free. He will definitely give out first-class information and ask for something in return. Then he said, you used the nickname Zero. I thought you could provide me with special information, but it turns out I was wrong. I thought Naguyatmon didn't snoop on customer information. Right, that's not true. Zero was so surprised that he was sweating. How did you know that? He immediately bowed his head and expressed, please forgive me, tell me what you need. Joshua immediately said, I'm looking for something. I want to know the heirloom of Viscount Orvis's family, what was disappeared a few decades ago. Where are you now? Zero rubbed his chin and thought, then replied, the Orvis family. Most of their products have been sold on the black market. If we look from there, how long will it take? 1 week is enough. Do you need anything else? Joshua silently calculated, it would take quite some time before anyone got information about me. But there were no guarantees here. This matter was sensitive. If anyone knew I was hunting information about their past, it would be very troublesome. Then take this opportunity. Why don't we trap them? I will use 1 arrow to kill 2 swallows. Okay, so let's proceed. Okay, he said, the person who finds the red coin buried somewhere in the bed of the Raouf River will be blessed by the moon. The person who carries that symbol will receive blessings from the Moon Gate. Zero turned pale and stammered, why are you? That's a legend that's only passed down to certain people in the organization. Who are you anyway? Joshua raised 3 fingers to negotiate. If you agree to my conditions, within 3 years, I will find that symbol for you. How about it? Do you really dare to invest in me? Zero's expression was still filled with surprise and contemplation. That symbol was no longer needed, because the victorious Battle of the Moon Gate ended a year ago, but it was still the symbolic treasure of our organization, has been trying to find it for decades. Moreover, that person is still eager to find it again. He then suggested, please let me hear the conditions first, then I will decide. Joshua nodded, good, the conditions are simple, do not reveal my information to anyone. And tell me everything about Dracia Belgrace. Zero frowned and asked again, do you mean God of War Dracia Belgrace? He raised his eyebrows, what, am I worth your investment? Time passed, it had been 2 months since I spoke to the Zero of the Moon Gate, while Joshua trained to hone his strength. He also tried to move Lucia to another county owned by Duke Agnes. Compared to that remote place, it would be easier to protect her from invaders. Of course, Lucia didn't want to be separated from Joshua. But after a while of persistent persuasion by Joshua, no parent in the world could resist their children. Lucia was finally taken to another realm. Before leaving, mother and daughter looked at each other affectionately as if saying goodbye. And then, a week before the Academy's entrance ceremony, Cain and Joshua went to eat at the Royal Palace Chef's restaurant. Sitting at the dining table, Joshua was distracted and kept poking at the steak with his fork. Cain saw that and asked, little Duke Joshua, are you worried about something? You've been very stressed lately, you're a bit startled, is that so? After that, he continued to be quiet. They said just a week would be enough, but it's been 2 months without any news. I have to enter the academy soon. This will have a big impact on my plans. Suddenly, someone appeared and pulled out a chair from the dining table to greet him. It's been a while, little Duke. How are you? That person is Zero. Seeing you, Joshua is happy. You finally showed up. Zero glanced at Cain and said vaguely, who was sitting here a little. But when he looked straight into his eyes, he was startled and stammered, Are you Cain? Your eyes seem to want to pierce me. Joshua spoke up to relieve the situation, I know this person, it's okay Cain. When he heard that, his head retracted his gaze and replied, yes, little Duke. Joshua turned to Zero and asked, so how's it going? He immediately searched in his shirt pocket and replied, of course I completed it perfectly. Putting the small plastic tube in his hand, he said, it passed through many people's hands, so it took a long time to track it. This is its location. What about the service fee? It's free, nothing compares to being entrusted by you. It's a family heirloom, but in our eyes, it's just a normal thing. It would have a different story inside it, if it had a little more special power from." Joshua interrupted, "Don't try to get anything out of me," Zero said embarrassed. "Isn't this so obvious?" "Wow, anyway, as for your requests, there's nothing to report yet. I'll still visit from time to time when there's important news." "Oh yes, next time I will pay for all the work you asked for, which are all services, because our organization requires payment in advance for all transactions." Joshua frowned slightly. What's the service? Once he gets a better deal next time, he will definitely have to ask for something else. "There's nothing else to do." Zero put his hands in his pockets and turned around, "So I'm leaving." Waiting for him to leave completely, Joshua opened the plastic tube and took out the paper inside. The information on there is almost very detailed. The Viscount Orvis family, just a few decades ago, they were a famous magic family close to the Rebrika family in the Avalon dynasty. Many years ago, members of the Orvis family were people who received respect, even though they were only magicians of the dynasty. The head of the Orvis family easily defeated knights who reached the realm of Master, and also the first person to declare the mage formation in the continent after that. But it made an extremely strong impression on the country of magic, Silk, so much so that the King of Terra personally invited the leader of Orvis to his country. And then, a few decades ago, that glorious Orvis family suddenly faded away, at the hands of the Motherland's royal family. After reading these things, Joshua thought to himself, looking at the statistics, the Avalon clan probably purged its own nobles. The goal was to purge the nobles. Suddenly he noticed a name, Baron Accent. Kane immediately asked, "Are you talking about the great dark blacksmith, Baron Accent Provalum? Do you know this person?" "Just a little. He is very famous in the underground world. He has so much influence that all the items that appear in the black market have passed through his hands. He is also the brother of Viscount Beeg." Joshua rubbed his chin and muttered, "Viscount Beeg's brother." Suddenly another person came, Little Duke Joshua. The two immediately turned away. Count Poncel greeted, "Long time no see, Little Duke Joshua." Following him, Iseline also silently raised her skirt and bowed. Joshua saw the two and was a bit surprised. Fourth Duke Rebrika. At night, in some luxurious mansion, the lights are still on throughout the room. The higher one's noble status, the closer one's domain is to the royal palace. Therefore, the location of a person's domain shows that person's aristocratic status. However, this remote domain is extremely large and luxurious, even though it is located in the wilderness. The fact that a person has could have such a large land in Akardi, the capital of the dynasty, proving not only his status, but also his wealth. He is one of three influential figures in the underworld deep within the Akardi. He is one of three influential figures in the underworld deep in Akardi, Baron Provalum. But right now, he was smiling and rubbing his hands in flattery. What wind had brought him to this poor area, without a word of warning? Fresh cottage Baron Shenvillis. He sat cross-legged on the chair, his eyes cold and said, "The deadline for our transaction has passed, Provalum." Baron Provalum couldn't help but stammer out an explanation. "Ah, this. Little Duke, as you know, goblins are so rare, hunting them is not easy. If you give us a little more time." Baron Shenvillis frowned. "I leave this to you, because I don't want to hear excuses." The more he spoke, the more he bowed his head to the ground in embarrassment. "I have no intention of making excuses, Little Duke." Baron Shenvillis stood up and asked, "1 week is more than enough, right?" He quickly replied, "Of course, Little Duke, I will definitely get them this time." He doesn't care what he promises, just walks by and coldly threatens, "You have to have it, but if you still can't catch the goblins, you will no longer be able to freely enjoy yourself in this capital." Baron Provalum forced a smile and replied, "I remember clearly." After he left, he immediately regained his fearful expression and looked at him maliciously. He gritted his teeth and sighed, "Every time I see him, my life seems to shorten." His butler brought water to reassure me. "Take a deep breath." "But a week is really starry enough, lately, Goblin." Baron Provalum interrupted, "We have to do it, otherwise everything we have built will collapse," like he said. He is the only son of Marquis Villas, an influential figure in the military, and also someone who receives complete trust from the Emperor, Baron Shenvillis. He will definitely make it come true. Returning on the horse-drawn carriage, Guard Knight Baron Macer asked curiously, "Little Duke Baron, do you think Baron Provalum can really find elves in just a week?" He replied, "Who knows, it will definitely be very difficult." "Huh, so why?" Baron Shenvillis smirked and said, "I have another reason to give him a week. What do you think is the most important thing for a king to rule over the crowd? Macer replied, that is, bait and whip. Varenchенvilus said, of course, feeding the people is important, but, if the one who is full eats and feeds again, will he be willing to eat? That is why it is necessary to the whip. That's right, intimidation is the most important thing. The king needs to manipulate the crowd. It's like a spell that makes everyone obey, whether they're hungry and bitter, or their stomachs are about to burst like a full-fed pig. Macer understood this thought of his. He asked again, so if Baron Provalum could not find the elf during that time? Varenchенvilus said with cruel eyes, I will trample him, of course, when he reaches the peak of fear, and then, he will become obedient when I show mercy, content. Macer couldn't help but exclaim, Little Duke Varen, you've already seen all of Baron Provalum's personality. Varenchенvilus said humbly, anyway, I'm quite disappointed. I was looking forward to this day. Now, since it's been a while since I've been out, let's go eat something. The knight heard that and shouted excitedly, obeying the order, Little Duke, hey, let's drive to a good restaurant. The driver obeyed and immediately drove to the restaurant. Meanwhile, at the royal chef's restaurant, when he saw the two people of the Rebrica family, Cain immediately bowed. It's been a long time, Viscount Rebrica, Poncel expressed. He didn't expect to see you two here. Really, great to see you two again. Am I bothering you too? Cain smiled wryly and replied, of course not, it's nice to see you again. Joshua looked at him and remembered, Poncel din Rebrica I know was once a common noble, of course in a good sense. Viscount Rebrica was born with weak health and pale appearance. From his appearance it can be seen that he is also mentally unstable. He cannot bluntly tell others what they do not want to hear, even when it would harm him. He always spoke to people with formality, down to a commoner level. For someone with such a high title, such actions were always ridiculed and looked down upon by other nobles. However, Viscount Rebrica never showed weakness. He took good care of his family. Although he was not famous among the nobles, he was very famous among the common people, most notably Viscount Poncel din Rebrica. At this time, Iseline also raised her skirt and bowed her head. Long time no see, Little Duke, I thought I saw some strange hair, and I thought it was you. Joshua was surprised and wondered if this child was so talkative. She suddenly stammered, Little Duke Joshua. At this moment, Varenchенvilus and Macer walked in. He exclaimed, what, are there still people here at this hour? The restaurant waiter quickly explained, I will take care to make sure you two have a delicious meal. Varenchенvilus glanced at Iseline then immediately stopped. Wait. His eyes showed interest. He stopped looking down at her feet. Then there are those lovely hands. The neck is small behind the collar. Finally, Iseline's beautiful face with sad sparkles said, why is there such a beautiful lady in Akardi? Is this your first time coming to Akardi? What family are you coming to? Seeing him approaching you, Iseline was scared and quickly moved away. Macer warned loudly, he was the son of the villa's Marquis Varenchенvilus family. He didn't even hurry to perform the ceremony. Cain worriedly thought to himself, Marquis Villas, why is the son of the most influential person in the 12th dynastic families present at a restaurant at this time? Viscount Poncel quickly stood up to shield Iseline and expressed, I apologize for this disrespect. It is truly an honor to meet the son of the prestigious Villas Marquis family. Varenchенvilus looked at him suspiciously and asked, you are? He bowed his head and introduced, I am the head of the Rebrica family, Poncel din Rebrica. Varenchенvilus called Macer. He immediately leaned close to him to confirm, yes, he is Viscount Rebrica. He immediately frowned and said, I don't expect you to apologize, Viscount Rebrica. I don't know how you educate your daughter, she lacks manners. I cannot accept this insult, I must receive an apology from her. Cain thought to himself, how can the lady perform the ceremony, when they have never known each other, and this is not a public place? How can he be so unreasonable? He is just abusing his power by borrowing the family's reputation. Viscount Rebrica is the one who should be blamed. Poncel was about to explain, Little Duke, my daughter, but Varenchенvilus arrogantly pushed his hand away and shouted, it seems you still don't know what you did wrong. Iseline was scared and speechless. This. Varenchenvilus was even louder and bowed immediately. At this time, Joshua spoke up, stop making trouble. He was interrupted and shouted angrily, what? He quipped, Marquis Villas must be very worried, to have such a foolish son. Varenchenvilus was so mad that he couldn't say anything. You, what did you just say, that brat? Macer immediately pulled out his sword and questioned, how dare you want to die? Right, quickly reveal your name. Joshua asked in return, how dare you raise your sword? If you have been trained with a sword, you should clearly understand the weight behind your every action. What the hell are you talking about? Joshua stared at him, his whole body exuding a cold breath, emphasizing that you will be responsible for your actions. Looking at these eyes and pressure, Macer suddenly trembled in fear. That deadly look. That look was from that child. Varon Chenvillis saw him suddenly stop and wondered, Mucker, what are you doing? Teach him a lesson, he stammered. Little Duke, this. Joshua suddenly asked, are you asking who I am? I am Ash Van Frederick. Varon Chenvillis frowned and mumbled your name again. Is it Ash Van Frederick? He smiled and said, no need to mention it again, because I will help the name stick in your mind right now. The sky was dark at the mansionette. Inside the mansion, Viscount Big sat absent-mindedly, his mouth still drooling. Sitting opposite Anna, the man in a black shirt said, long time no see, Miss Anna. It's been a while, Juan, you came earlier than I thought. Juan asked curiously, because there was an emergency signal so I took a moment. Yes, what's going on? Anna explains, recently there have been some abnormalities, a monster has appeared in Ducanius's territory. Juan is surprised, monster, you're talking about Babel, right? Anna remembered Joshua and nodded and said, as I expected, the rumor has not yet spread to your area. Ducanius has another son, moreover, he is a monster with abilities far surpassing Babel. Through the mask, Juan's eyes widened in surprise, really, a kid with the ability to surpass Babel, the genius of genius, why didn't you tell me something as important as this sooner? If only I could use a communication ball. Anna retorted, don't criticize me like that, Ducanius intended to spread this rumor, to raise his family's reputation, and sooner or later you will hear about this. Such rumors can be concentrated and turned into a special power in times of peace like this. Juan agreed, yes, he thought to himself, although the world thinks this is a time of peace, every empire today is like volcanoes about to erupt. Most empires, after continuously accumulating power for a very long period of time, will be overwhelmed with power. For civilians, this is definitely a good thing, because they believe their empire is a very strong country. But the reality is different. Excessive accumulation of power will also cause an explosion. What will powerful countries with strong armies do? That is making war. Anna seriously analyzed the importance of recruiting talented people, or in other words masters participating in battle cannot be overlooked. No country easy makes war without chance of winning. Therefore, every country must depend on sources of information, Juan continued, and in the end, information will be what prevents war from breaking out. I understand what Lady Anna is thinking, but, pausing for a moment, Juan made a guess, if he is the second son of Ducanius, it is not good for us, an error goes a mile. Anna stood up and said, don't worry, I have a plan, I plan to enroll in the capital Avalon Academy. Juan is still a bit confused, academy, so Ducanius. Anna smiled brightly, confidently affirming, it's okay now, trust me, I promise Anna's honor. I will bring Joshua to our side. The person the two of them mentioned, Joshua was standing in the mansion. Joshua faintly said the name Frederick. Opposite, Varon Chenvillis shook his head. I have never heard this name before, is it a family in some remote countryside? Joshua asked the question, is it that important? Varon Chenvillis slightly raised the corner of his mouth and replied, no, because it will disappear soon. His heart is extremely unhappy. If a guy like you dares to point his finger at my business, I will make you pay for your actions. His meaningless bravery. Thinking so, Varon Chenvillis immediately waved his hand to show the authority of a duke and ordered, kneel down, if you sincerely beg, I will lighten your crime and only take away one of your wings. As if hearing a joke, Joshua leisurely said two words, nonsense. Being despised, Varon Chenvillis shouted angrily, what, mucker, how much more humiliation do I have to endure, causing him to kneel in front of me immediately. Receiving orders from the little duke, Mucker immediately drew his sword and attacked, obeying the order. When I came to Joshua, Mucker had a thought in his head. I was a bit surprised by his overwhelming killing intent. But after all, you are only a 10-year-old boy, so unlucky, but from the moment you underestimated the villa's family, you were forced to die. I will deal with you quickly, with just one shot. Joshua looked at the sword slashing down, he directly used his bare hand to block it. Look at this, Mucker. And Varon were amazed. Blocking the sword, Joshua raised his foot and kicked Mucker in the stomach. Eating hurts, Mucker's face turns pale in pain, and he can't help but moan. Looking at Mucker kneeling on the floor, Varenchenvillis worriedly shouted, "Mucker!" Varenchenvillis gritted his teeth in anger. It defeated Mucker, a calf-rank knight, with just its fist. It was capable of taking down a knight using mana with just one punch. Moreover, it just a milk-smelling kid. Joshua asked faintly, "How do I deal with you?" Varenchenvillis turned to look at him and shouted, "You dare, don't care." Joshua said, "I don't intend to forgive you, no matter how much I beg. A kid like you must be punished." Varenchenvillis questioned and asked, "What is your identity, who are you?" Joshua still said, "I told you, I am Ash Van Frederick." Villis retorted and shouted, "Don't lie, I've never heard of the Frederick family. Do you know how serious the crime of impersonating a noble is? I am the successor of the Marquis Villis family. One of the 10 great families support this empire, Varenchenvillis." But before he could finish his sentence, he was immediately punched by Joshua's fist. Teeth and blood spewed out. The fist was so strong that Varenchenvillis flew straight away, his whole body violently hitting the floor. Lying on the ground, Varenchenvillis was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Joshua slowly approached, looked at the people on the ground. He said, "Hey, it's not over yet, just getting started, stand up." Joshua saw Varenchenvillis still lying still, so he directly grabbed his shirt and lifted him up. Joshua raised his fist and said, "Where has your arrogant and superior attitude gone? You can't faint yet, wake up quickly." A sword stabbed straight into the ground, a pleading voice rang out, "Young master, please stop." Mucker knelt down and begged, "We have offended you, please grant us your grace, just this once." Mucker had an ugly face, analyzing in his mind, it was incomprehensible to common sense, as he had covered his entire fist with mana, then he must be at least a master. A child like that, surely is a child of a special family that is not yet famous on the continent. At this rate, young Master Varenchenvillis will be in danger. Joshua stopped his actions and turned around and said, "I warned you, if a knight draws his sword, he will be responsible for his actions." Joshua radiates murderous aura, as the god of death declares, "I am not generous enough to grant favors to my enemies." With this pressure, Mucker's whole body was numb and scared. Was he really trying to pursue this matter? Faced with this situation, Mucker banged his head down and begged, "Please spare us this time. So I won't object if I can't hold the sword anymore. Please, at least spare young Master Varenchenvillis. Please let it go, just this once, young master." Looking at Mucker's pleading appearance, Joshua somewhat sympathized. It was all to protect the master. A knight was willing to give up everything. It reminds me of the guy in my previous life, an idiot who sacrificed everything for my benefit. Joshua didn't seem to care, continuing to hold out his hand. "I said before, I'm not generous enough to grant favors to enemies." Before Mucker's surprised eyes, Joshua's hand pulled hard, the necklace broke. Small bracelets flew everywhere. Joshua held the ring in his hand and said, "I will stay in the capital, I want to bring back my family's ring." Told him to come find me. "If not, I will sell it to the black market." Then, Joshua turned around and left. Cain walked to Joshua's side and said, "I keep wondering about this, but your temper is really erratic." Joshua reminded, "Don't take me as an example." Cain said without paying attention, "It's okay, don't I also need charisma?" Joshua smiled teasingly, "Ha, you want to be expelled, huh?" Count Poncel looked at Joshua appraisingly. No matter how many times he looked at him, he was still amazing. Iseline hummed. Count Poncel turned around. "What is it, Iseline?" Iseline shook his head without saying anything. Then she directly picked up her dress and left. Count Poncel was left standing in the same place. Eyes looked towards Varenchenvillis lying on the ground. Count Poncel smiled friendly, "Mr. Mucker, I will direct you to the nearest hospital." The two priests, as usual, clasped their hands before the statue of the goddess. At this moment, a priest raised his head, his face showing surprise. In another place, Varenchenvillis stood in front of the mirror looking at his swollen face. He was full of anger and shouted, "Look what that bastard did to my face." Varenchenvillis looked at Mucker and ordered, "Mucker, no matter what, bring that bastard here immediately." Mucker bowed his head, muttering hesitantly, "With my power." Looking at his weak subordinate, Varenchenvillis angrily kicked Mucker's leg. "What, you useless insect? You can't even win against a 10-year-old boy. As soon as we return to the estate, there will be a severe punishment for you." Mucker did not resist, obediently bowed his head to receive orders. "Following your orders." Varenchenvillis commanded with a vicious face. Go back to the estate and find out about the Frederick family. I will find his father, mother, brothers, sisters, and even servants, and I promise that I will kill him, them before him." Mucker said a little hesitantly, "That is impossible, we have no reason." Baron Chenvillis shouted angrily, "What, the reason?" He arrogantly declared, "I, the heir of the Marquis Villas family, have been humiliated to this extent, and he said it for no reason." Mucker spoke softly, trying to explain to his master, "No one would believe that we were defeated by a 10-year-old boy. Even if someone believed him, the family's reputation would fall into the abyss, may change society's perspective on our family." Refusing to give up, Baron Chenvillis shouted, "Shut up, you just do as I say, it doesn't matter." Mucker, no longer humbled, raised his voice to affirm, "It's important, boss." Mucker explained, "For nobles, reputation is something even more important than one's own life. Honor is no different from the entire family." Baron Chenvillis trembled backwards, "Now you are teaching my life." Not paying attention to Baron Mucker's questioning, continued to explain, even though the master didn't care about it. But if the Marquis of Villas heard about this incident, it wouldn't end in some simple punishment. Baron Chenvillis was speechless, but still tried to argue, "We can erase the evidence before any rumor spread, like we always do. We will kill everyone present there." "You wouldn't say you were afraid of the Rebrecca family, would you, even if you didn't want to?" the Muckers had to say. "Actually, there's proof, master. Ash van Frederick took our family ring." Hearing this, Baron Chenvillis was stunned to the point of being stunned. He searched for the ring and said, "What are you talking about? I left the ring right here. I searched and couldn't find it." Baron Chenvillis's eyes sparkled, his whole body panicked. "It's gone. Don't you keep the family ring?" Mucker said, "He said his private uncle came to find it, if he wanted to get it back." Mucker was thinking, in addition to it being evidence, the fact that the Armstrong family ring was in someone else's hands, was also quite important. Maybe he didn't think so far, but if so, "We can't make enemies with him," Mucker suggested with a serious look. "Currently, there is more harm than good in our situation. How about calming down, and continuing to observe the situation image?" Not giving up, Baron Chenvillis immediately replied, "You mean, I have to find him and apologize?" Mucker stood up and said placatingly, "He said he had to let you come, but I'll try sending a replacement." "The replacement?" Baron Chenvillis muttered in a bit of surprise. In another place, Joshua was playing with the Villas family ring in his hand. Opposite, Cain asked curiously, "Are you sure Master Baron Chenvillis will come looking for you?" Joshua smiled and replied, "He won't do it himself, because I keep his precious item. He can't help but come see me. Maybe he will send a replacement, someone with a high enough status, but without any risk of information leaks." "And that is?" Cain immediately asked. Joshua didn't answer to the point but said, "There is a rumor in Accardi. The person who runs the black market in Accardi is Baron Provellum, but the one who sets the rules for the black market is the boss of the Villas family." Looking at Joshua, Cain couldn't help but admire, "Wow, I thought he was just making enemies with the Villas family, one of the 12 easily provoked families, but thought it was part of his plan, towards a bigger goal. He would become someone beyond his expectations." Excitement made Cain's hands tremble. At this moment, someone came forward. Iseline came over, bowed politely, thanking him very much for his help. Joshua and Cain looked at him in surprise and shouted, "Miss Iseline." Joshua quickly waved his hand, "No need to be so grateful, I didn't do it to help you." Iseline bowed his head, not thinking so, said, "However, not only me, but my whole family could also fall into a difficult situation, but thanks to your help, we were able to avoid it. I want to thank you again." Looking at Iseline's appearance, Joshua pondered in his mind, thinking about her future. As a great witch in the continent, her personality was very different. How could such a gentle person become into a massacre without shedding tears or blood? The end of that time, she was like a flower exuding beauty even in the harsh cold, which Iseline. At that time, I thought that name suited her quite well. Iseline said a little worriedly, "If you get into trouble because of this incident, then we will be your support. If we testify as people present at the scene, then even the family royal." Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Joshua. "No need to worry." Iseline was still a bit hesitant. However, there was no other way. Joshua let out a sigh. If she really cared. Joshua smiled brightly and said, "I want you to help me with something in the future." Hearing help, Iseline's eyes glowed like stars, a smile on her lips full of happiness. Iseline carried her skirt and bowed her head to worship, anything for him. Joshua looked out the window. The corners of the lips curled up in a strange curve. But outside the dark sky, suddenly a ring of light appeared. It was raining heavily outside, and a man was constantly running on the roof. Zero appeared in his mind, the image of Joshua von Onius. He knew he was watching. I'm confident that my stealth magic won't be detected even by a master. From his skills, the information about him is not wrong. I have to change the plan. I think he was just taking advantage of me, by using the information about the moon door, which he luckily got from somewhere. If he really knew, I wonder what master's thoughts would be. I just need to follow his decision. On this side, a man stands in front of the royal chef's restaurant. This person is Baron Provalum. At this moment, Count Poncel and Iseline walked out of the store. Count Poncel lamented and said, "After all the work my back hurts, let's go home." Iseline, "Yes," Iseline replied gently. Baron Provalum looked at the two of them, surprised. Count Rebrika seems to have come to the right place. Inside the room, Joshua's face turned slightly and he laughed. Looking at the person coming, Joshua greeted and said, "You came faster than I thought, Baron Provalum." Baron Provalum also bowed in response. "It's nice to meet you, my name is Provalum." "It's an honor to meet the son of the Frederick family." Looking at Baron Provalum in front of him, Cain thought, truly, to this child, even though Provalum is a low-ranking baron, he almost has the power of a high-ranking noble. Why is he so polite to the son of a family in the countryside? Baron Provalum bowed politely and said, "As the replacement for Master Varen, I have something to say to Master Ash. The thing you are keeping is a precious family item. You can return it to my master does not." Joshua took out the ring and said threateningly, "I believe I said, he came here himself. If he wants it back, go back and tell him the same. If he doesn't come, I will cook it." Seeing that the other party did not accept it, Baron Provalum cursed in his heart, "Damn boy." But on the outside he still spoke softly, "Is there anything else that can be done besides that? Right now the main character Varen Shenvilis needs to rest, he hasn't even woken up yet." Joshua sneered, "He loved more than I thought, right?" Broad Knight Mucker, who was next to Baron Provalum, asked inexplicably, "What does that mean?" Joshua said directly, "We will talk again, when the person who brought him arrived. Besides." Joshua's eyes looked at the rings on the Baron's hand, his eyes full of excitement, saying, "You reap what you sow, right? Because I accepted your request, you must also accept mine." Baron Provalum asked, "What was that request?" Joshua did not hide it, directly stated his request. The rings on his hand looked quite expensive. Joshua gave the commanding finger, "Give it to us." Darkness covered the entire city. On the road, Cain exclaimed, "Master, you are really cruel. How can you rape me without changing your face?" Joshua smiled and said, holding the ring in his hand, "I won't take it by force. This is a fair exchange. Isn't it too fair to give Provalum a chance in return?" Cain still didn't understand and asked, "But why did he take Provalum's ring?" Joshua turned the ring, revealing the sparkling stone. This was the Orvis family heirloom goblin teardrop. Goblins, with their beautiful appearance, were attractive to humans. For that reason, humans started hunting goblins, and many goblins lost their homes and died because of that. After that, humans become an enemy to the goblins. To protect themselves and their families, all the elves gathered in the forest located at the southern end of the continent, which eventually became known as the Goblin Forest. Then, to make it impossible for humans to find, the High Elves created a shield throughout the forest. By combining their powers, however, no matter how strong the High Elves had magic, it is also difficult to maintain a shield over the entire forest. It resulted in the deaths of all the High Elves except one. All the elves gathered around the last High Elf. The humans had him as king of the elves, and named him Olympus. After several centuries, the only person who knew the location of the elven forest, the good friend of the fifth generation Olympus, disappeared, along with the fall of his family decades ago, the head of the Orvis family, Zerathdik Orvis. Others think he's missing, but I'm sure someone killed him, to get information back to the Goblin Forest. If you wonder, the location of the forest has not been revealed until now. Zerathdik Orvis, until his last breath, did not reveal any information about the Goblin Forest. The fifth generation Olympus, having learned the news too late, went to the continent himself, to confirm it with his own eyes. She found Zerathdik Orvis's last student, a servant of another noble family. When she held her hand and apologized, those tears fell and seeped into the family ring. Later, it became known to the world as the Goblin Teardrop. However, Unfortunately, Orvis's last student passed away due to an illness. What a terrible and cruel fate for the family. The ring that was born through that fate is said to have special powers, although it won't last long. Seeing Joshua stunned, Cain turned around and asked, "Master, what are you thinking about?" Joshua was startled. What?" Cain pointed forward and said, "We have arrived at the mansion." Looking at Joshua still standing there, Cain turned around and asked, "Master, why don't you come in?" Joshua now stood still, as if thinking about something. Finally, he also spoke up, "Cain, can I ask you a favor?" Cain replied cheerfully, "Yes, anything for the master." Joshua said in a serious tone, "This is as much for me as it is for you. I need subordinates that I can trust. I don't use those who fall before me on the battlefield. I'll be entering the academy soon, so let's leave here, and go to the Duke." Cain's eyes widened. He exclaimed in surprise, "You're telling me, becoming Lucia's guardian knight, you'll be the son of a noble family, without a knight to escort you, moreover, a aristocracy in the Low Country, about which not much is known." Cain tried to persuade him, knowing clearly that he would be ignored, and looked at with contempt, and many more things would happen to him, based on his personality. "I'm sure he wouldn't stand for it. If something like that happens, you'll need me to prevent something like that. Plus, Varenchenvilis also studies at the academy. I think he will come to you again." Joshua said affirmatively, "Don't worry, I'm thinking about letting my day pass peacefully. I don't know if you believe me, I'm an expert in suffering alone. Besides, I intend to ask you for something else." Joshua raised his hand to his chest, bowed his head low in supplication, "Show me how to use the Duke's sword. This is not an order, but a request. A request, which I would very much like you to accept." Looking at Joshua humbly in front of him, Cain thought in surprise, he didn't expect him to bow to such a request. He must have asked Duke Agnes for him. Cain quickly spoke up, "Please raise your head. I don't want to see the person I serve bow to anyone else, including me." "Okay, I'll accept your request, but in exchange, I also have something to request." Joshua raised his head, smiled cheerfully, "Okay, listen to your brain." Cain with eyes full of hope said, "Do well, so that I never have to bow to anyone other than you." Joshua patted his chest, confidently affirming, "Of course, I will do well so that you will never have to bow to anyone other than me. I act on my own behalf." Cain as a subordinate bows to Joshua, "Then, I will take care of you from now on, master." In the center of the Agrant vast continent, surrounded by three great powers, there is an ivory tower so tall that it can pierce the sky. It is the holy place, as well as the pride of magicians, the Magic Tower. In the Magic Tower, a man said, stroking his white beard, "The magician of fire, thunder, and space." This man was the owner of the Magic Tower, the first level 7 magician, and also the head of the 7 magicians. He questioned why these 3 seats were empty. Marcus, the Earth magician, leisurely drank tea and said, "As you know, fire and space don't like to be in the same place. About thunder and lightning, I believe he left, because of the important matter in the case that he is dealing with." The master of the Magic Tower smacked his lips, "Then we will begin the 27th regular meeting without them, but important matters aside, we cannot continue to delay the meeting." The main topic of the meeting was revived. "Theta, the Storm magician, said excitedly, 'Oh, straight to the point, you seem to be old.' Marcus reminded and said, 'Mind your manners, Storm, we're in a meeting.' Theta replied absent-mindedly, 'Mustache, I understand, sir.' The owner of the tower turned around and said to Theta, 'I was surprised to see you there. Normally I didn't see any trace of you.' Theta explained his appearance. 'Well, it's just like you. It's just like the master of low magic said, this is an important matter. Moreover, is it true that someone took the magma?' Marcus added, 'Not only the magma, but also the Bronto disappeared.' Theta was so surprised that she slapped the table, and Bronto, the tower owner, coughed, 'The first time I heard about it.' Elisa, the ice magician, said that only those in magic know the location of the revived tablets. They may have taken it without knowing what it is. But if that is not the case, then this is a serious problem." The Magic Tower master nodded, "Just like you said, I think I know who took the magma, but I don't know where Bronto is." Theta spoke up, "Now I understand why. Thunder will drop everything and leave again." Marcus said, "It's not like there's absolutely no information about it. I'm not sure if it's related to Bronto or not, but there's an unusual information about being near that area." "Curious, Theta, unusual information." Marcus explained, "Near the area where Bronto appeared, I heard that a peerless knight appeared. Listening to this lazily, the people at the scene simultaneously looked over. What, a peerless knight? Elisa panicked. Could it be that he appeared? Marcus took another sip of tea and said, unfortunately, this time no peerless knight appeared. I heard he was a 9-year-old child. Everyone had the opportunity to be surprised again by this information. What, 9 years old? The master of the magic tower spoke solemnly. Everyone was silent. This is not right. You mean Bronto was found in the Avalon Empire? Marcus nodded affirmatively. Yes, the master of the tower asked again. So the thunder had arrived there. He ordered, Marcus, observe who took the magma. If this information is correct, we won't be able to do anything. Elisa speculated, could it be that person's successor, the peerless knight? I can't imagine it being anyone else but him. The tower master sighed and said, calm down, Elisa, I understand your feelings, her senses. Elisa stood up and protested. This was not something that could be ignored carelessly. Marcus said, considering the situation, maybe there is no relationship between them. Elisa countered, why not? Marcus explained, because I heard that the main character of the rumor is the son of Duke Arden Von. Theta's face twisted in exclamation, oh God, you should have told us that information first. Tell us, what else do we need to know? Stop drinking tea, damn it. Stopped, a strong hand slammed on the table. The tower owner announced and said, as I said earlier, nothing is certain yet, don't act on your own, just continue to observe the situation. The meeting is here, everyone can go. There is no other way, everyone can only keep their mouths shut. Then, one by one, each person left the room. The tower owner smiled and said with admiration, the world is changing so quickly, I wonder if this change is good or bad. Golden light shines through the windows. Inside the room, Joshua stood before a vortex of energy. Joshua closed his eyes, sweat dropped and muttered some language. Looking at this scene, Cain thought in surprise, his language trembled. How could his master know the language, which only high-level magicians knew? Was his master truly a peerless knight? At this moment, Joshua's ring flew into the air, a spell circle also lit up around the ring. The ring slowly fell onto Joshua's palm. Cain hurriedly ran over to ask, Master, are you okay? Joshua stared at the ring and smiled and said, I'm fine. Cain asked curiously, is it true that the High Elf blessed it, and there is even a rune language engraved on it? Joshua smiled and said, oh, this. Joshua explained, this is a 7th class advanced shield, automatically protecting the user in dangerous situations. I heard it also greatly increases each relationship with the spirits. I don't know exactly its other capabilities. Knowing the use of the ring, Cain said seriously, I want to ask you a favor, Master. Cain knelt down on one knee and begged, could you give me your goblin tears? To this wish, Joshua replied, this ring was made by the High Elf, for the only daughter of the Orvis family, Zerath de Corvus, so men cannot use this. Cain asked suspiciously, then. I was about to give it to my mother. At this point, Lucia's image appeared in his mind. Somewhere, the hand reached out in front of the magic ball. The hand gently rubbed, the ball emitted a vague light. The owner of the hand who touches the magic ball is Zero. Zero lowered his head, bowed respectfully, and greeted his master. Accordingly, a figure appeared, the whole person covered with a mask. Zero, I did not expect that you would contact me unexpectedly like this. Is it because of that child? Zero bowed his head and replied, yes, although there were a few small incidents. Besides that, I feel that Joshua hides more things than I thought. The mysterious person replied, I already knew that that child was very special. Zero was a little hesitant, it was called a bit special. The mysterious person replied, you know, the lower magic side has started looking for Joshua. Zero widened his eyes in surprise. He said, Magic Tower, why? The mystic explained, apparently unknown to him, one of the 7 magicians had begun searching for Joshua, suspecting that he was a descendant of the magical swordsman Ainslet. That side had been looking for him for a while. It's time. But the Magic Tower used the Origin Stone as an excuse. Zero doubt. The Element Stone, the mystic continued, the important thing is not the Origin Stone or Ainslet. Part of the Avalon Imperial Night Force and the Magic Tower, above all, the secret existence of our organization, the Red Coin. Joshua is at the heart of all of this. Zero's face became extremely tense, unable to say anything. I heard the mysterious person continue, I really want to go to Akardi myself, but because the war with the organization has not ended yet, I can't. Everything will change, if that child brings me a red coin. Zero stood up and bowed his head to receive orders. I will find him at any cost. The mysterious person nodded with satisfaction. Okay, I believe in you. Yes, Zero respectfully bowed in response. After these words, the magic ball also turned off its light, and the image of the mysterious person completely disappeared. Zero's eyes lit up, full of determination to say, at any cost. Outside a certain jungle. From the sky, a strong beam of light struck down, and a figure appeared, near. Viscount Big was thrown into a log, his mouth covered with a cloth. Jack's whole body radiated lightning. He shouted angrily, silently looking away. He looked at the black goblin rushing towards this direction, casting spells, beams of light across the vast sky. Gather into my hands, the lightning of judgment, to all who stand in my way, a rain of light will fall. Lightning rain. After these words, many lightning bolts fell from the sky, hitting straight at the black goblins. In agonizing screams, the black goblins were beaten into cinders. Looking at the whole process, Viscount Big did not dare to speak up, he was extremely scared. Jack looked around, the black goblins all fell down. After that was resolved, Jack walked towards Viscount Big. Now, tell me, compared to Joshua's ability, how is the magic just now? Jack grabbed the cloth from Viscount Big's mouth and tore it. Jack said with murderous intent and replied. Even though Viscount Big is tied up, he still threatens aggressively. I am a noble of the Avalon Empire. Do you think the Empire will leave it alone if you do this? Jack didn't answer, he leaned closer as if looking for something. Jack narrowed his eyes, full of disdain, said, Empire, I will not bother to come here. If you are so afraid of letters, you should answer me quickly. How am I compared to that boy Joshua, the person in the rumor, is a peerless knight? Not daring to resist, Viscount Big obediently replied, in terms of power, your magic far exceeds it. Even someone like me who is not proficient in magic can say that. Jack finally calmed down, he said, because Ainlet's trait is not the lightning attribute, as I thought. He hasn't gotten Bronto yet. I have to meet that kid myself, even though the Anyus estate not a place that can be easily trespassed. At this moment, Viscount Big shouted loudly, wait, if you plan to meet Joshua, then this plan is not good. Jack turned around and asked, why don't you calm down? Viscount Big said affirmatively, yes, Joshua has followed the Duke to the capital, he will soon enter the academy. Jack frowned thoughtfully, the academy, it was difficult, the Anyus estate was already difficult, but the capital in Avalon was on another level, there were many formidable names besides Duke Anyus. Viscount Big stood up eagerly, I will help you. Jack was surprised. What? Viscount Big explained, even though we didn't have a good first impression. If you intend to eliminate Joshua, I'm very willing to help. His arrogance and ignorance of his destiny is very troublesome. I can't stand it anymore. Jack's mouth slightly raised. Interesting, how can someone like you help me? Viscount Big zealously, he has the symbol of Sterpes under his eyes, and is a 6th-level magician, the lightning magician among the 7 magicians, Jack Sterpes. Jack laughed, surprisingly, one word took away my identity. Viscount Big said, as you know, knowledge in Avalon is power, if you are in the same boat as me, I will definitely be of help, I have a lot of connections in Avalon. Jack said in a disdainful tone, even so, no matter how urgent this job is, I can't cooperate with the previously unknown guy. Viscount Big stammered in fear, what do you mean? Jack had a weird look on his face, even though I said I didn't care, it would be a bit annoying if my identity was revealed. Looking at the light above his head, Viscount Big was scared and screamed like a pissed-off pig, so what, are you planning to kill me? He said threateningly, if a noble like me disappears, the Empire, no, Duke Anyus will come looking for me, if that happens, sooner or later, your identity. Jack didn't take these words into his eyes, the light just enveloped Viscount Big. Jack revealed a disdainful smile and said, who would find someone like you? Time passed so quickly. Joshua entered the academy when he was 10 years old, there were thousands of other noble children who also entered Avalon Academy. Students here are divided into 6 levels and will be promoted to the next level through a promotion exam held every year. Students will graduate after they pass the final exam of the academy. Joshua believes that these 6 years will be plenty of time for him to reach the 5th stage of magic spear that he achieved in his previous life, if it goes according to plan. Joshua is poring over the words on the letter. Joshua is the only person at the academy who doesn't have a knight with him. He carries his own suitcase, and the other students are competing with each other to order the guards, "Bring it here, you can't even lift it," something like that. "I'm sorry master, where is my room? We're almost there, please be patient." Joshua looked at the noble children. He was upset about them. Indeed, noble children, they all had at least one servant. Joshua finally reached his room. "Here it is." Joshua slowly pushed the door open and entered the room. He looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, the room for 3 people was that large, as expected of an Avalon. Joshua was secretly hoping, "I hope I don't have to live with someone like Varen." He remembered the insults that Varen had uttered. "I can't live with an unknown noble in the countryside. This is an insult." Joshua is full of hope. "I want to spend my days peacefully." After Joshua, the next student who opened the door walked over. Realizing the door was open, this student exclaimed, "Oh, am I not the first?" Agaris walked in with a dozen things in hand, warmly greeted Joshua. "Nice to meet you, my new friend. I would appreciate it if you could help me with this luggage." Joshua was also kind enough to help Agaris carry his luggage down for him. "Agaris is happy, thank you. Carrying this alone is so heavy that I'm almost dead." Joshua also kindly replied, "It's nothing, don't be polite." Agaris started introducing himself. "I was so slow in introducing myself. I'm Agaris Kuhn Douglas, I'll take care of you." Joshua looked at Agaris' attitude with some sympathy. I guess these people are much better than the kids who like to show off their strength. Joshua also happily shook hands and greeted back, "I'm Ash Van Frederick, hope you can help." Agaris is surprised. "Frederick, this is my first time hearing this name. Let's get along in this 1 year, Ash." While the two of you were happily getting to know each other, the third member in the room walked over and said, "Wow, have you two gotten acquainted?" Icarus also warmly introduced himself, "I am Icarus, I hope everyone will help." When Agaris saw Icarus, he rushed up and scolded him, "You bastard." Joshua stood still and didn't understand what was going on. No, Joshua was surprised when he realized this was a genius. He was Icarus. The genius of the age, the brain of God, is Icarus. The future prince's first civil war will be recorded in history as a bloody war. While the Avalon Empire is weakened by inter-imperial wars and when Emperor Marcus is missing, the internal battle is bad. The worst in history broke out between the first and second princes. Under the pretext of stabilizing the country, this internal battle lasting nearly 10 years caused tens of thousands of casualties. And it ended with victory for the first prince, after which all the forces and authorities of the second prince were captured by the first prince. There were 2 people who made great contributions in the war, this internal war. The first prince, turned hero, who ended this long civil war, was Kaiser Van Britain. And the other was a genius of strategy and tactics with a brain said to be created by the gods, a vassal who led the prince to victory, the brain of the god Icarus. Seeing the attitude of Joshua and Agaris looking at him, Icarus was a bit embarrassed. "Is there something on my face? Why do you two look so serious?" I thought it was tense. It turned out that Agaris and Icarus were quite close to each other. Agaris hugged Icarus. "Hey, this commoner, how could I not be surprised? I was looking forward to seeing you again." Icarus was also, "It's fun, but you're also too heavy." Icarus's eyes were filled with joy. "I never thought I would be in the same room as you, Agaris, please take care of me." Agaris patted the gentleman's shoulder. "Me too, I'm waiting for a happy year," Icarus complimented back. "You're always optimistic, Agaris, that's a compliment, of course." Joshua stood to the side, dumbfounded, looking at the 2 roommates. Did they know each other? First years weren't supposed to know anyone, they probably knew each other somewhere else. Seeing that Icarus is close to Agaris, Joshua also has a little more information. "Anyway, this is the first time I know that Icarus has friends." Talks about Icarus's origin, in the territory located in the southern countryside of Avalon, because the Baron couldn't have children for a long time. They adopted Icarus, who was their uncle at the time. After noticing his talent, his territory was attacked by ridicule from other nobles due to his unusual birth. Icarus couldn't escape the image of a commoner in the academy. No matter how talented he was constantly looked down upon and despised, so he spent his days alone, I heard. The first person to help him was the Empire's first prince, Prince Kisser. For the first time someone treated Icarus as a friend and gave him the chance to spread his wings like he wanted. Joshua was still silently thinking about his past life. After hearing that story, I thought he and I were very similar, towards youth full of contempt and contempt. Joshua was still silently thinking about his past life. After hearing that story, I thought he and I were very similar, full of contempt and contempt for youth. The more Joshua looked at Icarus, the more he hated Kisser. his unhappy life after being killed by Kisser, the person he trusted so much. Joshua also extended his hand to start getting acquainted with Icarus. "I'm Ash Van Frederick, nice to meet you." Icarus is also gentle, so he happily greeted back, "Nice to meet you, I am Icarus, let's get along well." This handshake made Joshua determined. "I must bring Icarus to my side at any cost, this is a fateful meeting for me." Scene changed to Duke Anyus's residence. Joshua's mother, Lucia, received the ring that Joshua sent. She expressed, "I understand, Joshua has enrolled in school. Mrs. Lucia is sad, I want to see her enroll in school, it's so sad." Cain also conveyed Joshua's thoughts to her. The master did not want to bother him, because his identity would be revealed if he went with him. Lucia smiled kindly, "I understand, Cain," by her side, "thank you for always following her." Cain humbly replied, "It's nothing, ma'am, on the contrary, I'm always grateful to serve him as my master. It might be a bit impolite to say this, but who really has a wonderful son, Mrs. Lucia was so happy." "What are you talking about, Cain?" The happy moment hadn't lasted long when Duke Agnes came over. "What are you two doing?" The Duke stepped forward majestically, everyone respectfully greeted him. "Duke Anyus, respectfully Duke." The Duke kindly asked Joshua's mother, "Are you comfortable here?" Mrs. Lucia politely replied, "Yes, I am receiving more than I deserve, thank you for your generosity." The Duke left immediately, but he did not forget to show his concern. "If there is anything uncomfortable, you can tell me at any time, it will be okay to come to me." Lucia is extremely grateful. "Ah yes, Sir Duke." Baron had also expressed his respect to Lucia. "See you later." The Duke and Baron shouted and left without staying any longer. The Duke's back gradually grew farther and farther away. After a while, he shouted hesitantly to show his doubts, "Mr. Duke, what's wrong?" The Duke asked again. The Baron continued, "Forgive the rudeness, but may I ask why you let Lady Lucia stay here? Lady Vanessa may intend to object if she hears about this." The Duke's face turned serious. "You know that, right?" The Baron shouted in agreement. "Yes, I know Master Joshua has extraordinary talent." The Baron is a bit worried, but the talent of young Master Baben, who has royal blood, cannot be ignored, so why don't you decide for sure on the heir first? The Duke calmly replied, "You seem worried about the royal blood." The Baron shouted without hesitation, adding, "Yes, after all, the authenticity of the legitimate son cannot be completely ignored." The Baron also brought up the possible outcomes. "If Master Joshua inherits the name Anyus, there will be countless rumors about our family." The Duke has other ideas. "I wonder if authenticity is influenced by blood, then it's okay." The Duke continued slowly, "I will observe a little more." The Baron shouted with satisfaction, obeying his wishes. The Duke left while constantly thinking about the statement, "the authenticity of the legitimate child." Returned to Avalon Academy. During his first class after entering the academy, Joshua learned about the relationship between Icarus and Icarus. That's because those two people are famous in this academy. Of course, that popularity doesn't come from good things. While leisurely walking, Amaru and his accomplices came. He greeted with not very nice words. "What kind of combination is this? The illegitimate son of Count Douglas and a lowly commoner." It's true, there is a folk saying that things come together according to their species. Amaru didn't stop and continued to mock. "That's right, losers should go together." Icarus ignored the animosity and happily went up to ask, "Did he also join the swordsmanship class?" Amaru. Joshua, when he heard this name, also thought, "Amaru Bunten, Sten family, could it be?" One of the 5 great masters of the Avalon Empire, Count Amaru Brunsten, is known as the Rapier Master. As for Amaru, he looks exactly like that person, with metallic hair color and narrow eyes. Amaru's teammate spoke up confidently, "If we were in the same class as these losers, we would definitely get high scores easily." Amaru agreed, "That bastard and that commoner were really how pitiful, I can't even go to middle school anymore." Looking at the color of the tie, Joshua commented, "The tie is yellow, it looks like they are in middle school. White is for first grade students. The tie will change color if the student is promoted, and more. Icarus is an illegitimate child like me." Amaru talks more and more outrageously about Icarus, running away from home only to fail like this. "I think that's all someone like you deserves. Is this the life of illegitimate children? I'm ashamed to have used to be friends with you." Icarus couldn't help but speak up, "Aren't you being too much, Amaru?" The blonde friend of Amaru's side quickly shouted back, "How dare you interfere, this lowly thing? This guy's name is Duncan." He shouted louder, "How dare you be disrespectful to the Sten family?" Icarus is also not humble. "What do you mean by rude? Duncan, what are you talking about, Grumpy Duncan? I warn you to mind your own business. Any insults to my friend Amaru, it is insulting me, Duncan Paul Dunats. Icarus also responded harshly, I didn't say anything to be seen as being disrespectful to you, the disrespect is exactly what you said. Duncan immediately slapped Icarus in the face with a contemptuous curse, you lowly commoner, you are dirtier than cattle. Duncan cursed Icarus fiercely, do you think you will become a noble just because you were adopted by an unknown baron in a remote countryside? The blood flowing in your body is just like cattle, how dare you talking to us, that alone is insulting us. Icarus quickly intervened, stop, you've gone too far. The green-haired guy next to him conveniently kicked Icarus' body, trying to cover for you. Joshua now stands up for you, and this makes Amaru keep an eye on him. Joshua stepped forward with dignity, Amaru's accomplice contemptuously asked his name, who the hell are you? Wanting to live peacefully is already difficult, I'm sure I can't live peacefully as planned, just thinking about these things of treating my juniors like trash, I will definitely change your thinking. Amaru suddenly stepped back in fear, wait, why did you come here? The fourth prince has arrived, the Kaiser happily asked about Joshua, it seems I was not mistaken. Kaiser is very excited, really, I've been waiting for you for a long time. All the students, when they saw the Kaiser, greeted Prince Kaiser, and the Kaiser only cared about Joshua, aren't you happy to see me? That short meeting reached Varen's ears, Varen is quite surprised to hear this, isn't he? I feel dumbfounded, what? Varen got angry, Mucker, are your ears deaf? I asked if the fourth prince acted as if he knew that bastard, Mucker slowly replied, yes, that's what I heard. Varen suspects Joshua, I see, then there must be something with this bastard, no matter how much I research, I can't find anything related to the Frederick family, he knows all four princes. Varen urgently, there's no other way, Mucker, let's go to Moongate Day and ask them if there is a guy named Ashven Frederick, no matter what, we have to grasp his weakness. Mucker is afraid, but, young master, that. Mucker remembers the conditions under which Joshua will agree to return the ring, I will return the ring to Varen, however, you must apologize to the Rebrika family on behalf of your ignorant young master, and promise me. Always put family and honor first, don't let that Varen continue to cause things like this again. Mucker promised Joshua at that time, I promise, young master Joshua. Mucker started to admonish Varen, young master Varen, maybe I've gone too far, but if you break your promise, everyone in the world will start mocking you, no mocking the family. Varen lost his temper, he threw the glass of wine at Mucker and shouted, shut up, the promise was made by you, it has nothing to do with me. Varen got angry, don't argue, just do as I say, go find out now, this useless bastard. Mucker couldn't help but he was sad and obeyed. In swordsmanship class, the students are taking notes extremely diligently. Icarus is dozing off, Icarus is diligently writing his notes, and Joshua is contemplating something. He thought, I don't intend to attract attention, but if I want Icarus to be on my side, I have no choice but to change the plan, because of the Kaiser, people will definitely be curious about me. At that time the Kaiser said to Joshua, I have received an answer from you, but I still do not give up. Joshua paid attention to the secret warehouse, also, he told me to visit the palace before graduating, well even if he didn't say it, I was planning to do so, the Royal Knights and the palace secret warehouse, there's something I need to find there. The teacher saw Icarus falling asleep, he shouted loudly, Icarus Coon Douglas, Icarus didn't understand anything, vaguely talking nonsense, what, is it time to eat? Just waiting for that, the class burst into laughter and mockery, that's why you always stay in class, what a shame, how could such an idiot be born into the Douglas family, it's just an abandoned child, what do you expect from him? The teacher sternly reminded, please be quiet, Icarus, pay attention to the lesson, if you don't want to be sent home, optimistic Icarus, yes, you will pay attention. The teacher returned to the lecture, continuing to study, that's why the sword is considered the best weapon, there is a reason why knights are famous because they use the sword as their main weapon. Teachers are still passionate about providing knowledge, even the current king, the ruler of the Avalon Empire, has reached the level of mastery, as well as Ducanius, one of the 9 stars, the strongest in the empire, also uses swords, of course the same goes for the 5 great masters. The teacher asked an interactive question, so why is the sword considered the strongest weapon? Amaru quickly said, it's simple. He answered confidently, all weapons other than swords were trash, that was enough between people of the same skill level. He answered more and more harshly, "Someone who uses other weapons will never defeat someone who uses a sword." Joshua still just listened silently. The teacher suggested another idea, however. In battle, most soldiers don't use a sword, but instead a spear. From what I said, I don't think soldiers need to be trained to use it. Earning is better than loving. Amaru stubbornly gave the answer, "I'm just talking about people with similar skills, not talking about items like soldiers on the battlefield." Joshua is now responding, "It's ridiculous." Joshua boldly stood up to argue, "In my opinion, the sword is the worst weapon, especially the rapier, which cannot even be used to floss teeth." Everyone is talking. "Who is it? Seems to be a new student. What powerful family is he the son of? What are you talking about? I have never heard of any family more powerful than the Sten family." Among the new students, "Is he just a lunatic?" Amaru is angry. "What did you just say? Rapier is trash." To prevent the class from being chaotic, the teacher spoke up, stopped, and prohibited arguing, but Amaru refused. He argued back, "As a member of the Sten family who used rapier as his main weapon, I can't control myself. You say I have to endure this humiliation." Joshua is also not humble. "It's funny, downgrading the weapon you are using is considered insulting, so is it just a personal opinion that you downgrading all other weapons?" Amaru shouted, "I'm just telling the truth, otherwise prove it, just fight and you'll know." Joshua didn't bother to fight. He pulled out the rules and said it again. "Amaru, have you forgotten? According to the rules, students are not allowed to fight." Amaru laughed contemptuously. "What, after saying that much, why do you still follow the rules?" Next to Duncan, Duncan despised Joshua even more. "He behaved like that because of the fourth prince, right?" Amaru laughed further. "I thought you were terrible, but it turns out you're just a dog that knows how to bark but doesn't dare to bite." Joshua remained calm. "I just want to follow the rules. If you want to fight, then why don't you wait until the practice session, then it won't be considered breaking the rules." Amaru sounds good. "Okay, that's the way it is. The sword practice class will take place tomorrow." Amaru gave his opinion to the teacher again. "Professor, I beg you, if you allow this challenge, I will never argue about this issue again. Please give me a chance to prove myself to I am not labeled a liar to other students." The professor felt a bit worried about Joshua. He held his head awkwardly. "Is it the Sten family? That kid seems to have had a difficult school year." "You have no other choice. Things have come to this. I have no choice but to stand outside and watch." The teacher agrees with Amaru. "Okay, I agree, but because this is a challenge, I forbid it. We're allowed to use real swords, and the two children were only allowed to use wooden weapons to fight." Amaru was secretly happy. "Perfect, there is nothing better than a wooden sword to crush its body. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with the fourth prince." Amaru pins Joshua, "But I will destroy you." Joshua smiled meaningfully, not showing any fear at all. He was ready to teach Amaru a lesson. At the end of the class, as soon as he got to the room, Agaris scolded Joshua. He didn't expect him to call the longsword trash in front of the Sten family. "Are you crazy?" Joshua's attitude was indifferent. "What's the matter?" Agaris earnestly, "Are you asking seriously?" Amaru is not the type of person to leave alone when insulted. He will probably find a way to harm you. Icarus is also worried. "I think so too." Joshua retorted, "I thought you were living without thinking about anything, but I guess you can also give your opinion." Agaris. Agaris's attitude has softened a bit. "I don't know what your skills are, but Amaru is one of the most talented students of the academy. The blood of the Sten family flows through him. He is in the stage where mana can be felt on its own." Joshua still kept a relaxed attitude and asked Agaris again, "I guess you know Amaru Bruntan very well?" Agaris looked slightly sad and replied, "Yes, because Amaru and I have been friends for a long time." In the Deadlands located at the northern edge of Avalon, there are two clans that have stopped the demonic beasts from invading the land. Amaru's father, who was considered the commander of the north, as well as the head of the Sten clan, and Agaris' father, the head of the Douglas clan, who stood by to protect and support Amaru's father. Their friendship, forged by the countless life or death situations they experienced, was famous even among the nobility. Agaris recounted, "That's how me and Amaru knew each other, but as the son of a concubine, it was hard for me to be friends with him. However, because we had something in common that we were both very far away having inherited, we were able to become friends who could rely on each other as children." The more Agaris talks, the more he wants to stop Joshua. "That's why I understand Amaru better than anyone else, and also why I want him to stop being stubborn and beg him for forgiveness. I don't want to see my new friend. I can't bear the pain." Joshua was not afraid at all. He smiled faintly and replied, "It's funny, You just want me to apologize for thinking I'm weak. At least you will be safe living like that, because all you will do is laugh like an idiot and bows his head to everyone around him." Icarus consoled Ash. "He only said that because he was worried about you. Joshua doesn't care. Who cares for whom?" When it was Icarus's turn, Joshua began to lecture him about the truth, making excuses for doing nothing more than diminishing his own skills. If he wanted to change his fate, he needed to work himself to death. Change it. Icarus was speechless and couldn't speak back. Joshua continued speaking, "Besides that, keep your own beliefs." Joshua stood up and left the room. He finished the last words, "If you don't want to live under someone's shadow all your life, that's it." Joshua walked out. The door was gradually closing. The two boys, Agaris and Icarus, stood frozen in place after Joshua's recent teaching. In the Moon Mountain room, Zero was surprised to see Mucker coming. "What's wrong?" Mucker presented his wishes. Zero replied, "You want me to find information about a boy named Ash Van Frederick, right sir?" Mucker replied with a frown on his face, "Yes, I need information about that boy. What we know is that he enrolled in Avalon Academy this year." Zero hesitated. "I also have some information but..." Just like that, Mucker is willing to pay. "Really, I will give you as much money as you want. Tell me everything about that boy." Zero bets, "Of course, as you also know the information I offer quite expensive." Mucker is in a hurry. "Money is not a problem," Zero added. "More specifically, Mucker is curious, what is so special?" Zero said with a smirk, "Especially more expensive if it's someone our organization has given special treatment to." Mucker is sweating. He's worried. Special treatment, it's unexpected, but if he's someone that even the Moon Door gives special treatment to, then he has an even bigger secret. Mucker still decide to the end. "Please tell me, I will give you as much as you want." Zero was delighted. "Very good, then please pay us about 1,000,000 gold coins." Mucker was surprised and couldn't believe it. "What, 1,000,000 gold coins?" Mucker was freaking out. "Oh my god, who the hell was that kid?" 1,000,000 gold coins was more than what most cities earned in taxes in a year. Zero didn't want to get involved anymore. He was about to leave and said to Mucker, "From your expression, it seems like you need more time for you to think. Please come next time when you finish thinking, Mr. Mucker." Mucker sat quietly alone and didn't know how to handle it. Zero think for Joshua, "Master Joshua, this is an investment, although Varen will be able to find other sources to get the information. Since the Moon Door asks for 1,000,000 gold coins as commission, they will think you more dangerous than they expected." Mucker just left, and Zero was still silently contemplating. "If so, I'm sure Varen will give up this little revenge." Afraid of the possible consequences, "The Master Varen that I know will be weak against this guy, strong against the weak." Zero secretly wishes Joshua peace. "Don't worry about this, but find the red coin for us, to end the long war. Until then, I won't reveal anything about you, Master." On Joshua's side, he is practicing on his own right now. Practice and think. Contrary to the Academy's strict rules, they don't restrict students from going anywhere after classes end, so I can focus on regaining the power I lost. In the mansion Duke Anyus has prepared for himself. Mana energy is being controlled by Joshua. He tried to train himself to be able to better control the flow of mana energy. Joshua clearly realized that the holy and demon energy inside his body was like water and oil, constantly in chaos without being able to harmonize it. Joshua gritted his teeth, determined to stabilize. "I need to stabilize these powers with Brontos power, just a little more, just a little more." Finally the energy burst out and it spread throughout the room. The power is extremely terrible. Joshua was blown away by that power. He fell into unconsciousness. After a while, Joshua showed signs of waking up. Joshua struggled to sit up and was not satisfied with himself. It seemed like he had passed out. It was an incomplete power, but nothing that he could not control. Joshua regained his composure. "If I control a little more of the holy and demon energy by using Bronto, I will be able to reach stage 3 of the magic spear soon. I will be able to use that soon." Joshua picked up the spear and cheered up. "Okay, let's do it again. But where is the Lugia?" Joshua searched everywhere for his Lugia. Where could it be? Why couldn't he find it? While Joshua was engrossed in searching, a voice rang out, "Are you stupid?" Huge flow of black magic energy is appearing in front of Joshua. Joshua was surprised. Space magic. The mysterious person mocked Joshua. "There is no limit to your stupidity. How can you sleep for 3 days in a place where the enemy can invade at any time?" Joshua was stunned. "You, who is that?" The mysterious person grinned and replied, "Who do you think I am? I am the greatest person in the whole world. This is Lugia, Greet and worship me, I am the one who protected and stayed by your side for 3 days there. Joshua, it's hard to believe. What, have I been unconscious for 3 days? There must have been a big ruckus in the academy. Even so, when I reached the 3rd stage of magic sect in my previous life, I also saw Lugia possessed intelligence for a period of time. I only found out I could change it into a metal bar after reviving. Joshua was still bewildered. I never thought that an ability like this would appear, even after I was revived, but it appeared in front of me in the state of a child. I'm not the only resurrected person. Lugia whined at Joshua, you're thinking that I look like a child, right? Joshua is surprised, you can still read my mind. Lugia smiled happily and replied, of course, you think I can't do something like read my mind in my awakened state. Besides that, isn't there something more important? Joshua asked in bewilderment. What's more important? Lugia explained, understand yourself before understanding the other person. You don't think your physical state is perfect, do you? Joshua hesitated. This is. Lugia excitedly proposed to Joshua, should we give you a little information? Joshua was curious, what information is that? Lugia said in a low voice to Joshua, the primordial stone you obtained. If you think elemental power is all it has, then that's ironic. I didn't know humans had researched how much about the primordial stone with their incredible level of intelligence, but its true power is different. Joshua was surprised again. Different, Lugia continued leisurely, although each primordial stone possessed unique powers such as extinction, rebirth and harmony, it didn't matter. Lugia excitedly asked, sang Joshua, this is a question for you. If so, what kind of unique power does the stone you obtained have? Try to solve it yourself. Joshua began to calculate, because it has the lightning attribute and has outstanding destructive ability, so there can't be something similar to it. Wait, then it will overlap with the red primordial stone, the magma stone. Lugia stood outside cheering for Joshua, think carefully for yourself, it's a question that can help you achieve your goals as quickly as possible. Joshua suddenly realized something. He asked Lugia again, what did you say about my goal? Lugia reminded Joshua, what do you think? You need revenge. A new day has come, the swordsmanship class continues, and the students eagerly come to class. Icarus happily chatted with Icarus, and, that's how it happened. Icarus complimented him, you must have a lot of funny stories, Icarus. Icarus teased Icarus back, I think it's because you live too boringly. While having fun, Icarus saw Amaru's figure. Amaru also gave Icarus an unfriendly look. The two said nothing to each other. Duncan approached and naturally hit Icarus in the face and scolded, hey, why the hell are you guys still here? Duncan started screaming, if I were you, I probably would have run away with some ash guy, don't you think so, Icarus? After all, that's what you're best at, but, run away when in trouble. Icarus responded strongly, stop bothering us, Amaru's accomplice is behind the bait, really. That guy blamed Icarus, how could he open his mouth to ask us to stop bothering you? Your roommate caused trouble and then disappeared, we can't ignore this, Icarus replied, why is it falling on our heads? Duncan grabbed Icarus's hair, he laughed excitedly when he bullied him, so what do you think? It's because this place is only clean after we clean up the trash like you. While there was chaos, the professor walked in, what are you guys doing? The professor sternly reminded the students, how many times have I told you, this academy absolutely prohibits fighting between students. Duncan, if you continue to do that I have no choice but to having to discipline you. Duncan was threatened by his teacher, so he let go of Icarus's hair. The professor in his heart realized his mistake, this was my fault, I knew the outcome would be like this, I intended to prevent it from happening again. But since Ash had disappeared, I saw at least everything stopped at discipline. When everyone thought Joshua ran away, now you have appeared, I'm sorry I'm late. Joshua expressed his sincere apologies, due to personal reasons, he was forced to be absent for a few days. The professor was surprised to see Joshua return, Ash Van Frederick. Why did you stab yourself to death? The students were buzzing, look, isn't he afraid of death? Why did he come back here? I think maybe he thought he would be forgiven if he disappeared for 3 days. I don't know what made him come back, but it looks like he won't be able to graduate easily. The professor shouted, everyone be quiet, class will start now, please concentrate. Mister, be gentle with Joshua. Ash, go back to your seat quickly, we need to continue studying. Joshua obediently listened, yes I understand. The professor looked at Joshua and then he began to think of a way, things have come to this, I will have to do everything to prevent what is about to happen, I have to postpone the practical class, no one knows what Amaru will do at that time. Amaru also set his sights on Joshua's body. He was filled with fighting spirit. Joshua returned to his seat next to his two roommates. Agaris asked Joshua, "How the hell did you come back? Hasn't the Frederick family collapsed? You couldn't have run away if you wanted to." Joshua was a bit surprised. "Did you investigate my identity?" Agaris replied, "That rumor had spread throughout the academy. Perhaps Amaru did it." Agaris still wants Joshua to give up. "It's not too late. Apologize to Amaru. You said it would be safe to bow to others, right? That's why sometimes we have to bow to others." Joshua replied with a bright smile, saying that again, "Don't repeat the same thing twice, I will show you how to protect your ideals." But Joshua was surprised by something. Was the gaze of Icarus looking at him without blinking? Joshua speculated, looking at his expression, I could tell he was worried about something, but I didn't have time to worry about the kids' fight anymore. I had to do some more important things. Remembering the meeting with Lugia grinned when he learned the information about Joshua. Joshua wondered and asked, "How do you know about my feud?" Joshua questioned, "Did you really go back to the past with me? What are Bronto's other abilities?" Lugia still replied Joshua with a joking attitude, "Surely you are wondering a lot of things, but I can't say no to you. Well, as long as you meet my conditions, I don't mind letting you know." Joshua was annoyed. "Stop joking around, tell me quickly." Lugia also got angry again. "Do you think I'm joking? Think for yourself. I have no duty to tell you. I just need to shut up and go to sleep. That's enough. That's it. Only you need to." When Joshua was told, he was speechless. He calmed down and asked Lugia, "What was that condition?" Lugia was overjoyed. "You should have behaved like this. It was the right decision." Lugia smiled and said, "It's simple. Just regain the relationships in your past life and take more care of yourself." Joshua was stunned. "What, take care of yourself?" Lugia yawned and replied, "Will you do it or not? Answer quickly. Don't you have time? I'm sleepy. Hurry up." Joshua is also in a hurry. "Are you already sleepy?" Joshua thought about the conditions that Lugia proposed. If it was that condition, then there was no need to think anymore. Joshua quickly replied, "Okay, I accept." Lugia finished a few words with Joshua, "I hope you will fulfill them. A promise to a relic like me that possesses great power. Then according to the promise, I will give you the hint. The power you are doubting Bronto is not a prophet. The prophetic dream you have is a different kind of power." Joshua was puzzled. Wasn't Bronto's power a prophecy? Clearly at that time I saw the downfall of the Anu-Stuk family, something that would happen in the future. It wasn't just a dream. Lugia laughed, "If you think too much about something, it will definitely appear in your dreams, in this case, because he is one of the revenge targets, for so what appeared in your dream? Or in short, the prophetic dream you had was one of the other powers hidden inside your body, that holy power." Joshua was surprised. "Holy power?" Lugia further explained, "The holy power of God, you know the name. High priests are said to receive divine enlightenment on the day when danger is near. Your prophetic dream is similar. God's power is more amazing than what you humans can imagine." Lugia continued, "Moreover, the second power was flowing wildly inside. If successful, it would completely absorb the power of both. No one will be able to oppose you." Lugia also told Joshua, "Most importantly is the Apocalypse Stone, the true power of Bronto, the energy that amplifies the optical attribute, the fastest power and possesses the most destructive ability." "Is growth?" Joshua looked at his hand, incredulous. "Growing stars." Returning to the swordsmanship class, Amaru was vehemently protesting, "Professor, you can't let this go." Professor said seriously, "What do you mean?" Amaru snapped, "I have authorized the duel between you and Ashven Frederick. This is not a simple duel, this is an oath, a duel to regain your noble title." Amaru, on the other hand, even threatened the teacher, "If he changed his mind, then my entire clan would be insulted, so I had no choice but to resort to alternative measures." The professor feels awkward, although on the outside, between me and him is a teacher-student relationship, but I can't escape the principles that make a family strong. How can I prevent this happen here? Amaru pointed at Joshua and nodded, "I don't know why you came back, but if you think I'll let this go, then you're sorely mistaken. I'll take this opportunity to make you remember the weapon but how much you praise trash." Joshua smiled blandly and replied, "I don't think we all have the same thoughts. I don't intend to let it go. I will show you that rapier is just useless." Amaru is so bitter, you bastard." The students all ran very quickly. They also urged each other, "Hey, hurry up, at this rate we will miss the match." Why did he come back like that? Does he really want to die miserably at Amaru's hands? Who knows, I'm also curious. It's great, hurry up and see. At the academy's training room, when they saw Joshua holding a spear, his friends laughed at him. Holding a spear, it was so funny. So he was Frederick. He thought it was because of the long range of the spear that he was able to attack. What an advantage, what a short-sighted way of thinking. I want to see him get his ass kicked by Amaru with my own eyes. Icarus is still worried. Hey Ash, why don't you beg Amaru? Joshua is tired of hearing these words. Again, you're really stubborn. Icarus tried his best to dissuade Joshua, although I don't know what you're planning, but you can't defeat Amaru. Even if you win, the Sten family won't let you go, especially when their son is killed, lost after Rapier was humiliated like that. Joshua's mind is still strong, so I just need to deal with them. This answer made Icarus unable to say anything more, helpless. Joshua confidently made a bet with Ayatuk. From your expression, it seems like you don't trust my skills, so do you want to bet with me? Icarus was bewildered. What, bet on something? Joshua started a plan to get Icarus on his side. He told Icarus, if I defeat Amaru to protect my beliefs and survive the Sten family without any problem, then I win. The loser has to pay. Grant the winner's wish, okay? Icarus asserted, I don't know what you're talking about, but my goal is to prevent this match from happening. Moreover, you don't know what I will ask for if I win the bet. Why are you so reckless? Joshua Trey is a brave person, it's obvious, because I don't think that I will lose. Joshua, with his spear firmly in hand, he boldly walked forward to fight Amaru. Amaru gave his opponent a look like a spike in water, radiating an aura of burning hatred. Even the teacher was still helpless, so how could Icarus advise Joshua? The professor persuaded Icarus, hey Icarus, let it go, we can't delay this any longer. Icarus had to leave sadly, but he didn't forget to add a moral sentence to Joshua. Ash, you need to improve yourself more, you can't change this place on your own. Icarus' hidden words successfully made Joshua ponder, can't he change this place himself? I guess something happened to him. All obstacles have been resolved, now the professor is shouting loudly to announce the match is taking place, so now, the match between Amaru and Ash will officially begin. The crowd is on Amaru's side, loud cheers for Amaru, crush that bastard, you're the best Amaru, smash that brat with the wooden sword. Amaru gritted his teeth, his eyes cold, preparing to attack. Seeing Joshua standing still with the spear, the students came to watch and discussed, what's wrong with that bastard, what is he doing? Closing his eyes, just give up, what an attention grabber. Joshua is still preparing carefully with the amount of mana, even though I have reached level 3 spear magic, instead of using that power to overpower him, I will defeat him using the spear alone. Joshua still carefully calculated, until now I have reached the pinnacle of magic spear, but I can never see the end of the journey. I have forgotten that nothing is more important than concepts and basic rules. I have seen my past before, now I feel like I can reach a level that was unattainable in my previous life. Amaru rushes to attack, your arrogance should have a limit, you bastard, are you going to make excuses like this? Amaru screamed loudly and rushed forward, I will not leave something like this alone. Joshua calmly uttered 2 words, thank you. Joshua was highly concentrated, this was shown through his steadfast gaze, just like that. Joshua responded with overwhelming force. Amaru was hit, his face turned purple and he let out a painful sound. He was thrown by Joshua and fell backwards onto the ring. All the students who came to see were shocked by Joshua. The professor was the same, he gasped because he was so surprised. Icarus was so surprised that he couldn't say anything anymore. Anna was also in the stands, she sat right next to Icarus, she exclaimed, as I thought, he's not going in the direction I want. Joshua Vanonius. Icarus heard this name, did she just say Joshua Volumonius? Joshua was quite satisfied with his performance just now, it was so fast that the opponent could never see it coming, so fast, I finally got it. Joshua was quite satisfied with his performance just now, it was so fast that the opponent could never see it coming, it was extremely fast, I finally got it. Joshua remembered his previous life, the pinnacle in my dream that I could never achieve, even in my previous life. The enlightenment of the 6th stage of shamanic art, I had an accident. Scene changed to the Avalon Academy female intern dormitory. Anna is still having a hard time believing it, I thought he would live quietly, but he just caused a mess. So it turned out that Anna was talking to someone else, it was Anna's father, her father smiled, it's been a while, hasn't it? Anna was a bit worried, why did Dad answer so directly, is there something going on in the kingdom? Her father replied, although there were some suspicious movements in Thran, it was not a big deal. Anna was curious, then why? Her father replied kindly, "The lightning magician is one of the 7 magicians. Jack killed Viscount Beeg. Viscount Beeg is quite useful for our disguise, isn't it?" Sewing. Anna was surprised. The 7 magicians, did the magic tower kill Big itself? Why would an egotistical group like them do that? Could it be that the magic tower knew our plan? No. Anna's father replied, "It seems that Joshua von Onius has obtained an item that the magic tower was looking for. Although the movement of the magic tower is not completely related to us." Anna added information that made her unbelievable. "Joshua took it, then wouldn't it be better if we take it if that's what the magic tower wants?" Anna's father doesn't agree with that. "No way, it's something that can't even be used if it's not a magic tower. If we attract attention, then our long-term plan will end, uncle. The important thing here is that something is happening with Joshua. Isn't that why you called?" Anna actually called her father to tell her about the academy. "Yes, that's right. Joshua caused trouble as soon as he enrolled. He said the long sword was trash in front of the Sten family, and he even defeated my son Sten clan with just a stick." After hearing this, Anna's father found it quite interesting. "Is that so? That's great. I don't know what Duke Onius's face will be when he hears this news, in case the Duke's official inheritance could be changed to that child." Anna was surprised. If she changed the heir, a bastard like Joshua would take his father's place, disregarding the legality like that. "I don't understand." But her father had given a reason for this. Even though Joshua was an illegitimate child, the Duke would not favor his child over anyone else. Anna exclaimed, "What?" On Joshua's side, right now he was being called privately by the professor to ask questions. "Ash van Frederick, it's been quite a while since the lord of the Frederick family went missing." The professor pressed and asked Joshua, "And they are not a family famous for martial arts. Moreover, I have never seen such teachings before. Just who are you?" Joshua hesitated. "You are." But then Joshua still didn't tell the truth. "I'm Ash van Frederick." The teacher is bored. "That's okay. I started using psychological attacks. There were times when high-ranking nobles or royalty from other kingdoms enrolled in the academy and hid their identities. Honestly, I don't care what you think." The teacher continued, "However, this change was not welcome, even if he was from the Sten family. It was merely a trade duel between 2 trainees." The teacher was strict with Joshua. "What I said to him could have turned into a simple argument between 2 children. However, it was completely different when I defeated the Sten family's swordsmanship in front of the students." Another noble child. Joshua stood up and admitted his mistake. "I will accept all responsibility." The teacher was skeptical. "Is it okay? Around this time last year, there was someone who had the same thoughts as you, a kid named Siamese Coon Douglas." Joshua was confused. The teacher said it was Douglas. The teacher continued, "The important thing here is that this is not just solved by taking responsibility. Even in the academy, people who are supposed to be on the same level have an invisible hierarchy among them due to their power, family strength." The teacher explained in more detail, "The hierarchical division has been around for a long time. Amaru, of course, is also among them." The teacher became serious. "Do you understand what this means? From now on, those kids will not stop harassing kids weaker than them, including you." After listening, Joshua immediately asked a question. "Can I ask a question?" "Divide students by level, cover up negative influences, stand still in front of all the violence and blackmail, secrets happening in the academy. Is that something someone who calls himself a teacher should do?" The teacher was completely dumbfounded. He frowned and looked at Joshua. Joshua didn't stop. He continued to say, "I believe I have nothing to learn or listen to from a teacher like that. If he stops everything just because he is too afraid of serious consequences, bad actions will continue to happen, forever." The teacher interrupted Joshua. "There is one thing in this world that cannot be changed." Joshua does not find it reasonable. "There is no impossible thing in the world, only cowards never try to do anything for themselves." The teacher was speechless and could no longer reason. He sighed and found an excuse to stop the conversation. "If your only purpose in coming to the academy is to graduate, I can introduce you to the Royal Academy. You will be able to study properly there. If the person is at your skill level, you will pass the test without any problems." This teacher's suggestion made Joshua confused. "I refused the Kaiser's invitation to enroll at the Royal Academy. Furthermore, I had just realized the power of Bronto. I couldn't waste time in these 2 academies." Seeing that Joshua was still silent, the teacher asked him again, "What do you think? Use his authority, apply for the test." Joshua refused with the answer, "I don't want to waste my time here." The teacher was happy. So what? He would immediately, but Joshua interrupted his words, however. Joshua made his point clear, I don't intend to run away with my tail between my legs like that. Joshua affirmed his mind, I am not a coward. Joshua didn't say anything more, he bowed to the teacher and left, so I'm going. Joshua walked out of the teacher's room with a dignified posture. The teacher stayed alone in the room, looked up at the sky and thought about Joshua's words just now, how cowardly, do you think so? Joshua left alone on the rooftop to contemplate, Academy Roundtable meeting. Even though I'm planning on leaving the Academy, in order to complete my goal, I should leave after completing this. From behind, Amaru reached Joshua, Ash Van Frederick. Amaru said seriously, I have something personal to say so please listen. Joshua refused, he and I had nothing to say to each other. Amaru suddenly bent down, I'm sorry. Amaru looked very sincere, I scoffed at the spear that while knowing nothing about it, I was thinking to myself, I'm truly sorry. Joshua was surprised by this attitude of Amaru, is this guy that kind of person? I didn't expect that someone from the Sten family would be so tolerant, I didn't expect it. Joshua softened his heart and forgave, okay, I was also at fault in defeating my opponent, I really don't deserve any thanks or forgiveness, Amaru appreciates it, will you forgive me? Thank you, thank you. Amaru smiled widely, so can you show me something? Amaru suddenly got serious, about his extremely fast move. Joshua was stunned for a moment at Amaru's proposal. Amaru seems to be very knowledgeable about this move of Joshua, although fast is considered to be finding the shortest path from one point to another, but it is not as easy as said, it is very difficult to achieve. In the match with him, your attack was unpredictable and I felt it before I lost consciousness. Amaru analyzed further, his attack didn't fly in a straight line, it was as if my whole body was being twisted. Joshua was a bit shy about Amaru, he sensed the principle of shooting in such a short time, he was keen to find the reason for his defeat. Joshua appreciated Amaru, he wasn't ashamed to ask to teach, why didn't I know someone like that in my previous life? Seeing Joshua not answering, Amaru was sad, can't you teach? Joshua is a good person so he happily agreed, it wasn't too difficult to explain, however there was one condition. Amaru was excited, really, what is it? Joshua replied, you just need to give me some information. Joshua said what he wanted, about the Academy's round table, plus, I also wanted some information about Siamese coon Douglas. At the same time in the royal palace of Avalon, Jacqueline is reporting back to the king, Sir, an urgent letter has been sent by the swallow. The king guessed that the swallow was probably from Draxia. Jacqueline respectfully replied, yes, he said he wanted to speed up the plan he told us about before, he asked you to adjust to the schedule faster and provide support as promised to him. The king calculated, the opposition from Thran must be fiercer than he thought, unfortunately they might find out about Avalon's intervention, I will not provide any military support, however, I will appoint 2 masters of the empire, whose last name Draxia will not complain. Jacqueline understands, I understand, I will solve those problems, there is one important thing to tell you, sir, the king is curious, what is it? Jacqueline explains, as expected, Joshua Von Anus hid his identity and enrolled in the academy, more than women, it's just a rumor but it seems he beat Amaru with a stick. The king burst out laughing, he hit the son of the Sten family with a stick, that's right, because even the pride of the empire, Babel Von Anus was no match for him. The king came up with an idea, I have an interesting idea, Jacqueline, I have a mission for you, make that child join the Royal Knights at any cost, if you need, I can write a letter arrived. Jacqueline's face turned pale, you wrote him yourself, Jacqueline thought, even though the request to join the Royal Knights was quite special, the emperor even wrote a letter of recommendation himself. Jacqueline realized, he insisted on bringing Joshua to his side, and Joshua at the academy is still thinking about the Araxia round table. Lying on the bed, Joshua thought about the information that Amaru had provided, I just thought it was a group of children playing together, if what Amaru said was true, in that case the power of precious children the clan formed a force in the form of a round table as a means of gathering strength for the future. Joshua realized it was also a way to form relationships with other noble children, as well as control the power of lower-ranking noble children. They try to control any child who is not a member of the round table, even the professor can't do anything but turn a blind eye. I understand the professor's concern a bit. Joshua still pondered, however, once he succumbed to reality, no changes could be expected, a new cycle would begin. The biggest victim of the round table has appeared, if we can solve this, Joshua cheered, then it would be easier to bring Icarus to his side, I wonder how the Kaiser would feel not having Icarus on his side. Really worth looking forward to. As soon as I mentioned it, Icarus opened the door to the room and asked, "Are you here?" Icarus asked Joshua's plans. "What do you plan to do now? There are rumors that the Sten family will send people here soon." Joshua is confident, "You don't need to worry about it. After all, I will explain to you the related people." Icarus is still worried. Even if it is resolved smoothly with Amaru, there is no guarantee that the Sten family will not get involved. Because he mocked the Sten family's long sword, they will see it as an act of destruction family reputation. Moreover, the Araxia Round Table will reach out before, Icarus added. Joshua helps Icarus Cam feel secure. "It's okay, I have a way to solve it." "Two problems you said in one go." Icarus is hard to believe. How is it possible? But Joshua affirms, it is possible. Joshua replied calmly, "I just need to show strength that can make anyone worry." Icarus is starting to trust Joshua. I want to tell him this is impossible, but with his strength, it's not impossible. Joshua recalled the bet with Icarus. "Hey Icarus, do you remember the last time we bet?" "I do remember," Icarus replied. Joshua hurriedly placed his hands firmly on Icarus's shoulders and said, "Let me tell you my wish." Joshua seriously, "I want you." But Icarus awkwardly misunderstood Joshua's meaning. "What?" Joshua said in a row, "I know your abilities. Can you use your skills just for me?" Icarus was a little stunned for a moment. Next, he pushed Joshua's hand away and firmly told Joshua, "If you really achieve what you said, I will think about it." After finishing speaking, Icarus ran out of the room. He slammed the door shut even though Joshua was still bewildered in the room. The optimistic minister Joshua was secretly happy right now. "I'm a little closer to Icarus, right?" On the other hand, Cain is training intensely or fighting someone, but he looks so devastated. Cain blamed himself, still unable to do it. Duke Agnes, who directly supervised Cain's training, seriously commented, "Cain, do you think you can protect your master with such techniques?" The Duke frowned and said to Cain, "Besides, I hope you won't get in his way." After listening, Cain was more determined to practice. "I had to become stronger so that wouldn't happen." Duke Agnes found it a bit strange. He asked Cain again, "What is the reason why you desire to be stronger to the point of even changing your weapon like that?" Cain replied sincerely, "Because he promised me. He promised that he would do it, so I won't have to kneel before anyone. I believe in my master's promise." As he said Cain, "I will become stronger to protect my master." Duke Agnes was also quite happy to praise Cain. "I praise your will." But the sword's blade was unintentional, and the Duke made Cain fall backwards. Cain was continuously instructed by the Duke to practice improving his skills at high intensity, to the point where Cain collapsed. Seeing that Cain could no longer stand up on his own, the Duke quickly ordered his subordinates, "Help him up." The subordinates quickly ran back to Cain. "Yes, Duke." The Duke thought about Cain's words earlier. "He will do it so I don't have to kneel before anyone." He has gained such a loyal person in such a short time. Looking at Cain, the Duke was even more impressed with Joshua. "How interesting, Joshua." At that moment, Baron had hurriedly walked over. "So it was you here, Duke Agnes?" The Duke also asked in surprise. "What's the matter, Baron?" The Baron presented the news to the Duke. "I have received intelligence that the Empire will begin to move forward with that matter." The Duke's face turned serious. "From whom?" Baron had continued, "From the Sten family. You can read this letter for more details." Duke Agnes turned the letter over and read it attentively. He looked serious but not surprised, and finally began. "The Swallow Empire, a large country with an area equal to the Avalon Empire, because its territory is covered by plains, is known as the country that possesses the most advanced horsemanship on the continent." The Swallow Empire, a large country with an area equal to the Avalon Empire, because its territory is covered by plains, is known as the country that possesses the most advanced horsemanship on the continent. Many people also agree, Duke Altsma is right. If we continue to be wary of the surrounding and neighboring kingdoms, there is a high possibility that the upper hand will fall into their hands. Thran will forever be a colonial country of us. We absolutely do not need to be wary of them. Altsma even confidently asserted, "You just need to reopen it, then I, Altsma, am confident that I will eliminate all the millions of soldiers blocking the way, even confronting the person who is considered the precious star of the 9 stars, Aiden von Onyus, or God Knight Chrysler Jean Sebastian." However, the Empire Sage and Supreme General Gonda reminded, "Duke Altsma, perhaps you forgot one thing, that person has not yet appeared, and his Almighty God also is part of the 9 stars and the Kingdom of Avalon. Most importantly, This problem cannot be solved by completely eliminating neighboring countries. After all, their power is extremely strong. We cannot shoulder it. Altsma huffed in dissatisfaction. General, how can you compare us to those jackals? Gondar sighed. You still don't understand what I mean. At this moment, the king of the Swallow Empire, Verona Belgrace spoke. Both of you stop. I know you are more outstanding than anyone else, Duke Altsma. But no matter how strong you are, why are you so confident that you can defeat them? If you are defeated, this problem is not yours alone anymore. The entire Swallow Empire will suffer a great loss, and will bring even greater dangers. General Altsma respectfully bowed his head in apology. I still haven't thought this through thoroughly, Your Majesty. He turned to Gondar again and said, I want to hear your opinion, General. Gondar bowed his head and obeyed, then immediately expressed his opinion. As long as the Avalon and Hubalt empires do not act, the other empires will not rush to take action. At most they will only be able to express their discontent. If that is the case, we can still ignore it. Especially the Hubalt Empire is currently in the process of electing the next pope, so they won't pay attention to other matters, so we can focus more on Thran. However, the problem is... The king of Verona sighed. As expected, it was Avalon again. Trouble after trouble. Either way, as long as Thran hasn't made any concrete progress yet. I forbid any hasty actions. However, prepare your soldiers to be able to enter battle at any time. We end the meeting here, everyone said in unison. Yes, my king. Almost everyone had left, only one person was still standing. The king of Verona immediately asked, Marco, the key figure of Thran is him, right? That person immediately replied, yes king. Although he has not appeared yet, everyone knows that he is the spiritual pillar of Thran. The distinguished knight, Uravis. Verona slowly walked towards the doorway, wondering as she walked, whether it was wrong to desire the happiness and peace of the people. Makor expressed, happiness and peace can only be maintained through power. We must have power to protect happiness. After saying this, the king of the Swallow Empire stood still, looking into the distance. On the other hand, towards Joshua, Agaris was now staring at him. But he could only try to smile while thinking. First it was Icarus, now it's him. Suddenly, Agaris suddenly loudly reminded, stay away from Araxia. If you touch them, your life and even your clan will be in danger. I say this for your safety, so, please listen to me this time. Joshua laughed and asked, are you that scared? He couldn't help but be surprised. What? He repeated, I asked if he was afraid that what happened to his brother would continue to happen to me, right? Agaris speechless, why are you? Joshua slowly approached and said, if you are scared, you can run away, no one will criticize you. However, if you keep running like that, eventually you will surrender with self-confidence. Question yourself. Agaris, do you want to live like a turtle for the rest of your life? Hearing these words, he bit his lip thoughtfully. Just as Joshua had passed him for a while, Agaris suddenly turned around and shouted, what the hell do you know? The leader of Araxia is Varan Shanvillas, one of the 12 great families. They are a solid wall that weak families like us can never overcome. Joshua just calmly replied, so the leader is Varan, that's really convenient, thank you for the information. Agaris exclaimed in surprise, what? But Joshua left the room, the door slammed shut, leaving him alone inside. Agaris frowned and muttered, what a convenience. In the special room for Araxia people, there were many people there. Their faces looked tense. In the center of the room, 3 people sat in chairs that seemed to be very powerful. The only blue-haired girl among the 3 spoke up and said, it seems like everyone has gathered, so why don't we start? The person across from her said, Natasha, just calm down, why are you always so hasty? Natasha Moonbrori, daughter of the Marquis family of the 12 great families in Avalon, she smiled back, Jiwag, you are too carefree, because you are like that no matter what, so Marquis Crombella must be very worried. He didn't even have time to care for his son, because he was busy confronting the Pontier family. Jiwag Duncrombell is the son of the Marquis family of the 12 great families of Avalon, currently in a hostile relationship with the Duke Pontier family. He clicked his tongue and smiled coldly, saying, family matters are different from my personal matters, I just want to enjoy the present. If I overdo everything like that, I'll probably become a grumpy old man in the future. The 2 of you were talking back and forth, leading to an argument. What? You guys have to say that, you evil bastards. Varan now speaks up to stop, this is not the time for us to argue. I heard that Amaru was defeated by a guy named Ash without being able to swing any attacks. Natasha raised her voice and pretended to be surprised. She couldn't believe it. Really, if it's true, then I'm very curious about what kind of person that kid is, Jiwag said with a smile. There it is again, another name on your list of future husbands, she thought and said, I have to see what he looks like first. Varen seriously reminded, there is no time to joke, we cannot take that ace lightly. Jiwag asked a little surprised, what is the matter with you, why are you worried about a family that has defeated? Natasha agreed, yes, not like you at all, Varen. He recounted that I was personally defeated by him. What? The other two were surprised. Jiwag wondered, who the hell is he? I heard he also has a special relationship with the fourth prince, Natasha suggested. Could it be that he is a member of the royal family? So how about we try recruiting more Ash Frederick, can't we turn this situation to our advantage? Varen's face darkened and his voice was cold, what are you talking about? She was so scared by his attitude that she couldn't say the next word. Jiwag expressed, I agree with Natasha, I'm nice to Amaru only because he's part of the Sten family, but that's not it, the situation has changed. Wouldn't that Ash guy be more helpful to us? I don't think we need to worry about that Amaru guy who has tainted the Sten family's reputation. Varen denied, no, even though he harmed the family, have you two forgotten how much his brother Amaru cares for him, and most of all? I can't stand the sight of seeing that Ash walking leisurely in front of me. I will make him realize that he has touched a fire ant nest, like that Siamese coon Douglas. Joshua was now sighing in frustration. He looked up at the door in front of him and thought, the summons from the academy principal, I think it must be because of the problem with Amaru, his plan to live peacefully at the academy has gone up in smoke. After standing silently for a while, Joshua finally opened the door and went inside to announce his name. Ash Van Frederick asks for an audience with you. In the room, the masked man looked at him with cold eyes and said, Joshua Van Onius, by order of the king, I am here to convey his message. Joshua opened the wooden box. Inside was the magic ring that Duke Agnes had given him as a gift the day before. He picked up the ring and muttered, I should make a plan gradually. In the principal's office. Joshua was surprised after hearing what the other man said. What is the king's order? Who are you? Juan replied, I am part of the Royal Intelligence Organization, the Black Wind. He immediately frowned. What he meant was, an organization that only works for the royal family and would not hesitate to sacrifice for him, that is, the organization that the man known as the Assassination King once joined. Juan narrated the words, listen here Joshua, this is from the king, you refused the fourth prince's invitation, right? Then I would be happy if you join my night squad as soon as possible, if you need it, I will personally write a letter to invite you, if you still refuse, I will make everything related to the matter complicated, your admission, to get you expelled, that's all. That was all King Marcus said to you, before leaving. Juan did not forget to advise, his request was true, it would be better if you came to the royal family as soon as possible, I will handle the job at the academy. After leaving the principal's office, Joshua walked and muttered, I heard that the emperor is a very heroic person, now I have to experience it to see, it's a little different than I thought, he has an eye for choosing people. Just like that, he walked the long hallway alone. Meanwhile, outside, a man waved his fist. Hit Icarus hard in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. Icarus held his stomach in pain and groaned. But he still didn't forgive him, he continued to grab his hair, yank him up and shout, stand up, it wasn't over yet. Icarus couldn't help but held his shoulder to stop him, stop, we said we wouldn't interfere in your problems, leave him alone. That guy turned around, smirked and said, Icarus, it seems you don't understand the situation. Both of them were dead, around them, the whole crowd surrounded them. Icarus was confused, why do you say that, what did we do wrong? Jiwag came over and said, I haven't said what you did wrong, right? What do you think it is, if the mistake last time was having the wrong brother, then this time it's having the wrong friend? Icarus frowned and objected, he just enrolled in the academy not long ago, so why do you think he really sees us as friends? Varen walked over leisurely with his hands in his pockets and said, I'm not sure, but I know very well, he likes to poke his nose into other people's business. What do you mean? Icarus asked. He curled his lips and said frankly, you don't need to know the details, what you need to do is very simple, I will take you as hostages, and call him here. Oh, you have done this before, haven't you? You just need to act exactly like what happened to Siamese, your brother. Agaris turned pale remembering his brother. I once told you, Agaris, even though we don't have the same mother, we are still brothers, you can tell me any problem you are having. Then, he witnessed his brother saving him and being knocked down right in front of him. But the one who took action was Varen. He arrogantly crossed his arms and walked over to warn you. You should know your fate. Be grateful that I only intend to chase you out of this place, instead of destroying your family, Siamese. Anyway, you'll never be able to walk again. Agaris, you should live quietly like your brother. In this moment, he remembered Joshua's words. Agaris, do you want to live like a turtle for the rest of your life? Returning to the present, Agaris clenched his fist. You strongly rushed forward and shouted, you will not be able to stand in my way anymore. But before he could get close to Varen, the guy who had just beaten Icarus punched him hard, full of contempt and said, who do you think you're yelling at? Varen curled his lips and smiled coldly. One more thing, if that bastard tries to pull any tricks, I don't need to say what will happen to your family. Icarus kneeled on the ground sarcastically, truly defeated. You nobles, you can only think of taking hostages after being unable to defeat others, your dignity is not worth a dime. The brown-haired guy angrily scolded, what, a commoner like you, how dare you? Varen interrupted, what a failure. He slowly walked towards him. His cold eyes looked down as if looking at a small ant. Suddenly, he smiled. Then suddenly he raised his leg and kicked Icarus hard, causing him to once again hit his face on the ground. Not stopping, Varen continued to step on him repeatedly, beating and insulting. This world operates based on the survival of the fittest, you just need to do everything possible to trample on others, of course, the weak will have to become prey to the strong. If you only ate what was given to you by those above you, then things like this wouldn't have happened. It's all because you trash tried to change that rule. How come we nobles can't vent our anger? Agaris saw his friend being beaten like that and couldn't help but cry. He tried to run but was held tightly by Varen's henchmen. He screamed, stop, at this rate, he will really die. There, the other guy laughed. What do you think his friend will say when he sees this scene? Suddenly he saw something. But at this moment, a familiar voice rang out, Varen. Joshua slowly walked forward filled with murderous intent and declared, so you decided to break our agreement, and cause these damn things. I will make you regret it. Varen angrily retorted, Ash Van Frederick, don't you think this is because of you? You nag at me, you question me, you lay your hands on my friend, you deserve to die more than you think. Agaris was secretly surprised, what are you? Joshua is getting closer and closer, from now on, you will pay the price. Varen immediately stomped on Icarus threateningly, stop there, don't you care what happens to them, my power can not only destroy their family, but also make all the blame fall on them, on your head, and get you kicked out of this academy. Joshua stopped. Seeing him like that, he laughed even more proudly, finally understanding the situation. To be honest, a son of a collapsed family, what could he do? Natasha stood there observing then asked, is it him? Better than I thought. Ji-Wog smiled faintly and sarcastically, what's wrong with him, just showing off. But what did that idiot say just now? Laying a hand on his friend deserves death, and he still has to pay the price. Does he really think he can confront this many clans present here, or is he so deaf that he can't hear what he's saying, even if we believe that? Could it be that he really thought that a guy who was not from the royal family, nor from the family of the 5 Grand Dukes, could do such a thing? Natasha crossed her arms and smiled and said, we have 3 out of the 12 great Marquis families here, even the children of most of the 5 great dukes can't do anything, luckily if it's the Duke Anyus or Tremblin family then other. Varen said bossily, it doesn't matter who you are, anyway I'll end everything here, but before that, let me ask you something. He raised his ring hand and asked proudly, it seems you know this ring, so why did you give it back to me? You could have used it to threaten me. Joshua laughed and shrugged and replied, after all, I don't do despicable things like you. Varen picked up a bottle of magic potion and poured it on the ring, smiling as he did so, you should be like that, if your attitude changes, it will make me very disappointed, although lowly people like you may not understand this, well, then let me show you something cool. This ring is a much more wonderful thing than you think, if I inject a certain amount of mana. As he finished speaking, a strong stream of light erupted. In the blink of an eye, Varen's whole body was covered in a shiny silver armor, in his hand was a sharp sword, he confidently declared, I will be able to possess more power than Mucker, it will definitely defeat me, can defeat you. Varen pointed his sword straight at Joshua. He arrogantly challenged, In this place where family power decides everything, you will never change anything with your own power. Ash, I will show you. The actions what you're doing is so stupid. Ji-Wog laughed and mocked himself. Obnoxious. We all have the same B-grade Dawn ring, but Varen's always sparkles more. Or should I try to ask Dad to give me a better one? Natasha immediately gave him a bucket of cold water. Don't dream. Do you really think your father will give you a new Dawn ring, costing millions of gold while your current ring is still good? He smiled brightly and jokingly. How much is there? She said, no matter what, it would be a waste, but that Ash guy is exactly my type. It would be great if Varen didn't pan him. Just mentioning it, Varen laughed sarcastically. Natasha, with your personality, I bet in one day, you will get bored of names like him. Moreover, every time I see this bastard. He suddenly stabbed the sword hard into the ground right next to Icarus's face. Then, before I deliberately continued speaking, I remembered the stupid face of that Siamese guy who opposed us to change this place. After all, he can't justify walking on his own feet for the rest of his life. I will make you suffer the same consequences. Having finished speaking, Varen laughed loudly. Agaris couldn't help but bite his lips so angry that he blushed. Joshua continued walking towards Varen. Seeing that, he immediately moved the tip of his sword. He shouted threateningly, I told you not to move arbitrarily. Do you really want to see your entire family and these bastards destroyed? Joshua raised his hand holding something and asked, you said that right? That this is where the family's power decides everything. He opened his hand. On it was the Dawn ring emitting light. Varen stammered, that is the Dawn ring. Why the hell does someone like you? At this moment, golden light shines everywhere, blocking everyone's vision. Only Joshua's voice can be heard. I will also make you realize that the power you have always been proud of is inferior. To what extent? No way. Could it really be Dawn ring? What's going on? This light, how big is his mana bridge? The Ji-Wog still exclaimed in disbelief. No way. Joshua poured magic into the ring. Immediately the armor that Dukanyus talked about before appeared. Quickly covered him. The hat with the family's sword symbol stood out. Varen was so surprised that he stuttered. Something was definitely wrong. How could someone like you have an iron armor with that pattern? The symbol of Dukanyus's family, the Knight's Cross. Ji-Wog and Natasha turned pale in disbelief. That couldn't be. That was the symbol of Dukanyus's family, but Babel von Onyus had already graduated. Could it be that there is a rumored child who became a mana user at the age of 9 in Dukanyus's family? Joshua leisurely walked over and said, didn't you say that family power decides everything at this academy? My real name is Joshua von Onyus. Where is my family's position in this student? Varen trembled speechlessly. You, really? Natasha quickly spoke up to explain. She must have understood something. If we knew that the young master was a member of Dukanyus's family. Joshua became angry, his face darkened and he shouted, shut up, I won't ask you. From him radiates a strong questioning pressure. You think, I will spare all of you, those who rely on family power to treat other people's lives like trash, and are ready to kick them. A person falls into a deep pit of destruction without feeling guilty at all. Ji-Wog said stiffly, wait, we are the successors of the 12 great families. You don't want to make enemies with the children here, young master. Joshua smirked and clicked his tongue and said, so let me ask the other way around, you guys want to become enemies with Dukanyu's family, right? He gritted his teeth, thinking, that, currently, my family is very busy fighting with the Pontier family. If I make enemies with the Onyus family again, I will not only be kicked out of the position of successor, perhaps my whole family is also in danger. After all, the Dukanyus family is on a completely different level than the Pontier, Joshua reminded. I only intend to deal with those who touched my friend. I will give all unrelated people a chance to leave here. These words made everyone stunned. Immediately, most people made excuses to leave. That's right, I suddenly remembered, isn't there still homework? The Ji-Wog was about to turn to question, what, you were going to betray? Not staying long, the group of people quickly ran away. That's right, I'm busy today, my parents plan to visit me today. Me too, wait for me. Varen shouted angrily, get back here, you damn bastards, do you really think after betraying me, you will be safe? No matter what, I will. Before he could finish speaking, Joshua interrupted, take care of yourself first, Varen. Today, will be the day Araxia disappears from this academy. He trembled as he looked down at your blade and begged, you can't let it go just once. Joshua said as he used his magic, I certainly gave you a chance, Varen Shenvillas. He was stunned and couldn't move. With just one move, Joshua sent him flying backwards, even somersaulting a few times before falling completely to the ground. A fall causes a strong shock, which can cause serious injuries. Varen's armor slowly dissolved, and he was unconscious, his whole body bruised and bruised. Natasha and Jiwog turned pale with fear, not daring to cough. Joshua walked up to him and ordered, "You! Take him out of here." But he still spoke stubbornly, "I heard that the official successor of the Duke Anyu's family is Babel. No matter how talented you are, the truth still does not change. Surely you will regret today." Joshua listened but just smiled faintly and said, "Let me wait and see." Natasha stood up and called Varen, "Jiwog, we need to take Varen to the infirmary right away, give me a hand." He had no choice but to swear and run to help. Joshua sighed looking at them. At this moment, Agaris helped Icarus and walked over to ask, "What is the Anyu's family?" He replied, "Everyone has secrets, so do you, Agaris. But I'm sorry for making you to endure something like this, are you okay?" Icarus shook his head and smiled, "It's okay," he asked, "I think you're not surprised to know I'm from the Anyu's family, right, Icarus?" He expressed, "From the beginning, I found it strange, how could the child of a collapsed family enroll in the academy? The royal family would not pay attention to the residents, family like that, so, there's no reason to come here to attract their attention, right?" Joshua asked again, "So what if I came to build a personal relationship, like the Araxia group?" Icarus laughed and affirmed, "That would be even more absurd, those kids wouldn't even glance at the people from the murdered family." Collapsing again, "Look at me and you still don't understand. And most importantly, the hint from family background is already quite obvious, perhaps you don't know it, but among the thousands of students at this academy, you are the only one from a disgraced noble house, and according to what happened before, 9 out of 10 students hid their true identities." Joshua smiled softly and replied, "I didn't know that." He thought to himself, "As I expected, he only dared to speak his true thoughts, after knowing the identity of others, he can really call himself you are a top strategist. This is probably the reason that allowed you to confront an army of over 1 million warriors with only 10,000 soldiers." Just like that, Joshua kept smiling and looking at Icarus smiling. He was looked at so unnaturally that he asked, "Young master, why are you staring at me like that?" Joshua explained, "It's just because he has very beautiful eyes." Icarus was startled, then his face turned so red that he gasped loudly. In the Thran colony, a small country long ruled by the Swallow Empire, King Anthony, who devoted his life to Thran independence, passed away at the age of 72 due to fate, God's cruelty. At that time, the Thran princess cried in pain and collapsed on the ground. Suddenly, Uravis gently placed it on her shoulder. He kindly comforted him, "It's time to let him rest in peace, princess." Hearing these words, the princess tried to suppress her sadness and quietly looked at her father's body one last time. After that, the flower boat burying the king was gradually pushed away. She turned her head and nodded slightly to Uravis. Understanding what she meant, Uravis immediately drew his bow forward. He remembered that before his death, the Thran king had said, "I am sorry, while there are still so many things to do, I am the only one who can rest." At that time, Uravis replied emotionally, "King, please don't say that." He weakly warned, "I hand over my daughter and Thran to you, Thran's fate will now depend on you." Those words were deeply imprinted in Uravis's mind. He told himself, "No matter what happens, I will help Thran become independent, so please rest in peace." Having finished thinking, Uravis shot a fire arrow forward. The fire arrow rushed directly towards the flower boat in the middle of the lake. Just like that, the fire flared up, burning the Thran king who was sleeping forever. Uravis and his daughter looked on in pain. Suddenly she spoke up and said, "Sir Uravis, I will hand over Thran to you as your father wishes." As soon as he finished speaking, Uravis solemnly bowed his head and replied, "I will devote my whole life to Thran." He thought, "Since King Anthony has passed away, I can't delay any longer, not just Swallow or Avalon, even have to face the Magic Court. I will also do everything I can to fully possess the Magma Apocalypse Stone." On the other side, in the dark night at Avalon Academy, Jack silently sneaked inside. He said with a smirk, "So this is Avalon Academy." At this time, Joshua was lying on the ground deep in thought. He silently thought to himself, "I think I should start making arrangements to leave the academy now. When I first came here, I never thought I would leave this early. I have to get to the royal palace as soon as possible, There's something I need to find in the royal treasury. Cain will probably be very surprised to hear this, perhaps he is also training very well under the tutelage of Duke Hanyus. Suddenly, someone appeared, causing Joshua to sit up in surprise. Jack walked up and said loudly, "Joshua, we finally meet, I came to find you." Joshua stood up, looking puzzled. "Who are you?" Jack replied, "Sorry for the late introduction. I am the lost member of the Magic Tower, holder of the Lightning Chair, Jack Starapes. I have come to take back the Bronto that you took in the Dark Forest. If you obediently hand it over, at least I can spare my life, for you." Faced with that arrogant attitude, Joshua remained silent and did not say anything. Then he calmly replied, "This doesn't seem like the right place to talk about this matter, Mr. Magician, we should change locations. You know more than I thought, well, lead the way." "In the deep forest not far from the academy." Joshua went first, Jack followed, just like that, going deeper into the forest. After walking a long way, Jack angrily asked, "How long are you planning to go? It's far enough here." Joshua smiled complacently and replied, "Do you think so? That's too tactful. I think after we've gone this far, there won't be anyone left here. You're too naive to think that I'll really obediently hand over Bronto. So you tried everything to lure me here, in a one-on-one fight. I'm confident I won't lose to a magician." Joshua quickly rushed forward to attack Jack. An attack with terrible power, causing Joshua to gasp for air as he made his move. But unexpectedly, Jack just gently used one hand to block the blow. He smiled arrogantly and said, "Praise for your skills, perhaps you are the strongest at this age." However, before finishing his sentence, Jack used his foot to trip Joshua. One blow caused him to fall to the ground. He used his hand to squeeze his neck and said, "I'm not the same age as you, but if you won't obediently hand it over, then I'll start breaking your arms first." Joshua just laughed in response, "Talking nonsense, if you let your guard down like that, you will lose, Lugia, hurry up." Immediately, Lugia appeared, with a kick that sent Jack flying away. Jack cursed bitterly, "You bastard." A long spear appeared and rushed towards him. The spear crossed Joshua's body, attacking Jack directly. Jack was lucky to escape an accident. He was startled and silently exclaimed, "It was so dangerous." It turned out to be the ancient spear he had heard about. He wondered, "The power of lightning that you used to kill the ogre monster in the Dark Forest, came from that spear." Joshua held the spear in his hand and replied eloquently. "What do we still need to say?" At this moment, he was secretly happy. He was stronger than he thought, but he still didn't know he had absorbed the Bronto. Jack smiled and said, "If you don't want to talk, then I have no other choice. I will do it the traditional way." Joshua confidently replied, "You must have misunderstood something. Do you really think I would open my mouth? It would be better to die." "You're the one who misunderstood. I'm talking about magic, brain control." Jack used a magic move to attack Joshua from behind. Realizing that the situation was not good, he quickly used his sword to defend. Joshua silently wondered, how could he activate level 4 magic, just with words? Jack said proudly, "Don't worry too much, I won't kill you, because magic is most effective after being seriously injured, so I just need to leave you half dead." Light spear, a Jack strike towards Joshua. He witnessed this scene, his sharp eyes stared at him and silently thought to himself, "I won't kill you with a fart. Is that an attack that requires beating someone to death?" With just one blow, the ground shattered. The shining light of the same sky. Jack now smugly thought to himself, maybe now that kid has kept his mouth shut. Suddenly, Jack felt someone behind him. He immediately looked at it and exclaimed, "Not bad." Joshua appeared and replied, "Thank you for the compliment. Stop these obvious hoaxes, stop making fun of me. Or is this all one can create with current skills?" Joshua held the spear firmly in his hand and spun it around a few times. He rushed straight towards Jack. He told himself, maintain a certain level of tension, but keep a cool head, continue to keep the moves as simple as possible. Just like that, he silently carried out that plan. Before the fatal attacks, Jack was surprised. This guy's ability to control mana was really sharp, its mana concentration is also quite high. Joshua used all the energy in his body, determined to strike a decisive blow, causing the ground to shake and crack into large chunks. Jack mocked arrogantly, "A brat like you is only good at pulling tricks." Joshua replied eloquently, "I don't want to hear those words from the mouth of a magician." Joshua tried his best to attack and fight decisively. Jack tried to block each attack. The battle became more and more thrilling and exciting. He suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Damn it, let's see how long you can dodge." Faced with that counterattack, Joshua tried his best to avoid each attack. He ran in front, Jack followed above. Joshua thought, "Damn, I can't keep dodging like this, I have to close the distance." Jack stopped in front of him and said smugly, "I heard there's nothing more humiliating than losing to a mage in close combat, right? I will let you taste that humiliation." Faced with that situation, Joshua told himself, "We must not avoid him, we must confront him directly." Spear magic, first form, thunderbolt, light sword, he put all his strength into one final blow. The attack caused the ground to crack. But that doesn't make it difficult for Jack, he was so powerful that he knocked Joshua back, causing him to quickly grab his sword to defend himself. Jack confidently walked closer and said, "Surprisingly, even a B-level knight wouldn't be able to survive after receiving a level 4 magic attack, but I didn't expect you to dare to confront me head-on like that. You've gone far enough, Joshua. This is your last chance, hand over your Bronto, having to harm a talented kid like this makes me feel so guilty." Joshua was confused and wondered, the lightning ball, did he prepare them while attacking with the light sword? Jack shouted loudly and threatened, "You better not move carelessly, the moment I hold my hand, those lovely little balls will immediately fly to you." Joshua boldly responded, "Do you think I will give up? Then there is no other way, what a pity." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately clenched his fist. Joshua begins a tough battle with the thunderballs. He screamed, "Magical spear magic, second form, hurricane." Immediately, a hurricane arose. Jack laughed and said, "You really surprised me until the last moment, this time I will definitely kill you. Can you withstand this attack?" At this time, Joshua had exhausted his strength, his whole body was so seriously injured that he was shaking. He looked behind. "Thunderballs are flying towards me." A look of panic appeared clearly on his face. Jack said, "My lightning ball will not disappear until the enemy is destroyed." That expression is so funny. Have you reached your limit? If so, then we're quite disappointed, we just started for fun. Show me your natural talent again. Faced with his power, Joshua could only stare with his eyes and teeth clenched. A stream of light condensed in the sky, as if it was about to burst. Jack uses magic to control lightning balls. He laughed loudly and said, "What's the matter? You're not confident enough to face this, but you see, even if you are this time, even if I turn into ashes, I won't stop, it's because you brought it on yourself, fire ancient magic." Joshua stood stunned without any reaction. Lugia suddenly asked, "What are you doing, have you given up?" Having been awakened by Lugia, Joshua seems to have some plan. He stared at Jack. Joshua thinks, has time stopped? No, it is slowing down. Lugia advised, "Even though you use new power, are you really defeated to this extent?" Joshua replied, "But the opponent is too strong, I cannot continue to use that power." "Since when do you care about such small things, no matter what situation you face? No matter how strong the enemies standing in your way are, don't you have a way to destroy them all?" Joshua was confused and wondered if there was a way. "I always survive in any battle. I even destroyed the castle that was supposed to be the strongest. It doesn't matter who the enemy is, I am Joshua." Jack now proudly laughed loudly at his temporary weakness. A blazing fire exploded into the entire sky. Joshua stands strong alone in the face of all dangers. He shouted loudly, "Magical spear magic, third form." Joshua began to exert all his strength. Strong feet stand firmly on the ground. A source of cold ice energy appeared surrounding him. Sharp eyes shouted loudly, "The path of the Achula god." He threw his spear and rushed towards Jack. The spear rushed quickly, releasing arrows at high speed, causing Jack to be overwhelmed and unable to react. He quickly used teleportation magic to dodge the attack. When the spear was about to rush closer to him, an explosion rang out, shaking the whole world. The whole forest was filled with dazzling flames. Luckily for him, he successfully avoided it. But it didn't stop there. Joshua took advantage of his mistake. He used his sword to quickly attack a second time. The blow was too fast, causing Jack to fall into the basket in confusion. He wondered, how did that happen? Then there was another strong shock. After the ground stabilized, Jack was knocked down and fell to the ground. Joshua held the spear tightly in his bloodstained hand. He pointed at Jack, staring coldly at him. Jack couldn't believe it and stammered, "Demonic power and holy power." After speaking, he stopped breathing and died without closing his eyes. Suddenly, Joshua felt that he was not feeling well. He quickly turned around and put his hand over his mouth. The blood stains on his hands showed that Joshua was seriously injured. He thought, if he hadn't let his guard down, he would have been the one who would have died. He was really lucky. Suddenly a source of energy radiated from Jack's body, causing Joshua to turn around in surprise. What was that? The energy was so strong that it sent Joshua flying far away. His eyes gradually darkened. "This is the end. If I close my eyes, I will be able to rest." Joshua fell to the ground, his spear falling not far away. Lugia urged, "Joshua, hurry up, quickly reabsorb mana, do it before Bronto devours Sterapi's mana and becomes violent quickly." Joshua heard these words, he whispered, "Lugia," then, he clenched his fists and regained his determination. Joshua closed his eyes and screamed loudly. A stream of light soared high in the dark forest. Everything here is gradually coming to an end. Early morning the next day, at Avalon Academy. In the Academy's meeting room, all senior levels were present. Baron Segurdam, professor of etiquette at Avalon Academy, said that the matter of special admission has been secretly implemented for a long time, but the case of Joshua von Onius is different. Never before had any academy so blatantly revealed its family's origins and caused such a big disaster. The man next to him quickly replied, "But if he is the son of Duke Onius, then we can't make a big deal out of it," Segurdam said arrogantly. "It seems you don't understand the situation clearly, history professor. Even if it is dangerous, practitioners are now demanding to know the truth. Also, if we continue to ignore the issue of special admission, the Academy's reputation will fall to the bottom." "Director, you don't know that. Only families that can't do anything with their children let them enroll, through special privileges." These words made Count Steinine Albert ponder. What Professor Segurdam said makes sense, but there is a high possibility that this matter is just a complaint in the end. However, the main problem is that the children of the 12 great families have been dragged into this trouble. Segurdam strongly said, "We must set an example by expelling Joshua von Onius, to completely eliminate this special problem." As soon as he finished speaking, the professor immediately protested, "What are you talking about, Professor Segurdam? Expulsion, just using the school's rules can solve this problem." Segurdam said, "That's the problem, Professor Ken. It's because of those light punishments that now a big disaster has happened. We don't even know why he entered the school on a special basis. We don't have enough reasons to expel him like that." "We already have more than enough reasons." Joshua von Onius seriously injured Baron Shanvillas. "We cannot ignore this matter." "Baron Segurdam, there are rumors that the Marquis of Villas intends to nominate you to the political center. Have you been so blinded by power that you are willing to sacrifice a child? Do you guys disagree with Professor Segurdam? Does anyone have anything to say?" Everyone looked away and pretended to be deaf. This made the professor unable to help but feel disappointed. Segurdam thought proudly, "My position has become stronger thanks to this. It seems that my nomination for promotion to the political center will soon be accelerated." Professor spoke loudly, "Don't you think so, Dean? Even if it is a special admission, there is no apprentice on this continent who would expel a student without listening to him or her. Present your situation." Not only that, Joshua von Onius should be praised for stopping Araxia's evil actions, and disbanding that association. Even us professors couldn't do anything about it but. Segurdam shouted loudly, "Professor, what is the meaning of bad actions? You should only say things for which you are responsible." Those words just now not only make professors like us look bad, it's embarrassing the academy too. You should be ashamed of yourself, Professor Segurdam. It's the same with all of you. Everyone is blinded by power, everyone is afraid of that damn power, so they don't dare to stand up and speak up. Because of that all the bad things are blamed on you. Students that we teach, how long are you planning to stay silent? When we still have professorships, we cannot act like this. Stop it, Professor, I won't listen to any more of your insults. Suddenly, someone spoke up, I completely agree. Makes Segurdam surprised. What? Count Harry Brunstein and Duke Onius walked in and said, Professor Ken, is that right? I agree with what you just said. You are Count Harry Brunstein, Duke Hayden von Onius. All the professors were extremely surprised. Why was Duke Onius here, even Harry Brunstein? Harry Brunstein is the current head of the Sten family, and also Amaru's father, he replied to the headmaster. There is such a shocking event, so we cannot ignore it. Ducanius also replied, if my son has committed a mistake, then shouldn't a father like me come here out of courtesy? Abbot Stein was still surprised. Duke, you don't need to be so formal. Humble Ducanius, I must do so, especially in this meeting. Isn't this a sanctuary that is educating the children who will lead our empire in the future? Ducanius continued to say, moreover, this is also the meeting to decide how my son will be punished. Baron Segerdam felt cold. He hastily affirmed, what punishment? There is no such thing as that's not it. Earl Sten frowned and looked at Segerdam. Special admission was truly a mistake, no matter what the reason was. The Earl fixed his gaze south in front of Segerdam and then reiterated what he had asserted before, isn't that so, Professor Segerdam? Professor Segerdam was speechless and didn't dare say anything else. Well, that. Ducanius doesn't want things to be tense. Stop it, Amara Brunsten. Ari Brunsten showed an indifferent attitude. I didn't do anything, I was just asking. The upright Professor Cecil now pressed and asked Ducanius, Duke, the reason you came here was to use your power to cover up the matter of special admission this time. This statement made the dean and the remaining professor stunned and trembling. The confused dean quickly reminded Professor Cecil, hey Professor Cecil, please be careful what you say, how can you say that? Ducanius is also a person of courage and referee, he humbly replied, it's okay, headmaster, the real reason I came here is because of the matter related to my son Joshua. Professor Cecil didn't stop, the Duke, you said it yourself just now, this place is the place to nurture the children who will lead the empire in the future. The Duke agreed, that's right. Cecil continued to express, so that means this place was created for the purpose of students and is also a place that will mold them. Magic Professor Cecil spoke directly to the Duke, however, since there are people of Ducanius' caliber here, our choice will be seriously affected by you. I won't have anything to say if you really come here as a parent and take responsibility for your child's mistakes. Cecil mentioned the issue of special status, but I think, regarding the issue of special status, the fault does not lie with the student. The dean quickly interrupted Cecil, Professor Cecil, I know what you're trying to say, but if you say it so directly, we'll all be put in a difficult position, so. Segerdam has the opportunity, he agrees with Professor Cecil. I also agree with what Professor Cecil just said, if an influential person like Ducanius comes here. Segerdam then continued, aren't we able to make a decision? Ari Brunsten gave Segerdam an unhappy look again. His attitude changed really quickly. All of you kept your mouths shut when that group of bullies or Axia or something was bothering my son, but now the situation has changed, so you can be bold now. Being told that he was guilty, Segerdam could only remain silent and could no longer defend himself. Ducanius was the last one to speak. I think everyone is at fault. I didn't come here to put pressure on the academy because of what happened this time. The dean asked again, if that's the case, then why did you come here? Ducanius replied calmly, I heard that my son has committed disrespectful actions towards the Sten family, that is why I came here to meet Ariel Brunsten and ask for forgiveness. The Duke turned his face towards the Earl and added, however I heard that he had come to the academy, I was worried that Joshua would get into trouble because he is quick to anger, so I quickly came here. Ari Brunsten also gave the reason why he left Joshua, Duke alone. Let me make it clear, I do not forgive that boy. If he does not possess the ability to defend those words, then things won't end well. Ducanius dispelled the hatred in the Earl's heart. I'm sure you will be surprised when you personally meet Joshua, Amara Brunsten. The Earl also has a need to meet Joshua, since you said so, I look forward to it even more, want to meet it. The Duke again talked about the issue of special privileges with professors. Most importantly, I came here to say that, if this special exception is a big problem, it will affect the entire academy. The tough Duke proposed a solution, so it's okay to punish Joshua severely, or even expel him from school. Duke Agnes's words surprised both the dean and the professor. Back to the battle between Joshua and Jack, Joshua was lying on the ground. He slowly opened his eyes and showed signs of waking up. Joshua was quite in pain and had difficulty getting up on his own. He heavily covered the wound with his hand and looked towards Jack. Joshua called out, Jack. But no one responded. Joshua thought to himself, I never thought I would use this body to fight Jack. If I met him on the battlefield, he would definitely be a more formidable enemy than anyone at the master level. Just stood up for a moment when suddenly pain came to Joshua's body. He bent down in pain. Joshua gritted his teeth and endured it because it was so painful. Why did it hurt like this? Seeing that Joshua was weak, Lugia spoke up, "Stop whining, take action, Joshua." Lugia healed Joshua. "How are you? How do you feel? Do you feel like you've grown up?" Joshua looked at his limbs and exclaimed, "Looking back now it seems like my hands have gotten bigger. Hey, it looks like my shoulders are getting wider too." Joshua was curious and asked Lugia, "Is this the development ability of Bronto that you mentioned?" Lugia nodded, "Yes, although I still haven't expected this situation. It seems that the development of Apocalypse Stone, the power of devouring, has been increased." Lugia also gave results to Joshua, "But it doesn't mean you'll become a barren old man right away." Joshua sighed, "Fortunately." Lugia comforted, "Don't worry, the growth power that Bronto has only stimulates growth to the maximum based on the user's body." Joshua was even more skeptical. "Could it be done like that? How could it be done?" "Yes." Lugia explained, 5 years. What I'm talking about is what will help you develop perfectly in 5 years. From now on, you must pay more attention to be able to balance your body that has grown to the maximum level indicated, in his short time." Lugia further reminds, "And there is one more thing you need to know." Joshua looked at his glowing spear. Lugia told him, "Perhaps you have guessed it, but I am still very worried, afraid that Bronto will devour the powers that its owner has lost." Lugia explained in more detail, "I'm sure your sudden growth also has something to do with this." Joshua asked again, "Do you mean the pearl is stuck right there?" Lugia affirmed, "Yes, you can consider this as Bronto's final form. First of all, you need to know that the Apocalypse Stones, objects owned by the gods, are almost impossible to completely store in whereas the body of a lowly human being." Lugia looked proud, "And thanks to that, the curse that forced that person to become a master to be able to exert its power was transferred to me. You should be grateful to me." Joshua thought about what Lugia had just said. What a curse! The magic and holy power in his body could put him in danger. Joshua blamed Lugia. "Were you the one who did that?" Joshua shouted at Lugia, "Who the hell are you really?" The mysterious person in the spear seriously asked Joshua again, "Hey Joshua, are you confident that you won't regret it?" Joshua was bewildered. "What regrets?" The mysterious person in the spear didn't answer, continuing to ask Joshua, "I'm asking, are you confident that you can bear the weight of me telling you who you really are?" Joshua is fierce. "It doesn't matter whether I can endure it or not. If you don't say it clearly, I won't use you anymore." The person in the spear joked, "You don't plan to use me anymore?" Joshua replied solemnly, "Possessing such terrible power always has a commensurate price." Ashu expressed his decision, "I have no reason to use such a magic of unknown origin and unknown purpose." The mysterious person laughed loudly, "This is exactly the look of a person who repays kindness with hatred. If you are that curious, I will tell you who I am." Lugia flared up, "The greatest existence among all omnipotent entities, Lugia." Joshua didn't say anything after Lugia's last answer. He turned around to leave. "I better throw you away." Lugia quickly stopped. "Wait." Lugia reminded Joshua, "Do you use me? This is not important, because our contract has been established." Joshua does not care. "What is the contract?" Lugia said with a firm voice, "I'm sure you know this, because if you don't agree with your own wishes, that contract cannot be made." Joshua is vague. "You said I agreed. Is that contract based on my own wishes?" Lugia affirmed, "Yes." Lugia reminded Joshua, "From the moment you return to the past, our contract has been established." On the side of Avalon Academy, Amaru is looking for Agaris. "Are you planning to run away again?" "Agaris is like another person," he coldly replied, "Don't bother me. Suddenly you came to me and said some nonsense." Amaru shouted grumpily, "At this rate, even if he was a member of the Anyus family, Joshua would still be expelled like his brother." Amaru tries to advise Agaris to awaken. "Are you planning on living in regret? Didn't Joshua reveal his identity to save you? Araxia is no longer a problem." Agaris is spiteful, "What the hell do you know to say that?" Agaris said angrily, "My brother was seriously hurt and expelled from the academy. How dare you judge my feelings?" Agaris bravely spoke his heart out, "Do you know how helpless I felt when facing such a great force?" Amaru silently listened to the frustrations that Agaris poured out. Agaris just burst into tears. Amaru now confided, "Hey Agaris, when I was young I felt jealous of you." Agaris was surprised, "Huh, what?" Amaru explained, "My brother is no different from those in other families. Just because I have talent." Amaru recalls being bullied by his older brother as a child, and he was always on guard because of his position as successor from a very young age. But his older brother Simes is different. Not many older brothers show love to their younger brothers just because they are half-brothers. The reason why he insisted on leaving after treating him so poorly is because he doesn't want to get involved with you, you know that. Amaru added, I envy you for having such a proud brother. Isn't it time you stood up to protect him so as not to tarnish his honor? Amaru all advise Agaris, stand up for your friend Joshua Van Onius, I'm happy to help. At that suggestion, at that word friend, Agaris was stunned and touched. Are you my friend? Agaris has awakened, he is bright and fiery, yes, he is my friend. Agaris touched Amaru's hand, thank you Amaru. After Agaris was awakened, he ran out, thanks to you, I just came up with a good idea. Amaru stood alone in the room, bewildered, not understanding what he was planning to do. Outside the campus of Avalon Academy, loud laughter rang out. Ari Brunstein smiled and said to Ducanius, I never thought you would directly tell them to expel that boy. Thanks to you, I had the opportunity to witness something extremely interesting. The tense look on his face, those people are really funny. Next, Ari Brunstein got more serious and asked Ducanius what he would do if those old foxes really chased that boy away. I heard he is not your legitimate son, so if return to the mansion. The Duke interrupted Ari Brunstein. He doesn't have only one choice about the mansion. I heard that the boy has received a royal order to join the Royal Knights. Ari Brunstein was quite amazed. Our king did that, it makes me much more excited, Ducanius added, it wasn't just his talent that the king did that. Ignoring this, Ducanius asked about the situation in Goa, but do you really have this much free time? I'm sure you received the Swallow Kingdom's departure order from the king himself. I still have work to do, so I will leave in a few days, but as for you, Amara Brunstein replied immediately, what can I do? I also have concerns, you know I am free right? Ari Brunstein gave the reason, I left behind all the family's busy schedule to find a way to come here just because someone's son disrespected the Sten family's swordsmanship. This is also important as the king's orders. Ducanius became embarrassed, well about that. Ari Brunstein doesn't want to cause trouble. Well, looking at your face I have to agree to leave. You've also heard the recent news in Thran. The Duke replied, I heard Swallow gave a very quick action. Ari Brunstein agreed, yes, the moment they heard the news of King Thran's death, Swallow along with Duke Altsma they were so proud of. Quickly advanced on Thran with an army of 200,000 men, but, the Earl continued to speak, contrary to the belief that the Thran kingdom without a king would be easily dominated. Swallow suffered a huge loss, even Duke Altsma, the general of that army, was seriously injured. Ducanius shook his head after hearing this, it's incomprehensible, Thran's army only has 50,000 soldiers, they don't even have a single master-level knight that can compare to Duke Altsma, how can that be, is this possible? Ari Brunstein said, there is only one person, who has reached the level of master in the kingdom of Thran, maybe he is the only one, don't you think? Ducanius became tense, it couldn't be. But Ari Brunstein affirmed, that's right, the biggest reason that Thran was able to destroy Swallow's mighty army was the outstanding knight, Uravis. Joshua sighed. Right now he is practicing hard, consecutive moves to call someone out. Joshua just shouted loudly, come out here. Just like that, Joshua practiced alone in front of the big gate of the academy. So Joshua called Lugia out, kept calling without success. Joshua was a bit impatient. This guy Lugia, after talking to his mouth, went to sleep immediately. Joshua thought back, the demon god's weapon, Lugia, that name said it all. This was one of the demon god's weapons. The demon god is the leader of the demon kings and is revered by the demons as a god, who is stronger than all other species in terms of fighting ability. And is someone who can be equal to, or even surpass, the Dragon King. Joshua clenched his fist and realized with joy, yes, if not for the power of God, how could such a miracle be explained? While Joshua was engrossed in thought, loud shouts rang out, wow, there he is. The students eagerly came to Joshua, he was over there, the brave son was here. Joshua was shocked, what is that, what is going on? Agaris excitedly asked Joshua, where have you been these past few days? Icarus was also happy, we were all looking for you. Joshua was also happy to see his two roommates, Icarus, Agaris, luckily I was still alive so I was happy to see them again. Agaris looked over at Joshua and asked, why are you like this, why do you look so tattered? After all, the whole academy is in a hurry to find you. What do you mean you're still alive? It seems like you're taller, right? Joshua replied lightly, something happened, but what is going on? Agaris said first, What else? I won't run away anymore, Icarus said more specifically. It's okay, we gathered with the same will. Joshua was bewildered. What are you talking about? Don't you run away, gather with the same will? I don't understand. Icarus explained, you still don't understand. We all gathered to protest the Academy's punishment for you. This time we will file a lawsuit strongly protesting your punishment. Icarus said with confidence, even if there were students who asked to punish you, there would only be about 100 people in the Araxia group at most. They wouldn't stand a chance against us. Joshua was touched. You guys gathered here just because of me. Icarus saw that and teased you. What is that? You were so moved that you cried, Joshua shyly filled in. No one was crying. Icarus was so cared for. Icarus reached out to wipe away the tears on Joshua's face. Crying is not a bad thing. I can wipe your tears for you, but I really think you have grown a little taller there. Joshua replied in a gentle tone, okay, think whatever you want. I don't understand what Joshua was thinking, but he closed his eyes, his face relaxed and ready to enjoy. Scene change. Segurdam angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Dean, why do you keep trying to let Joshua stay at the academy? Segurdam tried his best to state his arguments. Life is about choices, even if he is a member of the Anyus family. Currently our academy has 3 children from the 12 great families. Good above all, let's be reasonable. We were promised that we would be given important positions if we handled this well. Segurdam still hasn't stopped, and as for you, he said he would recommend you for the next head position. Both the Villas and Crombell families are supporting us. Principal Stein Albert replied to indifferent attitude, besides Count Villas, why is there Count Crombell? Professor Segurdam explains that in the battle for commercial interests between the Crombell and Pontier families, the mercenaries sided with the Crombell family and now the victory is in their favor. Segurdam added, that's why I heard that Count Pontier sent Lady Cheryl directly to the Anyus mansion, the abbot speculated, to ask for their help. Segurdam replied, yes, that is why we also have to watch out for the Anyus family. The dean seemed to be shaken, he pondered. Segurdam continues to attack, if you are still not sure then just leave everything to me, I will take care of everything. About 100 students have already filed a complaint, as long as we use it to push forward. While being tense, Professor Cecil pushed open the door and rushed in. The dean, Dean Einstein. Einstein was also startled. What's wrong? Cecil informed the dean, the students had gathered to protest. I think you should come out and see. Segurdam was visibly happy and he didn't know he was misunderstanding. Didn't I tell you, who can go against the 12 families? Most of the students are children of low-ranking noble families, so they know I will obviously make this choice to continue to survive. Segurdam is very confident. I guarantee the justice of this academy will be corrected. If we expel that devil Joshua, then let's come and see the protest. Professor Cecil spoke up, intending to explain. Professor Segurdam. Cecil hesitantly corrected, it was the opposite. The children objected to giving punishment to Joshua Van Anyus. Segurdam was surprised. What? Cecil said more specifically, but to punish the Araxia Association. At this moment, the students, led by Icarus and Icarus, were holding loudspeakers to protest, and the atmosphere was filled with excitement outside. Icarus shouted loudly with his megaphone, the other students also shouted loudly, all the students of Avalon Academy, protesting the punishment for Joshua Van Anyus, protesting. They agreed together, disbanded the Araxia Association, disbanded. Natasha looked outside and saw the crowd acting like that. She was furious. If she knew how to use magic, I would have wiped them all out. Ji Wog lost patience, turned around and demanded, Professors, what are you going to do to handle this mess? Professor Segurdam quickly consoled, don't worry, we can calm the protesters, that's just in the blink of an eye. Professor can't agree with Segurdam, why don't you just ignore that crowd? Professor Segurdam, thanks to that crowd everything has been resolved, sooner or later Araxia will be disbanded due to the war. That's just a demonstration. Professor Khan added, you cannot escape responsibility for this. Professor Segurdam struggled to stand up. What responsibility? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. What right do you have to demand the dissolution of Araxia? Professor Khan also raise his voice and lecture Segurdam. A student was almost completely destroyed by Araxia. This happened because we deliberately treated Araxia as if it never existed. From now on we must just change. Segurdam stubbornly argued, Professor, you don't even have any evidence for such a thing, aren't you ashamed of yourself as a professor? The professor can only wait for that, he eloquently stated the evidence, I am the witness, I am the one who knows what happened to Siamese, a student who was deprived of a bright future. Pointing the finger at Jiwon and Natasha, the professor accused them, and also the leaders of this incident, because she once came to me to ask for help. Segurdam loudly argued bluntly, "Professor, please don't pretend to be saintly after witnessing everything but act like you don't know anything. It's the kind of hypocrite like you who deserves to be punished." Joshua can't listen anymore. "It's ridiculous. Do you think you have the right to say that, you guy who only knows how to flatter others?" Joshua kindly stepped forward. "As you wish, I will take full responsibility for the special admission. However, I will definitely clean up all the trash in this academy before leaving." The Jiwon arrogantly replied, "I heard you were just an illegitimate son. If you were kicked out of here, wouldn't you be treated like trash?" Jiwon turned around to show that he was reasonable with Professor Kan. He didn't even have the slightest doubt that Dukanyus would not forgive the actions of this irresponsible son. Jiwon taught Joshua, "If you really care about your family's honor, then stop smearing ashes on your family's face." Joshua smirked and replied, "Family honor, this has nothing to do with the name of the Anyus family." Jiwon is harsh. "What, you've come this far and you still think you won't cause any trouble for the family?" Joshua is confident, "Exactly what I want to say is that I don't care about that Anyus. I will drag out all those responsible for this." Joshua approached Jiwon and eloquently exposed the crimes of the three leaders of Araxia, Natasha of the Marquis Brori family, Jiwon of the Marquis Crombell family, and Varen of the Marquis Villas family. Joshua lowered his voice, "I will show all three of you the specific consequences of your actions." Jiwon was shaking all over at Joshua's attitude and accusations. "Am I shaking, Jiwon?" Jiwon tried to keep himself still and shouted back loudly, "Do you think our clan will let that happen?" Segurdam eagerly sought help from the director Steinine Albert. "Are you planning to do anything but just stand still and watch this happen, Mr. Director?" The director remained silent. After a moment, the dean said calmly, "Professor Ken was right." Segurdam was stunned. "Huh?" The dean calmly analyzed for the professor to understand, "Something that should never have happened in this sacred place of learning for children has happened, although slowly, we are forced to correct everything." Rank. Professor Segurdam disagreed. "What are you talking about? Maybe you will lose your position as principal just because of the children's quarrel. Are you planning to give up the position of principal that was intended for you?" The serious and upright director asked in return, "What is so important about that position?" "No matter what the position is, the most important thing is that we must do the assigned position well." Segurdam stood still, speechless, unable to reason anymore. The childish Jiwon retorted to the dean, "You are wrong, Dean, position is the most important thing." Jiwon presented arguments, even to Joshua, although people said he possessed more talent than Babel von Anyus, but an illegitimate child could not become the successor. Even Dukanyus avoided causing trouble, fighting against our family because of a guy like that. Why does he have to side with Joshua, someone who can't become his heir? When the argument was raging, as soon as he heard that the name of the successor of the Anyus family could not be Joshua, Dukanyus came over and interrupted the Jiwon. "I intended not to discuss the successor, but because there are so many misunderstandings that we have to make it clear that the position can be changed at any time." Dukanyus and Ariel Brunstein walked in majestically. Everyone was surprised and exclaimed, "Is it Dukanyus and Ariel Brunstein?" Dukanyus seriously told everyone, "Anyone with strength can aim for the position of family head. That is the motto of the Anyus family. If anyone wants to confirm their position, you can only prove your ability." Dukanyus pointed straight at the Jiwon and retorted at him, "You said Joshua was more talented than Babel." Jiwon was speechless, extremely confused, and asked himself, "Why is Dukanyus here?" Dukanyus sternly reminded everyone here, "Students' problems should only be between students. After all, those are just the rules of this academy." The Duke questioned Jiwon directly, "Or are you thinking about becoming the enemy of the Anyus family through something like this?" The Jiwon's face turned black with fear. He was so angry, he heard it. It's Sir Ari Brunstein's turn to teach Jiwon. "I don't intend to cheer for Dukanyus's declaration, but I will give you some advice. Don't do actions that will cause trouble for your family further." Ari Brunstein frowned, overwhelming the Jiwon spirit. "Because you are so smart, I hope you will understand." Jiwon and Natasha were scared and didn't dare to say anything else. Jiwon's voice faltered, "Yes, I will remember." Ari Brunstein also added a reminder, "Oh yeah, remember to stay away from Amaru too." "Everything is done," Dukanyus said to Joshua. "Since we have reached an agreement, we should now start dealing with our own affairs. Follow me, Joshua." Joshua also replied brightly, Yes, father. In the capital of the Swallow Empire. The king of the empire is asking about the general's condition. Is Duke Altsma's injury serious? Gonda replied, he was not in physical pain, but it seemed like he had a psychological shock, king. The king of Verona responded cordially, so I have to personally comfort him. But Duke Van Musk seemed annoyed and stopped him, king, he is nothing, just a defeated general. Not only did he cause us to lose to the Thran colony, but he also returned miserably with his life intact. Duke Van Musk was angry, such a person does not deserve comfort. Other people present in the palace also agreed with the new duke. Duke Van Musk is right, king, in times like these, you should enforce strict discipline by punishing anyone who has caused us to fail, and above all, if it wasn't for Duke Altsma being so complacent with himself, he wouldn't have accepted such a humiliating defeat. Duke Van Musk, supported by the crowd, continued to demonstrate his authority. The general of an empire with an overwhelming advantage challenged him to a one-on-one battle with the enemy's general. Van Musk continued to point out Altsma's sins. We were in a situation where we had an advantage in everything like strength as well as number of soldiers, but he lost in such a meaningless match that made his own soldiers lost all morale. Van Musk begged to punish Altsma, he was responsible for the huge loss. Others also responded, he was right, king, please punish Duke Altsma. The king is disappointed in the attitude of the dukes. Oh God, please, after admitting defeat like that, they still try to take advantage of eliminating one of their opponents. What will Mr. Demero do in this situation like this? The king regained his spirit. No, now he is the one leading the country. The king replied to the gods below, it was not only Duke Altsma who was responsible for this defeat. No one could have predicted that the enemy would have a master more than Duke Altsma. The king spoke more eloquently, the biggest reason for this failure was that we did not collect enough information, so instead of finding whoever was responsible and punishing them. The dukes stood silently listening to the king's teachings. The king continued to say, we should prioritize finding a strategy of action. Duke Van Musk is the first to volunteer and come up with another plan. Your Majesty, if so, how about we send more soldiers and at least 2 more masters to completely wipe out Thran in one battle? If you allow me, I will immediately assemble the front line. Gondar does not agree, the new duke's strategy is not feasible. My king, after failing in the unexpected battle, all eyes are on us, we cannot be hasty any longer. Van Musk also refused, but Prime Minister Gondar, we can't sit still like that. The king agrees with the Prime Minister's opinion. Don't worry, I believe continuing to keep an eye on the situation and waiting for the next opportunity will be more effective. I agree with your proposal. How will Thran react? Prime Minister Gondar presented his idea. Currently Thran is taking advantage of this opportunity to make other countries hesitant to create diplomatic relations with us, by using our country as an example of breaking the peace treaty. After defeating Duke Altsma, that strategist not only became a legendary magic swordsman but also. While the king was listening to the plan, a soldier hurriedly ran into the telegraph to report, there is big trouble, king. The king was surprised, what's wrong? The soldier hurriedly reported, Thran had announced their next king to the entire continent. The dukes were panicked, nothing, Thran is our colony, how dare they do that without asking our permission, are they planning to take this opportunity to gain complete independence? The king of Verona quickly asked, who is their next king? The soldier also reported the details of the incident, the 17th king of Thran would have the title. A famous knight will soon marry the daughter of the former king. That is your Avis. And on the Avalon side, Duke Anyus and his son were having a friendly conversation. The duke confirmed the information. I heard that you received a royal decree from the king himself, is that true? Joshua excitedly confirmed, yes, I plan to live a peaceful life at the academy, but I didn't dare to make any excuses. The duke thought differently, but my expression didn't show it like that. Since I answered like that, I guess I will join the royal knights as the king wishes. Joshua calmly talked to his father, after all, he was just a powerless citizen of the empire. The duke smiled faintly. He stood up to leave, so take care of yourself. Ari Brunstan was also a bit surprised, are you planning to leave? Duke Anyus said seriously, I have already confirmed the boy's intentions. Ari Brunstan feels confused, why father and son talk so distantly like that? Ari Brunstan hasn't forgotten about the insult of the long sword, your problem is solved, so now we can continue to deal with mine. The count politely asked Joshua, nice to meet you Joshua, do you know who I am? Joshua confidently replied, I know you are a proud knight of Avalon, Ari Brunstan. The Count frowned slightly, even though he knew who I was. "Why are you still so careless?" Joshua did not hesitate to answer, "Sooner or later I have to meet you, I can't keep running away." Ari Brunstein's answer is quite interesting. "I like your straightforward way of speaking." The Count sternly demanded Joshua, "Then take responsibility for what you said. Tell me frankly, is rapier trash?" Joshua remained silent and did not answer, but his face was very determined and did not waver in fear. Joshua sighed. "You gave the answer to Ari Brunstein. I don't think rapier is trash at all." Joshua gives his personal opinion, "But, I believe that there is no weapon that can surpass the spear." These words made both Duke Agnes and Ariel Brunstein stand still and surprised. I just saw Ariel Brunstein's lips curl up. He was burning with fighting spirit and anger was burning inside the Count's body. The Count scolded Joshua, "How dare you say such things in front of me?" Joshua also felt a bit overwhelmed by the murderous intent that Ariel Brunstein was causing. He clearly felt his inferiority, so this was the killing intent of a master, too much pressure. Joshua tried to cheer himself up, "But I can still endure this level of killing intent." Ari Brunstein's side still shows no signs of stopping. And Joshua still tried his best to fight. After a while, Joshua no longer felt weak, he was leisurely walking towards Ari Brunstein without any damage. Joshua said, "Grow up, even if no one recognizes it, it doesn't matter, I will prove myself that spears are better than any weapon." Ari Brunstein was a bit shaken and surprised. "No, it couldn't be, he just walked straight towards me and tore his aura apart, a child who just turned 10. Ari Brunstein is not okay right now, he is trying to hold his body." Suddenly he screamed loudly and his face changed extremely fiercely. Joshua shouted in panic, "Ari Brunstein!" The Count was still trying to stand firm with his thoughts about Joshua. No wonder he was called the best mana user. If one day he reached the top, he would reap the same rewards. Come on, what would that feel like? Suddenly Ari Brunstein's face became despicable and full of meaning. "I want him to experience the pain as quickly as possible. I don't know what kind of face he will show. If he stands on the brink of death, will it please me? I have to endure it. I have to endure it for later." But Duke Agnes noticed and he didn't allow it. He just gently said, "Down, that's enough." Even though Ari Brunstein didn't want to and wasn't satisfied, she had to stop. The Duke smiled quite proudly. Joshua doesn't understand." "Yes, Duke." Duke Agnes sincerely said to Joshua, "If you want it that way, then I allow you to leave this academy, and if you are ready to join the Royal Knights, at least grow strong enough to enter 3rd Battalion." After hearing that, Joshua was even more confused. Why was it the 3rd Battalion? Thinking for a moment, Joshua understood and agreed with his father. Joshua respectfully raised his hand to his chest in greeting. "Joshua is very respectful. If you have said that, then I understand." Return to the Agnes mansion. The Duke's wife, Vanessa, is lying in a hospital bed with a fever. She was tired and whispered, "Babel." Chiffon stood next to Vanessa's hospital bed and was also worried. "Are you upset about the young master?" Vanessa was heartbroken. "Babel was summoned to the royal palace among many places. How could I not be upset? The words the Duke said to me, as well as the sudden summons to the palace, it's all so overwhelming." Vanessa clutched the blanket tightly and felt angry. "Because of worry, I couldn't sleep every night. It was all because of the poor boy who deserved to end up worse than being torn into 100 pieces." Chiffon just quietly listened to all of Lady Vanessa's worries. He proposed, "I will go to Akardi." Vanessa was stunned, sat up. "What, you intend to act independently without my husband's permission?" Chiffon analyzed, "At this point, not only will your long-term plans turn to ashes like you fear, but I could also be killed by Duke Agnes himself." Chiffon knelt down hoping to be accepted. "Instead of sitting and waiting to die, isn't it better to go there directly even if punished?" Lady Vanessa is a bit worried. "The royal palace is very dangerous, you can even die in the blink of an eye." Chiffon grabbed Vanessa's hand, her voice was gentle. "Have you forgotten?" Chiffon took out evidence to reassure Vanessa. "In the past, I was also a member of the Royal Knights, you don't need to worry." Chiffon warmly kissed Vanessa's hand and promised, "Even if I had to die, I would still be happy if it was to help her." Vanessa is touched. No more grumpy attitude. Vanessa also kindly advised, "Please come back safely, Chiffon." Chiffon is full of spirit and obeys orders. On Joshua's side, the landscape is full of fallen trees. Each piece of tree trunk was thrown away. It turned out that Joshua was practicing with his spear. I saw the tree had fallen to the ground. Joshua breathed a sigh of relief as if he had completed his mission. He smiled contentedly with his achievements. He remembered Count Ariel's face and was secretly happy. He didn't expect Count Stan to exude so much. It gave him goosebumps. Joshua raised his doubts again, but the reason why Duke Anyus said he had to be promoted to the 3rd platoon was probably because the members from the 1st to 3rd platoon of the Royal Knights were given titles from the kingdom himself. King, right? God, just now, I thought Joshua understood what his father meant. Now he came up with 7 or 9 inferences. Could it be that he was telling me to take a new title, leave the Anyus family and choose Babel as his successor and create a new family? Suddenly Joshua looked out into the distance, looking for someone. Joshua shouted loudly, "Who is it?" I only saw the door wide open. Outside the door was a dark, dim space with some great pressure. When Joshua got closer, that pressure suddenly disappeared. Joshua breathed a sigh of relief. I imagined it myself. I'm a bit sensitive today. But then from inside the door were the sounds of continuous clapping. Someone from inside came out with a compliment for Joshua. It was truly amazing. I was so confident that this time it wouldn't be discovered. Is Zero, you still tease Joshua? If that blow hits any part of your body, you will definitely be in big trouble, Master Joshua. Joshua was surprised. Zero, why are you here? Joshua caught the stick he gave him and asked, why did you come here without making any announcement? Zero scratched his face and replied, there is a problem to solve, and there is news about the thing you asked me to find out. What's going on? I will be away from Akardi for a while, so I think it will take quite a while to find the information you requested, especially since the only person who can find the information about the war god Dracia Belgrace is me. Joshua asked frankly, you had to leave because of the Thran Empire, right? Zero was surprised. How did you know? Just listen to me a little, but you deduced it was true. He smiled and said, it's a good time. I also wanted to postpone the search for the red coin. I said I would do it for 3 years, but now I have received an order to join the Royal Knights from the King, so we're going to have to rearrange it a bit. Zero couldn't help but wonder, are you serious? Have you received orders from the King? I guess there will be a lot of things ahead of us. But, it'll be fine, there's not much we can do about the current situation. I'll give you more time to find that coin. The organization is using all its manpower on this, so for now because I think we won't have time to worry. So now is my report on the secret information you requested. Joshua rejoiced. You mean secret information? He said openly, even you are surprised, Viscount, you immediately urged, saying that makes me curious, what's going on? Zero raised his mouth and smiled slightly and said, God of War Dracia Belgrace. According to my research, he has some connections with the royal family of the Avalon Empire. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment, like an embarrassed crow making an awkward sound. Zero asked confused, why aren't you surprised? He replied, because I already knew that. He was surprised. What, really? He already knew about the relationship between the god of war Dracia and King Marcus. Joshua was surprised now. What, King Marcus? He quickly pondered, not only did Dracia have a special relationship with the 4th Prince Kaiser van Britten, but also with the current King Marcus van Britten. Could it be that? Thinking about it, he immediately wondered, Zero, let me ask one thing, does Nakmon believe all this? He expressed, to be honest, I think this information is quite accurate. Maybe it's because of the relationship between Dracia's father, Miro Belgrace and the Swallow Empire royal family. Hearing this, Joshua couldn't help but grit his teeth. As expected, King Marcus is trying to interfere with the Swallow Empire. He is trying to eliminate the current King Verona, and install Dracia as the new king. A swordsman close to master level, Dracia Belgrace. In an open field, Ariel Brunstein held a sword and said with a faint smile, he is the grandson of the current king of the Swallow Empire. I have to do all this just for one family, what do you think, huh? The angry group of soldiers rushed forward and shouted, shut up, how dare you touch the king of Verona, we cannot forgive you. He pretended to feel guilty and asked, oh no, what can we do, other? Besides making us bleed, but, just on one side. As he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared. Before the soldiers could react, they were repeatedly slashed and knocked down by Ariel Brunstein, who had escaped from hiding. One guy tried to stay calm and gave orders, forming a defensive line. Immediately, the remaining people gathered together, stacking shields on top of each other. The mana shield formed, a large barrier appeared. Count Amara Brunstein used his sword to swing in one direction. but it only caused cuts to appear on a few shields, while the defensive wall remained intact. After a while of fighting, he decided to stop a short distance away. His face was full of interest and he said, "You guys used an interesting skill. Then I will also show you something more interesting, get excited, it's called." Before he could finish casting, a voice rang out from above, "Amara Brunsten. You know it's good to enjoy it, but we don't have time." From above, a person flew down. Ari Brunsten muttered, "He has finally come." Duke Tremblin, he rushed down, with just one slash, breaking the mana defense wall of those soldiers. Next, he launched a move, attacking the crowd. There was a loud explosion, the ground shook, smoke rose. But the crowd was quickly destroyed. Count Amara Brunsten quickly covered his nose and complained, "Dust is not good for the lungs." Then they applauded again, but this smooth movement was truly amazing. "Duke Tremblin, you are quite old, and your body is still flexible." The Duke retracted his sword and sternly reminded, "Don't you think you need to be more serious? We're now at the Empire's border, but that doesn't change the fact that we're still in enemy territory. Aren't you too relaxed right now?" Earl Amaro Brunsten clicked his tongue and said, "Duke, there is nothing to worry about, even if the order requires us to go to the Swallow Empire and bring back the head of the King of Verona, this battle does not require the use of mana." Duke Tremblin shouted loudly, "A knight must always do his best." He was startled by his harsh attitude, secretly disgusted. This old man was so annoying. Aside from his skill level, he was boring to death. Duke Anyus's company was much more interesting. Especially when thinking about letting that Joshua experience the feeling of being defeated. Thinking about this, Amara Brunsten happily prayed, "Grow up fast, kid." Duke Tremblin calmed down and asked, "Most importantly, why did you mention Dracia Belgrace? Did you forget the king's order to be careful?" Ari Brunsten was surprised. "You heard that when? Come on, you old people have such good ears." Then he also explained, "I only mentioned it because I didn't like this situation. I didn't understand why Avalon had to be so scared, agreeing with that kid Draxia's childish game. And most importantly, I don't think they will fall for these tricks." Duke Tremblin carefully said, "It doesn't matter whether we fall into the trap or not, what matters is that we must obey our king, and do what Draxia wants, so." Before he could finish speaking, Ari Brunsten turned around, casually waved his hand and said, "You're right, what can we do? But that kid wants to become the king of Swallow, that's my order." "King, that's right, we shouldn't say anything, even if we get stabbed in the back, we have to keep quiet, let's go, like you said, we don't have much time left." Duke Tremblin watched him turn and leave and sighed softly, "I know what acting slowly means now. He wants us to be careful, because he is someone we cannot predict." At Avalon Empire Academy, Joshua thought to himself, "I just want to formally request to leave and say my final goodbye." He looked at the person in front of him and asked, "Are you serious, Icarus?" His eyes were full of determination and he said, "I will become your servant, so please take me with you." Joshua reminded, "Do you know what you are saying? Before, you were considered a commoner, but now no one denies your status as a noble, but you want to become my servant?" Icarus nodded affirmatively, "Yes, if Viscount Joshua plans to go to the royal palace, then I will go too." Hearing that, he rubbed his chin and muttered, it was great to witness his beautiful growth, but, Icarus blushed with embarrassment, why did he suddenly say such things? Joshua looked into his eyes and asked, "Icarus, tell the truth, you really don't want to be my servant, what is your real reason?" Icarus bowed his head and replied honestly, "That, I just want to be by your side, and prove my worth to you." Joshua was surprised, proving his worth. He repeated, "Before, you said you wanted me to be your person, right? That's right. Not to mention your family, but you yourself, I believe you will grow stronger than the name Anyus, and to be with someone like that, I will prove myself. Once my value has been proven, then you can decide to use me whenever you see fit." Joshua then revealed a smile. He wanted to prove himself. "Okay, for me, you are a very respectful person. Nothing makes me feel more secure than having Icarus by my side." Finally, he spoke up and said, "Fine, Icarus," he happily replied, "Yes, Viscount Joshua." Joshua arched his eyes and smiled and decided, "I refuse your offer." Icarus couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "Why, or do you think I have no benefits as a servant?" "But even so, you haven't lost anything. I don't intend to become a servant to get a reward or anything. Like I said before, I want to prove my worth." Joshua laughed and explained, "No, the opposite is true. Don't waste your time with me, you're outstanding, Icarus, if you really want to prove yourself to me. Then try it yourself, change the academy I left behind, if you want, you can also use your family name. Instead of becoming my servant, stay in this academy, although it has rotted, it still contains a huge treasure of knowledge that will be very useful to you. Icarus's eyes couldn't help but be shocked and a little surprised. Joshua put his hand on his shoulder and said, "And me? I don't want my people to become servants." In Icarus's head, 3 words continuously rang out, "My person." He finally let out a smile. His hand reached up and placed it on Joshua's hand on his shoulder. Icarus swears, "I understand, young master, I will definitely prove myself in this academy." In a garden of flowers of all kinds of colors and sunshine, the third princess of the Swallow Empire, Eurona, held each flower in her hands and raised her head to speak. "Look, father, these petals in full bloom look so beautiful." The king of Verona came and agreed, "Yes, they look beautiful." But after speaking, his face returned to a sad and worried look. Kong Eurona couldn't help but worry. She lifted her skirt, stood up, and walked over to him and asked, "Dad, are you thinking about Uncle Dimero again?" The king of Verona sighed. He wondered if I ceded the crown to Dimero, would the people of Swallow be happier? I have a feeling the relationship between Swallow and Thran will also improve. Eurona expressed, "Although I cannot predict everything with supernatural understanding, but if Uncle Dimero is the heir to the throne, the people of Swallow Porcelain have to endure more than they do now." On the first day I walked out to the palace with my father. I will never forget the genuine smiles of the people, and the expressions of praise for you. She held his hand to comfort him. "Up to this moment, you have done very well, you are the sunshine of the empire, a father that I can't help but be proud of. And Dad, we will continue to do better, so don't blame yourself, I and the people of Swallow don't want to see you like this." The king of Verona smiled and thanked him. "But even so, I can't help but think about Dimero at times like this, she is more trustworthy than anyone." Eurona advised, "It's been more than 10 days, but he still hasn't appeared, even if he lives or dies still hasn't been confirmed, so he probably isn't thinking about the empire." The king said nothing, he slightly raised his head to look at the blue sky. Coincidentally, at that time, 2 birds flew by together, he exclaimed. The 2 birds were playing with each other. "Reminds me of how close Swallow and the Thran colony once were, I hope no more blood will be shed." But as soon as he finished speaking, a soldier rushed to announce, "There's trouble, my king, we have received urgent news from the guards at the border." "What news? What's going on?" That person took out the bloody armor and told that the Thran colony had assassinated the baker and executed hundreds of nearly 1,000 soldiers at our border. At the residence of the first magician of the royal palace. Evergrant placed his hand on the magic ball, and a formation immediately glowed. He asked, "Why did you call me, Master of the Magic Tower Ian Dunpere?" Immediately, a person sitting on a chair appeared and said, "It's been a while, Evergrant, is it okay?" The old man stroked his beard and said, "Other than the fact that you suddenly disappeared and left us lacking manpower, there was nothing else." Evergrant bowed his head and explained, "I can't make excuses for that, I'm truly sorry, Tower Master." "No, I didn't call you to scold you about that, it seems I'm becoming cranky now due to old age. Is the king still treating you well?" He smiled and replied, "Still good, more satisfied than expected." Owner of the exploration tower, great, even though you accepted the king's offer, because of your own ambition, but under the rule of a dictator like the king of Avalon, you cannot do anything, many. And I'm sure you're assisting the 4th prince, the one with the most potential you mentioned. Evergrant wondered, "Tower Master, did you call me to educate me?" He reminded with deep eyes, "I just think you made the wrong decision, I don't think the 4th prince will win the throne." Evergrant's face darkened and he didn't say anything. The old man continued to suggest, "If you had supported the 1st prince or the 2nd prince, I wouldn't have considered this unlucky, it's not too late, you should think again." He choked and was speechless. He slowly bowed his head, remembering. "I definitely felt it, the day when I first met the 4 princes." Look at his face with a confident smile. "I felt something that was difficult to explain." Seeing that the situation was a bit awkward, the tower owner decided to talk about something else. "It seems this conversation has taken an unrelated turn, the real reason I called you here is to make a suggestion." The keeper of the lightning chair of the 7, Jack Starapes was killed. Evergrant gasped in surprise, couldn't help but exclaim, "What, That can't be, he's at least a master level or higher than that, but was killed. Old Ian said, so, I suggest you become the next lightning chair holder. Accepting this offer will be much more useful than being with the fourth prince whose future is still uncertain. Evergrande flatly refused. I'm sure you expected this, but I couldn't agree. The owner of Matapian did not ask the reason, but just said, I understand, perhaps your investment in the four princes is only a part, and the other purpose is important. Evergrande frowned in confusion. The purpose? What is the other destination? He immediately said, don't act like you don't know. The treasure of the Avalon Empire is not the fake treasure that the commander of the Royal Knights can enter once a year, but the real treasure containing the stone, Jade Stone. He seemed surprised and asked, do you know? No matter what they encounter, most magicians want to confirm its existence. They are always eager to find out the truth. Well, forget it, my offer is always ready, so, I will hold my position until you speak. Evergrande can't help but feel grateful. The master of the magic tower reminded me further, but before that, I was very embarrassed to make such a request, but I hope you will at least listen to me. What is the request? He recounted Jack's final destination, the archway leading to the capital city of Avalon. Akardi, let's investigate who killed Jack. Returned to Joshua. You are standing in front of a large door full of nostalgia. It's been a really long time. But just as he was about to enter, the guard guarding the door stopped him. Stopped. This was the royal palace of the Avalon Empire. Anyone without permission could not enter here. Please show us your travel ticket, or ID card that proves your identity. Joshua said coldly, I came to audition for the Bircher Blood Battle. After hearing this, the two guards gasped in surprise. They turned to look at each other. After that, one person suddenly held his stomach and burst out laughing. What's wrong? Do you know what you're saying, kid? We don't look like we're very busy. This time we'll forgive you. Please go home before you get scolded. Joshua just smirked, making him surprised. Are you smiling? You step forward and give orders. Go report. His hand wearing the ring was raised, the ring glowing. Right after that, his body was again covered in armor containing the family's pattern. By order of the king, I, Joshua Onyus, had arrived. The two soldiers could not help but stutter in surprise. The symbol of the Duke family, Onyus. Blood Battle of Bircher. One of the privileges that allows citizens or ordinary knights of Avalon to join the Royal Knights. I myself allow that person to join, by taking away the position of the Royal Knights, the clan they fight for. If they join the 1st to 3rd legions, which are considered the strongest legions, that person can receive a title of nobility. Thanks to that, the challenged Royal Knight could not let that person survive. They knew very well that if they let the challenger survive, they would continue to be challenged again. And not only that, the people responsible for the Bircher's bloody battle, are the famous cruel soldiers, while the 11th and 12th legions, only known as Royal Knights, they are more like mercenaries as a knight. After going inside, Joshua clicked his tongue and thought as he walked, I don't need the title of a noble Royal Knight or anything. I will grow to the 10th position of the 1st Army as soon as possible, gain the position of Army Commander, and request to receive that from the Royal Treasury. The title of nobility can only be an added bonus. While walking, he suddenly stopped. In front of him was a large dividing wall, on the opposite side was a large castle. This place was a flower-filled castle. I'm just following the path I used in my previous life, but finally, here. I don't know if she's still locked up here or not. Joshua's eyes suddenly looked down silently. He turned around and said to himself, now is not the time, I have something I need to do first. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out, making him stop. Was there anyone here? Is someone right? My name is Sir Ciaran Van Britten, let's talk for a moment. Joshua stopped walking, memories from the past came back. Sir Ciaran Van Britten. I went to the Royal Palace of Avalon for the first time as a mercenary. She treated me very gently without regard to my status, my feelings for her, not something like love, or a feeling of possessiveness. I'm really grateful to her. On the other side of the wall, Sir Ciaran continued to express, if possible, can I ask your name? Joshua slightly turned his head to look at the wall. Then, he said the name, I'm Joshua. At the Royal Palace Swallow. Duke Albert strongly objected, you must not do that, my king, if you do that, other countries will think we are cowards. I am very worried that this will become a precedent. The King of Verona explained, I am not saying to postpone the issue of this attack forever, I am simply suggesting that we postpone until we find out the true enemy's identity. Even though you said that, Duke Albert is still dissatisfied. King, haven't we already confirmed the traces of the Thran colony symbol? What more evidence do you need? While speaking, someone suddenly interrupted. That's why we never made progress. The guys here don't have quick minds at all, don't know anything but fighting. From outside the door, a person came in loudly and scolded, no matter whether you are a great aristocrat or whatever, you still have to look at the country's situation. The person who entered was Prince Lucifer, one of the 9 stars of the Swallow Empire and also the husband of Princess Throna Belgrace. The others couldn't help but jump when they said that. Prince Lucifer, you're exaggerating, I'm just telling the truth. Then he placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head and knelt to worship. Lucifer respectfully greeted King Swallow. The King of Verona said, "Hello, it's been a long time since I've seen you." "Lucifer, I'm honored." Then he stood up and expressed the reasons why I came to the palace so quickly. "It's because those stupid nobles messed up the situation," Duke Albert asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Lucifer said, "Which country do you think will benefit the most from this situation?" He hesitantly replied, "It's obviously the Thran colony." He heard this answer and immediately became sarcastic. "That's exactly why I said you don't know how to think. Thran is busy with Uravis, the heir to the throne, and has stabilized the country. There's clearly no need to attack us in advance, causing a serious error like this." Duke Albert couldn't help but ask, "Then who attacked us besides Thran?" Lucifer said, "Use your brain a little, Duke Musk, otherwise all the wrinkles in your brain along with your hair will disappear." The King of Verona finally spoke after a moment of silence. The one who received the benefits of making the 2 nations go to war, was all the other nations except Thran. And unless the Hubalt Empire is busy electing a pope, then there's a high chance it's Avalon. On the other hand, in the Great Palace of Avalon. Jackie knelt before King Marcus to report the situation. Duke Urshalt and Viscount Amaro Brunstein had successfully completed the mission and soon returned to Accardi. "He is satisfied, very good. How is Swallowing now?" He replied, "They haven't taken any specific action yet, it seems like they are reviewing the situation now." King Marcus rubbed his chin and said, "I didn't expect that tyrants like to fight like that, but they endure this. I think it's because of that bastard, Verona Belgrace. I think Dimero Belgrace should have inherited it. Next to the throne is correct, then he would have been close to me. How unlucky." Jackie suddenly expressed, "I have something to report, my king." "What is it?" "I heard, Baron Beeg has passed away. He is the one managing the Lock territory, where they asked for your cooperation." The King of Avalon smirked in surprise. "Oh, that pig, has Aiden von Onius discovered our plan?" He replied, "After investigating, it seemed that was not the case. Duke Onius was in Accardi at the time of Baron Beeg's death. When the soldiers learned about his death in the days that followed, they were confused, personally speaking." King Marcus frowned. "Have you confirmed the murderer's identity?" Jackie couldn't help but feel guilty. He quickly bowed his head in apology. "I'm sorry, it's all because of my shortcomings." He waved his hand. "Let it go, even if you are a Black Wind, you cannot know any information that the Onius family does not already know, especially since this incident happened within the control of the Onius family. That family too, I will have to meet that guy, because this is an incident that requires me to personally appear. So maybe they will know something that we don't know." Jackie suddenly remembered something. He slowly recounted it. Thinking back, it seemed like his daughter had enrolled in the academy. King Marcus frowned again and asked, "Academy of our empire?" He confirmed, "Yes, that's right, her name is Anna Beckstake. Real name is Anna Belgrace." Duke Onius commanded with a stern face, "Come here." Hearing that, Cain immediately rushed to attack him. Before that attack, Duke Onius was unusually calm. A violent shaking sound. Duke Agnes held his sword in one hand and reminded him, "You still have to practice a lot." Cain replied eloquently, "It's not over yet." After that, he immediately used his final move. Duke Onius looked at him and exclaimed, "That's an interesting move." Cain screamed loudly, using all his strength to attack him. But on the contrary, Duke Onius calmly replied, "They are only fast but have no gravity at all." At the same time, Baron Head walked over. He bowed his head in obeisance. Baron Head respectfully greeted Duke Onius. Duke Onius turned his head and looked coldly and asked, "What's wrong?" He hesitantly replied, "Young Master Joshua went to the royal palace." "What?" Taking advantage of Duke Onius's inattention, Cain immediately took action. With many years of combat experience, he could easily recognize a dangerous situation. One blow sent Cain flying away. The majestic and eloquent look exudes the temperament of a leader. Cain just fell to the ground. He whispered in admiration, "Just one move." Deucanius came and said, "He caused such big trouble and then just went to the palace without saying a word. What do you think of your master's actions, Cain?" He replied, Deucanius, isn't it just a simple fight?" He interrupted, "Don't misunderstand, this is just a request from your master." These words made Cain ponder, what the hell did his damn master ask of him? Deucanius said, "If you won't come, then leave it to me." Having finished speaking, he strongly attacked. The blow was so strong that Cain could not defend it. He fell to the ground painfully. Then he lay unconscious. Baron had smiled and said, "I don't think he is the one for you to vent your anger on, master." Deucanius immediately said, "I think we should find the right person who caused this trouble." "Right, that's right. How are the members of the 12 great families who received harsh lessons from it?" Baron had recounted that the two families did not react much, but the Marquis Villas family seemed to send a letter of protest at any time. After all, the only heir of their family became like that. "May I ask your thoughts on this?" "My thoughts. Although the possibility of the Marquis Villas family challenging the Deucanius family is very low, if they decide to send a letter of protest, then we must react accordingly. Otherwise, the possibility of the Marquis Villas family bringing this matter to the Great Noble Council will be very high." Having said that, he also thought that if they brought this matter to the Great Noble Council, the Duke would need to personally apologize to resolve this matter. For someone like this who was honored as a 9-star, truly humiliating. The Duke, after thinking for a moment, said, "I think it's okay." This surprised Baron Head. "What?" he said with a smile, "I am certainly not a considerate father, but I don't see the point in scolding my son for doing such a good deed. I won't talk about this with the Marquis Villas family. If he has a conscience he will take care of the rest." Baron Head did not continue the matter but expressed further, "Then I understand, my lord. Also, there is another news from the main family." Deucanius frowned. "Mr. Two, that's right, the king wants to see how Babel, the empire's treasure, has developed, so Babel is departing to Akardi with the captain of the Chiffon Knights." "What, really?" Deucanius couldn't hide his surprise. "On the other side, the Chiffon Knights are going deep into the forest." Chiffon said, "Young Master Babel, from now on it is a safe area directly controlled by the royal family, we will soon reach the palace." Babel calmly replied, "This is the first time I've been to Akardi since the academy." Chiffon reassured, "No need to worry, the king just wants to see with his own eyes how strong you, the best genius on the continent, are." Babel muttered, "The continent's best genius." Seeing the inferiority complex in Babel's eyes, Chiffon couldn't help but worry. He suddenly had an idea. "Young Master Babel, what? I want you to never forget one thing, the countless vassals of the family, including myself, will always be by your side." These words made Babel ponder for a moment. Then, he burst out laughing, seeming amused. Babel replied solemnly, "Thank you, Mr. Chiffon." At this moment, Chiffon's eyes suddenly flashed with sadness, as if she was contemplating something. Rough hands gently clenched. He stammered, "If, let's say, he didn't have time to finish his sentence." Babel quickly interrupted, "Please relax, Mr. Chiffon." He then boldly expressed what he would do if his father was not his real father. As soon as he finished speaking, Babel stared at him in shock. The two sat quietly without saying anything. A moment later, Babel couldn't help but avoid his eyes and asked, "What do you mean, Chiffon?" Chiffon laughed and replied, "It's just that a knight under my command fell into such a situation. He recently discovered the truth after dozens of years of concealment." "Is there someone like that in the Red Knight Squad?" "If that's true, then it would definitely be a shock. I wonder if I can help." "Maybe you can't help." Chiffon thought to herself, "Damn, I can't believe I said such nonsense." Babel suddenly said, "But even if it was a surprise for him, I don't know how much life will change in the future." "Why?" "Even if the biological father is a different person, wouldn't just doing as well as before be the best way to help both fathers, one with merit, the other with nourishment, be happy? I'm sure it would be better for him." Chiffon smiled, thinking about those words. He replied, "Your answer is most likely correct. You are really grown up, young Master Babel." Soon, Babel's people arrived. On the other side of the wall, Sir Sirin was startled and asked, "Sir, Joshua Sanders." Joshua replied, "What's wrong? You think I'm a noble and are confused because I don't have a middle name." She said, "This name is really beautiful. I saw it in a book, a flower that only blooms in the town of Tria, located at the easternmost point of the continent, Sanders, although it possesses more beauty than a blooming rose. But when we learn its meaning, there is nothing more sad." "Stop it," Joshua interrupted. Sir Ciaran on the other side was surprised. "What?" "Instead," he said, "isn't she the one with a tragic fate? King Marcus, who was known as the Bloody King, caused countless pools of blood before ascending the throne. In addition to his opponents, he also killed his brothers, relatives, and even relatives. He killed and slain those who inherited even a small amount of royal blood. As a result, Marcus ascended the throne, but he no longer had a brother whose last name was Britain, and the only people who could be called members of the royal family were only his closest relatives, and they, so afraid of the pure-blood Britain bloodline being divided, came up with a particularly shocking arrangement. It was later considered the worst decision in Avalon history. The tragedy of the Britain family, and thus, the political goal of King Marcus, is to give birth to a princess who can fulfill his ambition. The pure-blooded princess, Sir Ciaran van Britain, maybe because of their cruel ambitions, Sir Ciaran was born blind. And the reason why the king kept a close eye on her was precisely that, since she possesses an ability that can see through even those who have reached master level. Mind eye? Joshua thought to himself, if I were the one facing that truth, could I do the same as her? Sir Ciaran gently held out his hand. Gently touch the wall and feel everything on the opposite side. She suddenly shed tears and asked, "Why am I crying like this? Why am I so sad, Lord Joshua? Please tell me, please, how much and to what extent you know." Suddenly Ellen came calling, "Princess, are you in trouble? Why are you crying?" Sir Ciaran replied, "No, what's the matter, Ellen? It's almost time to go to the palace, Princess." Hearing that, Sir Ciaran looked disappointed and sighed. On the other side, Joshua was no different. He sadly leaned his back against the wall. Then I thought to myself, it's not the right time yet, we will meet again. Return to the palace, the residence of King Marcus. He wondered, "So you are the daughter of the god of war?" Anna solemnly replied, "Yes, my king, my name is Anna Belgrace." Marcus said, "Does he like the gift I sent to the Swallow border?" Anna replied, "He is very grateful for the king's generosity, I understand. But I heard things didn't go as he wanted." "What? I don't understand what you mean." "People on the continent say that. If we in Avalon have Aiden von Onius, then Swallow has Prince Lucifer. When he strikes, even the god of war will have difficulty handling it. Does he have a plan?" Anna shyly replied, "To be honest, he wasn't sure yet." "Not sure yet?" King Marcus' sharp, angry eyes stared at Anna. Then suddenly he burst out laughing in an incomprehensible way. A mysterious energy source appears, making Anna scared. She painfully hugged herself and resisted. Then Anna collapsed on the ground in pain. Marcus said, "How dare you say such impossible words after going to this extent? Before starting this plan, you guys made sure that it was completely possible. I have trusted you both and shown mercy, but you dare act like a spy in my empire of Avalon." Anna quickly asked, "I'm sorry, King, I guarantee nothing like that will happen again. Let's change the conditions. I promise to adopt the title of Duke to replace the previous title of Marquis." "King, that thing. I'm sure your father, the god of war, knows better than anyone else. Betting money on an unpredictable game is a shortcut to destruction." Anna wondered, if he was going to do that, then there was absolutely no need to sacrifice so many border guards. Was this situation simply to entertain him? Truly a murderer, his mind disturbed by machines and war. Anna said, "My king, your offer is our one-of-a-kind opportunity, but will he really accept such an offer to carry it out?" Marcus shouted loudly, "I will soon become Avalon himself. Who dares to stand in my way? Tell the god of war that he does not need to worry. Now the plan has been destroyed, then prepare the meteor plan. Please think of a solution quickly." Following orders, after accepting the mission, Anna immediately left. On the other side, in some forest, Marcus and Theta were walking together, carefully observing everything. Theta said, "The dirt around this area is completely different from normal." Marcus replied, "It's not dirt, Theta." Marcus sat down and reached out to touch it. Theta stood aside in admiration. "It seemed like that, but looking at this condition, I don't think you can call it ash. We didn't come here to play, Just focus. Why are you so worried? This place is full of evidence. Close your eyes and feel the wind opposing each other. Don't you see anything? Marcus was skeptical at those words. But then he closed his eyes and felt it. Tiny sounds gradually passed through his ears. Marcus silently exclaimed in surprise, it couldn't be, it was a mana void. Theta explained, there are only two situations that can cause a mana void. One is caused by a supernatural phenomenon created in the beginning, the other is a 6th level or higher magician injuring his heart to the point of death. Everything within a radius of 1 kilometer became a dead zone and a mana vacuum was established. If so, then consider the last location of Lightning Jack's Therapy's chairholder to be in Akarti. Then there is a high possibility that he was killed by someone who owned the Bronto. Now we have the answer, we will find the culprit if we follow the trail of the Bronto. In a resting place, Sir Ciaran happily laughed and said, unbelievable, I'm sure he knows everything. Do you know someone named Joshua Sanders? Ellen replied, I think I've heard it somewhere before. Really, Ellen, where are you? She said, recently a few knights talked about it, there is a new little star in our empire and I heard the name is Joshua. Sir Ciaran was surprised, don't they often call geniuses with outstanding talents little stars? Ellen replied, that's right, people like that young master Babel von Anjus. But those knights said, most nobles don't take this issue too seriously. She was curious again, what do you mean? The maid explained, because the two little stars who would likely later become the highest 9 stars came from the same family, so the nobility felt it was very difficult for the two of them. So, could it be that person named Joshua? That's right, his full name is Joshua von Anjus, second son of the Imperial Pride, Aiden von Anjus. Really? At the practice arena of the 11th and 12th Night Squads, cheers rang out, let him fly into the sky, break the 11th Squad's bastard's nose, and kill him. Joshua walked in, looked delighted and exclaimed, this place still hasn't changed at all. Damn it, Langer, I bet all my money this month on you, don't lose, show him the power of a stronger army. Kotyus gets the spirit of strength from everyone's cheers, he continuously attacked Langer. He arrogantly said, what the hell, Langer, that's all you get, no wonder you're treated like a mercenary. Langer cursed, Sandy, you son of a bitch, a guy from a lowly 12th team like you is boasting like that. Anyway, the people above see teams 11 and 12 is the same, stop acting like you're from a stronger team, that's why barbarian mercenaries have no status at all. Our strict monarch has a very profound reason for classifying us separately into such groups, are you planning to go against the king's will? Weak 12th team bastard. In just a blink of an eye, Langer defeated Kotyus. He smiled triumphantly and said, do you understand the difference in strength between the teams? It's true that I didn't betray my trust, Langer, if I lost today to a team worse than us, I would be embarrassed to death. Langer reached out and grabbed everyone's money bags. They said, here's your share, thanks to you we got money today, next time let's bet 10 times more, if we let him live then we'll probably come challenge him again next time, right? Langer suddenly remembered, that's right, I almost forgot. As soon as he finished speaking, Kotyus quickly knelt down and bowed his head and said, Mr. Langer, I'm very sorry, if I dare to challenge you again, I will become your servant. Please forgive me just this once. Hearing this, Langer looked smug and smiled cunningly. The people of the 12th Squad angrily shouted, you bastard Kotyus, how can you bring this shame to the 12th Squad, can you call yourself a knight, holding the responsibility of a knight until the end, go. This doesn't change anything, you're laughing, who the hell is laughing? Who is this kid? He's here, Joshua walked up and said proudly, to be honest, this place is like a big arena, nothing has changed. It seems like I've missed this place so much, I'm so happy to be back. Kotyus bent down and looked at him mockingly, are you lost, kid? This is not the place for brats like you to play, whichever way you went, turn back that way. Joshua smiled and replied, okay, I'll keep it short. Having finished speaking, Joshua closed his eyes, a source of energy radiated out, causing them to scream in fear. What is that, Don Ring? Joshua replied, I have come to submit to the Bircher blood war. They were surprised, that wasn't the iconic sword of the Anjus family, only people with pure blood had magic armor of that quality, it couldn't be, it was a boy of Duke Anjus. I am Joshua von Anjus, whoever wants to fight me, come forward. That's right, Avalon's new little star, Joshua von Anjus, turns out to be the kid who can control sea-level mana who is only 10 years old, an unprecedented genius in the history of the continent, I heard rumors like that appeared in the Anyus family, but I never thought I would see them here. Do you know what I said, young master? Did you know that the truth about the Bircher blood war was actually hidden? Joshua replied that according to the intention of the current king, Marcus van Britten, the challengers of the Bircher blood battle who win will be made royal knights, regardless of rank. In addition, the knights who accept match will be stripped of his position as a royal knight. All accidents that may occur are primarily the responsibility of those involved. The results will be recognized and retaliation is strictly prohibited. Violation of these will be considered treason, right? Langer replied, even though you know everything, you still want to participate. Joshua sighed and thought for a moment. He replied, I will say it again, I have come to apply for the Bircher blood battle according to the king's orders. The 11th and 12th squads must obey. That statement made the fighting crowd quiet. Then, they replied, if we don't control our strength well, young Master Joshua will be injured. It's no longer a matter of winning or losing. Who wants to mess with the son of the great nine-star, Aden von Anyus? We will be hated by the Anyus family. Langer was confused, should I step up? But I also don't want to touch the Anyus family. Suddenly, Langer had an idea. He glanced towards Kotyus. Understanding the meaning, Kotyus began to scream loudly, in my stomach, I thought I was hit in a dangerous place while fighting with Mr. Langer. The people standing nearby quickly asked in panic, hey, what happened suddenly? If I hit a dangerous spot, I'll die. Joshua frowned and thought, why do you call yourself a knight? Okay, I'll give them a little motivation. He said, I don't think the teams down there will ever change. What an alarming sight, all you're doing is exposing yourself as just mercenaries, cowardly with no skills or strength at all. You all only know how to complain about the source of courage or confidence to defeat stronger knights, because you are so scared that you don't get anything done. You can only look at each other when standing in front of someone who seems to be of high rank than me. You'll never get out of here, you cowardly bastards. Kotyus shouted angrily, are you done talking yet, that brat? A damn person like you who has it all in his hands because he was born at the finish line, wouldn't know what to say those damn words. He immediately pulled out the sword, an angry look on his face, and pointed it straight at Joshua. Kotyus said, if you want a bloody Bircher battle so much, then it will be your opponent. You won it, so if you get seriously injured, don't blame me. Joshua calmly replied, yes, it has to be like that. Even if you are hated by Duke Anyus, just teach that brat a lesson, make him unable to talk like that anymore. Kotyus, if you don't do it properly I will kill you, educate that bastard who's too confident in his own damn talent. You heard what those knights said, I won't be gentle with you, I will be harsh from the beginning, to let you know that this mountain is high and there are other mountains that are higher. Aura. Immediately, he rushed to attack. Langer stood aside and said, it's not too late to stop, young Master Joshua, Kotyus is a B-level knight, C-level mana can't beat that aura. I don't remember who told me those words in the past, again. But you see, Joshua activates the mana source in his body, making those people's eyes and mouths wide open in surprise. What's going on? What's going on? This can't be possible. God, it's the Halo, Joshua replied eloquently, holding the spear in one hand. Who said I was C-level? Dawn Ring. Relic. And also the aura. Kotyus shouted, I can clearly see that you are just a damn amateur, only knows how to borrow the power of his family and has nothing but to show off his status. You should be ashamed of yourself, you're tainting the reputation of the Duke Anyus clan. Joshua smiled, just said, if you are so doubtful, then why don't you try to test to see if I really possess aura or not? What did you say? Kotyus was a bit surprised. Joshua continued, you heard it, you were just hesitating because you thought I was a knight but it turns out I have an aura. He growled with every word, coward. Being struck by what he said, Kotyus rolled her eyes and gritted her teeth. The dog, Kotyus, was angry and rushed forward with his sword. Langer quickly stopped Kotyus. But it was too late, Joshua immediately threw Lugia back. An explosion with great impact erupted, everyone was pushed back. Langer hugged his injured arm and scolded him, you idiot, once you discover your opponent's strength, you'll be weak in the knees. At a glance, you can tell it's not normal mana. Before he finished speaking, his pupils shrank and his eyebrows raised. He carefully observed the shadowy figure inside the layer of sand and dust. It was a tall figure standing tall. Langer was surprised, is it okay? He carefully observed the shadowy figure inside the layer of sand and dust. It was a tall figure standing tall. Langer was surprised, is it okay, Just hearing Joshua's voice echo, "You're so crazy, you're allowed to stop a bloody Butcher battle even though you're the second in command, right?" Viper Bison. Viper Bison replied, "You know a lot of things, young Master Joshua." "I've heard a lot about the name Bison of the Royal Knights," Viper Bison replied. "It is an honor when I am known by the little star." "If so, then perhaps you also know about the rules regarding the Butcher blood battle." Joshua raised his eyebrows. "What are the rules?" Viper Bison replied that for an official Butcher bloody battle to take place, at least the deputy commander needs to be present. Joshua continued, "So Mr. Din stopped this battle even though it had reached this stage." Viper Bison replied, "The bloody battle of Butcher was the will of King Marcus, we cannot deny that desire, so instead, I will become your opponent." Everyone around immediately came here and their eyes widened and their jaws dropped. Kotyus hastily spoke up, "Deputy Commander, I object, this challenge is between me and young Master Joshua, please let me fight until the end." Viper Bison replied, "Kotyus, I'm sorry but please step back, you did the best you could," continuing to just do sentences. Kotyus quickly interrupted, "I know what Day is going to say but I'm okay, please let me retain some of my knight's pride, always telling us to do the same, even if it means turning a blind eye to this absurd reality." Viper Bison shouted, "That's enough, Kotyus, this is more important than pride, if he lost the bloody battle, then he would have to give up his position as a knight. If that happens, who will take care of your daughter?" He thought he could fulfill his responsibility to her after returning to being a mercenary. Is pride more important than family? Hearing this, Kotyus just knew silence. He gritted his teeth, his face darkened. The sound of applause broke the stuffy, wonderful atmosphere when giving birth to protect your teammates. Joshua gasped and continued, "Those who resign from the position of deputy commander and above only lose their positions when they lose, so I think this plan is not bad, even if you only have to be a normal knight for the rest of your life, remaining." Viper Bison smirked, "You talk as if you can defeat me." Joshua smiled and replied, "It's obvious, can't you feel it? There's a huge gap between my skills and yours." Langer stood to the side thinking, surely there was something very special about young Master Joshua's mana, surely he has more powerful attacks than before. The surrounding teenagers also shouted, "I will change that day, Deputy Commander." Some people object, "No, I am his opponent, you don't need to sacrifice yourself for us." Viper was touched, "Thank you guys, but only I can do this. I have never considered you guys as my subordinates. In my eyes, you guys are my brothers and teammates. If I can't protect my comrades with my own hands, then my position as vice commander and my status as a knight have no meaning at all. Instead, I will be able to accompany you guys for a longer time." Joshua silently exclaimed, "That's really steadfast, Viper Bison. He used to always walk beside me in the vanguard team and destroy everything that stood in my way. He is more trustworthy than anyone else, as well as a soldier that his subordinates trust. One of the reasons why I chose to join the Royal Knights was because I wanted to accompany him on the battlefield again." Viper spoke up, "Please remember this, young master, even if you defeat me and become vice commander, your skills must be tested by higher knight squads, and the whole knight company is on a completely different level from us, who are only considered reserves." The corners of Joshua's lips curled up, "Whether they were military or not, weren't you guys discriminated against because of your great pride?" At those words, the Viper was surprised. Before he could calm down, Joshua swung his Lugia high, causing lightning to strike down from the sky. 5 years, I will achieve it in 5 years." Lightning gathered all of Joshua's body. The Viper standing nearby had to use his hand to shield himself from its strong aftershocks. He couldn't believe his eyes. It couldn't be the spirit sword. Joshua pointed his Lugia forward. "What will you do, Viper Bison? Will you join me?" Elsewhere, in the royal palace, a blonde-haired boy knelt down and bowed before the king, saluting the king, the sunshine of the empire. Marcus Van Britten sat on the chair, observed the boy in front of him and asked how old he was this year. He replied, "I am 15 years old this year, your majesty." The king continued, "Not only did your father, Aiden, the great knight in Avalon's history, reach C rank at that age, but you were also close to reaching B rank. I guess you're the first person in history to reach B level at this age. If it weren't for Joshua, it would be like that." Mentioning this name, Little New stiffened. The king smiled, then snapped his fingers. "No, Avalon's treasure will always be you." A shadow servant appeared next to the boy, in his hand holding a small bottle containing a blue solution. The king glanced at the vase and said, "I will give you a gift. This is a miracle medicine. It can increase mana. Drink." Babel replied, "I thank you very much for your gift, your majesty, but such a precious gift." The king immediately interrupted his words, as each word neared, "I, the king of Avalon, ordered you to drink." Babel pursed his lips, he could only bow his head in agreement. "Obey the king's orders." Seeing the boy so obedient, the corner of the king's lips curled up again. Babel took the jar, slowly opened the lid. Then, swallow the solution in the bottle. Very quickly, the medicine took effect, his figure widened. The eyebrows returned, Babel collapsed to the floor. By then, he was trembling and could no longer move. "Gently go down each step." Gently stroking the boy's hair, the king said softly, "Babel, you probably won't remember anything because your memories were erased, but we've met many times, I'm sure you won't forget our promise. The time to fulfill that promise has come. So whatever the reason, you must not lose your position as successor to Joshua. You understand what I'm talking about, right, my son, Babel Van Britten?" Babel couldn't struggle, only his cold eyes were still facing him. His voice rang out tremblingly, "Yes, father." An unknown episode that had long been buried in Avalon Palace has once again sunk into oblivion, and 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. 5 years later, in the quiet night covering the city of Avalon, the sound of small footsteps passed by. A young man with a tall, sturdy body walked straight towards the citadel gate. He said, "I hope I'm not late." The 4 gatekeepers saw him and quickly stood solemnly, bowing respectfully to our commander. It was a young man with emerald green eyes, wearing a royal robe on his shoulders. He was Baron Joshua, commanding the 11th and 12th Knights. When Joshua returned, the Ignorant Continent seemed to be at peace. But hidden behind that are plots waiting to explode. The Ignorant Continent has 3 empires that are considered superpowers, one of which is Avalon, whose king is Marcus Van Britten. He secretly joined forces with Drachabel Grace, the Knight of the Swallow, also a superpower empire. Together they interfered and were hostile towards the Swallows' colony, the Thran Principality. Their goal is to continue to ignite war. The king of Verona discovered the plot. Not only did he prevent war with Thran, he also stopped Avalon from taking advantage of the opportunity to plot a large-scale continental war. And of course, opponents of the king of Verona's policy of maintaining peace began to appear in Swallow. At this time, among the 3 superpowers of the Ignorant Continent, the Holy Kingdom of Hubalt, there is a power conflict between the king and the Vatican to choose a new pope. And 5 years later, Joshua Sanders stood in front of the city gate, thinking about the past, and just exclaimed, "Hope it's not too late." He slowly entered the citadel gate. At the top of a castle high above the dark sill, where no one notices, a person wearing a black shirt with long white hair appeared. The moonlight clearly illuminated her eyes, the face was covered by a black cloth, long pointed ears. Under the darkness, her figure seemed to glow as she looked down at the city gate. There was only one chance, if she failed. Below the wall, a small foot stepped out of the carriage. The person urged the horse to sit and ran to support her hand. "Miss Cheryl, on occasions like this, you must be very confident, you must show everyone that the power of the Duke family is still the same as before." Cheryl said softly, "Don't worry, Cox, I have no intention of losing to the Marquis Cromwell family, even more so here." She wore a silk dress, her graceful and graceful posture. She is the young lady of the Pontier family, just turned 18 this year. Her steps were graceful. Cox walking in front immediately summarized, "That's exactly the spirit. Now let's go and attract the attention of the prince." Cheryl laughed and talked as she walked. "You were so excited, Cox." A voice rang out, stopping the 2 of you in front. "Go, I never thought I would meet you here. Are you guys really okay, still in the mood to play when your family is about to collapse?" That voice was the son of the Marquis family of the 12 great families, Gewog Don Cromwell, who had a hostile relationship with the Duke Pontier family. Next to him, Natasha Moonbrory with mysterious blue hair, crossed her arms and continued, "Did you guys even receive an invitation?" Cox thought to himself, always saying Psalm's I words, he didn't expect to have the bad luck to meet this group of trash right in front of his door. He turned back, she saw her lady trembling, her eyebrows turned gray. He said to himself, "Miss Cheryl, I'm also very mad, but if people cannot control their emotions, we will continue to suffer." A gentle voice interrupted his thoughts, "It's an honor to meet the young master, the young lady of the Marquis family. Is everyone well?" Her trembling hands, still clutching her skirt, were now gently lifted up. She bowed low and gently bowed as if nothing had happened. The two people in front were also surprised. Ji-won curled his lips. He felt bored when he couldn't anger her. Cheryl walked past him. She spoke. "It seems like everyone no longer wants to say anything to us, so now we will go to the palace first. Someone is waiting for us." Seeing someone coming to greet her, the Ji-won quickly spoke up. "Mr. Royal Knight, if I remember correctly, my father ordered you to pay special attention to the palace's security today." The knight could only sigh. He turned to look at the lady in front of him, looking apologetic. "Please forgive me, miss, can I see the person's identity card or invitation letter?" Cheryl frowned, her face pale. Cox in the back couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, "How rude, we are members of the 5 Great Dukes family of the Avalon Empire. Since when do royal knights interfere in these trivial matters? Get out now." Ji-won scoffed. It was a trivial matter. Cox gritted his teeth. Ji-won continued, crossing his arms, "Who would wait for a duke family that was about to collapse? Why don't you guys just go home? Being here will only ruin the prince's birthday party that only comes once a year." He continued to exclaim, "That's right, I think your house has also collapsed because of our Cromwell house, so there's probably no place to return to anymore. Or are you clinging to a thin thread of hope to come here to throw away your pride and kneel down to beg for your life?" Cheryl had been holding back until now. Hearing this insult, she couldn't control herself anymore. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn dogs. How dare you?" She turned around and suddenly saw someone walking towards her. The voice said, "The Pontier Duke family was a guest personally invited by the prince. Why are you blocking their way?" Ji-won saw someone coming. He frowned. "Bastard, don't say that." "Joshua, commander of the Royal Knights," Joshua continued, "return to your position, let me handle it here." Seeing everyone still standing motionless, he continued, "I won't say it twice." The surrounding knights turned pale and quickly bowed their heads. "So we asked permission, then immediately left." Ji-won shouted loudly, "Hey, you guys are leaving like this, come back quickly." Joshua came to Lady Cheryl's side, smiling and said, "Please follow me, Miss Cheryl, I will escort you to the palace." Looking at her protector, Cheryl was surprised. "Ah, yes." Seeing the figure of Cheryl leaving, Ji-won laughed like crazy again. He exclaimed, "I understand, it seems you guys are planning to raise Duke Anyus's family in this matter. But you still won't be able to defeat our mercenary king. Not only that, Joshua von Anyus has been abandoned by the Duke's family, so he is now nothing." He entered his mouth, but the 3 people in front seemed not to hear his words. Still leisurely walking forward, Natasha let out a sigh of warning, still the same as before, ignoring everyone around her. Seeing that the group of people in front of him didn't care about him, the Ji-won gritted his teeth full of hatred. "Just wait, I will throw that bastard Joshua to hell." Inside the palace, Cheryl suddenly remembered and smiled and said, "At first I didn't recognize you. Are you Joshua? How could you grow up to be so handsome?" "How tall are you?" Joshua just smiled and replied, "It's a long story, I've already escorted you here, so from now on, please go on your own." After speaking, he left. Cheryl whispered, "Are you still so cold?" Watching his back gradually move away, Cheryl quickly called out, "Wait, Joshua von Anyus, can you dance with me at the party?" His back suddenly stopped. Joshua still didn't turn around, just replied, "I'm sorry, I have to go guard the mansions." Cheryl was surprised. "What, just for one reason and you're like that?" Joshua continued, "What do you mean by me? This is my mission. Also, I'm afraid I'm no longer part of Duke Anyus's family, I am Joshua of Baron Sanders' family." After speaking, he quietly walked out the door. Joshua thought to himself, Cheryl must be very impatient. If the mercenary King Barbarian joins forces with Cromwell and is not defeated, then Duke Pontier will lose all his power to the Cromwell family. But now is not the time for me to interfere, I still have a lot of things to take care of, now let's deal with today's problems first. He pushed the door open, entered an empty room, then suddenly seemed to be talking to someone. "Why don't you leave, you know I'm alone." The office was still quiet. Joshua frowned, "Not here." As soon as the words ended, a black shadow with white hair flew down from the roof. Joshua quickly dodged the knife slashing towards him. She landed on the ground, a few meters away from Joshua. Eyebrows furrowed, "Who are you? How can you detect the energy of true death?" Joshua smiled and replied, "I only tell you one thing, Aisha Sistrafi, stop these stupid actions immediately, stop trying to assassinate the prince." When he told her her name and mission, Her personality suddenly shrank. "She's so old, I've never told anyone her name. Who the hell are you?" As she spoke, she swung black air and rushed towards Joshua. The lightning around him dissipated. Joshua thought to himself, not expecting to be attacked, and asked who he was. I can't believe she was so easily persuaded. His earring suddenly lit up, more and more electricity radiated from it. He was like a fierce beast roaring with authority. All images are captured in Aisha's irises. She frowned. This energy was the dragon's fear. She stood up, then placed the knife on his chest. Bowing to Joshua, Aisha Sisterfi salutes the great master of mana. "Actually, I don't think you are a dark master. I asked for forgiveness." "Lord of the Black Dragon," Joshua turned around and said, "since you used a knife to attack me twice, I really want to punish you, but well, since you don't know, I'll ignore it. But, like I said, stop these stupid actions immediately, don't assassinate the prince." Aisha just remained speechless. "Yes, obey." Joshua continued, "The Black Wind will start searching the moment your assassination fails, so leave the Akardi." Aisha immediately said, "No need to worry." Joshua angrily shouted, "What, you dare to disobey my orders? Get as far away from the Akardi as possible immediately, otherwise, you will bring punishment upon the entire Dark Elf race." Hearing this, Aisha bowed her head, "Yes, obeyed." After speaking, she immediately disappeared into the night. Joshua curled his lips, smiled smugly and said, "Whether it's now or in the past, she's still as sloppy as ever. Does she really think she's a black dragon?" Aisha Sisterfi, who will soon become the Assassin Queen, receives a mission to assassinate the prince on his birthday, but was defeated and injured to the point of leaving scars that could not heal. "I don't know who assigned that mission, but I don't want the Assassin Queen to receive such a defeat." He smiled, walked as far as possible. "I received a lot of help from you before my regression, so surely if our fates cross, we will meet again." Aisha ran through the night, escaping the palace. She thought to herself, "Oh my God, I can't believe it's a real black dragon." They had trusted me with this task, but it seemed they hadn't taken this variable into account. They would have never thought that the Mana Master was enjoying himself in the middle of the Avalon Empire. Well, I'll definitely be chased, but even so, then I'm free." As she spoke, she took off the layer that covered her face, freely crossed the tall buildings, and disappeared into the night sky. Inside the castle, light shined out accompanied by chirping conversations. "It's been a while, Baron. You're still as beautiful as before. Can I dance with you to this song?" The smile of a certain noble lady brightened. Another voice broke through the crowd in the palace. "Is it true that my Mana Stone was found in Viscount Xi's diet? I heard it's worth as much as Avalon's budget for several years." Or the royal misses were chatting amongst themselves, wondering who she thought would dance with the prince tonight. "It's definitely not you." In the crowd, Cheryl wandered alone to find her place. Seeing her, someone whispered, "Look, isn't that Lady Cheryl of the Pontier family? Isn't the Pontier family having financial difficulties? Why is she here?" The person next to him replied in a low voice, "It was rumored that it would take a huge amount of money to rebuild the Pontier family. After all, their enemy in the territorial battle was the Marquis Crumbell family. Surely no one dares to support Pontier now." Even though their voices were very quiet, Cheryl heard everything. She could only stay silent, bow her head and endure. Suddenly a voice rang out in the middle of the castle. The great empire's Prince Kisser van Britten and Princess Circerin van Britten were entering. All eyes turned to the door. Seeing the crowd coming in, everyone bowed their heads happily. "The one at the forefront is the great prince of the Avalon Empire, Kisser," he said. "Thank you everyone for coming. Please enjoy the party." The ladies around immediately blushed and whispered, "Oh my God, he's so handsome. I really want to be his dance partner, even if just once. I'm sure I'll be the prince's dancing partner this year." Flipping the list in her hand, the maid said to the blonde lady, "Princess, this year the name Joshua Sanders is not on the list either." The princess was gloomy, "So he wasn't here." "Joshua, it's been 5 years, why can't I forget that day? It's heartbreaking." The first prince turned around and frowned. "Huh, what did you say, Circerin?" The princess is confused. "It's nothing, sir." The eldest prince smiled and said, "Is that so? I thought you were worried because it's been a long time since you stepped out of the Flower Castle. You're probably worried about nothing." Looking through the crowd, straight with his red eyes, the first prince spoke up. "I was worried that I wouldn't be able to see her this year." He walked towards Cheryl and happily said, "I'm glad you came here, Miss Cherry." Cheryl gently lifted her skirt and bowed. Cheryl the Briton saluted the son of Avalon, Prince Kisser van Britain. When the first prince saw her being so formal, he felt a little embarrassed. Please relax, I'm not used to such a formal greeting. After all, it's been 3 years since my birthday came, right? I also heard that the Pontier family has been having a difficult time recently. She must have had a hard time. I'm always worried and restless. Cheryl was surprised. What, sir? The eldest prince held out his hand to her. Anu said, I have wanted to see you for a long time. Can we dance together? The people around immediately looked in surprise. Everyone looked at Cheryl with jealous eyes. Everyone around immediately whispered, what the heck? The prince himself wanted to dance with him, so why is there a rule that only the brightest person can dance with the prince? The person next to him replied, this is exactly what the prince wants. What can we do? Isn't the Pontier family on the verge of collapse? Tightening the hem of her dress in her hands, Cheryl wondered, why, did she really want to meet me that day? But if I hold hands that day, I will be jealous and wary of the ladies here. I can't make more enemies, the Cromwell family alone is enough. And at the end, the first person in front of the eldest prince, his face was full of guilt. I sincerely apologized. I don't think I can dance with you, prince. The eldest prince was surprised. There has never been a girl who dared to deny him like her. Why not? What have I done to make her lose sympathy? Can you tell me the reason? Cheryl hesitated. Why, A voice interrupted their conversation. Because she already had a dance partner, everyone immediately turned their eyes to where Joshua was coming. The great prince spoke up, are you a royal knight? Joshua officiating, nice to meet you, I am Baron Joshua Sanders. The princess quickly spoke up, did you say Joshua Sanders? Everyone around immediately shouted, I knew it, that day was the little star of the empire, Mr. Joshua Sanders, the person who completely changed the royal knights in just 5 years. That's right, the genius knight took all the title of being the youngest in the empire, but I heard that that day belonged to the Agnus family. If I remember correctly, the relationship between the Agnus and Pontier families is very harmonious. Someone wondered, so the reason why the Pontier family came here despite being in danger, was just to meet Baron Joshua. To ask him for help, the eldest prince spoke up, it's an honor to meet someone as famous as you. Joshua replied, I am also honored to meet you in person, great prince, but Miss Cheryl and I already have an appointment, please understand. The great prince did not speak. He looked at Joshua and smiled. He asked, Lady Cheryl, do you have an appointment with Baron Sanders? Cheryl embarrassed, the hairdresser raised her hand and replied, yes, Prince, that's true, Baron Joshua and I were. A voice interrupted the three people, the male before Joshua, who was really arrogant and conceited, your eldest prince, Jiwag, what do you mean? The Jiwag bowed his head and said, I am extremely sorry for interrupting so impolitely, your highness. But he is the most important person at this party, yet they refused when he wanted to dance with him. A hand was placed firmly on his shoulder, the Jiwag raised his head. That's Joshua, he said, if you know how impolite I am, then know my identity. Jiwag gritted his teeth, what, you dare? The young ladies around immediately whispered, hasn't her dance partner already been decided? But refusing the prince's invitation was a bit of a stretch. A singing voice interrupted, so that means the prince is stealing someone else's dance partner. Joshua leaned into his ear and whispered, don't you see anything? If you know how to think about the prince, then go, today I will forgive you. You probably don't want to experience humiliation like that day, right? Speaking of that day, the Jiwag's eyes widened, he gritted his teeth until he trembled, you. The great prince suddenly spoke up, okay, everyone, I'm holding this party for everyone to enjoy, so don't be so angry. Joshua bowed his head, if I knew you wanted to dance with Lady Cheryl, I wouldn't have barged in like this, your highness, please forgive this disrespect. The eldest prince smiled and replied, no, I am the one who is impolite to you too, if she already has a dance partner, let's fight. Having finished speaking, he bowed before Miss Cheryl, please give me a chance next time, Miss Cheryl. Cheryl also lifted her skirt and bowed in response, it's an honor for me. The eldest prince smiled and said, then I hope everyone will enjoy the party. After speaking, he left, holding out his hand. Joshua spoke up. Here, hold my hand, Cheryl feels a bit guilty, it seems like she's cleared more and more debt today. She placed her hand on his hand and continued, but it's very likely that he will get into trouble one day, why help me? Joshua replied, then you can just think of me as having gone crazy because I forgot our promise 5 years ago. Cheryl was surprised. What, Do you still remember? I thought you had forgotten, she thought to herself. I don't even bother to visit me anymore. Didn't it mean something to me that day when I knew when a young lady gave me a family treasure? Cheryl's face tightened. Then pursed his lips, softly blurting out, he can. Without waiting for her to finish, Joshua interrupted, let me tell you this, I can't help you now, after all, I am a royal knight. Cheryl was a bit embarrassed. Ha ha, what did he say? I was just curious how he could grow up so fast. Joshua didn't answer, just smiled and said, be careful, don't step on my feet. At the party, he and Cheryl, like many other couples, danced happily together amidst melodious music. Outside the palace, an angry voice echoed, that damn bastard. How dare you hit me just after meeting me? Dragging the tip of the sword across the tiled floor, a man's voice filled with hatred spoke. Over the years, I endured everything to survive that hell for him. Is he enjoying a banquet in the royal palace? As he spoke, he walked to the front of the citadel gate. The gatekeeper looked at him and shouted, standing still, this is not a place for a poor person like you to enter, come back now. Cain, the knight of the house of Duke Anus and Baron shouted, what, poor, are you blind, can't you see this symbol? As he spoke, he puffed out his chest. On the armor, a large sword was engraved on his chest. Joshua gently greeted his dance partner. Cheryl also gently prepared to bow in response. Everyone looked at Joshua and Cheryl and exclaimed and cheered, they are such a beautiful couple, they are probably the most beautiful couple in Avalon. Bad Natasha felt uncomfortable, the most beautiful couple in their pants. G-Wag also responded to her, that joy only lasted for today, let's see how long they can be arrogant. Cheryl shyly thanked, thank you very much today. After saying that, Cheryl quickly left, so see you next time. Joshua just looked at Cheryl's back and realized that she was always impatient like that. Knowing Joshua was present at this party, Princess Cercerin quietly walked behind him. She asked about Joshua, is it you, the Joshua Sanders guy that I met by chance at the wall 5 years ago? Joshua used telepathy to talk to Cercerin. I will soon visit your flower palace. Cercerin heard it and also knew that Joshua used telepathy. Joshua escaped from the crowd, while everyone was competing to greet the princess. Joshua was still communicating telepathically with her. The medicine that could cure her illness was about to be completed. Hearing this, Cercerin lost his temper and wanted to chase Joshua. Please wait, what medicine do you mean, Baron Sanders? Joshua replied, this is my own way to repay the debt from my previous life. Princess Cercerin was confused by Joshua's answer. Joshua walked away and told the princess, stay healthy until then, Cercerin. Tomorrow. Avalon Academy is extremely bustling, the students are urging each other, hurry up, the boss is coming. The students stood in neat rows, they are serious and well-groomed to welcome their boots to their arrival. Yes, the boss that the students of Avalon Academy are talking about, is none other than Icarus, now a baron. The majestic baron walked between the rows of students, his spirit shining. If you pass a student, that student will be tense. I don't dare to say anything. And then, all the students respectfully bowed and said in unison, congratulations on your early graduation, Mr. Icarus. Icarus still humbly replied, I told you not to do that, it won't be nice for others to see. A student stood up and answered, why can't we do that? You're the one who brought revolutionary change to the academy, you should at least let us do it like this, Icarus. This student continued asking Icarus, by the way, where are you going now? Icarus remained silent and did not respond. He thought about his previous decision. Icarus turned his eyes towards the distant capital. He only replied to the other student that, I made a decision a long time ago. Icarus's face is full of hope, I will go to meet another son. In the capital city of Avalon, Cain met Joshua. He was feeling resentful. Sir, why did you do that? Cain cried and blamed Joshua, Master, how dare you alone enjoy the luxury of the royal palace after throwing your first and most precious subordinate into hell like that? I kept swinging my sword, I went back and forth until my arms were tired, but I still thought about you, I devoted all my youth to you. Joshua was a bit surprised, but he gently said, I'm sorry. Cain wiped away his tears and said emotionally, forget it, at least you're still happy. Langer also felt a bit confused about Cain when he saw it, is he always like that? Joshua is also curious about Cain's level. Well, you coming to see me like this must have already reached that level. Cain's eyes lit up. You started showing off, you don't have to say, I can now say that I'm strong enough to defeat everyone except you, Master. Joshua saw Cain's cheerful attitude. He wondered, what the hell had happened in the past 5 years that his personality had changed so much, or should I just manage it myself as planned? Suddenly Joshua's subordinate came and reported, "Sir Commander Joshua, I'm sorry for interrupting." Joshua was also curious, "What's going on?" "Your servant said, you have a guest waiting outside the palace." Joshua was bewildered. "Is there another person?" "Yes, Icarus is waiting to meet Joshua." "Icarus looks pretty cool, looks feminine too." Joshua went out, and as soon as he saw Icarus, Joshua exclaimed, "Icarus." Joshua still wants to confirm again, "It's really you, Icarus." Icarus happily replied, "Have you forgotten my face? You make me sad." Cain looked at Icarus and was also stunned. "Oh my God, it's so beautiful." Cain boldly stepped forward to say hello. "I had heard a lot about that person, Master Icarus, who graduated from the academy with the highest scores in history, and was also a talented strategist who refused his invitation, famous families, even the royal palace. My heart is blooming like a flower. I never thought you were such a beautiful lady. Please give me a chance to escort you." Icarus was startled. "Please don't call me lady." Cain still didn't stop. He happily introduced himself. "I am the first knight of Baron Joshua Sanders, Cain. Feel free to call me by my nickname Cain." Icarus squealed, his whole face turning pale. Joshua promptly relieved Icarus. He pinched Cain's ear. Then Joshua sternly reminded Cain, "That's enough, Cain. Icarus is scared." Cain begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, master, please let me go." Icarus was happy. "You finally remembered me, you didn't forget our promise." Icarus added, "You told me to prove myself in the academy, I kept my promise. Now it's your turn, Baron Joshua, will you accept me?" Joshua was so happy. "How could I forget?" Joshua raised his fist with the desire to shake hands with Icarus. "If you don't come here, then I'm going to look for you too. I can't leave the strategist position vacant anymore. After all, you're the only one worthy of it, worthy of that position." Icarus was also pleased with Joshua's recent words. Icarus did not hesitate to raise his hand and join forces with Joshua. Icarus teased Joshua, "You still say embarrassing things like that without any shame." Cain also wants to contribute. "Come on, are you two going to ignore me?" Having said that, Cain also raised his hand to hug Joshua and Icarus, asking for help. "Great strategist." After listening to Icarus, "I found it interesting, great strategist, not bad." Cain was very happy. "Thank you for the compliment." After the team formation stage, Joshua started warming up. "Okay, so let's go discuss the upcoming plans, okay?" Cain and Icarus were both surprised. "What a plan," Joshua elaborated. "To put it simply, I was planning to go to the king and then go to Reinhardt, but I need you two to go to the Pontier clan." Cain exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Icarus was also stunned. Why was it the Pontier family? Right now, at the royal palace of Avalon, the Caltica palace. The king's stern face looked down at the earls with an unhappy attitude. None of the earls dared to speak up, everyone looked very tense. Ducanius and Ariel Brunstein are also in the same situation. The king was angry, slammed his hand down and scolded me. I really had nothing more to say. The king asked everyone, "How come there is not a single person in Avalon who is willing to participate in the great battle? Knights are like that, what face do we have in front of other countries, here? The king is stubborn, no matter what happens, I will not leave it alone, the top country on the continent can only be us, Avalon." The king asked Ducanius, "What do you think, Anius?" The king gave a reason to convince everyone. "If we give up the opportunity to prove our supreme strength in the great battle held in Reinhardt, then what will be the position of Avalon?" The duke hesitated, could not answer the question. "When the situation is critical, someone loudly comes in and accepts the mission. I will make the king of the Avalon Empire known to the entire continent." Joshua entered with great spirit and nominated himself to the king. "I will participate in the great battle." The king saw him and his face became radiant. "Look who this is, isn't he the pride of the knights, royal soldier? Is this Commander Joshua?" Joshua respectfully greets. Baron Joshua Sanders respectfully greets the king. Ducanius meeting his son again also filled his heart with emotions. To confirm, the king asked Joshua again, "I didn't hear wrong, right?" Joshua firmly affirmed, "You heard right, I said I would represent Avalon in the great battle." The king was a bit apprehensive. The great battle held in Reinhardt was not an ordinary battle. The king asked Joshua, "How old are you this year?" Joshua quickly said, "I am 15 years old." The king laughed incredulously. "The Great War at the age of 15. To ensure victory, the king asked Joshua, "I know clearly that you are not an ordinary person, so in front of everyone here, prove yourself qualified to participate." Ari Brunstan is fired up. He still wants to defeat Joshua. "I really want to see his power with my own eyes. Yes, this could be my chance." Ari Brunstan thought like that, but his face was too exposed. He was caught in the eye. Was Dukanius looking at him? Dukanius gave Ari Brunstan a warning look. And the count was also a little timid at this implicit warning. Dukanius whispered and reminded Ari Brunstan, "You are standing in front of the king," and Ari Brunstan is feeling confused. He was the one who kicked Joshua out of the family and now he is protecting it. Why, what the hell is this? "Tough Joshua, before proving my abilities, I have a condition." He loudly told the king, "If he accepts, I will participate in the great battle." The king was stunned. "What conditions?" "The earls are making a fuss, being insolent. How dare you set conditions with the king? I have heard that you ungovernable guy always wants to do what you want, but I didn't expect it to be so extreme. Know how to be humble and know your place." The king shouted loudly, "Everyone shut up." The count was a little shaken after being shouted at, not daring to comment any further. The king gently asked Joshua, "Say, I will give you anything you like, as long as you don't have to leave the royal knights." Joshua saw the king mention this and was silent for a moment. Seeing Joshua not reacting, the king was stunned. "Are you planning on asking to leave the royal knights? You are my property, you cannot leave my sight," Joshua argued. "Whenever they want, but knights who have passed the Bircher battle can." The king was angry and shouted, "In Avalon, I am the law." Joshua was also calm and steadfast with his request. The king glared at Joshua with great pressure on Joshua. Seeing that it is difficult to change Joshua, the king changed the solution. "Very good, in that case I will also give a condition." Joshua was bewildered. "What are the conditions?" The king started to speak. Before that, he was talking while attacking Joshua. Joshua was surprised and couldn't react in time to defend himself. A loud explosion rang out throughout the main hall. The aftermath of the explosion caused everything around to immediately become desolate and deadly. The earls were holding their heads to protect themselves, not understanding what was going on. What the hell was going on? Baron Accent raised his eyes and looked in front of him. Joshua and the king are fighting each other. The king still looked fiercely at Joshua. He even laughed loudly and scorned Joshua. It's ridiculous, someone had just parried the king's attack to protect Joshua and Joshua was stunned in surprise. Dukanius stood up to protect Joshua. The king said softly, "Anius, I have never been jealous of you in my life, but today for the first time I think I am jealous of you." Dukanius did not answer. The king must recognize Joshua's ability. "I simply wanted to test whether Joshua had a sword spirit or not, but I didn't expect to achieve sword wisdom, which means he has already reached the master level." The king complimented Joshua, "Very good, I think I can't continue to act like a child anymore. You just do whatever you want. If it brings good results, I swear on my honor that I will obey you, your request." Joshua also confidently promised, "I will definitely exceed your expectations." Scene changed to the Pontier family. Cheryl is sitting in her room and writing a letter to someone. Your subordinates hurriedly ran to knock on the door. "I'm sorry to bother you when you're so busy, but you have a visitor." Cheryl was surprised. "What? Come in." Count Cox opens the door for Icarus and Kane. "Please come this way." The two of you respectfully greeted Cheryl. "It's an honor to meet the young lady of the prestigious Pontier family." "It's an honor, ma'am," Cheryl also politely replied. "Thank you both for coming here." Icarus introduction. "I am Icarus, a member of the Havist family, a family in the south like Pontier." Cheryl was surprised. "Really, what is the person said to be the smartest on the continent doing in a place like this?" "I'm the one who feels honored. I've always wanted to meet you." Cheryl turned a curious look at Kane. She caught sight of the Anius family crest on Kane's armor. "Cheryl understands." "I understand. Dukanius knew our pathetic situation so he sent you two here, right? That uncle always does unexpected things, after being so cold to me like that again." Kane quickly explained, "No, lady." Kane excitedly told Cheryl that we were here to help you in the name of Baron Joshua Sanders. This was completely the intention of my master, Baron Joshua. Cheryl was stunned. "What?" As for Joshua, now he has successfully fulfilled his wishes. Joshua left the royal palace. He silently looked back at the palace again. Joshua was extremely happy, so glad that he could leave the royal palace without much suspicion. Joshua was about to leave when he encountered someone. It's Duke Anyus, he reminded Joshua. In the past 5 years you haven't even visited the family once and now you're planning to leave quietly. He continued, are you angry with me for choosing Babel as my successor instead of you? Joshua, don't beat around the bush. Yes, I'm angry, Dad. But he dismissed the matter of succession. But it was certainly not a matter of succession, the decision was a wise one. Joshua said in a slightly sullen tone, how can someone like you who is willing to leave the Anyus family become the successor? Joshua asserted, then how can you be angry at me for that? Then why? The Duke wondered. Joshua did not hesitate to say, I'm angry at you because even though you have power, you still treat me as if I and Mother don't exist. The Duke explained, it's because of the family. Suddenly the Duke was stunned by Joshua's expression. Joshua smiled very brightly and contentedly, but now I can no longer be angry with my father, I haven't seen my mother so happy in a long time. Joshua respectfully bowed his head, I sincerely thank you for educating my knight and taking good care of Mother. Joshua added, I also thank you in advance for the future. Gentle Duke, I am the one who should say those words to you. While father and son were talking, the knights under Joshua's command said loudly, are you really going to leave, Commander Joshua? They rushed to ask Joshua clearly why he did that. The Duke has no choice but to leave, it seems your knight has arrived, so I'm leaving. Katniss saw Duke Anyus's back and exclaimed, is that Duke Anyus? Langer scolded him, is that important now? Viper was also very curious and asked Joshua, why did you leave without saying a word, Commander Joshua? Viper sadly questioned Joshua, he was planning to abandon his subordinates, the Knights of the 11 and 12 stars. Joshua calmly replied, it seems you guys misunderstood, I never thought of you as my subordinates. These words made the knights freeze. Joshua continued speaking, but if asked if you are my people, I will answer immediately, yes, you are my precious comrades. Viper, Langer and Katniss breathed a sigh of relief, you're really good at scaring people, please don't joke like that. Joshua said, I left this place for my own reasons, go back, I will be back soon. Viper chased after Joshua and couldn't bear to leave, but if we followed to help him with that, he would stop him, right? Viper wants to show that he understands his commander very well, because I have witnessed him for the past 5 years, so I understand clearly, he must have had a reason for leaving, and that reason could cause us to meet danger. Joshua still didn't answer and Viper still wanted to confirm that he understood correctly, isn't that why you left alone? Joshua gently turned his face to look at Viper, hey Viper. Joshua smiled and warmly responded to Viper's words, thank you. Viper was stunned, not knowing what else to say. But the remaining knights didn't want to let Joshua leave alone, they chased after him and scolded Viper, you idiot, we discovered his intentions, it's time to repay him. The knights stood neatly in line and the representative Langer said loudly, Commander, we will always stand by your side, not as subordinates but as comrades. They are all united, we won't say goodbye, we will wait for you, no matter how long it takes, so please come back and make us shine again. They drew their swords in unison, for our forever commander, Baron Joshua Sanders. They all raised their swords high to show respect and loyalty, respect, long live. Joshua looked at these feelings of everyone, he was extremely satisfied. Joshua proudly left, thinking as he walked, he had accomplished all of his goals at the royal palace, except for one thing. He remembered the secret warehouse, became the commander of the royal knights, and in the secret warehouse the commander could enter once a year. I got the volcanic glass earrings, my favorite weapon in my previous life, and even achieved noble status under the name Sanders instead of Anyus. Joshua remembered the achievements he had achieved, he also met the assassination queen and prevented the massacre of her previous life. And create a force of people that I can proudly say are my own in this royal palace. But the most important thing is, Joshua pinned on his main enemy from his previous life, Kaiser Van Britain. I planned to destroy all the stepping stones he achieved while he was here, but failed. Joshua was burning with hatred, however, I discovered that there was a third force protecting him that I did not know about in my previous life, with only his will. The 4 princes, who had no strength, rose up, being crowned is so strange. Joshua remembers every detail of his past life, he didn't expect that in his previous life, he didn't know anything when he pushed me to death, because the moon gate was active in Reinhardt. So I have to find out all the changed information as soon as possible. Joshua seriously wants to find that third force, a threat that he is unaware of that may cover the darkness. Scene changed to the palace of the Hubalt Empire. The Pope is imploring, please grant me, supreme composure and the steadfast will to overcome solitude. The Pope seems very sincere. Please help me so that my faith will never be broken, to bring goodness to many others, and to distinguish between right and wrong. While in the process of petitioning, suddenly there was a loud shout, "The Pope!" Sebastian, master of the Hubble Empire, is asking about the Pope. "I heard you will be leaving soon." Pope Paladin replied, "Yes, master, I'm planning to leave." Master Sebastian told the Pope, "I came to tell you to take care of yourself." Sebastian added, "Well, it is certain that there will be no one who can harm you other than the 9 stars or the 12 supermen." The Pope humbly, "Of course, it is all thanks to the monk's teachings, that's extra." Sebastian still felt uneasy and reminded him further, "But when facing Uravis, be more careful." Pope Paladin was surprised. "Uravis, you mean the current king of Thran?" Sebastian was wary of Uravis. Yes, he possessed a special power as someone the magic tower had to keep an eye on, and moreover, a third party wouldn't get involved in a stranger's fight, right? The Pope confidently replied, "Please don't worry, I have no intention of interfering in the affairs between the Swallow and Thran empires." Sebastian is also more comfortable. "Good, then okay, the battle between masters will be held in Reinhardt, right? I will go prepare your luggage." Pope Paladin stopped Sebastian. "No, master, I was thinking of visiting the border before coming to Reinhardt." Sebastian was surprised. "Border, do you mean Avalon territory?" The Pope affirmed, "Yes, I know it's dangerous but I have to go. There are rumors that monsters have appeared there. The battle between the masters is important but I believe it is the duty of a knight to go confirm the rumors for sure." Sebastian was surprised. "What? That's weird. When the bodies of high-level magicians become old and weak due to the flow of time and cannot let go of their desire for magic even when near death's door, those magicians will surrender their souls to black magic and become undead, and then monsters, undead and black magicians are considered common enemies of the entire continent, regardless of which kingdom it is." The Pope told Sebastian, "This information was announced by none other than the herald head monk, so I believe this is extremely reliable information." Sebastian asked immediately, "Where is the location?" The Pope replied, "Easternmost of Avalon, Trifia village." At that time in the Pontier family, Cain was gallantly wanting to help Icarus. "Lady, I said give it to me." Icarus is upset. "What do you mean by lady? How many times have I said it, Cain? I'm a man." Cain never mind Icarus, he smiled and replied, "Who would believe such things?" Icarus is speechless. "Perhaps you have been possessed by the demon of desire." Cheryl quickly ran to report, there was something urgent. "Cain, it seemed like the Cromwell family had also arrived at the magic tower." Cain was suspicious. What do you mean, Miss Cheryl?" Cheryl worriedly said in more detail, "We can't use the teleportation gate anymore. The Duke Pontier family has no choice but to go directly through the mountains." Teleportation gate in the capital Icardi. Joshua is inside the magic tower. "The tower master is talking to you." "As you know, Baron Sanders, there is no this portal that directly connects Reinhardt and Icardi. I will teleport you there. Highbury Castle and Tremblant Duchy. This is the closest teleportation gate to Reinhardt." The tower owner looked intently at Joshua's face. Joshua was surprised, so he asked again, "Is there something on my face?" The tower owner said calmly, "I'm sorry, it's just that when I look at you, I remember an extremely talented young magician." Joshua wondered, "Young magician?" The tower owner is thinking about Jack. "That's right, he is also a magician who possesses natural magic, but something unfortunate happened to him, that's why the magic tower is also involved." Battle of the Masters in Reinhardt. Joshua already had some doubts about who it was. The tower owner was still continuing to talk about Jack, to find clues that couldn't be found for the past 5 years. The tower owner has also stopped talking. He is preparing to help Joshua teleport. "I have said too much, so Baron Sanders, you may feel nauseous because the distance from here to Highbury Castle is quite far." Before teleporting, the tower owner told Joshua to remember this clearly. Journey safely. Flash Joshua gradually disappeared and teleported to Highbury with the help of the Master of the Magic Tower, and this is the teleportation gate of Highbury Castle in Duke Tremblant's territory. Joshua landed safely at this place. He still kept remembering the story that the owner of the Magic Tower had mentioned. The Magic Tower was still looking for Jack's therapies. It was understandable. Brondo also disappeared with him. People at Highbury Castle have been waiting for Joshua for a long time, haven't seen Baron Sanders for a long time. Count Highbury asked about Joshua. It seemed like it was since the king's birthday party. Joshua also surprised and greeted back. It was Earl Highbury. Joshua is happy. I didn't expect the Count himself to welcome me. The Count is also welcoming. This is the King's order." The Count told Joshua that the King had issued an order requiring the clans to treat the Empire's pride, Baron Sanders, well. After listening, Joshua was upset with the King. This King, he was going to let the whole country know that he didn't trust him. His whereabouts could no longer be kept secret. Not good at all. Count Hybri offered, "How about we go inside?" Joshua expressed his gratitude. "I really appreciate Earl Hybri's good intentions, but right now I have things to do first." Count Hybri quickly stopped Joshua. "Wait, Baron Sanders, this is a royal decree, at least let me treat you to a formal meal." Joshua still decided to leave. "I'm sorry, I have something to take care of right away. Now is not the time to eat. I will try to get here before dark." Count Hybri was bewildered. Since when? But he kept asking Joshua, "Where are you going?" Joshua replied excitedly, "Mercenary Guild." At another place, someone dropped 2 coins into the water. Many other gold coins were also dropped. Under the water there are quite a few gold coins. This masked person looked like he was in a daze and was continuously mumbling prayers. Another masked man stepped forward, not expecting that the plan at Swallow would fail, but you could still return alive at the hands of King Marcus. "You must have made a deal with the king, right?" This mysterious person who just arrived exposed the plan of that idiot Traxia. "Without saying anything, I can already guess that you are planning to use Babel to destroy the Onius family, because if Duke Onius is no longer there, you can push hurry up and attack Swallow." This person came up with another idea. "If so, there is another opportunity coming. Whenever you need help in this royal palace, just tell me, I will help you my best." Dracia Belgrace glared. "Even if you say that, I still won't become your subordinate. I also abandoned my homeland, but at least I still have some self-esteem left in me." The mysterious guy smiled faintly and replied, "Who told you to become my subordinate? What about being an ally?" Dracia Belgrace smirked. "Ally? Dracia Belgrace is about to leave. It sounds peaceful. Your real father will probably leave this world soon." The mysterious man also responded, "I have never seen that brutal person who always craves war as my father." This guy still stubbornly tries to win over Dracia Belgrace. "Don't forget that my offer is always there, Dracia Belgrace." Dracia Belgrace still coldly left. But Dracia Belgrace did not forget to teach that guy, "For a brat with a smelly mouth like you, without being so surprising, you are also very thoughtful." Yes, this mysterious person is the Kaiser. The Kaiser smiled meaningfully as he watched the back of Dracia Belgrace leave, so the 2 people who pushed Joshua into the same path in his previous life began to meet. At the Mercenary Guild, Joshua angrily slapped the table. "Why can't you give me a card?" The guild branch manager made a rule. "You must complete 100 2-star quests and possess bronze cards first." Joshua lost his temper. "I know, but why is there another way to own cards in the guild? Blink and you keep telling me to get the bronze card first." Aiden replied, "You are a noble of Avalon. How can I give you a card issued in the name of the Mercenary Guild without knowing what you use it for?" Joshua grumpily, "Since when does the Mercenary Guild ask customers' intentions to issue cards? Who do you think I am?" Aiden hesitated. "Well, you are." Aiden replied with a reluctant attitude, "Baron Sanders, a shining star, a genius of a level that is hard to match. If this rumor is correct, then I am sure the missions will be a piece of cake for the opponent." "To you," Joshua retorted, "so that's why you said I couldn't get the card." Aiden is still stubborn. "Like I said before, I don't trust you at all, Baron Sanders, so show your qualities that make me trust, even if it's just a little." Joshua shouted back, "Mercenaries simply offer their abilities to the requester and then receive a reward for that service. Don't despise the concept of the founding mercenary king, Deus Dimbaba, like that." Aiden was stunned. "Why did you suddenly mention it?" Joshua continued to explain, "Mercenaries are people who are willing to serve according to a mission or contract. Besides the bonus based on the contract, there is nothing that can stop mercenaries." Joshua persistently teaches Aiden, "I just want to provide my services to those who need it and receive a worthy reward. What else do you want?" Aiden was stunned for a moment. After all, he agreed to Joshua. "I understand, I will give you a mission that can get you a silver card." Joshua was happy. "Really, I will complete it perfectly, whatever the task is." Aiden didn't hesitate. He said, "Then the difficulty of the mission I will give you is." Aiden pulled out the mission card and gave it to Joshua and announced that it was a 5-star difficulty. Joshua was surprised. "What, a 5-star mission? Such a mission is as difficult as scouting a dragon's den." Aiden encouraged Joshua, "No need to worry like that, this is simply a supply transportation mission that needs some reconnaissance. Do you want to do it? Joshua is still a bit hesitant, a bit strange, but it's a mission like yet 5-star rating. Joshua still decided to play until the end. He accepted the mission. I think I have no other choice. When can we depart? Aiden replied, right now. Your destination is the village of Trifia in the east that was once Count Rebrika's territory. The details are written on that parchment, so please read carefully. Aiden bows his head and wishes Joshua, please complete your duties, Baron Joshua Sanders. Joshua set off with determination, from now on. I am not Joshua Sanders, noble of Avalon, I am Mercenary Ash. Hearing this name, Aiden finds it interesting. Mercenary Ash, sounds good. Joshua suddenly remembered that he almost forgot something important. Joshua turned his head and said, don't you think it's embarrassing to give me such a 5-star mission without giving anything in return? Aiden didn't want it but had to comply. Do you want any specific reward? Joshua didn't say specifically. I hope to receive some reward worthy of the 5-star difficulty. Once completed, I will tell you. The scene changes to a swamp area. A man is lifting up some dirt. He raised it to his nose and smelled it. He has a teammate who is someone else who is watching behind him. The man in the black hood sat down and closed his eyes to feel the sound. While the guy sniffed the ground, he still strained his eyes to look for the target. He noticed a messenger bird flying over his head. The letter was delivered successfully. Miss Cheryl, read the contents of the letter. Cheryl's face was not happy. Count Cox next to her quickly asked about the situation. Is something wrong? She doesn't look very good, miss. Cheryl was silent. The letter said my father had collapsed. Cox was shocked. What, Duke Pontier? Icarus urges everyone, don't rest, we'll depart right away. We have to replenish the missing force at Duke Pontier's place. Kane stood up tiredly. As soon as he sat down he had to keep going. Luckily my body wasn't too tired yet. Cox stopped. Wait, even though the situation is dire, Miss Cheryl is too tired to continue. Just need to cross one more river and we can reach the Pontier family mansion, so let's refill energy. Cheryl stood up and put her hand on Earl Cox's shoulder. She gently told him, I don't feel tired at all. Thank you for worrying about me, Cox. The Count is still worried, but because we didn't use the teleportation gate, we kept going, from Accardi already. Cheryl got excited, cheered up and replied, that's why I don't want to become an additional burden to the 2 people who risked their lives to get me out of that Accardi. Kane walked over to encourage Cheryl, please don't worry too much, miss, I'm just following my master's orders, please don't feel burdened. Icarus suggested, we don't need the luggage anymore, just leave them here, there's no time, let's go. At that moment, the messenger bird was shot by someone with an arrow. Icarus quickly urged everyone to run away from here. But without a rope he grabbed Kane. Kane was dragged upside down to a tall tree. Cheryl panicked and called out his name. A mysterious guy has approached Cheryl. Do you still have time to worry about others? This guy is about to cover Cheryl. Obediently follow us. But just in time a stone was flying straight towards the kidnapper's head. This guy was hit in the head by a stone and fell to the side. Icarus quickly grabbed Cheryl's hand. He pulled her away. Just run straight and don't look back. Another guy rushed out to block the path of Cheryl and Icarus. He said loudly to his teammates, I will take care of Miss Cheryl, you kill the remaining guys for me. Several other guys surrounded Cheryl's people. They obey their master, yes sir. When there was danger, someone came to the rescue. Who do you think you're arresting? Kane had successfully escaped the ropes. He held the sword firmly and dived down. The kidnappers panicked. How could he escape? Kane smirked and despised the kidnappers. Kane's dive caused a corner of the forest to explode. The kidnappers were still not afraid. They threatened back. It seems there is an unexpectedly strong knight here, but if you only have that amount of mana, then you won't be able to defeat us. Kane heroically carried the sword on his body and asked them harshly, what, just a little mana? Kane told the kidnappers to open their eyes, that such a big explosion had already warned people far away. A leader of the kidnappers glared at Kane and silently assessed, this guy is really dangerous. He quickly ordered his accomplices to switch to a strong bombardment plan, killing this knight first. Another place, where Joshua is on a mission in Trifia village, Joshua is being shouted at by the manager, hey, I told you to carry that box over here. The atmosphere was quite noisy. The manager asked again, where was the poison barrel? One guy scolded Joshua, hey newbie, hurry up. Joshua couldn't help but reply, okay, I'm here, I'm sorry, but the guy scolding you still said such cruel, Stupid words can also handle the work of a mercenary. Joshua still didn't argue, he laughed it off. Yes, I will do my best. Joshua is secretly regretting, I shouldn't have accepted this mission as a newbie, I should have asked for some solo missions. Another guy next to him spoke for Joshua, Brown Bear, don't judge the new guy like that, if he's the one using spiritual energy then what are you planning to do? Brown Bear was grumpy and didn't want to listen. Don't say much, such a ridiculous thing. Do you think spiritual energy will be easy to use? How can that brat use spiritual energy? The brown bear turned and pointed at Joshua and reminded him, by the way, it seems like you don't have any teammates. Remember to follow me closely, even though this is only a 2-star mission, for a new ghost like you, maybe it will be difficult. Joshua was a bit confused, 2 stars, not 5 stars. Suddenly there was a loud scream, let's prepare for war. Aiden leads an army holding weapons ready to attack. He orders those who can use spiritual energy to come out here and deal with them as quickly as possible. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a group of zombies rushed forward to attack. Aiden's group tried to fight back with great confusion. Why are their corpses piled up in a place like this? Don't hesitate, just cut off their heads, advance. But it seems that the undead are overwhelming Aiden's group. He felt a bit scared, more dangerous than he thought. A headless cavalryman appeared, watching him sweep away this person and that person. Aiden was worried, he couldn't help but have a headless cavalry appear. Joshua stood calmly and looked satisfied, he knew right away. He approached the fighting area. Joshua was quite knowledgeable about that headless cavalry monster, every now and then it would appear. Seeing that Joshua was not afraid to advance, the brown bear reminded him, hey newbie, I told you you're following me closely, do you want to die? Joshua suddenly stopped by the appearance of another person. This person advanced to attack the headless cavalry. He used an ice move to freeze that monster. The planet appeared, ice and snow wrapped around the headless cavalry. Even the undead herds were affected by the ice and snow and could not move. The brown bear shouted, that's the 4th spell, a 4th level mage is participating in a 2-star quest. Joshua calmly thought to himself, because in Avalon, the Empire of Knights tends to despise witches, so people with 2nd or more magical powers are so rare that it's hard to find anyone. If that's the case then there's only one witch who can use the 4th magic circle in this Trivia village. Joshua surmised that that person was the ice witch Iceline. Iceline stood looking at the frozen achievement. Crystal ice, Iceline shouted loudly. Following that, a cold wind blew, freezing both the headless cavalry and the monsters. A moment later, a large ice mountain formed in front of Iceline. But unfortunately, the headless cavalry inside the ice seemed to be unaffected, showing signs of escaping the ice. Realized the situation was not good. Aiden rushed forward strongly, stood back, and let me handle it. In Aiden's hand, is a very special weapon, releasing a powerful stream of power. The energy turned into a powerful stream, turning into an iron fist. His fist pierced through the air, shattering the ice in front of him. The headless cavalry was thus blown away, the white smoke dispersed, the headless cavalry lay on the ground, his sword was thus broken in half. But Aiden right now has no scratches at all. The mercenaries happily jumped up and down, excitedly shouting, it's true that Aiden's military strategy is different, we know you will be able to do it, we didn't expect that with just one move you can have such powerful power, so, indeed the man has made his mark in the mercenary world. Joshua looked straight at Aiden and thought, I've heard the rumors, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes like this, only to see its power. Artifact imbued with invisible magic, Abdom Bear Fist. Even in his previous life, it was the favorite weapon of Axler the Boulder, who was second in command of over 1 million mercenaries for decades, a valuable weapon, if so, that the other weapon he also loved, the Layphon, also existed around this time. Behind Joshua. Iceline stared at Joshua, seemingly thinking about something. Not letting everyone be happy for long, a person hurriedly ran up and shouted, Manager, it's a big deal, there's still a larger group of zombies coming, we have to leave this place now. What? Aiden turned pale and shouted in panic. A stream of murderous ore emitted. The headless knights were lined up and gradually approached this place. Faced with such a big battle, the mercenary team was scared, stuttering, looking at that group of Dullahans. There were 5 of them, no one could defeat them except Manager Aiden. Why mission 2, why are there so many zombies like this, damn it, it's like forcing us to rush to death, which I won't do. Immediately, the mercenaries turned and fled, retreating, life was more important than money. Aiden looked at the group of people running away, angrily shouted, "Hey, come back here." "Ahead," Joshua said with a sneer, "do you think they will come back?" Joshua stepped forward, firmly said, "I will stay here, so you must pay me the corresponding reward." Aiden was surprised. "Baron, Joshua." Joshua held out his hand, blue energy gradually accumulating. On this side, the scarred face looked at Joshua, who was still standing there. "Hey, bear," that new soldier continues. The brown bear's mouth opened in surprise. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn, I told that guy to follow us closely and then he really wanted to die." Scarface also screamed, "He's too young, let's leave this place first." The energy source formed into a large spear, confidently watching the monsters attack. The monsters screamed excitedly and rushed towards Joshua. Joshua fearlessly stabbed with his spear, stage 4 magical spear magic. The spear in Joshua's hand stabbed forward, releasing a powerful source of power, destroy. A stream of purple energy shot out, piercing straight towards the monsters. Monsters cannot withstand this energy, their bodies are quickly corroded. Even the headless cavalry monster was completely destroyed. The dust and smoke dispersed, the ground in front of Joshua was left with a large crater, there was no trace of any monster left. Aiden's whole body trembled, so frightened that he couldn't speak. The mercenaries were also surprised to the point of gasping. They looked at Joshua and exclaimed, "What the hell, the Dullahans are gone. I've never seen a technique this strong before. Is this what they call a unique ability? He's from a famous family lost or something." After a moment of surprise, Aiden looked at Joshua and exclaimed, "Among the esoteric techniques of the Dukanus family, I have never seen any technique that can unleash destruction on a large scale." Like spear magic, Aiden's eyes glowed as he looked at the spear in Joshua's hand. Joshua's mouth slightly raised. "In a situation like this, I can only say, don't try to understand too much, it will only hurt you." That evening, at Aiden's tent, Joshua's voice rang out, "Tell me, this isn't just a supply transport mission, right?" Inside the tent, Aiden nodded and replied, "Yes, I told you that because the person who set the challenge wanted me to do it." Joshua crossed his arms and continued asking, "So why did you lower the difficulty from 5 stars to 2? What if the number of casualties increased because of the Dullahan's appearance?" Aiden said a bit shyly, "To be honest, the appearance of the Dullahan Lagoon was unpredictable. I thought you and I would be able to easily defeat the mid-level monsters, and complete the challenge in no time, quickly, so I lowered the difficulty." Joshua couldn't help but think, surely, things like this often happen in the mercenary world, but on the outside Joshua still calmly asked, "So what is the last monster we have to conquer now?" Aiden replied, "In the small city where Count Rebrika's mansion is located, there is a lich, we must conquer it." Joshua's head suddenly lit up. "Lich, so maybe Iseline." Joshua placed his hand on his chin, looking like he was extremely confused. Joshua smiled softly and thought, "Okay, it seems I will get what I want after completing this task." Joshua excitedly urged, "So let's go quickly, why are we camping here?" Sighing, Aiden said, "The problem is that place is currently restricted. If you want to enter, you have to wait for permission for a long time." Joshua turned around and asked, "What, because of that lich?" Aiden shook his head and explained, "It wasn't because of strange circumstances, there was currently a war over territory at the Rebrika mansion, so the royal palace had regulations to check the identity of those entering and exiting." Joshua asked dumbfounded, "Is there a war at the Rebrika mansion?" At this moment, Iseline came in from the outside. "Not a territorial war, just because Marquis Cromwell is on a massacre. In this forest, a beam of light shines in a corner of the forest. The moon shines high above, its glimmering moonlight shines on the ground." Icarus grabbed Cheryl's wrist and said, "Don't let yourself get caught, Miss Cheryl, let's focus on escaping from this place first." Cheryl frowned and gritted her teeth, a bit reluctant. After that, she turned around and said directly, "If we go a little further there will be a canal, as long as we cross it, we will reach the Pontier mansion, let's hurry up." Cox's pale face, full of difficulty, said, "Oh no." Cheryl ran to the side and ordered, "Cox, prepare the boat." Cox stammered, Ma'am. The canal has been destroyed, I don't know when, the canal was sunk." At this moment, the black-shirted assassin has also come running. "There is only one way for you to escape this place. That is to accept death." After saying that he threw himself up, swung his sword and slashed at the 3 Cheryl people. Died. The man in black came closer. Cox was scared. quickly stood in front of Cheryl, "Miss," and ran away. Cheryl stepped back in panic, her face filled with horror. The guy in the black shirt suddenly widened his eyes. A sharp arrow pierced straight through his body. The assassin's whole body collapsed to the ground, instantly unconscious. Cox looked at the assassin and asked suspiciously, "Where did that bow and arrow come from?" At this moment, a voice rang out from far away, "Is everyone okay? The person coming is the warrior of the Pontier family, Count Troy. If I'm even a little late, I don't know what will happen, let me escort everyone." The scene changes to the city gate, a loud sound rings out, opens the door, Earl Troy has returned. Count Troy led Cheryl's father inside, looked at the subordinates next to him and asked, "Everyone is gone. I remember telling you to wait here," the subordinates reported. They were summoned by Baron Anna. "Sir," hearing that, Count Troy nodded, "Is that so? Is there any new information? I think I should go there too." As soon as I entered the room, a man stood up to greet Cheryl. "It's been a while, Miss Cheryl. I'm so happy to see you again, Cox, and welcome everyone to a safe place." "Everyone," Cheryl muttered. Looking at Cheryl sadly, Icarus advised, "Please don't worry about Kane, Miss Cheryl," knowing that Cheryl still doesn't feel secure, "but Mr. Icarus." Icarus said, "He is the first knight of Baron Joshua, not someone who is easily killed." Cheryl lowered her head, her face showing concern. Count Troy turned around and said, "I'm going to the meeting room now, everyone please feel free." Before letting the Count leave, Cheryl said in a serious tone, "No, Count Troy, I will go there too." Count Troy hesitantly asked again, "Are you sure, miss? Don't force yourself too much." Cheryl clenched her fist and spoke, "I can't help but go there. My father has fallen, so now I have to replace Mr. Aiden as the head of the family. I have to prove to the vassals that I am a human, worthy." Earl Troy looked straight at Cheryl, somewhat thoughtfully. On the side of the meeting room, the sound of analysis rang out, "We can't leave this place, Baron Arna." On the other side, Baron Arna crossed his arms and said, "I know that, but we can't protect every point now, right?" The other person suggested, "Then at least protect the production base." "Hey!" At this moment, Count Troy walked in with 3 people. "Cheryl, is it true that Marquis Cromwell started to attack again?" Looking at the people coming, Baron Arno was surprised. "Count Troy, and Lady Cheryl, finally Miss Troy, the mail also arrived here." Cheryl stood up and said, "I will also participate in this conference, please report back to me in detail." In response to this proposal, Baron Arno refused, saying, "Oh, we are thinking about military matters, so I will report back to you later, it is still too early for you to participate." As if not realizing what the Baron meant, Cheryl insisted, "No need, tell me now." Baron Arno was stunned by these words and couldn't say anything. Noticing Cheryl's wish, the person in front of her began to analyze the current situation. "Not only Cromwell has started attacking the merchant group that we directly escorted, but also attacking our customers. The bigger problem is that the supply route to our mansion is also completely controlled by that side. If the reserve food supply runs out, everyone in the mansion will starve to death, including us." Cheryl heard the current situation, her eyebrows furrowed in thought, "It's more serious than I thought. Let's go. At this rate, we will be completely isolated, there is nothing we can do now. Even so, I can't confront them directly, I don't know what to do to improve this situation. Well, even if there is only one solution, I have to try to do it right away. Now I have to do it. What to do first, if anyone can give me some advice." Icarus held the report in his hand and said, temporarily ignoring the trade issue, "Can we produce food in this mansion?" Hearing this, everyone in the room turned to look at Icarus. Baron Arna frowned and looked at Icarus and asked, "I'm sorry, but can I ask your name?" Earl Troy introduced and said, "He helped Lady Cheryl escape from Accardi and get here safely." Baron Arna said uncomfortably, "But isn't it rather odd to let outsiders participate in this matter?" Cheryl stood up and said, "He is Icarus, who graduated as valedictorian from the academy. He is my guest, so he has the right to help this Pontier family." Baron Arna questioned, "Why did the young lady listen to the advice of someone who just graduated from the academy? He is nothing more than an outsider, so I feel uncomfortable, when he participates in politics, the importance of our family. We don't have time to worry about your problems, now the clan has collapsed, so I think you should leave too, Miss Cheryl, this is not a game." Cheryl turned pale and stammered, asking, "Sir, what did you say?" Cox saw that his master was not respected, so he angrily stood up and asked, "What nonsense are you saying?" Don't you know that, while the clan head was solving internal problems, Miss Cheryl was running everywhere looking for allies without stopping? What you mean is, I didn't see her efforts. What is the letter Cheryl? Baron Arna didn't care, immediately retorted, those meaningless efforts were of no use, other than wasting time. In the end that effort only brought back a boy of unknown gender. I don't know anything about combat experience. Cox also replied, right now that's not important, what's important is that we must attract as many allies as possible. Baron Arna looked vicious, pointed at Icarus behind him and said, Cox, surely you don't think that a kid can overturn the current situation, right? How can you trust and discuss what's the problem with him when his family is about to collapse like this? Baron Arna looked at Cheryl again and questioned, also, Miss Cheryl, you have never participated in any political affairs before, so why do you throw us into this mess now, and use this as an excuse? The clan school has collapsed. I don't want to take orders from someone as incompetent as you. Icarus glanced at Baron Arna, not mocking Cox in his heart. Ha, what does gender matter? Just let those people talk, I will make them shut up with the results I have achieved. Just saying it with your mouth will prove your ability. Baron Arna, it's true, I know how you feel. Then, before everyone's eyes, Icarus stepped forward. Icarus stepped forward fearlessly. Baron Arna, that's right, I know well how you feel. Meaningless efforts only waste time. What you said is right, however, in times of war like this, saying that is not appropriate at all. After all, being defeated also means that we will lose everything. Baron Arna nodded with some satisfaction, at least he was thinking. Icarus analyzed again, that is why Miss Cheryl should be praised. She has successfully recruited an ally more trustworthy than anyone else. Icarus confidently affirmed that it was me. Like hearing a joke, Baron Arna said contemptuously, I didn't know what you were going to say, but it turned out to be just some kid's joke. Who do you think you are? Without any anger, Icarus calmly said, this city can produce enough food for 70% of the population. If that's the case, if we don't need to worry about the number of people and continue to maintain the defense while providing enough supplies for the army, we will be able to hold out longer. Cheryl asked in surprise, what do you mean by that, Mr. Icarus? Icarus nodded and replied, that's right, Cromwell doesn't want to prolong this battle longer than necessary, which also means that if it continues to drag on, their financial situation will be greatly strained, so surely they will come up with strategies that will make it impossible for us to hold out for long. Baron Arna questioned, so what you mean is to abandon the people, and stay in this castle for as long as possible, right? Icarus shook his head and replied, no, they have already finished their preparations, so no matter what we do, that side will attack first. Now that we're completely isolated, it seems like they're going to propose a single battle to end it all, and not waste any more time. Baron Arna laughed loudly, disagreeing, that was just your guess. Even if Cromwell had attacked first, wouldn't the outcome of the battle have been more unpredictable? Why did he are you willing to do something that will make you lose yourself? While both sides were tense, a soldier pushed open the door and rushed in. Something big was going on. Cromwell family forces are gathering in front of Aden Canyon, estimated to have about 30,000 soldiers. 30,000 soldiers, everyone in the room panicked when they heard this number. Earl Troy was surprised in his mind. Aiden's guess was right. He looked at Icarus and exclaimed, you're right, Icarus, are they really going to bet on this match? Icarus smiled devilishly and said, now it doesn't matter whether we accept this battle or not. If we accept, then the other side will benefit because, with such an overwhelming number of soldiers, we will definitely wipe out our forces. And if we don't accept, we still have to gather forces in that area. Due to the large number of the other side, the three dukes of Troy wondered, what would be the benefit of gathering forces there? Count Troy analyzed the terrain in that place. It was clear that Aden Canyon is a natural fortress, with advantages for defense. If we concentrate and entrench there like you said, then there will be nowhere left. Better to do that, didn't you say? That's not what they want. Icarus clasped his hands together, his eyes bright and said, of course, if they want to attack first, it's clear that they don't want us to stay there. However, they want something else. Icarus's hand holds up a chess piece. That is the real purpose. Here, the flag in Icarus's hand is placed next to the river. With a firm tone, he affirmed, the Dennis River was a diversionary tactic. Listen here. Baron Arna and Earl Troy were both amazed. There are no words to refute either. One person asked curiously, if it's like what Icarus said, then we might have a chance, but how did you come up with that strategy? Realizing the urgency of the situation, One person urged, "We don't have time anymore, quickly gather the troops." Earl Troy nodded, "I will return to the platoon, and begin preparations." Baron Arna's expression was extremely ugly, as if he couldn't accept this truth. Cox looked towards Baron Arna and said, "Baron Arna, if you don't say anything, then I will assume that you agree with Mr. Icarus's plan." Baron Arna frowned, biting his lip and not responding. Finally, Baron Arna raised his hand to his chest, bowed his head respectfully and said, "I understand, I will wait for Miss Cheryl's orders." Count Troy turned around and walked out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell Baron Arna, "After you're ready, come back here." The meeting room door was then closed. Inside the room right now there were only 3 people, Cheryl, Cox, and Icarus. Cheryl let out a breath and praised, "You're really impressive. I didn't expect that you would be able to block the mouths of those nobles from the other end, and leave the story and rumors to be accurate. I'm sure thanks to you, everything will come to an end, Mr. Icarus." Icarus humbly said, "I think it would be more appropriate for you to thank my master." Cheryl smiled and replied, "Of course." As if remembering something, Icarus stood up and said, "By the way, can I ask the lady something?" Cheryl said generously, "Of course, just ask." Icarus immediately asked the question, "In the early stages of the war, I heard that both sides needed equal talent, right?" When mentioning this, Cheryl hesitated a bit. "That's true, but it's different when the mercenary king gets involved. Although we know clearly that just one person cannot cause such a big impact, whenever he appears on the battlefield, we all lose. Another problem is, when he always appeared in positions of high strategic value, causing us to lose even more." Icarus is a bit thoughtful, he only targets high-priority targets. According to information from the research on the Pontier family, there is no aspect that is inferior to the Marquis Cromwell family, except for that mercenary king. In terms of economic power and administration, the young lady family truly possessing experienced talents can win this battle. If the Pontier family defended like that, it would have won, because if the siege was on the defense of the young lady's family, then the defending side would clearly have an advantage over the attacking side. I really don't understand, why would adding a mercenary king change the outcome like that? What worries me more is the family. The fact that the head of one of the 5 duke families was poisoned in the food, and is now in critical condition, makes me. Listening to Icarus's analysis, Cheryl panicked, I knew it right away. Icarus continued analyzing, "All of this cannot happen without help from within, lady, remember this. Don't trust anyone around you." Cheryl clenched her fists, her face showing insecurity. Scene changes to Joshua's tent. Joshua looked at Iseline and asked, "What do you mean, massacre by Cromwell?" Iseline firmly affirmed that it was exactly like that. "Because of Cromwell's declaration of war, Reb was burned to the ground, and my father also disappeared." Aidan stood up and said, "How strange, I didn't expect someone from the royal palace of Avalon wouldn't know this. Marquis Cromwell's family completely killed the family that took Rebrica, and recently, they started a siege of Duke Pontier's family. This is not a small war, it is an all-out war. Through this war, it will be decided which family will fall. Marquis Cromwell has caused trouble, and could become a child knife to destroy our entire empire. In my opinion, the decisions are not made by Marquis Cromwell alone." Joshua said his guess, "It's possible that King Marcus is behind him." Aidan said, "He is nicknamed the king's loyal dog, so the rumor that he takes orders from the king makes sense. You are already a royal knight, so I think you already know about these things. This is it." Joshua looked at Aidan curiously and asked, "Why did you tell me such stories? Have you forgotten my title? If you were on the royal side, then the stories just now would be considered treason." Aidan explains, "It's because you come from the Agnus family. If the Pontier family collapses, then the next target will be the Agnus family. Even though I don't trust you completely, at least I don't see you as a traitor." Defense. Pausing for a moment, Aidan continued, "Also, I hope I can ask you a personal matter, Baron Joshua." "Personal problem." Joshua stepped forward, before leaving, not forgetting to leave a sentence, "Please take care of Miss Iseline." The moon floated in the sky, moonlight shining down on the ruined castle. The horse's hooves walked forward step by step. On horseback, the Pope Paladin of the Hubalt Empire exclaimed, "I heard the rumors, but I didn't expect it to be destroyed to this extent." At this moment, in front of the Pope Paladin appeared a black hooded person. "Stop, you have entered the forbidden area, you are leading." The Pope Paladin replied, "I heard there are some strange remnants here, and the Hubalt Empire sent a scouting team here." The black hooded man objected, "Don't say such nonsense, this land is currently under the special supervision of the Avalon Empire, so I ask you to stop bothering me and go back, go." The paladin was surprised, thoughtful and said nothing. After all, there is no other way. The Pope Paladin dismounted. And the Pope himself is now trying to crawl through a dog hole. The paladin cursed while crawling, "Damn Avalon. What were they thinking? They didn't expect to monitor a ruin like this." The Pope Paladin remembered the two of them from before. Moreover, the fact that the royal court magician and the Magic Tower's magician were working together was indeed very suspicious. What did the monster that appeared here do, that the Avalon Empire had to do this? Pope Paladin standing in front of Rebound's castle, "King Marcus, what the hell are you planning on doing?" The castle door opened. The Pope Paladin looked around the castle. On the ceiling, the castle is covered with cobwebs. The statues show signs of cracking, the scene is extremely desolate. Paladin Pope reviews. "It's quite old, I hope the floor doesn't collapse." The quiet space suddenly rang with sound. The Pope Paladin was alert, holding his sword and looking around. The Pope Paladin looked towards the dark door. Suddenly, a zombie rushed out and attacked the Pope. The Paladin Pope stepped back, a variation of a ghoul, it was so fast. The floor under the spear's feet suddenly cracked. The Paladin slipped, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Right after that, the floor suddenly crumbled, and the Pope Paladin and the zombie fell down. With a bang, the Pope Paladin's body hit the ground hard. The Pope sat up, his eyes looking towards the zombie that fell with him. Seeing the undead coming, the Paladin immediately drew his sword and slashed. The zombie was then enveloped in flames, and the Pope was exhausted and panting. The Paladin mentally scolded, "Damn it." In front of the Paladin was a dark patch, from which a lot of red light emitted. "It's crazy, there's not just one, but a group of zombies rushing at each other." The Pope Paladin's eyes narrowed, looking coldly at the zombies. The Paladin rushed quickly, slashing from one zombie to another, the sharp sword swung out, cutting the zombie in half. The Pope Paladin raised his sword and shouted loudly, his spear, a halo of light emitted. The light turned into many golden arrows, piercing straight into the zombies. The Paladin's eyes widened, not believing what was before him. The defeated zombie lying on the ground suddenly roared, its body emitting a strange red light. Before the Paladin could understand what was happening, a group of zombies suddenly jumped out from nowhere, rushing madly towards this side. The Pope Paladin held the hilt of his sword and stuck it straight into the ground. "Holy Sword, Durindana, answer my command." From the Holy Sword, a golden light spread intensely. The Paladin drew his sword, "In the name of the god Hermes, I will punish you." Holy Cross, the Pope Paladin forcefully thrust his sword into the ground, a cross-shaped spell appeared. The light spread, sending all the zombies far away. The Pope Paladin looked around warily. No matter how strong the lich was, the variation of the hungry ghost was not attracted by holy energy. "I hope they will come here so we can handle it easily, but it seems that won't work." The Paladin gently placed his hand on the sword, forming a seal. Right after that, a magic formation appeared under the Paladin's feet. "Even though it will cause some trouble, I have to use it to end this as quickly as possible." Paladin raised his hand, "O god Hermes, please awaken the holy body, and find me the source of evil." A ball flew out from the Pope's hand, illuminating the entire hallway. The ball of light flew to the end of the road and discovered two people wearing cloaks standing and talking to each other. Suddenly, the man in black seemed to notice something and immediately turned his head to take a look. The Pope Paladin's face changed color. "What the hell?" While the Paladin was not paying attention, a black vortex appeared from nowhere. From the vortex, dozens of tentacles flew out, immediately wrapping tightly around the Paladin's body. The Pope Paladin kept struggling, trying to escape, but he couldn't. "Damn it." Suddenly, from the black vortex, a person slowly appeared. Suddenly, the Pope Paladin questioned, "Do you intend to be tactical? You are even taboo, dead soldier." In front of the Paladin was a humanoid zombie, its whole body radiating deathly energy. A scroll was brought out. The caretaker received the paper and smiled slightly. After careful consideration, he looked at his teammate and nodded. The teammates received the signal, immediately raised their hands high and chanted the spell, and a magic circle appeared. In the magic formation, the image of Reb's castle appeared. Aiden sat on the horse and looked at the watchman and said, "I will stop by Reb's castle for a bit and then return immediately. Moreover, I have also reported the news about the undead to the guild, so Avalon will definitely act soon. Dynamic. The guard confidently said, no matter what action, the followers of the Holy Kingdom of Hubalt have already snuck into Rebounds' castle, and have been missing for 3 days. I'm sure Hubalt will also act soon, so please quickly do the necessary things, and return before things get complicated. Aiden clicked his tongue and said, well, I think everyone will be able to handle this. I will try my best to prevent trouble from affecting us, but in my heart I said to myself, I have to quickly leave the place. This is fine, the mercenary guild is not easy to deal with. Watching Aiden's team go inside, the other two said goodbye, then, have a safe journey. Aiden immediately whipped his horse in. Okay, let's go. The wheels rolled gently, and the carriage entered the castle. On the carriage, Iseline looked at Joshua and asked, why don't you say anything? Joshua looked out the window. Coldly speaking, there was nothing to say. Iseline's face darkened. Is that so? But there are still many questions I want to ask you. Why did you ask for an ancient artifact that was only recently developed, in exchange for protecting me? Joshua heard that and immediately turned to look at Iseline. Listening to Iseline continue, Cromwell offered a very generous reward for whoever brings my head there, but there are many scary people who should be targeting me right now, but you don't ask anything. Joshua crossed his arms and explained, after being accompanied by Aiden, I found that owning it would be very convenient, that's the reason. Hearing this reason, Iseline was startled and asked in panic, it's convenient? Iseline's mouth gently raised. Finally, unable to control it, Iseline hugged her stomach and laughed loudly, it was so funny, if we waited a little longer, we could give it to you, surely after everything is over, I will give it to you. Looking at Iseline's happy mood, Joshua's mood also became better. Joshua asked curiously, can I ask something? How did Count Rebrika go missing? When I mentioned my father, Iseline immediately fell silent. What is my father? Realizing that he was a bit ungainly, Joshua immediately said, I'm sorry, if it's too hard to say. But before he could finish his sentence, Iseline spoke up, it happened so suddenly. At that time, my family's mansion was on fire, and all the servants and knights were in danger. Go back 6 years ago, the mansion was covered in flames, the sound of soldiers rang out, capture them all, kill them all without leaving a single one. Count Rebrika pushed Iseline away, I will block their way, run away. Iseline could only scream, Father, I can't leave you, let's go. Count Rebrika shouted enthusiastically, go away. Iseline's eyes were extremely confused at that time, she really wanted to stay with her father. The subordinates saw that there was no time left, so Iseline hurriedly said, Miss, we don't have time, if we get caught we will all die. Iseline's eyes were filled with tears, her mind was confused. There was no other way, Iseline closed her eyes tightly. She and her subordinates left, before leaving, not forgetting to say, I will come back to find Dad soon. Behind them are still soldiers chasing them, catching them, don't let them escape, no matter what happens, you must kill them. Then, with just a boom, the castle collapsed. Returning to reality, Iseline, immersed in a sad feeling, said, Dad sacrificed his life to prolong our escape, all that's left is a pile of rubble. Time gradually passed, and people began to forget about it, so I decided to come here to be like the survivors. When I heard that a monster appeared in Reb's castle, I wanted to see it with my own eyes. What does that monster look like? Joshua also sympathized with Iseline's situation. Joshua said, I didn't say I know everything like Iseline, that lich is not what you imagined, it's because of that lich. Suddenly, Joshua's body shook. Iseline called out in fear, Joshua. The carriage door was immediately opened. Joshua flew outside. He gritted his teeth and thought, I must have felt that guy's presence, that damn Kaiser. Damned. The door is closed tightly. Suddenly there was a loud bang and the door was smashed to pieces. The dust and smoke dispersed, Joshua appeared and rushed inside. Behind, Aiden hurriedly followed, what's going on, what are you doing? Joshua didn't explain, quickly ran forward, I need to go confirm something right away, see you later. Aiden didn't understand what was going on and quickly shouted, wait, Baron Joshua. Joshua rushed quickly down the hallway. Turn left and turn right. He was still constantly chasing something. Suddenly, Joshua stopped, looking at the glowing circle on the ground. Looking down, Joshua frowned and assessed, this magic seemed to have been created recently. I definitely felt the dark energy, It seems like I have traces of someone's fight here, with a magician of level A or higher. Why, besides this magic circle, everything else is normal, very suspicious. Joshua raised his hand and released a bolt of lightning, wondering in his heart, could it be? Joshua raised his hand and released lightning, countering magic. Lightning flashed out and hit the glass wall, shattering it. In front of Joshua was the Pope Paladin suspended in mid-air. The Paladin's whole body trembled, his mouth kept moaning. Joshua wondered, so the person being trapped in this illusion magic, you are the owner of this magic circle, right? Joshua asked curiously, what happened here? The Pope Paladin trembled, his mouth spoke with difficulty, carefully, behind. Joshua still didn't understand, bewilderedly asked, what? Little did he know, the deadly knight was right behind him. The deadly knight slashed a path. Joshua ate a sword and fell forward. Right after that, Joshua recovered and jumped back. Joshua was surprised, no way, I couldn't feel him, until he came that close. Looking at the Death Knight in front of him, Joshua commented, this is the first time I have witnessed such a Death Knight with my own eyes. At this moment, Joshua's spear suddenly spoke, that thing is mine. Joshua looked at it in surprise, Lugia. Joshua's whole body was shocked and his eyes widened. A painful feeling hit my head. The damned knight took this opportunity to grab his sword and attack. Suddenly, Joshua's eyes turned red and he quickly regained composure. Joshua took out his spear to block the Death Knight's attack. Above, the Pope Paladin was curious, who is that person? Why can I feel holy power and magic power at the same time from him? Is that possible? Joshua looked crazy, as if he had turned into another person. Joshua was full of complacency and rushed forward eagerly, you are mine. My prey, Joshua, fearlessly attacked furiously. Very quickly, the Death Knight was beaten back, one of his hands was also cut off. The Death Knight opened his mouth and screamed in agony. Joshua said in a disdainful tone, just one blow from me is enough to understand your outcome, right? You can't defeat me, stop resisting, just calm down and accept death. The Death Knight who does not accept the truth screams, stop rambling. Seeing that he refused to admit defeat, Joshua smirked with interest. The deadly cavalryman drew his sword. Blood-red sword with many fangs. Joshua's pupils dilated, that is. Fangs and swords, wolves howl. The scene changes to Swallow's royal palace, which is covered in black smoke. Inside the castle, soldiers were lying on the ground. A pair of feet slowly walked forward. One of the 9 great stars of Swallow, Grand Duke Lucifer, led an army to appear, and said in a disdainful tone, you are too weak. The king of Verona, the king of a country, dares to speak nonsense about peace for the people. Everyone wants to reach out to the vast continent out there. No one wants to stay in a small place like this. Sitting on the throne, the king of Swallow Verona Belgrace responded, so is war for the people. War is the massacre of the children and elders of this kingdom. Grand Duke, do you just want to see our country engulfed in flames? Lucifer laughed loudly and said in a disdainful tone, you are really nothing like me. If you were sitting on that throne as your brother, Dimero Belgrace, you would have agreed with me. Emperor Verona's face darkened. Then, he questioned, how long have you been planning? When did you send Duke Altsma to the border? You will not achieve your goal. Because of you, war is about to break out. Lucifer doesn't care about what the Emperor says. Don't worry, General Gondar has taken care of this. Duke Altsma hasn't heard the news here either, he's already dead. Emperor Verona Belgrace was shocked and couldn't say anything more. Grand Duke Lucifer approached the Emperor with his sword in hand, although you are wise and understand the situation even while you are away, the general of this kingdom will still be Gondar. It's time for you to leave, Verona. Verona Belgrace was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said in a dark voice, Lucifer, your plan will not go well. In response, Lucifer smiled wickedly and said, no. The sword slashed out, fresh blood flying out. A large pool of blood appeared on the floor. On the ground, the deadly knight held a spear pinned to his stomach, his mouth groaning in pain. He didn't believe it, constantly muttering, why, me, would end up like this. Looking at his expression, Joshua spoke up, I don't know how much resentment you have, and yet you turned into a Death Knight, but one thing is certain. Human souls, especially the souls of master magicians, cannot be easily possessed, their path is their own to choose. I don't know if you have any resentment towards this world, but on that path, can I accompany you? Death Knight, no, your real name is Uravis. The long sword in his hand slashed down in front of the man's surprised eyes, a broken sword slashed across his chest. I was defeated before him. As a result, I lost my title, and was forced to move back to the countryside to live. If I think about it now, this is definitely just an excuse to keep me as far away from the current king of Verona as possible. They also see themselves as just a pawn to be sacrificed first, because I am the brother of the king of Verona, the first king I have to serve. Di Marabelle Grace's cold eyes looked down at the man on the ground. Altsma was knocked down, unwillingly asked, "Do you want power that much? If so, then why didn't you take it that day? Surely as one of the 9 natures, you have more than enough power, the power to do that." Di Maro said nonchalantly, "I don't want the throne that much, but because the world we're living in now is so boring, Lucifer is the one to replace Verona." Altsma's eyes widened in surprise. The Grand Duke of Verona. Damn it, I'm so stupid, I should have done everything I could to be by the king of Verona's side. It's so frustrating, if my life keeps ending like this. Di Maro glanced at the person wearing a black cloak and said, "Mr. Evergreen, if you are going to create a demon beast, then this is the opportunity. A knight's soul filled with hatred and regret will be easier to control." Evergreen smirked and replied, "I will definitely let you know, once everything is completed. I assure you this will be very interesting." Returning to the present, Joshua looked at the dead knight with pity in his eyes. He said, "The Death Knight needs the body and soul of one of the continent's best knights. The same goes for the demon beast, a monster that cannot be created without his consent, so which also means, he himself made this decision. Isn't that right, Tyrant King, Duke Altsma?" He knelt on the ground trembling and begging, "Kill me, I made the wrong choice. If I am not freed now, I will certainly continue to follow their orders, so please kill me, so that I will no longer be treated with contempt." Joshua slowly stepped forward to negotiate. "I have a better offer. I will take control of you from the hands of the person who turned you into this state. In return, you must lend me your strength. If so, I will support you in your cause for choosing to become a Death Knight." Just now was my suggestion, as well as the respect I had for the Altsma king who once governed this land. The Altsma looked up at him in surprise. Suddenly, he smiled. Gradually, the smile burst out. He exclaimed, "I knew right away, you are indeed as interesting as rumored. At first glance I can see that the conditions you proposed are beneficial to me. Why not agree?" "Yes." Instead of being a slave to a black magician, being able to rub shoulders with the continent's geniuses would be much more prestigious, wouldn't it? "Do as you wish, great merchant, Joshua Sanders." Joshua happily raised his hand to him and said, "So you accept my offer, right? So now let's take back control of you." Lugia finished speaking, a stream of light and blue-black aura radiated from his hand. The air currents enveloped the body of Grand Duke Altsma. His body seemed to be torn into pieces. The feeling of pain covering his whole body made him scream. From his body, a black aura flew out in all directions. Outside, Aiden kept urging, "Everyone, hurry up and prepare. It seems like another evil demon has appeared. Don't forget why we came here. Let's do our best, maybe, to rescue the mercenary Ash. Is it clear? Is it clear?" He couldn't help but grit his teeth and think to himself, "Damn, what the hell is going on?" Not long after Baron Joshua entered, I felt a terrifying source of demonic energy emanating. I hope that's okay. At this moment, a group of white-armored knights with the papal emblem appeared and ordered, "Stop, you are no longer welcome in the Rebound's castle, disperse immediately." Aiden asked in surprise, "Who are you?" The blond boy, Mondrian, a holy knight from the Holy Kingdom of Hubalt said, "We are knights and monks sent by the Hubalt Empire. From now on, we will control this Rebound's castle, so please return quickly." Aiden countered, "Our teammates are in there, we can't leave him behind." He was also full of worry. "What's going on? How could Hubalt's army get here so quickly?" Mondrian suggested, "It seems you still don't know how scary Reb's castle is. The more victims there are, the more demons we will have to face. Our mission is to stop this. I hope we will end peacefully here." Aiden couldn't help but frown and question, "You guys dare to threaten Avalon's mercenary guild right in Avalon's territory? This is a provocation for war." Mondrian couldn't convince him. He immediately put his hand on the hilt of his sword and said, "It seems my words have no effect on you. Moreover, don't think about the war between the two countries. Don't you see that the whole world is the world in danger?" Having finished speaking, a black gas suddenly emitted. Both of them were immediately surprised. Aiden quickly turned his back. From the door leading inside, a black aura flowed out, making people shiver. He turned pale. Something just flew out from inside the castle. It's dangerous. Mondrian quickly drew his sword and ordered, "Prepare to fight, destroy any demon you see. The blessing of God Hermes will always be with us." Everyone raised their swords at the same time, ready to fight. Pale yellow light surrounded their bodies, black gas continued to emit, the atmosphere was extremely tense. From inside, the sound of slow footsteps sounded, getting closer and closer. Mondrian gritted his teeth worriedly and thought, this energy source is not an ordinary monster, let alone, the Demon King has come here. Among the monks, there was a person with an unusually calm expression. At this time, from inside, the figure of that person also appeared clearly. "Aiden, are you waiting for me?" "It's Joshua, on your shoulders there's another person." Seeing you, Aiden is happy. "Is it really you, Baron Joshua? What the hell is going on in there?" Joshua clicked his tongue and said, "It seems everything is resolved, but are those Hubalt monks? Why did they come to Avalon's territory?" Mondrian doesn't care about right or wrong, directly swings his sword and rushes forward. "Don't let that demon escape from here, stop him." Aiden immediately raised his sword to block him. He tried to explain, "That man is Baron Joshua Sanders, a noble of the Avalon Empire. He is not a devil, put down your sword quickly." He questioned, "Can't you feel the demonic energy coming from him? There's no way he's human, or that you're on his side." Joshua couldn't help but be speechless. He smiled faintly and said to Ludgia, "I already had a bad feeling about this, that's why I told you to restrain your demonic energy." "Lugia," he replied angrily, "you thought that was the case, is it that easy? I just absorbed the power of the Death Knight, how about we show them what the Death Knight is capable of?" "You said, are you crazy? What are the consequences? How can I solve this?" At this moment, a voice rang out, "Calm down, Sir Mondrian, what's going on?" He asked dissatisfiedly, "Holy Lady, why should you stop?" Syrian reminded, "With such terrible demonic power, it is enough to slaughter us all. Moreover, if he is really Baron Joshua, then starting a war now will only cause more trouble for him, just 2 countries. Mondrian still stubbornly said, "If we let that demon leave this place, we don't know what will happen, we must do everything we can to stop him." Unable to convince him, the Syrian saint took out a glowing orb. "So why don't we let her decide? The relic, the tears of God from the Temple of Hermes, will tell us the truth, whether this person is a demon or really Baron Joshua Sanders. What do you think, will you accept the rule of holy objects, tears of God?" Joshua frowned and looked at her without answering. Syrian used telepathy to tell him, "Don't worry, Baron Joshua, I can fool something as simple as that God's tear item, I will help you get out of this situation safely." Joshua couldn't help but wonder, "Why are you helping me, what do you want?" She slyly licked her lips, showing a hungry face and said, "I want to negotiate with you. You are indeed as handsome as rumored, you are my type, Baron Joshua." Seeing that, he sighed with disgust and said, "I have never seen a saint as mortal as you, I can't stand it anymore. If you don't do it then let me." Then he firmly said, "No, I don't need your help." Having said that, he dropped the person he was carrying on his shoulders to the ground. When they saw that person clearly, the Hubalt crowd cried out, "Pope!" Mondrian angrily rushed up with the others and shouted, "You bastard, what have you done to the Pope? Save the Pope now." When they got closer, Joshua emitted a bright yellow light to stop their steps. Everyone stopped. Syrian was full of surprise. How could this be done? How could demonic energy turn into holy energy like this? Who the hell are you? Suddenly, the god's tear stone in her hand glowed. It broke free from her hand and flew forward. "No, the holy object." Joshua grabbed it with one hand and said, "Those who do not fulfill their duty, are corrupting sacred objects, are not worthy of using this." She shouted, "Give it back to me immediately, you have no right to use it." Joshua calmly said, "If you don't believe it, then I will let you see it with your own eyes right here." As he finished speaking, the light emitted from his body became stronger and stronger. Everyone couldn't stand it and had to raise their hands to cover their eyes. The holy item of God's tears shattered. Mondrian couldn't help but shout angrily, "You disgusting devil, you have finally revealed yourself, how dare you disrespect the sacred object?" But when he opened his eyes and looked at Joshua, he was surprised by the scene before him. At this time, on Joshua's back, a pair of yellow wings appeared. Not only him, everyone present there stood stunned in bewilderment. Syrian couldn't help but exclaim, "But what, you're not the Pope of Hubalt, nor a disciple at all, why do you have the wings of an archangel?" The wings were raised high, each feather containing a large source of holy power radiated out, repelling the entire crowd. Joshua said, "I'm not a devil or a monster like you think, I'm just Joshua Sanders, don't argue." Mondrian refused to scream, shut up, do you know what you just did? You destroyed that sacred object, we can't ignore this." Joshua immediately responded, "So let me ask you this, if you are not a follower of the Hubalt Empire, nor the Pope, you are not allowed to break something that you believe is a holy artifact, then first you must be sure it is a holy item." Mondrian was speechless by his words and could not refute. Syrian was also surprised, thinking carefully, God's tears were not used like that. Joshua used magic to control the Pope and bring him back to the crowd, but now is not the time to argue about this. The more we talk, the weaker your Pope's vitality will become. Mondrian now startled and cried out, "Pope!" From his body, countless streams of demonic energy radiated, demonic energy. He was stunned, the demonic energy he felt just now was emitted by the Pope, so could it be, the Pope? No, definitely the demonic energy from before could not be compared to now. Without waiting for him to do anything, Syrian quickly rushed up to remind us, "We don't have much time left. For someone who uses holy magic like the Pope, demonic energy is like a poisonous substance. If we don't treat him quickly, his life will be in danger. We have to get the Pope out of here. If the Pope doesn't return, how can we face Lord Chrysler and High Priest Harold?" The knights were still bewildered in disbelief. Only after seeing her lift the Pope up and say, "I need everyone's help," did they react and reply, "There is a temple nearby, just give us the Pope." The Pope was quickly supported by two knights and left. Syrian turned to Mondrian and said, "I think you should go with them, Sir Mondrian." He is still hesitant, but we need to investigate, in what happened here. At this moment, she finally couldn't help but say, "You still don't understand, you have seen the wings of Michael, the god who is revered as an archangel, right?" He bowed his head hesitantly and replied, "It's true that I saw it with my own eyes." Syrian tried to persuade, "Then you probably understand, if this is God's order, then if we insist on disobeying, it also means we have committed a mortal sin." Mondrian thought for a while, finally he compromised and put his sword back in its scabbard. "I understand, I will withdraw." Joshua looked at him and smiled. Syrian nodded slightly at him, using telepathy to transmit the message again. "I don't know how you can do things like this, Baron Joshua. But I'm sure our fates will intersect again. I hope you're safe until then." Before leaving, she winked and shot a heart at you. Joshua shivered and got goosebumps. The Lugia inside cried out in discomfort, "Damn master, I helped you have holy power, even helped you control that deadly knight, yet this is the reward for my Lugia. You should have just finished that deadly knight. You couldn't help but cover your ears when you were being talked too much. This world is not that simple. But thanks to Duke Altsma, I realized that I can control demonic energy, I can suppress it, and if necessary, I can only use holy energy. How lucky." Aiden then asked, "Baron Joshua, what exactly happened inside? Moreover, what are those wings just now? Is that really an order from God?" Joshua smiled and replied, "I will tell you the details when we return. After all, we need to receive the money." At the Magic Tower, Elisa angrily questioned, "Why did you send the wizards of the Magic Tower to the Avalon Empire? There is news that the undead have appeared there, so the Hubalt Empire is on the verge of collapse. Do you have any plans on what will happen, if something unfortunate happens to our Magic Tower, be implicated?" Marcus bothers to put on a teapot, pouring water while expressing, "I also agree. Moreover, I didn't expect that we would be forced to enter Theta. In the battle between the masters for the representative of the court this magical tower, there are so many things to worry about." The master of the magical tower Ian Dunpere sighed. He said, "It's okay, the representative of our magic tower is chosen based on skills, we can't be subjective. If we only compare potential, that kid is beyond my control." Elisa suggested that if you say so, you should put some trust in that boy. Old Ian Dunpere added, "As for sending people to Avalon, it was because of Evergrant's request." Elisa shouted in surprise, "You mean that Evergrant guy who stabbed us in the back? I don't understand why you accepted that request. You are probably wise enough to be able to think clearly, before let emotions take over, right?" The tower owner suddenly asked, "Do you remember what you said before Evergrant left?" She frowned, "I don't know, it's been a long time." He immediately reiterated that he had declared that he would track down the person who had drawn the line for war magicians. "Don't say that." Suddenly, Marcus slammed his hand on the table. He stood up and affirmed, "It's impossible, he's been missing for more than 20 years, and the kings of empires have tried to find him, but they can't find even a single hair. You're trying to say that traitor Evergrant found a clue about Zerath Dikorvus. The talented war mage of Avalon, whom even the Kingdom of Terra yearns for, Zerath Dikorvus. He's the only one who knows the location of the Elf Forest. Because of that priceless information, he always coveted by other empires. Of course, with his achievements and abilities, he could ask for anything in the world. The Tower Master explained, Marcus, I don't know if you can trust Evergrant or not, but as someone who knows the relationship between Evergrant and Zerath Dick like me, I have no choice but to trust him. Allow me to ask you this. How many people are willing to refuse the opportunity to exploit information from Zerath Dikorvus? Would it be better if we refused his offer? Marcus was silenced by this question. A few seconds later, he expressed, I'm just asking one more question, do you really think this is the right decision? He replied, I am Ian Dunpere, the owner of the Magic Tower and also a level 7 magician. Do you think I will accept a contract, when I myself am in a lower position? Both Elisa and Marcus couldn't help but look at him suspiciously. In a hidden dark room. The magic book had red drops of blood covering some of the characters. Evergrant wiped the blood from his mouth due to the backlash. With a surprised expression on his face he exclaimed, What's wrong? I just lost connection with Duke Altsma. Has anyone defeated Altsma? Can they win a deadly night? It's because of Pope Hubalt, who trespassed into Rebound's castle's territory. Right, I should have waited a little longer, so I could personally resolve the problem. I was too hasty. I can't believe I lost a master-level body like that. He hurriedly walked to a large wooden box and muttered, I'm the only one left now, I can't make that mistake again. I will do everything to receive the trust and love of King Marcus. And holds in his hand the Book of Dark Curses. I cannot allow myself to suffer such loss. Evergrant used his strength, trying to open the coffin lid. After a while of struggling, the lid fell hard to the floor. He looked at the person inside and said proudly, I will definitely help you rise again in this world. Even if you have to be reborn as a monster, I guarantee that it will not be as bad as you think. Where? Zerath Dikorvus. No, I will give you a new name, a perfect name for someone who believed in himself more than anyone else, someone who gave up his pure soul to the devil to fulfill that faith. Berber, magic circle on the ground starts up. The person lying in the coffin suddenly opened his eyes. Aiden handed a silver hexagonal object to Joshua and said, Thanks to him, we were able to learn the truth about the devil, and defeat that devil. As a thank you, please allow me to give this silver card to you. Joshua accepted it and replied, Thank you very much, but it looks a bit odd. On the other side, Iseline had finished tying things on the horse's back. He wondered why Iseline loaded things on my horse like that. She turned back to explain, Have you forgotten, you said that you want to own Leifon, right? There are no materials to make it here, so we need to go to Reinhardt to get materials for it. Not only that, no, don't you still have the responsibility of protecting me from Cromwell? When Joshua heard that, he smiled awkwardly, Is that so? It seems I forgot. Aiden urged, Hurry to Reinhardt. He wondered, Why are you with us, Commander Aiden? He laughed and explained, Just like Baron Joshua, I also have a few things to prove. Prove it. His body suddenly glowed. Aiden shouted loudly, Leifon. Joshua looked surprised. This was one of Leifon's abilities, shape-changing. Finally I was able to witness the true appearance of Commander Aiden that had been hidden for so long. The mighty mercenary, Aiden changed his appearance in the blink of an eye. His body became significantly muscular. He asked, Now look, you see I have enough authority to participate in the match, between the masters in Reinhardt or not. I have reached the master level. In the meeting room of the Cromwell family, the head of the family Gahor Don Cromwell stood up and asked again, Are you sure that Duke Pontier is half dead? If not, then how can a family that is lacking a leader, first, can take advantage from us? Tell me, how can they stand? The person stammered out, We are sure the head of the Pontier family is currently in critical condition, but what? For some reason, it seems like the genius strategist Icarus is helping the Pontier family. That's why, they're always one step ahead of us. Especially our diversionary tactics. They have discovered that our troops cannot cross the Dark River. Moreover, because the water level is high and flowing fast, we cannot cross the river. What else can be done? There is no way to enter Aiden Mountain. The only thing we can do now is to cut off the supply and... Before he finished speaking, the Gahor clan leader angrily slammed his hand on the table to interrupt him and shut up. Your mission is to plan ahead for all possible problems. If these guys lose to a kid, how is that possible? Quickly think of some feasible plans right away. Another person spoke up and suggested, "Why don't we call in a mercenary king?" "What, a mercenary king?" he said. "The more we wait, the more disadvantageous we will be. At this rate, we will lose, coolness will increase even more." Chief of the Cromwell clan sarcastically said, facing a headless snake and needing help, "Do you know how much people would laugh at us? Moreover, even if we called him by that name, then do you know how much he wants from us? Now he has demanded more than half of the Pontier family's territory. Not only that, if I understand King Marcus well enough, he will not easily ignore the achievements of that mercenary king, and accept him as a subordinate of that empire. If so, the mercenary king Ren will become our enemy, so we can't continue to depend on him anymore. We need to keep looking for a way to get into Aiden Canyon, until we find it, get the important information, and cut off the food supply. When the food runs out, they will crawl out on their own." At this moment, a soldier hurriedly ran in to announce, "Urgent news, what's going on?" The soldiers who were cutting off the food supply were all destroyed. The clan leader Gahor exclaimed in shock, "What do you mean? How could those soldiers lose to the farmers?" At this time, on a canyon, someone was dressed completely in black, with only his yellow eyes exposed, staring down. At that time, below, Pontier's food transport troops were being surrounded and attacked by Cromwell soldiers. They tried to calmly tell each other to stay in position, protect the food with their lives. "Don't if you're scared, remember your training." Ferocious Cromwell soldiers rode horses and rushed towards the group, swinging their swords wherever they went, charging forward and killing all of Pontier's trash. Don't hold back, chaos breaks out, bodies fall continuously. A person from the Pontier side couldn't help but wonder in surprise, "How did the Cromwell side know about our food transportation route?" That person immediately snapped, "What does that matter? We're all about to ascend to heaven." Suddenly there was a beam of light. It turned out that Cromwell side used fireball magic, launching huge flames towards them. The Pontier army immediately raised their shields and told each other to stay away. If they continued to gather in groups like that, they would be massacred. The large fireball got closer and closer, devastating the whole ground. Right at the critical moment, a sword-wielding man wearing a black cloak suddenly appeared. With just one horizontal slash of his sword, he destroyed the fireball in the blink of an eye. The Pontier soldier exclaimed in surprise, "That person can destroy fireballs, without using mana. Where did this talent come from?" After dissolving the fireball, that person turned around and said to the crowd, "No need to worry, I came here to protect everyone." "What, who are you to help us?" That person took off his mask and smiled. A familiar face appeared, "I am, the first knight of Baron Joshua Sanders, god of death of Aiden Canyon, Cain. I only obey my master's orders." In a certain city, Icarus emptied the water jar, only a drop came out. He looked up at the sky, which was turning yellow. It was late. A person came forward and said, "It seems they are starting to rush to catch up with us." He heard the voice and immediately turned around and asked, "What do you mean?" Baron Arna frowned and said, "The supply arrived so late, perhaps because the Cromwell family discovered our transportation route and stopped it." "Why did it happen?" Icarus interrupted, "I'm sure you know, no one other than the two of us knows where that route goes. If Cromwell finds out, there's only one reason." Arna questioned, "Are you saying I'm a spy?" "A commoner like you will never understand. Nobles are always willing to die rather than lose their honor. We have never put our trust in the Pontier family. You think we are disrespectful? Do you value yourself like that?" "I will ask you the same question again. What do you intend to approach Miss Cheryl for, not to mention you intend to use Cheryl, to take over all of Pontier?" Icarus frowned and stared at him, but he did not continue speaking. And he also looked directly into his eyes. The atmosphere between the two couldn't help but feel a little tense. At this moment, a call came, "Open the gate, the food source has arrived, please help everyone." Baron Arna did not continue to argue any further. Before leaving, he reminded him, "You better be careful about what you do, there are countless eyes staring at you here." Hearing that, Icarus did not express anything further, just stood still and silent. Below, Cheryl struggled to command everyone to bring the injured inside and distribute medicine and warm blankets to those in need. The soldier helped the injured person inside. He said, "Miss Cheryl, let me help, please go rest, thank you." Icarus immediately ran over and asked, "What's going on? Why are there so many people injured?" She explained, "Mr. Icarus, it seems they were attacked by Cromwell." You frowned. "Did you attack suddenly? It seemed like they knew we were going that way." It was a miracle that the soldiers could still return alive after being attacked so fiercely. A voice suddenly interrupted and said that I was the one who created that miracle. Cain walked forward arrogantly stroking his hair and boasting, "I stopped that attack, and protected everyone." Seeing him, both of them immediately ran over to him. "Knight Cain, luckily, you're still alive, we worry about you a lot." He laughed and said, "It seems like I've kept you waiting for a long time, because there was some trouble, that's why I'm so late." After he finished boasting, Cain started looking around. Cheryl tearfully expressed, "Because we couldn't contact you, we were so worried. Thank God you're still alive." Baron Arna then came up and asked, "Who is this guy and is he trustworthy?" Cheryl introduced, "This is the knight I mentioned before, Cain." He was surprised. "Oh, so that means he is a servant of Baron Joshua Sanders. Good to see you can be safe, come here." Cain couldn't help but be curious, so he leaned close to Icarus's ear and asked, "Mr. Icarus, why is that person so tense?" He immediately reminded, "He is the commander of the Knights of the Pontier family, Baron Arna, you should say hello." Before he could finish speaking, the alarm sounded. The city gate opened, a soldier hurriedly rode in, "Urgent news, the Dennis River had frozen. The enemy has begun to pass through there." At the same time, at the Dennis River, a man with a muscular body carried a giant axe on his shoulder. He stomped hard on the ice of the river. The loud voice rang out the command, "My hunting dog, rush forward, take everything that Pontier has for me." Having finished speaking, a group of soldiers immediately rushed forward. Their target is the citadel of the Pontier family towering ahead. At the temple of Hermes in Reinhardt. In the room, Mondrian looked worriedly at the person lying on the bed and asked, "How is the Pope's condition?" The doctor next to him replied, "We have removed all the demonic energy in his body. It seems that because of the conflict between demonic energy and holy energy, his brain was damaged. At this rate, I wonder if the Pope will have any problems." At the same time, High Priest Harold came in and said, "Then he probably won't be able to recover quickly." The doctor agreed, "We thought so too, High Priest Harold." He expressed concern that he hoped the Pope could recover safely. Mondrian sighed and said, "We might even lose our rights in the battle between the masters. I'm sorry for bringing this bad news." Archpriest Harold walked up to the Pope's bedside and said, "Although that battle was also very important, right now our top priority is the Pope's recovery. Also, I heard from Saint Cyrian speak. It seems you have seen the wings of Archangel Michael, right?" Mondrian then recounted, "Yes, although it was hard to believe, wings appeared on the back of Baron Joshua of the Avalon Empire. We also felt a huge amount of holy energy from him. But really I still can't believe it. How can an ordinary knight from another empire possess more holy power than a disciple of the Holy Kingdom Hubalt? Moreover, his body also radiates demonic powers like a real demon." Priest Harold affirmed, "It is impossible, demonic energy and holy energy cannot exist in the same body. The Pope is an example of what happened. But if he can control both demonic and holy energy in his body, then he has surpassed the abilities of normal people." Mondrian exclaimed in surprise, "Do you mean Baron Joshua has reached the realm of the divine body?" He replied, "It could be that way, so I don't think Baron Joshua is the source of demonic energy, then the energy I felt then was. I'm not sure, but if you're sure those wings belong to Archangel Michael, then it won't be easy to deal with. If in hell there are 8 demon kings representing 8 types of evil thoughts, then in heaven there are 7 archangels possessing holy weapons, of which Michael is considered a god of war with stellar fighting ability, most knowledgeable. It's impossible to understand what the hell is going on. The world around us is gradually changing. The biggest concern now is not the battle between the masters anymore. Maybe this will make the whole continent afraid." In the sky of Reinhardt, countless fireworks were shot high to decorate the evening sky. Below, there was a bustling stream of people passing by. Aiden and Iseline were also walking in that crowd. He turned around and said, "Finally we have the feeling of being at Reinhardt. Isn't this festival so fun?" Iseline sadly replied, "Yes, it seems like that." Seeing that she was not in the mood, he teased, "What's wrong?" "The young lady is sad because Baron Joshua had to leave first to take care of an urgent matter." She shook her head to deny, "No, that's not it." "But is that okay? He already promised to escort me in exchange for Lifan, so why would he leave me in the market now? I thought the two of us had become closer than when we first met, so but am I the only one who thinks like that?" Aiden thought speechlessly, "I knew right away, the lady was upset about that." While walking, someone suddenly shouted loudly, "Look, it's the extraordinary Axular. Is he the second great mercenary?" Iseline exclaimed, "You're really famous." Aiden smiled wryly and said, Maybe we can't enjoy the festival peacefully. At this time, another shout rang out, "Look over there!" It was Mr. Uravis. The two turned around and saw Uravis's group coming. Right after that, there were many cheers. "Prince, my prince, Prince! Excellency Knight, please welcome Prince Uravis." Iselin looked at him and said, "That person is quite famous." He replied, "Of course, that's the prince. I heard that Uravis's sword is hotter than the eternal hellfire. He can be considered a worthy opponent for Lady Iselin." She shrugged, "Hey, I'm not a knight, I'm a magician. More besides, I'm not even participating in this match." Uravis suddenly walked up to the two and said, "You are more like a monster than I thought." Two great mercenaries. Aiden, or now Axular, just looked at him without responding. Uravis looked at him with sharp eyes for a while. Then continued going forward, "Sorry, I'm leaving." Axular was then startled. He and Iselin quickly bowed, "Please forgive us, Prince Uravis, it's an honor to meet you. You are truly beyond my thoughts." Uravis smiled. He said, "I really hope that one day I will be able to use the sword to compete with you." Fast forward to the draw for the Reinhardt Masters match. There were many people in the hall, everyone huddled together and talked. It was rumored that this match would be the most epic match in history. Really excited. In a certain corner of the party, Babel quietly looked out the window. The host of the lottery session cleared his throat, then began to announce, "In 30 minutes, we will start the lottery. If your representative is not present, please prepare a replacement as soon as possible." Magic Kingdom Princess Sonamoon Terafos excitedly exclaimed, "It's finally started, it's definitely going to be interesting." A young man approached her and said, "It seems the Princess of the Terra Kingdom is participating in this match for the first time." She heard the voice and turned to look. "Mr. Slakes, long time no see, is it your first time participating?" He bowed to her and replied, "No, perhaps I am the most experienced representative." Hearing that, Sona immediately asked, "Who do you predict will be the winner? Based on recent achievements, won't Uravis win?" Slakes replied, "I also think so, he will definitely win convincingly." Princess Sona expressed that although people say that this is the match between the greatest masters in history, it is clear that Lord Uravis is on a different level. Even the great Beast King kneels before him. While speaking, suddenly two people came and interrupted, "I couldn't hear any more. What do you mean?" The people who came were the twins of the Swallow Empire, Desro Logan and Estil Logan. They each had a sarcastic comment, "If the princess continues to be ignorant of the world around her, then Terra will collapse into ashes. I don't think you would trust that idiot like that, Princess Terra." Sona angrily questioned, "How impolite, you guys have been defeated by Mr. Uravis and dare to speak so boldly." They were sarcastic, "Just once and you think he's the best. Guys from small empires all have their own dreams, just keep dreaming, all losers are like that." "Shut up, you guys have to apologize. Why should we? We didn't say anything wrong." "Are you sure?" Sona was about to rush forward, but luckily Slakes promptly jumped in the middle to block it. "Okay, stop here, other people are watching, it's not good for us to do that, there's no need to do that, feel ashamed of that kind of person." Sona pursed her lips and shot an angry look at the twins. They couldn't help but glanced back at her with annoyance. Slakes smiled wryly and scratched his face to find something else to say, "It's almost time. Come to think of it, it seems that Avalon's representative hasn't arrived yet. It seems like that infamous Joshua Sanders couldn't come, maybe they sent his brother, Babel von Onus." Babel in the corner immediately glanced at them. Slakes met his eyes and was a bit startled. Babel came with a murderous aura. He frowned and said, "Who said we were brothers?" He was scared and quickly stuttered, "Sorry for the mistake this time." All three people without an appointment were thinking the same thing, that look could kill us. At that moment, the door opened, Uravis and Axular entered with an announcement, "The representative of the Kingdom of Thran, the outstanding knight, Sir Uravis, the representative of thousands of mercenaries, the giant Axular." The whole hall was immediately excited. "Look, it's really an Axular, just looking at it is enough to feel strong." Can everyone feel the energy emanating from Prince Uravis? Both of them are very strong. Esro Logan and Isto stood aside and mocked, "Why are they doing so much? They don't even represent any empire. The crown only feels sympathy for the representatives from small countries." Slakes reminded, "Remember, even so, you two shouldn't say such bad things about the giant Axular." Tesro Logan smirked contemptuously, "I won't recognize them until I personally fight, whether it's that guy Uravis, Or that guy Joshua. Is there anyone here who has confirmed the rumors about those two guys? No, I personally think these are just fabricated words for others to worship them. What do you think, Babel? Isn't this all a lie? That's why Avalon sent you here. Babel curled his lips. He darkened his face and gritted his teeth angrily and said, I also hope that's the case. Seeing him like that, the two twins couldn't help but be startled. What? At the same time, the announcement sounded, the #1 representative of the Avalon Empire, Mr. Joshua Sanders. From outside, Joshua's figure appeared. Uravis immediately turned back to look. Princess Sona, when she saw him, was also stunned for a few seconds, in the moment he entered. Everyone in the hall was surprised. Even the Logan twins had to exclaim incredulously, is that person Joshua Sanders? Princess Sona exclaimed, the rumors are not too exaggerated, he is young, but I can also feel his strength, no less than Uravis and Axular. Joshua suddenly discovered something. At this moment, he met Babel's gaze. He looked at him with eyes that were half resentful, half unwilling. Joshua looked at him for a few seconds then sighed. He didn't want to say anything, just walked directly past him. Babel immediately darkened his face and pursed his lips. Axular saw him and immediately said, you're late. Joshua smiled and replied, what do you mean, I'm right behind. When there were enough people, the host of the drawing ceremony appeared, a match diagram was pushed up, along with a girl holding a lottery box. The host announced, all delegates, representatives and members of the clans, if possible, please direct your attention here. Now that the time has come, before we divide into groups, please allow me to explain the rules of the event. In this box, there are 21 differently numbered glass balls, representing all the members participating in this year's Master Battle. Everyone's position in the competition will be decided by the number they draw from the box. The rules will be the same as in a tournament, with #1 facing #2, #3 facing person #4, and so on. However, because there were 21 participants, we were left out by one person. The remaining person would go straight to the next round without having to compete. The more important part is, the title of Master will not be awarded based on the result of each battle, even if the battle is still ongoing. If at least half of the 6 Masters agree that the participant that Master is worthy of it, then from that moment on, he or she will be recognized as a Master. In order to ensure the fairness of the event, 3 Masters from 3 empires and 3 Masters from outside sources will help us today. Does anyone have any questions related to the event? As soon as he finished speaking, someone raised their hand. That person was Axular. He wondered, if we won the competition, would the winning reward be the same as last time? The host replied, yes, it would be the same. The winner of the event will receive the right to challenge one of the 12 heroes and 9 stars. Babel was secretly surprised. What right did he have to challenge them? That person is furthermore, the winner of this year's Master Battle, will receive the Nagasan's hammer as a reward. Immediately, the whole hall was in an uproar. What, Nagasan's hammer, really? This really changes everything, even for the better. Uravis thought to himself, the fact that we can receive Nagasan's hammer means that, in essence, the Master of Battle will become Reinhardt's master. Neutral city Reinhardt, a city that doesn't belong to any country. It has enough resources to make most other countries look stupid, and to top it off, it has a prime geographical location. It's in full of elements that most militaristic-minded people desperately desire to have influence over this land. Becoming Reinhardt's master means that even the Swallow Empire can't do anything to us. Things are getting more and more interesting. The host announced, now, we will end the explanation there, and continue with the team drawing. Everyone, please take turns drawing from the box and show us the numbers on the box, each person's glass ball. The girl holding the number box stepped forward to remind, the final team arrangement will be announced once all the balls have been divided. Please line up and wait neatly, groomed. Everyone takes turns drawing lots. First is Sona, sorry. Next, the others also proceed, Axular, Uravis, Babel. Finally, Joshua. When he finished drawing, the host also signaled, to Lord Joshua Sanders, we will close the team drawing. And here is the final bracket for the event. Everyone turned their eyes to the board together. From the matches, each person's name appeared. Finally, the board appeared fully. The president immediately shouted with excitement, look, Team B looks like it's going to be exciting. As the giant Axular, and Prince Uravis of Thran, I needed to see that match. Sona rubbed her chin and said, although Team B is also quite strong, DMA is a competition between two magicians. The fourth magician from the Terra Kingdom, and the seventh magician from the Magic Tower. What the hell, what's wrong with this? Thadarpian Witsoaks, the seventh magician of the Magic Tower, came from behind and said, "All I want is to be placed. If there is a competition between two magicians, there will be trouble." Everyone quickly turned their attention to another match. Wow, the opening match was between the number 1 representative, Joshua, and the Heartland's Babylon Steel Knight of the Red Heart. Asto and Testo stood to the side and kept talking with disdain. There are so many talented people in Avalon, why did they send these idiots here? I'm sure this whole event will be a scene, worth watching. Among the Steel Knights with non-imperial backgrounds, he has been admired countless times for his talent. No matter how much he struggles, there is no way he can win. If the representative of Avalon, one of the 3 empires, lost to a commoner without any lineage, it would be truly humiliating. Look at that. Princess Sona standing next to her couldn't hear anymore, so she spoke up to remind, "Hey, just now you two have been talking so much that it's annoying about the empires, and even the civilians. Aren't you bored? And now the battle is over, the fight hasn't even started yet, who knows what will happen, you won't know until it's over." They didn't pay attention to her words and continued to sarcasm. In some cases, that's not true, just like how you can tell if an apple is ripe or not just by looking at it. Sona smiled faintly and looked at them with disdain. Just as she was about to object, a voice intervened. "Really funny comparison, what?" The speaker was Lilies, the Holy Knight of the Divine Kingdom of Hubalt. She said, "Nothing in this world is that simple, it's all just the social way of thinking and human perception that shapes people's views. We are just about the world." Tessero Logan smirked and said, "You can't even make us laugh." Asto asked, "Is it wrong to call something based on its appearance?" Lilies raised her eyebrows meaningfully and said, "Apples can be green or red, but at different times, they are considered ripe. That's what I mean. Of course, the moment one sets limits for personally, everything is over already, just like what you did to yourself. You cannot win against anyone in this place, not now, and not ever." When those 2 guys heard her say that, they turned angry and scolded, "What, do you think we won't say anything just because you're from the Empire?" The host suddenly interrupted, "The grouping is now complete, the first match of each group will take place in the next 2 days, in the meantime, get ready. At the same time, please report each person's team drawing results to the respective characters. Contestants who arrive late on the day of the event will be deprived of the right to compete, so please pay attention." The 2 twins gritted their teeth. Finally angrily left. "Let's go, no need to listen to useless conversations, we will show you who is right." Lilies replied, "Okay, I'm sure we will see who is right as the right person." Sona looked at her with glowing eyes and silently exclaimed, "She's so cool, she's called the Silver-Eyed Demon Sword, there's a reason, her self-esteem is really high." On the other side, Axular suddenly tapped on Joshua's shoulder and asked, "Hey, have you seen anything?" He asked in bewilderment, "Huh, what exactly are you talking about?" He immediately said, "You didn't even say anything, but you already have allies, and yet you were able to convince those beauties, really impressive." Joshua forced himself to be distracted and looked away. "Oh, sure." Just as he glanced over, he once again met eyes with Babel. But he then turned away. "Joshua, no matter what I do now, I can't get past you, however, the outcome. You'll become a puppet lying there." Outcome. Soon, the first day of the Master Battle has arrived. Fireworks displays filled the sky. "Thank you for waiting, we will officially start the opening ceremony of the Master Battle." The stands below are filled with anticipation to watch the match. "It's finally started, I've been waiting for this day, I wonder who will win this time, don't disappoint me." The host starts the match. "Now, please introduce the representative of the Heart Kingdom." Steel Knight, Lord Babylon. Immediately, the audience exploded into chants, "Long live the Kingdom of Heart! Let those imperialist bastards know our true strength. Confront him, representative of the Avalon Empire. Formidable new recruit, first representative, Lord Joshua Sanders." As soon as you appeared, the cheers were equally loud. "Joshua Sanders, come on, show them that not everyone can be crowned Knight of the Kingdom. Young Baron, show them your age works aren't everything, he's so handsome." One of the 6 masters invited to be the jury of the battle, the master of the Palatine Kingdom, Jinmin, rubbed his chin with excitement and exclaimed, "Is that boy Joshua? He's really famous. Babylon's age is almost twice that of Joshua, I wonder how that kid will overcome the difference in experience. What do you expect from this match?" The master of the Kingdom of Puldran, Haseki shrugged and said, "Isn't it obvious that Babylon has the upper hand with the overwhelming difference in skills and experience?" Sitting next to him, the master of the kingdom of Drea, Irden and his companions. "Honestly, I agree, even if he's considered very good, he's still just a kid. However, considering that he uses a rarely seen spear, do you think it is reasonable to assume that he is hiding something? Could it be that you know something about Joshua's tactics?" When he glanced next to him, Ares' whole body was shaking with excitement. His whole body emitted an aura that made everyone confused. He was now laughing irrationally and thinking, "I can't stand it anymore, I want to jump out immediately and compete with Joshua." The announcer spoke again, signaling the start of the match. "Please give both of our contestants a warm welcome." Having finished speaking, he immediately ran inside. There were only 2 opponents left on the ring, and on all sides were the cheers of spectators. Babylon drew his sword and spoke first. "Unbelievable, yet an Empire Knight chose a spear. These actions were all tricks to attract everyone's attention." "Oh, I understand, we ourselves have times when we want to rebel. Allow me to help you. I will let you make the first move, so do your best. After all, it is the last move, because I will be the winner here." Before he could finish speaking, Joshua held his spear straight forward and rushed in front of him, attacking suddenly. In the blink of an eye, the Babylon quickly raised his sword to block the attack. But Joshua's strength was so strong that it pushed him back, even plowing the ground on the field. He gritted his teeth and tried to block the spear with force. Even the hand holding the sword was shaking. His heart couldn't help but be shocked. What? He just stretched out his hand, and was able to unleash such terrifying power. Is this really the power and pressure of a 15-year-old child? Joshua smiled and asked, "I only stretched out a little, but why are you already having a hard time? Things will happen like this, so why did you let me make the first move, old man?" Babylon was angered by his words. He immediately launched a move, knocked the tip of his spear away, and at the same time jumped up and shouted loudly, "Shut up, you stupid thing, don't think you have the upper hand just because of one thing, that single blow, arrogant guy." But before he could do anything else, once again, the tip of the red spear pointed straight at his face. Babylon quickly leaned forward to avoid it before it crashed into him. When he was able to avoid it, he was secretly pleased. Again, "You stupid thing, who do you think I am?" Receiving this, he quickly rose up, appearing in a position parallel to Joshua, preparing to swing his sword down. But Joshua didn't panic at all, he just smiled. Seeing that, Babylon once again widened her eyes in surprise. "Just saw," Joshua swept around spear. Immediately knocked him away. He was knocked back almost out of the ring. Babylon quickly put his foot down, trying to keep his center of gravity on the ground to break his body and avoid being thrown out of the ring. By the time he stopped, 2 long lines were visible on the ground. Not only that, scratches appeared on his face near his eyes, and blood also slowly dripped down. At this point, Babylon realized his distance from Joshua. He was too far away, too far beyond his strength. Joshua suddenly said, 10 moves, what did you say?" Babylon asked in shock. This ongoing master battle was the perfect place, he said, to show off the spear's greatness. Babylon gritted his teeth and cursed, "This bastard." He once again held the sword tightly in his hand. At this moment, his whole body radiated a powerful blue Marna source, declaring, "I admit, you are stronger than anyone I have ever met. However, I have no intention of becoming your toy. From this moment on, from now on, we will go all out." The aura blade finished speaking, the mana flared out and rolled into a barrier that surrounded his body. The leader of the match began to comment. An incredible amount of Marna had begun to gather at the tip of the sword. Lord Babylon was suddenly in trouble again. It seemed he had decided to end things with Joshua in this. But right now on the field, Joshua smiled slightly and thought, "I don't know who said that, the top guys always consider experience as the only thing." He also immediately raised his spear high, infusing Marna into the tip of the spear. "In the past, I have received many titles. The Murderer of the Battlefield, the Bloodthirsty Murderer, the Warden's Loyal Dog, and the Invincible Spear-Wielding Knight. The spear did not receive a better reputation. Instead, the only thing that continued to grow is my bad reputation. Instead of being lonely, when my love doesn't receive the recognition it deserves, that's what makes me the saddest. However, things are different now. I will show everyone, to the whole world, the truth that there is no weapon more powerful than spears." Thinking, Joshua immediately threw the spear that had stopped its power straight towards Babylon in front. Babylon saw that and immediately turned around and prepared to speak. "I'm very disappointed, but you made such a bad decision. I will show you what will happen when you let go of your weapon, mine." Having said that, he turned his sword. When Joshua's spear rushed forward, he raised his sword to block it. Babylon shouted loudly. After exerting all his strength, a sword arc knocked the spear out, causing it to spin in the air several times and then fly back. Lord Babylon managed to knock back Lord Joshua's spear. Not stopping there, he continued to stomp his feet on the ground, creating ruts to gain momentum. Then he rushed towards Joshua. The guide shouted, "Lord Joshua, he has no weapon, the situation is too dangerous. Will he be defeated by Lord Babylon, and will this be the end of his winning streak?" Babylon rose up and said firmly, "It was over," but in Joshua's hand at that time, the shadow of a tree gradually appeared. The moment he was about to slash the blade down, his spear was firmly held in his hand. He smirked and said, "It's not that easy." Babylon angrily shouted, "Do you think I will just give up? I will surpass you." He pointed his spear at Joshua. At the same time, he also aimed his spear at him. The arena flashed, a thunderous explosion erupted, rocks and dust flew in all directions. The stands were also affected, and people's protective shields immediately activated. On the judge's side, Ari stood up trembling so excitedly, the other judges looked at him with strange eyes. The host standing in a corner was affected by the impact of the two attacks and fell to the ground, but he still enthusiastically commented, "An unbelievable explosion had covered the whole area, in smoke and ruins. Who would be here's the winner? Lord Babylon, who succeeded in his attack, or Lord Joshua, who never allowed any attack to touch him? Once the dust clears, we will see who is still standing." And when the dust cleared, on the field, Joshua still stood strong. Holding a spear in his hand and pointing it at Babylon lying on the ground, he asked if he wanted to continue. Babylon's eyes were still shocked and hesitant. He said unwillingly, "I admit defeat." The result was out. The announcer immediately announced, Lord Babylon had surrendered, victory belonged to Lord Joshua. The audience in the stands stood up and cheered happily. The calls for Joshua were continuously raised. The narrator still follows the rules and asks, "Even though the battle is over, we still need to confirm one thing. I wonder if the judges have anything to say about the representative of the Avalon Empire, whether the leader does Lord Joshua Sanders have the right to be a master?" Judge Geeman was the first to speak. Everything was very clear. Babylon, the Steel Knight, could do nothing and lost the match. "I agree that Joshua Sanders will receive the title of master." After him, others also raised their hands. "I have no other choice but to agree." Judge Arie was still shaking non-stop, his hands hugged his body excitedly thinking, 5 years, I've been waiting for 5 years, bastard, the day Joshua reaches his peak, I can't wait more, that's right, let's go, aren't Onius and Marcus here? Now he is mine, all mine, I will make sure no one else can take him, he is mine. The face when he slowly understood, he will suffer to death and lonely. His face when he tried to scream for help. Then, he immediately raised his hand and made a heart-throbbing pose and shouted, "I agree, Baron Joshua Sanders will receive the title of Master." Everyone rejoiced in joy and kept calling out names, "Joshua, Joshua." The rumors were not exaggerated at all, I believed him. Lugia proudly smiled and said, "Look at you old man, what's so funny about things like this?" Joshua said, "You have to be happy, this is a festival." The Lu family said angrily, "What a joy, all you did was struggle and let my greatness do everything, these naive humans have all been fooled." As he spoke, it emitted an aura of pressure, the people behind saw it and exclaimed in surprise, "Is that the spear that defeated Babylon? What a wonderful spear, I also want a spear like that." Position. When the Lu family heard these words, they became even more arrogant and proud. The lowly people in the world finally realized my greatness. Admirable, truly admirable. Looking at those things, the rays of light shined out. Everyone immediately knelt down and begged, "Is this the aura of a winner? Please let me become a master even if I lose. Please let me become rich." Joshua Wildmong silently asked, "Lugia, what are you doing? Stop now." Suddenly Azelen came up and said, "Congratulations on winning the opening match, Lord Joshua. Now I know you still have such an interesting side, my lord. After the victory you must be in a very good mood." The Lu family exclaimed, "They say that heroes are always surrounded by beauties." Joshua didn't pay attention to what he said, directly took it back and said to Azelen, "You have to stop calling me lord, I'm no longer part of the Onius family." Azelen expressed, "So, how about calling me Baron Sanders?" Just call me Joshua. Right now, the crowd in the back is preparing. The next match has already started. We should continue to cheer for the Emperor. In my country, I received energy from the winner, so now I feel so refreshed." Ellen hesitated and was speechless. Seeing that, Joshua gently placed his hand on her shoulder. He comforted me. "It's okay, we are friends after all." Hearing the two words friend made Ellen confused and stunned for a moment. Joshua asked, "Anyway, why are you going alone? Where is Axular?" Ellen startled and replied, that. He had trouble sleeping because his first opponent was Prince Uravis, and at dawn he left, leaving me alone. Joshua now thought to himself, even before his regression, Uravis would not only become one of the 12 heroes but also part of the 9 stars. Maybe Axular doesn't know the future, but even he will worried because of the radiate that Uravis radiates. And he also possessed another primordial stone, Mama. The power of the dormant core within him began to resonate strongly the moment he saw Uravis. "It was the first time I experienced such a feeling, but I can definitely experience that phenomenon again when I meet Uravis again." Ellen wondered, "Lord, no, Joshua, can I ask you a question?" "Okay, ask." "Do you know anything about the relationship between Axular and Barbariant?" "By Barbariant, do you mean the mercenary king?" As soon as he finished speaking, Axular walked over. "Here you guys are," Joshua laughed and replied, telling the crap to come right away. Axular said, "Because you won this match, maybe you will meet me in the next match." "Not you, are you being too lax, Lord Joshua? Aren't you the one who is being too confident here? Uravis will be very sad to hear you say that. Before the match, who would believe that they would lose? You have to believe that you will win. If you believe, anything can happen." "Anyway, what were you two talking about just now, about the Phoenix thing?" Joshua was surprised. "Phoenix Star, it's over." Ellen nodded, "That's right, but we still have to check something." Ashula was full of interest and raised her hand to gently move her fingers teasingly, so she still hadn't told him about this, because it was personal. "We needed to test the bearer's strength first, now all that remained was the matter." He scanned his whole body again. As soon as he finished speaking, Ellen shouted in panic, "What are you talking about, pervert?" Joshua stood next to him and said, "In that case, come meet me in my room tonight. I'll wait, I'm going to rest first. See you later." Axular and Ellen stood bewildered. He even exclaimed, he was really open. Ellen looked at the machine and replied, "Yes, see you later." A normal evening at a luxury villa. Iodine frowned and said, "Only 15 years old but already so talented. In 5 years, there will be no one in this world who can become Joshua Sanders's opponent." As soon as he finished speaking, Haseki sitting next to him burst into laughter and replied, "A child like that must come from the Avalon Empire." Although Avalon cannot make any move due to the presence of Hubat, and the Empire has been waiting for a long time. But Joshua's presence has changed everything. That demonic war-crazy emperor already owns the strongest chess piece. He is definitely anxious to fight. Sooner or later, the balance will prevail between Avalon, Hubal, and touching the station for a long time may collapse. Gimon finally spoke up, "I agree, there are too many people in this world who want that situation to disappear. The people who scare me the most are those who do not just end up in my own imagination. If anyone tries to destroy the current balance between 3 strong countries, 7 average countries and 2 weak countries, we must stop it at all costs. If its starting point is Joshua Sanders, wouldn't it be better to destroy him?" At this time, Ellen went to Joshua's room, saw her, he immediately said, "You came faster than I thought, come in." Ellen walked in and immediately closed the door. Joshua said, "Hang your coat over there, make yourself at home." Ellen shyly replied, "Oh yes. That's great, I never imagined I would be alone with you like this, Joshua. I want to continue what we didn't talk about earlier." "You mean, our conversation about the relationship between Axular and the barbarian mercenary king?" "That's right, I don't understand why you're living with a mercenary like an Axular. Although people have the stereotype that mercenaries are very free and not forced by rules, in reality, there is no organization as harshly classed as them. Just seeing this mercenary badge, if it was just to prove their mercenary status, there would be no need to divide them into silver or gold. This is their own system to divide them into levels, class based on your skill level. And the barbarian is the leader of all the mercenaries, the mercenary king, right, as if the king of a country is always like that, but the Axular is against the barbarian king. By helping her, the last remnant of Rebrika's bloodline went Cromwell, who joined forces with the mercenary king, destroyed her bloodline. I don't know what relationship she has with Axular, but what I'm sure of that is, if Axular had a good relationship with the mercenary king, he wouldn't have helped her so directly. Ellen admits, yes, Axular hates the mercenary king, he even thinks the mercenary king is distracting all the other mercenaries. It is rumored that the mercenary king has Marquis Karambel's minions surrounding the continent. Marquis Karambel is called the loyal dog of the emperor, and there are rumors that the mercenary king and the emperor have some connection. Covering everything up under the guise of a mission was so suspicious, Joshua understood after hearing it, so that's it. Mercenaries must stay neutral to earn profits, but the mercenary king's actions seem to be the opinion of the entire guild, and Axular doesn't like that. Okay, how can I help? She was surprised. What, he said, didn't you mention this from the beginning for that purpose? I will help, we are friends after all. These words made Ellen pause for a moment. Then she smiled and looked happy. She stroked her hair and looked in another direction. Axular intended to win this master battle and officially challenged the mercenary king to the mercenary king, because he was one of the 12 elites, but seeing him was worried. Like that, I discovered that winning might be quite difficult. Joshua continued, you want me to win and challenge the mercenary king instead? Ellen shook her head in denial. No, it's the opposite. I wanted to warn you that even if Axular loses and you win, you should stay away from the mercenary king. Please, I don't want to lose the people around me anymore, I just want to forget everything and move forward, so please. Unexpectedly, Joshua suddenly hugged Ellen in his arms. He gently comforted her. She must have been very scared. I will take her sincere warning to heart. I guarantee you will never lose anyone again. At this moment, Ellen burst into tears like a child. After a while, her mood gradually stabilized. Joshua asked, can you let me go now? Immediately, Ellen embarrassedly let go of his hand and shouted loudly, you promised, Joshua. Joshua replied, that will wait until I win the master battle, so now let's get back to the main story, shall we? Main story, just saw Joshua slowly taking off his shirt. Ellen blushed and shouted in surprise, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly take off your clothes? Joshua replied, didn't you say you needed to measure and make a phone case? I thought I had to take it off. You don't need to do anything. I'll take care of the rest, so it's all up to you. Just like that, the long opening day of the master battle came to an end. On the 4th day of the master battle, the host excitedly said, for the first time in the history of the master battle, magicians fought magicians. Something people will only see in mainland-level magic battles, 2 great mages fighting right here, at Reinhardt. After speaking, everyone in the audience cheered happily. Theta yawned and exclaimed, it's really troublesome. Hey, man, don't waste your strength making decisions with rock, paper, scissors, these things are too violent. Estello replied, you didn't participate and have no shame, why don't you accept the punishment before humiliating yourself? Theta looked at Estello with arrogant eyes and silently exclaimed, really, can this guy use 4 types of magic at once? This is dangerous. On the other side, Joshua is using summoning magic, the one who sold his soul to the darkness, the owner of the Wolf Fang sword, the king of humans, appears. Immediately, from the magic circle, the demon Ace appeared. He asked, what's wrong? Joshua replied, I have something I need your help with. Say, I have sworn my loyalty to you, I will obey your orders. So let me get this straight, I have sent my allies to the Pontiac territory in the Aden Valley, they should have arrived by now, I need you to go there and support them. On this side, Theta is fighting hard, he uses stone walls to attack his opponent. Immediately, a stone wall appeared in front of him. Suddenly, the wall cracked, the force was so great that Theta was knocked out. He angrily cursed, old man, are you trying to kill me? This is just a competition. Estello snapped, shut up, I've seen people let down their guard, and as a result, they had to pack their bags and return to their country without getting any results. I didn't intend to lose like that. As soon as the words ended, Estello held 2 fireballs in his hands. Then released it high up, creating a fiery eruption towards Theta. Not to be outdone, Theta responded loudly, do you think I'm participating because I want to? He told himself, it's all because of that damn Zero. Then Theta used all his strength to defend. 2 sources of magical energy radiated out, causing the entire arena to shake. The host said excitedly, the power mage of the Silken Kingdom, Lord Estello, had covered the entire arena with an incredibly powerful spell. Could the low mage Lord Theta withstand it, this attack or not? Everyone cheered, "Don't lose, show them what magic can do, Terra magic is the best." Iselin exclaimed, "They are all very impressive, compared to me, they are both on a completely different level." Joshua suddenly appeared from behind and she said, "Don't worry, Iselin, I'm sure you can easily become stronger than them." She was surprised. "Didn't you say you had something to solve?" "I just did it, finished. But I have to say it again, those spells are really great." Right after the Civil War, the prince, in order to appease the nobility, the novice clan ordered the destruction of all traces of magic in the magical kingdom of Terra. Until then, because everyone thought he was I wanted to unify the continent, so they followed orders and burned everything. That was when the top magician, the Astella Force magician, along with the Terra Kingdom, disappeared from history. However, in the end it was the explosive magic circle that you, Astello, created, that killed me. It seemed like fate was playing a cruel joke. Iselin analyzed, something is not quite right, even though he is casting a very strong spell, that person named Theta, but his mana is unstable. "Over here," Theta said confidently in the firelight, "I don't even see you being serious about this anymore." Astello angrily questioned, "Are you still trying to act cool?" The guy in the barrier class pushed the fire aside with a smirk and said, "Instead, I guess you could say that now I have a reason to put a little effort into this." Astello exclaimed in surprise, "You've received my attack and you're still unharmed, a spell like that should have caused you some damage, right?" Theta pointed at the barrier surrounding his body and said, "You saw this thing, right? I created it. How? I call it the Wind Wall." "You are saying that you can resist my attack by using a star wind spell, how is that possible?" "Wind elemental spells usually have no defense, however, my specialty is that, so what should I do? I've found new ways to use my spells, now it's my turn, so keep your eyes open and watch." Astello immediately cast fireball magic, confidently asserting, "You won't be able to block all of my attacks with a skill like that. I will destroy that shield of yours." Theta increases the force of the wind wall to respond, "I wonder if you can do it." Joshua silently exclaimed in surprise, "Wind wall, wall is right, I just realized it." The one wrapped in the wind, he became one with the wind, creating countless legends across the continent. Theta image quickly appeared right in front of Astello. He was frightened, he couldn't believe it. Just like that, he was sent flying away by a Theta attack. Joshua finally recognizes Theta, the first 8th level archmage of the 3rd generation, the traitor to magic. "The battle is over," the match leader announced. Eliminated, after being unable to block Lord Theta's attack, Lord Astello was pushed out of the ring. As a result he lost. The winner is the Lightning Throne of the 7 Warlords Theta. I wonder if Lord Theta, for the first time in this year's Master Battle, can win the title of First Magic Master. Then 4 people stood up. Seeing this, he immediately announced that among the judges, 4 people had chosen, and Lord Theta had received the title of Magic Master. After finishing the deal, Theta raised her hand to wipe away her sweat and glanced at Joshua, exclaiming, "I'm really scared, he's much stronger than I thought." 0, if not for him, 1 star, Joshua. Joshua himself also looked towards him at the same time. Iselin said bewilderedly, "Yet the great Astello's magic has no effect. What is that defensive spell?" Joshua replied. She seemed very surprised. "Of course, I have never seen any of that, something like that." It made me realize that one person's strength has no limits. Joshua smiled and said, "Are you saying there is no limit?" Suddenly he thought again. If I wasn't assassinated and could live longer, then I'm sure the 3rd person to reach level 8 in the 3rd generation would be Iselin. She suddenly reminded, "Be careful, from what I see, the Astella Force mage is almost at level 6. There are also rumors surrounding him, all things considered, that man of 7 magicians named Theta. At least a level 6 master." Joshua expressed, "I think in situations like this I am truly a martial artist, the thought of fighting a level 6 master makes me excited." Having said that, he thought again, "Yet the Mage of the Storm, the great mage Thetarpian Witsoaks, is in a place like this, how interesting. I'm sure he still has a few tricks up his sleeve. I hope if I had a chance to fight him, a battle with a great mage would be a valuable experience." Suddenly, the host announced, "Everyone, if possible, please turn your attention to me. We'll move on to the next match." As soon as the words ended, an extremely large source of energy appeared on the ground, causing the ground to crack and leave deep marks on it. He continued, "This is a very exciting match that I'm sure the whole mainland is looking forward to. Elite Knight, Prince Uravis. And the second great hired soldier. giant warlord Axular. At this time, Axular angrily stepped onto the ring. The host said, "Now the battle is allowed to begin." Below the stands, everyone cheered, "Prince, Prince, Uravis, good luck, you're the hope of all non-royal descendants, show them the title of second in line. Millions of mercenaries are not something to be taken lightly, Axular." Iselin said nervously, "I hope he's not worried, he just needs to do as usual." Joshua reassured, "It will be okay, the Axular I know is not someone who will falter before the match, I know that too, but I can't help but worry." He thought to himself, "I'm worried too, I already know the outcome of this match because in my previous life it was also a notable event, as long as nothing changes, I'm sure that person will win, but know what will happen in this timeline." On the field, Uravis took out his sword and said a word, "Good luck." Axular also took the stance to reply, "You too, no, we're on the battlefield now so I'll speak frankly. Let's skip the boring rituals, right? Don't just because you're my opponent think our rankings are the same, you're only second." Without saying much, they rushed at each other, swords and hands clashing. Uravis used his strength to hold down his sword hand. He said, "You are much stronger than I thought. But what can be done without weapons is limited." But a second later, he looked confused again. He swung his sword into an arc and slashed towards Axular. On the other side, the Axular used his bare hands to disperse the blow he had just unleashed. Uravis asked in shock, "How could you disperse my sword energy?" Axular smiled happily and replied, "It's nothing." "Are you surprised?" Having said that, Axular continued to attack. A direct punch to Uravis's face left him unable to react. One punch straight to the face of Uravis. Just one blow pushed Uravis back. Scratches appeared on his normally healthy face. He gritted his teeth and looked at Axular. He knelt down to regain his balance, then frowned and said, "You look so scheming." Axular replied, "What's wrong with scheming? Maybe knights wouldn't understand. Mercenaries like me don't live off our name but on the money we make." Uravis stabbed his sword into the ground and declared, "So I can't just stand still." The Fire Lord spoke softly, and as he finished speaking, the ground cracked and a stream of lava flowed out below. The power was so great that the ground shook. Even Axular was surprised. "Damn, what happened to the ground?" Uravis swings his sword provocatively, "Why don't you try to survive this move?" A hurricane of fire crept across the earth. The host said excitedly, "The hellfire created by the king of Uravis has caused the surrounding temperature to increase significantly. This giant Axular, can he survive this attack?" Joshua silently exclaimed, "That skill really radiates heat." "That's right, I saw that move in the vision of the battle between the tyrant Amma and King Uravis." When control over the Death Knight was being transferred, it was possible to view the memories of the Demon Duke, stuck in the middle of the lava, helpless to do anything. Lugia stood next to him and whispered, "Why did you give the Death Knight to your ally, even though it can live on its own magic power? But many weaknesses will be exposed when away from the Master, I'm sure you know that. The longer I stay with you, the more I see that you are more stupid than I thought, stupid, really stupid." When Joshua was talking about him, he angrily waved his hand and shouted, "Shut up and stop immediately." Iselin was startled and replied, "Do you think it's too cold? I used cooling magic to dissipate the heat because I was afraid you would feel hot, it's okay." The Lu family provoked again. "What's going on? One side is trying to stay alive, the other side is giving the green light. Go away," he ordered. Then he turned to look at Iselin and explained, I think I'm a bit hot-tempered because the temperature is skyrocketing. Please forgive me." On this side, the war between Axular and Uravis is becoming increasingly tense. Only saw the Axular use one hand to deal with the opponent. Uravis said contemptuously, "I'm not done yet, let's see how long you can last." Axular calmly replied, "You're the only one who thinks so, I won't play cat and mouse with you anymore." Seismic, breaking, hammer hitting the ground or hand. Each large rock on the ground gradually rose higher. Uravis is fearless, he smiled and said, "Do you think such tricks can stop me?" Axular took the opportunity to run and attack. "It's funny, I simply opened the way, you just wait." The host sat down on the ground in fear but still enthusiastically commented, the attack path of King Uravis had been blocked, had been broken by the giant Axular. Even if the temperature was horrifyingly hot, he could still survive, can reach him. Axular raised his fist that had stopped Marna and shouted loudly, "Stop wasting each other's strength and fight hand-to-hand like two men." Seeing the dangerous situation, Uravis quickly raised his sword to block a blow. Then he slashed horizontally again. Axular then somersaulted to avoid it. Then he used his foot to kick Uravis hard, causing him to immediately fall to the ground. Not stopping there, the Axular increased his strength and pinned him on the ground, declaring, "This is the decisive blow, Spirit Hand." Just like that, a punch landed on Uravis' body. Suddenly, Axular's face changed slightly. Uravis appeared unharmed. He seemed to be surrounded by a layer of beauty around his body. Uravis smiled sarcastically and said, "Decisive blow, this is what you think." So disappointed, after that, he immediately counterattacked. He also raised his hand to block the sword. Axular couldn't help but think in surprise, "I'm sure I've done 3 attacks, one of which should have been stronger than the spirit's sword. The sword has enhanced aura, that of a rank knight, how come he was unharmed?" The flow of lava inside Uravis's body was still flowing. Isaline in the stands looked at Joshua. Standing in the position of a magician, "I can't predict for sure who will win in this match. As a participant, what do you think?" Joshua suddenly felt pain. He held his chest and groaned. Isaline saw Joshua's unwell appearance. She panicked and asked, "Are you okay? You don't look very well." "Don't worry, I'm fine." Joshua thought to himself, "Bronto is out of control. Lugia is curious, it hasn't started yet, so what's the matter, Lugia?" Lu replied, "Master, I'm sure you already know, the person you call the king is hiding his true potential." "Yes, I know that. Uravis's skill is not just ordinary fire, but hellfire that can burn everything, an evil fire that even Ducase, who is as strong as the experts, cannot approach." "You are right, that skill originates from the origin stone, lava, which has the characteristic of destruction, and that person, the holder of a origin stone, discovered that he also possessed a origin stone, other." Hearing that, Joshua was surprised. "What?" "The battle on the field is still going on fiercely." Suddenly, Uravis glanced towards Joshua. Making him confused, he thought, "He's looking at me." Lu explained that, to be precise, the lava had felt the energy emitted from the thunder. He wondered, why were the 2 origin stones reacting with each other, the origin stones, once believed to be fragments from the gods. There shouldn't have been many pieces but just one, just one. The arena suddenly appeared a pillar of fire pointing straight up. Axular trembled and thought, "How can mortals radiate energy like this?" It felt like I was facing a god with the ability to control the fiercest volcano. From the pillar of fire, Uravis jumped up and shouted loudly, "I will burn everything you see to ashes." Genocide hell. Axular is not at all subdued. He put all his strength into his hands and responded loudly, "I will face this attack." The 2 of them did not yield to the other, one attacked and the other resisted. Suddenly, Isaline shouted loudly, "Don't lose, old man." These words awakened and encouraged Axular's fighting spirit. At this time, the fire from King Uravis exploded. A fireball rose high, the protective barrier automatically activated. Everyone in the stands exclaimed in surprise. Some aftershocks were still flying everywhere. "Everyone please duck down, Fan, there is a protective barrier, it's okay, we'll be fine. Even the strongest magician on this continent cannot destroy it." But when the fire touched the barrier, they realized the problem. "What is this? It's melting, I avoided it before." At this moment, Axular suddenly burst into laughter. He was now defeated, lying on the ground mocking, "You are a much-praised king, but I can't believe you would involve the audience." Uravis replied, "Don't worry, I've restrained myself so it won't leave too much damage." "Are you holding back? How strong are you?" "I don't even know. You are an interesting person, then you are destined to receive the title of Master. Probably now your target. You are the winner in the battle between masters, right?" "Of course, since the kingdom of Thran was established not long ago I had to win, plus. It's Joshua, Sanders, I've got my eye on you." Uravis looked at Joshua, silently planning something. At this time, in the recovery room, Axular is being treated by everyone. He had a painful look on his face as he lay struggling on the bed. They said that if they couldn't treat his wound, they would have to bring in more monks. Outside, Isaline asked in surprise, "I thought the battle was over, why weren't we allowed in? Lord Axular and I have a close relationship." The guard quickly replied, "I'm sorry, to avoid any problems that may arise, we temporarily prohibit contact between candidates and outsiders, please go back." But Joshua stepped forward and said a few words, "She's with me, do I need to prove my identity anymore? Let us in." He replied tremblingly, "Lord Joshua Sanders, however, we still not allowed to do that. As soon as he finished speaking, Tiger King Ryan accelerated and said loudly, "Let them in, Lord Ryan, what are you doing here?" He said, "I came to the temple because I have some other matters to deal with. Isn't Lord Joshua Sanders a Reinhardt-recognized master? There's no need to worry, if you insist." After that, Iselin immediately rushed in and called out, "Old man! How are you? Do you recognize me?" Axular weakly replied, "Sorry to show you this ugly side." "What do you mean? You fought very bravely." Joshua thought to himself, it seems like after he was directly hit by the extinction hell, divine power couldn't heal him. Even though this is the first time, I need to try using divine magic. Because the magic grows stronger in parallel with its owner, with the power that I currently have. Immediately, Joshua helped. He cast magic, recovering. Unexpectedly, the wounds on Axular's body are gradually recovering. This shocked everyone present. Axular sat up and exclaimed, "What? My body has been completely healed." Iselin was surprised. "How is that possible? How can you use magic?" Joshua calmly replied, "I can only imitate what the monks did. This is also the first time we tried using it, and it can be considered a resounding success." On the other side, when Euravus returned, everyone respectfully greeted him, congratulating him on his victorious return. "My lord, you can finally receive the title of master and continue on to the finals. The only thing left is to win and become the new master of Reinhardt." Euravus replied, "Although I predicted that I would receive the title of master, but winning only one match and going straight to the final round was thanks to luck. Who would have guessed that Mr. Christian, the champion of Hubalt, would withdraw? Come on, I still hope to compete with him. It's unfortunate, but I'll accept it. After all, today's battle was quite refreshing. After facing the giant Axular, I guess I can't underestimate the gossip that civilians often talk about anymore. Even if I don't, he was able to beat me, but he was the first person to lose a battle and still be awarded the title of master. I also have to acknowledge his strength. So, if all the rumors about Joshua are correct, then there is a high possibility that the person who will face me in the finals will not be someone from Theta but Joshua. If that's the case, then I should get to know him a little. Let's go out for a bit." The accompanying knight worriedly said, "Going out alone at this time is very dangerous. Please let us escort you." He reassured, "Don't worry, take advantage of the time I haven't returned yet and rest a bit." At the Reinhardt mansion, Moongate headquarters. When Euravus entered, he immediately took off his cape and expressed, "I never thought it would be located in the middle of the street like this." Zero, sitting in the opposite seat, said, "We have become so famous, don't you think so, Prince Euravus, although normally we would serve you on the top floor. But right now our president is absent, please understand." Euravus replied, "That's even better, you have the information I need." "What information do you need?" "I heard you asked for 1 million gold for information about Joshua. Tell me all the information about him, and I will pay right now." Zero smiled and said, "Sorry, I have to tell you this news, my lord. Lord Joshua Sanders is the only one who possesses the information our organization needs. We don't want to cause any harm to someone like him." Euravus frowned. "You're saying it's better to throw away 1 million gold? Why don't you reveal it?" He explained, "From the beginning the price of that information had already increased. Since last year, the situation has changed a lot. So how much do you want now?" Zero quote, "Information about Lord Joshua Sanders is 100 million gold." On the way back, Euravus looked back and thought to himself, 100 million gold, that's a sky-high price, or maybe he didn't want to reveal any information from the beginning. If Naguyatmon intended to hide information about Joshua Sanders, then that information must be fake. I have no other choice but to find out about him myself. At this time, Zero stood thoughtfully looking outside. Sectmaster Naguyatmon suddenly appeared and asked, he said, "Are you wondering why I ordered you to offer such an sky-high price?" Zero bowed and replied, "I'm just following your orders." "It's okay, I'm also very curious, you know, right now our organization is in dire need of funds." He thought to himself, "It's unfortunate that we missed out on 1 million gold. In the past 5 years, the amount of money that had to be poured into eliminating corrupt elements in the organization to ensure stability was extremely large. Just the price of assassinating the 3 elders is 10 million gold. They are no longer in this world. We can finally have the opportunity to start over, but now we are in an impossible situation, have enough budget to do anything." Moan just continued, "Do you know who the special assassin who killed the 3 elders is?" Zero told me, "I only heard about it, I don't know the details, Master." She glanced back and said, "It was rumored that he was trying to unify all the assassin organizations on the continent." At this moment, Zero couldn't hide his surprise and exclaimed, "What? How could that happen? Gathering assassins who don't trust anyone but themselves, I really can't imagine that scenario." "I don't believe it either. But it seems that Special Assassin has built trust with many colleagues, there is a possibility that it will come true." "Who exactly is that person?" "I don't know, no one knows exactly who that person is, but most people call that person a Kingslayer. The important thing is that the Kingslayer mentioned the name Joshua Sanders." He stammered, "Are you trying to say that the reason for unifying the assassin organizations across the continent is to eliminate Lord Joshua Sanders?" Sect Master Naguyat Moan shook his head, "I'm not sure, but once he becomes their target, we might lose track of the bad chain that only Joshua Sanders knows. That's why we need to make sure that information regarding Joshua Sanders is not revealed to anyone. We have to make sure the Kingslayer doesn't get hold of this information." On the other side, after recovering his health, Axular immediately practiced diligently every day. His body became increasingly stronger. He used a powerful move and exclaimed, "It was amazing, yet he was able to heal me so perfectly. How could he be better at healing than some high-level monks?" "That's it. Lord Iseline, why don't you take advantage of this opportunity to teach Baron Joshua how to use magic? Maybe she will become the continent's first level 8 great magician." Right now, Iseline is distracted. I thought to myself, where have I seen it before? Axular saw this and wondered, "Lord Iseline, what are you thinking so thoughtfully? Don't tell me you miss Baron Joshua." His sudden appearance startled her. She quickly stepped back and shouted, "What the hell, you scared me." Axular leaned over teasingly, because after Baron Joshua disappeared she looked lifeless. "That's too much." Iseline blushed and explained, "It wasn't because of Joshua, it was because of the person I saw in the temple." Called each other by their names. "Who did you see in the temple?" "As someone who looks like a tiger, the event organizers seem to call him Lord Ryan or something." "If you're talking about the person I'm thinking of, do you mean the Tiger King Ryan Gaga, one of the 12 elites?" "That's right, I was wondering where I had heard that name. It turned out to be Tiger King Ryan Gager. Why didn't I think of it? Now I remember." He wondered, how strange, yet she suddenly met him like that. Iseline was bewildered. "Do you mean he came to see Joshua?" He nodded and said, "It is also possible, if Baron Joshua if he wins, he will challenge him to rule Reinhardt." "Why, out of so many people among the 12 elites, did the Tiger King think that Joshua would choose to challenge him?" Axular immediately explained, "The reason is very simple. According to tradition, the winner of the master battle will become the king of Reinhardt. However, it is not easy to win the hearts of the people there. If he can defeat the current king of Reinhardt, the Tiger King, then there is a possibility that the people will recognize his strength. Furthermore, what else? He is the easiest opponent to achieve the title of one of the 12 elites." On the other side, a huge hurricane appeared. Theta smirked and said, "I can't believe you dare to appear in front of me and say such nonsense." "No. No, Joshua Sanders, the murderer." Joshua calmly replied, Theta beyond Tangerine in shock, "I'm just here to warn you, like I said, the current owner of magic, Ian Dunpare, will lose his life in the near future. Evergrant the Ashbolt will soon overthrow the current leader of the Magic Tower, Ian Dunpare, and become the new leader of the tower." Theta shouted angrily, "Shut up, do you think you can mentally attack me in the middle of battle?" He was so strong that I slashed at Joshua. But unexpectedly, Joshua was strangely calm before his attack. Even Theta was frightened. "Just saw an earthquake ring out, causing the whole forest to shake." Theta frowned and said, "You think I would believe that nonsense? You dare say that the first level 7 mage could be killed by an anti-magician in the palace?" Joshua calmly explained, "Intelligence indicated that it was you and the Silk Bank who were aiming for the location of the lightning, and at the same time leading you to encounter me." "Yes, that's correct, but who would have thought the one who saw the truth was you, the one who killed the previous Thunderbolt?" "After realizing it, I tried to track you down, but I was powerless to fail just because you were awarded the Royal Knighthood. The only chance to find you is to go outside of Avalon, like right now, but what does that matter? During my 5 years as a knight, I only investigated the Evergrande. That's when I discovered many clues indicating that he was gathering a rebel named Deet for the purpose of taking over the Magic Tower, including information about the person who is helping him. To be honest, I only know that the guy who pretended to be the leader of the Magic Tower from the Kaiser. I wonder where you got this information, especially the far-fetched story about the traitor in the ranks of the Magic Tower." Theta still stubbornly dismissed it. "Go away, I've had enough of entertaining you with your fairy tales. Forget about the Magic Tower and worry about your body first." I will definitely expose your crimes when the time comes, Fit. Joshua has a condition, believe me or not is up to you, however, if what I said is true, then I have a suggestion. What? I will deal with the Evergrande myself, but in return, I want you to help me become Emperor of the Empire. At Prince Uravis's camp, someone rushed in, the news was urgent. Uravis asked, have you found out information about Baron Joshua? Yes Prince, but I'm not sure if that's the news you need or not. Theta, one of the 7 wizards who missed the semifinals. Over here, the owner of the magic tower Ian Dunpere shouted loudly, that guy, what's wrong with your mind? And why did you fail to force him to surrender? Theta covered her ears and replied with an annoyed look on her face, I know, please, I understand you're angry, but just listen to me. Brando 5 years ago became part of Baron Joshua, and when the old man tried to drag the boy out by force, Baron Joshua had to defend himself, leading to the current situation. So in the end it was just self-defense, Ian exclaimed in surprise, what, 5 years ago? At that time Baron Joshua was just a 10-year-old kid, and you're trying to say that a 10-year-old kid'd fight and defeat lightning? How can I know? That's the truth, but honestly, I don't believe him. But since the old Earthman warned me about the Evergrande and the Magic Tower, I've seen something strange going on, so right now, return to Avalon and clear up something more important than the next battle, responsibility. The Tower Master said, okay, I understand, you have no intention of delving deeper into this matter, if only you could fix that personality, you would be a great magician. Just do what you want and go back to the Magic Tower, I'll make plans to summon the 7 mages, actually I'm planning on traveling and exploring the world, but that's for next time. Whenever I call, it's also to elect a new assistant for the tower leader. What is it? You're planning to do it when the lightning position is vacant, and you're planning on appointing someone. He said, Evergrande the ace, I was thinking of giving him a chance. Hearing this sentence, Theta's face immediately looked surprised. On the 5th floor of the Moongate Guild, the special guest room, Joshua sat on a chair, opposite the Moongate Master. Congratulations on reaching the finals, Baron Joshua Sanders. He replied, not expecting that the president of the Moon Sect personally invited me here. We should have met sooner, forgive me for the delay. I will go straight to the main point and answer all your questions, the events between the Bonju family and the royal family of Avalon. Along with the state of the continent are the things you need to pay attention to the most. Joshua laughed and replied, you already prepared all the information for me, that's impressive. The president of the Moongate expressed, but before that, I think it would be more fair if you paid our service fee first, the promise I made 5 years ago, I'm sure you still remember. Now, please give us the wisdom of the bad luck. Joshua smiled naturally and said, even if I told you the location, the Moongate Association wouldn't be able to do anything, so, are those small coins so important? Silver-eyed demon sword, Aphrodite lilies. Hearing the name, the president was surprised. She sat up straight and said, surprisingly, I've always wondered why you're always praised across the continent, it seems I've found the answer. However, even you cannot see this. Times have changed, and currencies have become much more important than before. The red coin is the symbol of the god Homer, for the people of Hubat, the sheep of the god Hermes, the red coin is considered a holy grail treasure. Within the Hubalt Empire, the people were divided into 2 factions, the Pope faction and the Emperor faction, both of whom were always fighting for control of the Lunar Guild because the guild held all the information across the continent. After a long period of conflict, the papacy won and placed me in this position. However, the relic of order, the divine tears, had disappeared. No, more accurately, it was destroyed. Destroy. And the number 1 suspect is none other than yourself. Joshua was surprised. Don't tell me. With a holy tear relic, from the Temple of Hermes, it shows us that this person is really Baron Joshua Sanders or just a demon. If you still don't believe it, I have no choice but to show you with my own eyes right now. He is neither a member nor a layman, but the wings of the Archangel Michael rest on the ivory, which is that small crystal. Lily replied, the Pope has been looking for a relic that resembles a copper coin, no, resembles a Holy Grail to replace it, so please tell me where it is, where the Holy Grail is. He hesitated, replied, that is. Currently the Holy Grail is in the possession of the Avalon royal family. Lily glared and exclaimed, what, the Avalon royal family? Joshua consoled, don't worry, I'm also trying to get it back here. She sighed, it seems I have no other choice but to trust you. Now then, I ask you for information. I can tell you, but let me clarify first, The information of the Holy Grail is to pay your debt to the guild, you understand, and what follows is our private contract. Okay, I can pay it now. I don't need money, I need something more valuable. Okay, then whatever it is, as long as it's within my ability, anything is fine. Lily smiled, her cheeks turned red and said, so the condition is to marry me. Having finished speaking, she let out a sigh. Then covered his face and mumbled, the Baron didn't give a definitive answer, am I that unattractive? Suddenly, a voice was heard outside, President, we have confirmed that Baron Joshua Sanders has left, can we come in? She called out, good job, come in, you have found it, what's going on with the Pontier family? Zero lifted the curtain and replied, yes, the Pontier family forces are approaching Aden Canyon, the Cromwell family has completely frozen the river. And the mercenary king was leading his army to the center of this place. Even more surprisingly, they successfully froze the Dennis River. Intelligence also reported that they used a scroll of freezing possession magic, listed as a level 7 spell, to affect the Dennis River. Lily was surprised, what, how could a scroll possessing 7th level magic exist? Don't they have to be at least one level above magic to be able to cast that spell on a scroll, so that means they have to be at least 8th level mages, right? Yes, Zero expressed, this is impossible for even the highest level magician, and Ian Dunpuri, the current leader of the Magic Tower, is only a 7th level magician, we believe that it could be A in the last remaining ancient scrolls. Come to think of it, Marquis Cromwell's family dared to use a precious item in a battle like this, it seemed like they were desperate for an overwhelming victory over the Pontier family, it was all just a matter of time. Okay? Lily speculates, it's only a matter of time, I wonder if that will be the case. Suddenly, brilliant fireworks erupted in the sky. Everyone cheered and said, finally, the end of the succession battle, and right here, we will witness the final match, deciding who will be the new king of Reinhardt. Representative of Avalon and youngest Marna user, Baron Joshua Sanders. On the other side is the reincarnation of Magma, the outstanding knight, Prince Uravis. Having finished speaking, Uravis immediately drew his sword and loudly declared war, this battle I will fight with all my might. Joshua excitedly replied, that's exactly what I meant. After that, the two started fighting each other. Prince Uravis, the rightful king of Thran, is one of the great 9 and a born knight. More specifically, he is famous for his special weapon that allows him to connect with elemental energy, primarily with the fire element. A sword is made up of a string with the components tied together to form a chain. In the eastern continent it is called a multiple sword, or golden snake sword. But the most popular is still the red sword. The war between Joshua and Uravis begins to intensify. Uravis shouted arrogantly, you are not the only one who specializes in wide area attacks, this entire arena is within my attack range. Joshua now thought to himself, this is not in Duke Altsmaz's memory, I didn't expect him to take out a secret weapon that I didn't know about, does that mean he is very serious, shouldn't it be an honor for me? While thinking about the situation, Joshua did not notice that Uravis was attacking him. His eyes quickly noticed and successfully dodged the attack. Then he rushed forward with his spear to attack. He thought to himself, Uravis uses this strange sword to attack in directions that are difficult to predict in order to cause chaos in his opponents, on top of that, he is also a natural sword master, quite an opponent, difficult here. Axular stood aside, frowned and said, in this match, I'm sure Baron Joshua will win. I bet everything I have on his victory. Iseline was startled and asked, betting everything? Don't tell me you intend to, Axular replied, the odds of betting on Prince Uravis are 2 to 1. Those odds are only created by the hosts pouring their own money into the game to make the game more attractive, but the odds of betting on 3 Joshua Sanders are 12 to 1, this is my chance to shine. These words shocked Iseline, what the hell? Axular wondered, where are you going? Iseline replied, everyone here is out of their minds. Tell me, I also want to bet, of course I bet all on Mr. Joshua. On this side, Joshua secretly speculated, compared to Uravis in his previous life, he is much weaker, but confronting him now is still very difficult, do I have no other choice? Uravis said arrogantly, this is all your ability, show it like in the rumors and try to satisfy me. I'm really disappointed, it's over Joshua. Take it, hell perish. The hell of destruction will melt everything that touches it, including your spear. At this time, Joshua calmly observed the situation. Uravis silently exclaimed in surprise, could he have avoided it, could he have deflected the fire that had the ability to evaporate his everything? Impossible, Even if he used energy to cover the tip of the spear, can't do it unless he has an attribute stone. Uravis clenched his fists. He thought, I know this feeling. The reason I felt like from the first time I met him, I had finally met a worthy opponent. Uravis shouted loudly, you are just like me, my fire element reacts to your attribute stone. I've never fought someone on the same level as me like this, I can't waste this opportunity, I'm always curious. Joshua confidently replied, to see the highest level of his fire attribute when facing an opponent who also possessed another attribute stone. He laughed loudly and replied, this is the opportunity to surpass my limits. You will never know the true power of the elemental stone and the reason it is called the power of God. I will show you, you see its true power. The host commented with interest. It seemed that Prince Uravis was getting more and more excited about the battle. While we were explaining, the fire began to cover him. Looks like the Lord of Hell. At this time, Uravis began to transform. On his head grew huge horns. The host said, Lord of Hell. Uravis laughed fiercely and warned, be careful, I still can't control it, where is all this power? Joshua smirked and said, it's so arrogant and disrespectful that it seems like I need to use all my strength. You say it's the power of God, I think I can do that too, what? Looking closely, you're not the only one who possesses that power, what? Joshua replied, Prince, you also need to be careful, I can't control all this power yet. Especially when in this excited state. Uravis laughed loudly and replied, it seems you're faster and stronger, but to defeat me that is not enough, in the end, I will still be the winner. Having finished speaking, the two rushed into a crazy fight. Joshua shrugged and replied, you are too arrogant. Game time is over, now I will show you who is stronger. Before Joshua's attack frightened Uravis, this was. Realizing that the situation was not good, he immediately stopped walking. He shouted loudly, the wall of fire stormed. Your attack cannot penetrate this firewall. Uravis was confident in his wall, and Joshua calmly launched his next attack. The battle was extremely fierce and powerful, making everyone worry. The host wore a helmet, frowned and said, a war between gods is beyond imagination, a battle between fire and lightning is taking place before our eyes. Uravis laughed loudly, do you feel it, inside me, the hellfire is constantly urging me to defeat you. Then being able to take away your attribute lightning stone will help me become stronger and stronger, then. Joshua replied, I feel the same way, my stone is also urging me to take over all your power, why don't we make a bet? The loser must give the winner the attribute stone and become the winner's servant. Uravis didn't think much, he confidently said, okay, let's do it. If I defeat you and take your stone, it will give me more power to rule this continent. You will definitely lose this match, I believe you will keep your promise, Joshua Sanders. But Joshua remained calm as usual. At this moment, Joshua thought to himself, people always compare Uravis to the sun, the enemy could not approach him but was also stabbed by his sword and cut into ashes, what a ferocious fire king. However, my spear could still pierce through Uravis, using lightning attribute spear magic that made me an unrivaled knight. Fifth form of spear magic. The final evolution of the first form of lightning strike. With a true lightning strike, Joshua powerfully used his spear to attack Uravis. Seeing that power made him surprised. He thought, I can't see anything, everything is just after images, the air is filled with blood and death. And a spear passed by, like one of the great nine, the one with heavenly blood, arched to Crucifix. It is said that it is the sound of death passing by, now we can feel it. Before that Joshua had blown away Uravis. A loud explosion rang out, earth-shattering. Axular and Iseline were startled and glared after them. Even the host was confused, what just happened? With a quick and unexpected stab, Prince Uravis was knocked out of the ring. This year's winner of the Master Battle is the representative from the Avslan Empire, Baron Joshua Sanders. The surroundings suddenly became dark, Uravis seemed to fall into an unknown void. Where is this? I remember I was still in the battle, ah, I see, I'm unconscious. Looks like I lost. He remembered the moment Joshua with the spear pierced his body, I was definitely not strong enough to resist Joshua's final attack, I failed. Suddenly, a voice rang out again, disappointingly. Confused as to where the voice came from, suddenly the fire elemental stone in his chest bounced. Its heat gradually increased, gradually spreading to every part of his body. Uravis couldn't help but be surprised. What? The magma was activated without his command, it couldn't be stopped, as if all my energy is being drained. His body was in pain as if he had lost control, and from then on, a large spherical flame escaped. Uravis looked at the fireball in surprise and wondered, what was that? From it, the voice came out, we, the primordial elemental stones, never accept defeat. The moment you accept that, you lose possession of us, Uravis. He was still stunned and asked, what, let alone, magma, what did you say? I only saw a savage laugh, followed by a wide-open mouth right in front of him. I'll keep it for myself. As he finished speaking, Uravis and the fire element stone were both swallowed whole by that big mouth. In the dark night, Uravis woke up in panic. He was now lying on the bed, his wounds were bandaged. Due to having a nightmare, he still couldn't regain a stable breathing. It was just a dream. It's so real, I can't feel the magma anymore. What happened? Uravis moved my finger slightly. Suddenly, his eyes focused on the letter on the nightstand next to the bed. He immediately opened it to read. It was the letter that Joshua left behind, as said, I will take the primordial stone of fire element, magma. For me, having a vassal like you is a very overwhelming thing, so, I will give you a favor as a reward. Hope you have a normal day soon, Joshua Sanders from Avalon Empire. After reading the letter, Uravis couldn't help but clench his fists until he trembled. He laughed loudly and shouted, the cunning thief. The next day, at the place where Renegason's hammer was located, the blue-haired man is holding a crown in his hand, next to another person walking side by side. Next, Tiger King Rian also came. This place gathered many of Reinhardt's subjects. Both Iselin and Axular were also present to witness this important moment. Cheers rang out continuously, along with the announcement, Reinhardt's new king, the next page in history, the king of a dynasty, new, Joshua. At the same time, 2 Joshua sounds rang out, and he appeared in a military uniform wearing a white coat. Joshua stopped for a moment. At this moment, all of Reinhardt's courtiers knelt down together to respectfully pray, congratulating him. The winner will become Reinhardt's new king, Joshua Sanders. The coronation ceremony may begin. Joshua interrupted, sorry, I have some work to do right now, skip this step, and just carry out the necessary rituals. The king's assistant and Reinhardt's budget manager, Kangaeta, couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that. The Tiger King was full of sympathy. I was fed up with these cumbersome rituals. Okay, let's stand up, because the king is busy, we will skip the ceremony. Kangaeta immediately protested, no. We have received a lot of pressure from public opinion, that Reinhardt's king is only in name. If we continue to ignore this important ceremony, they will laugh in our faces. Tiger King Ryan felt guilty, don't stare at me while saying that. Joshua stepped forward to face Kangaeta expressing, how disappointing, what? He waved his hand and questioned, since when did Reinhardt have to fear the gossip of public opinion? This is a place where everyone can claim the title of king if they are capable. Where's the infinite pride under the will of Renegason? I have achieved the throne today, by defeating the strongest person of the time. But all I get is hate and suspicion. I refuse to accept this reward. Having said that, he turned around and walked away. Kangaeta saw this and quickly stopped in fear. Please wait a moment, do you mean you are refusing the throne? Please come back, I swear on my honor with the will of Nagasan. My only purpose in life is to serve your wishes. I'm sorry if I made you angry, please think again. Joshua immediately stopped. But he just turned back and said coldly, even when sitting on the throne, I can't do everything alone, that's why I need someone like you by my side. Even if I have to endure people's judgment, we will not abandon our people either. If you only need a puppet king, then why don't you find someone to replace you? Kangaeta was awakened by his look, this look. He really wanted to change Reinhardt for the better, yet he dared to insult a monarch like that. Thinking about it, he quickly knelt down, and along with the others, bowed their heads and begged, allowing me to apologize, my king. Please help us make Reinhardt better, please help us, we are truly sorry. Joshua reminded, don't pay too much attention to traditional things. Kangaeta immediately obeyed, yes, I will try my best to ignore the gossip of public opinion. At this point, Joshua actually turned around, waved his shirt and declared, remember carefully what you promised, in return, I will do my responsibilities well. The new king is me, Joshua Sanders. The authorities have now bowed their heads in submission. The cheers rang out once again, this is the king that Reinhardt needs, oh the new king is here, if it is Joshua Sanders, I believe everything will change. Tiger King Ryan couldn't help but silently admire, it's amazing, He has received full support from the people. It seems like this is the beginning of a new legend. Skip the formalities and get to the point. He spoke up and expressed, allowing me to ask, about the final battle. There is an issue that everyone is very curious about. Joshua smiled and replied, not sure what you want to ask. I'm not sure I will have the answer you want. It's okay, I'm sure you can. He seriously asked, as the champion in the recent battle, you have the right to challenge 12 talented men and 9 stars, my king, who will you choose? Joshua smirked and said, I'm sure you were waiting for good news, but I'm sorry. My chosen opponent is, one of the 12 talented men, the leader of millions of mercenaries, the mercenary king, the barbarian. The name he just said made Iseline stunned and trembling. Even Axular couldn't believe it. At the Pontius family's territory, lightning struck down, illuminating the face of the barbarian mercenary king. He smiled happily and said, what a surprise. How can a common knight be so skilled? What is your name? Barbarian asked, what is your name? Cain was the one who had been confronting him up until now. He had countless wounds on his body, but he still stubbornly replied, I am Cain, a proud knight from the Sanders family. He smiled coldly, Cain, knight from the Sanders family, I will remember your name. Having finished speaking, the barbarian swung the axe with dark red marna covering the blade and jumped up to slash at Cain. He also declared, I, the barbarian, have recognized you. I will remember this name, when you go to your next life. The axe blade was about to strike down on his head, but Cain couldn't move. He could only grit his teeth and watch it prepare to slash down on him. I knew I couldn't fight one of the 12 talented men alone. This was it over. And then, an explosion occurred, shaking the whole area. A loud noise rang out. Fresh blood splashed all over the barbarian's chest. He laughed happily. Meanwhile, Cain struggled to fall backwards. But he didn't fall because he was hit, but right at the moment he thought his life was over, the ace general appeared and pushed him back, blocking one of his attacks. Barbarian asked harshly, what did you say? He held a block of black marna in his hand and replied, I will take this child with me. What? Without giving him time to react to his words, the demon general created a wall of darkness that obscured his vision, taking the opportunity to take Cain away. Barbarian angrily swung his axe and slashed the wall and shouted, I never thought I would meet 2 interesting people in just one day. How can Pontier hide his talent? When the wall of darkness was completely extinguished, there was nothing in front of him, only the ground subsidence caused by the impact just now. Was he gone? He couldn't help but grin with excitement. Okay, just run, it'll be more interesting that way. The Pontier family will perish anyway, it's okay to have a little fun while waiting. At this moment, a loud whistle blew. The barbarian angrily turned his head and shouted, what? Who dares to blow the whistle and retreat without my order? A crimson flag shaped like a hammer Nagasan fluttering appeared. A man on a horse was holding a flag and galloped to announce the news that the messenger from the singing sieve had arrived. The barbarian of the 12 talents, quickly accept the declaration of war from the champion of the master war. Hearing this information, he grinned coldly and asked, does anyone dare to challenge me? Is it a master battle? Don't say Axular. He finally decided to fight. Perfect, I will take this opportunity to kill him. On the other hand, right now, in the office, Icarus was so nervous that he was peeling off his fingernails until they bled. He thought tremblingly, Lord Cain should have been there by now, why hasn't there been any news yet? Could it be that this time the information was leaked? Suddenly a hand gently held the finger that was scratching his skin. Cheryl gently comforted, you look tired, please rest a bit after this meeting. Icarus refused, it's okay, princess, I still can, but you interrupted, I'm just worried, if you also lose consciousness then I don't think I can handle it anymore, so please do it for me. Hearing that, he finally compromised, okay. Cheryl then spoke up and signaled, so now, we will begin the 11th meeting. Count Bill, have you found the communication ball in my father's secret vault? Count Boudou immediately replied, yes, it was found. It was in a place no one expected. If Duke Pontier had not woken up and told me, no one would have found it. Cheryl breathed a sigh of relief, her tired eyes showing black streaks also dilated. Yes, it was truly a miracle. Count Cox reassured, fortunately we now have the means to communicate with the outside. Don't worry too much, princess, I'm sure the Duke will wake up at any moment. If the Duke saw Princess Cheryl right now, he would be very proud. Having said that, he smiled kindly. Cheryl couldn't help but feel moved calling his name, Earl Cox. Count Boudou added, There was news that the mercenary king had escaped. She asked in surprise, "What, did he disappear after coming all the way here, or did he have some other plan?" He explained that the reason for this disappearance was because the champion of the master battle invited him to the Battle of the 12 Talents. The winner was Baron Joshua Sanders, of the Anyus family. Hearing this news, Cheryl was moved to tears. "Joshua!" Icarus suddenly burst out laughing. His eyes sparkled with inner joy. "What a surprise, I thought that he had forgotten about us. Until the day he returns, I will definitely protect everyone here. Just rest assured to do what you want." "What do you want?" At this moment, Baron Arna pushed open the door and angrily said loudly, "Damn countryman, you've ruined everything." Earl Troy saw this and asked, "Baron Arna, what's wrong? Be careful of your behavior." He aggressively raised the item in his hand and said, "I'm sure you will change your mind, after seeing this, Earl of Troy." "What?" "This is the fragment from Kane's sword that the scout team found in the middle of the night. Thanks to that damn nonsense plan of Icarus, it looks like Kane has." Cheryl stood up, her hands trembling towards the fragments and asked, "What do you mean? Where is Mr. Kane now? Why is the sword in this state?" Baron Arna's face darkened. He pulled out his sword and pointed it towards Icarus, affirming, "The princess must know the truth. I told him not to do nonsense, but it was he who pushed Kane into the enemy's siege. Only one reason he's doing this is he's trying to disrupt our strategies from the inside. Surely this is Cromwell's spy. We need to eliminate him immediately." Count Biodo quickly stood up to stop. "Calm down, you are misunderstanding. Sir Kane was not pushed into enemy encirclement, he was sent through the third hidden supply line to find supplies," he countered. "You were wrong, that damned Icarus said, he was sent through the supply line second. He basically left Kane for dead." Biodo was stunned and still couldn't believe it, so he turned back to face Icarus and asked, "What do you mean?" "Icarus has already discussed this issue with me, there must have been some misunderstanding. At this moment, you have been silent for a while and finally spoke up, both were right." "Huh, what is this about?" Icarus admitted that I had given different information about the route Kane took to each person, which made everyone stunned. Cheryl turned around in disbelief and asked, "Icarus, why did you do that?" She didn't pay attention. Count Cox also stood up, seemingly wanting to leave. Baroness Arna raised her head to question, "Princess Cheryl, you still don't understand why?" "Because he is a spy. He wants to win our trust and take this opportunity to destroy us." Icarus suddenly interrupted in a cold voice, "Princess, do you remember what I said? Trust yourself, and only yourself. After a series of events, I am sure that there are spies among us, so I decided to set a trap." In fact, Kane was on the 5th supply route, and if Kane was missing there was only one reason. The person who was informed that Kane would use the 5th route was the spy. Having said that, he asked Earl Cox, who was moving closer to the door, "Wait, where are you going?" "The golden monster of the Empire, Count Cox Lon Vegan." He still refused to admit it, so he turned around and questioned, "You also know about the exact route, Icarus? You're suspicious of my wife? Maybe you're the one who sold Kane out?" Icarus suddenly asked unexpectedly, "Let me ask a question, Earl Cox. There are reports that you went somewhere during the night. May I ask where you went?" He apologetically replied, "I couldn't sleep yesterday, so I went for a walk. Someone must have seen it then. Don't tell me you're doubting me just because of a report like that." Icarus smirked and said, "Did I say yesterday?" At this point, he couldn't help but turn around in surprise. He continued, "There were actually no reports. Are you sure you just went out for a walk?" Baron Arna interrupts, "Earl Cox, Princess Cheryl, don't listen to him, he's just taking advantage of the chaos to cause more trouble for us. Everyone knows how much Earl Cox has contributed to the family. How can a country guy like him understand that he would never do such a thing?" Cheryl also didn't believe it and thought, "Yes, why Cox, there's no reason for him to betray us. Since childhood, he has always been by my side and protected me, he is my greatest friend and teacher. His betrayal, no way." However, Earl Cox's words shattered all her thoughts. "I hope I am still the good person the princess once believed in. But now it's impossible, I'm too tired. Icarus is right, I'm Cromwell's spy, I'm the one who tried to poison Duke Pontius and revealed the information to Cromwell." Cheryl was now in tears, gritting her teeth in denial. "No way, this is a lie, right?" Why, she almost shouted. Cox gave a cold smile and said, "Have you forgotten my title, Golden Monster? This monster will starve to death if it doesn't have enough gold. Do you need any other reason?" Icarus stands up and exposes, "That's not all right, You say you have ties to the Karambel family, well, but a spy doesn't need to reveal his client's name. I'm really curious about the power of the person who controlled you in the dark, to be honest. That's not Marquis Karambel, is it? He did not say anything more about this issue, just glanced through the window and expressed. The Pontier family is the result of my time and effort when I was young. This place is truly special to me. Baron Arna shouted, so why did you betray the clan? Where is your honor and loyalty? What a disgrace. Big Cox immediately sneered, Baron Arna, honor, loyalty, even disgrace, none of that matters if you're not alive. What? The Avalon Empire is the land of the victors. Today will mark the end of the Pontier family, honor and loyalty, all of that will disappear. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole castle suddenly shook violently. Baron Arna and everyone are confused. Count Cox, what have you done? Do you think you can escape from here? Cheryl turned pale and called out, Icarus, look out the window. Outside, everything seemed to explode, light from the fire flashed into the room. Very soon, a large area of land exploded one after another. Everywhere was quickly engulfed in flames, accompanied by debris flying everywhere. At the singing platform, the ceremony to welcome the new king was being performed. Joshua knelt down and bowed his head slightly, while Tiger King Ryan held the crown and placed it on his head, declaring, I give you this crown, from now on you will officially become the king of singing. He replied, I vow to do my best to help this kingdom become more and more prosperous. He expressed, I am sure you will do well, but in the end I am still quite disappointed, although I really wanted to confront you, I did not expect you to choose to be the mercenary king. He laughed and said, in a battle between talented people, there is no need for a reason. Just improvise, don't be too disappointed, the Tiger King exclaimed in surprise, improvise. I like this spirit, you are exactly like me when I was young. I give you this gift as a promise, this is prestigious, rest assured. Joshua received the badge of a tiger holding a sword from him. Then, listening to him tell it again, in my life, I only lost once, and also drew only once, among those two, the one I fought with for 2 days and 2 nights still could not decide the winner or loser. Not one of the 9 stars or any talented hero, but the master of Avalon, so I want you to remember that you can't imagine the image by looking at their faces, don't just focus on being careful of those above, you know, anyone around you can be your enemy. But sometimes, it's also good to seek help from those around you, don't make yourself work too hard. Joshua heard these words and suddenly became thoughtful. He looked down at the badge and muttered, what are the people around? Not knowing what to remember, he suddenly smiled. He went down and said, it seems I forgot to talk to my comrades, I'll leave now, even though I still don't quite understand what you mean, but thank you for the advice. The Tiger King Ryan reminded him, oh also, don't forget to engrave your name on the Nagasan stone stele, the royal tombstone is located at the edge of the altar, you'll see it when you get there. Joshua nodded and replied, I know. At the place where the Nagasan stone stele is located at the edge of the forest, the 3 master battle judges are waiting, he will probably come soon, this is the only chance to deal with Joshua Sanders, stays alert. Haseki said, I know, but even if we deal with Joshua, we still have to continue dealing with the Swallow Kingdom. Windmill frowned, what do you mean? Iredon spoke up to explain, don't you know, after the king of Verona suddenly passed away, it seemed that Grand Duke Lucife was already sitting on the throne. Once those 2 war-crazed people if you become king, the Intercontinental War will break out soon. Windmill then realized the problem, he radiated an oppressive mana and said, damn, why are things getting worse like this, at this rate, we will be forced to solve everything in one go, just once. Suddenly, he noticed that there seemed to be someone in front of him. Count Ariel appeared at some unknown time, with his sword in hand, he slowly approached the 3 of them and announced, I won't give you the satisfaction. The whole group of them couldn't help but be surprised, why are you here, where is Joshua, it seems that Avalon has caught the scent. Ari smiled coldly and said, what do you mean by that, I'm also waiting to face that Joshua. On the other side, Iselin clenched his fists and shouted, I'm so disappointed in you, I told you not to challenge the mercenary king. Axular consoled, calm down Iselin, Baron Joshua, no, the king probably has his own ideas, she replied, I know. I'm sure he has the intention of targeting the Pontier family. Having said that, she pursed her lips, you idiot. The mercenary king is a much scarier monster than we can imagine, and while he is risking his life, I cannot help him. Axular reassured, we can't help anyway, just relax, everything is according to his wishes, aren't you happy?" I knew right away that I could trust him, knowing that, I bet all my assets on him. Who would have thought that one day I would win 36,000 gold, I would be happy to retire at this rate. He hugged the returned bags of gold when the bet rang. "Let's roll, Eileen." At this moment, Lilies came over to say hello. "It's been a while since I saw you, Mr. Axular. Congratulations on becoming a master." Hearing your voice, you immediately turned around. "What wind is blowing the greatest swordswoman on the continent?" "Evil sword demon, Lily's Aphrodite is here," she answered with her hips up. "Can't you just come and receive the reward?" Axular couldn't help but be surprised. "Really, I didn't think an honest person like you would be interested in gambling. I misunderstood you." Lily's asked meaningfully, "Wouldn't it be better for things like honesty to be reserved only for boyfriends?" "Your boyfriend?" Suddenly something flashed in his mind. Axular was startled and said, "Don't say Joshua." Eileen immediately pursed her lips and frowned. She brushed him aside and went up to the front and said, "Who do you think you are to call Joshua your boyfriend? Don't cover your face with gold." Lily's smiled faintly and replied, "I don't understand what you're saying. There's no one on this continent who understands Joshua like me. Who are you?" Eileen was angry but still forced out a smile and replied, "No, I'm Sen Lin. I'm Joshua's best friend." "Oh, my friend, if you don't dare introduce yourself, you must be a commoner, then." "I never heard Joshua say anything about you," Lily's quipped. "You didn't say anything back, so Joshua didn't bother to talk to you. He was busy protecting me. I was always there to help him." "More than anyone else," Eileen insisted. Lily's rummaged for something in his shirt and asked, "So what, above all?" "Is this me?" She took out a sparkling silver card and held it up. Axular gasped. That was a silver ticket. She bet at least 10,000 gold. "Did you bet that much on Joshua?" Lily's proudly boasted, "I bet him 50,000 gold. There is no better date than me. Of course, to spend this much money, I have to trust him a lot, more than anyone." Eileen couldn't help but laugh lightly. From inside her robe she pulled out a bright yellow ticket. Lily's squinted in surprise. "That is..." Axular once again gasped. "Golden ticket." Eileen slammed the ticket on the table in his surprise. "The betting ticket cost more than 100,000 gold to buy." "No, Sen Lin, how could you buy it?" She smirked at Lily's and said, "It's not worth spending 500,000 on a close friend." Lily's also said a little shyly, "There really are golden tickets in this world. This is the first time I've seen it." "What a surprise, looking at you I didn't think you could have 500,000 gold." Eileen said, "If you're curious, leave it alone, I can't say it." In her mind, she thought again, "This is money, I have to pawn a family heirloom to get it. Even if my family fails, I don't want to lose that protection." Lam Vu is a masterpiece created by the great magician, the greatest magician in the kingdom. It can calm the mind, the user's mind, increasing concentration and casting speed significantly. If I didn't put my trust in Joshua, I wouldn't bet on Lam Vu. Sure enough, he didn't betray my trust. I won 6 million gold. With this money, I can redeem Lam Vu and rebuild my homeland, then he and I will. While thinking about the beautiful prospect, Axular suddenly interjected, "What about me?" Eileen was startled. "What does it have to do with you?" When he heard that, he cried and threw a tantrum. "Are you going to leave me out? Am I not your friend?" Lily's burst out laughing. "It's so interesting, I thought I understood Joshua very well. It seems there are still many things I don't know about him. From now on I will get to know him more." Eileen pouted and thought to herself, "Why bother?" Lily's walked towards Axular to discuss. "Mr. Axular, let's get down to business. What's going on?" Her voice suddenly reached his head, telepathically. "I wanted to continue our contract. Sorry for being so abrupt, but this deal will definitely be very beneficial for you, please rest assured." Axular repeated doubtfully, "Is it beneficial for me? I know you are not interested in fame." Even if Barbarian leaves the throne, he is willing to give it to someone else. However, I will not let that happen, once Joshua defeats Barbarian. I want you to become the new mercenary king. If you agree, I accept your wish." At that time, Windmill shook his hands and tried to lean forward to reach for the sword. But Count Airy was faster. He used his foot to stomp on the arm that was trying to reach there. Count Airy suddenly smiled excitedly and said, "Here you are. Forget about the cumbersome formalities, let's have a little privacy. Let's create a great moment together, you and I. Don't let my time be wasted, entertain yourself with me." Joshua. The three masters were neatly dealt with by Count Ariel's sword. Looking at that scene, Joshua couldn't help but exclaim, he single-handedly defeated all three masters with just one move. It can be said that Count Ariel is as strong as a Superman. It's really hard to expect. Count Ariel can't wait any longer. He can't wait to fight. Stop your tricks, Joshua. Come enjoy with me, don't waste this beautiful moment. After finishing speaking, Count Ariel began to show off. Joshua is trying to concentrate to attack. But I also realized that it was too fast and I couldn't keep up with his movements. If I was caught off guard, he would immediately aim at my blind spot and had to stop him. But Joshua is holding up so hard, this is clearly shown in his grimace. Count Ariel sneered contemptuously at Joshua, this is called the butterfly dance. Don't just focus on your eyesight, feel the movements around you and point the spear where your instincts tell you. Joshua was puzzled and asked in return, would the masters in other countries be as crazy as you? If you started an intercontinental war, wouldn't your family have to suffer the consequences? Count Ariel doesn't care. Why waste time worrying about those who will die with the country? Worry about catching up with me first. Still the Count's extremely fast attacks. He continued to say the words just now, you and I are still worried about our bodies. Count Ariel provoked Joshua, he's only human but that's already strong, you seem humble, don't say you're scared. Joshua just smiled faintly, who am I? Joshua quickly regained his spirits, he enthusiastically rushed forward with boundless confidence, suddenly faced with a challenge, I was just a little happy. Earl Ariel saw Joshua fighting harder, so he got a little more excited, that's right, that's right. The Count continued to attack Joshua. The Count still had free time to praise Joshua, great Joshua, I knew you were the best guy, if you win I will tell you an interesting fact. He turned to Joshua's family again. About the real relationship between your father Anus and your mother Lucia. Joshua was a bit shaken upon hearing this. Count Ariel waited for just that, quickly slashed Joshua's body. Count Ariel waited for just that, quickly slashed Joshua's body. It's difficult for Joshua, he's a bit helpless, and Count Ariel doesn't forget to sarcasm, it's too slow. Earlier he rushed in as fast as lightning. Joshua struggled to raise his spear to fight back. While blocking the attack, Joshua was very curious, lying down with the nation, what do you mean, is Avalon plotting to cause intercontinental war? Earl Ariel brushed it off, forget those things, focus on fighting me, I've been waiting for this moment for more than 5 years. He swung his sword again and slashed repeatedly at Joshua. Joshua was startled when he slashed at the Count but he was unharmed. Did he use an afterimage? With the afterimage technique, Count Ariel seemed to be walking around, practicing with Joshua. He followed Joshua. Here, Count Ariel's speed was so great, Joshua just tried to stay focused. Count Ariel seems to dominate Joshua quite a bit. He suddenly shouted loudly, his determined eyes rushing straight towards Joshua. Accompanied by laughter, this may be the last time. Towards Tiger King Ryan, the Tiger King looked at the powerful golden hammer with sadness. This hammer, always looks so majestic, now I'm useless, what should I do in the future? Go to meetings and suggest solutions, if you still don't have any plans, you can still stay here. Went to the rally and wondered, why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to visit our comrades and say goodbye to them? What's going on, an earthquake? Kinkangayata shouted loudly, pointing forward, not looking. Kaikangayata looked at the horrifying scene before him, he couldn't help but be surprised, there was a duel in Wilhelm Forest. It seems like the situation changed at the battle between Count Ariel and Joshua. He had a satisfied face and praised Joshua, honestly I love you so much Joshua Sanders, it's unbelievable the scene hey, I wish we had a little more time. The Count was lying flat on the ground, he was still enjoying himself quite a bit, I wanted to enjoy it more, but it looks like I lost. Joshua said seriously, stop seeing other people as your entertainment, now you have to fulfill your promise, what did you mean just now? Count Ariel slowly got up, he replied, of course I kept my promise. Actually, Count Ariel stood up and said. The Count spoke in a low voice and informed Joshua, from the beginning, the Anus family had no real successor, everything was due to the evil king and Duke Anus standing behind pulling the strings. The Count added, however, only the Duke knows everything, so I wonder why he has not taken any action for the past 20 years, perhaps now the leadership has fallen, is it completely in the king's hands, or is he actually planning something else? Earl Ariel looked at Joshua's expression when he heard these things and was interested, his expression was interesting, I will tell you a shocking truth, in the kingdom there are actually 3 people stronger than me. Count Ariel told the truth, Besides Duke Agnes, there were still 2 people left. The 2 names were about to be revealed when Reinhardt's army arrived. They shouted loudly, protecting King Reinhardt. Count Ariel can't say any more. Well, maybe we don't have time anymore. I'll tell you about my family's side some other time. But the Count also reminded Joshua, but you must remember carefully, be absolutely careful around your father, because compared to the current emperor, your father, the dark demon Avalon, is a million more dangerous. Time. Having said that, the Count quickly left. He also said one more sentence, don't worry about those masters, I have solved all of them. Joshua panicked, what? Wait, the Count still leaves quickly, see you again. Joshua stayed with all the chaos in his head. What did he mean? What was the matter between the Marks King and Duke Agnes really? Could it be that an intercontinental war was about to take place? Right now it's too early, history changes too quickly. Joshua pondered and analyzed the situation. Something was wrong. Could it be that because I went back to the past, fate had changed? If that's really the case, then I probably won't be able to control the situation in the future. In the future too. Seeing that Joshua hadn't said anything, one of Reinhardt's subordinates respectfully spoke up, Your Majesty. This person introduced himself. I would like to introduce myself. I am the first knight, going to Mitrai. Please forgive me for taking the liberty to ask Your Majesty about what just happened. Kangeatu worriedly asked if Your Majesty was injured anywhere. I should have been by your side to ensure your safety. Kangeatu also bowed his head and apologized, it was all my fault, please forgive me. Tiger King Ryan and Dmitri were both surprised by Kangeatu's attitude. They didn't expect him to prioritize worrying about the king's safety over Reinhardt's fate. Still the quick-witted Dmitri, he exclaimed, Kangeatu, the battle signal here is related to the master, you must have known that this would change the nature of things. Dmitri worriedly reminded Kangeatu, the master is a representative of a country, shouldn't we identify them as soon as possible? Kangeatu just calmly stood up and replied to Dmitri, don't you care about His Majesty's words? Dmitri froze, is that so? Kangeatu is serious, repeats loudly, is presumptuous, shows off, useless, drifts away and gets lost in the market. He sternly repeated to Dmitri clearly, what the people out there think of our Reinhardt people, how long must we continue to endure those slanders? The more Kangeatu spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. Isn't it our dream to turn Reinhardt into a self-reliant and independent nation? Your Majesty, Joshua has reignited that fire in our hearts, now it's our turn, we give him fire. Kangeatu has not stopped yet. If we continue to poke our nose into other countries' affairs now, our country will forever sink into darkness. Kangeatu kept talking and Joshua was still very proud of him. Kangeatu continued, to change, we must move forward. Kangeatu eloquently declared, we vow to advance for the kingdom of Reinhardt, not as King Kangeatu, but as Leodgrins, the High Knight of Wilhelm. Dmitri was quite surprised about Kangeatu. During the past 20 years, it was the first time Kangeatu was weighed to reveal his true appearance. Your Majesty has really convinced him. Leodgrins turned to Joshua and asked, Your Majesty, would you please let us go with you? Faced with that sincere feeling, Joshua completely agrees, if you are willing. Receiving that response from Joshua, Leodgrins was extremely excited, Your Majesty. Next, he bravely told the soldiers below, I command you, not as a superior knight but as a brother, from now on, I will be wholeheartedly loyal to Your Majesty. When he finished speaking, the soldiers responded and drew their swords. They raised their swords and swore an oath, swearing to Wilhelm's longevity, they devoted themselves to serving Your Majesty. The spirit of loyalty rose, and the concubines vowed to go with His Majesty to the ends of the earth. Joshua was very satisfied when he witnessed this scene. The scene moves to a story related to Cain. When I was a child, I heard a story about a knight who made a pact with the devil. It was a cruel sword, pushing that knight closer to death. In the end, that knight became immortal, even if his limbs were severed, he could still heal himself. However, that person cannot live in a human body anymore. But became a legendary death spirit knight. The saved Cain is thanking the benefactor, thank you, why did you save me? Altsma replied, I was only following orders from Lord Joshua Sanders. After hearing this, Cain couldn't help but be surprised. What, did he send you here? Cain held his head in disbelief. What's going on? He made a contract with the devil to save us. I heard that when you make a contract with the devil, the soul of the person making the contract will be pushed closer to the door. Damn, he can't. Altsma shouted at Cain, stop talking, there's a big explosion going on in the sky. You're so noisy I can't hear anything. Kane is still very curious, you're still listening even though you're so far away. Okay, what was that explosion? Altsma replied to him, there is a method by which you can use Marna and physicality to read the flow of time and space. However, even a great master cannot determine events at that distance. If we could feel it that far away, if we could feel it, the explosion must have been truly terrible. Kane is worried about everyone at home. Oh no, hope Lady Cheryl and Icarus are safe. Kane is so frustrated and worried. Icarus will take care of it, but the problem is that we have no way to stop the mercenary king. I can't deal with him now. Kane thought for a moment, then suddenly came up with an idea. He expressed to Altsma, sorry, I have something to ask, can you teach me how to read the flow of time and space? A few days later on the dry and scarred Pontier territory. On a wooden carriage that rattled for a long distance. Duke Pontier is still unconscious, Baron Arna said to Cheryl, almost there ma'am. The Baron looked at the rocks ahead and continued, once we get past those rocks, we will have a place to tie our horses. Cheryl gently expressed gratitude, thank you, thanks to you we were able to escape. The Baron dismissed, let's leave the compliments for later, first we have to get out of here safely first. Icarus did not speak, he was analyzing the situation in his mind, something was very strange, it was as if he knew that such a big explosion would happen. Looking at the rolling mountains in front of him, looking at the enveloping darkness, Icarus thought about what could happen, if the enemy was hiding somewhere, then everyone here would be defenseless. There was no way he could do. Karna did not pay attention to this. Icarus surmised, don't say Baron Arna, he. Thinking about it, Icarus spoke up, Baron Arna, I'm sorry for asking you so suddenly, are you sure we can find Mr. Kane's sword? Baron Arna was startled and turned to blame Icarus, if you feel sorry then don't ask, why do you suddenly ask like that in this situation? Icarus continued firmly, this is very important, no matter how tense the battle is, there is no way they will find supply routes that only the main Earl and I know about. No, there was no way they could pick up all the pieces of the sword in such a situation. Baron Arna suddenly became angry and made excuses when he was reminded, you dare to doubt me, if you continue to ask nonsense and delay the evacuation, I will cut the family's throat, you immediately. Icarus came forward to expose Baron Arna, there is something wrong in this matter, he immediately answered me, even if the main count is allowed to talk with the head of the Pontier family, why can't we find is there any evidence that he's planning something? Icarus loudly questioned Arna, if it was the escort group's fault, then why wasn't the leader of that group a suspect? Baron Arna was speechless, stammering with anger, are you trying to die here? Another person in the escort group quickly reminded Icarus, Mr. Icarus, this is not the time to accuse each other, we have to quickly leave here. Icarus affirmed, no, I can guarantee that no one is chasing us, we're all surprised, what do you mean? Icarus is now analyzing, we have escaped the evil threat and have not lost a single life, don't you think it's strange? Baron Arna shouted, because I know the terrain of this place like the back of my hand, I know all the paths to take, making it impossible for the enemy to track me down. Cheryl interrupted, I think what Mr. Icarus said makes a lot of sense, everything is still going smoothly but so far it's been strange. Cheryl was also a little suspicious at this time. When they arrived, Cromwell's assassins were still not present. On the way, there were dozens of opportunities for them to follow and attack us. The Baron is still trying to cover up, I told you, I know the paths where the enemy can't find us, don't worry too much, lady, just follow me. Icarus realizes the danger, I know Baron Arna is lying, there is no way back, is he trying to buy time, look we are in danger. Then, Icarus suddenly shouted loudly, stop hiding, come out quickly. We have nowhere else to run, come out here so we can see who you are. Baron Arna really can't hide it anymore. He started to turn around, your poor language always tries to block my way. Count Beardo of Pontier was a bit surprised, Baron Arna, what do you mean by that? Arna smiled cunningly and said, I was hoping I could see her face full of pain after all my tricks, saying that, he ordered the soldiers hiding, you guys go, so they can see your faces before they die. The three people on Cheryl's side were all stunned. After Arna's command, the knights swooped down to stand in front of Cheryl. Cheryl panicked. She can't believe it, you guys are the third and fourth knights of Pontier, and Baron Glad. Beardo shouted loudly and blamed the knights, are you all crazy, do you dare to betray the family for your own gain, where is your honor as knights? Baron Arna smiled scornfully, the main baron was right, what's the point of dying with a failed family, come with us instead, we Cromwell family will give you all the money the wealth and position you want. Count Birdo angrily drew his sword. He boasted to the remaining soldiers, "Shut up, we would rather die with honor than live with shame, we will fight for the lady to the death." Baron Arna scolded back, "I have had enough of your superiority, if you want that, then die along with the Pontiers." Hirin couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped forward and stopped. "Stop quickly, instead of bloodshed, we will accept your request. Please forgive them, you only need me and my father." Baron Arna smiled with satisfaction, "I will leave no harm behind, my lady, I will have to rip out that Icarus's throat to be satisfied." "Cheryl has to step down, Baron Arna, if you promise not to touch them, I will accept all the Cromwell family's conditions." Icarus remained silent and gave Arna an indignant look. "Faithful Count Birdo still wants to fight, lady, please let us die with glory, we cannot take you away so easily." But Cheryl still insisted, "No, we all know it's over, thank you everyone for protecting my family in the past, now it's my honor to protect everyone, please stop." Baron Arna was also quite impressed by Cheryl's attitude. "Please accept my admiration, miss, but Cheryl doesn't care," she told him, "but you must ensure my safety." Arna promised, "Of course, it is my honor to protect you." He held out his hand to prepare to pull Cheryl away. "Come with me." Cheryl closed her eyes helplessly. She had no other choice, she agreed to show her hand and leave with the Baron. Cheryl's hand is closer to Baron Arna's hand. Birdo and the soldiers stood and watched, heartbroken. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out, "Don't you dare touch the lady!" Baron Arna shouted back, "Who dares?" Kane bravely rushed towards Cheryl and replied firmly and with a bit of humor, "If you sincerely want to know, then I am willing to answer." As soon as Icarus saw Kane, he was extremely happy, the idiot had returned. Kane is very majestic, he appeared very cool, his voice answered in a sharp voice, "I, Kane, the honorary knight, come here to rescue the young lady." Baron Arna is confused, "Why are you here? Your father has already lost." The Baron swung his sword to attack Kane, but Kane easily neutralized it. Baron Arna is a bit sneaky, he's very bitter. Stabbed the tip of the sword straight into the ground. Kane respectfully said to Cheryl, "Please don't worry, I won't let that bastard hurt you." Cheryl was touched, "Mr. Kane, I don't even know how to apologize to you in the afterlife, but you saved my life twice." Kane confidently replied, "Don't cry, lady, making a woman cry is an unforgivable sin, from now on I will completely destroy those evil people." Baron Arna doesn't fit either, he sarcastically replied, "That's interesting, do you think you can win against me?" Arna leads the rebel knights forward, "I will strike down all of you right before your lady's eyes." Icarus was a bit doubtful, "Are you sure? I'm sure there are 3 of us knights of rank A or higher." Kane just gently asked again, "The Baron doesn't believe me, but it's not a joke, I'm serious," Icarus said again. Kane stood up and explained more clearly so that Arna's barons could understand, "I didn't say I would handle it alone." Icarus didn't really understand, "What?" "Hey, Altsma is here, very cool and brave." Kane proudly introduces the appearance of Altsma, "I also brought allies." Baron Arna quarrels with Kane, "Do you really think you two can escape with everyone?" Kane waved his sword and replied cheerfully, "Who said we were running away?" Kane is extremely confident and strong, "The 2 of us will defeat all of you." Baron Arna fought back hard but his mouth was still hard, "You are just a knight from the northern lands that the Empire abandoned, don't try to act noble and talented." Kane looked straight at Arna without saying anything. The Baron's psychological beating is so intense, he wins, "I will show you the Marna training method that a master of the Empire taught me, I will show you the difference between training your mediocrity and my top education." Kane was a bit scared, "What's going on?" His Marna has increased dramatically, what the hell did he learn about Marna training methods? Behind, Altsma is sweeping away all the rebel knights. Baron Arana looked behind him in surprise. After a while Altsma urged Kane, "We have finished dealing with this side, quickly finish everything." Baron Arna now noticed Altsma, he was stunned, what the hell is he, how could he take down all the knights by himself? Kane relaxed and answered Arna, "Oh, about that." Arna wondered, "What's wrong?" Kane continued, "That's Joshua Sanders' second knight." Kane suddenly rushed up and said loudly, "That is the Black Knight of the Black River." Kane dived his sword down, Baron Arna had some difficulty defending. Baron Arna still trying to put on a face, "Keep your mouth shut, whatever he is, I will definitely end your life, you will die by my hands." Kane didn't flinch, just kept advancing to overwhelm him, "If you knew where I came from, You would have researched carefully, but you missed one point, the teacher who taught me how to use my sword. You'll be surprised to know his identity." Cain shouted loudly, "The aura of the blade, Cain's body." Baron Arna is in trouble, he is extremely scared. "What is this sword gas? Don't say it." Cain heroically swung his sword straight at Anus. With just this one sword strike, Baron Arna was lying flat on the ground. Cain had won. Cain seems to want to finish off Arna. "I'm sure now you know who is really strong." Beardo was extremely impressed when he saw that Arna was defeated. It was impressive. It was hard to think that he had two skilled swordsmen like this. Was this the true power behind the youngest master in history, Baron Joshua Sanders? No. But Icarus realized something dangerous might be coming. He shouted to everyone, "Now is not the time to rest like that, we need to hurry and escape. You will never know if there is someone else chasing us." Cheryl is so happy. "Great, can we go to the nearest Po-Rin castle?" Icarus is a bit surprised. Po-Rin castle. Cheryl said the reason for Icarus to rest assured, "The owner of that area is my uncle, I'm sure he will let us in." The sound of horses running fast. Joshua led Reinhardt's army, which was rushing very quickly to some land. Looking at Joshua's running speed, Ryan admired himself. He was just running, but faster than us. It seemed like he was slowing down for us. Was he watching? "Do you care about us? The more you know about him, the more impressed you are." Leodgrins was lost in thought and asked Ryan, "Excuse me, but why are you with us? Why don't you rest in Reinhardt?" Ryan slightly scolded, "Look, we've known each other for so many years, don't be so cold." Ryan added, "Also, do we have any way to infiltrate the Avalon territory? Unlike Joshua, we are outsiders." Leodgrins replied, "Of course not, we just follow the king without thinking anything, chief." Ryan marveled, "Oh really?" Thus, the meeting point had arrived. Joshua looked solemnly at the other person. "Is the Avalon army led by the Count?" "The Count speaks, the king has given us orders. We will escort you on your way home, making sure your every need is taken care of." The Count can continue speaking, "However, I did not know that you would have an escort, especially this many. Please order the unknown personnel to leave." After hearing this, Leodgrins frowned and thought, "I should have guessed this, right? Unfortunately, I need to prepare a diplomatic mission first. I want to be with the king but there is no way." Joshua spoke sharply, "They are my knights." Joshua asked harshly, "What's the problem?" The Count was a bit surprised and he replied, "Is that so? If they are your trusted knights then I definitely have no problem at all." Leodgrins was slightly moved inside. I could feel the weight of his words from that short conversation. The evil knights under Joshua are all extremely grateful for Joshua's feelings for them. "You are truly the king we have been waiting for, O King Joshua Sanders." The scene changes to the Reinhardt Border Mercenary Union headquarters. Axular walked into the headquarters door and asked loudly, "What do you mean the Mercenary King has announced his enlistment order?" Damian replied, "That's what I mean. The location is the southern region of the Kingdom of Avalon, near the Pontier family. 1,000 mercenaries have already left with him." The person next to him advised Damian, "Hey Damian, calm down, we haven't asked Axular what he thinks yet." Axular asked, "If you knew about it, why didn't you report it to me? If I had a chance to express my opinion, I would understand, but why?" Damian replied incredulously, "You must understand what Uncle Barry is planning to do. The Kingdom of Avalon has already promised him titles and lands. He intends to use them to establish a family." Damian continued seriously, "However, Uncle lacks knights to help him accomplish his goals. I'm sure you clearly understand that this is a great opportunity for civilian mercenaries, like we have fame." Damian kept giving reasons. If he could show himself to the uncle and win a position under him, he would not only be sure of a life peaceful, but also have the opportunity to become a noble of the kingdom. It seems like Axular is gradually convinced by Damian's words. This is the truth, anyone who understands will follow the orders of the mercenary king. Unfortunately, but not all mercenaries are like you, Axular. At the same time Aisalin walked in, she guessed, "It seems you already have the answer, Axular." Axular didn't want to compromise so he replied, "Aisalin, what do you mean?" Aisalin spoke clearly, "We will have to intervene to stop the mercenary King Bari. We should target the Pontier family." Scene changes to Cromwell Castle. The head of the Cromwell family was extremely indignant and angrily scolded Baron Arna. "What, have you lost the lady?" He continuously gave Arna heavy slaps. "I trusted you, but you still couldn't do the job." Baron Arna could only stammer and ask for forgiveness. "I'm sorry." He begged the master of Cromwell family, If you give me another chance, I will definitely finish the job." The Duke was mad. "What, another chance?" Arna explained. "That lady is sure now we have arrived at Porin Castle." Baron Arna clasped his hands in supplication while giving convincing arguments. "That lady may think she is safe, but in reality she is trapped in there. If you give me one last chance, I will definitely bring the homeowner and the young lady to you." Duke Cromwell shouted, "Stupid, you dare ask for another chance despite your failure. My son Chog has already arrived at the castle. I don't need you anymore." A mysterious person spoke up. "Why don't you let him go?" The Duke was confused. "What do you mean?" This anonymous person replied, "The guild has ordered the army to join the army, however, it will still take time for the mercenaries to get there." The Duke said again, "My Jagan knights are more than enough to take down Porin Castle," but the saint waved it off. "I think you are underestimating their abilities, you forgot who is there with them." This saint told the Duke clearly, "They have the Fox of House Pontier, Icarus and 2 knights who are at least a level suspect. If we confront the Black Knight of the Black River, we cannot expect not an easy win." The saint stood up and added, "Just because we're afraid of an A-class knight doesn't mean I should give this trash another chance, no matter how stupid and useless you think he is." The saint spoke up for Baron Arna. He was still a class A knight, a valuable resource, and Duke Cromwell scoffed. "What, him?" Arna's side was a bit surprised. "I was hiding it. Could he recognize it just by looking at me? It's surprising. Saints are really different. I can see that they live in a very different world distinctive." The saint walked up to Arna, put his hand on his head and commanded him, "With the title of a rank knight and your troop of 3 knights." This mysterious saint affirms that if we fight alongside our mercenaries, Porin Castle will not last a night. All we need is to buy a little time for our mercenaries to fight. We arrive. The more he speaks with great determination. We will use him as bait. Duke Cromwell is also wary. It seems we will have to prepare for the worst. On the side of Porin Castle, the soldiers led by Chog are attacking frantically, advancing, destroying Pontier. Porin Castle was filled with fire and death. Chog felt satisfied. There is no need to share the glory of destroying such a small castle. I will end everything before reinforcements arrive. The battle is becoming more and more fierce. Porin Castle is facing the risk of destruction. The situation was urgent. Cheryl ordered the soldiers in the castle to cut the rope. Receiving orders from the young lady, the soldiers quickly cut the ropes that bound the knife chain machine. As soon as the rope broke, the long hook immediately shot out towards the small window. Just like that, the chain spear rushed out and whipped away the attacking enemies. The pillar of the rope is still operating smoothly and at a fast speed like the current situation. That chain whipped away quite a few knights who were trying to climb into the castle. The stone-throwing spears found each enemy, making them afraid, like stone-throwing machines, quickly drifting away. They were quickly defeated by the attack of the stone thrower. They scattered and screamed wildly. But then the enemies still tried to find ways to attack, advance, and breach their ramparts. Count Beardo was worried. "We have to stop the siege weapons from getting close to the city gate," but Cheryl stops us. "Let Icarus and Mr. Kane handle it, we have to focus on defending the wall first." On the side of the Jog's army, they gathered together and broke the gate. Then the giant door-breaking pestle came towards the gate of the city of Perilous. The army led by Kane and Icarus was ready to attack inside the gate. Icarus wondered and asked Kane, "Sir Kane, I don't see the Black Knight of Dennis River anywhere, what's going on?" Kane replied, "Oh, he didn't say anything and disappeared. I'm not sure why anymore." Icarus was stunned. "What? He suddenly disappeared?" After a while, the city gate was demolished by the enemy. They rushed up, quickly advanced, destroying the Pontier. Seeing that the opportunity had come, Icarus shouted loudly and ordered, "Right now, to drop the trap." From above, the trap prepared by Icarus is slowly falling straight onto the enemy's heads. They are panicking. "Something is moving on the ceiling, get out of the way." There was no time left, they were all crushed by Icarus's trap. Kane exclaimed in praise, "That's impressive, the trap you set up really stopped them, now it's hard for them to get through." Icarus doesn't think so. "No, I just bought some time for us, must strengthen the test room before the next attack." Suddenly, a mysterious light appeared from the city wall. Cheryl panicked. "What?" She quickly announced that there was an intruder from above the city wall. "Stop him." This guy dived strongly, creating an explosion that knocked several soldiers away. A mysterious knight firmly grasped his sword and gradually emerged from the mist. That guy held the sword tightly in his hand. Cain vaguely guessed the character. Was this feeling a sword aura? The influence of this mysterious character's moves continues to cause widespread explosions. Everyone must have the strength to stand firm. The mysterious person said with a sarcastic tone, "You guys really put on some entertainment." He criticized Cheryl's fighting tools, "But it can't help that I'm about to destroy this place." The person who said this is the Cromwell family's two cunning knights. He even lured everyone to leave the city and become a slave of the Cromwell family. He said the more he boasted, "We will let you live, otherwise the only way is death." Cain angrily led the group of soldiers to rush forward. "Stop talking nonsense, we will never surrender, long live the pontiff." Cromwell's two knights also quickly ordered, "Then go ahead and attack." The two sides roared and charged straight at each other. Cain aggressively swung his sword forward and slashed all the enemy soldiers, disappearing and returning home. Looking around, the left knight recognized Cain. "You must be the rumored knight." After finishing speaking, he fiercely swung his sword and slashed straight at Cain. He's arrogant and seems to have more ability than Cain. He taunts Cain to see if he gets a reputation and gets some food. On one side, the Jhog leisurely sips a glass of wine. He was extremely satisfied and arrogant. "The ramparts have been breached, sooner or later they will lose. I really want to see the despair on Cheryl's face. I don't know if they will obey and bring her back to me." While the Jhog was enjoying himself, one of his soldiers rushed to report. "The Jhog commander, there was a war report. The 3rd Legion had just requested reinforcements after fighting with 100 nameless knights." Jhog doesn't believe it. "What, the 3rd Army has more than 1,000 people, but still wants reinforcements just to deal with 100 soldiers? Leave them alone. If 100 people can't compete, just leave them alone. Tell them to be self-reliant." Below the castle, the soldiers of the Ponti family are extremely loyal. Everyone moves forward strongly, protects the young lady, and defeats the Cromwells. In response to that aura, the right-hand knight was extremely contemptuous, a grasshopper kicking a cart. Count Beardo quickly urged Cheryl, "Go now, lady, we have to escape and hide with the Duke." Cheryl is not willing. "There is no point in hiding now, we must work together to stop them." The right-wing knight gloated, "That's right, now he can hide in the sky." But Count Beardo still tried to pull Cheryl away. The knight saw and called after him, "Now turn here and fight." He wanted to block Cheryl's escape. He fiercely raised his sword and prepared to slash at Cheryl. Beardo quickly changed position and blocked that sword blow for Cheryl. He shouted loudly, "Be careful," and Cheryl was heartbroken and called out, "Count Beardo." The pressure of the attack caused by the knight was too great. Cheryl couldn't stand it and fell down. She weakly got up but had no way to cope. The right knight looked at Cheryl and mocked him, "Don't be sad too soon. Young Master Jhog specifically instructed to capture you alive as a trophy." Cheryl was angry but couldn't do anything to him. But Icarus spoke. He shot an arrow towards the knight and encouraged Cheryl, "Stand up, Lady Cheryl." Icarus's arrow was too easy for the knight to destroy. The arrow was cut in half. Icarus tries to encourage Cheryl, "We won't lose, just hold on. We need to hold out until Lord Joshua Sanders comes, don't give up." The two knights look down on you. "Stupid, you can't turn the tide, no matter who comes to reinforce you, just shut up and die." Cheryl stood up strongly. She held the sword and slashed across her body, hitting the knight's armor. She shouted at him, "Shut up, we will do anything to live well, and we will win." Icarus also jumped to rescue Cheryl, and the knight was a bit surprised by her actions. Of course Cheryl is not his opponent. He kicked her down and scolded her, "I spared her life, but you still dare to fight back." The knight smiled cunningly and said to Cheryl, "I have a great idea. If I keep telling you to die because the sword has no eyes, then it won't matter." He scolded Cheryl, "You still dare to attack me because you know the orders I received. You are so tired of living." The two knights were furious. He swung his sword and rushed towards Cheryl, taking it upon himself. "It's all your fault, go ahead and die." Cheryl closed her eyes, ready to accept death. But like that, there would be no acting space for the main character. At the moment of danger, a large bolt of lightning fell straight down on the two knights. He was bewildered and confused, turning around looking for an answer. Cool Joshua is standing in front of Cheryl, with a tough attitude, ready to fight the two knights. Cheryl was moved to tears and shyly called out, "Joshua." The two knights don't know how strong they are. He rushes forward, "Where the hell did you come from? Anyone who stops me will die." Without needing a sword, Joshua immediately gave the two knights a powerful punch in the beak. No need to guess, It's clear that the two knights were buried and the world was turned upside down. His face was punched and disfigured, his mouth was open and he could no longer shout at anyone. Joshua gently defeated Chog's subordinate. Icarus struggled to raise his head to look at Joshua. And Joshua is now like a strong wall, sweeping away everything. I'm about to go deal with the Chog, I told everyone, good job, I'll be back soon. After finishing speaking, Joshua suddenly disappeared to the Chog's place. On the other side, Cain is still stubbornly fighting the left-wing knight. The two sides appear to be evenly matched, it is unclear which side will win. The left knight boasted, even if he succeeded in defending the castle, as long as this battle lasts, the closer we are to victory, we still have a bunch of reinforcements are on their way here. Cain is bitter, damn it, I don't think I can stop them all, I can't choose to retreat either, if things continue like this, we'll all die. At this moment Joshua appeared, he said to Cain, hey Cain, how long are you going to fight him? Joshua cheer up Cain, hurry up and cut him down. Cain received the cheers and eagerly obeyed, yes sir. Just like that Joshua left. Don't forget to remind Cain, I will wait for you. When the left knight saw Joshua, his eyes were irritated, I don't know where you came from, but your life is mine, kid. Cain heard it and rushed to teach the left knight a lesson, shut up, how dare you speak to him like that in front of me, no matter what you do, you can never touch him, to his realm. Having said that, Cain focused his power on slashing towards the left knight was surprised. What the hell, the blow just now was too heavy, does he still have that much strength? Cain's power is always latent, with just a little boost from Joshua's encouragement, that power will explode violently. All the soldiers were bewildered and didn't understand, what was that explosion, was there a trap? Joshua lurched towards the enemy soldiers, you lure them, I will give you a choice. He continued sternly, if you feel remorse for the massacre that Cromwell initiated then leave, I will allow you to live. Cromwell's soldiers are unreasonable and curse, who do you think you are, don't pay attention to him and attack. Cromwell's soldiers are very motivated, they all rush forward, let's overthrow the castle, for Cromwell's sake. Joshua is angry, if that is your decision. Without saying much, Joshua Sanders brandished his spear. Looking at the surging power at the tip of the spear, Joshua thought to himself, despite the fact that there was no one strong enough to be his opponent after achieving the 5 forms of spear magic, if he did not cultivate if you do it too often, your skills will certainly be lost. Joshua is ready, because the primordial stones were originally one stone, so if I combine the destructive power of magma with the growth power of Rontu. The castle is now gradually collapsing, everything is happening extremely urgently. Joshua still calmly planned, he would use fire created from magma, along with lightning created from rotors to reach another, higher realm. The enemy soldiers are very angry, Joshua has also chosen a technique, magic spear technique, 5 bodies, lightning and harmony. The end of the world for Cromwell soldiers has come, Joshua unleashed his move, and a great thunderstorm fell. The soldiers could only scream but did not have the strength to fight back. All was destroyed at the hands of Joshua. The Chog witnessed everything, he was confused, what is it? With just a few lightning bolts, he wiped out my entire vanguard. Chog is still arrogant, Pontier must have hidden his secret cards, but our army is still abundant, full force, moving forward. But a frightened soldier discovered something strange, Commander Chog, before we do that, it seems like there is something heading towards this side too. Chog is suspicious, what do you mean, where this place has been blocked, who else can? Chog came here a bit cold, he remembered the previous words his soldiers reported, the 3rd Division requested aid after fighting with 100 knights of unknown origin, he was lukewarm, don't say. Joshua's knights led by Liodgrins are moving to attack Chog, Liodgrins shouted, proud knights of Ji and Ham, listen to my call, destroy the enemies in front of you, pave the way for Virtue King. Dmitri is also decisive with his sword, attacking and destroying the enemy. Liodgren's fights also full of courage and bravery, Liodgren swung his attack towards the tower is gradually falling down, crushing the enemy soldiers, the Chog screams in panic, the siege tower is collapsing, get out of the way. Chog is very angry but he is helpless and cannot find a solution. Icarus looked at the Liodgren's knights and was also excited, it seems like those knights are coming here to help us, I can't believe they are fighting back with only that small number of troops, Cheryl admired, really jealous, it must be great to have such trustworthy knights. Not only is Cheryl jealous, Cain is also jealous, don't joke, The only person worthy of standing next to the king is me. Cain rushes towards the enemy group to destroy them to get achievements. Your anonymous class has no right to interfere. Icarus didn't have time to intervene. You idiot, we need to gather first. Go back quickly, you idiot. And of course, in the battle with the left knight, Cain completely won. On the Chog side, he frantically ordered, "Shoot, kill them all." Another soldier reminded him, "But our troops are still there, sir. If we shoot they will die too." The cold-blooded Chog shouted back, "You idiot, our current priority is to reduce the number of enemy troops. We can call for more reinforcements at any time. If you dare to defy orders again, I will slit your throat." But Chog didn't expect Joshua to be here. Joshua greeted him contemptuously, "So you're still like that?" Chog panicked, "What is this?" Joshua confidently told him clearly, "He was just like you. It seems like both of you have met the same fate. Once again, a descendant from the 12 families will die by my hands. Europe is also fate." Chog trembled a bit. Why are you here? You should be in Reinhardt." Joshua calmly replied to him, "You and your clan have crossed the line. I'm here to correct you for that." The Chog is still stubborn. "Wait, I've done nothing wrong other than being a boy of the Cromwell clan. If you kill me, can you stand public opinion? You're not even Duke Onius." Joshua smiled faintly. "Kill? Why should I kill you? Your family lacks wealth. I will let you live, but in return I will take everything away." Grumpy Chog, "Stop talking nonsense. Look around you. Do you think you can defeat these knights alone?" Before he could swallow his words, Cain angrily rushed forward and shouted at Chog, "Who said he was alone? Cain is always by the king's side." Cain angrily declared, "As the knight of Lord Joshua Sanders, I, Lord Cain, will do everything in my power to destroy any enemy who dares to stand in his way." As soon as Chog's soldiers saw Cain, their limbs trembled. "This is the first knight, so it is Cain. I have heard of him. He is the first and only knight of Joshua Sanders. Have you heard the rumors about him? What's the difference between a rank A knight? Even his title sounds cool." The Chog said cheekily with a sarcastic attitude, "A weak knight with the title of number 1, what's there to worry about? We'll make them regret ever daring to come here." Leodgrins just pulled his horse over and scolded you. "You are the one who will regret daring to confront the king." Leodgrins didn't say much. He rushed to clean up Cromwell's soldiers. Cain also did not want to lose. He also aggressively slashed at the soldiers, not forgetting to assert his position. "Look at those nameless knights. I will take care of everything, so if you know the right thing to do, stand still and learn." Ask. Chog is panicking. "It can't be. How could 5,000 troops be destroyed so easily? Am I dreaming?" Joshua assured him, "This is not a dream, accept reality. From now on, you will have to experience things worse than the scariest nightmare in your life." Joshua fixed his hateful eyes on Chog. He called his name in a low voice. Chog shouted at him. Chog was scared and stood still waiting for Joshua's verdict. Chog's subordinates were lying down. Joshua informed him, "The battle is over, you are now my prisoner." Joshua added firmly, "I hope you will enjoy your life without your title. Where you are going, your family's power has no meaning at all." In another faraway place, a forest of dark creatures. Humanity has forgotten. Forget the days when they had to kneel before true power. And forgot the promise they should have kept. A dragon is roaring. On the other side, the harsh sounds of hammers were rushing to repair the citadel. Cheryl ordered the soldiers, "We don't have enough materials anymore. Move the wounded, we have to finish everything before dark, hurry up." Icarus said to Cheryl, "Lady, leave everything here to us, you go inside and take care of Count Pontier." Cheryl wants to work together with everyone. She replied, "I'm fine, my father has you. I'm worried, there are more important issues to deal with here." Suddenly there was a loud sound. The knights were coming. "Quickly open the barrier." This made Cheryl pay attention. As soon as the city gate opened, Joshua's knights proudly returned. In the lead was Joshua and followed by his two powerful arms, Cain and Leodgrins. The soldiers in Porin city watched with open mouths. Perhaps they were surprised that the unknown horsemen were traveling with Joshua. When Cheryl and Icarus met Joshua again, they were a bit surprised, but no one said anything. Then Joshua proactively spoke up, "Because a lot of things have happened recently, so I only now had a chance to say hello properly. I'm really sorry, it's been a while. Things seem to be progressing pretty good." Suddenly a soldier pulled out his sword. Joshua was surprised and didn't understand what he was going to do. And then the soldier took the lead and shouted, "Great God of War, long live the God of War." Seeing this, The other soldiers also shouted in unison, "Long live Baron Joshua Sanders, great leader of Avalon, welcome to Peril Castle." Joshua was grateful for the feelings of the soldiers in Peril Citadel for him. The soldiers still said in unison, "Thank you, great leader, thank you, sir." In the distance, Ryan quietly watched everyone's reaction to Joshua. Ryan was satisfied with himself. Indeed, my eye for people is never wrong, except for him. No one can replace my position. Returning to the recent war, although Cromwell attacked Porin Castle with a force of 5,000 strong troops, they still received a miserable defeat. From the Caltica Palace of the Avalon Empire's royal family, the situation was still being reported to the king. 1,500 soldiers from 2 night squads had died. An earl attentively read every piece of information. Meanwhile, the eldest son of the Cromwell family, Jog, was captured as a prisoner and is being held in the dungeon of Peril Castle. Many A-class knight nobles were also died in battle. The king of Avalon wondered, does the Peril family still have such a powerful military force? How is the situation with the Pontier family? The earl reported to the king, yes, the Pontier family asked for the help of Baron Joshua Sanders along with Gian Ham's knights, and they successfully defeated 5,000 Cromwell soldiers. Marquis Talon was grumpy again. "Your Majesty, this guy dares to borrow troops from abroad to attack and kill the Empire's troops. I'm afraid he is plotting treason. This action is unacceptable. I respectfully ask Your Majesty, please punish that Baron Joshua appropriately." The king remained silent and did not say anything. He turned around and asked Duke Anius, "What do you mean?" King of Avalon brought up Joshua's series of crimes. "Your son attacked Avalon. He not only killed the Empire's most elite forces, but also directly threatened the balance of the country. You see what to do. Let's do it." Duke Anius just bowed his head silently because he didn't know how to handle it. Duke Pi added, "We need to punish him according to the Empire's laws." But Duke Pile was quite alert and proposed to the king, "However, Your Majesty, according to my opinion, we first need to summon him to the palace to ask the whole story." The king found it quite reasonable. After thinking about it, the king said, "If everyone has proposed like that, then I will consider punishing him according to the law for what he has done." But the king of Avalon doesn't have much hatred towards Joshua, he expressed. "The problem is, why don't I hate these types of situations? Besides, I have given the Cromwell family all kinds of favors." The king told everyone clearly, "I'm sure everyone will agree that the Pontier family will have every reason to complain, right?" Before these words, "I'm speechless and can't argue any further." The king continued to speak. Above all, Joshua went to Reinhardt to spread propaganda as well as expand Avalon's influence across the entire continent. The king recognized Joshua, so I on the contrary wanted to make him a marquis when he returned. Duke Anius still listened quietly. The king added, "Along with awarding him a large territory in the south, this decision made me seem very dissatisfied." The marquis objected vehemently, "This reward is too unreasonable, Your Majesty, you cannot do that. I understand that he also deserves a reward, but there are still many other families that deserve it more. I hope people think again." The king angrily shouted down, "Shut up, so you think my decision is wrong? This is it for today and most of all from now on." The king warns that if there is anyone else who dares to interfere in the territorial dispute between the Pontier family and the Cromwell family, I will personally punish that person for making me unhappy. Marquis Talon was very bitter but could not argue. Then, the king called Duke Anius. "Before that, Anius, you stay here for a little while." The king was serious. "We need to talk seriously." Duke Anius also realized the problem, so he silently agreed. On the Pontier family side, Ryan was munching on a large piece of meat. "I ate and drank very satisfactorily. I thought the Pontier family must be so miserable and arrogant. Who would have thought they would be this hospitable? No one would have expected me to be served this attentively. I need to personally met the Earl at Porin Castle and personally thanked him." The member of the Pontier family also warmly replied, "Of course, because Sir Ryan of 12 Talents helped Baron Joshua Sanders, so you are the benefactor who saved our family's life. I'm sure I will definitely report back to you." At the same time, Joshua came over. He corrected the information. It seemed like he had made a mistake. "He didn't help me at all, as you can see, he just had fun and drank." Joshua reminded Ryan, "Don't you think it's time to get some things done? I don't like others using my money like that." Ryan frowned. "Let's get straight to the point. Is this money from the Earl or Lady Cheryl?" Joshua retorted, "Then you pay the entrance fee. If it weren't for me you wouldn't be able to get in here." Ryan is not happy. "It seems like you have blackmailed someone. How much? Joshua calmly. Money alone is not enough. Ryan is in a hurry. No, I just want to pay and end everything here. Joshua proposed to Ryan, actually, I want you to become my notary. Ryan was stunned, bewildered because he couldn't think of this. Joshua didn't wait for Ryan to respond. He continued to tell Ryan, I have also called the mercenary king Uncle Barayan to Porin Castle for a duel between the elites. Since we have people, so we just need to proceed. But we are missing the most important factor, which is the crowd, most of whom must be able to pay to watch. Ryan still sat quietly listening to Joshua's words. However, if we had the mercenary king along with the Lion King here, wouldn't it be easier to attract attention? After hearing that, Ryan was quite satisfied. Okay, I will agree to 2 conditions. Joshua was surprised. 2 conditions. Ryan suggested, first, you must help me in the future, but if you feel my request is unreasonable, you can refuse. The remaining condition is. He said loudly to Joshua, I want you to become my heir, if so then I will become your notary. Joshua felt confused. What do you mean? Do you want me to give up command? On the other hand, at Cromwell Castle, the mercenary king told the head of the Cromwell family that soon 2,000 mercenaries would arrive here. But if the fact that I helped the Cromwell family spreads throughout the country, then the loss in this war will be detrimental to me. He added, not only will it leave a scar on my career, but perhaps it will also be a big disaster in the future. Besides, he encouraged Father Chog, don't worry, I will do my best to contribute, that's why I want you to give me the command of this war. Chog's father grimaced and thought carefully about the suggestion that Uncle Barayan had just mentioned. Uncle Barayan continues to psychologically attack the head of the Cromwell family, see if you can do anything, maybe you're okay with what happened to your son, right? The Marquis gritted his teeth and didn't want to admit it, I don't care what happens to that stupid son of mine, I just don't like the way things are going, can I reverse this situation with my own hands, these hands? The more Cromwell's owner talked, the angrier he became. But then he calmed down and made a decision. He agreed with Uncle Barayan, okay, I will give you command of the army, above all, I will support you from behind. Marquis did not forget to remind Uncle Brian, but you must win, especially that guy Joshua Sanders, you must bring his body to me, I will personally hang him on the main door. Barbarian smiled confidently, of course, I will let him taste the taste of suffering. Uncle Barayan made a strong determination, I will personally send him to hell along with that idiot who dared to challenge me to a duel. Icarus said seriously, it seems you followed my advice and found a notary, I've been curious all this time, so what is your ultimate goal? Joshua replied, I am trying to become emperor. All because I want to solve the remaining problems and protect the people I love. These words surprised Cain. What, are you saying you want to overthrow Avalon? If anyone hears us, they will consider us traitors. Do you think someone is listening to us? He jumped out to look at the door and heard footsteps on the ground, making Icarus look as well, must be speechless. He expressed, however, that there weren't many ways to take the throne if he was another Brity in line, so don't tell me he planned to protect his relatives by sacrificing the lives of others, I will be disappointed in you if that is your intention. There's no need to be so stubborn about the Britian name, that's your plan. Is that so? It seems I now have a new dream, not to become an official of a family, but to become an official of the royal chamber. As soon as he finished speaking, Cain wondered, what are you thinking, and what is a notary for, how can you rise to win the throne, tell me. Without saying much, Joshua took out a wad of money and placed it on the table and said, it seems we will have to talk about that later, Icarus, take this money and use it when necessary. Icarus gasped, where did you get this money? Cain continued, so this is paper money on the continent, I have never seen so much money before my eyes. Joshua smiled and replied, since betting is legal in Rishai, I decided to bet a few times, it seems that the Boti house is not in the best situation, feel free to discuss with Sherland. Before he could finish his sentence, Icarus quickly interrupted, what are you talking about, why would I use this money to invest in war for others, the bourgeois family has a lot of money. We need to use this money to invest in our family after the war is over, we can become the great Sanders family, the greatest in the empire, because we still have time so I think we'll prioritize other things and... No way, how long are you planning to be a baron? Our family is definitely the only family that doesn't have a mansion. We're going to build a super big mansion, we need workers, and decorations and furniture. Recalling the scene where the servant respectfully said, hello, master, how can we help you? Icarus continued, don't you know how much it would cost to do that? If you insist that we use that money to invest in the war, I want you to write a report detailing the reasons for this decision and what the money will be used for. After careful consideration, I will decide whether we should spend that money. Why so detailed? There are more than 100 things. Cain shouted loudly, I see, a way to become emperor without bloodline. An arranged wedding, right? Suddenly, a loud scream came from outside. Soldiers run in panic, urgent, urgent, the enemy is attacking, everyone, prepare to fight. Among them, there was a person who ran to report, Lady, my soldiers are ready. However, we are short of soldiers because of the previous battle. I suggested we surrender the castle and, Cheryl calmly replied, don't worry, with Joshua here, we won't allow this castle fall. Suddenly a voice came, Baron Joshua Sanders opened the castle gate and left for the battlefield. Cheryl was surprised, what? Icarus said, Sir, the difference in strength between Pontier and Cromwell is too great. In this situation, if you leave the castle, the soldiers will lose their advantage. Joshua replied, however, we cannot win just by hiding behind the castle walls, we will confront them head-on. If we succeed, the enemy will lose momentum and our allies will get the advantage. Icarus loudly expressed, such a tactic is only used when we have the upper hand, those approaching us are the enemy's vanguard, this is different from when we confront the ghoul. Joshua smiled and replied, that's why I'm doing this, we have the upper hand. Hearing this, Icarus exclaimed in surprise, what? Only a loud noise made everyone look up. A cane banner was raised with shouting, as the Marquis ordered, surrounding the castle. Enemies attacked the castle. Cain asked in panic, Sir, are you sure we will be okay? As far as I know, that flag represents the 9th Squad that specializes in confronting heroes. Don't you think that Icarus is right and we should go home Star Castle? Joshua transmits instructions, listen carefully, Brother Din. Among those who have crossed the boundary, once you reach a certain level of Marna manipulation, you will receive power on par with sword energy. I'll show you what it is, so take a good look. Cain replied in panic, wait, sir. Only a mysterious stream of smoke was seen spreading out. Joshua shouted orders, right now, prepare the formation against the driver. Joshua stood bravely facing the enemy. He is calm in every situation and smiles mysteriously. At this time, a soldier rushed to attack Joshua. He shouted ferociously, died. Without many words, Joshua sent him to heaven with one blow. In the rear, the commander gave the order to continue the attack. Without panicking, Joshua confidently fought them. He said, it seems like you guys deserve to be called vanguards and Marquis, however, this isn't enough to stop me. I will show you true power, spiritual power. He raised his sword high. Extremely powerful power was emitted, it was a single spear that wiped out the battlefield. For its supporters, it will be the most trustworthy Cain brand. For those who confront it, it will be a Cain spear more destructive than the god of death. Cain exclaimed in surprise, this voice, Icarus continued, he was transmitting his voice to everyone. Joshua said as he fought, this is a war song, a story of a lone warrior who wields a Cain spear. After finishing slashing, Joshua stood tall there. The dramatic person shouts encouragement, don't be discouraged, it's just a trick to scare everyone, keep moving forward. After that, they immediately moved forward together. Cain stood outside watching, his expression tense. I felt energized just by hearing his voice. Is he transmitting Marna through talking? It's hard to think that Marna can be used like that, right? Has he reached the realm of gods? Liudgren standing next to him replied, that's my king, what? As my king, I served him first, Liudgrens replied, I served him more recently, he is the honorary king of Reinhardt. Soldiers in the back cheering, everyone, follow Baron Joshua Sanders. Cain asked confused, Sir Icarus, are you sure we should run out of the castle walls before their forces even arrive? Icarus replied, I'm sure that Lady Cheryl will be able to control them, no there's nothing to worry about. Cheryl on this side aggressively ordered, move forward, Icarus shouted in panic, no, Miss Cheryl stop. Meanwhile, the vanguard lost before reaching the bereaved castle. Cromwell's main force, along with the mercenary king and thousands of mercenaries, as the plains spread out, there is nowhere to hide their soldiers, and we have received reports that there are no signs of magical traps. Cromwell said, it looks like the bereaved castle will be destroyed soon. Barbarian replied, today marks the end of Bontio and Joshua, so feel free to enjoy it. Suddenly there was urgent news, All the vanguards had been defeated by Baron Joshua Sanders. They are using that upper hand to attack us. On this side, with Joshua's power, the enemies were completely defeated. He walked up to the barbarian and smiled and said, "It's nice to meet you, barbarian mercenary king. I finally have the chance to talk to you. I'm the rumored undefeated spear knight, Joshua Sanders." These words caused the barbarian to shut up. Marquis Cromwell looked at him in surprise. Joshua placed the spear firmly on the ground, his fierce expression repeated, "Nice to meet you." Barbarian shouted angrily, "You dare to appear in front of me, you have some courage, don't tell me you came here to ask for a chance to negotiate." Joshua replied confidently, "One of the 12 saints, mercenary king, barbarian, I, Joshua Sanders, challenge you to a holy war." Dad quickly replied, "I refuse, I'm a bit busy right now, I'll definitely see you after I finish work." Suddenly, from behind there was a loud shout, "Hey! Long time no see, mercenary king." Hearing the call, the barbarian immediately turned his head to look. He was surprised by the appearance of the Tiger King Ryan. Barbarian said, "I see, I heard that the Knights of Juhem are currently under the authority of Baron Joshua. You are also secretly helping Pontier. If you appear like this, I can assume that you are represents the Alliance of Freedom Knights." The Free Knight Alliance is a group of knights wandering around the continent. They do not belong to any country, so the only law they follow is the original doctrine of chivalry. Some free knights were accepted because of their talents and were asked to serve in certain countries. The soldiers of the Free Knight Alliance were the previous king of Rishai, Tiger King Ryan Gaga. Ryan glanced at Joshua and expressed, "Don't misunderstand, I have no intention of participating in this war, however, I am here to bear witness to the holy battle." Barbarian wondered, "You mean you came all this way just for something like this? How can I trust you?" Ryan replied in a tense voice, "Something like this, I suggest you be careful with your words. You have ignored the declaration of war by the champion of the Master War. If you want to keep your place among the 12 saints, I recommend that you follow tradition." At this moment, in the barbarian's mind, he thought, "Tiger King, why do you get involved even though you don't benefit from this?" He threatened, "Your damn new tradition." "Okay, fine, if you want, proceed with the battle right here. However, the outcome of the entire battle will decide the fate of this territorial war. The winner will become the ruler of the territory, the land of the Bontio and Cromwell families." As soon as he finished speaking, Cromwell shouted loudly, "Hey, mercenary king, you have no right to decide such a matter." Barbarian replied, "Didn't you say you would give me the right to decide this war? Above all, if we defeat the Bontio family's ultimate weapon, Baron Joshua, then they will definitely fail. There is no other more effective way. However, who says Joshua has the right to make a decision on behalf of the family?" Joshua confidently replied, "I have the right to make that decision, that is, the family crest of Bontio." Everyone started talking. "That's it, what are you talking about?" On the first prince's birthday, Lady Cheryl rejected the prince and took Baron Joshua's hand during the dance party. "Oh yeah, there really is such a thing, since when did they become so close?" Barbarian frowned and said, "Well, that's enough for you to make decisions. Use all the communication spheres to spread the news about the Saints' War. This is where this boring war ends." 2 flags were raised high and flying in the sky. They looked fiercely at Joshua. Cheryl's flag is also flying. On the other side, Cheryl's group had also prepared everything. Cain said, "Now I understand what the king and Cerberus said. You are trying to create a situation like this. If he defeats the mercenary king, this war will end." Ryan accelerated and turned to look at Barbarian and suggested, "Before we officially begin the match between the mercenary king, Barbarian, and the champion of the Master War, Baron Joshua Sanders, allow me to announce a few rules. This battle is up to you. If one side surrenders or is unable to continue fighting, the battle will end." Joshua laughed and replied, "I understand." Barbarian continued, "I know those rules well." Receiving the answer, Ryan loudly declared, "Then, the battle begins." As soon as the words ended, 2 sources of energy radiated out, surprising everyone. Cain said happily, "Just starting to use so much spiritual energy, it's breathtaking." Barbarian laughed loudly and said, "Well, I understand why the vanguard failed, but that wasn't enough to defeat me. Surely you also know that each of your Marna attributes are determined from the moment you were born. Likewise, I'm sure your Ora attribute is not to attack, but to assist allies, a kind of out support. On the other hand, we have an Ora with overwhelming power, an Ora that enhances attack and enhancement, and this has broken the limit of aura and makes us possess a top aura. The aura layer covers. In the face of overwhelming power, your aura support is nothing. Cain stood there worried. Oh my god, his aura was being overwhelmed, how could he defeat such an opponent? Barbarian loudly provoked, I wonder how many of my attacks you can block. You can't avoid it, die, Joshua Sanders. Joshua calmly observed the current situation. He used his spear to stab him directly. A flash of light and a violent vibrating sound. Icarus was sent flying away, Cain said in fear. The surrounding area was destroyed with just one blow. The soldiers quickly ran to surround Cromwell and shouted, protecting Marquis Cromwell, setting up shields to protect him. Cromwell looked confused and looked after him. Suddenly something rushed towards him at incredible speed. A cracked axe landed next to him. This made Cromwell scared. Saw the axe broken in half. He trembled and said, don't say that. I saw that the barbarian's head had fallen to the ground, his body kneeling on the ground. Joshua stood not far away, looking at the results of his victory. Cheryl and Chrome Neo frowned in surprise at this battle. The soldiers cheered, he defeated the mercenary king in one blow, we won. The invaded lands and Cromwell family's territory are ours. Cromwell shouted angrily and shut up. Do you think this battle will end the war? This territorial war has nothing to do with the Saint War. This war for territory is between the Bonteo family and the Cromwell family and the Avalon Empire. From the beginning Joshua Sanders had no right to make decisions, this is a violation of imperial law. Already, all, take up your swords, we will destroy the enemy before us. With only a few hundred people, we have the advantage in numbers. Fighting for the family's honor and prosperity, the soldiers discussed in confusion, it seemed like the Marquis's family's army wanted to challenge them. We also have to fight, right? Wait, the mercenary king has been defeated, so why fight? Cromwell shouted fiercely, the mercenary king's reward is still valid, if you help me, the reward will be yours. Isn't that what you dreamed of, escaping your civilian status, have a title and live a luxurious life? Faced with the temptation of gold and silver, they cannot resist. They pulled out their swords. They shouted and rushed forward, for the life we desire. Cain was frightened, they still dare to attack, it seems they want to fight to the end. Kankangeatu replied, the knights of Juham prepare for battle, immediately execute all those who oppose the king. Joshua calmly said, Marquis Cromwell, I can't believe you did this. I feel sorry for doing this to the Axular, but I'm sure the mercenaries will take the hit. Without saying much, Joshua immediately used his ice spear to block their attack. Making the enemy afraid, is that a third-level magic? Axular appeared and said, as the new commander of the mercenaries, from now on, all contracts between the mercenary king and the Cromwell family are null and void. All mercenaries, retreat. Listen up all mercenaries, the era of the barbarian, the king of mercenaries, is over. According to the rules of the mercenary guild, the sole owner of the diamond seal other than the mercenary king, I, the Axular leader, will lead the mercenaries from now on. I will restore order in the mercenary guild and restore our old traditions, starting from this moment, withdraw from the war and return to the mercenary guild. Cromwell shouted loudly and interrupted, stop it, who do you think you are to come here and announce the end of our agreement? Do you know what you are doing? The condition to terminate the agreement is the compensation fee, usually 5 times the original agreed amount. That has nothing to do with the wishes of the mercenary guild. If you want compensation, go negotiate with the dead mercenary king. What are you waiting for, knight? Attack that guy now, make sure he never dares to joke with us again. Iselin appeared panicked and shouted, everyone, stop. The war is over, we don't need to point our swords at each other anymore. Cromwell said defiantly, don't joke, there is no such thing as a great person, how dare you hide behind an unknown magician, I really want to see how you try to lead the mercenaries. Iselin angrily thought to himself, didn't he recognize me, after taking everything from me, he even issued a wanted notice that forced me to live in hiding. Marquis Cromwell, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. Suddenly, Joshua stood in front of Iselin to protect him. She called out in surprise, Joshua, he smiled and replied, thank you for stopping the mercenaries, Iselin. I will continue from here. I advise you to surrender, Marquis Cromwell, he stubbornly replied, don't joke with me, even if there is no mercenary king, we are still stronger than you. Joshua calmly replied, do you really think so? I'm sure all of you don't know if there's any way you can beat me. Don't sacrifice the lives of innocent knights for the pride of the Marquis family." Hearing these words, all the soldiers gradually relaxed their weapons. Cromwell shouted in panic, "What are you doing? Pick up your swords, anyone who disobeys my orders will experience martial law." Joshua calls, "Marquis Cromwell, for you cannot put down your pride. I can make a suggestion. If you want me to release your son, let's make a deal. At the very least, don't you want an excuse to escape this territorial war intact without harming your reputation? Do you think I will agree to that? No matter what, it will leave a stain on my family's reputation. Don't you think that would be better, death? Do you want me to send you off with the barbarian?" These words made Cromwell tremble in fear. He wondered, "What do you want?" Joshua replied, "First, return the land you stole from the Bontaoi family before the war, then, pay them 1,000,000 gold coins as compensation. To make sure you keep your word, I ask you to fulfill your promise as a noble before the emperor." Cromwell bitterly thought to himself, "Damn, if he wants 1,000,000 gold coins, it's like asking me to become their slave, but if he wants to live, he has no other choice." After thinking for a while, he replied, "I understand. As the head of the Cromwell family, Adjun Cromwell, I swear my honor in the name of Emperor Marcus van Britain. Will keep my promise." At this moment, Iselin and Axular both smiled at this result. Cromwell loudly ordered everyone to step back and return immediately. Hearing the order, they immediately set out to return. Cain was surprised. This sound, Icarus replied, was the siren signaling the Cromwell family's retreat. "Does that mean the war is really over?" Everyone cheers happily. "It's finally over, we won." Cromwell silently thought to himself, "Just wait, Joshua, do you really think I will keep my oath like that? With my power and influence, I can make everything that just happened seem like it didn't exist. I will make you regret letting me go like that. I will destroy everything." Suddenly, Joshua called Marquis Cromwell. "Wait a minute," he replied viciously, "what's wrong? Don't tell me you want another condition." "That's not it. I forgot to remind you that everything here has been passed down to the royal family. Since every noble family is watching this, I advise you to make a wise choice." Cromwell shouted in surprise, "What, Joshua, you bastard? How come? All events are monitored by the heads of large families." Marcus raised his hand to stroke his beard and exclaimed, "Very interesting. I know he won't disappoint me. I have to reward him handsomely when he comes back." The war is over, everyone shoots fireworks to celebrate. At Peril Castle, Iselin is enjoying her happiest moment. People were talking around, "That person, I heard they were from a family of 4 generations of magicians. Is that how she stopped all the mercenaries? That's amazing. Not just skills, well, she's beautiful, she owns everything." Cheryl walked over and gently called, "Iselin. It's good to see you like this again." Iselin replied, "Thank you for inviting me to the castle, Lady Cheryl." On the other side, Cain spoke happily, with just a quick slash on the battlefield. "I will make our war song as great as our masters. I will surely spread it throughout the continent and make everyone sing it for me." Kinkangayata laughed and replied, "It's really unlucky, but I think it's a big goal for you." "What?" "Look, I'm the first to serve you, Lord's first knight, Cain. Even Master's father recognizes me as a genius." "What, you mean the king's father and Avalon's knight minister Ducanius? If he recognized your skills, then I also have to admire you. Now you guys understand my value. Perfect, let me teach you everything." "Teach us, what do you mean?" Codename, Knight of the Golden Heart. Knights of Gold, Knights under the Lord, our goal is to become greater than the legendary 7 Knights of Avalon. Kinkangayatu replied, "I agree in becoming the greatest knight of Avalon, of the continent. Come with me, for our new goal, for the greatest knights of the continent, the Knight's Golden Heart." Icarus silently exclaimed, "It seems they are gradually liking each other, so that's good." At the same time, Joshua came to see him. Everyone stood up in surprise. "Lord, where are you going tonight? I thought you were resting." "Master, let me follow you, my king, then we go together." Joshua replied, "Don't worry, anyway I have something to do near you, Cain. I need you to go to the Bodio Castle in Iden Alley at noon." Cain was surprised. Hadn't the castle there burned down? Why? Icarus explained, he was thinking about eliminating the traitors, starting with the Count's bones. It was possible they died in the fire, so that was the best place to hide bodies. It seemed that they had planned to kill them before they had a chance to restore power. Also, Kankangayatu and Ashion, "Yes master, Please give orders. I want you two to lead the knights of the dungeon and return to Reinhardt. Kankangeyata wondered, Reinhardt? Isn't everyone's alley black? Can I ask why? Icarus explains, it's because the coward is in danger. Kankangeyata to be surprised, what? The news that the knights of the world are in Avalon, not to be shy, will quickly spread throughout the empire. If so, other forces will see this as an opportunity to attack Reinhardt. Wait, does that mean the Emperor of Avalon is ignoring the fact that we're here right now? Is it true that the person behind the mercenary king and Marquis Cromwell is the Emperor? Icarus replied, yes, it is very likely that Emperor Marcus will take advantage of this opportunity to control Ritem, because the champion of the Master War also comes from his empire. Surely he will know this is perfect opportunity. Damn it, if anything happens to Reinhardt, this is my fault, to think that I would make such a big mistake. Icarus quickly consoled, don't worry, soon, we won't need to worry about that anymore. Depending on the decision the Lord makes, the situation can change across the entire continent, a new wave will sweep with us at the center. The fate of this continent lies in the hands of our Lord, that's why I want to know, what decision will he make? Joshua confidently replied, I will tell you, my destiny is my choice. I just saw Joshua mumbling and chanting something, making everyone present there surprised. They stared with bewildered expressions and exclaimed, what? The two of them walked together to the front door of the room. Cain shrugged and wondered, I don't know why he made that decision. Icarus said, no matter what the reason is, I will follow orders, his. But before that, we have to pay attention to the task at hand. Having said that, he raised his hand to knock on the door. The person inside replied, yes, please come in. Inside the room, Cheryl sat at the desk and looked at the two of you and asked, what's so sudden that you two have to come and discuss it with me right away? Icarus bowed to express, first of all, please allow me to express my most sincere gratitude to Miss Cheryl, for agreeing to let us meet. Cain stepped forward to interject, the king ordered us to take care of the bones and other traitors today, but because this event is related to the Pontier family, we decided I should go ask the lady's opinion first. Cheryl's face darkened slightly. After thinking quietly for a while, she decided to get up from her seat. Walking up to the two people, he firmly said, then take good care of them. Traitors do not deserve mercy, because innocent people have been harmed by them. And for the revival of the Pontier family. Even though I don't have any authority, I respectfully ask that you two, Cheryl, sincerely bow your heads. Cain and Icarus forced a smile and looked at each other confused. After that, without an appointment, the two of them did a high five in front of their chest in unison, leaving us to worry. Suddenly something flashed in Cain's head. He asked, oh, I forgot. That sign you left for our king when you were a child, is it really considered a betrothal agreement? Icarus gently reminded, Mr. Cain, it's rude to ask, he expressed, but Mr. Icarus is also curious. He immediately objected, I'm curious, okay, now is not the right time to ask sentences like that. Cheryl looked at the two of them arguing like that and burst out laughing. The two of them really matched each other. They both jumped up. She explained, actually, the sign I gave Joshua when I was little was because I wanted to attract his attention. Back then he just ignored me. But really, I don't know my own feelings anymore. I want him to pay attention to me because I like him, or it's just simple admiration. Do you understand this feeling? Sometimes I feel like he is like a god. Cain immediately laughed out loud in agreement. That's right, it's not like the king is called the god of battle for nothing. Icarus angrily stabbed him in the stomach with his elbow, knowing his fate a bit. Cheryl walked towards the door, but most of all, I think now is not the right time to think about love or marriage. It will be very busy in the near future. Let's go take care of the traitors, Icarus asked in surprise, will the young lady go too? She darkened her face and coldly replied, of course, I want to witness their last moments. On the other hand this time, at the barbarian's tombstone. Joshua was standing in front, staring intently at the stele. Lugia's voice rang out, prepare, concentrate, okay. He then closed his eyes, raised his hand. The whole person radiated a magical aura. Lugia controlled his body, began to cast summoning magic, O fallen Night King, O 9,000 evil spirits with hatred thicker than the night. I, the demon lord Amamen Lugia, command you. Rise up and ease your regrets. I give you the right to step foot on earth again. Come here quickly and listen to my orders. The body of the headless barbarian was raised from the ground, then, countless black evil spirits flew in, They entered his body, the black streaks gradually spread throughout his body to his limbs. At this time, Lugia completed the summoning, the Lord of the Great Headless Cavalry. Joshua opened his eyes in surprise. This is the Lord of the Headless Cavalry. The barbarian's body has completely changed. Outside, the knight's armor is full of majesty and strength. Now, he is the Headless Cavalry Lord. As soon as he was summoned, his barbaric voice filled with demonic breath rang out, "The one who asked me to submit, the one who made me kneel, the one standing before me." Joshua silently exclaimed, "This demonic horror is too terrible." Lugia said proudly, "Of course, among the creatures I have created, the Headless Cavalry is considered to stand on top of the demon world. How wonderful, to be able to create a cavalry from the body of someone whom you consider extraordinary." Unlike other undead horsemen who are always hostile towards the species that killed them, the Headless Horseman will have no intention of attacking you. But contrary to what he said, the Headless Cavalry suddenly charged. Joshua was startled and said, "But it is rushing like crazy towards us." The cavalryman's hand stopped a stream of air, the barbarian's old axe appeared, he slashed a downward blow towards the challenging Joshua, "The one who demanded my submission, the one who made me kneel, the one standing before me, Ta. Prove that you are worthy." Joshua quickly reacted with his spear to block the attack. He struggled to support himself, Lugia explained, "But the Lord of the Headless Cavalry has his own pride, he will not listen to anyone weaker than him." Joshua heard that and replied, "This condition is easy to meet, huh?" He used his strength to push away the axe that was swinging down at him, then turned the tip of the spear and slashed hard at the Headless Cavalryman. The slashed area quickly created a crack. He was surprised, but he only got a scratch. The next second, he became interested and smiled and said, "Great, I'm already tense. Should I use spiritual energy, or holy magic?" Lugia scolded, "Stupid thing, you can't use holy magic or primordial stones to confront it, you can only use magic power, it will only recognize you. When you use magic power to defeat it, the type of real ghost is almost pure." The Headless Cavalry Lord now continued to attack and declared, "I will definitely not bow to the weak, those weaker than me, death is the only outcome." Joshua knew that the situation was urgent and angrily said, "Why is it so important that I'm only talking about it now?" He poured magic into the spear, threw it up to block the cavalry lord's attack. The two weapons collided, creating a strong wave of magic. Lugia just smiled and cheered, "Come on baby, it was about 300 years ago. I remember that even a demon lord with supreme power couldn't defeat him, but because you have me, Lugia legend in hand, so no need to worry." He cursed, not worrying about that monkey. Joshua continued to fight back, but it seemed he was in a weaker position. Lugia grumbled again, "What are you doing? Release more magic power, you're about to lose." He immediately got angry and shouted, "Shut up, do you know how much more difficult it is to use magic power than using holy magic or Marna? I'm trying my best." He burst out with power, the black gas in his chest rushed out to cover his body. Soon, his body changed, his pupils turned red, two horns grew on his head. Lugia couldn't help but be surprised. "Horns, that's impossible. It should have taken thousands of years, how could that be?" The black magic energy spread throughout Joshua's body unexpectedly quickly. Then a powerful red light flashed, causing the Headless Cavalry Lord to retreat. "His body has some invisible pressure crushing you." Joshua in front of him has now completely changed into another form, a black armor covering his entire body, leaving only his mouth. On his chest is a sign of a red moon. Cold red eyes stare at him. Instantly, the Headless Cavalry Lord was overcome by his power. He clapped his hands on his chest and knelt down to sincerely express, "I sincerely apologize, Master." Joshua smiled with satisfaction. He raised his hand forward to command, "Okay." Lugia, seal of submission. The Cavalry Lord knelt still on the ground while Joshua proceeded to retract his body. The black gas slowly entered his hand. After finishing, he immediately clenched his hands. Lugia suddenly said, "The original taming power of the Demon Lord." He wondered, "What do you mean?" It explains, "The crescent moon mark on your chest is the blood moon, the symbol of the demon world, but it is not the form of the person who pierced the mark." Who is he? He was once an angel, an archangel with 6 wings, and as a fallen angel, he left the heavenly world, and was taken in by the demon lord of the demon world, but after that, he rose up again to take control. The only individual who is considered a traitor by both the demon world and the heavenly world. However, he is truly undeniably strong, to the point that he can single-handedly fight against 2 demon kings at the same time, and now, His symbol, the seal of submission, has appeared on you. Joshua gently rubbing the moon image on his chest and asking, "What is that person's name?" Lugia's appearance also changed a bit at this time, its whole body was covered in blackened blood. It replied, "His name is Lucifer, Sinner of Light." At this very moment, the second Lugia awakened. The next morning, Cheryl led the army with the help of Cain and Icarus to begin the conquest. Her eyes were full of determination without the slightest hesitation. The group soon arrived at Aden Gorge, the ruins of Pontier Castle. On the citadel, soldiers are lining up waiting for orders. The enemy is coming to attack, closing the city gates, archers are ready. Arna angrily cursed, "Damn it. I bet that coming to this place would be safer than Peril Castle. I knew this would happen anyway." Marquis Cromwell had already lost the battle. Count Cox calmly said, "Then you should run away. Why did you decide to stay?" He turned his head towards him and shouted, "Are you kidding me? The Black Knight of Dennis Life has blocked all escape routes around, we are stuck here." Count Cox immediately glared and said, "If you understand the situation clearly, I think it's better for you to think of a way to get out there with your life." Arna. Looking at his scary face, he suddenly turned pale and gritted his teeth. Cain raised his hand to his forehead and squinted his eyes to observe. It seemed like the traitors had no intention of dragging themselves out of the castle. Icarus said, "That is why the defenders of this siege benefited. Sir Cain, please return to your position. Once the siege of the tower is complete, we will advance." He immediately refused. "No need, everyone should rest and look carefully, allowing me to show off my recent progress." He was surprised to hear that. What progress?" Cain took a stance to gain momentum, his hand behind the sword, his whole body radiating blue mana, and confidently said, "Although not comparable to our king, I think my progress is also good, notably, a completely different method of using aura." With 2 peaks of spiritual energy, he suddenly shouted loudly and rushed towards the tower. Earl Cox on the other side immediately gave the order and shot arrows. Immediately, countless arrows were shot towards Cain. They rushed quickly, but he didn't seem afraid at all, just slowly raised a smile. "I discovered that, if I cover the aura in the sound and affect the opponent's senses, then I can create a layer of aura around the body." Guardian Spirit. As expected, a barrier was formed. The arrow that was launched hit the barrier and was immediately knocked back. Just like that, Cain flew forward without any dangerous barriers. Earl Cox gasped. All the arrows were being shot out. Arna was also full of surprise. "What? He can manipulate aura to form a barrier." Cain poured his aura into the blade. He was close to the tower gate preparing to attack. "Don't hide inside the castle anymore. Get out here now." As he finished speaking, the sword in his hand slashed hard at the door, causing a commotion. The gate quickly collapsed under the force, dirt and rocks mixed with dust shooting up in all directions. The soldiers in the castle began to panic. The city gate was destroyed. Cain gave the order to advance and retake the castle. Destroy the traitors. At this moment, Count Cox could do nothing. Arna almost showed despair. It's getting more and more afternoon, the sky is getting darker and darker. Below, the war gradually came to an end. The black smoke from the fire mixed with the sky, making the scene a bit dreary. Arna and Earl Cox were now tied to wooden poles awaiting execution. Cheryl walked up to the 2 of them and asked, "Earl Cox, Arna, do you 2 want to say anything?" Arna glared at her and gritted his teeth, saying, "I can't believe you did that to me. I'm a noble of the great Avalon Empire." "Arna, you have no right to tie me up like that. Quickly untie this mana seal, and show respect to me. I will forgive you for the mistakes you just made, so do it." Cheryl looked at him with cold, contemptuous eyes. She glanced at Earl Cox, who was looking down at the ground, and asked again, "What about Mr. Cox?" He smirked, mocking himself. "A traitor like me, what else can I say, lady? I only feel regret that I didn't complete my mission." Cheryl said harshly, "Is that so? I understand, thank you for everything." After saying that, she turned around and left. When returning to her army, Cheryl slightly raised her arm. Immediately, her soldiers raised their bows and aimed at the 2 people. Arna was sweating in fear. He struggled and shouted, "Don't you understand that what you are doing is against the king's orders? This battle has been approved by the king. According to imperial law, you can only take half of the prisoners in a territorial war. Killing people like this is directly illegal. If you don't want to be accused of treason, put down your bow and arrows immediately." In contrast to him, Earl Cox was silent. He closed his eyes and accepted his fate. "Take care, Miss Cheryl." She then ignored Arna's threats and directly waved her hand down to signal. The arrows were quickly shot at a rapid speed, and he kept screaming, "Do you think you can get away with this?" However, that could only be his last words. The arrow pierced his body, fresh blood splattered. Under the setting sun, Cheryl's face did not change at all. People said that even though he had raised her as his own child, she still did not hesitate to order his death. Later, everyone believed, in this matter, Cheryl was named the Iron Lady. After this event, the territorial war between Marquis Cromwell and Duke Pontier officially ended. However, to deal with the Cromwell remnants who refused to surrender, de Soissons decided to stay in the Pontier family's territory. The knights Wilhelm and Tiger King Ryan Geiger returned to Reinhardt to prevent any mishaps. When leaving, Leogan was sobbing because he had to leave Joshua. He couldn't believe that he had to leave his kind behind. It was so painful. Of course, the condition for the Tiger King to become a witness is Joshua must agree to become the successor of the leader of the Free Knight Alliance. Axular, the new commander of the Mercenary Guild, acknowledges the secret agreement between the Cromwell family and the Mercenary Guild. The Mercenary Guild admitted that Marquis Cromwell hired them. After that, the Guild agreed to withdraw all mercenary forces affiliated to the Guild from the Avalon Empire. Furthermore, the Guild promised to hand it over half of the commissions of all business deals in the next 2 years to the Empire. In addition, he also personally wrote letters of apology to the major organizations that were affected by this war. To apologize, they agreed to split all commissions over the next 2 years, not leaving any profit for the Guild. After these 2 years, the Guild agreed to change the ratio between the Guild and the mercenaries. Axular was dumbfounded in front of the notice board when suddenly there was a voice calling, "Leader." When he turned back to look, everyone in the Guild smiled and asked, "I just received a good bet, do you want to go with me?" "Leader, you've been working too hard lately." "Leader, it's nice to meet you, I see you, do you want to have dinner with us?" Thanks to his quick decision, Axular's image became better than ever. His reputation increasingly resonated in the Mercenary Guild. However, even though the war has ended, things are still far from calm. The land of Trifia, in a small village, when the people were diligently working hard in the fields. Suddenly a large black shadow appeared in the sky, blocking the sunlight, making people curiously look up. The big dragon flew against the light, making it impossible for people to see its shape closely. "Just curious, what is that?" The dragon suddenly opened its big mouth. It roared and spewed out a powerful stream of spiritual energy, flying over the fields where people were working, passing through the forest and hitting the mountain. Instantly, the mountain exploded and rocks flew in all directions. On the other side, it was late at night, the stars were shining brightly in the sky. A quiet night passed. The next morning, at Peril Castle, Cain insisted on holding Joshua's leg tightly, holding on painfully, wondering what had happened. "Why have you abandoned your people again?" Joshua tried to break free. "Let me go." He absolutely refused. "Even if you beat me to death, I won't let go, I won't let go." "Why do you want to go to the land of Trifia? Don't tell me that you want to defeat the rumored dragon." Joshua tried to hold back and explain, "It has nothing to do with that dragon. I want to go for personal reasons. Let go now. Take care of Cheryl." At the door, Icarus and Iseline raised their hands together to block the path. Icarus said, "Lady Cheryl is not our king, only you, Baron Joshua Sanders. The Cromwell family can come back for revenge, and even though you said you were going for personal reasons, the dragon was still in that area. It's too dangerous. I suggest you leave it to private matters." Iseline also seriously agrees. "Me too, I agree, you too, Iseline." Cain suddenly stood up and leaned close to Joshua's ear and asked, "I wanted to ask you about this for a long time, King. Why are you surrounded by beautiful people?" He immediately said, "Don't you remember?" "What do you remember?" He thought, "I guess it's probably because we only met Iseline as children, but even so, there's no need to explain Iseline's situation." He explained, "She is by my side, because I promised to protect her. From now on, she will also be with us. Please take care of her." Cain nodded and replied, "No problem, good luck." Icarus now frowned and thought, what relationship do the two of them have, that the king has to protect her, let alone that kind of relationship, my king? Joshua took the opportunity to rush away. "I will go to the land of Trifia, whether the dragon appears there or not. I cannot postpone it anymore." Cain immediately reminded him something that made him pause. "Don't say you underestimate the power of dragons, King. They can collapse an entire empire with just a wave of their wings." The Trifia region has been conquered. Once evacuated, you cannot enter without royal family approval. Iseline used ice magic to shape the dragon and added, Moreover, dragons do not appear naturally, they are considered mascots that protect the astral world. If they arise, the balance of the astral world will collapse. I think they appear at this time to warn humans not to violate the forest borders of dark creatures. It seems they disappeared after giving the warning. I think you should wait a while before taking action. Joshua expressed, I'm not interested in dragons, but are you sure that's a warning? Eileen asked in return, can you think of any other reason? He said, the existence of creatures that we need to worry about in the near future is more than a warning, it is a sign. For the beginning of the demon dragon, crevasse. In the castle of the Avalon Empire. Cercerin's face was pale and purple as she lay weakly on the bed. The maids couldn't help but worry and asked the healer how the princess was. The healer helplessly said, with our current abilities, we cannot cure the princess's illness, we don't know how long the princess can last, we should prepare ourselves mentally, for the worst-case scenario. The maid Ellen sobbed heartbrokenly, why, what curse was this princess under? Cercerin in a daze still mumbled the name, Joshua. In her dream, she suddenly saw a group of people surrounding her bowing their heads respectfully. Her antidote had been prepared, consider it a souvenir of our relationship in our previous life. Suddenly there was a commotion outside the door, please wait a moment, who are you to dare to stop me, get out of the way. The door suddenly opened, the second prince of the Avalon Empire, Kaizen van Britten, eagerly asked, Cercerin, brother is here, how are you feeling? Seeing him, everyone followed the protocol. Ellen, the eldest maid of Kwanghoa Palace, asked to pay her respects to the second prince. He came in and said, put the ceremony aside, how is she? She replied sadly, no medicine was effective on the princess. Over time, her condition became worse and worse. If things continued like that, I was afraid the princess would die. Cercerin on the bed tried to get up and weakly spoke, you're here. The maid next to the bed quickly helped her, princess, don't sit up, you should lie down and rest. Kaizen saw her like that and gritted his teeth and said, Cercerin, just think that this happened because father used the eternal entity. She shook her head, no, brother, helping the country is all I want. Kaizen walked forward and grabbed her shoulder to comfort her, it's okay, tell me the truth, I don't want to possess the cursed power like the true I. If I were you, I would try to run away from this place. You said you didn't have much time left, right? He suddenly picked her up in his arms, making her surprised because she couldn't see. Big brother. The second prince's previously gentle face suddenly distorted, he grinned sinisterly and said, until then, I will definitely promise to make the most of your true vision. Cercerin, come with me. Hearing that, Cercerin immediately turned pale in disbelief and asked, why, what are you talking about? She tried to struggle and let me go, please don't do that. Ellen and others quickly blocked the door and asked, second prince, what are you doing? Please release the princess. Several knights accompanying him immediately drew their swords and threatened, if you want to save your life, get out of the way. The maids immediately turned pale, but in the end there was nothing else they could do. On the other hand, right now, in the land of Trifia deep in the forest, there is a small wooden house. In front of the yard is a boy sitting using a stick to draw on the ground, drawing and humming. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came, causing him to pay attention and raise his head. In front of him, Joshua slowly walked up and said, ah, I knew you would be here. The boy stood up in shock and asked, human, who are you? Joshua introduced himself, my name is Joshua Sanders, I came here to save you, it's good to see you, Ash. The person opposite him immediately frowned and said, I don't know how you got here, but you went to the wrong place, I'm not Ash. Joshua affirmed, you're Ash, that is the name I gave you in my previous life, and you liked it very much. Ash couldn't help but be indignant, what the hell, get out of here. Joshua's earrings suddenly flashed with lightning power, he expressed, only when he gave me a Sanders flower. Responding to magic, Joshua suddenly cast neutralization magic. Cracks appeared in space, then pieces of debris fell. Ash couldn't help but cry out in surprise, forming a barrier. When the barrier broke, images of large ferocious goblins appeared. They were behind Ash, advancing aggressively. Joshua calmly negotiated, the only living high elf, the 5th generation Elunbus, I want to talk to you. Ash gritted his teeth in anger, he transformed back into his questioning form, you greedy human, how dare you even talk to me, since you came here you probably don't know what's going on. I don't want to discuss anything with you, don't walk out of here alive, he said and waved his hand. The giant goblins behind him ran towards Joshua to attack. The power from your earrings is still flowing, He expressed, "I may be a bit rude, but I really came here to save you from the Black Dragon crevasse." Hearing that, Ash suddenly stopped for a few seconds. From Joshua's body, a stream of power like a dragon's roar emitted. He suddenly asked Ash if he wanted to give up his position as a loon boss and become a slave serving crevasse for the rest of his life. The radiating power caused the goblins who wanted to attack to suddenly stop. Ash exclaimed in surprise, "What a dragon captain!" The whole group turned around in panic and ran away, even though he tried to call out to come back here. Joshua came over and said, "Can we talk now?" Ash was still confused and skeptical, asking how an ordinary human like you could use the dragon captain of the Black Dragon, the only black dragon that has not yet fallen into a deep sleep, Lord Crevasse. Joshua put his hands on his hips and looked down at him teasingly. "Don't you think I can use simulation magic?" Ash countered. "You think I'm stupid? Do you think I can't tell the difference between real and fake? That's the Black Dragon Captain genuine, something that no human being can emulate." Joshua then straightened up and said, "If you're curious, I can explain, with one condition. Who do you think you are? At least listen to me, your goblin's only friend. Someone knows the whereabouts of Zerath de Corvus." Ash couldn't help but be stunned. Zerath de Corvus? Our goblin's old friend, the one who sacrificed his life to save us, he's still alive. I didn't even get a chance to thank him. Struggling for a while, Ash compromised and asked, "What do you want?" Joshua replied, "I'm sure Ash can do it easily." True eye, the child was born with the eye of wisdom. He also knew that the person who possessed it from birth would have a short life. As a genius in alchemy, he can prepare an antidote to lift the curse. Ash thought to himself, to prepare the antidote, he needed a Sanders flower that grows in this place. He thought and quickly agreed, "Okay, I will agree if you tell me how you learn how to use the dragon spirit." Joshua held out his hand and suggested, "Then use oath magic. Trust is the most important thing in situations like this." Ash added, "I can make it, but you have to find the ingredients yourself." "Okay, I'll find enough for you." In his heart, he began to secretly feel proud. Humans are stupid. Only one person has a wisdom eye since birth, only once in 1,000 years. He thought it would be easy to prepare an antidote. He only needed to find the ingredients to find it. Death is not enough. Let's see how stuck you are, ordinary human. Thinking so, he happily took Joshua's hand. The two of them carried out the ceremony, used magic to swear an oath, to exchange the antidote to the wisdom eye curse. "I will provide information about the whereabouts of Zerath de Corvus and his fate, really behind the dragon captain." Finished, Ash put on a dangerous face and said, "Now, I will tell you what ingredients you need. Please find them for me." "Well, I'm sure you'll have to search for a while, so why don't you reveal them? Reveal to me the truth about the Dragon Knight first." Joshua raised the bag next to him and said, "Don't worry, except Sanders flowers, I have brought enough ingredients." Ash still couldn't hear what he said, but still carefully affirmed, "Of course, okay, let me show you where to pick the flowers." A second later, he suddenly repeated his words. His face suddenly blurted out in surprise, "What, you already have enough ingredients?" "It's impossible, you might only be able to find most of it, but there are ingredients that with the power of a normal human, it's impossible to get them." Joshua gently touched the earring he was wearing and asked, "Do you mean the dragon heart fragment?" Then he took off that earring. Explaining to Ash, this is also considered the answer to his second question. Ash wondered, "Don't say this is not a normal earring, but a black dragon's earring, then you can use the dragon captain." But that object also contains the same curse as the wisdom eye, which is the most terrible dragon curse, because it is made from the dragon's heart. If used by a creature lower than the dragon, they will go crazy from the magic power it radiates. Unless the user is a demon or demon king, no one can endure it. "Wait," Ash's pupils shrank as if thinking of something. He exclaimed in confusion, "Even if you use the black dragon's earrings, it still wouldn't be able to help you destroy Lord Crevasse's barrier. Are you really human? Who are you?" Joshua raised his mouth and smiled and asked, "You still don't realize, do I look like a human?" Ash stuttered in fear, "So, you..." Joshua glared coldly and said, "I am a god." Sh looked startled, his hair stood up. He couldn't bear it anymore and fainted and fell to the ground. Joshua couldn't help but laugh. He fainted. It was always fun to tease Ash and assassinate the king. Perfect, so I had a perfect excuse to take him away. And this is my first pet collection. At the royal palace of the Avalon Empire, Caltica Palace. Inside the palace, a person knelt and bowed, respectfully saying, "The night god, Aiden von Onius, has agreed to carry out your orders. The Night God will lead the vanguard in the upcoming Intercontinental War. Sitting high above, the Emperor of the Avalon Empire Marcus van Britten laughed loudly. So then, I must have no other choice, but to obey my orders. The person kneeling on the ground continued, Your Majesty, please forgive me for being rude, but you have destroyed the Pontier family, or Duke Onius' source of money. You have also destroyed the top strategists, his is the Rebrika family. Therefore, the fact that Duke Onius did not resist following his orders is very suspicious. The person who spoke was Jacqueline, the head of the Black Wind, of the intelligence organization under Emperor Avalon. Emperor Marcus said firmly, There is no way that Aiden von Onius will betray me. I'm sure you are fully aware of that, Jacqueline. Recently, Joshua, son of Onius, caused a great disaster, must not only have led foreign knights into my territory, but also killed several of my people, including my beloved Earl Cox. Onius is also fully aware that your son's life is probably hanging in the balance. That's why I made this agreement with you. In exchange I will close my eyes and ignore you completely. Jacqueline exclaimed with a tense face, If so? Emperor Marcus stood up and said, Yes, all the conditions have been met. The center of the continent, Reinhardt, and one of the continent's heroes, Joshua Sanders, are in my hands. Marcus's face was full of madness, ordering his subordinates, Jacqueline, to summon the nobles in the center to attend the meeting. Summon Joshua Sanders to the Royal Palace Temple immediately. Hidden deep in the dense forests of the Avalon Empire, the Imperial Magician's Ivory Tower, alias the Tower of Orvis. Sitting in the main position, the second Prince Kaizen said, I have transferred Sir Siren to my palace. It seems that the king did not even notice. However, I'm curious, you act as if you don't care. When I asked for your help, why have you been helping me all this time? Sitting opposite the second prince is Evergrande, the royal magician team of the Avalon Empire. Evergrande analyzed and said, Because of the current situation of the empire, His Majesty wants to start a war, for the reason of unification, continent. His concern for other things is only that much. Now, the Night Lord, Duke Onius, is commanding the army of the SW Empire in this war. Don't you think everything will end very quickly? Once the war is over, I am sure you will inherit the throne. I believe you will control this country, and make the country peaceful. Hearing this, the second Prince Kaizen said in an amused voice, Really, do you really think that I will be the heir to the throne, not my brother's prince, even though everyone calls me a tyrant like my father? Kaizen stood up, said in a cold voice, If you are trying to flatter me, then this conversation ends here. I see if that is your intention, then it is meaningless. Evergrande was enthusiastic and quickly stood up, asking for the second prince to wait. Honestly, I want to become the head of the magic tower. Kaizen stopped his footsteps and exclaimed, What? The second Prince Kaizen turned around, so angry that his veins appeared. You want to be at the top of the magic tower? Are you saying you are willing to betray us, just to become one of them? Evergrande stepped forward and said, Also, above all, I want to hold the position of Chief Royal Magician. My ultimate goal in life is to become the strongest magician in the Empire, and the owner of a tower magic. Kaizen smirked and said, I can't believe those words came out of your mouth. Be happy that you're still alive and in charge. Evergrande's whole body was dense, sweat kept falling. Suddenly I heard Kaizen speak, However, you gave me that impression. It's hard to think that a proud magician like you would disregard everything, because of greed. Very pragmatic, I like that. The second Prince Kaizen said, Tell me, what do you need to achieve the throne? Evergrande is happy, of course, allow me to explain. Evergrande analyzed the current situation for Kaizen to understand. Recently, we are creating a medicine, which can eliminate the symptoms of any disease. It allows the user to be completely healthy within a day. It will unleash the user's full potential once, and for the last time. We can use it on Lady Sir Siren, to pretend to cure her illness, and take advantage of her ability to see the future that day. However, she will die as soon as the medicine wears off, so, Evergrande said with a bit of hesitation. The second Prince Kaizen said with his chin in his hands, I'm sure Sir Siren will like it, because she's going to die anyway, so if there's even one day just to use the power of the mind's eye. Kaizen smiled evilly, I'm sure she will be happy, to die for my cause. Continue, I'm curious to hear how we will use her power. Evergrande's lips slightly raised, but still cautiously said, I'm glad you're satisfied, now back to what I was going to say. The door opened, Kaizen nodded and said, I understand your plan. I will leave it to you, Evergrande. Watching Kaizen leave, Evergrande bowed respectfully, May luck come to both of us, Prince. The door to the room was then closed, leaving Evergreen alone. Evergreen breathed a sigh of relief, his body was now relaxed. It seems everything went very smoothly. What do you think? He raised his hand and a ray of magic appeared, hovering around his palm. Accordingly, the space in front of him changed. The fourth prince of the Avalon Empire, Kaiser Van Britten, appeared and smiled. Very interesting. Do you think my brother will act according to what you and I have predicted, or not? Among my siblings, my second brother is the smartest. He is not easy to deal with. Evergreen replied with reason. Those who do whatever it takes to achieve their goals may perhaps become a Brutus, but they will never become a Cairo. The Avalon Empire was formerly the kingdom of Asgard. Its first king was Brutus. He did everything he needed to do to sit on the throne, but he suffered a similar end to his predecessor, in the end of his reign. On the other hand, Cairo, who ruled the people through his vision and leadership, was one of the greatest kings in the history of the kingdom of Asgard. He claimed half of the continent as his. However, that was still not enough to gain the second prince's trust. However, the second prince also had no moves that could be used. First Prince Kisser is supported by the Tremblin family, which is opposed to the Anus family. Tremblin is one of the 5 great families in the country, headed by Duke Tremblin. With the current situation, the second prince will not be able to win in this war of power. Evergreen thought in his mind, even though the current situation is like that, the whole story will change if Zerath de Corvus gets involved. Ah, no, maybe we should call him Barabaru because he sold his soul. I gave my soul to the devil. But that's not important. Thinking so, Evergreen continued to analyze with the Kaiser. If we continue to support the second prince like now, he will have no other choice but to start depending on us. We will use the second prince to put pressure on the first prince. After that, we will use the second prince as bait. We will let him be defeated, and win the first prince's trust. The Evergreen's hand clenched tightly, his tone said firmly. The fourth Prince Kaiser nodded in agreement. Yes, that is also my plan. However, the entire plan you mentioned just now is assuming no major problems occur. Evergreen asked in doubt, what a big deal. The fourth Prince Kaiser leisurely said a name, Joshua Sanders. The former Reinhardt kingdom did not care about their previous king, Lion King Ryan Gager, one of the 12 talented men, but now they are moved, and turned to protect Joshua. I must be hiding something, other than my unusually high wounding skills for that age. We need to deal with it completely, before he stops us. That's why I want to request one more thing. I need both the second prince and Joshua Sanders to become a potential threat to the Avalon Empire. If we do that, they won't be able to flaunt their power in the Empire anymore. Evergreen nodded and replied, I understand, as long as Joshua Sanders returns on time, it won't be a problem. Kaiser stood up and said, perfect, because you're the person I trust the most. I'm sure you'll be able to handle it. I've bothered him enough for now. I'm going home, so you should rest. Evergreen's face sank. For a moment he didn't know what to say. After a while, Evergreen finally asked, I'm sorry for not asking first, but who do you think you resemble the most, Brutus or Cairo? Before this question, the Kaiser turned around and answered, I also wondered. Until now, Tau Alpha has never thought about that. However, if I had to choose one person, it would be that person. Heimdall. I want to become like him. In the Trifia region, sandalwood is also known as the flower of forgetfulness. This flower is growing on a cliff. At the foot of the mountain, Joshua speculated, it wouldn't be too far to find it. Looking at Joshua optimistically, Ash panicked. Huh? Are you sure? It's not too late. Why don't we turn back now? Going into this area with the black dragon is very dangerous. Besides, using it as medicine is what a waste. Looking at Ash's ramblings, Joshua coldly put his hand to his mouth to signal, Shush, shut up, remember who I am, you will be punished if you say that again. Ash was scared, his face pale with fear. His whole body trembled and he shouted, Punish your head, stop lying, as if I would believe you. Not only was Joshua not afraid, he reminded me, his mouth said so, but his whole body was trembling. Ash countered, joking around, the only reason I agreed to help you was because I wanted to see an old friend again. Do you know that sandalwood has side effects? Joshua replied in a calm tone, of course he knew, if you gain this, you have to lose that. Joshua's eyes lowered and he thought, if we use sandalwood flowers, we can restore her eyesight and her life, but she will lose her memory, although I'm not sure how much she will forget, but maybe it's better that way, she won't have to remember that painful past. Suddenly, a wave of pressure came. Ash cried out in extreme fear, We are doomed, we will both go to the grave. Crevasse is back. In the sky, a huge dragon is approaching this side, then Ash immediately cries and runs away. In the sky, Crevasse's eyes were as red as blood, full of ferocious roars. A heartless person dares to violate my territory, you will pay the price for that mistake. Joshua leaned forward to watch Crevasse attack, his hand releasing magic, ready to fight back. Die! Crevasse launched his sharp claws towards Joshua. Ash was thrown away, his whole body falling to the ground. In the jungle, Crevasse blew away all the surrounding trees, opening his mouth to scream. Joshua jumped up holding Lugia's spear. Joshua held the spear firmly in both hands and stabbed it down. The spear pierced one of Crevasse's cheeks. Suddenly, Joshua turned back with wide eyes. Joshua's whole body was hit face down against the wall. Crevasse both blocked Joshua's spear and knocked him away. Turning back this way, Joshua's whole body was scratched and he stood still. He raised his head, smiled with interest and assessed, "You are stronger than I thought. I knew the Black Dragon would be different." Looking at Joshua without fear, the Black Dragon Crevasse frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Joshua exclaimed, "This is it." In his head he thought, if he told him he was a god, he would think he was blaspheming and get angry, just make up something else. Ash took this opportunity to jump out and point at Joshua to accuse, "He is very suspicious, Mr. Crevasse." Crevasse turned to look and asked, "What do you mean?" Ash spoke up, "He calls himself a god even though he is human. And if you look closely at his right ear, he must be wearing a black dragon earring." Joshua shouted with a serious face, "Ash, shut up." Ash was scared and didn't dare to say anything more. Crevasse now asked, "Is that really human?" Ash stammered and asked, "Huh, what do you mean?" Crevasse looked at Joshua in front of him and assessed, probably using magic power to attack, but using holy power to heal. What existence could use both magic and holy power? Looking at Crevasse's searching eyes, Joshua speculated in his heart, it seems Crevasse is not impatient enough to ignore what Ash said. If I'm lucky, I can end this case with a conversation. But right now, Crevasse raised his head and released energy from his mouth. "I will punish those who violate my territory. I don't need to know your identity." After speaking, Crevasse sprayed the ball straight towards Joshua. Joshua immediately reacted quickly, immediately pulled out his spear to defend. "I shouldn't have expected much." Lugia also spoke at this time. "Look, why don't we teach the giant lizard a lesson, with your true strength?" Joshua said with a devilish smile. "That's my plan, it will be a perfect test. If I can defeat that black dragon in one move, then no one on this earth will be a challenge to me." Joshua's eyes widened, a large black patch invaded his face, "The skill that I was unable to achieve in my previous life, 6th stage magic." Following that, a large vortex swirled, the ground swirled with great flames. At this moment, Joshua stood in the air, wondering what was going on. What was going on? I blocked Crevasse's breath and then, where am I? But before Joshua could understand what was happening, a group of winged demons flew in. They cruelly said, "I will tear him apart." Joshua shouted in surprise, "Demon, this is the demon world, I said there are many monsters, lug." As soon as the demons rushed in, Joshua quickly closed his eyes, but the pain did not occur. The demons flew past Joshua, attacking the person standing in the distance. The other person was wearing white armor, with 2 golden wings behind him. He held a spear and swung it all the way to send the demons flying. Joshua was surprised and stood still. Suddenly, the ground below shook and cracked, and the surrounding area changed again. The person on the other side slowly spoke, "I don't resent you at all, of course, because you betrayed your faith. I will take away these wings." Michael, a familiar face appeared. Joshua was surprised, "Wait, it's Michael, is he showing me the past? This is Lugia's memory. Don't resent me." After this person finished speaking, a sword slash fell, and fresh blood stained the ground. The scene around Joshua changed again. Behind him was a huge blood moon. Joshua seemed to sense something, turned his head to look. His face became serious. On this side, before the eyes of Ash and Crevasse, an explosion bombarded the ground. Ash's legs bent back as he assessed, "That bastard." It looked like he couldn't resist Mr. Crevasse's breath. He immediately knew he wasn't a god. Suddenly, Ash's eyes widened and he shouted in surprise, "Huh!" Before Crevasse's eyes. "Joshua is wearing black armor, behind are golden wings, what is this?" His appearance has changed. Joshua in armor pondered, I don't know the meaning behind that scene just now, but it's not meaningless. If fragments of its memory appear to the people after each body. Once I reach the 8th form of spear magic, called the power of the Lord, I will know the truth. Joshua flew up with his spear in hand to attack Crevasse. Crevasse looked at Joshua's transformed form, without worrying about launching a move. I don't know if you are good or bad, but as long as you threaten my astral world, I will do everything to destroy you. Joshua was the same, not dodging at all, letting Crevasse attack. Joshua held his spear and danced in one direction, a dance that destroyed the heavens. The move forms a huge shield, completely blocking Crevasse's breath. Crevasse was surprised to see Joshua still standing there intact. Crevasse couldn't believe his eyes and asked, "You pierce my breath." Not stopping there, a beam of light shot out from Joshua, hitting one of Crevasse's wings. No. Ash's whole body trembled and he couldn't speak. How could he compact the body of a black dragon? Even the highest level demons couldn't do that. Crevasse is like a kite with a broken string falling freely from the sky to the ground. With a bang, Crevasse fell straight down, his body hitting hard. Joshua also landed, step by step walking towards the black dragon. Crevasse's red eyes questioned, "Why, who are you?" Joshua retracted his wings and said faintly, "My identity is not important. The reason for your anger, I know very well, is not from a human violating your territory. Definitely because of what happened at the end of Trifia, the incident at Rebrika Castle." Crevasse stood up and replied, "You know everything, it seems like that." Crevasse explains, "You humans have crossed the line. Using demon green to turn your species into hungry ghosts is unforgivable. The emperor of this land will pay the price." Joshua's mouth slightly raised, his heart clear. "Okay, I understand, that's the beginning of everything. I've always thought about this, even before I retreated. This was the beginning of the conflict between Crevasse and the Avalon Empire royal family and how they successfully made a deal with the Black Dragon Guardian. If you think he is behind everything, everything will be clear. Sorry, but I'll monopolize this deal." With each slash of the sword, the calloused hand holding the sword showed red marks. The sound of counting numbers rang out, 273,060. Cain stripped naked, the sword slashed down again, 273,061. Just as the next number rang out, suddenly a voice called from behind, "Mr. Cain, you have been practicing for 4 days straight. I think you should rest a bit." Icarus appeared from behind, speaking in a concerned tone. With a determined tone, Cain immediately replied, "I can't, I must be stronger than you, to be more helpful to the king." When he realized who was coming, Cain stopped his movements and asked, "What is Icarus doing here?" Icarus took out a letter of reply. A decree from the emperor had just been sent. Cain doubted, "A decree, unopened, but you know it was the emperor's decree." A decree is an order, or declaration official statement, issued by an authorized person. Looking at the decree in his hand, Icarus certainly replied, "Although I couldn't read it, because it said that only the king could open the letter, but we were involved in the war for territory between Pontier and Cromwell. Without there is an order from the emperor, and foreign knights have appeared in our territory, so it is only natural that this letter was sent." Cain's face is a bit dense. "That's the best case scenario, however, you'll never know, until you open it." At this moment, two people spoke at the same time, opened it and took a look. Icarus laughed softly, "It seemed he thought the same as me. So, let me open it." Icarus without hesitation opened the decree to see. Just as the paper was being opened, a hand suddenly stopped it. Cain took the decree in his hand and said, "The letter says that only the king can open it. You never know what can happen. I will be the one responsible for this." Icarus disagreed and responded, "Uncle, I should also say that." Cain held the decree firmly and said teasingly, "A knight's mission is to protect their lady." Icarus stepped back, again, "Me." Without letting Icarus finish his sentence, Cain interjected, "How long are you going to pretend to be a man? Most people already know the truth. Lord Icarus is a woman. I will be responsible for what can happen, so it's okay." Icarus was a bit shy and asked in a low voice, "Everyone knows I'm a girl, is that true?" To dispel this embarrassing problem, Cain changed the subject. "We will talk about this later, because there are more important things, right?" Icarus asked worriedly, "Mr. Cain is responsible for this. Mister, are you sure you'll be okay?" Cain said in a speechless tone, "What can I do?" I opened it and took a quick look. The decree was opened, by order of heaven, as a subject of the Emperor Marcus van Britten Wilhelm 20 years February year 470 years Britain, Ducaden von Onius will also be summoned if you disobey the order. You'll be severely punished. After reading the information inside, Cain gritted his teeth in anger, unable to believe they were so bold. Looking at Cain's expression, Icarus eagerly asked, What is written in there?" Cain replied, "They want our king to come to the palace to present, and report within 5 days. The only problem is, he's currently in the Tryphia region, and there's no space portal there. If we include the time it took to send this message to him, it'll be 2 weeks at the fastest. He just arrived at the palace. No, even getting to the palace from Peril Castle in 5 days, it's already very stressful." Icarus calmly replied, "No need to worry, I'm sure our king has finished his personal business, and he has returned." Cain was surprised. "What, really?" Icarus turned around and said, "Then, we will leave for the palace tomorrow morning. Before that, I need to deal with the matters he assigned." Icarus remembered Joshua's instructions before leaving. "I will tell you the fate I have chosen." Cain said in a worried voice, "However, we can't leave the Pontier family alone in Peril Castle." Icarus still calmly walked forward. "Don't worry, I've already asked for support." This lazy listener, Cain was skeptical, asked for support. Icarus nodded, "That's right, don't worry and get ready to go." The flag flutters high above. A cavalry team gradually moved forward. Behind Axular, the subordinate wondered, "Sir Axular, are you sure that accepting that request is a wise decision?" Axular without hesitation affirmed, "Of course. First we have to correct the mistake, it's common sense. Request to protect the Pontier family, the requester, Icarus of the Sanders family. The duration is indefinite, until otherwise ordered. The reward is to regain lost trust." Beneath the towering cliffs, where sandalwood flowers grow, a bottle of golden medicine was brought up. The medicine had already been prepared. Taking the potion from Ash's hand, Joshua praised and said, "Good job." Ash was a little curious and said, Can I ask a few questions?" Joshua replied cheerfully, "What to ask?" Ash asked a little unnaturally, "You already have what you want, why do I have to go with you? Can you let me leave?" Going back a while ago, Crevasse asked Joshua's conditions. "If what you said was true, we would probably have a treaty with each other. Then, what do you want?" Joshua unceremoniously stated his request. "First, I want Ash and Sanders flower to bloom, and in the last few days." Returning to the present, Joshua calmly replied, "Of course not, although in name I am a royal knight, I don't have any servants, so I want you to be my servant, mine for 10 years. Ash does not accept this truth, resolutely resists. "I don't want to, 10 years is too long, I may not look like it, but I am a descendant of high-class elves, we are a divine race, inviolable, I refuse to become a servant." Joshua looked surprised, said in a threatening voice, "Oh, you refuse? It's okay to serve that black dragon, but you refuse to serve me, even after you tried to kill me, unbelievable." "Okay, well, 15 years. Ash painfully explained everything. "That was not my intention, can we negotiate? I know you are using the primordial stone, I will let you know where the other primordial stones are. I just want to be free, I can't live like a servant anymore. If not, then just 3 years, or maybe 5 years." Ash said pitifully. Joshua looked at his appearance and couldn't help but feel funny. "Oh my god. There is no other way." Joshua compromised and said, "Okay, it's 5 years, then what do the other primordial stones look like?" Ash got excited and asked incredulously, "Really, don't break your promise." Joshua affirmed, replied, "I know, so, what kind of primordial stones are they?" Ash excitedly said 2 words, "Storm." "One is ours." Scene changed to main palace of Avalon Empire, Caltica Palace. Jacqueline bowed respectfully and announced, "Your Majesty, except for Ducanius, the members of the central nobility have all arrived." Emperor Marcus turned around and asked, "Really, Aiden wasn't there yet?" He said evilly, "It seems like both father and son are disobeying my orders." "Okay, fine, if Aiden or Joshua don't come on time. For every 10 minutes they are late, I will kill someone. I will definitely make the families that support Joshua pay for their mistakes. Because Reinhardt and the Wilhelm riders must be mine, I want it that way." At this moment, behind Marcus, a pair of red eyes lit up. Outside the castle, a noisy sound rang out. A dragon had just appeared. The warning bell was sounded, the command sound sounded, everyone was in position. Around the bell tower, a large dragon hovered in the air. The commander of the Royal Knight Squad, Commander Rod Dan Hogg, ordered, "The knights of the 1st, 2nd and 3rd squads, focus on protecting the main palace. The Sunday, 2nd, and 3rd platoons advance. The 4th, 5th and 6th squads, first enter the palace, clearly. The 4th, 5th and 6th squads, advance. The 7th, 5th and 9th squads protect the castle, palace, clear. The 7th, 8th and 9th squads, advance. Remaining squads. At this moment, in the distance, a group of soldiers hurriedly ran up, apologizing for our delay. A group of people from the 12th squad were present. We arrived immediately after receiving the order. Langer, the knight of the 11th platoon, supports his forehead. Kotyus, this idiot, we are short of people because Commander Joshua is not here, yet he dares to come. Rod quickly stood up and spoke, because Commander Joshua was not present, the 11th and 12th squads, in the rear, were in charge of supporting the fight. The 2 squads received orders and shouted loudly and clearly in unison. At this moment, a person passed by and hit Kotyus on the shoulder. Kotyus annoyedly reminded him, "Hey, you have to watch the road when going." The other knight not only did not apologize, but also showed disdain. "There is no Commander Joshua here and you are making too much noise," Kotyus shouted angrily. "Hey, are you done talking yet? Where do you think you are going, huh?" The other guy still said in the same tone, "Didn't you hear what Commander Rod said? Shut up and go away." Kotyus was so angry that he gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastards." Realizing that the situation was not good, Langer quickly stood up to advise, "Kotyus, calm down, this is not the time to argue." At this moment, someone shouted, "Something is falling from the dragon, Royal Magician, prepare the defense spell. Chant when necessary and don't let your guard down." The knights' faces were full of tension. "Damn, it's a black dragon, what can we do to it?" "Whatever we can do, we just need to protect the palace." In a moment of danger, the bison's eyes widened and he shouted in surprise, "Huh?" Bison pointed to the sky and said, "I think it is." "Don't tell me," Langer asked confusedly. "Bison, what are you talking about?" Bison looked at Joshua who was landing from the sky and shouted happily. Looking closely, it was Commander Joshua. The 2 Langer and Kotyus couldn't believe their eyes. "Wait, where the hell did he come from?" A few minutes ago, Ash was on Crevass's back crying until his face was distorted and kept shouting, "I won't do it, just kill me." Joshua encouraged, "Calm down, Black Dragon Crevasse, your master has given you permission to jump on his back, come on, jump." Ash trembled and refused, "No, I'm afraid of heights, I'm about to die already." "You don't give up and continue to cheer, that way you have to dance even more, just pretend we're practicing." What are you talking about?" "Ash, you need to practice to fight the fear inside, the ultimate goal is to help you reach Yggdrasil." Hearing that, Ash raised his eyes in surprise and asked, "How do you know that?" Joshua replied, "Even though I don't know everything, there is one thing I can be sure of, that you will never find the answer if you keep avoiding the problem like this. Stop avoiding it, face it, it goes. That's why you need to jump down. All you need to do to face your fear is take one step forward." Crevasse saw them talking for too long and lost patience. Directly turned back and threw both of them down. "It's too troublesome, let's all go down." Joshua seemed to calmly land, while Ash waved his arms and shouted loudly, "I'm falling." On the other side, Duke Tremblin and Count Ariel were walking along the hallway, grumbling as they walked, "Where was that damn magician?" Duke Tremblin reminded, "Calm down, Ari, the important thing right now is your Highness's safety. Your Highness is one of the most talented people in Avalon, he has a higher chance of survival than us. I'm just angry because the Royal Chief Magician disappeared right when that dragon appeared." At this moment, Duke Anyus suddenly stood in front of them. Count Ari was startled, "Are you here, Duke Anyus?" At this time, in Emperor Marcus' meeting room, Evergrande bowed his head low and reported, "Although it was a bit early, it was exactly as you predicted, Your Highness. What I need to do is present a condition that the Black Dragon cannot refuse." King Marcus did not turn around and warned, "Are you sure? Just one small mistake will be enough to kill this entire empire," he assured. "Please don't worry, Your Highness. I am sure of what the Black Dragon desires. If you allow me to present a brief explanation, then compared to the Black Dragon appearing because of humans encroaching on its territory, humans experimenting with the undead and successfully creating vampires, is a much bigger concern. Perhaps the Black Dragon was curious after smelling the evil energy, even though it had hidden itself for a long time. But the Black Dragon probably still wants to check the energy source for itself. I'm sure it doesn't want to lose the opportunity to learn about creatures containing magical power out there, to satisfy its curiosity. This may be the one and last chance to witness a demon living to satisfy its curiosity." Simply put, instead of fulfilling its role as guardian of the astral plane, it is just trying to complete your personal goals. That way, as long as the Black Dragon's greed is satisfied, receiving support will become easier. Speaking of which, Evergrande took out a horn from the space pocket, with magic power and energy, a mount of demons, along with the horns of the mid-level demon race. It will definitely satisfy its greed, it will definitely ask about the origin of the horn. Let's use the information that the god can attract its attention, we will be able to control the Black Dragon to listen to our will. King Marcus glanced at the horn and asked again, so you mean you can guarantee that you own a mid-level demon horn, capable of satisfying the Black Dragon? He replied, yes, that's true. He suddenly stopped and felt guilty. Oh, I almost broke the contract with the demon race. He saw him hesitate and then turned around in suspicion. Why don't you say anything more, Evergrande? He hummed and replied, Your Highness, the story is. While not knowing what to say, suddenly there was a scream, the dragon was retreating. Evergrande was shocked and gritted his teeth. What? Why did he leave? It couldn't be, it was my plan. He quickly bowed and confessed, Your Highness, please forgive me, however, to complete your order, can you allow me to leave here? King Marcus frowned coldly and looked at him. Evergrande was so scared he didn't dare raise his head. A few minutes later, he agreed to allow him to leave. Evergrande breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, thank you, Your Honorable Highness. He then turned and left. At this moment, King Marcus silently gave orders. Jacqueline followed him. In the darkness, Jacqueline silently appeared to receive orders. Obey orders, Your Highness. He advised, and if that damn magician still has any plans, then just kill him. Outside the meeting hall, the crowd looked through the window in confusion. Have you heard about that? The dragon is retreating, you can see it yourself. I don't understand why it left as soon as it arrived. Marquis Alan Moonbrule said uneasily, you once said that a dragon's breath is enough to vaporize an entire city, right? We need to stay here while the creature is still alive. Baron Provelum seriously expressed, we need a backup plan in case it happens again. Marquis Alan shot a look at the Cromwell family and said meaningfully, there is no need, what we need to do is satisfy the reason it appeared in this place, the one who pulled the armed forces into the land of Trifia, a place known as Dragon Territory. Marquis Gahor frowned and questioned, are you talking, Marquis Brawlery, you are the one who pushed me to the battlefield as soon as possible. Forget it, isn't it too suspicious? On the day we had an important meeting between the nobles, Baron Joshua Sanders also appeared. I confirm that Joshua is the one behind everything. The reason the cause of the Empire's collapse was not me but Joshua. As he finished speaking, the shout of announcement made him sweat in fear. Baron Joshua Sanders had arrived. Ash, who was with him, kicked the door in, loudly scolding as he walked, damn humans. The nobles in the hall looked at the two people blankly. Ash asked smugly, what, do you think I have attracted as much attention as ours? Now I see my charisma. Joshua smiled wryly, yes, but I don't want you to do that. Well, I guess the purpose is the same. Marquis Alan pointed his finger dissatisfiedly, how rude. Baron Joshua Sanders, Baron Provelum also continued to insult, I didn't expect you to do this scene, after what you have done. You forgot lost his manners as soon as he took on the title of head of his clan. Do you understand the current situation of the Empire? If you return to the castle then fulfill your responsibility as a royal knight. Have you lost your duty as a royal knight? Ash next to him covered his mouth and whispered, if you want that human to be quiet then just tell me, I have a perfect spell for them. Joshua was speechless. Was the person crying just now you? Right at this tense moment, the announcement sounded again. The halo of the Empire, King Marcus van Britain had arrived. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look. Behind them, King Marcus was in the lead. Behind them were Duke Anius, Duke Tremblin, Count Ariel and other high-ranking knights. The nobles immediately placed their hands on their chests and bowed their heads, honored to meet His Highness. Joshua also did it, opening his eyes to remind him, follow me Ash. He reluctantly did it and grumbled, I'm also the king, or should I say I'm the queen. When King Marcus passed by him, his eyes became profound. The corner of the mouth slightly raised. Ash suddenly shivered and bit his lip, it was so heavy. I have lived for thousands of years, but I have never met a human being filled with murderous intent like this. How crazy is this guy for blood? He then looked up at Joshua and asked, Joshua, you always surprise me, and yet you were able to return to the castle so quickly. I heard you lived in the clan's far southern territory, Pontier. He replied, I quickly returned according to your request, To complete your important order, I returned as soon as possible. King Marcus frowned. Was the order important? He looked forward and said, I trust Marquis Brory's words. He said that I must fulfill my responsibilities as a royal knight. I'm sure you saw the angry dragon flying in the sky. Accardi's right, someone will have to pay the price for their actions. That person was Marquis Gahordon Cromwell. He used the territorial war as an excuse to enter the Forbidden Land, which was also the Black Dragon's territory, and made it angry. If your highness gives the order, I will immediately make the Marquis pay the price. King Marcus frowned and thought, you disobedient brat, do you think this is best? Okay, it's okay, playtime is over. Thanks to you, your father is completely under my hands. I am truly satisfied. Thinking so, he smiled and walked up to the throne and said, just do as you wish, Joshua. The nobles of Marquis Talon's faction were surprised. The king just broke off relations with us. What should we do now? Marquis Gahordon quickly went up to explain, Your Highness, please wait, this boy is deceiving you. Even though we have indeed entered Trifia territory, we are only following your orders, never mind. Before he could finish speaking, King Marcus coldly shot a sharp look at him and shouted, Is that my order? Aiden, what would you do if you were me? They're trying to make excuses and claim that I'm the cause of everything, right? Marquis Cromwell turned pale with fright, his face trembled and he stammered, Ducanius, it's not like that. But Ducanius coldly bowed his head and replied, I will obey your orders, my king. King Marcus said coldly, the answer was boring. Joshua was allowed. The figure quickly appeared in front of Marquis Gahor. He put his hand on his shoulder and said smilingly, Come on, now, I'll throw you in jail, Marquis Cromwell. After escorting him to prison, Joshua returned. In a loud voice, he slowly walked forward, making the nobles tremble in fear. Duke Joshua Sanders, the traitor's capturer, served Duke Cromwell as entering. Seeing him, Ducanius had no expression on his face, and Count Ariel standing next to him was so excited that he was shaking all over. Joshua and Ash leisurely walked to the middle of the hall. He patted his chest to report, After completing your order, I have returned safely, your highness. Both bowed to worship. King Marcus smirked and said, Every time I see you I am surprised, I am almost afraid of you. This is the only thing that brings me joy on this peaceful continent. That's why, considering the Wilhelm Knights, the foreign army, I will have to punish you for letting them step foot into my territory. However, I don't want to lose you. If that's the case, I won't punish you for letting them cross the border after all. However, in exchange, I want you to become my sword. I entrust my daughter, Princess Cercerin to you. He suddenly announced this, making Joshua's face immediately darken. The noble interrupted, Your Highness, please forgive me for interrupting, however, right now Lady Cercerin's health is not good and should not be. King Marcus smiled coldly and said, Exactly, I still have another purpose, so he won't have to worry about a dying princess, and can still maintain his position. It gives you the right to compete for the throne regardless of what title you hold. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you to become the emperor of this country, something even your father was unable to do. Isn't that what you want? A child like you that no one cares about, becomes the emperor of the most powerful country on the continent. To become my sword, you just need to make an oath. Okay, that's it. He directly extended his hand. But for a while, Joshua still stood still without any reaction. He lost patience and said, Why are you so hesitant, Joshua Sanders? Joshua was now filled with disgust and thought, his attitude towards Cercerin has not changed at all. I have no intention of using her like this to become emperor. Thinking about it, his face darkened, he bowed his head slightly and replied with unclear emotions, Please forgive me, this is an order that I cannot obey. King Marcus raised his eyebrows in disbelief. The other nobles were talking in confusion, Are you rejecting the princess? Such a good opportunity, but he wasted it. The king of Avalon heard that and laughed out loud. He stood up, pointed his finger, stared at him and asked, Are you planning to refuse my proposal? The matter related to the Wilhelm Knights could be considered as treason. Do you understand what I'm saying? I will give you one last chance. This time it is not a suggestion, I give you an order. The two people's eyes were opposite each other. If King Marcus was angry, Joshua didn't show anything. He honestly explained, Please forgive me, but you are treating me like an object, treating it like a sword. As you know, the price of an object is also directly related to the price, its value. King Marcus darkened his face and asked, Are you bargaining with me? It seems you are misunderstanding. Avalon will be yours, this land and everything will be yours. Joshua frankly expressed, what I want to say here is that I am not yet perfect. If you give me more time, I can guarantee that I will become a sharp sword that is not inferior to anyone. Finally, I will turn 18 and choose who I will serve, so please wait until then. Hearing this, the king couldn't help but frown. I forgot, you're still a minor. Well, it seems following tradition and waiting until you turn 18 isn't a bad idea. Okay, tell me what you want. Joshua is surprised. He means, there's no need to be so surprised. I'm just trying to gain the upper hand in the support race. Tell me what you want. He did not hesitate, if that was the case. I want to form a new knight army consisting of the 11th and 12th battalions under my command. The Marquis Talon nobles were shocked. They immediately protested. Your Highness, you cannot agree to Joshua Sanders' request. How can you let an army of knights that are not royal knights occupy the castle? I suspect that Baron Joshua Sanders is planning to is not beneficial to us. Amidst such a wave of protests, King Marcus simply raised his hand to quiet them. He turned to Joshua and said, I'm sure you'll understand from their reaction, I can't meet your request, and why did you propose the new knight army? He explained, as you know, since I was born I have had to endure prejudice for being an illegitimate child. Because of that, my mother also had to endure a lot of hardships. That's why do we understand the feelings of the 11th and 12th battalions? All of those people dream of becoming the greatest knights in the empire, and I want to be able to support them on that path, by forming the greatest knight corps on the continent. Hearing him say that, he also slowly walked down and exclaimed, Friendship, I like it. If your intention is to create the greatest knight army on the continent, then I have no reason to refuse your request too. I approved it. Is there anything else now? This is more than enough, Your Highness. Then I will pardon you and the Wilhelm Knights. From this moment on, I appoint you as Earl of the Empire. In addition, the territories under Marquis Cromwell's jurisdiction, the traitor, will all be handed over to Earl Joshua Sanders. The meeting of nobles ends here. Dismissed. Oh, and Earl Joshua Sanders, when you have time, think of a middle name for yourself. See you next time, Earl Joshua Sanders. I will wait for the next news you bring, whatever it may be. When Joshua turned around, Ducanius walked past at the same time. He walked forward and said, It seems you are getting closer to the center of power. Marquis Talon couldn't help but speak out. He couldn't believe it. The empire was in chaos. Not only did he create an independent knight army, but he also let a kid manage it. Baron Provalum let out a sneer. No need to worry, the more he acts, the more he will attract the attention of the nobles. How can a small Marquis family have any influence on the empire? National okay. Ash couldn't help himself at this point. He pointed his finger at them and scolded them. Hey, you old man, I'm sure you heard what the emperor said, right? He will personally drag Count Joshua Sanders came under his command. The noble Earl Joshua Sanders gave all you old men a chance. Looking at the little guy, they couldn't help but look down on him. What is he talking about? Get out of my sight. Ash laughed and said, Come on, just listen to me. First, we'll give everyone the privilege of joining us. What, the privilege? Let alone, that's right, those who joined late nothing will be achieved. That's why, if you want to live a leisurely life, then go for it. Ash excitedly gave a thumbs up sign. The nobles suddenly fell silent, glancing at each other. The next second, they jostled each other and rushed forward. Damn it, get out of the way, I'll go first. Don't make fun of me, I'll go first. Our family will be the one supporting Earl Joshua Sanders. Marquis Talon immediately felt uneasy. This is bad. He not only has an independent knight army to influence the empire, but also has additional families to support him. Thus, his influence will quickly surpass that of Emperor Marcus. On the other hand, in the dark room that looked like it was in some basement, Evergrande held the door tightly and reported seriously, it was not okay. Looks like Crevasse didn't take the bait. What should we do now? The man in the black cloak reassured him, Don't worry, nothing has changed. After all, we will definitely have to confront Crevasse later. I didn't expect Heimdall to be right. Joshua is a big problem. I don't know how he pulled Crevasse to his side, but we can't let him ruin our plans. I will leave Joshua to the other fake contract to deal with. Evergrande worriedly expressed, This is not a good time to do so. Emperor Marcus is watching him closely, and we need time for Ducanius's family too. We need to wait until the second Emperor's forces Kaizen element is strong enough. I think it would be better if we destroy Emperor Marcus and the magic tower right now. The man in black asked again, Is everything ready? That's right, information about Ashir van Britain has been spread. I'm sure that news will soon reach Emperor Marcus's ears through the Black Wind. The black shirt said, "Perfect, we will start eliminating him and gradually proceed with everything. After that tyrant dies, I hope they still maintain their greed. I want it, the Emperor's Death Knight. Don't you think that would be wonderful?" he was saying, when suddenly his hand suddenly rose and shot out. On the wall, his hand in the darkness seemed to catch something and pull it out. Evergrande was surprised. The extra space on the wall, don't tell me, Black Wind. The wall cracked. Jacqueline was strangled tightly by the other guy. He tried to say, "How did you know?" Even the talented guys are hard to recognize. The other hand squeezed Jacqueline's neck harder. That person is a third-level high-level devil, Asmodeus, eyes with red pupils, mouth curled into a cold smile saying, "That's because, there's no way human thoughts can understand me." At the headquarters of the Royal Knights of the 11th and 12th Legions, a banquet was held. Joshua sat at the head of the central table. The knights around the table raised their glasses together, congratulating Captain Joshua on his victory. Bison expressed, "I was very surprised. I didn't expect that you would dare to say that in front of so many nobles." Langer agreed, "Yes, we can form our own night squad. Surely the soldiers' other groups will be very jealous." Caius asked excitedly, "A lot of people are talking about us now. How do you plan to organize a night squad?" Joshua pondered and said, "How? Although I can't tell in detail yet, if I had to imagine it, it would be the legend of the Swallow Empire, the first team of aerial knights to surpass the Wyvern Knights. Gathering the most ferocious beasts from the mainland, is fear. As well as the persistent nightmare of the frozen territory, the Black Dragon, the Crevasse Knight Army." After hearing this, everyone excitedly asked, "Are we going to ride a dragon? Then we will be remembered in history books, right?" Ash curled his mouth and chuckled mockingly, "Keep dreaming. No one can resist Lord Crevasse. Your leader is truly stupid, you bastards." Suddenly the door opened, a knight poked his head in and announced, "Captain Joshua, sorry for interrupting the party, you have a guest who wants to tell you urgent news." "Who is it?" Knight Armstrong suddenly appeared and said, "It's me, suddenly bothering you, I'm so embarrassed." That night, in his room, Ash made a cup of tea and placed it on the table where Armstrong was sitting. Joshua expressed, "Thank you for taking the time to come here. What did you want to tell me today?" He immediately replied, "There is a summons from Duke Anius, Count Sanders." "From the Duke, why now?" "Because no one has ever achieved the same level of achievement as you. That day I wanted to invite you to the estate to celebrate this occasion. It seems like Lucia was especially looking forward to your arrival." Hearing that, Joshua also said, "Although we both hope to see our mother soon, we still have some things to arrange here in Akardi. When I'm done I will go there right away." Knight Armstrong scratched his head and smiled shyly, saying, "That's great. But if you don't mind, can I ask you what it is?" "We must have some information as a legitimate reason to report to the Duke." He answered honestly, "It's nothing, I'm just planning to visit the palace." Armstrong was surprised, "Do you want to go see Princess Cercerin at the palace, then the Emperor's rumor?" Joshua interrupted, "This has nothing to do with the Emperor's orders." Armstrong looked regretful, "Oh, is that so? What a pity. I was hoping to have the opportunity to admire the spear skills of a master like you." "Earl Sanders, what do you mean?" "It seems like you're taking advantage of the Bloody Birch Arena as an opportunity to choose a bridegroom for Princess Cercerin. The most important thing is, every citizen of the Avalon Empire is allowed to participate." Hearing this news, Joshua's face immediately darkened. Armstrong happily continued, "No surprise, everyone has a chance. It's all thanks to the royal magician Evergrande. He has prepared a cure for Princess Cercerin." Having finished speaking, Joshua used his hand to hit the table so hard that it cracked. He asked again with cold eyes, "Evergrande has finished preparing the medicine, is he with the princess now?" Armstrong was startled and stuttered, "Oh, yeah, I guess so." The next day, in the forest, the three people Cain, Icarus and Iseline looked ahead in shock. Icarus asked incredulously, "What were you thinking that you insisted on bringing Miss Iseline here?" Cain smiled wryly and replied, "I told you she wanted to come with us. Since we're in a hurry, I could sneak away from you." But the two of them went back to arguing. When they said that, "Did you think about how expensive it is to use the gate? Do you have money? We got to Akardi as quickly as possible. Isn't that more important?" "Why, well, what you said isn't wrong, but the budget is limited anyway. If you spend it without a plan like this." Even though they argued, Iseline walked towards where the person was sitting. She said frankly, We came here because we wanted to use the gate. There were 3 of us, including the 2 guys standing behind me." The old man glanced slightly at the 2 people. They politely raised their hands to greet. "Hello, it's such a beautiful day today," he silently assessed. "A young girl, a knight and a magician." Suddenly, he curled his mouth and smiled coldly and contemptuously, saying that if he wasn't a noble, he would show off the name of his hometown. He couldn't help but feel happy and delicious. Just this morning, he had extorted money from 3 chickens. Cain frowned and expressed, "Why do I keep having a bad feeling?" Icarus explained, he was reasonable. "If there were criminals using the gate, how would we catch them, right? No, don't you remember last time we weren't allowed to use the gate because of Cromwell?" Cain said angrily, "That's why I'm angry. We're not criminals. I thought before, we shouldn't have come here. Just go back to the route." And while speaking, Iseline suddenly held up a bright yellow card, causing both of them to raise their hands to cover their eyes. Something. She introduced herself. "People rumored that mercenary magicians possessing golden cards are as rare as soul manipulators. I am Celine, mercenary magician. Is this prestigious enough?" She also thought to herself, she didn't expect that the thing I created when being chased by the Cromwell family would have this kind of effect. However, the old man only raised his mouth and smiled meaningfully. He said sarcastically, "For such a young mage to want to be a mercenary, is he capable enough? I just took a look and knew you were weak. Are the 2 people behind you also mercenaries?" Icarus said a little angrily, "Forgive me for interrupting, you are being too rude. We are all from the Sanders family, serving under Count Sanders. Is that enough to pass the gate, mister? Don't toy with us anymore." The old man raised his voice and mocked, joking, "This is just a necessary procedure." "Hey, Joshua Sanders, I don't know who he is." "Okay, then I'll leave you alone. If the destination is a carty, then transportation fee, 1,000 gold coins per person, total 3,000 gold coins, guys." Icarus and Cain exclaimed in surprise, "What, 3,000? With that amount of money, we can travel around the world. Who do you think you are? Buy and sell ethically, you scammer." When he heard you, his face darkened. "You dare call me a scammer? You nobles are so famous, but now I understand why you disguised yourself as mercenaries. I refuse to accept you. Go home immediately. If you dare to do anything messy again, I will report back to the Emperor." Having said that, he held the staff in his hand and used magic to condense the fire. Cain was about to rush in. "Hey, the old bastard started the trouble." "Okay, rush in." Icarus quickly hugged his waist and reminded him, "Mr. Cain, this is more than enough. Let's go back and attack him. It won't do any good either." The old magician immediately angrily performed his trick. "Okay, if you're good then rush in here, you idiots, I'll burn you all to ashes." Burning up, pass through the enemy, gracefully. Icarus was full of worry. A fire rune, a level 4 spell. Why would a level 4 magician sit and watch over the teleportation gate, in this empty field? Seeing the dire situation, Iseline quickly asked, "Did you just say 3,000 gold coins?" "I have money here, please come and see for yourself." Having said that, she took out 3 bags of money from her sleeve. The old man saw this and whispered in surprise, "Does this girl have money?" He did not know how to be satisfied, but increased the magic power into the fireball to make it burn more strongly. "Now the price has increased, because you guys are wasting my precious time. It has increased to 1,500 dong each. People, a total of 4,500 gold coins, no bargaining. That price includes compensation for my mental damage." Cain angrily pulled out his sword and said, "I won't hold back anymore. Let me show you what politeness is." Suddenly, his sword suddenly froze, making him bewildered. Ice. It turned out that, before he could act, Iseline had cast ice magic, freezing and covering this land with his icy breath. Cain was confused. I mean Lord Celine." Freezing, she shouted loudly. The ice immediately spread, even covering the old magician's fire. He was shocked, unable to defend himself. He was just a mercenary. "Can use 5-star level spells." Iseline slowly walked over and said coldly, "It seems like you underestimate me. Because I'm a mercenary, I probably need an apology fee, right? What?" His fireball was frozen, falling directly into the teleportation formation. If he refused, then so be it. "I will report this matter to the Magic Tower, under the name Celine, vice captain of the mercenary team." He was stunned. "What, you're the deputy captain? Damn it, you really messed up, you messed with the wrong person." The Magic Tower had already favored the Avalon nobles after nominating Evergrande as the royal chief magician again, and now the Magic Tower faced the situation of maintaining neutrality. If the vice captain of the mercenary team reports this to the Magic Tower, then the Magic Tower will eliminate me. Thinking about it, he quickly put down his cane. I bowed my head 90 degrees to express my sincere apologies. I hope the three of you will forgive me. Iselene shrugged and said, "That's all, I didn't talk about the compensation fee." Cain and Icarus joined in, "That's right, pay the compensation." The old wizard stammered, "How much?" Iselene's aura at this moment was similar to that of Joshua, offering a price, 100,000 gold coins per person, and of course, free use of the teleportation portal. The old magician's face turned pale, his whole body trembled, 100,000 each. That day, both Cain and Icarus had the feeling that they saw Joshua's silhouette on Iselene. When asking for money, at the royal palace, Joshua stood in front of the room with a solemn face. Ahead, the second prince of the Avalon Empire, Kaizen, was blocking the door with his subordinates. He said, "Count Joshua Sanders has a great reputation. Today he personally came to find me. What an honor. What do you want?" Joshua frowned and thought, thanks to his actions, the future has gradually changed, which is why new factors that he did not know are also starting to appear. However, my goal remains unchanged. I will definitely take control of my life in this life. Kaizen asked loudly, "Is there any reason you came to me?" Joshua calmly replied, "I came here to see Princess Cercirin. Please let me see her alone." As soon as the words fell, they gasped in surprise. "You arrogant bastard, who do you think you are to dare speak to my lord like that? You better show some respect to the second prince Kaizen." Kaizen then stepped forward, arrogantly saying, "Calm down, there's no need for you two to interfere." He wondered, "Why should I let you meet Princess Cercirin? You don't even have the right to stand here." Joshua replied, "I have that right, and I'm pretty sure that the second prince Kaizen also knows, but haven't you heard the news yet? Cercirin's prince husband will soon be decided through a bloody war. Either way, I'll be the winner. However, there's no point if the princess's condition keeps getting worse. Don't you think it's necessary to check her condition?" The man standing next to him angrily shouted, "You dare to enter the second hall without any authority for such a reason? Your courage must be enormous." Kaizen laughed and said, "Are you saying that you will be able to take down the entire knight group alone, even Captain Rod?" Joshua smiled and replied, "It is not impossible." Seeing Joshua's eloquent appearance, Kaizen happily expressed, "I like your house, so I think I should also agree with that idea. Okay, why don't we make a bet? If you could win a bloody Bircher war without any help, I will not prevent you from taking Cercirin out of the temple. However, if you fail, you will have to kneel and swear allegiance to my father, and to me. Swearing on your name that you will serve Lord Kaizen." Right now, Joshua thought to himself, "You are behaving exactly as I thought, second prince." After that, Joshua immediately agreed, "Okay, I agree, but in return, I want to visit Princess Cercirin right now. And I said I want to visit her alone. I don't want anyone including the prince sharing the same room with me and the princess." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd behind him angrily shouted a warning, "Be reasonable, Knight Commander, why do we have to give you the right to live alone with the princess?" This statement made Joshua angry. He shouted back, "How long are you going to call me by that name?" A large source of energy radiated out, making them afraid. They silently exclaimed, unable to believe that his aura could make me kneel. "This bastard has surpassed human limits, he is inhuman." Joshua fiercely threatened, "If you dare to interrupt my conversation with the prince one more time, I will cut you without mercy." At this moment, their faces were filled with pain and helpless resignation. Kaizen laughed and said sarcastically, "That's why I told you two to calm down. Okay, I'll let you visit Cercirin alone. It seems that thanks to you, I have something worth waiting for in the Bircher Blood War, even if you defeat the Empire's knights. Or will it become my trustworthy sword? Please keep that promise." After giving instructions, he immediately left. On the other side, in the garden of the first prince's palace, the first prince Kisser said thoughtfully, "Cercirin has not fully recovered yet. Why did you decide on her husband at this time? I really cannot understand my father's thoughts." The commander of the Imperial Knight Squadron Den Haag replied, "I also feel extremely confused. It seems that the first challenger in the Bircher Blood War is the Knight Squad leader Joshua Sanders. Is that okay? You probably haven't heard the news yet. Count Joshua is no longer a commander of the Royal Army. and is no longer a subordinate of mine. That's fine, if you can handle it yourself. Him, the Knight Commander. Uncle, please deal with him. Hearing these words, Ra Den Hog thought, the first prince has been extremely worried since Joshua first came to the palace. Well, that's because the first prince is the most influential person in the entire world of Avalon, second only to Emperor Marcus, that is even when all the other powers, including the second prince, are combined. However, if Count Joshua Sanders marries Princess Cercerin, he will have the right to challenge the throne and become the biggest threat. So, instead of seeing him as a rival, I should see him as a sidekick. Ra Den Hog replied, don't you think it would be better if I brought Count Joshua to my side? Kisser pondered and then hesitantly replied, that's it. He remembered Cheryl's appearance and blushed. But after thinking about Cheryl and Joshua being together, he was so angry that he suddenly broke the rose petal. Kisser frowned and said, I just think that wouldn't suit me at all. Ra Den Hog replied, well, if that's the case then I guess we have no other choice, and there's another knight who can stop Pearl Joshua. What, you say there's still one? Are there other talented knights besides you, Commander Rod? Yes, Galahad is back, Sir Galahad is back. Yes, and he will bring immense support to you. First Prince Kisser, in addition, I am sure that he will be the ultimate winner of the Bircher Blood War. In another development, at the palace of the second prince, Joshua is trying to heal Cercerin. He mutters a spell, those who connect mortals to the sky, bring relief to the dead, bring energy to the living. Those who are talented in healing, let the warmth of the city's light overshadow the human world. Holy resistance. He thought that, because this was a sacred magic that only bishops or people of higher class could use, he felt a bit worried, but it seems like everything is still going smoothly. With this spell, Cercerin should find some peace of mind. At this moment, Princess Cercerin began to react a bit. Drops of sweat rolled down her rosy cheeks. Realizing that, Joshua said, Cercerin, are you awake? Can you hear my voice? Cercerin replied, this voice is Lord Joshua. Is it really that Lord Joshua? Joshua replied, yes, it is me. Do you remember the promise we made, the promise that I would find a cure for your illness? It's finally finished. Thank you for patiently waiting for me until now. If it was the medicine Mr. Evergrande would have. I'm sure that medicine will only make you fall deeper into a coma. Trust me and take this medicine, it will completely cure your illness. However, there is a side effect. She will lose part of her memory and may even forget me. Joshua thought to himself, yes, even though I knew there was this medicine, I hesitated whether I should give it to Cercerin or not because I had no right to take away her memories. When I faced her death, regret filled my heart and mind. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. However, until now I still hesitate that even if her illness is cured, she will still only be used as a commodity within the family to further their influence. Suddenly, Cercerin reached out to hold the bottle of medicine, wondering why he hesitated. Don't try to shoulder all that responsibility on your shoulders. If you do this for my benefit, how do you think I will feel? These words caused Joshua to ponder for a moment. Cercerin expressed, if you are worried about what might happen in the future, you can meet me one more time. Promise me as a precious friend. Joshua replied, okay, I promise, I will find you again. Remember, the first time we met, I told him that he had the same name as my favorite flower. However, that made her even sadder, just like the meaning of the forget-me-not flower. Do you know the meaning of that flower? Of course. Don't forget me, remember me, I won't forget, especially about you. I still have a request to ask you, can you give me that medicine with your lips? Of course, Joshua is not afraid to hesitate. He took the potion and thought, because I received so much help from you in my previous life, Cercerin replied affectionately, thank you. Joshua replied, I'm the one who should say thank you. He told himself, I will definitely take care of you in this life, Cercerin. I'm sure. In the imperial capital of Avalon, the Akardi Magic Tower branch office is in front of the teleportation gate. Kane expressed interest. It's been a while since we've been to Akardi, it feels like we just ran away from here yesterday. I'm finally back, Icarus replied, we need to find the owner first. Satisfied. Iselene wondered, can I go with the lad or too? Icarus was surprised, why, aren't you going with us? I have some personal matters to take care of at the Magic Tower branch office, I'll be back when I'm done. It's unfortunate, but I'll see you later, I'll be back soon, so don't be too sad. See you later. Kane said, Sir Icarus, I also have things to do so I should go first. As soon as he finished speaking, Icarus angrily pinched Kane's ear and scolded him. "Where are you going to hide, Mr. Kane?" Kane quickly explained, "I said I had something to do, now you are really bullying me. Let me show you what bullying really is." Kane waved his hand in fear and replied, "That's not what I meant. I heard rumors that the Knights of the Principality of Onyus were here, so I wanted to go see some old friends." Icarus was confused. "Why did I have to go to the Coppers, old career? Am I not the leader of Earl Joshua Sanders' Knight Squad? Shouldn't I start recruiting skilled knights from now on? A Knight Squad dedicated to the Master, a Knight Squad that surpasses the 7 Knights of Avalon. Soon, we will be called the Royal Spirit Knights. I came up with that name. I will try my best to complete this goal." "Well, I already have the Wilhelm Knights, but calling them our knights makes me feel sorry for Reinhardt. We finally have a noble family title. You really tried. It's not like you at all, Mr. Kane." "All right, I'm looking forward to your Royal Spirit Knight, Sir Kane." Kane confidently replied, "I won't disappoint you, I hope so." A mercenary mage who is in her teens and is expected to be at least in the early stages of 5th level has appeared in the Fontaine region. Her name is Celine and is expected to arrive in Akardi soon. You mustn't make her unhappy, or dishonor the Magic Tower. Upon receiving the news, the manager of the Magic Tower branch exclaimed in surprise, "That's crazy, he's already a teenager and has already reached the 5th level, a teenager like that is on the same level as me." Suddenly, a soldier hurriedly ran in and called, "Manager, please come down a bit." He asked loudly, "What's going on?" "There is a level 5 person who wants to register for the Magic Tower." She said she was the mercenary magician Celine. The branch manager came over and asked, "Have you been waiting long?" "I'm Wufa, currently in charge of the Akardi branch office." Celine stood up and politely replied, "No, I honestly didn't think you'd come so quickly." He replied, "Even though I'm busy with a lot of things, I want to personally meet someone like you, Miss Celine." "I understand. Before that, allow me to explain a bit. You said you wanted to register as a 5th level, but you are already affiliated with the Mercenary Association, so you can't connect with the Magic Tower anymore, so you probably need to transfer the link." Celine replied confusedly, "I only came here to register my level, and had no intention of connecting with the Magic Tower." "What? No way. What you're saying is that you reached level 5 just by studying on your own without any knowledge from the Magic Tower, so why don't you take this opportunity to connect with the Magic Tower and learn more?" "Awake. Without the knowledge from the tower, it is almost impossible to pass level 5. More importantly, a talented magician like Miss Celine will definitely receive many benefits from the Magic Tower." Celine tried to explain, "I already said, I don't need to register for a level because I need knowledge from the tower. Unless I have something to ask of the Magic Tower Alliance, I have no intention of changing my alliance." What do you mean?" "You know, what the Magic Tower Master announced recently." "What did he say?" "I remember, he officially announced that the missing mage Jack Sterapes, the master of the Torpedo Tower, had died, and he would choose a new head mage of the Torpedo Tower from the registered mages of the rank." "Right." Wufa replied, "That's why I'm sorry, Miss Celine, but no matter how talented you are, it's very difficult for someone who's just starting 5th grade to be a candidate for that position." Celine wondered, "So it's very difficult for people who are only at 5-star level?" "That's right, and to get to a higher level, she needs knowledge from low level." "So this is enough." Without more words, Celine immediately gave them a performance, making them gape at the scene before them. "What's going on, Mom?" Wufa screamed in panic before Celine's power. Just one spell made the entire tower shake. He secretly wondered, my God, without needing to chant any spells, she could create multi-attribute magic, equivalent to shield magic, so that must be her level. Level 6, 4 Spirit Magician, yet she has at least the same strength as the 7th Magician, Storm Tower Master, Sita. On the other side, Kane is doing his duty. From what I heard from my colleagues, in order to get the princess, Master must confront every knight in Avalon, including the Royal Knights. This is going too far. His family will probably be abolished as soon as he becomes an earl. What will he do with his subordinates after causing such big trouble? My honor, I can't survive with my master. Suddenly a voice spoke from behind. Unfortunately for the temporary leader of the army, he would have to confront the strongest knight corps in the empire, the Royal Knights. Sir Galahad, the Triad's bodyguard. Death is back. We probably won't even have a chance to fight him. Even though I was ordered to make Count Joshua prostrate, I have no intention of taking away anyone else's opportunity. If you two want to, just fight him first." Hearing these words, Cain angrily cursed, "The temporary leader of the army is only the master. Really, you want him to prostrate himself? Do you dare to insult my master? I will not forgive you." Suddenly, a hand was placed on Cain's shoulder and he shouted loudly and stopped. Cain shivered and stopped for a moment, thinking, "I didn't realize his presence until he touched my shoulder." Rumor has it that all the knights of the Avalon Empire have gathered here, so this powerful person is. Cain shouted in fear, "Of course it's the master, please don't appear silently like that again, I'm going to have a heart attack." Joshua replied, "Don't make such a fuss, you don't forget where you are, but I can't let those bastards dare to insult you." Unfortunately, Cain, you can't win against him with your current level. That Galahad is the one appointed by the leader of the Royal Knights as his successor. Suddenly Galahad came. He was as good as rumored. I could recognize him with just one look. "Pleased to meet you, Earl Joshua Sanders. I look forward to seeing your spear and my sword meet on the battlefield." Joshua sarcastically, "That's funny." It surprised him. "What? Shouldn't you protect the third prince? Why are you here now?" He laughed in response. "I believe that someone like you who left the Royal Knights to create an independent Knight Corps has no right to say that. I'm quite surprised. You've been away from Akardi for a while but you still no come to me. I would like to talk more with you, Count. But now I still have many things to prepare. I will go now, please forgive me. I will wait for you at the Bircher Blood battle." Cain was angry. "A person who had just insulted you came here to act so friendly, do you know him?" Seeing that Joshua's face was a bit unusual, Cain was startled. "Master." Joshua frowned and replied, "Of course I know him well." He thought to himself, he was one of the people who betrayed him and pushed him to death. Just in time, he was the Galahad de Lancelot guard of the third prince of the Avalon Empire, the successor to the leader of the Night Squad. Joshua said to himself, "Today, I will tear you to pieces on that stage, and complete the first step in your revenge plan." Cain laughed mockingly, "Master, it's about to start, you should get ready." Joshua wondered, "Cain, are you going to?" "Of course, I have to deal with those bastards, so they can't touch a single hair of yours." "Thank you, Cain, thanks to you I feel better, so let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Cain excitedly replied in a loud voice, "Yes master." At this time, at the royal training ground, everyone was present. Marcus loudly announced, "All Knights of Avalon, I am the ruler of the Empire of Avalon, Emperor Marcus, giving you the opportunity to become the princess's son-in-law. The rules are very simple. This is a battle of survival. Fight until there is only one person left alive. You will fight according to the rules of the blood of the Bircher sheep. When there is only one person left in the arena, the battle will end. No matter how much time it takes, the Bircher blood war will immediately begin." Spare leaned close to Joshua's ear and said, "I am a member of the 4th Army and the second son of the Huddle family. Spare, I look forward to the first battle with you, Earl Joshua. I am a member of the 3rd Legion and the third child of the Frank family, Aaron. I will be next, I will be the third, I will be the fourth." Joshua calmly replied, "Don't be like that, just rush in all at once. This time there are no rules, put that honor aside and rush in all at once. I don't want to waste time. If you want, then we will obey. Don't blame us." Level 6 True Spear, Earth Element, Mountain Burst. Joshua calmly observed every move. They aggressively rushed towards Joshua, but before he could do anything, he was defeated by a spell. One by one they fell to the ground. Joshua said with sharp eyes, "Next, Galahad." Wishing for his wish, Galahad confidently stepped into the ring. He smiled triumphantly and said, "Thanks to you, my opponents have been reduced a lot. Thank you, Count, I accept the challenge. My name is Baldwin Dunn Brown, born into an Earl's family and an Earl Brown family famous for swordsmanship. As the son of such a family, I was born with outstanding swordsmanship talent. I rose to the position of Deputy Commander of the 9th Army of the Royal Knights before I even turned 20, was it from that moment. The family's attention to me had become too much." Balmong's father said at that time, "What talent do you have that is worthy of sitting at my dining table?" According to rumors, Ducanius's eldest son, Babel I've known how to use mana since I was 14 years old. Don't you want to show everyone that you can at least overcome it? You have to always prove that you're the best, don't you understand? Living in that situation, we become bored and stop trying to achieve anything, nothing. Balmong at that moment exclaimed to himself, "Being a deputy commander is really fun, even though I'm lazy, no one scolds me, it's really refreshing." Suddenly, The commander stormed in angrily. "Balding, are you skipping work again?" Balding exclaimed in surprise, "The commander-in-chief." Ra Den Hog warns, "If you can fix that laziness then you can definitely become the best, yet you waste your talent like that." Balding hesitantly replied, "I'm sorry, Commander, why did you come here today? I don't think it was just to force me to practice. His Majesty has directly assigned you a task." "What a task, the perfect task for a lazy person like you." "Go to Anyu's territory now and do the mana test," Balding said. "That is the day I make changes." The day I met Joshua, even though he was only the son of a concubine, he had shown his excellence since he was 9. He thawed my frozen heart and made it beat again. I was once a potential star, I want to shine again, brighter than Count Joshua. From that moment on I was very diligent. If I just worked hard I could overcome everything, but was I too stupid, or did I miscalculate? No matter how hard I worked I couldn't overcome Joshua. He is an invincible existence. This time, Joshua challenges. Next is you, Galahad. Galahad smiled happily and replied, "Thanks to you, the number of my opponents has decreased significantly." "Thank you, Count, I challenge you." Marcus frowned and exclaimed, "Is that aura magnetic field, transmitting mana into the voice to instantly defeat the opponent? But there is also this method of use." Count Joshua is still very interesting. But the Empire's royal knights were always so proud and yet they were so easily defeated, in front of Count Joshua alone, who had just reached a supernatural level. If other empires knew about this, would they look down on Avalon? No. "What do you think, Commander-in-Chief?" Ra Den Hog replied, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I will punish you and teach you again." Before he could finish his sentence, Balmong suddenly jumped out and shouted, "Please, I am the second son of Earl Brown's family. Balding Boyle Brown, please fight with Earl Joshua. Please accept my challenge first." Joshua said contemptuously, "Sir Balding, with your current level, you will never be able to win against me. Accept your defeat and retreat." With Joshua's monomagnetic field infused into his voice, Balding screamed in fear, "Damn it!" He silently exclaimed, "Under this terrible pressure, I am gradually losing my sanity. Concentrating my brain, I must protect myself from Count Joshua's killing intent by surrounding myself with mana. Then we have to activate mana at the same time." Balmong wondered, "Why should I give up before even fighting? I want to fight him with all my strength to clearly see the difference between us. Please don't humiliate my spirit." Joshua smiled and replied, "In that case, let me see your energy. Come on, Sir Balding. I will show you the difference between us." Without saying much, Joshua made his first move, causing Balmong to tremble and think. "I can't even use the mana blade right now, I won't be able to fight against Count Joshua's aura sword, my only chance is to slash from above to reflect his aura. We must release as much mana as possible and to redirect Joshua's mana. We must precisely control each molecule. The impact point of mana, I will surround it around my aura." Balmong then used the Joshua response plan. He held the mana sword up high, then shouted loudly. Joshua calmly thought to himself, "Mr. Balmong can actually perform aura cascading even though he's never seen it before. He is truly a genius that surpasses Uravis, a genius that surpasses all geniuses." The mana fragments Sir Balding shot into the air were changing form. I had seen this in my previous life, it is a high-class move of the Brown family. Balding shouted loudly, "The senior move of the Starry Brown family." Immediately, the rain of stars rushed towards Joshua. Realizing that, Joshua used a level 4 spear to destroy it. The two sources of mana collided with each other, creating a loud explosion. Balding exclaimed in surprise, "How could such a high-level move fail like that?" His eyes tensed before Joshua's blow. Balding secretly admired, "My body can't handle this level of aura usage, my body has lost all its strength." Joshua said, "Even for just a moment, you can use strength far beyond your level. I believe with this talent, you can fly even further, Sir Balding." Balding replied, "Even though you say that, I know this is my limit, I give up." If you want to overcome your limits, you must be motivated and always have a goal in front of you. Isn't the position of Royal Knight Commander a struggle? If it's Mr. Balmong, I think it's completely possible. Suddenly, Galahad spoke angrily. It sounded really unpleasant. The act of encouraging him to become the commander of your Royal Knights was really impolite, Earl Joshua Sanders. Especially when Mr. Balmong here never tries anything, and the position of commander is what all Royal Knights strive to achieve. Isn't that ironic? Joshua pondered these words. He glanced over at Balding, He thought to himself, even though Balmung is a genius, he can't show his full potential, not because of his behavior but because of that bastard Galahad. He said, "You are still as selfish, narrow-minded and cruel as before." Galahad asked confusedly, "What do you mean by me? Who gives you the right to judge me when we've never met? It seems like you don't know how much I've sacrificed for the Avalon Empire. Or maybe it's because you're afraid of Mr. Balmung's talent. Since it's only a matter of time before Mr. Balmung surpasses you, I was worried because there are small changes from time to time, but knowing that Galahad is still the same as before makes me quite happy. You will never be able to win against Mr. Balmung." Nonsense. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion that made Balmung jump in surprise. Ra Den Hog gasped. All the knights on the training ground stepped back immediately. Don't get caught in the battle between two supernatural-level guys. Everyone there felt the suffocation of this war. At this time Galahad and Joshua began to fight. Everyone shouted in panic. "Run away, get caught up in the battle now." Baldong was surprised, "It was so fast that my eyes couldn't keep up, it was so impressive." Ra Den Hog silently exclaimed, although Count Joshua's method of using mana was impressive, Galahad was still superior in terms of fighting power. In a supernatural level match, victory can be decided by the way mana is used. Galahad's ability is lightning, which is his secret move, activating every muscle in his body to tear apart his opponent, in an instant. Her body, enhanced by a lot of mana, becomes stronger than steel and very difficult to damage. But the scariest thing about this move is still its power, even if you are Count Joshua, if you don't detect Galahad's move and get hit. I only saw Marcus's eyes showing surprise about this war. Looks like Galahad made some mistake. He shouted in panic, "Count Joshua, sir, wait a moment." Not listening, Joshua slashed his head with one blow. His lifeless eyes looked at his destroyed enemy. Even though the battle was over, the smell of blood was still in the air. Joshua looked solemnly at the defeated man and secretly hoped that he would not be angry with this sudden death. Joshua slashed hard across Galahad's body, and don't be sad when you are forgotten in the pages of history. Ra Den Hog was stunned, not daring to believe what had just happened. Joshua still secretly wishes for Galahad, because he shines brighter than anyone else in this land and everyone is protected. The king and Ducanius also remained silent and solemn as they watched Galahad die at the hands of Joshua. Joshua also recognized Galahad, "This great sacrifice, I will remember." Galahad really collapsed, he died so quickly. Then, Joshua is about to act, "Now let me erase the hatred in my heart for so long." He looked at Galahad's body. Joshua commented that the spirit of death cannot sleep peacefully under this chaos. Hymn of Death. Joshua silently sent the words he wanted to say to Galahad in the afterlife. The knights standing outside were all shocked. "Duke Joshua, what are you doing? Has Sir Galahad been killed? Are you crazy?" Of course Ra Den Hog was also bitter. He accused Joshua, "This was just a friendly match." He angrily approached Joshua, "How dare you kill a knight? I have been ignoring your actions for a while now. But I cannot accept this ugly action." Having said that, Ra Den Hog rushed forward. He shouted loudly, "I, the commander-in-chief of the Royal Knights, will execute you immediately." Joshua was a bit surprised in his mind. "I didn't expect the commander to be this angry about Galahad's death. He won't listen to what I say right now, try to calm him down first." And so the two sides rushed into each other. The strength was very terrible. Joshua continues the attack, but look at Joshua's expression. It seems like he is surprised. That's right, Joshua is wondering, am I being pushed back? Ra Den Hog's attack power is extremely strong, somewhat overwhelming Joshua. Ducanius still stood outside watching thoughtfully. "The king has a very sharp hand," worried Anius. "Do you think that old man, the tallest of the 12 superiors, will harm your spoiled son?" The king of Avalon added in an amused manner, "But wouldn't this be fun, if the only person who could teach him a lesson was that old man?" The king affirmed that the Dark Knight, the strongest sword of Avalon, would at least respect the Royal Knights and Avalon a little, right? On the ring, Commander Ra Den Hog was showing a surprised expression. Joshua is still standing firm after the super-powerful attack he caused. Joshua spoke up trying to explain, "Wait, Commander, give me a moment to explain." Ra Den Hog has no need to listen. "You killed a royal knight in front of so many eyes, what else is there to explain?" He jumped up frantically, "Please pay for your sins." Joshua is trying hard to pin his feet to the ground. He struggled to block Ra Den Hog's attack. Next, he jumped to gain momentum on the spear. Use your spear to shield Ra Den Hog's attack. Ra Den Hog gritted his teeth bitterly. As for Joshua, he still had composure, at least shown on his face. He quickly thought about his personality, to protect himself from this overwhelming aura. Joshua unleashed his strength, the 6th level of demonic spear and demonic magic, moved mountains and filled seas. Joshua's move soared high out of reach of the competition stands. There was a huge explosion underneath the ring floor. Ra Den Hog was a bit surprised. I didn't expect this to happen, it's ridiculous. He still steadied his sword in battle even though he had some recognition in his heart. Joshua, I acknowledge your strength, boy. I have no other choice. I will use the secret technique I have been hiding for so long to face one of the 9 stars. Joshua calmly approached and told Ra Den Hog and everyone the reason. Galahad killed the 3rd prince. Ra Den Hog was completely ignored. He asked in disbelief, the 3rd prince was harmed by his own courtier Galahad. You tell me to believe this nonsense? Joshua firmly affirmed, yes, that is why I executed Galahad according to royal law. Ra Den Hog didn't admit it, he just said nonsense to avoid guilt. He said that because he didn't understand anything about the 3rd prince. He switched on lecture mode. He has been a talented swordsman since he was a child. He is also considered to be as outstanding as you. If I am not mistaken, the 3rd prince's abilities should have been abandoned, far away from Galahad. For Galahad to be able to do that on his own, there must be someone behind it. Ra Den Hog tried to explain further, but the 3rd prince has no ambition for power. No matter who harms him, he will not gain any benefits. Joshua calmly agreed, you're right, Commander. This made Ra Den Hog angry. Are you playing tricks on me? Joshua analyzed again. No, think about it. What if the 3rd prince had his own reasons for making it difficult for him to compete for the throne? What if such a person had political power above and beyond his physical power? Joshua gave the conclusion. No one will be able to resist, but Ra Den Hog is not convinced yet. This is just a guess. Joshua asked back, do you really think so? Then where was the 3rd prince when he returned with Galahad? Galahad was just the prince's bodyguard. Galahad returned healthy and the prince died. Isn't it obvious? So what? Commander Ra Den Hog still doesn't accept it. This speculation is not enough. I need real evidence, and even if it is true, how can you know in advance? Joshua covered it up with a random reason. I just happened to hear it. Commander Blackrod lowered his voice to a serious tone. So you finished off the royal knight without concrete evidence or something? The other knights outside angrily raised their swords. We didn't want to listen anymore. They scolded Joshua. Sir Galahad devoted himself to the Empire. Don't insult him. Confess your sins and surrender. Suddenly, somewhere out of nowhere, Cain came out of nowhere, showing off his comedy and galloping aggressively. How dare you threaten my master? The other knights were bewildered. Who is he? Cain repeated his familiar boasting song, asking who I was. I was one of the holy knights. Cain stood in front of Joshua and raised his voice to let the other knights know, I am Joshua Sanders' sword, Cain. The knights laughed at Cain. How ironic, the star sword. Duke Joshua is not even 20 years old yet he already has his own knight. Joshua gratefully said to Cain, Cain, thank you because the situation was critical. Cain replied very responsibly, have you forgotten my duty, to protect my master at all costs? Suddenly the voices of many other knights rang out, we cannot bear to lose, protect Lord Joshua. Joshua's knights are coming to protect their master. Kotyus is here. Sorry for being late, Commander. Langer also added, we were watching the room, whispering and wondering, this is if it affects the lives of the 3 of us, let's ignore it, shut up and move on. The royal knights were bewildered when they saw their colleagues. The 3 bison confidently shouted at the knights, where did you guys come from? They were startled. What, are you still pretending not to know them? Only to see the bison shouting loudly, all drifting away. Cain asked Joshua, aren't these people from the 11th and 12th battalions? Joshua warmly, yes, but now. Joshua confidently stepped forward and declared, they are my horsemen. Commander Ra Den Hog was surprised beyond belief, hey Kotyus, Langer and even Bison. He threatened the 3 of them, if they don't step aside, I'll kill them all. Don't think there will be exceptions in the same royal team. Joshua interrupted, you're forgetting something important, Ra Den Hog doesn't understand. What? Joshua clarifies, while we're wasting time here, Galahad's accomplices are trying to destroy the evidence, so it's best to act quickly. Righteous Joshua continued, even he and those behind could not have expected this death, looking for his whereabouts, not just among the horsemen. Joshua reminded carefully, but also his hometown and land company lot, and if necessary. Joshua sternly examined his body too, everywhere. Joshua persuaded Ra Dan Hog, "You may not believe me, but if you hesitate, important evidence will be destroyed." Joshua hung up again, or was afraid of finding out the truth, the person he trusted so much. Joshua cornered Ra Dan Hog, and in the end, was discovered to be the culprit who killed the third prince and committed a major crime against the empire. Commander Ra Dan Hog was a bit inclined to listen to Joshua, but he still stated the condition: "As you said, if you examine Galahad's body without any evidence, you will be responsible for everything that happens in the room, today." Dan Hog narrowed his eyes and said, "The doctor will examine his body." But unfortunately, someone covered his body suddenly attacked the doctors who were doing the autopsy. As quick as lightning he snatched away Galahad's body. The horsemen hastened to give chase. "Don't let him escape, quickly chase him." Everyone panicked and shouted more quickly, "Don't let him escape from the Akardi, the royal knight's chase, don't let him run away, catch him." Joshua knew clearly who came to steal the body. "I knew you would appear here, you always stood by Galahad's side, even on the day I died." Joshua was about to chase after him but the commander stopped him. "Stop now Joshua, we will chase him, you haven't escaped suspicion yet, so you have to stay here and answer my questions." But the king spoke, "No, Command Rod, let Earl Joshua go." The king clearly stated the reason: "Don't I have to find out that guy's identity? The current situation has proven his words, so I will give him another chance to defend." However, Commander Ra Dan Hog doesn't trust Joshua, "But your majesty, this is not certain, Earl Joshua might run away if I let him leave." The king doesn't think so. "It's okay, if he runs away, I will blame his father." The king even turned around and teased Duke Anyus, "Because it's the parents' fault for spoiled children, right, Anyus?" Duke Anyus could only agree to follow, "Yes, your majesty." Next, the king reminded Joshua, "Okay, after you listen, go arrest that guy, I will handle this later." Joshua obeyed, "Thank you, your majesty." Joshua's hard eyes looked straight at Duke Anyus. The Duke also stared at him without saying anything more. In a flash, Joshua was gone, causing his knight, Cain, to panic. "Sir!" he shouted, "are you leaving alone again? Wait for me, I will follow you." The scene changes to the silhouette of a large pearl. The Kaiser's subordinates respectfully greeted the Kaiser. "Hello Prince, you are urgently calling me, is there something wrong?" Kaiser is serious, "Yes, we are in big trouble. How long do you think it will take for me to take over the magic?" This person slowly replied, "The master of the Ian Magic Tower has a surprisingly large number of followers, so it might take quite a while, but we also have a lot of high-level magicians, so it won't be too difficult." The Kaiser is quite happy. "Very well, then the next time we meet, you'll be the tower master, my subordinates will be grateful." "Thank you, it's all thanks to you, then I can know if something happened or not." Kaiser is quite serious. Sir Galahad's assistant revealed the information to Count Joshua. Count Joshua killed Sir Galahad and is currently investigating him. The subordinate was surprised. "Why, is that true?" It was unexpected. That assistant could not have revealed the information. "He is a follower of Heimdall like us," Evergrande affirmed, "and he is also linked to the Dark King, one of the 9 stars. He should be the one hiding more than anyone else. Just wait and take a closer look, sir." The Kaiser just thought to himself, how could he act so freely without an insider? No way, that Joshua is not ordinary. He will definitely find evidence that the third prince was murdered. At this rate, the plan will fail before we even set foot on the battlefield. We have to act on our own. After thinking about it, the Kaiser ordered his subordinates, "In that case, tell Mr. Evergrande to return as soon as the matter of the magic tower is resolved." "I respectfully understand. Please take care, Your Highness." On the other side, Galahad's assistant hugged his body and fled. The assistant looked to see if anyone was chasing. She was careful because she seemed to sense something strange behind her. The noise seems louder and is easier for the assistant to perceive. To be safe, she stole Galahad's body and left immediately. After a few seconds, Joshua arrived. Looking at his appearance, it seemed like Joshua was preparing to enter some other world. While preparing, Cain rushed in. "Sir, you didn't mean to go in there, it was clearly a trap." Joshua calmly replied, "I have something to do." Cain just stood there silently, watching Joshua leave. Stunned for a moment, Cain suddenly woke up and shouted angrily, "Wait for me." Following Joshua, Cain asked him curiously, "Sir, don't you see you're making it too difficult for me? Cain kept talking to himself, I've been training so hard for this day, but I can't even use a sword anymore. Joshua asked Cain in return, Hey Cain, why are you working so hard to practice your sword? Is it really because of me or is it for some other reason? Joshua recalled sharing, At first I trained to become a successful knight, but when I served you, I changed my mind. Cain proudly continued, What you have done is so great, that is my ideal, so I want my sword to be as similar to you as possible. I use this new sword just for you. Cain didn't feel very happy. That's not what I wanted to hear, Cain. Cain was dumbfounded. Joshua explained, You have to walk your own path, Cain. Joshua confided about himself, I was once like you, I used to want to be useful to someone. Because I was very confident, because when I had this spear in my hand, I was not afraid of anything. Joshua was upset, but something truly terrifying appeared in a place we never expected. Joshua remembers the memories of his past life. When the Kaiser ascended the throne, he rewarded Joshua, In recognition of your achievements, I Kaiser van Britten, ruler of Avalon, bestowed upon you the title of Grand Duke. Fake Kaiser, congratulations to you, Grand Duke Joshua Sanders. That day, Joshua was extremely respectful and grateful. I respectfully accept this honor and will assist you until the day I die, Your Majesty. Galahad at that time also pretended to warmly congratulate Joshua, Grand Duke Joshua, I also sincerely congratulate you. Your achievements in the French country of Terra will forever be imprinted in the history of the Avalon Empire. I am very proud about you. Galahad also suggested that if you don't mind, I would like to become your friend. Humble Joshua Sanders, Commander of the Royal Knights, haven't we known each other for 20 years? I thought we were already close friends. Galahad is flexible, I'm glad you think so, from now on you can just call me Galahad, my friend. The memory flashes forward to when Joshua was killed by the Kaiser. He hated that name, and in the past life, Joshua swore, Don't you think this is the end? Galahad, the moment Joshua passed away, was also secretly happy in his heart. He was extremely happy. Who do you think you are, an invincible knight? You will also die miserably, forever. Goodbye Joshua. A big explosion took place, sending Joshua off to another life. Joshua reminds Cain, living for others isn't always fun, so don't say things like you'll become my sword or something. Joshua sincerely told Cain, live the life of Cain Harry, not the sword of Joshua Sanders, if you don't want to live with regret later. Cain is still steadfast, I assure you that I will not regret this choice. The day I met you was the most beautiful moment of my life. Cain's eyes are full of confidence, even if you don't understand, it's okay, I just hope you know my sincerity. While the two were talking, suddenly a mysterious arrow flew to attack. Joshua stood up to catch this arrow and cut it off. Joshua raised his guard and reminded Cain, don't be subjective, the person we are chasing is not ordinary, if we are just a little careless we will lose our lives. Cain also obeyed, yes sir. The two of them remained extremely focused in the face of the mysterious enemy's sneak attack. Joshua clearly realized that there were about 100 of them, but they didn't rush forward, so that meant they wanted to buy time. Joshua on the other hand found it interesting, that's the strategy I expected from you guys, I can easily guess the whole thing, so just die, even if the Black King hates me. Joshua swung his attack forward with the thought, I will crush everyone who blocks my path of revenge. Joshua's attack forced the enemies to reveal themselves. And a mastermind was standing in a corner watching Joshua. Was Galahad's mistress, she was discovered by Joshua. Joshua made up his mind, this is your grave. Very quickly, she was forced to appear by Joshua's moves. She is Evangeline, Galahad's mistress. Joshua is helping her, wake up, Joshua called the devil to appear. Bring me your prey, kill everyone who stands in my way. Joshua controls the headless knight, O knight, Lord of Dullahan. Very quickly, Evangeline was defeated, her subordinates rushed out to protect Galahad, Evangeline fell, changed strategy, protecting Galahad's body. But those grasses are not the enemy of the headless knight, the knight is too confident, you cannot escape my hands. The powerful headless knight blocked all paths to Galahad's body. The black-cloaked soldiers panicked, one guy shouted loudly, he's blocking our escape route, we have to get out of here. But the knight blocked all escape routes. They were surprised, what is this, our escape route is blocked, the surrounding space has completely changed. This is no different from the 8th demon realm of endless hell. In front of the black-cloaked knights were dozens of headless knights. These headless knights are ready to draw their swords in their hands. The black-cloaked knights were scared, the headless knight, it couldn't be, It was Dullahan. There was an entire army. Joshua smirked with satisfaction. This is the power of Lord Dullahan. Joshua affirmed in his heart that this was the power of a one-man army. Cain curiously asked Joshua, "Did you really call those undead warriors yourself?" Joshua thought back, "You understand why you have to live your life alone, if my goal is to make the Demon King rise and turn this land into a sea of blood. Then what will you do?" Cain just remained silent and did not answer. It was too difficult. At the Headless Knight's side, the Black Cloak Knights had found a solution and deployed the Black Magic Formation. They united with each other, opened the formation, Black Dragon Thorns. They opened a large battlefield. The knights impacted the ground, causing the land to break apart. In an instant, they turned the underground light streams into dragon poison gas. Joshua quickly reminded Cain, "Toxic gas is coming out from the ground, don't breathe it in." The Black Cloak Knight continued to deploy his attack, the Dragon Claws of War. They aimed at Joshua. Aura-slashing claws, sharp cold shining claws came from the position of the Black Cloak Knights. They agreed to deal with the summoner first. Joshua still calmly launched his attack, level 5 spear technique. Next is the leader of the sun. The sunlight covers the entire battle area. The Black Knights were panicked but helpless, very fast. They were burned by fire and turned into dry bones. Smoke and dust rose. Joshua and Cain were still safely standing and looking at the victory. There is a sound approaching. Altsma was carrying Galahad's lover in his arms, walking closer to Joshua. Altsma let her down. The girl looked at Joshua with hateful eyes. She asked in confusion, "What the hell are you, this monster?" Joshua calmly replied, "Aren't you the monster?" Evangeline is confused. "What?" Joshua smugly asked Evangeline, "Do you know the feeling of dying alone in the forest without knowing the reason? It's your turn to experience it." Evangeline silently angrily listened to every word Joshua said. Lugia spoke from the spear, urging Joshua, "Why do you talk so much? Just kill her." Joshua asked in surprise, "I thought you disappeared, why do you appear now, Lugia?" Lugia grinned and replied, "I need time to regain my memories, now let's focus on revenge." Lugia feels happy for Joshua. "After all these years, you finally get proper revenge. Do it." Raise your spear and plunge it into her heart. Lugia had an idea. "I will make her soul suffer forever." Lugia controls Joshua. "Kill it, kill it." Control Joshua is about to kill Evangeline. "I will kill her." Evangeline was frightened, her eyes wide open without any resistance. But Cain was able to speak up and rushed out to stop him. "Please don't do that." Lugia's power was so strong, it repelled Cain. Cain felt tired. "Oh my god, so heavy. Where did Aisha come from?" and swiped the spear from Joshua's hand away. Seeing Aisha, Joshua wondered aloud, "Why did you appear here?" Joshua shouted, "Aisha!" Aisha stabbed the knife into the ground. She respectfully bowed and greeted him. That woman held important information. Aisha advised Joshua, "If you kill her, the information will only be held by her." Joshua interrupted, "I don't care. If you dare to stop me again, I will kill all of you." Cain was determined to the end. He picked up the sword. Cain walked up to Joshua and said, "Then you will have to stab me again." Joshua glared and asked Cain, "Is this the life you chose, Cain?" Cain is steadfast, "Yes, this is the life I choose." Cain added, "I don't know what's going on, but I know what's right and what's wrong. I have to stop you from killing others." Joshua raised his spear straight to Cain's face and raised his voice, "We're done here, right?" Cain protested, "No sir, I will always be by your side, even if you turn into a demon king and lose all your memory." Joshua was surprised, "Even if I am a demon king, why is that?" "Isn't it obvious?" Cain declared, "For my first and only lord will always be Joshua Sanders." Joshua quietly listened to Cain's words. "Preventing him from making the wrong choice is also one of my duties. Please stop killing." Aisha agrees with Cain. "I also agree with this knight. We shouldn't kill Evangeline. She's the only one who knows." Joshua asked Evangeline where the third prince's body was. The scene quickly shifts to the royal palace. The second prince asked the Kaiser, "When Evangeline suddenly wanted to be on my side, I already had a hunch, but..." The second prince continued, "I'm even more curious about what you're planning. Aren't you the one with the darkest plot in this royal family, my brother?" Kaiser smiled faintly, "You really understand me." The second prince smiled and replied, "Of course he knew why you came here. You came because you needed Sir Siren, right?" Second Prince Kaizen, "Relax, take her away. If you like then I will give it to you. I don't know what you will use that power for, but it will definitely be more useful to you than me. If the Kaiser gets what he wants, I'll appreciate it. Thank you, brother, I will definitely repay you." While I was having fun, suddenly there was an announcement: "Emperor for Imperial Princes, please obediently accept your punishment." The fourth Prince Kaiser plotted to harm the royal family and plotted to betray the royal family. Hearing this voice, the Kaiser's face turned pale. He seemed to recognize that voice. This voice could not be. Joshua continued in a serious voice to announce the Kaiser's crime: "The fourth Prince Kaiser Van Britten murdered the third prince. Come out here and confess your crime before the sun's judgment." The knights still stood blocking the door of the second prince's palace to protect the Kaiser, preventing Joshua from entering the room. The scene changes again to the Anyus family. Joshua's mother is extremely depressed. Looking at her mood, Duke Anyus kindly asked, "Why are you sighing like that? Is it because of Joshua?" "Mrs. Lucia respectfully, Duke Anyus expressed, I don't know what you heard, but..." He changed his tone to be strict. "Don't leave the mansion without my permission. It's not the right time yet, so please try to endure it." Lucia still couldn't bear it. But, the Duke stopped her. "Didn't I tell you? Please remember your position." The Duke has a foul mouth but a very good heart. "I can't pay attention to Lucia while under surveillance. I can only protect her in this mansion, especially when Jackie suddenly disappears. The traitor king is most likely plotting something. I must be very careful." While he was tense, he became even more tense. The Duke's subordinates rushed in. "Sir, something happened." The Duke was startled. "What's going on?" The subordinates hurriedly said, "The king ordered an urgent meeting. It seems that the sun's judgment ceremony will be held in 2 decades. Duke Anyus stood still because he was so surprised. A little information about this judgment ceremony: the judgment of the sun, a royal trial that has only happened a few times in the history of the Avalon Empire. The royal family will not be responsible for illegal acts except for crimes of treason or higher. But even for crimes of treason and above, only the son of the empire, His Majesty the King, can punish that royal family. Therefore, every citizen is responsible for reporting to the palace when a member of the royal family is suspected of treason." Joshua brought Evangeline to meet King Marcus. And Commander Rod den Haag also stood ready to wait for the results that Joshua had sought. Rod den Haag kept his face hanging. "Look at that expression." Joshua smiled and asked, "I'm not a criminal, why are you so angry with me?" King Marcus spoke up to ease the tension. "Don't get carried away, Count Joshua Sanders. Don't waste any more time, let's get to the point." The king asked again, "Do you say the fourth Prince Kaiser plotted to kill the third prince? Do you have any proof?" Joshua confidently looked towards Evangeline. "Yes, sir, I have captured one of the people behind Sir Galahad. She knows where the third prince's body and the evidence are." Joshua asked Evangeline with a serious face, "Tell me, where is the body of the third prince? At least think of Edvin, your child with Galahad." Evangeline was shocked. "How did you know about Edvin?" Evangeline silently resolved, "We must protect Edvin at all costs." Evangeline finished thinking and said, "The fourth Prince Kaiser hired us to kill the third Prince Caecilian and turn the third prince into a zombie." Evangeline continued to tell the truth. "We revived his body in a secret room in the basement of the fourth prince's palace. If you go there, you will find the third prince's corpse." The king frowned at the Kaiser. "Murdered his brother and turned him into a zombie. If true, that would be the heaviest crime, but Count Joshua, I don't believe the Kaiser did that." King Marcus added, "If I asked him, he would definitely say he didn't do it. Therefore, the only remaining way is to search the secret room in the basement of its palace." King Marcus also gave a reason to protect the Kaiser, but until now, there is still no power in the palace, so that means that underground bunker does not exist, or the four princes are so good that they can cover it up, hide all that magic power. If so, to find that hidden magic power, we need the best Hermes followers. The king frowned. "In other words, we have to welcome priests from the Holy Hubalt Empire to my palace to investigate. I can't trust those people and let them enter my palace." Joshua affirmed, "Please don't worry, Your Majesty, there is a way to solve this without the help of other countries. The Empire's warehouse contains the key to solve this, we just need to use it." Stop. The king was surprised. "I don't even know, so how could you know? Also, haven't you been there before as the leader of the army? Are you asking me to let you in again?" The great prince stood up and begged, asking His Majesty not to allow Count Joshua to do that. He continued to say that even if there was such a thing in the warehouse, putting him in there would only help him, that would go against the rule that everyone is equal. The first prince told Joshua, That's why I think Count Joshua must find that secret room alone. The other earls followed suit. I think the great prince is right, that would be fair. Yes, you can falsify the evidence as testimony, right? That's right, and no one knows about her relationship with Mr. Galahad, there's only testimony and no evidence. The king listened to what the first prince said and found it reasonable. Count Joshua, that is everyone's opinion, so I cannot allow you to enter the imperial warehouse. What will you do now? Joshua is thinking about the first prince. Was the first prince close to Prince Kaiser, or is he just helping him out of brotherly love? Whatever the reason, I'm in a disadvantageous position. If so, then I will take this opportunity. The king was angry when Joshua remained silent. Why don't you answer me? Is that the only way you can prove your accusation? Should I judge you for defaming the royal family? Joshua replied, okay, I will search for that room alone, so please allow me to search the prince's palace. Commander Roddenhog was not pleased to hear this wish. You are standing before His Majesty, stop using aura now, if you don't stop then I will. But Joshua's next action left the commander stunned. Cain also worriedly ran over to check the situation. Mr. Joshua. Joshua raised his fist to affirm, I'm also quite talented in the field of holy magic, so I can find magic power. I can find that place without any priest. Joshua was full of enthusiasm and spoke strongly to His Majesty, but if you still do not allow me, then I will do my best to protect myself. Commander Roddenhog shouted worriedly at Joshua, do you mean you're going to swing your sword at Your Majesty? That's treason. Joshua smiled faintly and said, I understand my current action is impolite. But Joshua said loudly, isn't that why swords have two edges? With these words, Joshua also made up his mind, from now on I will directly confront them. The king also thought about Joshua, this reckless guy, I can't see that guy on my head anymore, but if I lose Joshua then I have no way to control Aiden anymore. King also has a very high plan. I have no choice but to abandon the army of the undead and choose Aiden Volumanus. Run far away Joshua, because if the situation turns around, I will immediately abandon you. After thinking about the plot, the king relaxed and agreed to let Joshua, okay, I allow it. If the Kaiser has been accused then I allow you to investigate to clear his name. I will fulfill your wish, Earl Joshua Sanders. King Marcus ordered Joshua, the officer investigating the prince's palace, I give you 2 days, if you don't find anything then you will pay the price. The Kaiser's face was confident, he smiled meaningfully as if challenging Joshua. The announcement has been sent down. Now the second prince and the fourth prince came together to meet Kisser. The first prince asked, do you want to ally with me? What are you doing here? The second prince answered first, it's only temporary. By the time we defeat Count Joshua, you can see that Count Joshua has become a very troublesome threat. We just need to deal with him. We will be much healthier, won't we? The first prince nodded. From the beginning, I had no intention of pleasing him. On the contrary, I waited until he did this. The second prince is happy. So are you always looking for reasons to defeat him? Okay, we should help each other. The Kaiser remained silent thinking, so the scheming Prince Kisser doesn't like Joshua at all, then maybe the information about Cheryl is correct. The Kaiser remained silent thinking, so the scheming Prince Kisser doesn't like Joshua at all, then maybe the information about Cheryl is correct. The first prince also gave rules to the other two princes. If you want an alliance, then I want to say it directly. I want to hear what the Kaiser himself has to say. The first prince asked the Kaiser, is it true that you killed Caislian and turned it into a zombie? The Kaiser happily admitted, yes, Mr. Caislian has now become a zombie and is in the palace basement. Kaiser calmly asked Kisser back, I already suspected it, but you can't do it without someone finding out. Who do you think is helping you? The first prince guessed, it couldn't be his father. The second prince was also surprised. His father told him to kill his brother to gain the throne and he really did it. Kaiser told me in more detail. I said that, but in reality my father was just a witness. If he wanted something he had to get it at all costs. The Kaiser looked a bit fake and continued, unlike you guys, I don't have power or anyone to back me up because I'm the fourth prince, so I can do anything. I'm just carrying out my words, that my father taught me. The Kaiser confidently continued to say, but my goal is not the throne. I just want to be a person below one person and above 10,000 people so that no one can look down on me. Isn't that greedy? The second prince angrily yelled at the Kaiser, then you killed Caislian. Don't you mean that if I or the first prince don't become kings, we will become like Caislian? The first prince agreed with the Kaiser, that's what his father taught. If I were at the bottom like you, I would probably do the same. This statement made the second prince not dare to believe it. The first prince made another hypothesis, but if Joshua really found that room, the fourth prince would disappear, and would this alliance still be necessary? Kaiser said firmly, "Please don't worry, he can't find it. The magician guarding that place is the strongest magician in history. He won't be able to sense any magic power, not even the barrier that separates it. He couldn't even find his magic power." The next day at the Kaiser Prince's palace, Joshua in the lead was standing in front of the cellar. Everyone shouted, "Really? A secret underground room in the prince's palace?" Kaiser was stunned and scared. No, it couldn't be. The Night Mana and the Mage Mana ring were completely different. How could he find it? The Kaiser still couldn't believe it. It was a level 6 spell. A magician couldn't even find it. Joshua smirked. "Kaiser, don't be so shocked, you're fourth prince." Joshua said sarcastically to him, "Relax, I haven't even started yet." Next, Joshua and his two subordinates entered the secret room. "Okay, keep the four princes there, Commander." Langer was excited. "Let's go, Katyus, follow Commander Joshua." Katyus was also excited. "Okay, let's find the dungeon where the third prince is hidden." Commander Rod Den Haag looked towards the Kaiser. He was also worried. "Fourth prince, why is this happening?" Kaiser was mad. "If it's like this, then kill them all, Baraburu." Suddenly, from the secret room came out a mysterious power, blocking Joshua's path. Neutral City, Reinhardt, Moongate headquarters. In the dark room, the man bowed his head and respectfully said to the person inside the curtain, "Master, there is news from the Blue Moon spy team in the Kingdom of Avalon. They say that the army of Duke Aiden von Anus's move." The person inside the curtain spoke up. "They are looking to start a war on the entire continent, gathering troops for a preemptive strike. There is no doubt, they are really starting a war on this continent. It seems like the Avalon Empire has prepared everything for this war, right?" The person inside the curtain taking off his mask is the owner of the Blue Moon Guild, Lilies. Zero nodded and said, "It seems so. The appearance of the Lich in Rebounds' citadel also seems to be part of Magnus's plan in the Avalon Empire, to create an army of undead as weapons, in war. At this rate, if the undead army becomes one with them, and march here, then shouldn't we go find the Holy Grail to stop them as soon as possible?" Lilies countered, "Didn't Joshua say, the Holy Grail is in the Empire's archives, so now we can't do anything even if we want to?" Zero still said insecurely, "Even so, we can't just sit still and wait for Duke Joshua. Everyone can clearly see that he has begun the great judgment of the sun against a certain person, member of the royal family. If Duke Joshua loses in that judgment, the Holy Grail will be even further out of our reach." Lilies said leisurely, "Zero, it seems like you still don't understand Duke Joshua's personality. Joshua never loses." The scene changes to the fourth prince's palace. A giant vortex covers the room. From within the vortex, magic power was continuously released. Langer panicked. "What the hell?" "It felt like something was about to leave my body." Sandy was also panicking. "No way, it was a soul." "What about me? Is my soul leaving my body?" Rod Den Haag shouted in protest. "No, that's not it. It's sucking us into the secret place. We might get separated, be careful." Looking at the vortex in front of them, the four princes revealed madness. "Baraburu will love this very much. There are more ingredients to create zombies. When he enters, he is a human. When he comes out, he will be reborn as an obedient dog." Joshua was swept inside. When he opened his eyes, he appeared in a strange place, surrounded by ancient architecture and a bit desolate. Joshua was stunned. "This place is, at this time." Lugia sternly reminded, "Concentrate, there is a mysterious event here." Joshua looked up at Lugia suspiciously and asked, "Why?" Without letting Lugia answer, a terrifying roar rang out from behind. Turning back, a group of zombies appeared. Joshua was surprised. Zombies and Lich, that Kaiser brat. So all this time, he kept such a large army of zombies down here. At this moment, a roar rang out, following which the zombie army rushed up, attacking towards Joshua. Lugia looked at the army of 3 zombies and said, "Not here. I sense there are even more zombies in another rock, at least 10,000. Joshua was surprised. "Another monk, how big is this place?" Lugia said arrogantly, "It doesn't matter how old you are, because sooner or later, that army of zombies will be in our hands." Joshua asked, "What are you talking about just now?" Lugia eagerly, "Why not? Let's steal the meal that he has painstakingly prepared for Chin Han. It took so long to prepare, but we can't use it, so why don't we just take it and use it? There's nothing better than getting revenge this way." Lugia's whole body lit up, releasing energy. Now Joshua, stand still and trust me." A blinding light shines out, covering all the zombies. "Or worship me." Magical light exploded, the demons were engulfed in light, constantly screaming in agony. "Submitting before me." The demons could not bear it and immediately knelt down. Lugia's eyes were red as blood and declared, "The person you worship and serve, compared to me, is just a grain in the desert. From now on, I will be your new master." The zombies screamed, a mark immediately appeared on their necks. The seal was as red as blood, releasing a stream of magic. Current situation: Lugia stands in the center, surrounded by a group of zombies kneeling, worshipping and looking at Lugia. Lugia smiled devilishly, "Now let's go conquer the undead on all floors." The door opened, a man appeared, magic was released, pressure pressed down on everyone, some people couldn't stand it and flew back. Ra Den Hog frowned and looked at the person who appeared and asked, "Who the hell are you?" The man surrounded by dark magic said, "Are you curious about me, Great Holy Knight?" Ra Den Hog was stunned, "Do you know me?" Lich smiled evilly, of course he knew, he is now one of the 12 talented men, and also the one who will later become my subordinate. Ra Den Hog drew his sword and rushed forward to attack, "So you should know that I can't stand anyone talking about me." Disappear, undead, slashing sword, a stream of magic rolls, sweeping everything. Katyus exclaimed, as expected of a Ra Den Hog knight, with just one slash, it can create such a large shock wave. Langer said, without moving. That guy was still unharmed, after taking a direct hit like that, right? Ra Den Hog's eyes narrowed, staring ahead. Dark magic rolled around, entangling Ra Den Hog's magic. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone panicked. What? He was absorbing that slash, leaving the mark unscathed. Without giving everyone time to calm down, the Lich spoke again, giving him back his moves. He smiled wickedly and said, "Hey, the Great Holy Knight you have won't die after receiving this blow, but what about the others?" Ra Den Hog glanced at the people behind him, silently cursing in his heart, "Damn it, it's coming, it's too late to go back to them so they can block that attack." Before the Lich's attack, the Baldong pulled out his sword to fight back. "We can't let you do that." Taking this opportunity, Ra Den Hog rushes forward, "I will take his head with one sword, so that Baldong does not get stuck in the fight." Ra Den Hog's whole body was shocked. A stream of dark magic was released again. 2 people, Ra Den Hog and Baldong, flew out behind. Balmong panicked, how the hell could he block Ra Den Hog's sword from that distance? What magic made a magician like him so strong? Ra Den Hog reminder, don't be fooled, instead, I feel very proud that you can now swing an or sword here. Baldong surprised, Captain Ra Den Hog. The Lich flew up again at this time, his tone was disdainful, "What, is that so important to you? I see you knights just standing still. When I was still around, you were quite have a reputation, but now you are still the same as then. If you're like that, then I'm sure the rest of you aren't even worthy of appearing in my presence. No wonder, even in the past, to me you were just a stupid person with an overdeveloped mind and limbs." A light suddenly flashed in Ra Den Hog's head. "That's it, now I remember, the only combat mage on the continent, that no knight can defeat in close combat is you." "Zareth de Corvus," Ra Den Hog questioned, "why are you here? You've been missing for a decade, I heard you're dead." The Lich did not answer but said, "I have spent too much time with someone who is about to die, now return to dust. No, be reincarnated as my loyal servant." Just as he said this, a soldier charged towards the Ra Den Hog group. "He's coming, activate as much ore as possible, we need to hold out until help gets here." The soldier's entire body emitted a dazzling light. Ra Den Hog's group was blinded, couldn't help but cover their eyes. Eyes, couldn't see anything. Although Ra Den Hog couldn't see the sword slash, he still used his instinct to block it. The 2 swords slashed at each other, and the light became even brighter. Ra Den Hog shouted to the people behind, "How come our enemy is using the sun wheel sword technique, which only people of the Britain family can learn? What the hell have you done with the 3rd Prince Caeslian?" Lich now came to Ra Den Hog's side and whispered mysteriously in his ear, "Then you will know." Fresh blood sprayed out, the entire Ra Den Hog group was defeated by that soldier. Lich extends his claws, dark energy radiates, "Now he will take you with me." A series of magic spells tightly surrounded Ra Den Hog inside. The crazy-looking Lich laughed maniacally, "If you were stronger, you wouldn't have died, rage and hatred would have been your purpose. What you leave unfinished will become chains." The flow of dark energy continuously enveloped Ra Den Hog's body, The Lich continues to recite the spell, shackling you forever even after death. Lying on the ground, Baldong raised his head with difficulty, gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn, I can't believe I couldn't do it, I couldn't let the captain die like that." At this moment, Baldong's eyes widened and looked back. A vortex appeared, Joshua walked out from inside step by step. Lugia looked at the Lich longingly and said, "Oh, what a lucky thing, if it's delicious here, then we might be able to have another master, of a miniature noble as a subordinate." The Lich looked suspiciously, over, "Another master?" The Lich's voice had a hint of interest. "Oh, you can hear my voice too, it's just as rumored." Lich turned to look at Lugia and asked, "How the hell do you have magic power, are you a devil, and how did you open that door?" Joshua now finally spoke up, "Finally, we meet face to face, Baraboo." Lugia made a proposal, "Or should I scoop up your body, and that dead knight you found over there, then I will tell people." Joshua smirked and said, "Finally we meet, Baraboo." Lugia also boldly declared, "Both your body and that of that ghost knight over there, I will take it all back." Joshua stood there, his whole body emitting magic power. Balamong looked at Joshua's appearance, wondering what the hell was going on. Where did Joshua suddenly appear? Handle them like that. Magic power was released, Ra Dan Hog escaped the Lich's binding magic formation, and immediately fell to the ground. At this moment, the Lich opened his mouth and laughed loudly, "I knew it." Lich opened his mouth and laughed loudly, "I know, is that a Bangma spear?" Right now, Joshua and Lich are in the 8th floor of the demon world, Endless Hell. Joshua didn't understand and asked, "What is Bangma?" The Lich explained without concealment that the demons had lost all their power and were sealed in an intermediary called Bangma. Many demons and devils in the demon world imprison defeated opponents and weapons to strengthen them. Power, if so the ghost will not lose all its power, but the owner of that weapon can somewhat use them. If not to make use of it, then there are many people who seal demons just to mark their achievements. The demon who was sealed by him felt very humiliated, because the spear's existence was proof of its existence, proof of his failure. It seems that the demon's ability is more about manipulating space, so it was able to open the door leading to this place, and manipulating space is more like a secondary skill, rather than a fighting skill. No wonder people turned into ghosts. Joshua took out his spear and pointed it straight at the Lich, saying, "You are wrong, Endless Hell is not one of the special powers of this spear." Lugia snorted coldly, "Just try it and you will know, the dirty bastard." Lich lost patience and said, "I think the introduction is taking too long, enough babbling. Now I will give you your satisfaction." Dukaltzma stood up and respectfully said, "Master, if I could ask you to hand over the Ghost Knight to me, I have always wanted to ask you to teach me the sword technique of Avalon." Joshua speculated in his mind, if you used the Sun Wheel sword technique, which only the royal family of Avalon could learn, could the Ghost Knight be the third Prince Caelian? The whole person was suspended in midair, looking at Dukaltzma and said, "You ungrateful brat, Night King, I was the one who saved you, and helped you stand above 10,000 people, yet you betrayed me. I will also destroy you. I will show you why I am called the strongest fighting mage on this continent." Joshua took out his spear, ready to take a fighting position. "If so, then I will tell you why I am called a Spear Knight." Before Joshua could make a move, Dukaltzma was one step faster and rushed up to attack the Ghost Knight. The two rushed at each other, swords clashing. On this side, the two-handed Lich forms a formation. Released two demons to attack Joshua. Joshua wielded his spear and spun around, sending two demons flying. Suddenly, from the ground, a series of chain bolts flew up, tightly wrapping around Joshua's spear. As the opportunity, Lich rushes forward, let you see my wonderful creation of black magic, the black hole." Joshua immediately removed his hand from the soy sauce and jumped forward, knowing without looking. Joshua threw out his fist and said in a contemptuous voice, "Do you think you can defeat me by sealing the spear? There is no door." The fist slammed into the Lich's black hole, a ball of energy was formed. The Lich said confidently, "Look at this arrogant knight, do you think you can stop my magic with your bare hands? I will suck your soul and mana, then make them disappear forever." Joshua also said without any weakness, "You are the one who will disappear forever." Retracting the 6th level magic spear, the magic power around Joshua was released and swirled. Immediately, the Lich's black hole was swept away, directly attacking him. The Lich gritted his teeth and thought, "What is this? The Black Lake has reversed, I will be sucked in, not him." Taking this opportunity, Joshua shouted, "The black ball destroyed." The black hole seemed to gain more strength, tightly wrapping itself around the lich inside. A moment later, the lich was completely swallowed by the black hole, unable to resist. Joshua said contemptuously, "It's useless Baraburu, I can't believe you were defeated by your own skills. You don't deserve to be the best mage on the continent, now your soul will be sealed in there forever." On the other side, the Altsma Duke and the Ghost Knight were still fighting fiercely. The Ghost Knight slashed, Duke Altsma was knocked back. Taking this opportunity, the Ghost Knight rushed forward to attack. The tip of the sword stabbed straight into Duke Altsma's shoulder blade. The Duke hugged the sword that was stabbing him. "What are you doing now? You want to give me an easy victory?" The Duke held out his other hand, a sword slashing straight at the Ghost Knight. The Ghost Knight just fell to the ground. From above, Duke Altsma looked down, coldly questioning, "What is this? Why don't you show your true skills?" On the ground, the Ghost Knight spoke, "I learned martial arts to satisfy my desire. I have no desire for the throne or any interest in military power. So I left the royal family, then my mother suddenly disappeared mysteriously, and I went looking for her." Joshua heard what was coming step by step. It turned out that he was really the third Prince Caislian. Lugia eagerly said to Joshua, "Joshua, hurry up, quickly accept him before he completely disappears." Joshua hesitated a bit, but Lugia firmly advised, "Come on, you don't mean to say nonsense like you must be a prince, right? Wake up." The third prince himself volunteered to become a Ghost Knight. "If you really care about him, don't let him disappear like that." Joshua's eyes showed determination. Stepping in front of the third prince, "I cannot promise to give you what you want, because hiding the truth is not simple, like using violence to solve this matter. However, if you make a deal with me, I can guarantee one thing: I will do everything in my power to help you. So do you want to make a deal with me?" Looking at Joshua in front of him, the third prince thought in his mind that the power of words depends on who speaks it. If it is this person. Third Prince Caislian smiled slightly, "If it were you, I believe the impossible could be done. I agree to make a deal with you. Please tell me your name." Joshua's face showed joy and said, "My name is Joshua Sanders. If so, I will make a deal immediately." Joshua held out his hand, a light appeared. The Ghost Knight was cleansed, a completely different person appeared. The third prince muttered, "Joshua Sanders. That's a good name." Third Prince Caislian knelt down on one knee, respectfully placed his hands in front of his chest and declared, "I, Third Prince Caislian, will serve my new master, Joshua Sanders forever." At this moment, an angry sound rang out, "You're truly an annoying obstacle, Joshua." A black hole appeared. The sound from the black hole rang out, "Very good, good or bad, when imprisoned here, I know one thing for sure. Why do the brightest stars in heaven and the demon world combine to form a place, this?" Along with a weapon containing a sealed demon, Joshua looked up at the black hole in confusion and asked, "What's going on? I've imprisoned him inside the black ball of destruction. How can Khan still speak?" Lugia next to him explained, "No, Joshua, the sound you heard was not Barabaru's. It was the person who contracted with Zerath de Corvus and created the Barabaru love affair. 32nd rank among the strongest demons, Asmodeus. Asmodeus, currently, he is only a 32nd rank devil, but he was once one of the 7 demon lords with terrible power. Long before that, his influence spread throughout the demon world, and spread to Middle-earth where humans, spirits, and other races lived. It was so widespread that people thought he must be the ruler of the world. His greed did not stop there. In the end, he must also set his sights on the heavens. And was only stopped by one of the 7 archangels, Raphael, in that battle. Both Raphael and Asmodeus received fatal wounds. Now, after many years, he is once again alive. Asmodeus giggled from inside the black hole. Everything became very interesting. Joshua's voice was cold. "Stop talking nonsense and show up." Asmodeus in the black hole replied lazily, "It's a bit difficult for me to do that right now." "Well, you'll have a chance to see me soon, so don't be so impatient." Instead, at this very moment, a person flew out from the black hole and fell to the ground with a thud. "The underground people are lich," Asmodeus said. "I have done a lot to have this body, but to commemorate the day we met, I will give it to you as a gift. I look forward to our next meeting, Demon Lord Weapon." Joshua panicked and quickly shouted, "Hey, wait!" Behind him, a powerful bolt of lightning struck. Joshua was surprised. Why did things suddenly become like that? A large amount of divine power was breaking the barrier of endless hell. This energy is destroying the energy that holds our bodies together. The summoning is being forcibly removed. At this moment, the space in front of them suddenly burst. Duke Tremblin and Count Ariel appear. "Found you." Count Ari held the cup in his hand and smiled. "It seems this thing is also useful." Looking at the two people in front of him, Joshua asked worriedly, "Duke Tremblin and Earl Ari, why are you two here? Where are Commander Rod and the others?" Duke Tremblin put the cup in front of Joshua and asked, "Don't worry about them, the medics are taking care of them. More importantly, Count Joshua, do you recognize this?" "As you said," the fourth Prince Kaiser said, "find the key to solve this problem in the royal treasury." Who would have thought that the Holy Grail of the Hubalt Empire would be hidden in the royal treasury of the Avalon Empire? From what I heard, this Holy Grail reacts immediately to magic power. Isn't it strange? I mean, the white Holy Grail turned red like this in front of you, Count Joshua. The Holy Grail in front of him, Joshua thought in his mind, looking at the power of the Holy Grail. It was amazing. Even without any knowledge about using divine power, the two of them still managed to destroy God's endless hell, Lord Dullahan, and temporarily shields his summoned object. It's not hard to see why the Moon Gate would want it as soon as possible. Count Ariel said, "I don't know what you did, but dark magic and dark energy are held all over the continent." Count Ariel smiled evilly, "And what was the difference between that and us? I really wanted to obediently go away, but you..." Without letting him get close, Joshua immediately used his spear to launch magic at Count Ariel. Count Ariel easily dodged and charged with his sword. "That's right, you had to resist like that, my love." Before Count Ariel's attack, Joshua quickly used his spear to defend himself. Joshua's eyes lit up. Holding the spear straight, Count Ariel laughed teasingly, "Look at you, are you really trying to stab me with that?" "Actually, I really like it, it's so interesting." A sword blocked the two people's attacks. A cold voice rang out, "Enough joking, Ari." The Duke of Tremblin stood between the two. Duke Tremblin looked at Joshua and said, "Count Joshua, this has put us in a difficult position. Because this is a royal order, it is best to obediently follow us." Joshua looked at the Duke, analyzing in his mind, Duke Tremblin, he reached the highest position of a star just by swordsmanship. Star is completely superior to humans, the distance between them is like heaven and earth. He is even more difficult to deal with than Barabaru just now. Above all, even in the 9 stars famous throughout the continent, Tremblin was also known as the Sword King. "You bastard Kaiser," he dragged Tremblin into this, "if you think I will fall into your trap, then you've already taken aim." A beam of light shot out, Joshua completely disappeared in front of the two people. Count Ari screamed, "I plan to have fun with you, where did you run off to? Come back here." On the other hand, at that moment, under low magic, the tower burst into a huge flame. Inside the tower, Thadarpian Witsox hugged his chest and knelt on the ground and said, "I don't feel any mana at all, Evergrant. You bastard, what have you done?" On the opposite side, Evergrant caught the tower's owner and looked at the Thadarpian Witsox on the ground and said, "In an environment like this, without mana, a low-level mage like you trying to use magic is like committing suicide." Thadarpian Witsox's surprised face, "This is ridiculous. That means Evergrant can use magic, even in an environment without mana like this. To be able to do it he must reach the ultimate level of a magic monk. Level 8. Evergrant raised his hand, releasing magic power. "Now, I will forbid the transfer of you back, and record on your head everything that happened in lower magic today. Of course, before doing so, I will destroy the circle your mana, so that you can never use it again." Thadarpian Witsox screamed, "Shut up, my grandfather made you master of the magic tower, and now you stab him in the back like that. Do whatever you want, but you will never escape this no traitor tag. You won't be able to hide your today's behavior forever." Evergrant looked at the owner of the tower next to him and said contemptuously, "Can't hide it, that's funny, you don't know what the old man you always worshipped did to become the master of the 10 magic spells. In this world, if you don't betray, you will be betrayed. Who do you think taught me those things? That old man is the one who taught me that the truth always belongs to the winner, and the sinner is always the loser." At this moment, another person suddenly appeared in the tower. "In that case, you will always be remembered as a sinner." Iselin raised his hand, bound back, Rayon. Accordingly, the formation at the Tarpian Witsox's feet was removed. Evergrant was surprised and asked, "Who are you and how did you get here?" The magic formation lit up, and the Evergrant was immediately teleported somewhere else. Tarpian Witsox looked at Iselin in front of him and asked, "You are a mercenary, Someone who has become a law enforcement officer, right? How can you use magic here? At this moment, the sound of soldiers rang out outside. Arrest her. This mercenary leader entered this place without permission, did not let me escape, because of the magic tower. Mr. Evergrande's revolution must succeed. Labor. Iseline quickly turned around to look at Thadarpi and Witsoaks and said earnestly, "We don't have time, I'll open the way, follow me." Over here, the Evergrande was teleported back, shouting in surprise, "Huh, I'm being teleported." He angrily cursed, "Damn, this dog has ruined all the plans, teleport me back, I will teach it a lesson." While Evergrande was performing magic, the soldiers next to him quickly shouted, "Wait, Sir Evergrande, there is a letter for you." Evergrande did not care to say, "I am very busy, leave it later." The soldiers were eager. The fourth Prince Kaiser said it. "Prince," Evergrande stopped his movements. The magic ball lit up. Evergrande bowed respectfully. "Please call me, Your Majesty." In the Kaiser's secret room, he asked, "How is the situation of the magic tower?" Evergrande said confidently, "We will successfully capture the magic tower today, and we will announce the tower's new owner tomorrow." Kaiser nodded, "Great, in case you don't return to Avalon, and stay low on magic for the time being, it will be difficult to contact me during this time." Evergrande asked suspiciously, "Huh, is there a problem?" The Kaiser said, "The third Prince Caeslian's hiding place has been discovered, and the Holy Grail, Hubalt's holy item, has been found in the royal treasury of Avalon. Emperor Marcus must have revealed this information to the Hubalt Empire. It seems there will be a rebellion in Hubalt, and between the Pope and the Emperor, whoever gets the Holy Grail will have complete power, so, they will focus all their efforts on competing for the Holy War. If the Emperor let Marcus get involved, war would soon break out across the continent. If war broke out now, it would last for decades. Furthermore, after opening the sun's trial for the third Prince Caeslian, Emperor Marcus will be the one in charge, so, I won't be able to do anything until the war ends. That's why I plan to leave the Avalon Empire, that way, I can act more easily." Evergrande asked worriedly, "However, how can you not restrain Joshua? If you leave Avalon, I'm not sure if Heimdall would approve." The Kaiser's mind flashed the image of his two brothers, firmly saying, "Don't worry about it, even without me, both the first prince and the second prince are wary of Joshua after his recent actions. For him, using the enemy to destroy the enemy is ideal, right? So, Mr. Evergrande, please continue with the plan well. As for Heimdall, I will ask for permission myself." Black hole opens. Joshua flew out like a bolt of lightning. Seeing Joshua appear, Cain shouted in surprise, "Master," and Joshua looked at the person who appeared and was equally surprised. "No, why are you here? What's wrong with the knights behind?" Cain looked at the defeated soldiers behind him, afraid to stop scratching his face. "Ah." Cain explained, "The healer's knights were being suppressed, and Duke Tremblin was already inside. I was worried something would happen to him, so I followed. But the royal knights blocked my way, so there was no way." Joshua glanced and asked, "So you took them down?" Joshua didn't care anymore. He was about to turn around and leave. "Whatever, I don't have time to worry about this, let's get out of here." "Listen to this lazy, earnest Cain." "What, do you mean escape? You just dealt with Duke Tremblin and Viscount Airy who just entered there. You know that touching nobles will only bring trouble." Joshua immediately said the opposite to Cain. "You also fought the royal knights, but can you still say this?" "Sadly, you're wrong, I just didn't want to have to cooperate, so I just ran away." Cain asked in surprise, "Were you all arranged by someone?" Joshua nodded and said, "Yes, that bastard used the king to sway Duke Tremblin and Duke Airy. Thanks to him, they now have no reason to arrest me, but you can run away, okay?" "That's right, if we harm the messenger sent by the king, he will immediately turn us into traitors, but neither will surrender nor explain." Joshua pondered Asmodeus's words, which made me think, in my mind, the image of Asmodeus saying, "One day we will meet again, no need to rush. I also look forward to the day we meet again, Mashinki." Joshua analyzed that Maxon, the ruler of the underworld, and Mashinki are literally the lifeblood of the Demon King. According to Asmodeus, this may not simply be a taboo on the continent, but also a great sin. I still don't know Lugia's true identity, so escaping now is the best policy. Cain asked curiously, "The name you mentioned now, that bastard is Prince Kaiser, right? In your previous life, you two were sworn enemies, right?" He was truly persistent in torturing others. When the door opened, Cain's face showed surprise. In front of the two Joshuas is a team of knights standing in line here from where? The captain of the knights spoke up, Viscount Joshua, listen, according to Emperor Marcus' orders, you are not allowed to leave this place. If you dare to disobey the order, you will be charged with treason. Cain looked worriedly at Joshua. Master, isn't it serious? There must be at least 10,000 soldiers here, so that's it. Is Emperor Marcus afraid that he will reveal the truth behind the royal family? Such an action would only destroy the dignity of your Britain family. At this moment, a sound was heard behind the two of them. They surrendered. Duke Tremblin appeared, sword in hand pointed at Joshua. Either surrender to the king's command, or my sword will be placed on your neck. Cain looked in horror at Duke Tremblin's appearance. Cain tried to resist, looked at Joshua and asked, you just appeared and you are already under so much pressure, how did you overcome and escape that monster? Joshua replied, yes, I am the owner of Joshua Senders. After speaking, Joshua released magic power. Duke Tremblin is not weak, so you chose the latter. I have to offer my condolences to Duke Anyus first. Today he lost a son. Joshua's face became unsightly and he thought, in the end, things are going in an undesirable direction. To sit on the throne, I have to become a tyrant when I break my promise to Icarus. Just as Joshua was about to attack, a powerful voice rang out, that's enough. The soldiers were suddenly shocked. I felt the murderous aura over there. How could one person radiate such terrible murderous aura? His footsteps stomped hard on the ground cracked and broke into many pieces. Outside the gate, Duke Anyus slowly approached. At his feet were a group of knights lying scattered. Cain looked at the person who came and said, Master, it seems a terrible demon has appeared. Duke Tremblin said affirmatively, I didn't expect you to appear like this. Even if you were him, you would be afraid of my lineage, right? Ducaden von Anyus. Duke Tremblin said, I came here on your majesty's orders. You must have grasped the situation already. Or, he intends to go against his will. Would a father do that in front of his child in a situation like this? Behind, a knight's voice rang out, no way, Duke Anyus. They begged miserably, think of your family, isn't this a subjective choice? You're our idol, please think again, Duke Anyus. Duke Tremblin also chimed in and said, look at them, Duke Anyus, don't think your actions are just a personal matter, please stand aside. In response, Duke Anyus still firmly said, should I say it a second time, take back your sword, Duke Tremblin. Looking at Duke Anyus in front of him, Joshua didn't understand why. Wasn't he just a concubine, the second person to be kicked out of the house? He had never looked at me once in his previous life. Now that you see that I have grown up, you feel resentful for no reason. Applause rang out, very good, very good. Count Ariel stepped forward and said, what a scene of a warm family reunion, don't you think so, Duke Tremblin? Count Ariel smiled maniacally, now we know their intentions, why bother, let's just do our job. To get rid of these traitors, Count Ariel did not say much, but directly took up his sword and rushed forward. But very quickly his sword was blocked by Duke Joshua's sword. Duke Tremblin also rushed forward to attack. Joshua glanced at the incoming sword, magma power, protect me. Immediately, a spark of fire enveloped Joshua's body. Cain asked worriedly, Master, are you okay, what just happened? Duke Tremblin was blown away and said incredulously, why is this so? Joshua said, do you think I ran away because of fear, Duke? Or maybe because I'm young, you underestimate me. Joshua took out his spear and said, before worrying about how to deal with Duke Anyus, you should worry about finding a way to capture me. Joshua glanced at the person behind him and said, and you too, Duke Anyus, I don't want to cause any trouble for the Anyus family. I still live like that until now, and I still intend to continue living like that. Joshua coldly ordered. Cain immediately responded, it's me, Master. Joshua ordered, we have to get out of here quickly, quickly open a way out. Cain received the order, yes, I will accept this mission. Duke Tremblin holds his sword and releases magic power, I told you, if you want to escape from here, you must surrender according to the king's orders. Or die by my sword, choose one of two ways, Duke Tremblin said as he rushed forward to attack. Duke Anyus rushed forward, blocking the attack. Shouted Duke Tremblin, do it Aiden, shouted Duke Anyus, that's enough. Duke Tremblin questioned, are you going against the king's orders, in Avalon, aren't the king's orders supreme? Duke Anyus growled, everyone is equal before the law, that's why this country is not getting better. Duke Tremblin ordered the soldiers behind him to quickly stop Joshua Sanders. Kane rushed forward to open the way for Joshua. "Get out of the way." Kane fends off the soldiers' attack. Kane gritted his teeth and thought, "The Royal Knights are stronger, but I have also become strong." Kane said confidently, "No way, this is Kane's sword with the great sword on use." In the distance, a group of strange soldiers rushed forward. Joshua Sanders put down his weapons and surrendered immediately, capturing the criminals. Kane was stunned. "Master, isn't this too stressful? The Royal Knights are stronger than they were at Cromwell. We should find another way. No need to go to the main door." Joshua shook his head and replied, "No, if I keep running away like this, it would be like feeling guilty for something I didn't do. You stay away for a bit." Joshua obeyed and replied, "Yes." Joshua's eyes were cold. "Stop, from now on, anyone who tries to stop me, no matter what rank or status, will lose their life. From now on, anyone who tries to stop me, regardless of rank or status, will lose their life." They gradually lost consciousness. The soldiers immediately fell down. Count Ariel rushed from behind frantically. "Isn't it the Aurora? What a useful ability, can you lull me to sleep too?" Joshua picked up his spear to fight back. Count Ariel said, "You know how to end this, why are you hesitating? Are you afraid that this world will say you're the worst?" The light shined out, so blinding that nothing could be seen, only white. Count Ariel stood still, his eyes wide open in surprise. Looking at Joshua behind him, Count Ariel asked, "Why don't you cut his head?" Joshua said lightly, "Cutting off everyone's head is not the right move. I cut off your hand very neatly, you'd better put it back together quickly, don't chase me anymore." Count Ariel smiled and said, incredibly benevolent, "Okay, you go." Count Ariel finished saying this, his whole body collapsed. It seems like no one can stop you. Remember what I said the last time we met." At the Royal Infirmary, Ra Den Hog sat on the hospital bed and said thoughtfully, "I'm really too embarrassed to meet you, Great Prince Kisser, not somewhere else on Avalon, but right in the royal palace that I guard. Such a disrespectful act happened, yet I was unaware of it. I was unable to stop them, truly God." Before he could finish his sentence, the first Prince Kisser interrupted, "Don't be too strict with yourself. No one can predict what will happen to the third Prince Caeslian. So don't hold all the blame on yourself. You should quickly recover and return to your position. Avalon needs you, Captain Ra Den Hog." Hearing these words, Ra Den Hog said nothing, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long while, the first Prince Kisser stood up and said softly, "Now I can go ahead, no need to stand up to see him off, you just rest." Balmung, standing on the side, saw this and bowed his head respectfully and said, "I hope you have a safe journey, Prince Kisser." The eldest Prince Kisser nodded but did not say anything, seeing him pass by. Baldong continued talking, "But then what will happen to Joshua, Your Highness?" The eldest Prince Kisser turned his head slightly and slowly said, "Joshua had his title removed due to his contempt for royal authority, now he was just a wanted criminal with a bounty on his head." Hearing these words, Baldong bowed his head slightly and replied, "I understand." The great Prince Kisser walked towards the door, then stopped and said, "Very well, then take good care of Captain Ra Den Hog." Waiting for the first Prince Kisser to leave, he looked towards the closed door. Den Hog suddenly asked, "Interesting, Baldong." Balmong didn't understand what his captain meant, he asked with some doubt what he meant. Ra Den Hog curled his mouth and said, "A young man not even 20 years old, can actually stir up Avalon, the strongest knight empire in the entire continent. To be honest, I still can't believe the rumor that Joshua defeated him single-handedly. Where is that mercenary king? However, he surpassed me, even the attacks of Duke Tremblin and Count Ariel could not trouble him." After that, he was able to arrogantly walk out of the royal palace gate. Joshua may be the first person under 20 to reach the position of elite. This kid will inspire many people. The Empire is lucky to have so many outstanding young talents. Baldong still said a little worriedly when he heard that, but now he... Before I could finish my sentence, Ra Den Hog interrupted, "That's why I will take responsibility for this scandal and resign as captain." This statement made Balmong extremely surprised and immediately exclaimed, What are you talking about, suddenly resigning?" Ra Den Hog nodded calmly and replied, "Like I said, for the sake of the country's young talents, it's time for an old man like me to retire, so I want you. Become the next captain, Balmong. If you refuse, I don't blame you, because I know better than anyone that you're not ready yet, Baldung is indeed not ready." He hesitated and couldn't say a complete sentence. Balmong's hands clenched tightly. He remembered a sentence that Joshua once told him, "Motivation is the key to pushing the limit, so let's set a goal. Isn't the position of captain of the Royal Knights very desirable?" This sentence kept echoing in Balmong's ears. At this point, he didn't need to think too much and immediately responded. "I'll accept it. I can shoulder this responsibility, Captain." Inside the palace, looking at Dukanyus tied up below, King Marcus coldly said, "Aiden, in just a short time you have blossomed into fatherly love. You've caused quite a big problem. It's really not like you at all." Dukanyus heard that and said, "This time you have gone too far, Your Majesty." "Too far?" King Marcus raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you know how many times I turned a blind eye?" Dukanyus retorted harshly. This time, what he ignored was the actions of the fourth prince, who stood aside and witnessed the murder of the third prince Caeslian. Seeing that this was a bit too much, Duke Tremblin quickly reminded him, "Dukanyus, reconsider your attitude in front of His Majesty." When Dukanyus heard this, he turned around and said in a cold voice, "You are no different from Duke Tremblin. In the first place, a devil like you doesn't care about the taboos of this continent." These words successfully angered Duke Tremblin. His face immediately turned a little colder. Dukanyus didn't pay any attention and continued to speak, using the Immortal Army to turn the Hubalt Empire into a battlefield, secretly allying with the Swallow Empire and punishing neighboring countries. In the Hubalt situation, there was a fierce conflict between the Emperor's faction and the Pope's faction. Then, as if adding fuel to the fire, the Holy Grail suddenly appeared. "You should reconsider, Your Majesty, whether that child, Joshua, who overcame Cromwell and faced the solar judgment, is it a boon or a curse? He must make the final decision to eliminate that uncertain variable. Only then can the Empire shine brightly under the name Britain. No, it should be said for your own selfish benefit." Hearing the other person say this, the anger in King Marcus's heart immediately flared up, his eyes flashed a cold look and he said in a cold voice, "You've crossed the limit. Are you really planning on baring your teeth against me and turning your back on the Empire? Do you want to abandon your family, your clan? I don't think you can be that cruel, right? Calm down. I have no intention of harming your child, as long as our plan goes smoothly. Furthermore, isn't your son the one who can shine in times of chaos? If he achieves something else outside of Avalon, I promise to personally invite him back." Not being softened by these words of enticement, Dukanyus spoke slowly and slowly. He had never thought about. Will it point its sword at the Empire? But right now outside of Avalon, in a certain forest, a horse carriage is slowly rolling. Ash, Joshua's servant, was sitting in the car, with his arms crossed over his chest and his mouth open to scold. "You bastards, he said that sooner or later I would be able to serve the leader of the mainland. How dare they throw me out of the royal palace, not even telling me where to go? Just wait and see, if I ever see you again." While talking about this, the carriage suddenly shook violently. Ash was startled and cried out, "What's going on?" He quickly opened the carriage door and jumped out. Seeing the coachman running away, he quickly shouted, "What's going on? Why did you stop?" The coachman heard the call and cried out in fear, "Someone save me." Ash didn't understand what was going on and called out, "Hey, that guy, tell me clearly." As soon as his words ended, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This figure said in a cold voice, "Come back here, look at you better than before, child of Ilunbus." Ash was startled when he heard this voice. He was scared, his whole body trembled and cried out, "Why, sir?" "That's right, the figure that just appeared is the demon dragon in its human form." He smirked and said, "Now is not the time to waste time. Do you know who Joshua, that human child, is looking for, or not?" The demon dragon walked closer to Ash, felt it for a moment, then raised his eyebrows and said, "It's Asmodeus's fake contract, Zerath. Who once approached you, then betrayed you, causing the elves to fall to this path." This sentence made Ash extremely shocked. He opened his wide eyes and exclaimed, "Huh, Zerath, what a betrayal! That person sacrificed his life and my family to protect our secrets." The demon dragon heard him say that, then he let out a breath, put his hand on Ash's shoulder, full of sympathy, and said, "You are worth it, love, child of Ilunbus. The nature of humanity is selfish and ambitious. It was he who betrayed you and took away the roots of the world tree. If you had known, in fact, it's time to stop looking for Zerath and do my job." Ash, hearing these words, his hands immediately clenched and he shouted, asked, "Where is Zerath?" The demon dragon removed his hand from Ash's shoulder. He closed his eyes, paused for a moment, then spoke up. He is in the Great Plains of Ice. In a place called the Magic Tower, built by humanity by robbing us of things that belong to us. At this time in the Magic Tower, there were two people who came from nowhere run to. These two people are Thadarpian Witsoaks and Iseline. Observe the river in front of you moment. Thadarpian Witsoaks frowned and said, the current is too strong, I'm just a burden, just go alone. Hearing the person next to him say that, Iseline quickly shook his head and said, no, we will go back together, no matter how long it takes. This word before he could finish speaking, a group of hooded people came running from behind this person quickly shouted, there they are, at all costs do not let Thadarpian Witsoaks escape, it's an order from the new master of the tower, unite the formation, kill them all. Hail, Avalon Empire, Floral Palace. Ellen put a cup of hot tea on the table and happily spoke, it was unbelievable. The princess not only escaped the boundary of life and death and was able to get out of bed, but also regained her sight, as if the gods had blessed her. Princess Cercerin heard that and nodded and replied, truly, it's like a miracle, if only I could remember what happened to me. Ellen heard this sentence and suddenly asked, you still haven't recovered your memory? Princess Cercerin nodded and replied, yes, I still can't remember the time after I turned 10 years old. But every time his name is mentioned in the royal family, my heart aches. Speaking of this, she immediately remembered Joshua's face. A moment later, Cercerin called out, Ellen. Hearing that, Ellen bowed her head respectfully and said, yes, sir. Princess Cercerin asked, not too quickly or too slowly, is the captain of the royal cavalry named Joshua? Night comes, in the capital of the Avalon Empire, Akardi. Icarus was wearing a tight cloak, hiding in a corner and listening to a group of soldiers rushing past to warn each other, don't delay the search, there is a high possibility that he is still hiding in Akardi, based on in the event of a situation, use flares as soon as you encounter them to call for help. Avoid acting alone. Waiting for these soldiers to go away, Icarus gently jumped out and ran quickly in one direction. She ran and thought worriedly, the situation seems more serious than I thought, I need to go back to the captain immediately, instantly. Icarus was so busy running forward that he didn't notice that a soldier had seen him behind him. But at this time inside a house, Joshua looked at the person opposite him and frowned and said, it seems that Emperor Marcus does not want Britain's power to be weakened. It also explains why he chased me so hard. Hearing him say that, Cain immediately replied that holding an important position in the royal apparatus turned out to be a poison. Looks like we have a bunch of challenges ahead. While talking about this, the door of the house was forcefully pushed open from the outside. Icarus hurriedly rushed in and exclaimed, have you both lost your mind? Why have I only been to Akardi for a few days and I've already become a wanted criminal? There's already a huge bounty on the heads of the captain and Mr. Cain. After speaking for a long time, Icarus immediately stepped forward, pinched Cain's ears and shouted loudly, as your subordinate, we should have guided him in the right direction, now we know what to do. Cain couldn't escape Icarus, he endured the pain and helplessly cried out, I'm sorry. After tormenting Cain to relieve his anger, Icarus immediately turned to Joshua and said, what should we do now, Captain? Joshua was still quite calm, he slowly said, first we need to leave Akardi. Hearing that, Cain immediately turned around and gave his opinion, then go to Reinhardt, I would rather be treated like a king in wealth than be chased like a dog in this place. Icarus heard him say that and quickly shouted, anywhere except Reinhardt. Hi, why? Cain asked confusedly. Icarus said very seriously, Emperor Marcus must have already considered that we would go to Reinhardt. Suppose if the king of Reinhardt became an enemy of Avalon, that would give the emperor a reason to invade, he will challenge Reinhardt. Joshua sitting on the side also agreed with what Icarus had just said, he raised his hand to stroke his chin and thought, yes, she was right, we cannot endanger Reinhardt. Moreover, if this news spreads throughout the continent to the magicians, once we enter, it will make Reinhardt's image worse in the eyes of the continent. At this time, Icarus, standing on the opposite side, continued to speak out. With the political situation now being very unstable, at the borders of each country, especially opposing countries, there are a series of military barracks established, erect. War is very close. Hearing her say that, Cain quickly asked, does that mean a continent-wide war is about to happen? Yes, there is a high possibility, Icarus replied. Besides the three empires of the three rivers, the movements of the remaining two countries are also very unpredictable. Cain still didn't quite understand and continued to ask, which country are the other two countries? Icarus neither fast nor slow explanation, one is Duke Uravis Thranho. as everyone knows, and the other is, still. Before he could finish his sentence, Joshua interrupted, Terra right. Hearing this name, Cain immediately exclaimed, Terra, the kingdom famous for magic, why are they? Joshua slightly smirked, then immediately answered Cain's question. The timing seemed a bit different, but maybe it was fate. Anyway, our destination has been decided, let's deal with all the urgent matters first. Is Plateau. While talking about this, someone outside pushed the door and walked in. This situation happened so suddenly that Cain immediately drew his sword and took a defensive stance. Joshua also stood up, waiting until he saw clearly who was coming. He smiled and said, Cain, sheath your sword. Cain was still on high alert, clutching the sword in his hand and not letting go. Joshua knew he was worried, so he smiled reassuringly, it's okay, Alpha Nu Eta, I'm one of my trusted teammates, like you. After saying that, he turned around and looked straight into the eyes of the person who had just arrived and said hello, it's nice to see you again, Katyus. The person who just entered was Katyus, the 12th captain of the Royal Cavalry Battalion. He walked up to Joshua, then immediately knelt down and bowed his head and said, I'm really sorry, Captain, Units 11 and 12 all really wanted to follow, but we can't leave our family behind in Avalon, please forgive us. Hearing him say that, Joshua pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, it's okay, Katyus, I understand, don't worry anymore, get up. Katyus raised his head and smiled and said, thank you, Captain. As if he remembered something, he reached into his shirt and searched for it, saying, oh yes, I have a letter for you. A man named Assassin King came to my unit and said, I will go to Reinhardt first and handle everything. Receiving the letter, Joshua said excitedly, it seems we have received more help. Is this letter also from the Assassin King? Katyus shook his head and replied, no, this is a letter from Princess Sir Siren. Hearing this name, Joshua was extremely surprised and exclaimed, Sir Siren. Standing on one side, Cain suddenly burst out laughing and said, at this time the princess still sent a love letter to the captain, maybe the princess really wanted to run away with the captain. Hearing the person next to him start talking nonsense again, Icarus immediately raised his elbow and punched Cain in the ribs and scolded, please read the situation. Cain immediately fell silent and said nothing. Icarus took a few steps forward and said, Captain, we're too late, let's depart. Receiving this reminder, Joshua immediately nodded and said, okay, right away. Having said that, he advised Katyus, even if we are not together, I still hope that God will always bless you and all the members forever. When Katyus heard this, he clasped his hands tightly and said with great emotion, you too, Captain. Looking at the backs of the other three people leaving, the Katyus standing behind quickly shouted, let's go back. At the magic tower. Evergreen exclaimed in disbelief, what a shock, even though it's not a real body, to affect the vital circuit, the origin of life. What the hell happened in the secret room under the 4th Imperial City, Lord Barabaru? Barabaru heard this and turned around and said, as expected, Joshua's spear. That is truly a demon. Evergreen heard that and cried out in horror, demon spear, do you mean the devil's creation? How could such a thing appear in this land? Barabaru curled his mouth and said faintly, no need to be so surprised, it's just a devil's tool shell, the demon sealed inside probably isn't very strong, I will deal with it, more importantly has the whereabouts of the demon dragon crevasse been determined yet? Evergreen heard the question and quickly replied, yes, I heard he was heading to the magic tower with an elf, Barabaru asked. Then he said, could it be a Loonbus? There are too many variables appearing at the same time when military preparations are about to be completed, it's not good. Evergreen, standing behind, quickly reassured him, don't worry, we have discovered the location of the original stone. The hurricane we've been looking for. Barabaru asked. Hearing that, he turned around and asked, hurricane, do you mean storm? Well, then as soon as the tower coronation ceremony is completed, lead the undead and create the leprechauns. Sure, Evergreen replied, then cautiously said, there's one more thing. What, Barabaru? Evergreen opened his eyes wide and said very seriously, recently the information about Asharu Ben Britain from Patron has spread throughout the palace. A bloodstorm will soon sweep across the evil duchy and the Britain royal family. Hearing these words, Barabaru raised his eyebrows and said, wasn't that predicted by Heimdall? What I care about is one, when the Emperor learned that the Princess of Avalon, who is mistakenly believed to be dead, I'm in the Principality of Anus, I wonder what kind of face the Emperor will show. In a certain forest. An entourage was following a carriage, slowly moving forward. Lucia sat inside the car. She looked outside through the window, thinking in her heart, how pitiful. A political marriage that I don't want, like being sold, living like someone else's tool. I'd rather die. While thinking about this, I don't know when a war broke out outside. The surrounding soldiers immediately pulled out their swords and shouted, "There is an ambush! Where are the soldiers? Hurry up and protect the princess!" The ambush crowd was extremely large, constantly rushing forward, making the soldiers unable to keep up. A guard, just after repelling an enemy, quickly ran to the door of the carriage and hurriedly said, "Princess, we must escape immediately, please follow me." Before he could finish these words, a jet of hot blood spewed out, and the guard was slashed to death by a sword from the ambushing group of people. Lucia witnessed this scene and cried out in horror. Right when the situation was hanging by a thread, there was a bold figure walking towards her. The dream here was cut short. Lucia opened her eyes and woke up. Her face was now covered in sweat. Sitting up and rubbing her temples for a moment, Lucia silently exclaimed, "It's that dream again, I still can't get used to this nightmare. What does it mean?" Not wanting to sit on the bed anymore, Lucia walked closer to the window. The cold moonlight outside cast a cold glow on her beautiful face. Lucia sighed. At this time, she heard movement outside again. She frowned and said softly, "Who else is coming here at this hour? Could it be Joshua?" Lucia quickly went to open the door, but when she saw clearly who was outside, she spoke up in frustration, "Why are you here? Are you looking for me, Chiffon Knight?" Chiffon stood outside. Hearing this sentence, she immediately replied, "The Duchess wants to see you, Lady Lucia. Or should I call you by your real name, Princess Ashira Ben Britain?" At the tower, every shout of joy was raised. "Congratulations to Mr. Evergreen on becoming the new owner of the Magic Tower. May the light of truth shine upon our new owner." After hearing these words, Evergreen said with great satisfaction, "I sincerely thank everyone for welcoming me, who has carried the burden of this tower for a long time. Now let's wipe it away too." Ian's stagnant pond, breaking out from the barren fields of the Ias Plateau. "We will turn this entire continent into a private world for magicians, even more glorious and magnificent than the land I always wanted. We will declare the establishment of a continent-wide magical empire under the name of the new 9 stars, Evergreen." "Evergreen, long live Evergreen!" At his voice, the people below immediately stood up and chanted, "Long live the first level 8 great magician, for the hero of the tower, for Evergreen, one of the 9 stars." Evergreen slightly lowered his head to listen to all of these greetings. He curled his mouth happily and thought to himself, "It's time to choose one of these magicians to lead the undead army. We will create an undead army stronger than any other army." While thinking about this, the 7 magicians touched the piano next to them and called out, "Master of the Magic Tower, it seems that Thadarpian Witsoaks and that mercenary girl have escaped our control. Please allow us to handle this matter ourselves." At the Ias Plateau, 3 Joshuas were approaching the gate of the plateau. Seeing a stranger coming, the 2 guards immediately asked, "What is the purpose of your coming to the Ias Plateau? Is there any badge to prove your identity?" Hearing this question, Cain rummaged around and said, "Where did I put my badge?" Seeing that the opponent couldn't get the badge out, the extremely vigilant guard shouted, "Moreover, if your destination is the Magic Tower, then the knights are not allowed to enter. Please return." Cain had now stopped searching. Hearing that, he exclaimed in doubt, "What? This is the first time I've heard this rule." The guard seriously replied, "This is a temporary internal directive, I hope you understand." Icarus spoke up extremely annoyed. What does he understand? It's clearly an abuse of power. There are degrees to everything. Cain stood behind and nodded in agreement, continuing, "That's right, we're so sick of arrogant wizards." Hearing this sentence, the watchman raised his eyebrows and asked, "What is it, arrogant? Let's not deal with anything anymore. No matter what your status is, you are not allowed in, so go back." Seeing that the situation was a bit tense, Joshua coldly spoke up, Actually, I came here because I wanted to become a magician." "I don't believe it," the watchman said, "a big guy like you would use magic." Joshua's eyes had now turned blue. He approached the watchman, then rolled his eyes and said, "Don't believe it, so let me prove it." As soon as these words ended, lava. He followed his hand and roared towards the nearby forest, then burst into an extremely fierce fire. Seeing this scene, the 2 guards cried out in disbelief. The power was truly terrifying. Icarus standing next to him quickly reached out to stop him. "Enough, stop, you will burn down the whole forest." Cain stood behind and whispered happily to Icarus, "Ha, at this rate you'll become a real scammer." Icarus nodded in response. From the beginning he was suspicious, as if he heard the two people behind him saying bad things about him. Joshua immediately turned around and curled his mouth and said, "This magic, I mean fireball, no, firewall." Hearing these words, a watchman exclaimed in panic, "Isn't the firewall a level 4 fire elemental magic? If you can do it by just chanting, then you must be at least a 5th circle magician, right?" The remaining guard heard this and quickly reminded, "Don't be fooled, the mana pit that the knight uses will go through the process of refining by cultivation method. The mana of each family is different. During that process, the knights can gain unique characteristics depending on their level of perception. Isn't there a precedent already? The knight with fire element characteristics, King Uravis." Seeing that these two people were extremely stubborn, Joshua took the fireball back, put his hands on his waist and asked in a loud voice, still refusing to believe me, "Okay, I'll show you guys the skill with another element." As soon as these words ended, a flash of electricity immediately appeared behind Joshua. He introduced, "This is a lightning wave." As soon as I said this, a sound from nowhere echoed throughout all directions. "All magicians, please pay attention, we have located the whereabouts of the Thadarpian Witsoaks," summoning everyone, the magician in the trial tower immediately, and executed Thadarpian Witsoaks along with the mercenary magician who helped him. When Joshua heard this, he was startled and thought, "Mercenary magician, Iseline." The summoning sound was repeated again. A watchman heard it and immediately turned towards Joshua and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to be a magician of the tower? You're in luck. If you can bring some, the traitor mentioned here will not only be accepted into the tower but will also be handsomely rewarded." Joshua didn't want to joke anymore at this point. He shouted in a harsh voice, "Shut up, if you don't open the gates immediately, I will destroy them." Joshua's words had just ended, not giving the two gatekeepers any time to think. He immediately jumped up and kicked down the gate and rushed inside. Is Plateau, Tower of Trials. Countless magicians obeyed the command and immediately appeared here. Then they all shouted, rushed forward, and destroyed Thadarpian Witsoaks and his companions for our new magic empire. Saying that, they all simultaneously passed through the door of the trial tower and rushed inside. As soon as he entered, looking at the scene before him, a magician couldn't help but cry out in horror. "Is a giant." The last magician Zephyrus entered and saw that. He quickly shouted, "Keep moving forward, don't stop, this is the Tower of Trials, where magicians come to train, what you see is just an illusion, we can't harm you." A person who heard that immediately stepped forward to fight the giant. But after a while, this person gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "They are not illusions, they are real." Hearing this person say that, Zephyrus raised his eyebrows slightly and thought, "That bastard Thadarpian Witsoaks, this Tower of Trials was created by ancient magic circles, does he have the power to regulate everything? Never mind, whatever it is, it's just a matter of time." Thinking so, Zephyrus immediately raised his hand to create a wall of fire. The fire quickly flared up, starting to burn the giants in front of him. In a certain forest, drops of morning dew condensed on the tips of leaves and then slowly dripped down, fell straight onto Iseline's forehead. She suddenly woke up, looked around in all four directions and whispered in bewilderment, "Where is this?" A person sitting cross-legged with his back turned to Iseline heard that and immediately spoke up to answer, "This is the 17th floor of the Tower of Challenges." Realizing who this person was, Iseline quickly exclaimed, "Thadarpian Witsoaks, what happened?" Thadarpian Witsoaks Spion turned his head slightly, his face was full of scratches, he spoke neither quickly nor slowly, "Don't remember, we were hunted for 4 consecutive nights, due to running out of mana we had no choice but to escape to the trial tower." Seeing that the other person was injured, Iseline asked worriedly, Alpha knew ate his eyes, "My eyes are fine," replied Thadarpian Witsoaks. Then he continued, "The destroyed magic circle is the problem, it is slowly recovering, but I don't know when I will be able to use it again. You should try to regain your strength. I don't know if the magicians in the tower have opened defense lines to interfere with the magic, but both our teleportation and communication have been blocked, so basically we're stuck here." Iseline heard that and said helplessly, "So that means there is no way to escape from the Star Tower, we have to fight and hold out until help arrives." Seeing her so worried, Thadarpian Witsoaks immediately reassured her, "Don't worry, this tower is not easy to climb, the name of its challenging tower is not for fun either. This tower was built from extinct magic circles from ancient times, magicians use them to practice, so when launching the tower, What welcomes those who enter are countless different challenges on the ground, each floor. And the higher you go, the stronger the monsters and traps. So we just need to keep avoiding them, climbing floor by floor until the tower's magicians give up. Hearing that, Iseline was still a little worried and said, "But I heard that these challenges are just an illusion." That was before, Thadarpian Witsoaks said, "I made them as real as possible." Hearing the other person say that, Iseline asked suspiciously, "Why, you can adjust the magic circle yourself since ancient times?" Thadarpian Witsoaks nodded and smiled and replied, "Yes, because I manage this place, I have learned quite a bit. But once it's activated, I can't control it anymore. It gives me a terrible headache. Like this, it's either me or you or them." While talking about this, the surroundings suddenly shook violently. Iseline quickly jumped up and cried out, "There was a commotion. Have they chased us down here?" Thadarpian Witsoaks also stood up. He was much calmer than Iseline. He looked around and said, "Is it really one of the 7 magicians like me? They are faster than I thought. Let's go Annie. Now our only hope is the rescue you mentioned. It must be an army capable of confronting the magic tower, right?" Hearing these words, Iseline immediately said, "It's not an army, there's only one person here to help." Thadarpian Witsoaks heard that and was startled for a moment, then asked, "How could one person fight against so many magicians? If it were Joshua, he would definitely be able to do it." Iseline nodded in agreement and then said, clasping his hands together, his eyes sparkling, he said, "If it's Joshua, he's one of the best people on this continent." As soon as these words were uttered, Thadarpian Witsoaks paused a bit. He thought to himself, "Is she also in the Suasua Association, the Joshua Fan Association that the group of female magicians founded? Damn it, I probably have to bury my body here." In the lower levels of the challenge tower, an extremely fierce battle is taking place. One by one, the giants were devoured by the fire of Zephyrus, and their moans rang out endlessly. Scorpino was also present at this time. He approached Zephyrus side by side. As soon as these two people gathered in one place, the surrounding magicians could not help but exclaim, "What a miracle, Master! Even if the monsters are real, they can't stop them. Let's go after the traitors, let's go this way." The day the tower's dream comes true is not far away. With the 7 magicians and Mr. Evergrande here, we can surely establish a true magic empire. Zephyrus, standing next to him, heard that and said, "That Thadarpian Witsoaks always likes to do petty tricks. What's the point of him reaching level 7? Before the words were finished, there was suddenly a loud explosion in front of him, followed by blinding flames rising high. The magicians saw this and were extremely frightened, running away screaming, "What's going on?" Being ambushed, the people behind were hit badly. "Be careful, it's that damn knight, Avalon Spear, run quickly." Scorpino and Zephyrus were also extremely wary of this situation. Scorpino frowned slightly and said, "If he was a knight of the Avalon Spear, then there is only one." Zephyrus finally spoke and finished the second half. Didn't have to wait too long. Joshua landed straight from above in front of the two people, Scorpino and Zephyrus, and finally asked, "Are you two commanders here? If you retreat now, I will leave you a way to live." Quickly stop pursuing Thadarpian Witsoaks and Iseline. Hearing these words, Zephyrus couldn't hide his anger and roared, "Don't stick your nose into the tower's affairs. I will use this opportunity to avenge Jack, Firecracker." As soon as these words ended, an incredibly powerful fire was released, rushing straight towards where Joshua was standing. Joshua didn't bother to glance at him. He gently raised his spear to block Zephyrus's fire attack, then sent him flying straight back. The fire had now flared up. The trial tower was engulfed in a sea of fire covering the sky. Witness this scene. Scorpino thought in surprise, "Is that spear an enchanted artifact? But among the magic that controls fire, I have never seen anything like this. Is it an artifact from ancient times?" The surrounding magicians began to gather around Joshua and shouted in unison, "Quickly form a general magic circle, we will hinder the actions of this damn knight." Zephyrus finally, after taking one of Joshua's moves, now able to stand up, he turned to his companion and said, "Hey Scorpino, quickly recite our spell and use one move to knock that guy away." Having said that, Zephyrus finally opened his mouth and recited the incantation, "O dawn that illuminates the dawn, moonlight that illuminates the night." The energy of the moon in the night sky has half the origin, from this moment, become the red fire that causes everything to perish. Scorpino continued immediately. Who would have thought that just after saying a complete spell, Joshua seemed extremely impatient and came forward to stand between the two of them, opening his mouth and yawning. Then he raised his hand to rub his nose and said, "Not too quickly or too slowly, "You magicians are really not suitable for fighting. Who would stand around waiting for a magician to finish reading the spell?" This statement was full of sarcasm. Scorpino roared angrily, "When did he get here?" Zephyrus finally shouted indignantly, "Do you still think that magicians can fight in close combat?" Joshua was too lazy to listen to these two people's nonsense. He raised the spear in his hand and then slashed hard at these two people. Joshua gave an amused smile and said, "The sixth form of spearmanship. Holy war." As soon as these words ended, a hurricane following Joshua's call quickly appeared and swept away all the magicians present inside the trial tower. On the 17th floor, Thadarpian Witsox also felt this extremely intense shaking. He quickly hugged Iseline tightly and exclaimed, "What are they doing that makes the entire tower shake so much?" Iseline thought for a moment and then said, "It seems they are determined to chase us. Can we hold out until Joshua comes after us?" "It's definitely possible," Thadarpian Witsox spoke up reassuringly and then said, "Besides me, the magicians are only focused on expanding their circle. They haven't even come close to the trial tower yet, so I dare surely they can conquer this tower that easily." Hearing these words, Iseline was much calmer. She nodded and replied, "I see, they will not be able to easily decode human magic from ancient times like me." Thadarpian Witsox Bion heard that and shook his head and said, "It seems you misunderstood. Humans did not build this tower. It was made by dragons." "Dragonstar," Iseline exclaimed in surprise. Thadarpian Witsox Bion nodded and continued speaking, "And the rules of the tower were also set by them. Each time a floor is completed, the tower will give a special reward." Iseline was a little suspicious and asked, "But so far we haven't received any rewards, right?" Thadarpian Witsox Bion nodded and said, "It's because you're with me. This tower recognizes its people. People who have completed a floor will not be rewarded again. My record in the tower is floor 37, so there will be no rewards for the lower floors." Iseline nodded, then asked curiously, "What is the reward for the person who completes the last floor? It seems like the reward will not be ordinary at all." Hearing that, Thadarpian Witsox shrugged and replied, "I'm not sure, but my grandfather, the owner of the magic tower, once told me that the top floor of the tower is where all the truth is hidden, including the tower's secrets." As he said, he walked up the stairs, came to a door, turned around, looked at Iseline and smiled and said, "I don't believe it, but that's what the legend says." Next is the 30th floor. The difficulty will increase sharply, so remember to try your best. Reminding Iseline such a sentence, waiting for her to walk up the stairs with him, Thadarpian Witsox immediately opened the door and walked inside with the person next to him. The scene inside the 30th floor looked extremely desolate. The place was enveloped in a faint, blood-red light. Taking a few steps inside to observe the situation, Thadarpian Witsox was covered in sweat. He wondered out loud, "Is this hell or something? So creepy, so strange. The 30th floor that I know is not like this. I didn't touch the system that changed the environment. What happened?" At this moment, there was a slight change in the distance. A rather loud noise rang out. Thadarpian Witsox and Iseline were both startled and alert, looking in the direction of the sound. Over there, Ash was confronting the person standing opposite him. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Zerath, the one who did these things is you, right? The one who wants to wipe out the elves? Answer me, Zerath." Hearing these interrogations, Zerath, or now Barbaru, curled his lips and replied faintly, "Even if I tell the truth, you can't do anything. Before I kill you, quickly go back. About a century ago, humans and elves lived in harmony with each other, but increasingly, elves lost their position in human society and gradually, to protect their people and villages, they avoided human sight and ran to the ends of the continent. Where only the elves know, it has been the source of their life and all life since the beginning of time. That is where the world tree Yggdrasil resides. They built a barrier to prevent humans from finding them. There, they worked hard to rebuild their race. But one day someone stole the life source of the world tree and escaped. After that, Yggdrasil began to wither. Ash put his hands on the ground, his hands clenched tightly, thinking angrily, "The origin stone is the source of Yggdrasil's life." And when it began to become insufficient, the power of Crevasse was used as a condition to borrow the demon dragon. I served as his minion for a long time to keep the world tree alive. All because of this guy Zerath Dikorvus, who would have thought that he stole Yggdrasil's life source? I don't doubt him at all. Unable to bear it anymore, Ash raised his head and asked, "Why did you betray us? Where is Yggdrasil's source of life?" Zerath heard this question and curled his lips and replied, "What's the fun in saying you know, huh? How fun?" Ash gritted his teeth and roared, Countless elves have died because of you, today you will die in my hands. Before he could act, Zerath unleashed a move straight at Ash and coldly said. Even if you surpass a level 7 human mage, you can't compare to me. Pausing for a moment, Zerath looked straight at Ash, who was seriously injured and couldn't stand up, before continuing, while you still have the chance, you should run away, otherwise you will die here. When you, the last high elf, die, the elves will lose their leader. Don't worry, I will soon enter the world tree and kill all the elves Kappa Iota Alpha. Then turn them into undead, and then that army of undead elves will have a new leader. Goodbye, nice to meet you, old friend. Zerath was preparing to strike a move to finish off Ash when a stream of ice spear power roared out from nowhere, blocking his attack. Ash answered, this scene is hard to believe. Is there anyone else besides us in the challenge tower? The person who just used an ice spear was Iseline. She looked at Ash and shouted, kid, it's time, run. Thadarpian Witsoak's Spion right next to him was sweating. He scratched his head and cautiously said to Iseline, hey, I think we should also take care of ourselves, that guy's mana just changed. Indeed, Zerath now took control of the situation. He raised his hands, controlled the ice blocks and said, Evergrant. He still hasn't destroyed these bearded guys. What a pathetic guy, making me have to clean up again. A flash of fire flared up in Zerath's hand. He turned towards Thadarpian Witsoaks and Iseline and continued coldly, let me show you the King of Death, the strongest creature in the middle of the earth. Appear, Death, legendary undead, Bone Dragon. Following Zerath's call, the Bone Dragon roared up from the ground and floated in the air. Seeing this scene, Thadarpian Witsoaks cried out in horror, who is that guy? How did he summon something like that? Iseline, who was next to him, also panicked and replied, if I get caught, my life will be over, run away. The three of them had not run far before the Bone Dragon was about to chase them closer. Thadarpian Witsoaks turned his head slightly and scolded, damn it. Seeing the other person suddenly stop, Iseline worriedly exclaimed, Thadarpian Witsoaks, what are you doing? At this moment Thadarpian Witsoaks spoke very calmly, don't you see, we can't run away from it, we will lure it away, so you two just run away, as fast as possible. Without waiting for the two people Iseline and Ash to answer, Thadarpian Witsoaks shouted loudly, the Twin Tornado. An incredibly powerful tornado followed the Thadarpian Witsoaks' summons and rushed forward, surrounding the Bone Dragon's body. But this double tornado could not stop it for long, and soon the Bone Dragon surpassed a level 7 magic. Not giving up here, Thadarpian Witsoaks continued to use the Wind Wall. The Bone Dragon was not stopped by this move. It quickly rushed towards its opponent. Immediately after that, a loud explosion rang out. Standing in the blinding smoke and dust, both Iseline and Ash cried out in horror, to Thadarpian Witsoaks. At this time, on the first floor of the challenge tower, Scorpino was knocked to the ground by Joshua. Joshua slowly walked towards Scorpino and said coldly, go to the magic tower and tell Evergrant to wait there, I'm coming to find him. Scorpino was filled with indignation at Joshua. He endured the pain and stood up. While creating magic with both hands, he gritted his teeth and said, I admit that you are very good, but just wait, I will repay you for all the humiliation I have endured. Don't think you're the only special person in this world, one day you'll fall too. Having said that, he immediately turned to the surrounding magicians and gave the order to raise the anti-magic barrier and return to the magic tower. In the blink of an eye, Joshua was the only one left in the first floor of the trial tower. He told himself, this is not the time for me to fall, but the time for you to fall. Looking around in all directions, Joshua saw a door. He quickly walked forward, a bit skeptical, guessing, is this the door to the next floor? I will meet Iseline soon. Stepping through the door to the tower, seeing himself inside this tower, Joshua raised his eyebrows and said, huh, is this a challenge for this floor, a fight with myself? The person inside this floor looked exactly like Joshua. Suddenly a voice rang out in Joshua's ear, so it turned out to be a doppelganger. Hearing this voice, Joshua immediately asked, Lugia, do you know what this is? Lugia was quick to reply, a perfect replica created by God himself. A legendary monster that has been extinct for thousands of years. I don't know if you have seen it, but I can see that he is at the Emperor level. In other words, he is a double king. Hearing this, Joshua let out a sigh of admiration. The doppelganger was interesting enough, but he was also a king. Lugia noticed Joshua's worry and continued to warn, so you must be careful, a dark creature of this level does not belong here. This made Joshua a bit confused. He immediately asked, why was it in this place? let alone to save the race. Lugia did not answer this question but continued to rest. Joshua immediately raised his spear. He himself inside this tower floor also made the same move. Two identical lightning spear techniques were fired, causing the second floor to rumble. Retracting the spear, Joshua exclaimed in horror, "What a shock! It can even copy magic spear techniques, he's Emperor level." Lugia suddenly spoke up, 2,000 years ago, this guy defeated a bewildered lizard. Hearing this funny name, Joshua immediately asked again, "Do you mean dragon? I can't believe he defeated a dragon." Waiting for Joshua to finish exclaiming, Lugia continued to speak, "Doppelgangers are that strong, they have infinite endurance." Hearing that, Joshua nodded slightly to show he knew, then he continued to raise his spear to start the next attack. Joshua shouted loudly, "Magic Spear Technique, Phase 2, second move, Violent Whirlwind." Seeing that the opponent continued to show off the same moves as Joshua, Lugia immediately spoke up, "This guy copied the opponent's power exactly the same as at the time of copying. When did he copy my power?" Joshua asked. Lugia quickly answered, "Probably when you walked through the door." Hearing this answer, Joshua immediately looked straight into his opponent's eyes and asked, "Can you use Bronto's ability?" Without waiting for the other person to answer, Joshua immediately shouted, "Bronto, Sugahak's Wrath." As soon as these words ended, a thunderclap came. The people inside this tower were completely bewildered by the new move that Joshua had just used. He could only stand motionless on the spot. Seeing that, Joshua immediately curled his mouth and said, "No matter how much you copy, you cannot defeat me, imposter." After saying this, a move with terrifying power roared out. The body creates the ground. The soul gives birth to the sky. Magic Spear Technique, Stage 6, divided in two. This move divides the spear in Joshua's hand into two halves. One spear points to the sky, the other spear points to the ground. The Magic Spear Technique advances to Stage 7, which is creating heaven and earth. On the 30th floor, facing a bone dragon with amazing power, Ash immediately stepped forward. He raised his hands high and opened his mouth to scream, "Hail!" Iceline also stood aside and summoned a layer of ice wall. Two streams of power roared straight towards the rushing bone dragon, blocking it. Thadarpian Witsoak's Pion has now regained his strength. He quickly attacks then turns around with the two people next to him. "We still have one more spell left." Fire Department. As soon as these words fell, a terrifying stream of flame followed the Thadarpian Witsoak's hand and rushed forward, encircling the bone dragon inside. Zareth didn't know when he ran up behind Thadarpian Witsoaks. He curled his mouth and said in disdain, "That's a good name, I don't know if it's effective or not." Hearing this voice, Thadarpian Witsoaks was startled and turned around in alarm. On the other side, the bone dragon was not affected by the fire at all. It roared loudly. A powerful stream of magic power shot straight towards the two people, Iceline and Ash, who were standing. This magic power was extremely strong, blowing Ash back a bit. He bent down slightly, using both hands to hold on the ground to stabilize his body. Ash cried out in horror. The spell had no effect at all. As soon as he said this sentence, Ash's whole body was blown up into the sky. Zareth didn't know when he came here. He looked at Ash and curled his mouth and said, "It seems we have more passengers. Thanks to you, this trip is no longer lonely. Your trip to the other world will surely satisfy you." After saying this, Zareth immediately raised his hand and squeezed Ash's neck. Seeing that the situation was too dangerous, Iceline quickly used meteor power to surround Zareth's body. Then she quickly rushed in front of him, used an ice spear and then hit him hard downwards. But Zareth was extremely strong at this time. A stream of magic erupted around his body, completely blocking Iceline's ice spear. Zareth said contemptuously, "What a weak master charm. If you can last until now with that, you're pretty good." As soon as this sentence ends, he immediately hit Iceline with a strong blow, knocking her back a bit. Just as Iceline was about to fall, Zareth clenched his fist. "Control Iceline in mid-air." Iceline's body was now full of large and small wounds, but she refused to give up and tried to escape Zareth's control and opened her mouth to speak. The breath of the cold northern wind could even freeze fire. "This is the purest mana in the world, you know." Hearing this, Zareth curled his lips and replied, "It's admirable that you can endure my attacks like that. I'll give you special permission to stay with Tau Alpha. After you become a corpse, it is an honor for you." After saying this, he quickly raised his hand and prepared to finish off Iceline. At this moment, Ash walked up behind him and hurriedly shouted, "Stopped. Let them live, this is between the two of us." That's enough. As soon as he said these words, the bone dragon had already chased after him. It raised a sharp claw and then loudly collapsed on Ash. Zerath stood next to him and smirked, then used force to grab Iseline and said in a harsh voice, "You know that, right? If you don't have the strength, what else can you do but surrender? Don't tell me you didn't realize that after all these years of fighting. So if you want to get what you want, you must have strength. Even if you have to sell your life to the devil, you must do it." The situation at this time was very dangerous. The ground here began to shake violently. Zerath saw this and wondered, what the hell is this? Why is the ground divided into two halves? Seeing this person appear, Zerath stammered and exclaimed, "You are." Knight uses spear. Ash quickly recognized this person. He quickly shouted, "Young master, calm down." The person who just appeared was none other than Joshua. Thadarpian Witsok saw this person and immediately thought to himself, "That idiot, the more I look at him, the more talented he becomes. How many floors did he go through to get here?" After resting, he turned towards Joshua and shouted a reminder, "Hey, be careful." As soon as these words finished, the bone dragon acted. It opened its mouth wide and released a powerful stream of magic power, piercing straight into Joshua's body. He was thrown back by the bone dragon, falling straight to the cold ground. Iseline was still being restrained from above. Seeing this, he worriedly called out, "Joshua, what's wrong with you?" Zerath walked towards Joshua, speaking neither quickly nor slowly. He didn't expect him to run here after being chased away by Emperor Avalon. Did he come here with the thought of getting the final reward of this trial? You failed like this because you were too greedy and wanted to get to the top quickly, you pathetic person. I'm so disappointed in you. Just as he was about to raise his hand to hit the person lying on the ground, suddenly another figure thundered down from above. This person spoke up, "Who do you think is the pathetic you here?" This person who just arrived is indeed Joshua. He sent Zerath flying back for a while, then picked Ash up and smirked, saying, "Just as I thought, the Baraburu I saw in the fourth prince's secret basement was fake." Iseline witnessed this scene and asked suspiciously, "Are there two Joshuas? What the hell is going on?" On the other side, despite encountering an unexpected situation, Zerath was still very calm. He chuckled and said, "Good, now we can eliminate all the troubles here immediately." Black Ball. Seeing a move Zerath was about to execute, Joshua immediately got into a preparation position and used level 7 spear magic. This is the creation of heaven and earth. Saw this move of Joshua? Zerath shouted contemptuously, "You idiot, this black ball is my highest level magic, you definitely won't be able to last. You think that by signing a contract with a demon you can block everything, this dark energy." The words here suddenly fell silent. Looking at the magic that was about to strike, it somehow faded in his hand. Zerath cried out in horror, "Did my highest level black magic just disappear? Moreover, the sky has already been torn apart, how could you?" According to Zerath's words, the sky in this tower gradually became blue again. Somewhere a few rays of morning sunlight could be seen shining on the grassland below. Everyone's injured bodies also gradually recovered. Seeing this scene, Zerath looked straight at Joshua and gritted his teeth. "How could the sky not be torn apart? You changed the environment here by breathing life into it, isn't that the power, strong of the star gods?" "Impossible. I command you, my army. With all my power today, I will send you bastards to hell. You should also fight me with all your strength if you don't want to regret it." Hearing all these words, Joshua gasped for a moment and then leisurely said, "If you want, I will show you my army." As soon as he finished speaking, the headless cavalry lord immediately appeared right behind him. Not wanting to waste too much time, Zerath immediately gave the order and rushed forward. The two sides began to fight each other. The headless Night Lord shouted an order, "Everyone, advance." I only saw a chaotic battle, red blood splashing everywhere. The neighing of horses echoed throughout the sky. Caeslian bravely holds the sword and shouts, "All of you receive judgment from the power of the solar sword. All kneel before my lord Joshua." At this time, Zerath also refused to sit still. He used the dragon bone technique. Dragon immediately struck a palm towards Joshua. Realizing the emergency situation, Joshua immediately used magic spear technique. Dissecting the tree, the power from the move seemed to pierce everything. Delivering a strong blow to the bone dragon made it roar in pain. Joshua forcefully pulled out the spear he had just stabbed it with. "You ordered, first of all? Sit down." Immediately, the bone dragon's body fell to the ground. Below, the entire army and undead beasts stopped. This made Iselin and Thadarpian Witsok exclaim in surprise. He defeated the Bone Dragon in just a blink of an eye, laughing and saying, after all, this guy had once punched through a block of ice with his fist. However, if everyone found out, the entire continent would suffer a huge shock. Iselin wondered, what do you mean? This continent strictly prohibits the use of black magic to create zombies. However, this is not simply a few zombies, but a huge army, and the person behind it is the greatest spear knight on the continent, praised by thousands of people. This power of Joshua will make people feel afraid and betrayed. As a result, the entire continent will seek to eliminate him. Iselin expressed, I thought it was a big problem. Rest assured, once they will understand it themselves, they will understand what it is. She blushed and replied, how wonderful a person Joshua is, then everyone will fall in love with Joshua. Thadarpi and Witsox shouted angrily, I know you are his loyal partner, but please don't show too much, okay? Suddenly Ash said nervously, enough chatter, let's concentrate. Look, I don't know what that magic is anymore. Each stream of magic continued to fiercely attack Zerath. But, Zerath keeps recovering, he seems to be irresistible, he is no different from his undead army. At this time, Zerath, who had just been cut in two by Joshua, was slowly recovering. With that, the zombies he controlled also gathered. Caislian's eyes fought with them continuously. Now he seemed tired. He thought to himself, they are also ghost knights like me, but their recovery speed is much faster than mine. There wasn't even the slightest sign of fatigue. Suddenly, lifeless corpses suddenly gathered. They seemed to have the understanding to arrange their shields into a row. And then, they suddenly attacked the army Caislian was commanding. Realizing that, he immediately raised his sword to defend, and anyone who attacked him would be destroyed. However, he still wondered, the undead army rushed forward in a chaotic manner, but now they were able to maintain their formation. There must have been someone behind the command. Looks like it's not what Lord Joshua is doing, it's likely another leech. If I keep being beaten like this, I'll definitely lose. Suddenly, a dark light stabbed towards Caislian, but at that moment, Iselin performed magic, erecting an ice wall in front of him. Thadarpi and Witsox said, Lich has no other weakness except his lifeline. Surely he hid it somewhere that only he knew about. Unless we find his lifeline, they will continue to revive endlessly, Iselin replied, therefore, they will become a true army of immortals, neither feeling pain nor suffering, can die. However, with only Joshua here, they can't hurt us. Hearing these words, Thadarpi and Witsox said to himself with a worried face, wait, Joshua's mana, dark energy and endurance will be exhausted sooner or later, so we have to find his lifeline, leprechauns, before that happened. At this moment, Zerath's large hand tightly grasped the spear and stabbed Joshua's man. He laughed loudly and said contemptuously, you may have holy power, but you are still just a human. As your mana and magic power decreased, the gap in strength between us increased. Joshua calmly took the spear out of his hand and replied, it seems like you've made a mistake somewhere. Do you think I don't know you're hiding your lifeline? Last time, at the fourth prince's basement, I was only able to seal you with a black ball of destruction, simply because I didn't know where you had hidden your lifeline. However, you were an idiot when I used all my strength, so I finally found it. Zerath was full of surprise, not to mention you still launched an attack despite knowing everything, so... That's right, Joshua interrupted, I was just buying time to search for the vein of life. More precisely, I've noticed the lizard hiding his life vein right there. After Zerath heard this, he shouted in panic. Run away, Zelin. Hearing these two sounds, Ash was startled and surprised. Zelin. At this moment, he raised his sword and approached her to threaten her. Do you think we won't find you if you run away? It's over. Prepare to turn into thinly sliced meat. At the same time, Zerath suddenly teleported to the rescue. A bunch of losers at the bottom of society dared to point their swords at him. You're the one who must disappear. As he finished speaking, he unleashed a strong attack on General Altsima. But then, Joshua's familiar move appeared, Magic Spear Technique, Level 5, 4th Technique. Preparing the lightning strike, a bright light flew in front of him. Zerath quickly blocked Zelin, who was holding his life in his hands, to watch out. Joshua declared coldly, too late, the light pierced the red ball of life. Zerath's eyes widened in pain and he screamed loudly, my lifeline. Then it fell to the ground, gradually disappearing. Joshua glanced at him and muttered, it's over, Barbaru. In the last moment, Zerath's voice whispered, it's impossible, I possess the power to destroy an entire country, but, why? Joshua said nonchalantly, It is said that trees are extremely generous to people. What? People probably destroy countless trees, even burn forests for personal gain. However, despite that, trees still give them sweet fruits, shade and fresh air. Not for anyone else, but for those who hurt them, he shouted. What nonsense. Joshua smiled brightly and said, to me, your existence is just that, and the undead army that you worked so hard to build, will all belong to me. Baraburu, the tree of unconditional generosity. These words made him widen in surprise. At this time, Ash ran to Zelen, hugged him in pain and called out, Zerath, why did you do this? Zelen, that's your only daughter, why do you treat her like that, why do you turn her into a bitch? In the past, when he was still in Olympus, the first time he met Zelen he held her hand and asked, are you Zelen, making her surprised and ask, are you? Olympus held her hand tightly and said, I am an old friend of your father, a friend. I'm truly sorry, for everything that happened. Now, Ash angrily asked, what crazy person would do that to his daughter? It's no different than killing her twice. Zerath laughed mockingly, you are so naive, don't you realize that we are very similar, what, just like how your species treated the squid to satisfy their dirty desires. We have also been betrayed and crushed by them, why do we have to endure all the pain and misfortune when we have done nothing wrong? Because we don't have enough strength, don't have enough talent, don't have enough status, don't have enough power, don't have anything. Therefore, I sought something called absolute power, a power that no one could overcome, an army so powerful that it could wipe out an entire empire. An army that is absolutely loyal to me, not humans. Zelen, this child understands that desire, so he wants to become a part of my power. Ash sadly watched Zelen disappear in his hands, so that's why you need Yggdrasil's life source, you want to use it to create an immortal army. Zerath frankly admitted, yes, that was the easiest method to achieve absolute power, a contract with the unharmed Supreme Demon King, who possessed the immense power of evil. After all, even if I offered my soul as a genius magician, I couldn't guarantee that a top-level devil would appear and agree to form a contract with me, for so, we need to sacrifice something they are craving. Hearing that, Ash couldn't help but grit his teeth. You were blinded by hatred, you betrayed your loved ones, betrayed your daughter and turned her into a monster. You still think you did the right thing? He used his last moment to reply, you once told me that you wanted to create an alliance of the clan. If humans still exist, do you think it will come true? Joshua replied, it is not impossible, after all, there are people who realize their wrongdoing and are working to restore the forest. The old man tried to forcefully say, is that true? Humans will never change, they are swallowed up by lust and desire, they will always crave and will destroy everything. That's why, there are many people who think like me, especially, if it's him. He would never. Before he finished speaking, he had completely turned into dust. Finally Zerath ended his long life. However, instead of the thrill of successful revenge, Baraburu left Joshua with an indescribable feeling of insecurity. At that time, on the other side, Thadarpian Witsoak sighed and whispered, I can't stand it anymore, I'm exhausted. Iselene, while dealing with the undead, worriedly tried to reassure, don't give up, Thadarpian Witsoaks, you have to hold on, wake up. Thadarpian Witsoaks replied, do you think standing up is enough? The bone dragon has revived again. Unless that damn liar's life vein stops, there's no way I can fight. Suddenly, Joshua came and loudly ordered, all of you, stop. Hearing those words, the zombies suddenly stopped. Joshua stepped forward and continued, this is an order for the Baraburu zombie army. Submit to me, kneel before me. Joshua's sharp eyes made the zombies scared. They immediately knelt down in respect before his authority. Joshua looked at the bone dragon and commanded, Bone dragon, come to me. Immediately, the bone dragon rushed towards him. This made Thadarpian Witsoak silently exclaim in surprise, no way, he was subdued. Is that a bone dragon? At this time, the bone dragon stood next to protect Joshua. The living corpses then disappeared immediately. Their auras were absorbed by Joshua. He seemed satisfied with these sources of energy. In just the blink of an eye, everything disappeared. Thadarpian Witsoak silently exclaimed in surprise, he really didn't expect it, he could do it. Suddenly a voice spoke up, who would have thought that Zerath's death would be so meaningless, losing a subordinate like him is truly a pity, he was also quite submissive. Iselene asked confusedly, communication magic, is there anyone else here? Joshua calmly replied, it's Asmodeus. Thedarpi and Witsox asked in panic, "You mean Asmodeus, the high-level demon that the Lich made a contract with?" As he finished speaking, Asmodeus continued, "Even so, it's nice to see you again. When you appeared, I felt like I wanted to dance." Thedarpi and Witsox thought to himself, "It's really him, he looks exactly like the Asmodeus I've heard about, he appears like something in Middle-earth, what is his purpose?" Asmodeus continued, "Since the disappearance of the demon gods, the 8 demon kings with the power of sin have been fighting tirelessly to conquer the power of the demons. I was hoping that someone could break the fragile balance they created. Of course, it wouldn't be easy, because to break that balance, the destroyer must have equal strength with them. From the bottom of my heart, I hoped that person would be me, then I would be able to regain my glory. So I came down here, despite all the risks to reach the astral world. However, you appeared before me like a miracle. With the power I know you possess, you will be able to disrupt the balance of the demon world and rebuild it in no time. Unfortunately, I cannot do it myself." Ash thought to himself, the master is at the same level as the 8 demon kings. Can a human have such ability and strength? Perhaps if an archangel is resurrected in human form, then maybe he can. Joshua wondered, "How can I believe that? Aren't you Asmodeus, the demon of greed? Tell me your true purpose." Asmodeus replied, "If you are curious, come see me, I will wait for you on the hill in the Black Moonwood. The light that once shined the brightest and the only darkness that existed." Iselene heard this, she silently wondered, the only light, and the only darkness. Asmodeus continued, "This is my last gift to you, I look forward to our next meeting." Joshua immediately sealed the contract. Thedarpi and Witsox exclaimed in surprise, "Sealing the contract? Isn't that used to make contracts with humans? What the hell is Asmodeus planning? Is he planning on giving that spear knight to another demon?" Ace replied, "I'm not sure, but a contract with a demon won't bring anything good." When he saw Joshua slowly entering the seal, Ash shouted in panic, "Master, what are you doing? You can't predict which demon will appear to make a pact with you, come back, it's very dangerous." Joshua calmly replied, "I don't care, whoever appears will become the prey, not me. Even if one of the 8 demon kings appears, I will still accept to sign the contract." Having finished speaking, he reached the middle of the sealing center, a stream of power radiated out. Ash said in fear, "If this continues, if a demon king descends to Earth, the whole world will turn into hell, stop it." Joshua calmly asked, "Are you here?" Immediately after that, a ray of light shined out in front of him. Joshua's eyes began to change. Thedarpi and Witsox said, "This whole place is filled with demonic energy, what kind of demon is that? Not to mention the demon king really came down here." Ash trembled and replied, "Maybe that's it, with this much power, he should at least be on the same level as Asmodeus." Suddenly, a cute pink spirit appeared, making everyone startled and surprised. Iselene said fondly, "Oh my god, so cute, no wonder people say that empty boxes make loud noises." After returning, Iselene hugged her red face and thought, "I can't believe there are 2 Joshuas. One of them is a doppelganger and the other is real, but even so, this still makes my heart flutter." Thedarpi and Witsox silently exclaimed, "He didn't expect that a legendary creature like a doppelganger would be in the Tower of Trials, by the way." Suddenly he thought of something, his eyes looked mysterious. Thedarpi and Witsox turned to look at Ash and shouted loudly, "Hey, how long are you going to cling to my back? It's so annoying, let go." Ash trembled and replied, "What about you? Don't you think that QQ is strange? Come on, you can tell it's not a normal demon." Thedarpi and Witsox replied, "You will know, after you have done what needs to be done, then calculate." He silently wondered how to handle Evergrant now. Then he said, "Hey Spear Knight, we don't need to climb the trial tower anymore, right? Then let's get out of here." Joshua replied, "But I'm curious about the final reward of the trial too, more, now." Suddenly, Crevasse spoke, "Now is the time to leisurely climb the Star Tower. No one is allowed to step up to the bottom floor, that is where the Master of Darkness resides." Thedarpi and Witsox exclaimed in surprise, "Since when did you stand in front of us? I didn't feel your presence." Ash bowed slightly and did not forget to scold him, "You stupid human, if you don't want to get into trouble if you're in trouble, it's best to show respect first." "That's the Black Dragon Crevasse." Thedarpi and Witsox was surprised, the Black Dragon, a high-level demon, now a Black Dragon, what the hell is going on in the middle world? Joshua replied, "It is not allowed, who decides that?" Crevasse replied, "This is not the time to stand and argue with me, right? Soon, the entire continent will be submerged in a sea of blood. Even the goblin forest and the town where you were born and raised are no exception. Now that I know you are the only master of darkness here, we have a lot to talk about. But if you ignore my advice and continue climbing the tower, it will be difficult for our relationship to stay like that. Choose to continue climbing the tower or return and continue to maintain this relationship." Faced with this threat, Joshua pondered for a moment. On the other side, at the mansion outside Akardi, Vanessa leisurely sipped wine and said, "Isn't this very interesting? We live in the same palace but have never met." "Yes, we have different mothers, and we were not in the palace at that time. But I'm still happy to see you like this. Let's be peaceful from now on, Lucia." "Oh yeah, I was wrong. I should have called you by your real name, Ashir Van Britten, but let's get along," Lucia said with a sad face. "I don't know what you're talking about, I'm just a servant." Vanessa laughed. "I know everything, you don't have to pretend. I know, you pretend to lose your memory just because you're worried something will happen to your only child, right? That's why I will help you. All you have to do is convince Duke Anyus to announce that Babel is the official heir. At that time, I will ask Emperor Marcus to forgive Joshua's sins. You can't live if your child dies, right?" Suddenly, a voice came from outside, interrupting their conversation. "Duchess Vanessa, there's a problem, can I come inside?" Vanessa smiled slightly. And Lucia still sullenly bowed her head to the table. Vanessa called, "Sure, come in, what's going on?" Chiffon walked inside, placed her hand on her chest and solemnly greeted. He nervously reported that Emperor Marcus had just announced that the current 5 Grand Ducal families would only be left with 3. Vanessa frowned and stood up. "What?" Chiffon hastily explained, "Unfortunately, Duke Anyus was also among the eliminated dukes." As soon as she finished speaking, she shouted loudly, "What the hell are you talking about? What about the Duke? Why didn't Aiden do anything when the Emperor announced?" Chiffon replied, "The problem is that I heard this news from the palace, but maybe Duke Anyus was too sad after hearing the news that young Master Joshua was expelled from the Avalon Empire. People said he went downstairs, implicit. That's why no one knows where the Duke is." Before he could finish speaking, suddenly a group of assassins rushed in. Chiffon shouted loudly and asked, "Who is it?" Black Wind replied, "I'm not interested in a low-level knight like you. I'm here for Princess Ashir Van Britten. Come with us, Princess." On the other side, in a dark room, the shackles were removed from Duke Agnew's hands. At this time, Duke Anyus and his entourage were returned to freedom. He was brought before King Marcus. He said, "I am truly heartbroken. A father must suffer the consequences for not raising his children properly. What a stain on Avalon's reputation, the Dark God, well, that is. Children of the family, not like feathers, but also like wings." He continued, "However, don't worry, Aiden." He stood up with his hands and continued, "You are a knight recognized by everyone, right? I will give you a chance to ask for forgiveness. If you can prove your loyalty to me. And besides, I can forgive you for what you did to my sister Ashir." These words made Duke Anyus's face darken. "Marcus threatened with sharp eyes, kidnapped her and forced her to conceive your child. You know better than anyone the punishment for those who dare to threaten the royal family. Don't tell me you don't know. You've gone too far to protect that dukedom of yours. So, that's enough treason. Prove your loyalty to me, then, Duke Anyus's position will still be safe. Won't you defend it for your father's honor? Aiden?" Back about 40 years ago, at the party, when Marion, the second daughter of Baron Pesqueros, was standing alone. Suddenly Douglas Van Britten walked up and said, "Have we met before? Which family do you belong to?" Marion gently lifted her skirt in ceremony, bowing from Marion, second daughter of Marquis Pesqueros, to the son of Avalon, Crown Prince Douglas. "Baron Pesqueros, isn't that a family on the western edge of the empire? I didn't think there would be such a beautiful person there." He raised his hand and lifted her chin teasingly. "What did the young lady think? If you become my wife, you will be able to live in a luxurious place like this, and above all, I will fulfill all your wishes." Hearing these words, Marion couldn't help but feel scared. Her face darkened and she stammered, speechless. "Everyone is talking. She has been noticed by the Crown Prince. He doesn't know how many wives he has. Isn't this the 4th one? A baron with no voice. Who can ignore it, this meeting?" Marion trembled and tightened her skirt. "No, whether I refuse or accept, I have no future anymore. Even if I marry him, as soon as he loses interest in me, The other wives won't leave me alone. On the other hand, he won't leave my family alone if I refuse. What should I do? What can I do?" Suddenly, Anya stepped forward to relieve the situation, asking for forgiveness, "Crown Prince. However, she was betrothed to me." Douglas is full of doubts. "She is betrothed to you?" Tobin replied, "Yes, Marion grew up with me, and she knows me better than anyone else, so, because I didn't want to miss her, I proposed and we got married. Please take it back, your request, sir." Protected by Tobin, Marion affectionately silently called his name, Tobin. But Douglas felt dissatisfied with this situation. Time passes, seeds germinate, leaves fall, and warm spring comes again. Finally Marion gave birth to her first child. Tobin happily said, "You did very well, I am very proud of you. Look at this healthy child." Marion whispered back, "The baby looks a lot like you, it will become elegant like you. Do you have a name for our baby yet?" "I have it, a person who doesn't care about the surrounding eyes and always maintains his dignity. I hope your soul is as tolerant as a god, a name worthy of that would be." Words of God, Aiden. "I want my child's name to be Aiden." When he grew up, Aiden did not exceed everyone's expectations. Time gradually passed, soon 13 years had passed, at Avalon Royal Academy. Marius and Aiden are fighting. While fighting each other, he constantly provoked in the fight, "I didn't expect to be sparring with you here, Aiden." Aiden replied, "It is an honor to fight with you, Prince. I learned many things from this match." He closed his eyes, remembering what Tobin, his father once told him, "Just play normally, then lose, this is not unheard of, there is no benefit if you win against the prince, so losing is fine, no loss." He thought to himself, played normally and lost. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, Marius angrily swung the wooden sword in his hand and shouted, "How dare you distract me?" Aiden reflexively swung his sword to strike back, causing him to fall weakly backwards. Marius was angry, "Damn, this bastard, you lowlife, how dare you play tricks?" Aiden frowned angrily and asked, What did you just say?" Marius sneered and mocked, "I said you are low class. Isn't your mother a dirty slave who took advantage of the family name to sell herself to the big family? Not knowing her position, she dares to refuse the emperor, right? Your mother is ungrateful and dirty." Faced with such insults, Aiden angrily slashed his arm, causing Marius to hug his arm in pain and scream in pain. Aiden's face was full of anger. He waved the wooden sword in his hand and loudly questioned, "How dare you insult my mother? I will not forgive you." Witnessing that scene, the guard panicked and stopped him. "Young Master Aiden, have you lost your mind? Stop there." But he didn't have time to stop. Aiden swung his sword and slashed down. The sword pointed straight down at the youngest Mary kneeling on the ground in front of her, just a few centimeters away from his shoulder. Another sword suddenly appeared to block him. The third person appeared to prevent this incident. It was none other than King Marcus, who was still a prince at that time. He smirked and looked at Anius and asked, "Interesting, but can you bear the consequences? Anyone who harms the royal family will not have a good ending. You'd better kneel down and beg for forgiveness." Duke Anius then darkened his face and did not respond. Marcus's smug smile deepened and said, "Don't be arrogant, little Duke Agnes." Later, at the Avalon Palace, Duke Tobin knelt down on the ground and quickly begged, "I was very embarrassed, Your Majesty, please punish me instead of the spoiled child, please be merciful." Behind him, Anius's hands were tied tightly, and Lady Marianne was also bowing her head. King Dulot sat on the throne, looking down at him from above and said, "Tobin, you think too highly of yourself. It's true that the youngest Prince Mary doesn't speak properly, but he makes it disabled, making it unable to use its hands anymore. A prince is also my flesh and blood. The crime of intentionally harming the royal family will be counted as treason. But you think your life is enough. Isn't the Principality of Anius the pillar of the Avalon Empire? Out of respect for your devotion to the empire, I will let the parents bear the blame for the child's misdeeds. But not you, but your wife, Marion, she will be a maid serving in the palace." Returning to the family mansion, Anius expressed in his father's room, "I'm very sorry, father, even if you object, I can't let mother bear the blame for me. I will personally take her home." Duke Tobin didn't turn his head to look at him, just asked, "What can I do?" "We cannot do anything, because we lack strength." Ben's words pierced Anius's heart. He made a big plan to get stronger and enter the palace, where his mother was. When he grew up, Anius became a master, a title desired by many knights, the youngest master of the empire, no, of the continent. But, His mother passed away before leaving the royal family, and returned to Anyus. While he was standing silently in front of his mother's grave, the temple came to report, little Duke Anyus, as expected, the Dulat Emperor's health gradually decreased. It seemed like a bloody war for the throne between the princes are about to happen. This chaotic situation is a golden opportunity for us. Agnes said with hateful eyes, yes, this is the time for revenge. I will personally destroy the ungrateful royal family. So, Anyus swore on his mother's grave to take revenge, the first target being Princess Asiru von Shore. She is the Lucia we know. The princess carriage was attacked, everything was broken. Princess Asiru struggled to lie on the floor, cowering as much as possible to avoid those things falling on her. When everything was quiet, she slowly looked up, her eyes showing fear. Before her eyes, Anyus, full of hatred, appeared. The man's cold eyes stared at her. Not knowing how much time had passed, the Knight of Avakan was sent to the place where the carriage was attacked. Looking at the ruins left behind, the calf-level knight affirmed that even though it was burned, the cut was as sweet as this, proving that the person who cut it was very skilled, so someone was also hunting for the princess. We must find her at all costs. In a small house deep in the forest, Asiru lay in bed and woke up. No, help. But when she looked at everything around her, her eyes could not hide her suspicion. What is this? Where are you? Anyus, standing next to the window, suddenly spoke up. It was Peculia. At first I didn't recognize him. Blue hair is not a typical feature of royalty, but blood flows through his veins, no change. Asiru asked bewilderedly, what do you mean by hissing? I'm at home and why am I remember. Memories of being attacked suddenly appeared in my head. She remembered that at that time, someone suddenly attacked and repeatedly killed the knights protecting her. A cold gaze filled with murderous intent stared at her. Asiru was full of panic. She looked up at Anyus and confirmed that it was him. Thinking she remembered what he did, he frowned. But the next second, Asiru smiled and said, you saved me from that monster. These words made Anyus a bit stunned. A moment later, Anyus called the doctor to check on the princess. After checking everything, and looking at her eyes, the doctor concluded that it seemed like she had experienced a huge psychological shock. Witnessing murder for the first time probably caused her to lose her memory. Worriedly expressed, this is very serious. If she can't remember who she is, Anyus said, no need to worry, her strong bloodline will be the guarantee of her value. Be careful, go to the royal court and remember to pay close attention. Perhaps now is also the time when the youngest Prince Mary fails to increase his power with a political marriage, so we need to pay attention. Observe how the prince's struggle for power took place. Upon receiving the order, Trong immediately replied, yes, I will follow your orders. He quickly rode his horse and set out on the road. Along the way he walked, next to the big trees, there were many suspicious people secretly watching. Time passed quickly, soon it became dark. Asiru sat on the bed holding her head and mumbling, I can't remember anything, I can't remember my name anymore, who I am. Suddenly, a voice rang out outside the door, Princess. She was startled and asked, who are you? Suddenly, a voice rang out outside the door, Princess. She was startled and asked, who are you? The low-ranking knight of Avalon didn't know when he snuck in and opened the door and said, we've been looking for you for a long time, don't worry, from now on I'll take care of you. Asiru stepped back in fear, don't come closer. He stepped forward and tried to persuade, it's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here to help. The image of the person being cut down suddenly appeared in her mind. Asiru panicked, held her head and screamed, I don't want to die. Taking this opportunity, the other knight rushed forward, he covered her mouth. Then she pulled out the knife and raised it, intending to stab it down. She threatened, waking everyone up won't bring good results, for the sake of everyone, please be quiet and disappear from here. The knife stabbed down, just a few millimeters away from poking Princess Asiru's eye. But right at this moment, Anyus suddenly appeared, held his hand and questioned him, which prince sent you here? It can't be the great prince. The knight tried to shake his hand and asked, why is a famous person like you by doing so again? Are you trying to interfere in the power struggle between the princes? Behind the door, a level A knight appeared and drew his sword and said, the princess has been abandoned, all the princes want her dead. If you want to help the eldest prince, then you have chosen the wrong side. Anyus reacted quickly, immediately pulling out the red sword from his back to block him. Princess Asiru was also let go by the other guy and fell to the ground. Anyus alone dealt with two guys. In the small house, suddenly a strong commotion occurred. By the time everything was quiet again, the two knights of Avalon had been eliminated. Anius glanced around and thought to himself, it seems that besides these two, there is no one else left. With the current situation, it seems that the other princes have already joined hands to eliminate the youngest Prince Mary. If the first prince doesn't die, then not only his faction, but also Princess Asiru, who shares the same mother as the first prince, will also be chased. I can't just keep the danger around. He slowly approached Asiru, both hands raising the sword straight to her neck. Because the princess was about to be destroyed, it was best to aim for another prince now. The moment Anius was about to strike, he suddenly stopped. Even though Asiru was threatened with fainting, in her unconsciousness, tears still fell from the corners of her eyes, her mouth continuously mumbling, I don't want to die, I want to live. Agnes' eyes suddenly flashed, as if remembering something. When he was little, always clinging to his mother, his sparkling eyes said, Mom, I want to be a knight, a great knight who will protect the weak. Marion hugged him and affectionately praised him, I'm very happy to hear that. I'm sure you will soon become a great knight, a great and upright knight, not shaken by external circumstances. Returning to the present, he couldn't help but squint his eyelids. The sword that was about to stab Asiru also stabbed to the side. His eyes sparkled with sadness as he thought, I didn't think I would become such a knight, I'm sorry, Mother. The youngest Prince Mary was murdered as I expected, by the person who sided with him, and was also the last person in the line of succession. Emperor Marcus, that was also when Marcus's bloody reign began. Then the Emperor Marcus purged all those who opposed him, and his brothers too, along with all his relatives. He purged all those born with blood. When there were no surviving brothers with the same surname, he usurped the throne. But Asiru van Bohiston's position was forever forgotten, because, when she lost her memory, she became a maid in the house of Anius with the name Lucia. Anius returned after many days. She and the maid bowed, congratulating young Master Anius on being awarded the title of Young Talent. Congratulations. He walked in front of his father. I'm back, father, are you okay? Duke de Ben sat on the family chair, constantly coughing and weakly said, I understand, you have returned, I will always be grateful to you. Thanks to you, the reputation of the Duke Anius family. Brighter and brighter. After saying this sentence, he also collapsed from the chair to the ground. Everyone screamed in shock, Father, Duke. That night, after the doctor examined you, he immediately reported back, he was just waiting for you to return, young master. He was probably very shocked, but you had to console yourself. Agnes looked at his father with pitiful eyes. Duke Ben tried his best to bring a letter to him instructing him, take this is a letter from the royal family. The royal family, yes, they will soon hold a coronation ceremony for the new emperor. They also want to arrange a political marriage for their child. Anius heard this and immediately widened his eyes in surprise. Duke de Ben shed tears and said tremblingly, I know what you are thinking, but Anius, your life depends on the survival of the family. Even though the bloody war of the royal family weakened their strength, then we don't have enough strength to defeat them. Subi also knew very well that Anius intended to take revenge on the royal family, but even if the battle between the princes weakened the emperor's power, Duke Anius did not have enough strength to challenge his authority of royalty. Anius understood this very well, and worked tirelessly to gain power. But with the martial arts power to bring him the unofficial title of talent, Marcus's strength is still much beyond Anius's imagination. Anius is still too immature to think about revenge on Marcus. In the last moments of his life, his father, Duke de Ben tried to advise, Anius, now is the time to build the power and influence of the family, gather those who will help you, try to achieve more achievements, and make everyone respect you as a hero. Like the great Emperor Avalon of the Aga Kingdom. After saying these words, his eyes gradually darkened, then slowly closed his eyes forever. Agnes couldn't hold back and gritted her teeth to shed tears. Emperor Marcus knows very well the truth that Duke Anius is always looking for opportunities to overthrow him. He can destroy the entire Duke Anius family, but day after month, the Anius family has a team. The knight was extremely excellent, and the Duke was revered by everyone as a hero, with the authority of the royal family wavering at the time. Eliminating the emperor's hero would make him attract many hostile elements, so Marcus decided to play it safe and arranged a political marriage, so he could take control of the family, Anius. Agnes also had no other way to stop the emperor, and had to accept the arranged marriage, until he crushed the family to pieces. Time passed, Anius and Vanessa quarreled. The arranged wife gave birth to a child. The child was clearly not Anius's child. At the party at that time, The prince kept flattering me. I knew this was the first time I met young Master Kali, but he would definitely become a brave knight just like Duke Agnes. Young Master, above all on, the future of the Duke family will be extremely bright. Vanessa then smiled shyly and said, "Oh my god, you said it so well, I thought so too. When our son, Kalayun took over the Duke Anyus family, the royal family will recognize us even more than now." Anyus was silent at Vanessa's words. Vanessa used King Marcus' power to raise the ranking of the Anyus family to the emperor's faction, so Anyus had fewer and fewer allies within his own family. He sat alone at the dining table looking at the crowd in front of him. Suddenly Lucia brought the tea tray close to him. "Here is the tea. Look at the beautiful brown cup of tea being poured before your eyes." Duke Anyus looked at Lucia and asked, "Why is that so? I said you can leave, why are you still here?" She replied, "I can't abandon the person who saved me twice and then run away. Now it's time for me to save you. And most of all, I like you to call me Lucia." Hearing these words, Duke Anyus suddenly smiled. "Good, I thought you didn't like that name." Then he picked up the cup of tea. After taking a sip, he complimented, "The tea is very fragrant, Lucia." The only person who could comfort Agnes was the blue-haired woman. No one thought Lucia was a member of the royal family, and so, Lucia became the rock in Anyus's lone battle against the royal family. And then, they slept together, but sadly, Anyus's feelings were not love, but loneliness and discomfort. Time passed. One day, in a panic rushed into Anyus' room to announce, "We are in trouble, Duke Anyus, Princess, Lucia is pregnant." "I have been watching her very closely, I don't know who it is," Duke Anyus interrupted. "It's my son, in a daze." "Yes, Duke, you and Lucia, what did you say?" He said frankly, "Lucia's pregnancy is mine. More importantly, have you heard anything from Ririca and Pontio?" Trong quickly calmed down and replied, About that, they responded very positively, but I don't know if they will cooperate until the end." Duke Anyus put the brush down on the table and stood up and said, "That's enough, now we cannot trust each other. But soon, it will become cooperative relationships, then we will be free from Marcus's burden, and the situation will change. We just need to endure the pain a little longer, so wait, Lucia, and my soon-to-be-born child too. I will avenge my mother, and protect the family's reputation, just a little more, almost there. Now, King Marcus is threatening, Anyus, make a decision, pay for your crimes with a Syra Van Bohes, or submit to me." Duke Anyus knelt down and replied, "I, Anyus, want to obey the will of Emperor Marcus, the bright son of Avalon." But that was still not enough to satisfy him. Marcus continued, "Prove it, I will give you 200,000 soldiers, lead that army to capture the Song, where your son will lead, and present them before me, and I will believe you." Duke Anyus's face changed slightly, but then he accepted the order. "I will follow your orders and kneel at your feet." King Marcus smiled cruelly in satisfaction. The older he got, the more shameless his jokes became. "It doesn't matter, your only job is to lead the anti-singing army." King Marcus added, "And finally, Anyus, while taking over the Civ, the Duke Trembutterlin here will lead the army to the magical kingdom of Silk, and as soon as the Civ and Silk are tamed as determined, I will have the power of the entire empire gathered in one place, marching towards the Ragnas Plain, the border between the two countries. So, Anyus, once he has conquered the singing Civ, immediately lead his army to the Ragnas Flag Plain." "Clear, your majesty." After returning to his residence, Duke Anyus's face darkened. Looking at the scene of the devastated room, he became even more certain that, as he thought, he let him go, because he took Lucia as a hostage. "If I don't march to the Song siege, then Lucia will be in danger, but if I lead the army to the Song Civ, a neutral territory, then it will be the start of a continental war." "Interesting, Marcus." I opened the door and breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm so glad you're safe." "As soon as I heard the news, I went to the palace to help you, but the knights were ambushed." However, after looking at the room, he was surprised. "No way, this place was also attacked." Duke Anyus said, "They must have heard the news that Lucia was here and kidnapped her. Isn't it true that no one knows about Lucia except us?" "Why, we don't have time right now. Trong, I think this is the time, we will carry out the long-cherished plan," the Trong knight asked worriedly. "Isn't it too early?" The Duke's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he emphasized in a strong voice, "That's why I think this is the right time to gather all the allies currently in the Ragnas Plain." At this moment, a person came in and advised him that I think he should give up. "Because your rebellion will fail, Duke Anyus, who came in with those words, is none other than Sister Rin, because your rebellion will fail. Dukanyus, who entered with those words, is none other than Cerceirin. Dukanyus frowned, how far can you see? Cerceirin looked straight at him and said, I can't answer, but one thing is certain, in the future I see, if you go to the great steppe flag Rarden, you will die. Hearing these words, both the Duke and the monk looked surprised. She continued, what I ask is, that you become Joshua's guardian for a while longer, until my memory returns. For that, it's better for you to stop rebelling. Duke Agnes sighed and said, Princess, you really don't know anything about Emperor Marcus, do you? Both me and the Emperor, we can't turn back now, this is the only way for me, no, for both of us to continue living. As for King Marcus at this time, he thoughtfully asked, Tremblin, before you attack the thread, go to the magic tower, and take the head of the Evergrant traitor who dared to betray the Empire and wag his tail at the tower. I even allowed him to experiment with corpses, yet he dared to stab me in the back and kill Dac Cain. Let's make him an example for traitors. Duke Tremblin expressed, forgive me, my king, as far as I know, Evergrant has become the first level 8 mage on the continent. If so, it will be a waste of energy, time and money to capture the magic tower rather than silk. It will delay the reunion with Dukanyus at the Rarden flag step. King Marcus smiled and said, don't worry about it, the great steppe Arden flag is just a bait to lure Arden to come. I have given Arden the reason for his decision. The moment Arden concentrates all his forces on the great steppe, he will be greatly surprised. Tremblin replied, my king, with all my respect, my shallow understanding, I do not understand what you mean at all. He looked at the statue in front and explained, it's funny, even in politics, there are still many foxes who refuse to do their jobs. Have you heard this? Right, the withdrawal of Rigveda, Arden trying to imitate the retreat of Rigveda. Before the current Avalon Empire was established, the strongest kingdom in history was the Asgard Kingdom. The last king of Asgard, Kunis. That person had a crony who was known as the strongest swordsman of that time, Rigveda. Similar to Arden, Rigveda became the enemy's worst nightmare, and was worshipped as a hero by his allies. However, Rigveda suddenly abandoned his path to write history. He single-handedly destroyed the kingdom of Avalon, killed King Kuni and built the Avalon Empire today, and thus, Rive's retreat was a complete success. Black Hay is truly terrifying. After all, the desire to avenge his mother always filled his heart, and yet he was able to hide his dark side for a decade. If he can take revenge like in history, he will be crowned a hero, or even an emperor, like Rigveda did in the past. However, history will not repeat itself, those times are long gone. I will prove that that idiot Onius will never be able to cross the river. Moonlit evening, at the magic tower. Evergrant, after capturing the tower, gathered his followers and shouted loudly, the door to the world where the magic tower ruled had opened wide. By participating in the World War, victory would be theirs. Before he could finish speaking, a notification suddenly appeared on the pin. Tower Master, please wait, what? We failed to take over Theta, due to the sudden appearance of spear knights from that Avalon. Evergrant frowned, did Joshua get there? He said, if you give me another chance, I will lead the magicians again. No need, that guy was able to defeat one of the 7 great magicians when he was 10, you have no chance with him. We already have some suitable people in the trial tower, they will solve that problem, we have other things to do. Saying that, he raised his hand to perform some magic. Right after that, a gate opened. He said, I have found the Goblin Forest, 3,000 magicians gathered here, will come with me. We will take away the Genesis Stone, Hurricane, confirmed to be the World Tree Yggdrasil, you'll be here to seal and heal the injured mages. Touching the concubine, he replied, yes, sir. He thought to himself, what the goblins call Hurricane, is the origin stone. Evergrant stood in front of the door and shouted, open the door, take over the World Tree Yggdrasil, and receive the blessing of Mana to begin a new age of magic, teleportation. Then, a great light flashed through the door, carrying him and 3,000 wizards through. On the other hand, in the Goblin Forest, the World Tree Yggdrasil, the Hurricane Stone was continuously emitting mana. Rita saw this and wondered why the hurricane was so unstable, what was going on. A person hurriedly ran in to report, we're in trouble, she sighed, an unknown gate had just opened in the sky. She turned pale, it was an invasion, all the elves that could fight were on standby. In the sky, the door opened, from it. Countless beams of light flew down. The Goblin Forest originally had a protective barrier, but it was currently being broken. Before long, a hole in the barrier appeared. Evergrande and the mages rushed into the forest from that gap, along with a group of subordinates as numerous as ants. Everyone was confused. The shield protecting the forest was destroyed, everyone, protecting the people in the village. The magicians landed on the ground, and the people of the forest also scattered. Evergrande waved his hand and commanded, "I ordered all the mages of the magic tower to sweep the forest before your eyes, not leaving a single branch or blade of grass behind." At the same time, Kane's face was full of joy and laughed loudly, "This is not a dream, right? I can't believe it, I'm riding a black dragon. It felt like I became a part of the legendary Dragon Knight army." Iselin said, "The Dragon Knight team isn't the best, wouldn't dragon mages be better?" He replied, "Who cares, it makes sense." Icarus teased. He looked a bit disappointed that someone said that. Clearly, our master isn't exactly a knight. Kane glanced at Joshua and agreed, "You're right, he can use black magic easily, what should we call him?" But right now he was staring at the letter thoughtfully. Lugia peered in and asked, "That letter was from the clairvoyant princess, right? That's why she knew about your birth, I'm happy." Joshua remembered Earl Larry's words. He thought, "I finally understand what Earl Larry said at Siv Canyon, something happened between Father and Emperor Marcus." Lugia smiled and said, "If it stays like this, won't your father be in danger? Should you just leave it like that?" He was silent. It would still happen, just sooner. Theta next to him suddenly said, "Oh, why is your face so serious? Not like me." Joshua raised his head and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to say something?" Theta replied, "About your deal. After suddenly coming to see me after the battle, blocking Evergrande in return made you emperor. Let's change it up a bit. I'm sorry to say this, but let me deal with Evergrande. You seem to have some kind of grudge against Evergrande. But I want to handle this myself. If you can let me do it, you don't hesitate to agree." "Sure, just do it, really. In return, I also have a request. You join the team of knights that I created, I will also pay you a salary." Theta was a bit surprised. But then he smiled again. "I didn't expect it, but okay, I accepted. There is no guarantee that killing the Evergrande will turn the magic tower back to its original state. I should also get another job just in case, so let's agree." Joshua immediately called, "If so, Kane." "Yes, master." He pointed at Theta and said, "Meet this new member of the Royal Spirit Knights, remember to take care of him." Kane happily said, "Yes sir, I promise to take care of him. Welcome to the Royal Spirit Knights, Level 7 Mage Theta." The Black Dragon Crevasse suddenly spoke up and reminded, "If you're done chatting, you should fasten your seatbelt, we're here. This is the Goblin Forest." As soon as he arrived at the Goblin Forest, Ash was extremely surprised. How could we see Yggdrasil like this? Yggdrasil is being severely devastated by the power of the Magic Tower people. Ash was extremely worried and couldn't sit still, while the Black Dragon was extremely confused. Someone had broken the barrier between the two elves. I was surprised that human magic could do such a thing. Ash thought to himself in disbelief, I always thought that we, the elves, were always the most proficient in magic. How lazy we were to lose to humans, the species that copied their knowledge. It's my fault, I'm no longer qualified to be an Olympus. Joshua Sands seemed to understand very well Ash. He put his hand on Ash's shoulder and comforted him. It's not your fault, don't be too harsh on me, Ash. Joshua was very calm and asked the Black Dragon, there is something I want to ask before we separate. The Black Dragon replied, what is it? Joshua asked, what is the final reward of the challenge tower? I'm a very curious person, so I really want to know right now. The Black Dragon also replied, you want to know that much, so I will give you a hint. The doppelganger is one of the final rewards of the tower, even if you have been chosen by the doppelganger. In other words, otherwise, the final reward is even greater. The Black Demon Dragon said more clearly, as big as a world like the true world and something that current humans cannot reach. Theta Pion Witsoaks doubted, it means not being able to reach it. The Demon Dragon explains, is immortal, although Joshua may be an exception. Theta Pion Witsoaks asked in surprise, we can't do it but Joshua can. Joshua spoke up to interrupt Theta, this is enough, it's been like this and he can't answer clearly, it seems he can only say this much, that's the rule of the Tower of Trials, even though whether you have to climb there alone or not. Joshua turned around and jumped down, he confidently said go down to everyone, then I will go first. When Joshua landed, Kane above me called out in panic, Master. Cain also jumped down without thinking and followed Joshua. "Are you planning on leaving your servant behind?" "That's not the case." Icarus couldn't stop Cain even if he tried to advise. "Cain, wait, do you know, how high is this place?" Cain was not alone. Iselene also swooped down. Ash also hurriedly followed. Next, Theta Pion Witsox was also very surprised by Joshua's decision. "I never predicted what he would do." "Here we come, Joshua." Look at everyone's expressions. Everyone is excited and determined to fight, not at all worried or scared. I thought Icarus would jump down too, but Icarus is an ordinary person, the Black Demon Dragon asked in surprise. "You won't go?" Icarus was embarrassed. "Oh me." She scratched her head and explained, "I'm just an ordinary person, you know." The scene quickly flashed to the canopy of the Yggdrasil tree standing tall in the middle of the goblin forest. The battle that sweeps everything from tree branches to blades of grass of the magic tower is still going on extremely fiercely. The people at the magic tower have the upper hand and are forcing people to interrogate the people who take care of the Arasan tree. "Tell me quickly, where is the hurricane? At least I can spare you." They are getting stronger and stronger to threaten the people in the goblin forest. "You'd better confess quickly, we don't have enough patience." Freya couldn't stand the suppression anymore. She rushed towards the magic tower people. "You bastards, what have you done? I won't let you do whatever you want with Yggdrasil." When Freya comes alone, everyone knows that the power is too unequal. The magic tower people show disdain. "What can an elf alone do? Let's burn this place to ashes with the power of the sun." Finished speaking, they started up, the power of the sun. The solar flares continuously attacked Freya. Fortunately, she was good at avoiding these attacks. Freya felt quite helpless before that terrifying power. The solar fire continued to pour down strongly. Freya had no choice but to continue to avoid it, but at the moment of danger, Joshua's power promptly came to the rescue. Freya quickly turned around and took out her bow and arrows. She hit the magic tower, went around the back of the magic tower people and shot arrows at them. Some of them fell down, causing the solar fire's cohesion to weaken. The remaining teammates were panicking. What was going on? They quickly reset the power of the sun. "No, we still have the power of the sun, everyone, attack with full force." They shouted in unison. Burning, a large stream of fire gathered in one place and was shooting straight towards Freya. Freya also launched a missile shot. Dekapaka, she gave the order, "Everyone, use counter magic, be careful." Great lava was rolling and gathering at the tip of Freya's arrow. She has already shot the arrow. The ray of light from Freya's arrow soared and directly confronted the solar flare of the magic tower people. Freya had successfully extinguished the huge fire of the enemy group. She breathed a sigh of joy. "At this rate we will be able to chase away the intruders." However, from among the smoke, Evergrant's voice rang out laughing. "I recognize you." He continued, "The way you can defeat 4th and 5th level mages so easily, compared to humans, you are above the master towers." Evergrant mocked Freya, "But this is not enough, but I will give you a chance to surrender and hand over the hurricane." Freya also looks down on Evergrant. "Tower master level, humans are always so pathetic. I can't believe you classify others based on their rank. If rank can accurately reflect a person's ability, then it's suitable for threatening enemies." Freya also issued a threat to the magic tower people. "According to what you said, I am as strong as a genius, right? So you should leave now, if you don't want to be killed." Evergrant showed a fierce face. He argued with Freya, "I thought elves were all kind and innocent, but it seems I was wrong." He showed off his power. "Who do you think was the one who broke the shield of a high-ranking fairy?" Making everyone unable to react in time. His second lash summoned power and bound the elves. Only Freya was able to quickly overcome this tying scene. Evergrant was also quite impressed. "That's good. He is extremely complacent, but my body-strengthening magic is much stronger than yours." Forced to the end, Evergrant continued to use tricks to force Freya to hand over the storm. He swung his hand and slashed at Freya's body. Freya screamed, took out her bow and arrow and fought back. While Evergrant wasn't paying attention, she shot an arrow right from his back. However, his reflexes were so fast that he dodged it. But Freya's arrow was a control arrow. If it didn't hit him from behind, it would circle back and follow Evergrant. He was surprised, the arrow was coming back. But he quickly countered with a gentle move, not forgetting to compliment Freya's techniques. "Magic based on ancient languages seems interesting, right?" Freya's arrow could not break the Evergrant's shield. No, the arrow was very strong, it penetrated the shield and threatened Evergrant's life. He was extremely panicked. He recognized Freya's strength, being able to penetrate even a basic shield spell. It seems like you weren't joking when you said you were as strong as a hero. Freya is crazy, you need to calm down, you can take that attitude away. The remaining elves also rose up and all shot their arrows towards Evergrant. However, Evergrant was not afraid of this attack, he was indifferent to the flying arrows that slashed people. Next, Evergrant snapped his fingers and prepared to launch the paralysis attack. He controlled all the arrows that attacked him. Freya was shocked, it couldn't be like that. Evergrant laughed loudly, clearly showing his disdain. 8th level magic was truly unimaginable. He quickly tied Freya up and lectured her, this is the difference between a genius and a 9-star magician. After tying up Freya, Evergrant rushed in to finish her off and gave up. Freya was thrown to the ground helplessly unable to resist. Evergrant hasn't killed Freya yet, he pressed her and asked her, you better tell me where the hurricane is. Freya definitely did not confess, she calmly replied, kill me. Evergrant also doesn't want to say much, okay if that's what you want. He threatened her, after I read your memories and control your mind, you won't be able to resist. Freya was scared, she didn't expect Evergrant to go to this extent. Sure enough, Evergrant was able to control Freya's memories and see the hurricane. Evergrant satisfies, here it is. He slowly lifted his body up. Evergrant laughed loudly, if I can get the hurricane, I will pass level 8 and reach level 9. Evergrant was extremely happy, even though it was only limited to the wind element, this power surpassed even that of a dragon. Just a few minutes into the fun, Evergrant was immediately overwhelmed by the hero's appearance. Yes, Joshua Sant had appeared extremely strong and overpowered him. Joshua laughed at Evergrant, it's humiliating, Evergrant, if you were the owner of the hurricane, no one would accept it. Above the 9 stars is another giant planet shining brightly at the top. It is a giant star, a noble title that has never been bestowed on anyone. Evergrant is now bitter and determined to get the typhoon with the thought that if he had the typhoon in his hand, he could have that title. Thinking about it, Evergrant used all his strength to attack Joshua with great hatred. What is the reason? What hatred do I have with you that you keep blocking my way over and over again? Great fire surrounded Joshua, but Joshua was easily overcome. Joshua even mocked him, it's really fun to see you working so hard. Evergrant angrily shouted back, do you think this is a joke? Are you not doing this for money or fame? Joshua calmly replied, yes, that's not what I want. Joshua remembered the words that Evergrant himself had told him in his previous life, there were people whose mere presence in this world was an immeasurable danger. He pointed out the name, it's you Joshua. Joshua in the present continues to talk to Evergrant, and speaking of which, there is something I want to teach you, Evergrant. There are people whose mere presence in this world is an unpredictable threat. Joshua asserted with confidence to overwhelm his spirit, and I am one of them. Evergrant's face turned pale, what? Joshua taught Evergrant with strong words, you're right, I don't need money or fame, because I want those things all the time but I can't get them, and I don't care about those things, there is only one thing that was once precious to me. Joshua's voice was serious and the memories of his past life came rushing back. He said, those were my teammates, or to be more precise, the trash bastards that I thought were my teammates. Next, Joshua reached out and pulled out the sword, telling Evergrant, and now I will show you, with this spear, the only thing you need to fear. Joshua pointed his spear straight at Evergrant, his tone confident of victory, with the unbeatable weapon that had destroyed all of the kingdom's enemies, I will deal with you right here. Evergrant doesn't know how to be reasonable and is even disdainful, whatever you think, it turns out to be just nonsense, I should have eliminated you from the first time we met. He silently ordered his subordinates, the wizards of the magic tower immediately activated the spell, sealing all the mana in Yggdrasil, and replied that the subordinates who received the secret orders also obeyed, yes, Tower Master. They lined up and began to set up a magic spell to seal the mana in the Yggdrasil tree. The Yggdrasil tree seems to have been successfully sealed. The magic tower people proudly mocked Joshua, even that delicious spear of yours won't be able to do anything in a place with no mana, this is the end for you. Suddenly, the rocks under and around the Yggdrasil tree exploded, they screamed in panic, what the hell is this? They scattered and ran away with the appearance of a person, what is this person? It is Lord Joshua's first knight. Cain along with Iselene and Pion Witsoaks appeared heroically to chase away the magic tower people, they ran away in fear, it was Cain's knight, and the 3 people on Joshua's side did not want to spare anyone, they were brats, hey, go away. Evergrande here feels extremely confused. Why hasn't the mana in the medicine tree been sealed yet? Payan Witsox was right behind Evergrande and calmly told him that it was because your magician army was all gone. Evergrande was startled by the appearance of Theta Payan Witsox. You trash, are you still alive? Theta Payan Witsox hates Evergrande. He angrily scolded him. That's right, you damn traitor, I'm still healthy, thank you for your concern. Theta Payan Witsox could not be patient any longer. The hero attacked aggressively. Hail! Evergrande temporarily stood still in one place before Theta's sudden attack. Theta Payan Witsox asked him in an angry tone, I thought you had gone down to the golden stream with your master, who would have thought you would come back to die? Payan Witsox rushed up, what have you done to the main tower? Evergrande wasn't scared either, he leisurely responded, how could I let those who stood in my way alive like that? If you miss him then let me send you off to meet him right away. Payan Witsox still throws arrows while Evergrande seems quite confident. How easy is it to block a simple attack like this? He mistakenly thought about the power from Theta Payan Witsox. He was close to burning death. Hey, Evergrande looks pitiful, he's about to turn into a marshmallow. A huge, resounding explosion took place. If I guessed correctly, death was probably the final result for the Evergrande. Payan Witsox with a steely face and hateful eyes declared, Evergrande, I will sacrifice you to my master tower. The Evergrande isn't dead yet, he's only slightly injured, he's speechless. Don't be arrogant, hitting me once is just because I was careless, it's because you used that spear to intervene, right? Joshua refuses, don't worry, I promised Theta Payan Witsox not to interfere in his battle. Evergrande is a bit shy, are you guys serious? Suddenly he changed his face to be rude and contemptuous, don't regret it. Joshua also teased, well it depends on the situation. Theta Payan Witsox not many words, he quashed loudly down. If you surpass me, then say it, I will kill you myself. Evergrande doesn't fit either, stop being arrogant, a level 7 guy like you can't do anything to me. Theta Payan Witsox also knew this, he thought about finding a way, he couldn't reach level 8 overnight, the only way was to concentrate mana around his heart to expand the magic circle, it just needed a little time, enough for me to kill him. Theta is struggling to endure the pressure from her heart. Until he vomited fresh blood. Theta tried to endure and then used her strength to attack, doubling the tornado. Theta stood as if preparing to use another move. The destructive power is huge, the entire space is covered by that dual tornado move. But the Evergrande wasn't afraid, he mocked Theta, you idiot, with your ability you can't control level 8 power, you still don't understand why level 8 is called the magical stage. After hearing Theta, I was a little scared. Evergrande absorbed all of Theta's moves and sealed the magic. He got that magic seal. He boasted to Theta Payan Witsox, this time I acknowledge your magic is quite good, now it's my turn. He threw the magic stone towards Theta. He was surprised and startled by this action of Evergrande. Evergrande shouted loudly, giving back your magic. The twin tornadoes immediately broke and rushed out to destroy the surrounding area, but were sucked in by the Yggdrasil plant. The three Cains arrived, looking at the storm before their eyes, they were all surprised. Cain, Ash, and Iselene, the three of them stood still and watched that storm comma backslash. But Ash realized, Yggdrasil already. The hurricane is bright and changing. Freya's subordinates tried their best to wake Freya up, but she still hasn't woken up, they're worried, haven't they been able to connect with Freya yet? I've lost contact with the floor below, even the guards here are here. Before I could finish my sentence, the Yggdrasil tree broke apart, and the hurricane also shot me out. The hurricane unfortunately fell into someone's hands. Is the name Evergrande, he firmly holds the hurricane stone and is proud, finally I have it, I have divine power in my hands. Joshua Santats kindly reminded Evergrande, you will be cursed for destroying someone else's roof like that. But Evergrande didn't care, he laughed loudly and replied, you still look so calm at this hour, Joshua. He openly challenged Joshua, even if he is a monster like you, do you think you can withstand the power of the gods? Let me show you, taste it for yourself with that human body of yours. Joshua calmly said back, well we have 2 of those. Evergrande didn't believe it, he said, stop talking nonsense, just 1 primordial stone is enough to drain your life force, if you had 2, you would be dead now. Joshua doesn't really want to talk to this guy, he's ready to attack, so let's try. Evergrande is still not aware of Joshua's power, he laughed mockingly, it's really funny, you're crazy. He also rushed madly to kill Joshua, please die with that arrogance of yours. The two sides collided with great power, and the scene in the Goblin Forest was extremely explosive and chaotic. Trees were destroyed, land and dust flew in the air. Joshua held his spear firmly to attack Evergrande, and Evergrande brought something called false confidence to fight back against Joshua. Knowing he would win, Joshua smiled triumphantly and asked, "What now? Do you still think I'm exaggerating?" Evergrande panicked, unable to understand how this could be possible. Joshua taught him, "I told you, my mere presence is an immeasurable threat." To finish him off, Joshua unleashes his ultimate move, Magic Spear. Level 6, Deification. The next thing is to use a torpedo to dive down on Evergrande. Evergrande's trip is really miserable. He was continuously hit by Joshua's moves. Until he was about to die, Evergrande still wondered, "But I already possess the power of God." Death is inevitable for a traitor and cruel person like Evergrande. His body just fell into the abyss. He was not willing. Why did it end like this? Hey, he's not dead yet. The Evergrande is burning. He's screaming in pain. It's so painful. The pain is unbearable. He was chained tightly all over his body. Angrily asked Joshua, "What have you done to me? Why am I still alive even though I was split in half?" Joshua explained to him, "Don't you know yet? The Origin Stone has other powers besides its unique properties. Thunder is growth, lava is destruction, and hurricane is resonance." Joshua continued to explain to Evergrande, "Thanks to the resonance properties, you and he can use hurricane without restriction." Evergrande was irritated. "Stop talking nonsense, answer, what have you done to me?" Joshua smiled faintly. He whispered to Evergrande, "Hey Evergrande, I've been thinking about you for a long time. You don't deserve to live like someone else's dog all your life." Joshua provides information. People like Vi Avocado, or Goat Rash and Oak, they will stop at nothing to achieve their goals, so you join Kaiser, right? Joshua exposes Evergrande's plans. If he becomes Emperor of the Empire, he will fulfill all your ambitions of uniting the continent into a new magic empire. Evergrande continues to be exposed. "Well, if your ambition comes true, the Kaiser will die by your hands." The Kaiser can only stay silent and cannot argue back. Joshua still kept telling Evergrande some other information that he did not know. "Of course, Emperor Marcus knew your true intentions and used the Kaiser to meet your ambitions. But the Emperor doesn't care. You have never been a threat to him. He intends to use you as much as possible and then throw you away. You are also taking advantage of the Emperor. You both may think you have complete control over each other, but Emperor Marcus's plan has failed because he will die soon. And the Kaiser will take his place." Joshua said calmly, "This entire scenario would be possible if neither the Emperor nor I knew the true identity of the third force, who could control an 8th-level magician like you like a monster, good alms." Joshua spoke with certainty, not exactly a force, it was more like an individual. His name was. Joshua told Evergrande carefully and clearly that his name was Jindan. Evergrande still quietly listened to this news. His identity will soon be revealed, causing your entire plan to fall apart. After hearing this, Evergrande smiled faintly, "That's all." He smiled foolishly. Joshua was also quite surprised by his expression. He said, "That's it, it's just a name, what a disappointment, in the end you're just a person." Evergrande taunts Joshua, "Even if you are a strong person, you are just a substitute, in the gears of this world's destiny." Joshua retorted at him, "Do you think you are special because you have royal blood in you?" Evergrande was a bit startled, "You seem to know a lot." Joshua just thought to himself, "If it weren't for Isaline, I probably wouldn't have known this." Evergrande spoke in a deeper voice, "But the relationship within the royal family is much more complicated than you think. Even with complicated variables like you, the fate of the Avalon royal family will not change." Evergrande reviews Joshua, "You will never reach Kaiser's level." Evergrande is ready to accept death. If it's over then it's over. No matter what you do, you won't be able to get any more information from me. Evergrande challenges Joshua, "Just kill me." Joshua still calmly handled it. "It was funny to see you give up so easily. Why don't you beg like D-Rash did?" Evergrande affirmed, "Don't misunderstand, I respect Rash's magical theory and passion, but my values and his are completely different. I will never turn into a zombie like him." Joshua just said, "Even though you are under Amo's command, your stance is admirable. Okay, I have prepared a special gift for you." Joshua walked towards him, "I always wondered which death would suit you. I regret not being able to make Rash Goat my pawn, but this is better." Lugia in the Purgatory suddenly stopped Joshua, "No, Goat Rash has been marked too deeply in the soul by Amo, eating him will give me a stomachache." Evergrande heard it and panicked, "Huh? What was the spear saying? Lugia also speaks very quickly. Impressive, you can hear my voice, I know I have eyes for people. Lugia is excited. Perfect, your soul is enough. Evergrande is scared. What the hell are you talking about? Do you want my life? Then kill me. Following his wishes, 2 Death Knights were approaching him. He shouted in wonder, Death Knight, what are you planning to do? Let me go quickly. Joshua-san sneered and told him clearly, your body will disappear, but your soul will forever be stuck here and cannot die. The void was created to offer your soul as a sacrifice. Joshua added, you know the power of MO, forced contract, soul recall. Thanks to that ability, Death Knights and Spears will be created without approval, because we create Death Knights and Spears. Joshua is powerful, so I also have the same power. Evergrande was confused, wait, stop, just kill me. But Joshua doesn't agree anymore. See you again, Evergrande. Joshua straightly stabbed the spear into Evergrande's heart. He was in pain and torn, the pain piercing his soul. Evergrande glared and cursed. His body is changing, no, his body is dissolving. Lugia spoke up, a magician-class soul, the quality of the sacrifice will affect the extraordinariness of the summoned entity. Happy Lugia, congratulations Joshua. Now this Lizard King is yours. 2 abysses facing each other were created parallel to the Yggdrasil tree. The purple crystal fell into Iseline's hand. She picked it up and looked at it and wondered, this is it. Ash looked confused, Yggdrasil. Ash collapsed in pain. It's over, I'm so angry. Cain looked at Iseline and said nothing. The elves brought Freya to Ash and called out, Elunbus, are you really back? Freya was touched, we were looking forward to your return, having endured the humiliation for decades we are grateful for your sacrifice. Freya looked at Theta and continued gratefully, the magician here said that everything was over, he had brought reinforcements to fight the invaders. Freya declares, now that Elunbus is back, let's rebuild this place together, for everything we've done up until now. Ash stops crying and gets emotional, Freya. The black demon dragon hovered in the sky and said, because I spent too much time with the eagle, the spirit tree, I also feel sad, Elunbus, but that's a good thing, right? Ash said less, it's time to step out of the shadow of the world tree and feel the sun. The black demon dragon also advises, make the right choice Elunbus. Ash ponders carefully, is the right choice, does it really exist? We cannot protect our people without the foundation of Yggdrasil. The demon dragon transformed and came before Elunbus. Elunbus raised his hand in greeting, and the other elves also respected him. Great Master of Magic, salute the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon told Elunbus, protecting everyone without anything is impossible, but if not now the elf will never leave this place, pursuing freedom after decades of captivity is worth it. Price. The Black Dragon told everyone, now is the time to leave the pain behind, and create the elf union you have always dreamed of. Encourage Elunbus, don't miss the opportunity given to you by the one who just saved your race. Joshua-san spanked at the right time and agreed, that's right, the chains holding everyone back have been removed. We will be the first members of the organization. Cain just saw Joshua and was happy, oh my master Joshua. Joshua also said firmly, if you want to touch the elves, then step over my body, everyone has worked hard, now everyone is free to go everywhere. Elunbus was deeply moved by Joshua's heart, Master. I recognize the hero, so he was the one who saved us from the magic storm, he also defeated the invading magician. Cain flattered the master, a hero, as expected, even the strongest magician in the world cannot defeat my master, having regained the magic, everything will gradually return to its original orbit. But Cain saw Iseline's troubled face and asked her, Iseline, what's wrong, you look so serious. Iseline kept looking at the purple ball and told everyone, something big happened, just now. She saw everything through the purple ball, she informed everyone there clearly, the Continental War had broken out. Yes, Ducanius obeyed Emperor Marcus' order and led his army to fight Reinhardt. Something everyone is looking forward to. Move that everyone thought would happen, Emperor Marcus will become the one to declare war on the continent, but completely different from that expectation, the spark of that war was sparked by the civil war of the Holy Kingdom of Hubalt. The Holy Kingdom of Hubalt, in front of the Temple of Hermes at this time. The White-Eyed Demon Sword, the Moon Sect Master Lilies, the Holy Kingdom of Hubalt's papal faction, is extremely tense in confronting another person. The Pope comforted Lilies, don't worry, everything will be fine. Sebastian believes in standing up first to reconcile with Jactor. Stop, if you dare to take another step, this place will turn into a pool of blood. Sebastian believes that the reason is that the Pope only wants peace. Jactor smiled disdainfully. Isn't it peaceful? Doesn't he just know how to hide? War King Jactor said again, during the 3 years I was absent, you all only worked hard to protect the status quo of the temple, other countries came to take away the holy relics and you pitiful people couldn't do anything. Stay away, I will go to Avalon and retrieve the Holy Grail. Sebastian shouted that doing so would cause a war, and countless innocent people would die. Jactor doesn't want to hear it. It was Avalon who went too far first. They are turning people into zombies. You know what the Christian nuns are doing. Sebastian is a bit bewildered. Christian so. He focused firmly in his heart. There was no way he wouldn't know. His disciple was the victim of the leech during the riot in the Avalon Empire. Its life is still in danger right now. Sebastian believed in thinking carefully. However, if he declared war on the Empire for that reason alone, the losses would be uncountable. Sebastian believes in resolutely stopping Jactor. I repeat again, Jactor, quickly order the soldiers to retreat. Jactor of course doesn't listen, he smiles faintly and doesn't care. Turning his head away, Jactor shouted loudly and commanded, raise the sword in your hand. Sebastian also ordered the soldiers on his side to prepare for battle. The order to attack was given, both sides rushed frantically to tear each other apart, killing people of the same bloodline in the same country. The battle was extremely difficult, which sparked the outbreak of the Continental War. Sebastian's soldiers believe they are being attacked by Jactor's soldiers. In order to promptly save their lives, the Pope's holy women tried their best to pray and treat them. The soldiers under Sebastian's command are believed to be healthy again. No one suffered any injuries. Jactor boldly walked forward, encouraging the morale of the soldiers under his command. Only the undead are afraid of holy magic. Against humans, that holy magic is just useless. Wanting to play a game of attrition, what strength? Jactor couldn't hold back any longer. He personally attacked, but unfortunately for you guys, my new aura is very strong. Jactor swung his arms forward. He rushed towards Lilies and the Pope. With just one move, several soldiers were knocked away by him. Jactor's sudden power is truly too strong. The Pope is really worried. What kind of power is this? It's terrible. At this rate we'll be blown away. Sebastian's halo of news shines brightly, encouraging everyone, don't worry, just keep fighting. He told everyone to rest assured, I will share the blessing of God Hermes with everyone. That's right, everyone is being healed, protected and becoming stronger. Then, they all bravely stood up, swords in hand to fight against Jactor. Leader also received the blessing of God Hermes. She was also filled with enthusiasm, ready to attack. Jactor looked at them, his heart was full of hatred. He scolded them harshly, you guys revived like zombies. After finishing speaking, he ordered the soldiers to rush forward. They attacked Lilies with light swords, but thanks to the blessing of God Hermes, Lilies gently blocked them, causing the attackers to be frightened and block the light swords with her bare hands. Lilies shouted loudly. With just one shout from her, along with a punch, all of Jactor's soldiers were sent to the chicken coop by Lilies. Prevailed. Sebastian's army also rushed forward bravely. The blessing of God Hermes will bless everyone. Jactor's soldiers were so scared that their faces turned pale. Suddenly Jactor summoned a magical dragon, which overwhelmed the Sebastian soldiers. The dragon attacked like a storm, crushing the soldiers to the ground. Jactor's incarnation was so strong, the soldiers were defeated with just one punch. Soldiers lying on the ground. Lilies stood far away. He gently said to Jactor, I have never seen you use this type of aura before. A flash of light flashed. Lilies asked him, was it the result of arduous training? Cuck confidently replied, that's right, I got this power while you were busy training those kids. A new peak of aura, it surpasses everything you knew before. After finishing speaking, Jactor began to show off the power he had for Sebastian to admire. Jactor is very proud, this is true strength. He furiously rushed to attack Sebastian. Lilies resisted this move but it seemed like she was a bit exhausted. The flow of power was drawn to Lilies, or rather, it was drawn towards Lilies. It carries broken rocks and soil to increase damage to Lilies' body. The battle is over. It is still a familiar scene after every battle, roads are destroyed, villages are destroyed. Lilies is still alive, she said to herself, she didn't expect things to get so bad, we should stop this here. Sebastian was also extremely angry, He rushed to attack Jactor. "Stop quickly." Sebastian believes in trying to dissuade Jactor. "Don't you see what the situation is like now? Fighting anymore won't solve anything." Jactor is stubborn. "If you want to do great things, you have to know how to sacrifice. It's all for the sake of the revival of the Holy Kingdom of Hubalt." Sebastian believes differently. The brutal empire will eventually fall under its own bloody sword. Quickly give up that false idea of justice. Jactor is angry. "Still better than those hypocrites who only talk about peace in the name of God all day long. Who are you to dare to stand in front of us and cry about justice?" Without saying much, Jactor cold-bloodedly launched a quick attack against Sebastian. Lilies stood and watched, her heart burning like fire. If they didn't stop the two of them, this city would be destroyed. The leader shouted loudly to Lilies, "If they can't defeat the enemy, they won't stop. Lilies, go back to sifting the hash immediately." Lilies cares about the leader very much. "Leader, luckily, you're still alive, safe." But she had time to react. "What do you mean? Do you want me to run away alone?" The patriarch persuaded Lilies, "Daughter, listen to me, there must be someone among us to correct our mistakes. That's why we need to attract other neighboring kingdoms to become allies." The sect leader advised Lilies, "And this is something that only a sect leader like me can do." Lilies teared up. "Father." Jactor's soldiers appeared to Lilies. They shouted to each other, "It's the white-eyed demon sword, quickly capture her." The priest urged Lilies to go quickly. Lilies was still attached. "I couldn't leave alone, please come with me." The Pope is powerless to tell her the reason. "I don't have enough strength anymore, I can only stay here to stop them. If you are captured, the Pope meets the Moon Gate, everything will be over. Go quickly." After hearing this, Lilies didn't want to, but she had no other reason. She broke her heart and turned away from Hubalt to find Reinhardt. On the side of Avalon, Emperor Marcus is still following every news in Hubalt. The news was quickly reported. His Majesty Marcus, information from Hubalt's side was transmitted. The royal side had won the civil war. It seems like the Holy Kingdom of Hubalt will soon send troops into the Avalon Empire's territory. Emperor Marcus was quite satisfied. "I thought the civil war between the Holy Knights and the War King would last longer, maybe I guessed wrong." So the pro-pope faction lost the civil war. The Council Naguyadmon also received defeat. The emperor smiled meaningfully and gave an order. "If that's the case, then quickly give my order and spread the news that the army led by the Dark God of the Avalon Empire is gathering in the great steppe of Rarden." The eagle wings soar high in the sky. The scene is so peaceful. Swallow's Emperor Lucifer raised his hand to block the sun as he looked up at the sky and then leisurely let out a few words. "That's really high. Can people up that high be able to see us?" Where Lucifer is standing is the border between the Swallow Empire and the Saran Duchy. Lucifer wondered and then asked Duquesma, "What do you think, Duquesma?" Duquesma respectfully replied, "I'm sorry to say no, because if I in heaven could see us, then wouldn't there be no one on this land who would commit crimes anymore?" After listening, Lucifer also nodded, "That's true, it turns out they still have no interest in us." Next, Emperor Lucifer walked to the steppe, and at the same time sent a message to Ama, "Duquesma, station your troops here and wait for my orders." Ama was bewildered. "Where are you going, Your Majesty?" Lucifer smiled meaningfully and replied, "I will enjoy my freedom." On the other side, at Bern Castle on the border of the Saran Duchy, the sound of horse hooves was urgent. With the sound of soldiers and newspapers, the army of the Golau Empire was gathering in the border area. The soldiers guarding the gate noticed their man and ordered the soldiers under the gate, messengers, to quickly open the city gate, but the other soldiers did not agree. "Wait, stop, there is something behind." The person below the horse is shooting arrows above the city gate. The soldiers guarding the gates of Bern Castle were all hit by this man's bow and arrow. This mysterious person jumped off his horse to look at his victory. Surprise, that's Emperor Lucifer of Swallow. Inside the palace of Bern Castle, soldiers hurriedly announced, "Your Highness the Duke, 300,000 Swallow's army has entered our territory." The soldiers still gave more warnings, they were coming straight here. After hearing this, Duke Urbis's face became serious. In the year 725, Pope Loyalists won the Huva Civil War. Not long after that, the Swallow Empire has obtained secret news that the Avalon Empire is preparing for a continental war. Realizing that the situation was favorable, Lucifer decided to send troops into the Saran Principality, which was currently a thorn in his side, 1 month after the invasion of the Swallow Empire. The Principality of Saran was destroyed. And just a few months later, Anya's attack of the Black Saint. led the company of the Avalon Empire to invade and capture the Civ. Accordingly, the Avalon Empire, the country currently holding the Civ, the heart of the continent, obviously gained a geopolitical advantage in the Continental War. However, the secret information of the Avalon Empire was revealed by the Swallow Empire and the Hubalt Empire. The two countries secretly signed an alliance treaty. And as soon as the Black Dukanus captured the Civ, the two empires immediately sent troops into the Rardan plain. Now is the situation at Joshua Sant. He is listening to Icarus share the plan. Icarus said that, with the current situation, it is best for us to go straight to the Civ. Now is the situation at Joshua Sant. He is listening to Icarus share the plan. Icarus said that, with the current situation, it is best for us to go straight to the Civ. Icarus said with sadness, I tried to avoid having to do with Avalon and sifting as much as possible, but it probably won't work. Icarus proposed a solution. We must return to the Civ to let everyone know who is the true heir to the throne. Even if we cannot get the Civ back, we can still attract more allies. This is which should be the highest priority at this time. Theta Pion Witsox commented, if so, I think we should also go to the Magic Tower. Not all magicians of the Magic Tower follow Evergrande. Theta continued, now that Evergrande has collapsed, isn't this a great opportunity for us to conquer the forces in the Magic Tower, and getting involved with the three empires is too risky. Theta Pion Witsox points out the advantage, after all the 9 stars are numerically larger than the 5 stars, if we are facing a commander or talent level enemy, then how many people are here, including can you survive? Theta suddenly mentioned the Black Dukanus. Fortunately, even Dukanus became our ally. Theta's words just made Joshua remember the previous memory at the academy with his father. Dukanus had told him, not every father is willing to solve problems with his son, right? He gave Joshua the ring and told him to keep it. It was a worm ring. Joshua was very surprised then. Isn't the worm ring only given to the Duke's heir? Briefly summarize some of the confessions between Joshua and his father. When the Duke left, Joshua warmly asked him, are you still angry with me? But the Duke said nothing. He just quietly looked at his son. Joshua thought for a while. Finally he said his decision, I will go to the Civ, I won't force you, this is about life and death so you don't have to follow me. I knew right away that Cain would struggle again. Cain was very willing to go. How could you say those discouraging words, I will go too, no matter what master wants to do I will follow you. Iselin the people next to me also responded, including me, if Joshua wants to go, I will follow to the end. Black Dragon said again, it seems like everyone has made a decision, I just want to wish everyone good luck. Cain is curious, won't you come with us Black Dragon? The Black Dragon gently explained that I cannot interfere too deeply in worldly matters, however, if the Soul Master of the Night needs advice, just come to the Tower of Trials to find me. Joshua happily agreed, thank you. So finally the Continental War that Emperor Marcus wanted broke out, in the steppe Rardan next to the Civ. The three empires fought fiercely, the number of recorded casualties reached hundreds of thousands, making the war a battle remembered in history. Dukanus led the Avalon army and fought fiercely without stopping. In that Rardan steppe, the Black Hanus Duke faced continuous attacks with the lowest level being 3 stars. The whole continent fell into a very unstable situation. Agnes was standing there looking at the two people approaching. The cracking sword broke. The famous Black Saint of Avalon fell into battle. This was a huge success in Emperor Marcus' strategy. In addition, based on Emperor Marcus's plan, Duke Agnes's close friends will also be destroyed. The Avalon soldiers are having panicked expressions. Our hero, the Sword Saint of Avalon, has been defeated. Avalon's soldiers scattered and ran away. Run quickly, but Lucifer did not allow them to run away. Wherever he went he killed people. But there are errors, not everything goes according to plan, everything was destroyed at the last moments. The true king of Civ, Joshua Sandet, has appeared. The two allied empires also lost the Civ invasion under one man. So Joshua was the one who ended the Continental War. He became a hero among the heroes known to the whole continent. Raindrops fell on Joshua's spear. Joshua Sandet was also known by a new name, the King of Heroes. At the same time, Emperor Marcus suddenly disappeared, because the throne of the Avalon Empire lacked a ruler, so the battle to find a successor was extremely tense. That war was the war between the first prince and the second prince, also known as the First Princely Civil War that broke out, when the two princes' war for power gradually weakened the Avalon Empire. Once again, the Hubalt Empire waged war against the Avalon Empire. Not missing this opportunity, the Swallow Empire broke the alliance agreement with Hubalt. Swallow invaded Hubalt's territory, and the flames of war that had just died out flared up again, heralding the beginning of another continental conflict. 3 years later, under the rule of the Swallow Empire, ignoring Ham, before is how the #civ is going. The market on Langham Street is extremely bustling, with rare ingredients that can only be caught at the bottom of the deep sea. Come by quickly and see, there is tea made from naturally grown tea leaves in the spirit forest. This is a secret to help improve concentration. We don't have much left in stock. Tian was secretly walking with his teammates in the middle of the street. The knight walking next to Tian expressed, "This is a black market, nothing like my imagination." Tian replied, "From 3 years ago it has changed a lot." Christian added as he looked around the street, "If the King of Heroes did not disappear but was still here, this type of business would not be able to survive. Being lazy would not lose, it would not be a #civ." Well, Kane went with Tian. Kane doesn't know where his master has gone. Where has Mr. Joshua disappeared? On the side of the road, there is a noisy theater greeting customers. Please pay attention, super precious and rare items have appeared, all of the highest quality. He introduced the auction item. This is the most beautiful spirit in the world. Just looking at it, compared to human age, this girl is nearly 100 years old. She can also perform magic, basic elemental magic too. The auctioneer continued to talk nonsense. In terms of appearance, she was much better than the other slaves. This made Kane really angry. He remembered the words that Joshua had declared in the past, "We would be the first members of your organization. Those who dared to touch the elves would also touch me." Christian patted Kane on the shoulder and urged, "Knight Kane, she is waiting for you, let's go." Kane quickly tried to pull out his sword, but Tian didn't understand what he was doing. Kane's face was filled with hatred. He replied, "Tian, you go ahead, I'll finish this matter and then follow." Christian knows Kane so well, every time there's something related to the spirit race, you can't help it. Oh, but surely. Christian can only laugh and he wants to team up with Kane. "I can't do anything else, let me help you." Boom, the loud sound shook the whole area. Smoke and fire seemed to cover everything. "The handcuffs are out," Christian said to Kane in front. "We have to get out of here now." Kane stood up and said, "Take them first, I will stop them." In front, a group of old men rushed forward, forming a square formation to surround them, close the siege and send a signal, requesting support. Solo Knight Kane is fighting. With the Christian Blessed Knight as well, report to the soldiers that the knights are here. After that, the city gate slowly lowered. Then closed with a bang. Inside the castle, the king's assistant, Laogan respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, we have blocked all the gates, no one will be able to leave the fortress." Dukema nodded, "Okay, you can leave." Laogan bowed his head to receive the order, said yes. Then he turned around and left. After confirming that there was no one left, above the throne, Lucifer spoke, "You think, is it a coincidence, that the Solo Knight and the Blessed Knight are both in the hammock? From what I heard, they are very close to him." Dukema turned around excitedly. What he meant here was. Lucifer smirked and replied, "It's the hero King Joshua Sant, don't you think it's strange?" Lucifer threw his crown down at Dukema and said, "The day he stepped on the dark god Dukanus, he suddenly appeared on the Great Plains, and personally wiped out an army of 100,000 people." Receiving the crown, Dukema released magic power from his hand, instantly freezing the crown and said, "I witnessed it with my own eyes, how could I forget that historical scene?" Lucifer stood up and walked down step by step. "So, you must clearly understand that, after the war on the Great Plains of Kaidan, we, the Long-Throat Empire and the Habash Kingdom, are holding enormous power. I've always been wary of Joshua, it's been 3 years since he suddenly disappeared." Dukama said confidently, "However, even if the hero king appears now, he is nothing compared to you, your majesty." Lucifer's eyes are red and he's smiling devilishly. "Can't we know when we confront him directly and see who is stronger?" After that, Lucifer ordered, "Okay, let's arrest those 2 arrogant knights." To track down Joshua's whereabouts, Dukema asked suspiciously, "You mean, right now?" Hearing this, Lucifer questioned and asked, "Don't tell me, the glory of sitting on the throne of Ham, has made you feel your pride will be hurt if you take action. What's wrong? Do you want to take action, or not?" Dukema was scared and quickly bowed his head to receive the order. "Of course, your majesty. God will carry out your orders." The auction hammer knocked down, the sound of the auctioneer rang out, 30,000. It was sold for 300,000 gold, congratulations. The auctioneer continued to shout, now, without waiting any longer, please introduce the next item. The auctioneer lifted up an item covered with a white cloth. The item being auctioned this time was, the auctioneer pulled out the white cloth. The last work of the artist Itabaye, once used by the 9-star knight, number 99, masterpiece of memory. Below, seeing the item appear, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Huh, it's not a sword, but a spear, I can't believe it, a craftsman created it before he died, it's the Hero King's spear, right? The auctioneer introduced again, as you know, we are no longer in an era where spears are just normal weapons for soldiers and heroic kings. He changed everything, with this spear, the ultimate weapon of the artist, made a big splash thanks to you. Right away, we will start with the starting price of 3,000 gold, immediately, below there was a sound, 4,000 gold, the auctioneer shouted, there are already 4,000 gold, who pays 4,500 gold 0. Very soon, other numbers rang out continuously, 5,000, 5,500, looking at this scene, 0 exclaimed, it was not as expected, I didn't think there were so many people. Sitting next to me, Icarus spoke up, don't you think you're dressed too prominently? 0 calmly replied, I'm just dressing appropriately for the event. As for you, I'm curious when will you stop dressing like a man? Icarus shook his head and replied, I have no intention of doing so. But now it's getting harder to hide. 0 approached Icarus and teased her, looking at her from this close distance, it was hard to ignore her beauty. If you want the information you want, go there. Icarus accepted the black card 0 gave him, so you won't take me there, 0 replied, I have somewhere else to go. Looking at 0, Icarus couldn't help but exclaim, even though it was in enemy territory, it seemed like his bar was still operating smoothly, it was true that darkness was always under the lights. 0 replied, it's my job, if I have customers I have to get them drunk, but, Icarus, if you keep wandering around in the dark under the lights like today, you'll be in danger. Icarus looked straight ahead and said, I know how dangerous it is, however, I also learned from him, my master is always proud, and never hides from enemies, no matter how strong they are. He's not someone who would run away. Above, the auctioneer shouted, we already have 20,000 gold, that's 20,000 gold, who else is there? The number 127 was displayed, and Icarus confidently said, well, even without him, everything in the present remains the same, let's forget everything today and celebrate. Icarus held up the auction card and opened his mouth to say the number 100,000 gold. Everyone at the auction was extremely surprised, their eyes focused on Icarus. What, 100,000 gold, did she bid 5 times more? Who was behind that price? Yes, my mother said I really wanted to hold his last work in my hands. The auctioneer heard this number, excitedly banged his gavel and announced, 100,000 gold, the masterpiece of memory, the last work of Hitanie, was sold for 100,000 gold. Congratulations ladies, congratulations, everyone applauded in unison. Icarus muttered, his birthday is coming soon, as a warrior of the family, what should I prepare? Keep your distance, block his path, your feet step on the roof. Don't let them escape. A group of soldiers from all directions surround Cain inside. Cain thought to himself, maybe he has run away with the goblins now, I can't waste any more time. Thinking so, Cain immediately swung his sword and ran away from this place at super speed. The soldiers behind shouted, he was running into the crowd, don't let him go. Come see, this is a big event that happens once a month, look, there's a lot to see, go slowly, below, people are enjoying the festive atmosphere. The soldiers chasing after Cain ran into the crowd, get away, huh, what's that guy? The person chasing grabbed a person wearing a black shirt and shouted, stop quickly, the person in front turned around, but it wasn't Cain, this person said annoyed, who are you, why are you pulling my shirt? Standing to the side, Cain looked at the group of people looking for him and snorted coldly, clinging like leeches, if he went to Icarus like this, it would only make things more complicated. Mentioning Icarus who appeared today, Icarus said with his hands on his hips, he knew right away, things were getting complicated. Cain shouted in surprise, Miss Icarus. Still surprised, Cain was immediately grabbed by Icarus' collar, wait, now is not the time. Icarus leaned into Cain's face and ordered, hug me. On the other side, the guys looked around, extremely annoyed and said, why is it so crowded, damn it, where did he go, there are only couples here. He passed Cain and Icarus and shouted towards the subordinates, "Stop standing there, go search, obey orders, we are still looking," the subordinates obediently replied. Cain's face was as red as a tomato, her voice shyly said, I think they're gone, you can go now." Icarus still kept the same movements, his tone of concern said, "Aren't you happy to see me again, Mr. Cain? It's been a long time since we last met, you've changed so much, how have you lived?" Cain said with low eyes, "I'm also happy to see you again, growing up, you're taller, Miss Icarus, and now." Before Cain could finish his sentence, a cold blast of ice hit him. A sheet of ice covered an entire house. This caused a huge commotion, everyone immediately ran away, "Run away, the building is collapsing, run away." CA2 was injured by magic and fell to the ground. In front of Cain and Icarus, one person stepped forward and said, "I heard that the blessed night is here, who is the person behind you, a small body and hair the color of sky blue?" The person who appeared was Dukema, his whole body radiated aura and said, "Don't tell me that you are Icarus, a warrior of the Sandat clan with a genius brain, all of you have planned to meet the Hero King again, in today." That was the Hero King's plan, right? Where is he now? After speaking, Dukema immediately launched ice magic at the two of them. Cain looked at the approaching ball, thinking, if I leave, Icarus will be beaten, I have to stop it. Cain stood up and used his sword to block Icarus's face. Ice magic passes through Cain's sword. Before Cain's surprised eyes, the ice pierced straight into his body. Fresh blood spurted out, Cain screamed in pain and pitifully. 3 years ago, this continent gave birth to countless heroes, and because of this, the Long and Short Empires were the two strongest empires on the continent. Blood King Lucifer and War King Jactor. And the one who united all the kingdoms that had been defeated by the two empires, and led them, the mysterious leader, the king. Joshua Sandet, King of Heroes. The path that Joshua chose was full of glorious victories, although those victories have become faded, countless people have died, and heroes have gradually been recognized, the whole world knows. Ama, one of the 9-star knights, asked while fighting, "Where is the King of Heroes?" Confronting him, Cain, one of the new heroes, had only one thought in his mind: if he dodged, Icarus would be hit, he had to block it. Cain bravely stood up to block Ama's magic attack. Magical shield, a shield quickly appeared in front of the millet. But no, this shield couldn't do anything, the ice slabs just pierced through that weak shield. A scream rang out, Cain was defeated just like that. At this moment, a voice rang in Cain's head, "Look up." This voice, Cain looked up, a beam of light shined down from the sky. Suddenly something happened, Ama frowned and thought, "I should have realized that there were paladins nearby, if I didn't defeat them at the same time, it would be big trouble." Cain seems to be revived, his body is full of energy to attack Ama, "Don't be negligent in the middle of battle." Ama also quickly raised her sword to fight back. The ground cracked open, shredded pieces of ice flew out in all directions. Looking at her sword showing signs of cracking, Ama was worried, she couldn't win against this guy with pure strength. However, the power is not limited to physical attacks alone, magic flows from his hands, cold air spreads, and ice immediately crystallizes. Ice covered Cain's sword, and his hand was increasingly directed upward. Very soon after, a part of Cain's body was frozen, so he is the type of person who possesses multi-use mana, converting magic properties into ice type. Ama replied proudly, "That's called true essence, in our kingdom of touching gas, we call it manifested essence, but it's just another name, it's essentially the same. This magical technique not only transforms but it can also make all of your wishes come true." But at this time, Cain spoke again, "If that's all, don't crow too early." Ama looked towards Cain, her eyes could not hide her surprise. Cain also radiated vitality, the ice on his body immediately evaporated. "You are not the only one here who can perform that skill." Antigen, Christian appeared, holding a sword and slashing down. The sword slashed down, a stream of white wind flew out, and the ground also became crumbly. Christian holds the sword tightly in his hand. Ama looked at Christian in front of her and thought, "It can't be resolved, it's transforming, this is also true essence." He got rid of his aura, can't believe he can also use true essence in this way, this. Fighting both talents at the same time is a bit too much. Cain looked at Christian who appeared and said, "You're too late." Christian explained, "The old man followed us all the way to the hammock, I need to nag him a bit." But Cain panicked and asked, "What, he's here, So the voice just now was the master's. Amos spoke up on the other side, "There's also your master here. This is a real headache. Maybe I should leave this matter for someone else to handle. I just found out that His Highness Lucifer is here. Maybe I should ask him for help." Ama couldn't help but praise herself. She's really quick-witted. Cain's face turned pale. He exclaimed in panic, "What? You said the Blood King is also here." Christian is equally panicked. Isn't he currently in the kingdom? Christian was also equally panicked. Wasn't he currently in the kingdom of touching gas for a long time? At this moment, the air suddenly became heavy, the smell of blood spread everywhere. Noticing the familiar feeling, Amos smirked smugly, "Just mentioning, now I withdraw." Cain looked at Icarus holding his stomach behind him, worriedly asking, "Icarus, what's wrong with you?" Christian was worried. Damn, who would have thought that the Blood King was here? Even if he ran, he wouldn't be able to make it in time. Ama laughed loudly and said proudly, "This look on your face is really funny. Every enemy that meets him has this look on his face. It's really eye-catching." Suddenly, there was a pressure coming. A majestic voice rang out, "I'm more curious how your lord will react." Ama stiffened, looking at the incoming attack with fear. "This is not your highness, who would have such a big sword?" Suddenly, Ama's whole body was sent flying upwards. There was a flash of flame in front, and everything seemed to be engulfed in a sea of flames. The person who appeared was Lion King Ryan. He looked towards Christian and said, "Go, we will deal with this guy." Christian is worried, "Master." Lion King Ryan advised, "Go, there's not much time left." Cain didn't want to leave, stood up and said, "We will fight with you, then we will go together." Christian also said, "He is right. Defeating an enemy is beneficial for us," Lion King Ryan reminded. "Those who reach the 9-star level are not ordinary. Besides, didn't you guys say that if the Blood King was here, you wouldn't be able to run away in time, so go before things get worse?" Cain objected, but he couldn't leave his master alone. While the two sides were struggling, Ama's voice rang out, "Don't worry, none of you can escape from this place." Looking at the dragon in front of him, Lion King Ryan couldn't help but be surprised. No way, he manifested his essence into a dragon. Ama frantically declared, "Today will be your death anniversary, none of you can leave here alive." After saying this, the dragon immediately rushed towards the three people. Lion King Ryan was not weak and released his vital energy. A large tiger immediately appeared. The two sides kept rushing at each other, fighting fiercely. The two dragons rushed to fight. Ama smiled and said, "The Lion King, the embodiment of justice, is transforming into a starfish. How wonderful." Lion King Ryan transmitted the sound, "Cain, listen carefully Cain, we didn't come to Ham just to gather information. This time we might actually find Joshua." Cain also realized at this time, immediately reached out to grab Icarus. "Let's go Christian, we're just hindering him, let the master handle it." Cain secretly said in his heart, "I will definitely come back to rescue master, after finding him. Master, please try to hold on until then." Lion King Ryan smiled, "I will wait." Watching Cain's group leave, Ama quickly chased after her. "Where do you think you are going?" Lion King Ryan immediately rushed forward to stop us. "We are not the ones stuck here, but you." The two sides faced each other again. Ama was so angry that she gritted her teeth. "The cowardly bastard ran away in the middle of the battle. But why are you here? If you have come to this point, I will cut off your head as a trophy." Somewhere deep in the forest, there is a house that looks very desolate. The hand gently pulled the wooden bar out from under the floor. Revealing the tunnel below, Cain said, "There really is a secret passage here." Icarus held the map and said to the two, "Let's go." The three of them just walked into the tunnel. Icarus exclaimed, "This road map is really convenient. Without it we would be stuck in this maze. With this thing the moon gate will work, just move." Christian asked curiously, Icarus, what exactly did you hear from the moon gate?" "Just the summoning." Icarus is lazy, "I don't know anymore, because the communication line was broken at that time, but I'm sure they found a clue leading to Mr. Joshua." Hearing this, Cain and Christian shouted in surprise, "Really?" Christian nodded, "If that's the case then it's really worth the effort to come here. The last time Fash appeared where he was, Icarus was sad, that's all I knew." Icarus remembered the Lion King, a little worried and said, "Anyway, is it okay if we leave him alone there? He is not human, he can overwhelm Dukama, not to mention if when the Blood King really appears." Before he could finish his sentence, Cain firmly said, "Don't worry, it's okay." Christian and I were able to travel across the continent because we learned how to swing swords from him. He's our master, he's not that easy to defeat." Christian nodded in agreement and said, "He's right, he's the one who taught us to materialize energy." Icarus wondered, "Does that mean Mr. Kane can do it too?" Kane shook her head and said, "No, it's embarrassing to admit that I haven't done it yet, but I will." Kane whispered in his heart, "Then I will tame the true essence, which can defeat even the manifestation of the essence. I will soon surpass my limits. I will become strong so I can protect him." Suddenly, there was a blast of magic in front. All three people went into defense mode. Was it a trap? "How long are you going to sleep? The world has changed a lot. You can't hesitate any longer. Don't say you no longer have the courage to face reality. Wake up, have you forgotten the promise you made to Lugia? Don't waste my centuries of effort." "The sound keeps coming," Joshua replied. "I know. But his eyes are still closed, no signs of waking up. I just need more time to understand everything. There is constant war. Dukanus. Secrets, tricks, betrayals. Same case, just a different thought. A smear campaign. When I leave here, I will destroy everything." Returning to Kane's side, Icarus shouted in panic, "What is that? Is it a trap?" Christian objected, "It couldn't be, we followed the instructions exactly." "The map." Immediately, the map in Christian's hand disappeared. The magic formed a black hole. Elisa, the leader of the Allied army, the master of the sect, came out. "Don't worry, you have come to the right place." Christian looked at the person who appeared and asked suspiciously, "Are you?" Elisa smiled and said, "Long time no see, Mr. Christian. It's good to see everyone is okay." Christian now also realized who came. "Elisa, why are you here?" Elisa didn't explain but said, "There's not much time left, I'll explain everything later. We found Joshua's whereabouts." In the castle of trial, everyone who heard this information widened their eyes in surprise. "She means..." Elisa took out a map and said, "A while ago, we placed a mark in the castle of trial. If you use this rune, you will immediately teleport there." Christian quickly asked, "Wait, if this is true, why did you tell us to go to that castle in the first place?" Elisa explained, "I can't leave this place, and if this gets out, you can't even go near that castle. That's why I call everyone to come here to find Joshua. Soon, the two kingdoms will fight and fight for a long time. Something will happen to this place again. I need to pay attention to the moves of those two kingdoms to this place." Icarus also suspected something. "Is that the reason why the Blood King Lucifer is here, to prepare for a long invasion?" Elisa replied, "There was such a history between these two kingdoms, but it is not certain. It is also possible that they will form another alliance. Whether they fight or join forces, the continent is also in danger. That's why, we need to find Joshua as soon as possible, before the rain of blood falls on the continent again." The kingdom of Avalon is also taking advantage of this, to end the civil war between the princes. The upcoming events in Avalon are also very unpredictable. Kane walked towards the magic circle and said, "The kingdom is on the verge of collapse due to a constant civil war that has lasted for 3 years. What is the point of thinking so much about that place?" "Let's go to the castle of trial," Kane said expectantly. As if remembering something, Elisa said in a serious tone, "And there's something else you should know, that's the missing fourth prince, appearing in Avalon." Kane frowned questioningly. "And he has a very solid physical strength behind him." Icarus nodded and replied, "I understand the situation, but let's focus on the main mission now. Mr. Christian will also help us, right?" Christian suddenly looked over when mentioned. "Huh?" Icarus said, "You have the same goal of finding our master, and we will see him again soon." Christian smiled and said, "Of course." Christian looked at Elisa and said, "I still have a lot of questions, but that's for later. It's nice to meet you." Elisa opened the spell and said, "You will be there in the blink of an eye, good luck." After reading, she looked at the three Kanes. "Let's get out of here alive and see you again." The light of magic slowly appeared, covering the three people's bodies. Then suddenly, the three people completely disappeared, returning to the other side of the match. The whole neighborhood became desolate. Lying on the ground, Ama gasped and said, "I thought we were the same because we were both 9 stars, but you were on a different level than me." Lion King Ryan stepped forward and questioned, "Why did you have to hide your power like that? You didn't use spiritual magic either, that person's strongest skill." At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared behind Lion King Ryan. "I will be disappointed if you say you have no intention of using it." Ama lowered her head and replied, because you want to hide your true power, right? I knew you would come here when the Lion King intervened. Dear King, Lucifer, opposite Lucifer replied lightly, after all, you took advantage of me. Lucifer swung his leg and the Lion King Ryan fell to the ground. However, if this guy got here so safely, it means they have a helper who knows about the hamlet. It's possible that they were the Moon Men. They used to be based here. I doubt they're all gone. It turns out they've been hiding like rats for a long time. This time we'll destroy them completely. Scene change at the Castle of Challenge. Christian led the three people forward. Looking at the surrounding scenery, he assessed, this place was different from what I had heard. I thought this place was filled with monsters, right? This place is so hot and humid, why are there so many trees everywhere? Suddenly there was a voice in Kane's head, he was here. Kane immediately turned around and ran quickly in the opposite direction, this way. Kane's mind had only one thought at the moment, Master was right, maybe this time I can really find the Master. You are really here. Master, in front is Joshua standing there. The three people rushed over. Kane asked worriedly, are you really here? What has happened in these 3 years? Christian looked at the person in front of him suspiciously and asked, is he a hero king? As far as I remember, that's true, but... At this moment, Icarus spoke up, that is not our master, the master I know. Never had such blank eyes. Kane immediately looked at Icarus and objected, what are you talking about? It's clearly our master, maybe it's been too long since I've seen him, so you must have remembered wrongly. Kane still kept justifying, he probably knew we were coming, and came out to see us, didn't he master? Did he come to see us? Please say something. Kane's eyes looked towards Joshua, his tone was begging and pleading, but in response, the person in front of him remained silent and said nothing. Kane's eyes were wild, looking at the person in front of him with disbelief. At this moment, the voice from before rang out again. That monster was the one in disguise. All three of them were startled and looked around cautiously. Who was it? In front of the three of you, a spear suddenly appeared, its entire body radiating intense dark magic. However, I may still have hope, because you are his followers. Christian pulled out his sword and shouted, be careful, is dark magic. It's not ordinary dark magic, it must be a high-level demon. Icarus asked next to him, is it from the trial castle? As if realizing something, Kane shouted, wait. Kane looked straight at the spear in front of him and said affirmatively, that is his spear, its name is Lugia. The owner left us a message. Spear reminder, you idiot, don't be fooled, Joshua is not here, I'm here to show you by his command. Kane exclaimed in surprise, what? The spear continued, I'm saying that you will have to overcome exactly the same challenges that your master had to overcome before. Kane still didn't understand and asked, what is that? Right after that, magic power radiated from the spear, covering Kane's entire body, sweeping him away. Christian immediately grabbed his sword and rushed forward. What does this mean? Give it back to Mr. Kane, the voice rang out again. He will have to go through what Mr. Joshua went through. The rules are simple, do everything you can to survive. 3 years, that was enough time for weak kingdoms to collapse. The Avalon Empire was also one of them. Unlike the Bash Empire, which had problems with civil war, the collapse of the Avalon Empire was related to other complications. Specifically, the death of Duke Onius, one of the 9 stars. And the sudden disappearance of Emperor Marcus, above all, who was named after one of the 2 great mountains of Avalon, along with Duke Onius. The Duke of Tremblin also disappeared, which resulted in the closure of Avalon's borders, causing the internal power struggle to climax. Standing before the empty throne, the first Prince Kisser lamented, in just 3 months, we took it back. How did things come to this? I hope this tiring war ends. Count Ariel stepped forward and said, we have no way back anymore, at least we have to kill. The number of people we have killed is enough to end it. Of course, we have to rule out the second prince, Caesar van Britain. First Prince Kisser smiled helplessly, we can't rush and kill anyone right now, right? Count Ariel countered, isn't that what you have to do, to become emperor? Number of people to climb to the throne. The first Prince Kisser shook his head and replied, this conversation ends here, I called you here for another reason. We have a guest. From outside, a tall figure slowly walked in. Earl Ariel looked at the person who appeared, smiled and shouted, what a surprise. You're back already, the 4th Prince Kaiser. The person who appeared was the 4th Prince Kaiser. He bowed his head politely to say hello. Even though it was a bit sudden, he still thanked you for your time. Kisser doesn't want to say too much, get straight to the point. That's enough greetings, let's get straight to the point. Why did you suddenly appear after 3 or 5 times of hiding? Moreover, I even brought along Leopard Centipede, who is known as the god of war of the empire. Kaiser pretended to be sad and said, I thought you would be happy to see me, you doubted me, it's really sad. Kisser of course didn't believe him, immediately exposed himself and said, isn't it obvious that he abandoned his own country, and you, the Kaiser, created a zombie that made the entire continent chaotic world, why should you believe me? Kaiser said, what do I have to do to gain your trust? Will you trust me if I give you the head of Ben von Anyu's father? Commander of the Second Prince's Vanguard Army, use me to deal with the Anyus family. Kisser and Count Ariel couldn't help but be surprised when they heard this. Kisser smiled disdainfully and said, the only thing the Anyus family has left is just the name, aren't you the one who jumped in to steal the credit? I can see right through you. The Kaiser still tried to explain, even if the Duke's family still had a name, wouldn't it be pathetic if he dealt with them himself, because even if he felt that something was wrong, then Caesar will also focus all his resources on me, on the contrary, it will be much easier to use you. No one would have thought that you would stab Caesar in the back. Kisser still said in disbelief, no matter how reasonable it sounded, it was still quite difficult for me to believe you. The Kaiser also agreed and said, of course, I don't trust anyone from the beginning, I will predict that person's move, then consider my next move carefully. I have another strategy for you, with this plan, you can definitely take advantage of the Second Prince's loopholes. The plan was to compromise with Caesar, these words made the 2 princes freeze. Kisser was angry, immediately said to chase people away, it was just a waste of time, go away, you and I don't have the same goal. Kaiser smirked, I don't care what you think about this plan, but are you sure you will review it? I received news that the National Guard and the National Guard were about to form an alliance, Kisser immediately shouted. What? Kisser didn't believe it and asked again, does that sound reasonable to you, why did they ally together? The Kaiser knew his prey had taken the bait, he slowly analyzed it, to be precise, it didn't look like an alliance, but more like an agreement between the Blood King and the War King. They'll probably gather their troops, and pretend they're fighting together, while dealing with the annoying neighbors who've been picking on them all this time. Together with the United Nations, including the King, they will eventually control the entire continent. Avalon could be one of those annoying neighbors, or he could be out of the fight because he's too weak, Count Ariel leaned on his hands and muttered. So weak that it shouldn't even be considered. What the Kaiser said hit Count Ariel's core point, he said with red eyes and anger, you're right, the country's strength is collapsing, so they don't even pay attention, it's like a rock, stones can be easily removed at any time, right? At this moment, the Kaiser looked back and said firmly. That will soon be a thing of the past, Count, and has taken someone very important with him. Come in, Duke Tremblin. Looking at the person who appeared, Prince Kisser shouted in surprise. Duke Tremblin, so you're still alive. Lord Tremblin clasped his hands and said to Kisser, Your Highness. Prince Kisser asked worriedly, what happened? 3 years ago you suddenly disappeared with my father, so we are very worried about you. Lord Tremblin's eyes darkened and said, I'm really ashamed, Your Highness, I've been looking for your patient, he's gone missing, but I still can't find him. At this time, the Kaiser spoke again. Another piece of advice, the Emperor has been missing for 3 years. So the royal family should acknowledge that he is dead, and call all the nobles in the empire along with Caesar. After that, they will hold a funeral for His Majesty, even though we are at war, is it still okay to hold a national funeral? Kisser immediately objected, do you think they will recognize father's death, they don't even listen to Alpha Nu Eta? The Kaiser said firmly, but if Duke Tremblin appeared it would be different, however, the power has now changed. The faster the war between the emperors ends, the more forces he can gather. To prepare for the upcoming continental war, he must ascend the throne and bring Avalon to the top once again. Kisser frowned, thinking in his heart, this shameless guy, clearly wants to become emperor more than anyone, yet he did it because of these things, but I don't know what cards he is hiding, so he must be careful. This Calf Kaiser continues to make suggestions, moreover, if you can organize a bloody battle, while holding His Majesty's funeral then well, that would be a good opportunity Royal Knights solidarity, right? Furthermore, neither of you know how strong the other is, so this is a good opportunity for you to see how strong your opponent is. Kisser's eyebrows furrowed even tighter, his face clearly showing discomfort. The Kaiser smiled extremely triumphantly as if he was sure of victory in his hands. Seeing that Kisser didn't say anything, the Kaiser didn't press it anymore and said, "It seems like we need more time to think. If you're interested in my proposal, we can schedule an appointment to end the conversation. I hope he will be safe from now on." After speaking, the Kaiser turned around and walked away. At this moment, only Kisser remained. His face was extremely unsightly, his eyes staring at the back of the Kaiser leaving. The sword was pinned straight to the ground. The dark god of Avalon was dead. "You two will die by our hands, Joshua Sante." Image of Joshua standing alone, confronting a powerful army rushing towards him. Cain was surprised. That spear user, so the challenge was like this. This is the day the owner went missing, right? A sword appeared in Cain's hand. Cain rushed forward, like Joshua before, confronting them without fear. Handling these guys was a piece of cake. Magic flew out like a sickle, hitting straight towards the army. The light spread, from one slash to another. "Go ahead, behead Joshua." Behind. One army after another, rushing forward. Cain's whole body was tired and panting. This is more difficult to handle than I thought." The spear was wrapped in a white cloth and left in one place. Outside, the two Christians sat still and waited. Icarus asked the spear, "Where is our master?" The spear was emotionless and coldly replied, "Nothing in this world is free. Don't you know the rules of trade-off? If you want information, you have to pay a reasonable price." Icarus begged, "I will give you anything you want, so please, return my master." The spear laughed loudly and said, "I know you're just a nerd, but I didn't expect you to be this naive. You're funny. Do you think I banished Joshua? Okay, then I will make a deal with you. Don't forget what you just said. You will give me anything." Icarus asked with bright eyes like stars, "Are you serious?" The spear confidently affirmed, "Of course. First of all, you don't need to worry about the master, because even if his mind is unstable, or his strength has decreased, no one in the middle world can't be completely harmful. It's just that Joshua's time stopped 3 years ago." Icarus said a little confused, "Sorry, but I don't understand what you are saying. Please explain simply." Spear was not stingy in explaining. Joshua knew that you would go to the Tower of Trial to find it. He also knew about the endless Continental War. Anyway, the faster this Cain passes the test, the sooner he can meet Joshua. I will even go there myself." Icarus shouted excitedly, "Meaning you know where he is?" The spear replied, "Of course I know. I have no intention of hiding anything." Icarus heard that and immediately said, "Then you please tell me, where is that day?" The spear radiated light, and said in a serious voice, "Listen closely, this is where I am sleeping peacefully, the place we call the Fading Empire. Avalon, that's where your master is headed." Cain lay down on the ground in pain. Christian asked in panic, "Cain, are you okay? Wake up, I'll heal you, give it to you right away, just try a little longer." Icarus wondered what had happened to him. Cain asked the steer, "Is it true, did my master really have to go through this?" Lugia replied, "Who knows, what you think?" Cain shouted angrily, "Do you think I'm joking? Answer quickly." Lugia explained, "It's a pity, if I had enough strength I could have let you experience everything that happened that day. What a pity, you should feel lucky, you still came back unharmed. What about?" These words made Cain think in confusion. Icarus urgently asked, "Cain, I know you will find it very difficult but please listen to us, what happened to Master?" Cain asked, "Miss Icarus, do you remember what happened 3 years ago before we came to Rishai? That day my master suddenly disappeared. He said he would prevent the future he predicted." Icarus replied, "I remember, he acted like he knew everything, so I didn't stop him even though he seemed reckless." Cain further expressed, however, he could not prevent anything, not even the death of Duke Anius. That was because it's all a plot by Emperor Marcus and the Avalon Empire to eliminate Duke Anius, right? My master may not know about all the events, but he knows about the secrets. Also, he cannot prevent them all by himself. Yes, everyone thinks so, but what I experienced was completely different. Duke Anius was not the one who stopped the Federation from collapsing and the Empire from swallowing." Hearing this, Christian and Icarus exclaimed in surprise, "No way, right? The two empires fought the king, Tuat Hung, and even King Xuan. Duke Anius is not the target of the three of them. The target is our master, so the master got the name Hero King because he was praised by the soldiers of both countries. Now I understand, back then he must have suffered a fatal blow in the battle against the three of the 9 stars, he is still hiding until now. Lugia expressed, "It seems like this paladin still needs to get rid of the magic power in her body." Icarus shouted in fear, "What, magic power? Do you know what I had to go through because of that thing?" "No." Lugia replied, "Of course I know. 3 years ago, Joshua transferred to humanity. Now he is even stronger. Even if he fights against the strongest people, no one can hurt him, not a fatal blow. In fact, the people chasing him have all turned into ashes. It's just that he disappeared, so there are a lot of rumors going around." Icarus quickly interrupted, "Wait, then why is he hiding, that is?" "It's because he's in the demon world." "What, the demon world? Why has he been there for 3 years?" 3 years in the astral world is equal to a century in the demon world. The timeline there is completely different. "You mean Master didn't come to find us? Is it because he's been in the demon world all this time?" Lugia explains, "There are also many things that are inevitable. Joshua encountered many events that he could not predict. That is why he climbed the Tower of Trials to understand those variables. You will be rewarded with some special rewards after passing a stage. The double is also one of them. Among them there is a reward that we want." Christian asked, "The greatest reward for those who can reach the top floor of the tower? It is said to be called the absolute truth of the world." Lugia replied, "The absolute truth of the world is just a name. The reward of the highest level is actually a mirror that can reflect the past, present, future of anything the user want. It is called the mirror. However, anyone who uses the mirror must pay a corresponding price for using it." He used it to hide the fact that the Demon King was actually murdered. Icarus said, "He didn't disappear, he was killed." Found a big variable, so the owner fell into the demon world to pay that price. Lugia replied, "Yes, that's how Joshua got here. He returned to the astral world after leaving the work he was doing there. No one knows when he will return there." Icarus silently thought, "So it's not over yet. He spent more time than me in the demon world. That's a terrible price. Why did he have to suffer alone, in the Avalon Empire, the castle of the 4 emperors and 4 Caesars?" Draxia appeared, wondering why he called me to this remote place. "You're not very hospitable," Caesar replied calmly. "The last time you visited this place, you didn't say much. If you had defeated Ducanius, you wouldn't have come here, right? So, quickly destroy him." Draxia replied, "Are you giving me orders now? Have you forgotten Hamdao's orders? This mission is to merge the first prince's forces with ours. This is the sword's intention, so don't try to resist." Draxia smiled and replied, "Okay, I will immediately go and destroy the Duke's family." Duke Tremblin next to him silently wondered who the hell he was, and even the god of war tensed up when he heard his name. Caesar glanced over and asked, "Duke Tremblin?" He quickly bowed his head and replied, "Yes, 4th Prince, please give the order." "Will you participate in the bloody battle of the helpless after the Emperor's funeral?" "Your Highness, if I participate then everyone will be able to. It's not like I'm asking you to take my side. The more you don't trust me, the more I don't trust you." These words made Tremblin wary of Caesar's plot. Caesar continued, "I just believe that all threats to the royal family have not disappeared. Removing that army from the royal family is the right thing to do." Tremblin replied, "I'm sorry, but how can I eliminate your Majesty's knights? Once you gain power, those knights will also become yours. And the news that their captain, Joshua, is dead has spread throughout the continent. If you think of this way for Joshua. Did you see him die?" Caesar said, "I don't know what you're thinking, but I can feel that you're hiding something. Let me tell you. Neither Ki-11 nor Kai-Den have the right to inherit the throne. Your Majesty had already decided who would be the successor before he disappeared. That person is none other than the 4th Prince," Caesar hissed loudly. "As proof, he gave me the seal of the Avalon Empire. The ring is opened, it is the symbol of the Avalon Empire. And also, I'm the only one who knows where he is. I have thought of everything, so I only ask you to follow my orders." Tremblin frowned and thought, there was no doubt that it was definitely the royal seal that His Majesty always carried. However, His Majesty that I knew never gave it away so easily, even if that person is your son. Is it true as Joshua said? In the Tremblin family, a scream rang out, "Who are you? Do you think I don't recognize the person using the stealth technique? Come out quickly, or else." The mysterious person standing opposite replied, "Sorry for visiting you this way, you." Tremblin exclaimed in surprise, "Joshua, Sander." Joshua replied, "Sorry to suddenly come here, I have something to say, this can benefit both of us. Please pretend to help Caesar and find out about this, and then I will give you the information you need." Tremblin responded loudly, "Shut up, I have nothing to say to a traitor to the Empire, it's best for you to surrender. Joshua tried to explain, I'm sorry but I don't have time. Tremblin impatiently grabbed the sword and rushed towards it to threaten, that's your job. Suddenly he felt Joshua's mysterious power, making him silently exclaim, what is this thing, this aura? It feels like there is no one where Joshua is standing, I can't feel anything. He's in the same place as me, but I feel like he and I are in two different timelines. This is the perfect form of nothingness, the domain of the Supreme God. This is a wall I cannot overcome. After that, Trembling immediately withdrew the sword. The old man said, I swore loyalty to the royal family, I have nothing to give you, go away. Joshua replied, then let me advise you, Caesar has a backer that even the emperor does not know, that person's name is Hamdao, if you have any doubts, just try investigating with that name. Trembling was lost in thought, that conversation with Joshua. Back to the present, Caesar said, I simply ask you to follow my orders, understand? Trembling replied, I will follow your orders, I will do my best to show my loyalty to the royal family, and find the truth, your majesty. Trembling now truly understood the intention of Joshua's previous reminder. At this time, next to Icarus, he was thinking to himself, I'm gradually closing the pieces to find out what happened to Joshua, the more I find out, the angrier I get. Why doesn't he rely on me even a little bit? Suddenly, the man asked, who are you? How can you activate the gate when you are not magicians of the magic tower? Icarus smiled and replied, just this stupid gate makes a lot of noise, I brought you here, so don't forget our agreement. I remember very clearly, I will definitely return the favor. Let's go, do what needs to be done. Hearing that, everyone immediately replied in unison, yes, let's go. After that, the Avalon Empire's capital city of Avalon was opened by a portal. In the Avalon Empire, Ducania's family mansion. Chiffon shouted loudly, maintain the formation, don't scatter. The opponent of the Chiffon Knights is the high-level wind spirit, Cillian. It ferociously rushed to attack Chiffon's group. The sharp fangs and claws growled with terrifying sounds. With its classic speed, it could defeat those knights in just a blink of an eye. Chiffon was angry, he grabbed the sword and rushed to decide whether life or death would come between him and Cillian. He slashed towards the high-level wind spirit. But with that small talent, it was nothing to Cillian. With just one blow, Chiffon had to fall to the ground painfully. He lay on the ground, raised his hands to support himself and shouted loudly, monster. At this moment, Anna appeared proudly and said, it's been a long time since I heard that nickname, I've had to hear that nickname all the time since I was a child. Now in the Swallow Empire there are people even worse than me. Chiffon replied bitterly, no way, are you Anna? I heard you ran away with the little Viscount a long time ago, how could you do that to the War King? Anna replied, at that time, I needed to hide my identity, but I was still a bit sad, I had lived here for so long, and now I had to destroy it myself. Suddenly, Draxia walked in and interrupted, Anna, enough of the random chatting. Anna replied, I made a mistake again, I'm sorry, father. This made Chiffon wonder, Dad, so Anna is actually Draxia's daughter? Draxia replied, more importantly, has something happened to Princess Asi? Anna confidently replied, don't worry about her, I've already hired an expert in this field. What a surprise, they accepted the mission without even knowing it was kidnapping and murder, of course, yes, he immediately agreed. For an assassination, nothing is as important as money, now don't worry about AC Vanboy anymore, I mean Lucia, you spent a lot of money to hire him, but it's worth it, right? And also, this is also one of the few largest ducal families in the empire. As soon as she finished speaking, Anna punched Chiffon. This made it impossible for him to breathe. Anna said excitedly, if we search everything, we'll probably find something valuable to make up for it, right? Suddenly, from behind there was a scream, an attack, a punishment for the intruders. Heard strange noises. Anna and Draxia then turned their heads to look. It turned out that Babel led an army to the rescue. He shouted loudly, I, Babel Volumanus, head of the great family of Ducanius, will destroy all of you. Draxia expressed interest and exclaimed, he came later than I thought. Anna replied, leave it to me, father. At the same time, the secret mansion of the Black Wind. The Black Goblin assassin King Aisha has received a notification. The entourage said, the assassination king, your job is very simple, kidnap Princess C and transport her to the designated location. Aisha replied, with the unstable state of Avalon there will definitely be many satellites around, knights at the entrance. Wrong, our job is not kidnapping. She angrily crumpled the paper in her hand and threw it on the ground. Aisha continued, but to rescue Lady Lucia from that place. And my customer is the Hero King. Hearing these words, they bitterly said, bastard, how dare you betray us, you will definitely have to. Too noisy, Aisha directly destroyed them. One of them frowned and quickly ordered to retreat. We must inform King Xuan that the Assassin King has betrayed us. Hearing that, they immediately escaped. Aisha calmly warned, you think you can run away from me? Without saying much, Aisha directly took action to destroy the remaining people. With just one move, he was able to defeat those arrogant people. On the other side, Lucia was sighing sadly. She silently thought, how many years has it been? Lucia recalls the moment she was attacked by assassins. At that time, they said, I have no interest in a low-level knight with many people. I came here because the princess is so sad. Blackwind respectfully walked up to Lucia and said, Princess, please come with me. At that time, she was very panicked at such a sudden incident. A group of knights then rushed forward, shouting loudly, it's an assassin, find that assassin now, all knights, take position, on high alert. Thinking of this, Lucia was worried about her son, wondering if Joshua was okay. On the other side, in the fight between the mysterious people and Aisha, dead bodies were lying on the ground, fresh blood scattered everywhere. The masked man has fallen, loudly threatening, the mysterious king, will chase you, you just run freely, it's useless. Aisha replied, I won't let myself become the prey, but you too. In another event, where a big fire broke out, people were screaming loudly, the building was collapsing, get out of the way, help, please, can someone save me? There was a loud explosion, causing the ground to shake violently. Babel collapsed to the ground tiredly, raising his arms to support himself. Anna approached and advised him to give up. Look around and wake up, today will mark the demise of Duke Anyus's family. Babel shouted angrily, this is nothing, we have overcome many things like this before, the Avalon Empire and the Anyus Duke family will revive. Anna said mockingly, it seems like you don't know anything, the alliance of the Swallow Empire and the Hubalt Empire. Draxia continued, she will devour all of Avalon, people like you cannot stop it. As soon as he finished speaking, Babel became extremely bitter and shut up. Do you think the Anyus family will kneel before those bastards? Draxia replied, that's interesting, I didn't expect to hear this from someone who has any blood of Anyus, let's get it over with, Anna. Having finished speaking, Anna immediately ordered Lucien to attack Babel. Just like that, Babel was attacked by it without having time to react. He silently thought to himself, yes, I also have thoughts that I am not a member of the Anyus family, but I cannot have a familiar name either. That's why I want to be recognized by my father more, even though I don't know where they are now. In the end, I couldn't wait until the last moment. If I were you, would things be different, Joshua? Suddenly, a hand reached out to save Babel. He used magic to heal that wound. Witnessing this scene made Anna and Draxia surprised. Joshua appeared with a spirited look, looked at Babel and said, sorry for being late. Joshua appeared with a spirited look, looked at Babel and said, sorry for being late. Seeing Joshua appear, Babel couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Joshua. Draxia said, so you are still alive, why are you appearing here, do you want to die together? Joshua calmly replied, no, on the contrary, Draxia Belle Grace. I'm here for your head. Draxia smiled sarcastically and said, I heard you were injured, it seems you were injured on the head. Anna laughed and replied, it's been a while since we met, you're still so handsome, let's play around a bit. Let's see how the Hero King tastes, I just tasted it for the first time. Draxia pulled out her sword and said, sorry, Anna, I'll deal with him myself, you know, I wanted to show that boy how much the world has changed in the 3 years he's been gone. And the new power has overthrown the standards of the previous 9-star system. Right after that, he immediately used his true energy to attack Joshua. He is extremely confident that after 3 years he can defeat Joshua. Babel trembled and silently exclaimed, the amount of vital energy was huge, he was at a level that I never dared to imagine, this was the level of a star. Draxia said proudly, you may have heard of him, the man who ruled the continent by himself. God of a war and conquest, Hee hee chilly. Feel the power of the new world, run now. Babel warned in panic, this is not someone we can confront. Joshua calmly replied, the recovery is probably over, now, gather your people from Dukanyu's family and run away. Babel exclaimed in surprise, what, wait. A fierce battle began to take place. Anna expressed interest and expressed that it had been a long time since her father had appeared in his true form. It was a pity that I didn't have the chance to see him. Before he could finish speaking, Joshua's image appeared in the mist. He walked closer towards Draxia with a radiant spirit. This made him exclaim in confusion, how could you avoid it? That's surprising. At this time, Si Linon warned, be careful Anna, that Joshua is not ordinary. Anna wondered, what do you mean, Silian? He replied, you should run as soon as you can. Where are you going? The contract time is still left. Over here, Draxia bitterly threatened, you can't avoid it this time, become dust, Dukanyus. Die. Finished speaking, he slashed majestically towards Joshua. Another stab from the left. Draxia frantically attacked continuously. When it came to the final attack, he chose to attack directly. At this time, the ground was cracked in half, causing each fragment to turn space upside down. Seeing Draxia's face look a bit scared. It turned out that Joshua was not hurt at all by his attack just now. Draxia asked confusedly, how could you avoid it, even if you could? There's no way you're okay with that impact, this power can split the ground in half. Anna wondered if he was real, human, what? He doesn't belong to this world, if we keep this up, we'll all die if we fight him. Seeing Anna run away, Draxia shouted, come back, Anna. Joshua walked closer and expressed, war destroys many things, but it also creates many other things, true energy, a way to use the way created in the midst of war. I've been developing this game for 3 years while we're not here. However, when faced with the true essence that we have developed over hundreds of years, it means nothing. Draxia said bitterly, you're making an appearance just because you created a spear with primordial energy. Do you think I would believe that there is a type of primordial energy that is older than true primordial energy? Having finished speaking, he continued to rush to attack Joshua. Faced with that situation, Joshua calmly raised his spear to defend. He is so calm that he makes others afraid of that fighting spirit. On this side, Draxia is still trying to defeat Joshua. He smiled smugly and thought to himself, it's him, I know. I'm sure this time, he seems to have realized some weakness. Joshua said, this spear is not as much a weapon as it seems, it depends on which part of the spear you infuse true energy into. It will change the strength the opponent faces. This means that just a small force is enough to resist a huge force. Draxia replied, so what? The monster, he lost his mind and rushed to attack Joshua. Faced with that situation, Joshua calmly said, one more thing, if the opponent intends to shorten the distance, just change his hand movements slightly. I was able to counterattack faster than him. Then, Joshua forcefully stabbed him through the heart. Joshua said, do you understand, it doesn't matter what true energy, the power only differs depending on the person using it, just like you think this spear is very slow and very fast. Draxia silently said, this bastard, I can't believe he could pierce a hole and cut off the magic flow in my body. My true energy has become unstable, is this my end? Joshua said, after borrowing strength from others to regain the throne you lost from Lucifer, this is your end, your destiny, the unfortunate emperor who lost his life in a foreign land. Everyone people will forget you. Draxia Belgrace, it seems he doesn't accept that result. Draxia roared, do you think they will forget me so easily? I am the god of war who will lead every battle to victory, I am on a different level than you, in 3 years, all that is left of you it's just a rumor. Even if they fail, countless heroic efforts will be recorded in history, however, how can someone like you who borrowed the power of the devil to take the throne be remembered? Even now, instead of the actual royal family of Swallow, don't the people of Swallow respect Lu Zifao more? It's funny to hear you babbling just because you've only told me once, Joshua. You said evil power. Right, I'm someone who doesn't know what evil really is, in the end, you'll be begging to have that evil power like me. Joshua wondered, are you talking about Hamdao? Why do you think I don't know? So you already know, yet you still dare to get in our way. One day you will realize how much you regret daring to stand in our way today. Hamdao is the only one who can stop Lucifer. Joshua quietly said to himself, goodbye, Draxia. After that, he immediately took action to destroy Draxia. The traitor who caused my death in my previous life. At the same time, somewhere, Evergreen's people witnessed everything. Sharp eyes glanced in a certain direction. I only saw her moaning in her hand holding the mysterious ball facing forward. One blow caused the man to kneel on the ground, his head separated from his neck. Joshua looked calm at the events that had just happened. He thought to himself, finally, I see the end of this revenge, including Galahad. The captain of the Royal Knights in his previous life also died at his own hands. His lover, Evangeline, went crazy from shock. Evergreen, the mage who became part of the royal family and became undead, will live forever as my servant. Black Mage, Barbaru. Completely destroyed to the point of not being able to go to hell. Sharp eyes full of hatred, Joshua silently told himself, now, there is only one person left, I am coming here. Caesar, right now, in the middle of the palace, everyone is present, thank you everyone for gathering here. Today, we will end the issue that has been causing conflict for a long time between the princes of the Avalon Empire. We will decide the next emperor of the Avalon Empire right here today. The powerful people of the royal family were present, their faces were cold and serious without any emotion. Powerful people of the royal family were present, their faces were cold and serious without any emotion. The conference host loudly announced that today, we will end the long-standing problem between the princes of the Avalon Empire, we will decide the emperor of the Avalon Empire right here. At this time, the trio of Kaiser, Kaizen and Kaiser were present here in full force. They appeared arrogant in front of the crowd. The Kaiser looked mysterious and smiled cunningly. He said, stop rambling, let's listen to Duke Tremblin's opinion first, after all, his support will decide who is the next emperor. Faced with that situation, Tremblin was helpless and had to follow suit. Kaizen laughed mockingly, no surprise, I was curious as to why you came back. It turns out it was because you convinced Duke Tremblin. Even if the Duke came back it wasn't enough to convince everyone. Where are the people and nobles here? Because everyone has already chosen sides, you can't apply it to everyone, that's why factions are balanced, stable and powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, the Kaiser burst out laughing, causing the Kaizen to ask, annoyed, what's so funny? The Kaiser replied, the balance has been completely lost, now, the Duke Anyu's family has disappeared without a trace, the situation had changed, they gathered for no other reason than to survive. What? Kaizen shouted angrily, what the hell did you do? You took advantage of the Emperor's funeral to call me back here and stab me in the back. Suddenly, from outside, a guard rushed in, urgent news, urgent news. Kaizen turned to look at Kaiser and asked, what the hell did you do to the Anyu's family? Kaiser calmly replied, you finally realized, your world has changed. Kaiser asked, tell me, what's the news? The guard quickly replied, yes. Before I could say anything, a voice came from outside, I will tell you, I am here to convey the message of my master, Joshua Sanders. Icarus said confidently, our master said he would meet everyone at the bloody battle a week later, so, let's postpone choosing the emperor until then. Hearing these words, Kaiser's group was dumbfounded. The Kaiser was so angry that his face turned red. Kaiser calmly said, I'm sure Joshua has no right to give us orders, moreover, there are rumors that Joshua is connected to black magic, is the public enemy of the entire continent. This makes you accomplices of Joshua, however, considering his past exploits, I will pretend that nothing happened, so, please pass on the word to Joshua, don't interfere in Avalon's affairs again. Ristian's voice said, even though we've come this far, they're still so stiff, they don't seem to want to talk to us. Icarus replied, you're right, dark powers are banned on the entire continent, no matter who it is, however, from what I know, someone has violated the ban and also summoned demons, right, or not? Or are you planning to forget about it because he is a member of the royal family? The four princes of the Kaiser continued to abuse royal prerogatives and let the matter slide. I will continue to tarnish Avalon's reputation. If I'm wrong, prove your innocence. My master said he would prove his innocence himself, in a helpless bloody battle. Faced with these accusations, the Kaiser pondered for a moment. Then he replied, you should do as they say, this is a good opportunity to prove the empire's position. Tremblin expressed, if the next emperor is decided and the civil war ends right here, the Hubalt Empire, the long-running empire, and other kingdoms will not sit idly by, they will destroy us as soon as possible, just started, so we need a strong ally like the Hero King, I request that the Hero King be given a chance to prove his innocence. Kaiser thought to himself, that damn old man, I didn't know why he ran away, so this is the reason, he knows something about Joshua, I was planning on ending everything today, but look had to postpone it.
Kaizen replied, I agree with you, Duke, postpone deciding who is the emperor and give Joshua a chance to prove himself. Until then, let's call a truce, see you all again at the bloody battle. Kaizen silently exclaimed, you saved me, I owe you one, Joshua, Kaiser, now it's time for you to have a headache. Suddenly the Kaiser stood up and announced, I have to go too. Today is very interesting, Duke Tremblin, I'm curious what agreement you have with Joshua. However, don't forget, who holds the Emperor's jade sister? I, the Kaiser, the official heir, have been sealed by my sister. Tremblin was silent before the Kaiser's threat, he silently wondered, that's why I find it hard to believe, 4th Prince Kaiser. At that time, Tremblin said loudly, I swore loyalty to the royal family, I will never give you what you want, leave now. Joshua once said, so, let me give you some advice, there is someone behind the Kaiser that even Emperor Marcus doesn't know about. His name is Hemdao, he knows the Emperor's last residence. At that time, Tremblin was extremely surprised, what, did that guy harm the Emperor? Joshua just nodded in response to him. Finished, Joshua said goodbye, I have to go. Tremblin quickly called back, wait, Joshua, if you want my help, this is not enough, there is no evidence for me to believe you. Joshua replied, so, let me show you something, Kaiser has something similar to mine. However, his is fake, mine is the real jade. Seeing the jade in Joshua's hand, Tremblin trembled and shouted, how did you get it? Joshua replied, the day when my comrades and I will meet again will be soon, I will visit you, until then, if you find the situation strange, please investigate. Returning to reality, Tremblin thought to himself, in the end, I still couldn't find anything about Hemdao, however, it depends on who has the real jade sister, I will decide who my sword is aimed at. At the Black Wind's secret base, in a ruined house. A group of people went in there to investigate, they kept complaining, what the hell was this place? Lan saw the Black Wind's mask, he exclaimed in surprise, look, there are signs of a serious fight here, this mask is not something the Black Wind members often use. I heard that the Black Wind disappeared along with the Demon Emperor, what are they doing here? Suddenly, a voice interrupted, it seemed they had found someone and followed them. Lan Si was startled and turned around and shouted loudly, Marquis Ariel, why are you here? Why aren't you guys in the royal city? You could be stray dogs without a master, but this is still too risky, or are you guys looking for a new owner? As soon as he finished speaking, Kotyus angrily replied, we just discovered this place while on patrol and came to check it out. More importantly, why is there this place in the ruins? Ariel quickly reassured, don't misunderstand, I only came here after feeling the energy of an assassin, when I came here it was already like that. I'm trying to find traces of the fugitive, but, suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Ari said, this aura, is that it? Without saying much, he immediately approached to examine the situation. Lan was surprised, what the heck, where did he go? Kotyus panicked, damn it, call everyone in the battalion, we have to chase him, why, we don't know where he went, so you want me to hear the punishment again. On the other side, Viper Bison heard a voice, here, go this way. Viper Bison was startled and exclaimed, wait, someone is calling, I know this voice, what are you saying? Without further hesitation, the Viper Bison immediately turned and ran and shouted loudly, following me. The Kotyus panicked and shouted loudly, wait, Bison. In a certain forest, they ran after the Bison, causing the Kotyus to urgently ask, how much further do they have to go? Replied Bison, just a little longer. Soon, the Bison brought everyone to the place. He said in surprise, Death Knight, you are the one who called us here. The Death Knight replied, Leader Joshua Sanders will be here soon, will you follow us? This startled them, the captain was returning. On the table were wound dressing items, and in the bowl was an arrow still stained with blood. Aisha, after treating the wound, used a bandage to bandage her abdomen. On the bed next to her, Joshua's mother was sleeping peacefully. Suddenly there was a noise outside the door, she slightly twitched her ears to listen. Seeming to have determined something, Aisha quickly opened the door and walked out. Looking at the person who appeared, she quickly bowed her head, Mr. Joshua, he immediately said, it seems I also owe you a lot in this life. Haven't you received the news yet? I'm no longer your employer, I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. Aisha replied, compared to your kindness towards us, it is nothing, what is the matter? Thank you for helping the elves. Joshua laughed, so that's it. And thank you for saving my mother. A few days later, at the Avalon Empire Arena, everyone around the stands cheered excitedly. The familiar host of the arena spoke up, happy to see everyone again, the people of Avalon. Today, the Blood Night competition with intense matches that everyone is looking forward to will take place. But first, I want to thank the princes for creating conditions for the public to admire today's matches. I am truly grateful to them. The princes in the special stand stood up together and waved in cheers, greeting Prince Kaiser, wishing him a happy day. Prince Kaiser, I wish you victory, you look so cool, long live your highness the crown prince. Meanwhile, one of the Avalon Empire's nobles, Duke de Ri-Tun-Siu, couldn't help but frown, wondering why King Marcus's funeral had turned into such a festival. Prince Kaiser explained, because they are waiting for the civil war to end. When we fight openly like this, we are also considered to be pleasing the people. Who will be the first to enter the arena? Duke de Ri-Tun replied, I will let the people decide. Prince Kaiser worriedly asked, what if the Kaiser and Joshua had to fight each other? He said, this is the first time the Blood Night tournament has been made public, and all the people in the city are extremely excited, so I think giving them the right to decide the first match is a good idea. Surely Prince Kaiser also wants to quickly resolve the problem between him and Joshua, so he will come to the stage with unusual strength, which will make everyone happy. Kaiser pondered and said, he is known as the invincible heavenly king, but few people get to see his skills with their own eyes. This time he will have the opportunity to show off his strength, through which we will be able to know much about him. Don't you give Joshua too many advantages in this match. Duke de Ri-Tun smiled meaningfully and replied, the main character of this match will be Joshua. In front of everyone, he will have to prove his strength and resolve the misunderstanding between the parties. But if he fails to do that, this will be a death sentence for Joshua. Prince Kaiser was still a little worried and said, that is the ending we expected, so who is Joshua's opponent? There are not many people who can confront the invincible heavenly king. He said, the match will be within the tournament system. His first opponent will be the Temple Knight commander, after that, as Marquis Eri Run 10. At this moment, someone came forward and suggested that if those two people failed, I would personally fight. The person who came was Duke Tremblin. Looking at him, Kaiser asked again, so the Duke also plans to get involved. At this time, the announcer's announcement rang out, what are you waiting for? The Blood Night tournament officially begins. Outside the arena, Cain was a bit stunned when he heard this news. Ristian asked skeptically, will the invincible heavenly king really appear? Is today the day the miracle happens? But if Joshua doesn't appear, I will be in trouble. Icarus also said confusedly, it's really confusing. After the Liu family did something with the spear, he also disappeared immediately. He even put the gift I gave the owner up for auction. Cain and Christian gasped, gone, now what to do? Icarus hugged his spear and smiled wryly and asked, is there really no way? Running was the best policy. The two of them looked speechless. The announcement sounded again, the first match everyone was looking forward to. Having no choice, Cain ran up to grab the spear and said, no, give me the spear. Icarus panicked, Cain, are you planning to rush forward alone? He removed the cloth tied to the tip of the spear and replied, we must buy time before the master comes. If it wasn't me, someone else would have come up. Having said that, he held out the spear to Ristian, making him startled. Why did you give it to me? Besides you, there is no one with the same strength as my master. I didn't even know how to use a spear anymore, so I imitated the invincible heavenly king. Suddenly, the sword and spear suddenly glowed.
Christian quickly took the spear and said, this spear was made by Lord Ho Tu-Nie. I have seen it in my master's books about weapons.
At this time, the announcer's voice introduced, please invite the youngest lord of the kingdom, no, the youngest lord of the continent, the one who is known as the heavenly king's champion, come to the ring. Cain urged, no, there's no time to worry, prepare, the invincible heavenly king is here. These words surprised all three people. Together, the three of them turned their heads to look at the arena. The cheers continued to chant, invincible to the heavenly king. On the stage, Joshua indeed appeared. Opposite him was the commander of the Robin Knight squad. Joshua is like the previous years, his demeanor is bold and full of confidence. The second Prince Kaizen curled his lips in mockery, I thought you were going to run away, now you're here. At the same time, the Kaiser also appeared and went to his seat and replied, if there is a hero present, then the victory will be glorious, right? When Avalon needs a hero, he runs away. When the hero reappears, the people's reaction is understandable. His eyes became full of excitement, thinking, what I wanted has finally been achieved. Now let me see, how do you plan to respond to this situation? Down on the field, Joshua stared at the person standing across from him. Commander Robin spoke up, even though I saw you with my own eyes, I still can't believe you're here. "Are you really the Joshua I know? You've changed a lot." Joshua immediately responded, "I heard that he had retired after handing over the command position to Lord Ban Mung, but it seems not yet," he explained. "Ban Mung said he could not take my position, for until you appear, thanks to that, we still keep practicing to wait for that day." During this time, Count Ariel also slowly stepped forward and reminded, "You too should say hello to the people, you haven't forgotten your promise yet. You know, I owe you a worthy match, let's get started, I can't wait any longer. I know it's hard for me to defeat you, but this is the rash personality of someone who wants to start over, and assert his strength." Having said that, he instantly moved towards Joshua. Commander Robin also drew his sword and slashed towards Joshua. "Just wait, I will teach you a lesson." Just a few seconds into the battle, there was an explosion and a blinding yellow light shot out. Count Ariel gritted his teeth and frowned. "Don't bother me, old man, if you don't want today to be your retirement day." Having finished speaking, he thrust his sword at Robin, but the commander quickly dodged it. However, the small scratch from the sword still lightly grazed his face, causing blood to flow. Commander Robin angrily said, "You're going too far, I won't let you go." Count Aries still didn't stop, continuing to change directions to attack Robin. "Is that so? Then that's the consequence of you touching a crazy person like me." Seconds later, he suddenly widened his eyes. "What?" Robin directly cast the Holy Shield. A holy light shield appeared to block Count Ariel from approaching. When he was pressed by it, he gritted his teeth. It was annoying. Did he also know how to use O to create holy light? Commander Robin quickly threw Count Ariel back, and he also backed away. Then he turned to face Joshua and challenged him. "Wait, Joshua, I will come to you soon. This is my new power. I am now different from the last time I fought you. Surely this time I will defeat you," he said, raising his sword and running quickly towards the direction where Joshua was standing. At this moment, Cain's group came shouting loudly, "Master!" He strongly threw the spear in his hand towards him. "Here is your spear." Joshua smiled slightly. He reached out his hand to gently catch the spear that was being launched with great force towards him. When holding it, Joshua still laughed and joked, "Cain, you throw the spear like this, are you planning to harm me?" Cain couldn't hold back his tears, but the corner of his mouth smiled and replied, "No, it's just my wish for victory, I miss you very much." Joshua also replied, "I miss you too, Cain, Icarus, thank you for waiting for me." Behind him, Count Aries came and said, "We are also waiting for you, today you have to taste my new skill." Joshua turned back to look at the two and replied, "Marquis Aries, I didn't come here to simply confront you." He pointed the spear forward, then loudly declared, "I came to fulfill my goal and promise to my teammates." The princes in the stands were surprised at the same time. "Today, I only appeared for one reason, become the king of the Avalon Empire." Hearing these words, Duke Tremblin couldn't help but frown. The people in the stands were confused, gaping and talking. He wanted to take on the position of Kaiser. "What the hell are you talking about? You're here to prove your innocence, not to talk nonsense like that, so." Count Ariel stroked his beard and laughed. "He never changed, always making me tremble with excitement. Now I realize that no one in Avalon can stop you. So, I will also retreat, it's a pleasure to meet you." After saying that, he immediately put his sword back and turned to leave directly. Commander Robin shouted in confusion, "What are you talking about, Aries? Joshua's statement constitutes treason, you must understand that, why did you forgive him?" Count Ariel turned around and said, "Then go ahead and catch him yourself, you are very confident in your strength." Robin couldn't help but grit his teeth, but couldn't refute. Suddenly Joshua said, "I still haven't forgotten your advice back then, Count Aries." Hearing that, he smiled. Then he waved his hand and reminded, "Hoping your choice will bring luck to many people, Joshua." Cain cried red at the corners of his eyes. At this moment, he happily shouted, "Lord Joshua is really back." Icarus smiled and wiped his tears and expressed, "Thank God." From acting alone to using unusual methods, he has never changed. Kaizen suddenly stood up and ordered, "What is the royal army? It is a traitor who has announced that he will rebel right in front of the imperial people. Catch him quickly." However, Joshua directly interrupted, "Wrong. This event commemorates the death of Emperor Marcus van Britten, and restores stability to the Avalon Empire by appointing the next emperor." Kaizen shouted, "What does that have to do with you? You're just a criminal, you have no right to say those things. Currently, you are still a dark magician, a common enemy of this continent. Even if you beg, it is still not enough to forgive all your actions." As he finished speaking, a stream of mana immediately hit him, scaring him into silence. Joshua used his power to move in the air, flew to face the princes and said, I have the right to inherit the throne of this empire. My mother is a Sisu van Britain. That means, the blood of the C family is flowing in my veins. The moment after Emperor Marcus disappeared, my mother was kidnapped by the Dark Wind organization. You will not deny it, accept that, Prince Kaiser. Kaizen couldn't help but feel suspicious and quickly looked towards the eldest prince. But he didn't seem to believe it, still frowning and stubbornly questioning, this is nonsense, do you think we will believe that blatant lie? Hey, what are you doing? Quickly arrest him, go. Just as the guard knight was about to rise, Duke Tremblin raised his hand to stop him. Stop, Prince Kaiser, is what Joshua said true? Kaizen shouted impatiently, now is not the time to worry about that, Duke Tremblin, your duty is to protect the royal family, we are the ones who decide the truth. At this time, Prince Kaiser finally spoke, Joshua, your mother, no, I don't know anything about what happened to you, it was only after father disappeared that I found out. As a member of the royal family, I am very sorry. Joshua looked straight without showing any expression. Suddenly Kaizen covered his mouth and laughed, why, even if what you said is true and you have the right to succeed, nothing will change. Originally, the struggle for the throne was meaningless from the beginning. Emperor Marcus had already chosen his successor before disappearing. And that person, it was me, said. He took the box and opened it. Inside was the ring symbol of Avalon. When Kaizen saw it, he jumped up in surprise and exclaimed, why do you have the Avalon seal, Kaiser? If you really have it, then why do we still have to do these things? He walked forward leisurely and said, that's right, so we better end things. Citizens of the Empire, look here, Emperor Marcus left a legacy for his successor before he disappeared, and that person is me, the Kaiser pretended to hiss, I am the rightful heir to the throne, current law. Now I am the true emperor of the empire, rejoice in that, the civil war will end because it is completely unnecessary. The people at that time were still confused and whispering, if Emperor Marcus was missing, then didn't Prince Kaiser really have the right to become the next emperor? Anyone could succeed him, as long as the civil war ended, is okay. One person boldly stood up and shouted, the civil war for the throne was finally over, long live the new emperor, long live Avalon. Joshua silently glanced at the shouting behind him. But the Kaiser's voice made him quickly turn around, you hear, the people don't need a hero, they just need someone who can give them what they want. Everything is in the palm of our hand. Joshua suddenly raised his mouth and smiled sarcastically, oh, then what? I'm there too. From his pocket, he took out the ring that symbolized the Kaiser's identical seal. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise, what? Joshua stood in a high position, holding up his seal and declaring, yes, people need someone who can give them what they want, but what if that person is not someone, but a hero? The noble Emperor Marcus has left a will, declaring the rightful heir to the throne, and it is me, Joshua Sanders. The seal in his hand emitted a dazzling golden light. People at this time could not help but be confused, why are there two seals like this, what the hell is going on? No need to wonder anymore, the next true emperor is the Hero King, the Emperor of Avalon, the Savior of Avalon, the Hero King. The audience burst into tears, everyone was happy. The Kaiser silently gritted his teeth, his face looked worse than ever, what the hell, why did he also have the Emperor's seal, could he have known this would happen, it couldn't be. Kaizen laughed loudly and sarcastically, Kaiser, you celebrated too early, look at you, you thought you had the trump card in your hand, but in fact you were played by Joshua. Right now there are two seals here, we don't know which one is real, and your statement can't be confirmed yet, we can't determine an emperor based on reputation alone. Or perhaps, someone will kill everyone here and inherit the throne, what do you think, Joshua? He then moved his body, put his feet on the ground in front of him and said, that is also one way, but there are still other ways. Magic Tower, please directly request support from the Magic Tower that created this seal, they will definitely know, which one is real, which one is fake. It will probably take 3 days, and with this information spreading, a lot of mishaps can happen. Kaiser suddenly interrupted, that's enough. No matter who becomes emperor, they will have to solve the current problems, you said 3 days, right? In that case, until we meet again, he immediately stood up and left. Kaizen looked at that figure and slightly curled his mouth and chuckled, that's right, it's best to retreat now, Kaiser, because Duke Tremblin will also let Joshua go, we don't have much choice, it's better to just keep going, postpone this already. Thinking about it, he shrugged and said, no matter what, one of you will definitely lose, it's best to just prepare for the next 3 days, or just disappear like you did 3 years ago. His words were like a sharp knife, causing the Kaiser to constantly frown and grit his teeth in anger, his eyes flashing coldly. Is Heimdall, the person who gave me this seal, planning to betray me? It can't be, if so then I would have realized it. Unless from the beginning, everything he said was a lie. The Kaiser clenched his hands until they trembled. Memories are recreated. He was sitting in his room reading a book when he suddenly heard a voice saying, "Maybe 3 years was enough." He stopped his movements and glanced towards the screen and asked, "What do you mean, Heimdall?" The other person said, "I have already made a decision. Tell the believers, in the coming days, command them to destroy the Anyus clan and their residents, but that place. If they are still alive, it will ruin our plan. We must eliminate the Anyus family, to weaken the prince's power. If the Anyus family is no more, the prince's position will be shaken. Kaiser, after this, you will win the trust of the first prince. Once you do that, it will lead to the final outcome." As he said, the seal was presented by a servant. The Kaiser looked in surprise. "This is Emperor Seal of the Avalon Empire, why are you?" The person he called Heimdall said, "Who else could always carry that thing? Could it be?" "That's right. I was the one who killed the Emperor." Surprisingly, the person hiding behind the curtain was Duke Aiden Anyus, Joshua's father. Currently, people in the stands are cheering enthusiastically. Down on the field, the two people were still fighting fiercely. The sword slashes were continuously launched, one person slashed, the other blocked, no one gave way. Cain looked down at the battle and expressed that the bloody war of helplessness was continuing, but that was still better than the event of this gathering of knights being wasted. Duke Tremblin explained that the princes had already agreed, so today's tournament would continue as planned. Cain turned around in doubt and agreed. He recounted that this tournament was originally created to decide the heir to the throne. By choosing which knight won, we thought that Prince Kaiser was on Prince Kaiser's side, and this tournament was held to choose between Prince Kaiser and Prince Kaizen. Then suddenly he and Prince Kaiser got involved. Cain said, "That's why we also have to watch this match." Duke Tremblin raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do you think they just stood by and watched? Not only you, but your lords were also killed, charged with treason, if anything goes beyond that limit." Icarus rubbed his chin and suggested, "But if we can restore our positions before the bloody war ends, that would be good." Joshua immediately agreed, "Okay." Duke Tremblin looked straight into his eyes and suggested, "First, you must explain everything to me, of course, the sigil of His Majesty that you obtained, after he left." Cain immediately questioned, "Do you think Lord Joshua killed His Majesty, and forced him to hand over the seal? That could also be a possibility." Joshua calmly stood up and replied, "Fine, let me tell you, about the death of Emperor Marcus van Britten. And everything happened that day, the accident 3 years ago." At this moment, outside the door a person came and shouted loudly, "Joshua Sanders." Duke Tremblin saw you and was surprised. "Duke de Retun, why are you here?" He bowed his head and replied, "I have received orders from the Emperor, come to escort Mr. Joshua Sanders, let me carry out the order." Cain couldn't help but frown, there was no Emperor left to give orders anymore. On the other side, the second Prince Kaizen continuously questioned Kaiser, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly leave like that? Do you really want to discuss with Joshua?" Prince Kaiser reminded, "Those are our brothers, we have the same blood, he has the right to hear." Kaizen objected, "I don't accept it. How can you suddenly appear and claim to be a descendant of the royal family? As long as we need power, then expelling Joshua from Avalon is not a problem." The eldest prince raised his eyebrows and turned around to ask, "Do you think if that's the case, will anything change, even if he is hailed as a miracle that only appears once in 1,000 years? Well, he's still just a young adult. If we can't handle him ourselves, then do you think we can handle anything after ascending the throne?" Even so, the second prince was still unwilling and ridiculous. "I still don't accept that reason. Just be honest, why can't we get rid of Joshua right now?" Kaiser pondered for a while, then suddenly explained, "New information from the intelligence messenger, the current situation, we are at a disadvantage. The Empire has been on the move for a long time, before that was the Civ, and the Hubalt Empire, and they are ready to deploy their army near the borders of our empire. It is said that the number of about 200,000 soldiers is being led by the bloody Sky Lushi Fulong at the station. The scenario we fear is happening right now. Are you planning to become a single king after losing your country?" Hearing that, Kaizen couldn't help but grit his teeth, but couldn't refute. At that moment, Joshua came. "So, that's why you called me here, you want me to stop the heavenly blood?" First Prince Kaiser replied frankly, "Yes." His next action surprised him and the second Prince Kaizen even more. At that time, he bowed his head and expressed, I want you to help this country continue to exist. Please stop the bloody heaven. I'm not asking for myself, but for the entire Avalon Empire." Joshua suddenly smiled. He clicked his tongue and looked at Kaizen, meaning to say, just as people say, there is no better brother than himself. Is the second prince still going to keep quiet after seeing his brother like this? Kaizen was immediately startled. Why dare you? But before he finished speaking, Kaiser's words interrupted him. Kaizen, without Avalon, we are nothing. He clenched his hands so tightly that they trembled. In the end, he had to compromise and bowed his head with difficulty to beg, "Please, please help." Joshua deliberately asked, "What did you say?" "Oh, probably because of everyone's cheers in the stands, I didn't hear his voice at all." Kaizen angrily pressed his lips and cursed silently, "This bastard." But even though he was angry, he still had to grit his teeth and say loudly, "I beg you to stop the bloody sky, Joshua Sanders." Then, Joshua said with satisfaction, "Okay, I will go there and stop him, but there is one condition." Kaizen jumped up. "What?" "I have bowed my head, what else do you want?" Kaiser interrupted, "I will agree, as long as it is within my ability, whatever you want." He replied, "Before going to the border, I also want to stop by your Majesty's bedroom first, and when I return after blocking the blood sky, you must declare it yourself, that you accept me as part of the royal family." Prince Kaiser couldn't help but be stunned. Kaizen shouted, "I don't agree, you don't accept him as part of the royal family. Doing so would be like giving him the right to compete for the throne." Joshua glanced at him and said, "Don't you see the situation? Didn't you listen just now? Without a country you can't become king." He frowned and said, "That is if you can really stop him, but there is not only blood heaven there are also 200,000 soldiers." Joshua confidently expressed, "If I felt I couldn't do it, I would have refused." "It's easy to say," suddenly Prince Kaiser interrupted, "I believe you, I will accept that offer. If you succeed in stopping him, I will officially declare you a part of the royal family." "Okay, that's the deal. See you later." Finished, Joshua turned around and left. Kaizen sneered sarcastically, "Are you going to just leave like that?" He immediately replied, "Don't be too happy, I won't go right away, I have to gather my support first, and I will also solve the problem that makes you curious before I leave." Kaizen frowned in suspicion. "What problem made me curious?" On the other hand, at the teleportation gate of the imperial capital Avalon, Iselin and Theta teleported there. When they saw the person waiting, they were both a bit surprised. The four princes of the Kaiser and his subordinates were waiting for the two of them. When they saw them coming, they immediately bowed their heads to greet them, welcoming them to the Avalon Empire, those who sought the truth from the magic tower. "He is. I am Kaiser Van Britten, fourth prince of the Avalon Empire." Theta raised her voice, then turned to look at Iselin and said, "I didn't expect that the prince would personally come to see us, so we will also introduce ourselves. I am the current owner of the magic tower, my name is Theta Pi on Tangerine Shock." The Kaiser smiled warmly and suggested that it was an honor to meet you and allow me to escort you straight to the reception area. Iselin suddenly spoke up, "Wait a minute, can we confirm the royal seal who requested the investigation? We can find out if there is more than one seal." The Kaiser still maintained his smile, but his voice was somewhat colder and asked, "Sorry, but who are you?" Theta introduced, "She is the person in charge who will verify the seal, no one is better than her on these matters." Iselin took off his cape, "Sorry for the late introduction, my name is Iselin Din Ri Ca." The people who accompanied the Kaiser exclaimed in surprise, chanting, "So you are the only one left alive. It turns out the rumors are true, the cold-blooded murderer from the failed Earl family, now you are dead, becoming a seven-seated magician in the magic tower as well, and at times like these, having such a talented person is truly a blessing to the empire." The Kaiser explained, "Because it was also a large fortune, so even though it was just for investigation purposes, it was a bit unreasonable to hand over the seal to an outsider, but if it were her pride with the empire's moat is also safe." Iselin countered, "Please don't lump me in with the empire, I came here as a member of the magic tower, not a member of any kingdom, I only distinguish between truth and falsehood during the research process, and don't take any side. How did you get the seal? As far as I know, the original seal is owned by my friend." The Kaiser's heart was filled with surprise. "What, is there another seal besides his and Joshua's seal?" Iselin raised his hand to cast magic, creating a layer of ice that sealed his feet and made a request, "Until you explain everything, you are not allowed to go anywhere." The Kaiser's guard saw this and angrily asked, "What are you doing? This is an insult to the royal family. Royal knights, quickly protect the prince." "Stop immediately." On the other side, Theta also worriedly reminded, "Hey Iseline, he was the one who personally came here to pick us up. You're going over the limit, stop quickly." Kaiser said coldly, "I'm the one asking the question here, just now you said you wouldn't choose sides and be fair." She also said that her friend had an original seal created just for the Empire. Her purpose in coming here was to check if that seal was real. She replied, "Yes, the original seal is always in my friend's hand. If you don't believe, then I will make a magic oath." Kaiser continued to question, so what if her friend's seal was fake? Who was her friend that she trusted so much? At this moment, a voice spoke up, "It was me." Everyone turned back at the same time. Joshua came forward and said, "I'm that friend." In the 11th and 12th battalions, the Royal Knights of Avalon, one by one, tapped their hands on their chests and bowed solemnly, congratulating their commander on his safe return. Katyus emotionally expressed, "We thought we had been abandoned by you. After you disappeared, our team was divided into battalions 2 and 12, which made me both sad and angry." Lan Nun grumbled, "I'm crying again. Anyway, welcome back." "Hey, shut up." Joshua looked at everyone and said, "I'm really sorry, I'll never forget you guys." Lan Chu excitedly replied, "We have worked very hard to keep our battalion, now we hope you will return to command the battalion." Theta smiled and asked, "Do you just want to be a knight commander? If you can come back alive after the war, the throne will definitely be yours, as long as you don't risk going out into the battlefield alone, then capture him, we can wait a few more years." Joshua smiled and affirmed, "There will be no such thing. From now on all the hostile empires are targeting different places, it will be easier to fight them individually." Cain was surprised and wondered, "Really, they were targeting many other places?" "Yes, it seemed like that." Icarus analyzed that the Empire is attacking Avalon, and Hubble will confront the Alliance of Kingdoms. It is said that the kingdoms around them have formed an alliance, led by a king, but their alliance is not that tight. If they are attacked by the Hubble Empire, it will all collapse like a storm. The storm swept through. Theta added, "But luckily they have the Fire Lord. If he joins, the situation will be better." Fire Lord, you probably only know his name. His old title was Eminent Knight, the last prince of the ancient Ran kingdom, Uravit. Joshua wondered, "I heard that he also disappeared along with the kingdom of worship. Is he still alive?" Theta replied, "I think so too. If the Alliance of Kingdoms can attract the Fire Lord, surely this is an advantage they're big." Icarus reminded us that we must act quickly. We don't know when Hubalt, who tends to touch the accelerator for too long, will attack. In order not to hinder you, I will go first. I will go to see Pontius. Joshua smiled and asked, "Why come to see Che Rin? It seems like you have prepared very carefully as a strategist, while I'm not here, so thanks to you, Icarus. I also need your help, please go to the border immediately." He was surprised, "What, are you planning on leaving me behind?" Theta advised, "It's okay, you go. If this is related to the royal seal, leave it to Iseline." He shook his head, "It's not like that, there are still unresolved issues." At this time, in the Kaiser's room, he angrily pushed the books to the ground. It was so annoying. Remembering a few hours ago, Joshua calmly walked up to him and said, "I am the friend she mentioned, please wait patiently until the royal seal is verified to be true." The Kaiser couldn't help but shout loudly, "You tell me to be patient, how dare you, insolent man. Heimdall, what the hell are you thinking?" Kaizen suddenly appeared in his room and scoffed, "It seemed like someone was angry. I thought you were going to meet the messenger of the magic tower. It seems things are not going well." Kaiser saw he was angry and vicious. "I'm not in the mood to talk, let's go out." He smirked and shrugged, saying, "Don't be so cold, I came because I wanted to suggest something." "Huh? You know war will break out soon. Joshua is going to the border to stop this great war. But if Joshua fails, my future is not good either. But if Prince Kaiser lets Joshua become prince because of his success, no one will stop him anymore. Whether war can be prevented or not, our risks are still great, so what do you want?" He suggested, "You kept it, right, the level 8 ancient spell that Evergrant left behind. If you give it to me, I will lend you my strength." Kaiser frowned and asked, "How do you know?" Kaizen said, "Do you think I've been staying in one place all this time? When it comes to information, I have no shortage of information. To an 8th level magician, it's more valuable than a treasure. They're even willing to fight, trade your clan and your soul to get it. With that letter I can attract the Tower Master to our side. At that point it doesn't matter whether your royal seal is real or not." Kaiser replied with a gloomy face, "You can believe it or not, but if the book could solve the problem, I wouldn't have been in this situation, but because you believed in it, so I'll show you what you want." At the king's bedroom, Kaiser followed his promise to bring Joshua here. besides Duke Tremblin, the promise is still the promise, I will protect you, but isn't this the right time? Don't I've already sent my trusted subordinates to the border area, now it's time to satisfy your curiosity? Curious, you mean? Joshua nodded, yes, I mean where Emperor Marcus is, you know where he is. He explained, it sounds unbelievable, but when I climbed to the top floor of the trial tower, there was a reward there, thanks to which I vaguely saw the residence of Emperor Marcus 3 years ago. He is here in this room. Kaiser immediately protested, it's impossible, I've searched every corner of this room, but haven't found any trace. Joshua took out a glowing stone and said, then you will understand, not only did I see the past when I was in the Tower of Trials, but I also received a gift. The Origin Stone Guy A, it also has another name, Memory, with the ability to recreate memories on Earth. After speaking, the stone shined, recreating the image of the Demon King. Seeing a familiar figure, Prince Kaiser immediately shouted, Father. King Marcus suddenly asked, who are you? Kaiser replied with tears in his eyes, it's me, Father, your eldest son. Kaiser, look closely. Duke Tremblin expressed, Your Highness, I don't think His Majesty is talking to us. Look over there. As he finished speaking, the space in the room suddenly changed, everything seemed to fade into the night. King Marcus smirked and asked, what is that extra space? You probably don't know what level of swordsmanship I have reached. Having said that, he condensed a red sword, a strong slash into that dark space. But the crack created by the sword quickly healed. Duke Tremblin exclaimed in surprise, even noble swords were useless, there was only one person on this continent who could do so, except for high-level demon swords. In that dark night, the silhouettes of two people appeared. One said, it seems your sword is starting to wear out. You have enjoyed peace for too long, people say you are the purple sword Xuan King of the 9 stars. Marcus turned his head to look at the two of them and said, why are you going so far? When they saw clearly who it was, both Kaiser and Duke Tremblin gasped. The one who came was Duke Anyus, didn't you already expect this? Trem Bo Lin was surprised, why was Duke Anyus here, and even with King Wian, 3 years ago he was defeated by 3 people from the 9 Stars Association in the Raiden chess plane, King Wian, Blood King, and Martial Arts, King. Joshua explained, it was all Duke Anyus's plan, how could this happen, perhaps with the help of King Xuan. At that time, he must have had some kind of contract with the Blood King and the Martial King. But I don't know what the content of that covenant is. He led almost the entire Avalon royal army to the Raiden flag plains. At the same time, Duke Tremblin also led the royal army to conquer other kingdoms. And Duke Anyus sent all his troops to the Raiden flag plain, taking advantage of Avalon's weak defense to target the Demon Emperor. The real mastermind behind this trap is not Duke Anyus, but the Demon Emperor himself. On the other side, the Emperor asked, did you do that to avenge your mother? Duke Anyus pulled out the sword on his back and argued, a few sentences cannot explain everything. Originally, I had already decided not to wait until the end of my life with my family, so after finishing speaking, he immediately swung his sword and rushed forward to attack. The two quickly clashed, their powers clashing powerfully. Duke Anyus said vengefully, you know it too, the founder of the Avalon Empire, the one who turned his back on his army and sold out his own country. King of the first whistling bank, Rive da. King Marcus scoffed, did you come here just to talk about meaningless history? A sword strike was thrown, pushing Duke Anyus back. King Wian immediately joined in, controlling the darkness. This move immediately pulled Emperor Marcus' feet deeper into the darkness. He gritted his teeth, my legs couldn't move. Duke Anyus took the opportunity to rush forward with his sword. The last king of Ace was killed by Rivetta. It's Kuni, the ancestor of our Anyus family. The sword he slashed out curved in a powerful arc. The ground cracked due to the fierce power of this sword move. Its power also spread to the Demon King, the black and white light mixed together making everything difficult to follow. Duke Tremblin couldn't help but exclaim, the aura from Duke Anyus's sword that covered the sky was truly boundless power, this was the true power of the Black God. Even so, Emperor Marcus has also broken through all realms of the Sun Will Sword technique of the Sichuan clan. With such a level, it is impossible for him to defeat the Emperor, but how? Not willing to be weak, King Marcus immediately used his swordsmanship to cut down the power of Duke Anyus. He also loudly mocked, you mean you have restored the swordsmanship of your ancestors in the past, achieving reached my current level. However, nothing can change, our ancestors have long since fallen into oblivion. No one remembers the death of the person who gave birth to them, even if someone remembers, they will just close their eyes. Avalon has become my kingdom, Avalon exists because of its clan. Aiden, I won't give you a chance to defend anything. The aura from Duke Agnes's sword was gradually swallowed by King Marcus's fire vortex. It can be seen that his power is extremely strong, grand. Strong and full of satisfaction. An unclear victory will not bring you anything. Besides, all of you are inferior to me, like all humanity living under this sun. Duke Anyus did not give up and continued to swing his sword in response. There was only ace under his temple. Those are the reasons why you had to disappear. Once again, the Black God's aura once again attacked the fire spiral surrounding the Demon King. But he immediately fought back. Do you think if you kill me, you will win the throne? A flaming sword slashed straight down. The ground under Duke Anyus's feet immediately split in two. The power was extremely strong. It even ran in front of the Duke, causing him to raise his sword to block, but was still pushed back a long way. He frowned and thought to himself, indeed, dueling with him was really too difficult. Around the Demon King's body, the ring of fire became larger and larger. He pointed the tip of his sword straight at Duke Anyus, but at this moment, black rays of magic power pierced through it. King Shuen didn't know when he took action, casting dark magic to form a giant black net, completely enveloping the fire of King Marcus. I will devour your temple. O darkness, pierce the hearts of your enemies. Black streaks seemed to coalesce like sword tips, piercing straight through the wall of fire surrounding the Demon King's body. More and more heads were stabbed down as if creating a pinning position for him. The fire barrier was breached, gradually creating large cracks. King Marcus looked up and smiled and asked, Shuen King, why did you help Aiden? What did you do that for? Aiden wanted to give him a position when he was crowned emperor. As he spoke, he swung his sword and slashed in all directions. Immediately after that, the black streaks of darkness that had just crashed into the fire barrier were scattered. King Shuen was also thrown away because of that. At the same time, Duke Anyus, after recovering from the attack just now, immediately raised his sword and charged from behind. What I want is not to be emperor. King Marcus was startled and turned his head, but a powerful sword strike fell, exploding almost everything in space. King Shuen tightened his grip and finished him off. Duke. The large blade pointed straight towards the fireball. Duke Anyus did not care about anything, aimed his sword, tore through the fire shield and rushed inside. Emperor Marcus said contemptuously, You have never been fit for the throne. Once again, their two swords rubbed against each other. Duke Anyus said, There are many ways to rule this country without becoming emperor, just like how you used Ba Ben. I intended to push my son to become a puppet and control this country, but I don't need to do that anymore. He suddenly smiled. Joshua's face appeared. I never thought I would love raising children so much. Hearing that, King Marcus suddenly burst into laughter. Don't tell me you're starting to love your son again. Such words are not suitable for a famous dark god like you. For some reason, Duke Anyus suddenly seemed to be full of strength, knocking the king of Avalon back. His whole body suddenly seemed to be covered with a layer of golden aura. King Marcus gritted his teeth and frowned, not understanding the reason. I only saw in front of me, the person who had just opposed me had his whole body glowing brightly. In this world, there would be no more dark gods. Thanks to disappearing from this world, I had regained my true light. I'm here. So why do we need to live in the dark anymore? His whole body transformed, a white halo shone brightly behind him, and his emerald green eyes opened. The black clothes on my body have been completely replaced by pure white. I am the white god Heimdall. King Marcus was confused. What form is this? What power have you received? Duke Anyus raised his sword and looked down. He said, This is the power of a god who has transcended the sun. I will cut you to death to prove the power of the god. I will send you to hell. Having said that, he lifted the sword above his head, making a gesture of preparing to slash down. King Marcus was still full of confidence and rushed forward. Stop talking nonsense. In this world, there are no gods. The two sides collided once again, the fire light and white divine aura colliding to create a unique effect. In a tense moment, Duke Anyus finally took up his sword and slashed straight at the emperor's chest. The bright light emitted became even stronger, and the wind and sand could not stop the two from stopping. The space suddenly became white, all images suddenly disappeared. Prince Kaiser asked doubtfully, Is that true? Dudua replied, The truth is always painful. Kaiser shouted, heartbroken, Do you still not understand the seriousness of this matter? The crime of assassinating the king is a very serious crime. It will cause the whole country to be executed. Joshua frowned and said, I don't know what happened after that, so don't confirm that Anyus has already killed Emperor Marcus. Kaiser countered, After knowing what he did, you still say that Avalon is in the situation it is today. Isn't it because of Duke Anyus? After knowing the truth, then you still protect your father. How can you dare to claim that you are the blood of the royal family? How can you be like us, when you have half the blood of a coolie, the family's mortal enemy and the Bank of Hiss? This country became like this because of your family. You are just a mongrel, a mixed-blooded creature who is always trying to be useless." Joshua let out a sigh. He radiated strong pressure, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Joshua's eyes were full of coldness and he said, "Who do you think should be angry now? Do you only see what you want to see?" Duke Tremblin quickly stood up to stop him. "Stop now, I won't let anyone do anything to threaten him. Do you want to harm the eldest prince? Do you want to betray the Avalon Empire?" Joshua said contemptuously, "It seems you still don't understand. I could destroy this empire myself in an instant, but I haven't done it yet. It's because I want to give you a chance." "What a chance?" "Because we can see it. The memories of the past appear one after another, the retreat to the coup of Rivada. Duke of Aden with his mother as a child. Or the oppression of King Dot on the Anyus family. Duke Aden's hatred when his mother died. The karma of our ancestors in the past still continues until today. We do not think about the crimes over the years. You can't use death to atone for your sins." Duke Tremblin didn't know what to say, then. Suddenly, from outside, the Duke of Leather, covered in wounds, came in to announce that something big had happened. "Someone has committed treason. You must leave here immediately, sir."